Kim Seo-jun was born a natural awakener, blessed with raw power coursing through his veins. However, his destiny was shackled by a mountain of debt left behind by his parents. After 9 years of blood, sweat, and tears, he finally scraped together enough savings to enter the Hunter Academy he had always dreamed of. While scrolling online, an advertisement for the Transcendent Academy suddenly flashed before his eyes, freezing him in place. What in the world was this nonsense? The video was filled with exaggerated praise that reached the heavens. Speechless at the absurdity, he scrolled past to watch a clip of the great sage wielding his legendary staff instead. Yet the sheer power and martial mastery displayed on-screen made Kim Seo-jun's jaw drop. It was unbelievable. Driven by curiosity, he clicked the registration button to see what this system Manhwa gimmick was about. Instantly, a price tag of $40,000 appeared, exactly the amount in his savings. This had to be a scam. But money truly rules the world, doesn't it? He scoffed, closing the site to put on his helmet and start his shift. But he had no idea that fate was about to play a cruel joke on him. All of Kim Seo-jun's hopes and dreams were shattered in a single heartbeat. A transport chain snapped, and a massive monster corpse plummeted straight onto his head. His world faded into darkness, much like his bleak future. His body was crushed, requiring exactly $40,000 for life-saving surgery. The company betrayed him, refusing to cover the accident. His bright future seemed to end right there on that cold hospital bed. Desperate to pay the bills, he checked his pockets. Only $3,000 remained, a gift from Park Min-chun. As he lay in a daze, his phone suddenly vibrated. A notification popped up. The Transcendent Academy fee had miraculously dropped to $3,000. With nothing left to lose, he decided to gamble everything on this awakening Manhwa moment. The moment he tapped the screen, the envelope of cash beside him disintegrated into thin air, nearly giving him a heart attack. Then a tiny glowing figure emerged from his phone like a spirit. The creature introduced himself as his personal advisor. Kim Seo-jun wondered if the head trauma had finally made him hallucinate. Seriously, the mentor's name was just Mentor. The little guy grinned, boasting that Kim Seo-jun was his very first student. Kim Seo-jun couldn't help but think the creature was even crazier than he was. Mentor explained that the Transcendent Academy was where legendary beings taught those who sought to break their racial limits. Kim Seo-jun froze in shock. This wasn't a school for mere hunters, it was for transcendent beings. Compared to them, hunters were absolutely nothing. Mentor immediately launched an aptitude test to determine his path. Kim Seo-jun's hand trembled over the screen. He had 0 abilities, so how could he possibly choose? Oh well, Mentor sighed. The academy will accept you for now. He then bombarded Kim Seo-jun with 180 questions, making the poor guy wish he could just pass out again. Noting Kim Seo-jun's preference for spear arts, Mentor pondered for a moment before assigning him to the Eastern Cultivation Department. He instantly played a lecture from Buddha himself. Kim Seo-jun stared blankly, questioning reality. Was this actually happening? Following Mentor's lead, he clicked on the Immovable Mind lecture. The image of the Buddha and his chanting voice echoed in Kim Seo-jun's ears, sending him into a trance-like state, as if he were high on spiritual energy. He listened continuously for a week. Suddenly, Kim Seo-jun's shattered body miraculously healed, becoming rock hard and leaving the doctors completely baffled. Behold the power of the Dharma. Kim Seo-jun felt enlightened despite only completing 1.3% of the course. Feeling greedy, he decided to try a lecture from Chiron next. Chiron, the legendary centaur and mentor to the greatest heroes of Greek mythology, appeared on the screen. Kim Seo-jun lay back to chill, but Chiron suddenly roared, commanding him to get on his feet. Kim Seo-jun nearly jumped out of his skin and fell off the bed. A holographic notification flashed on his phone. It was time for his daily quest. This was straight out of a leveling manhwa. The physical requirements were insane. Kim Seo-jun sighed and tried to skip it, but the screen refused to budge. The system was forcing him to complete the mission, or else. What is life but suffering? Defeated the sad boy. Kim Seo-jun switched back to Buddha's lecture for some mental peace. Suddenly, a timer appeared. 83 days remaining. If he failed, he was completely done for. From that day on, Kim Seo-jun had no choice. He began training his body relentlessly, holding on to a sliver of hope that he would eventually become strong. A week passed with 0 visible progress. Still, he used it as an excuse to get back in shape, huffing and puffing through 300 push-ups until his muscles screamed. Just as he was about to switch exercises, he glanced at the counter. It only read 81. It only counted perfect form. That was diabolical. Kim Seo-jun cried, tears of blood coursing under his breath. as he grinded from dawn till dusk to finally hit the target. He collapsed, coughing up metaphorical blood and rolling on the ground, while bystanders looked at him like he was a lunatic. Was this a joke? He had to do this hellish routine every single day while studying lectures. The sheer thought made him want to pass out. Days later, while heading out for air, he bumped into an elderly woman and politely greeted her. The TV was broadcasting news of a powerful awakener slaying a dormant monster. The old lady's eyes lit up with excitement at the display of strength. Lee Seo-jun felt awkward about his own lack of power. Suddenly, a middle-aged man beside him scoffed, telling him to just give up on his dreams. Lee Seo-jun clenched his fist in silent rage. His eyes turned cold. "I decide what to do with my own life," he declared. "You should worry about yourself, old man." He walked away, ignoring the insults thrown at his back. Who were they to stand in his way? He swore he would become a professional hunter no matter what. While Lee Seo-jun endured his hellish training, chaos erupted at the academy. A fierce battle shook the earth as a female instructor clashed with a colossal rampaging beast. The air exploded with impact. Her blade danced, slicing the monstrosity into unrecognizable chunks of meat. Blood mist filled the air, painting a desolate picture. Meanwhile, after 2 weeks of torture, Lee Seo-jun finally returned to the sanctuary of his home. He flopped onto his bed, anxiety about the upcoming hunter exam gnawing at him. But then he realized something crucial. He had already crushed today's daily quest. The notification chimed. Like a melody from heaven, the system had unlocked the next lesson. Lee Seo-jun let out a roar of triumph, leaving his teacher Chiron visibly shocked by the boy's unyielding persistence. Without wasting a second, Khan grabbed his cane ready to beat the next lesson into him. That was the thrill of the grind. However, the next morning brought a harsh reality check. Seo-jun had to drag himself to the construction site, fueled only by the desperate need to cure his empty wallet. But fate is a cruel mistress. A new dilemma plagued his mind. No work meant no food, but working meant zero time for his lectures or daily quests. It was the ultimate catch-22 of a Manhwa recap. This logistical nightmare was enough to give the self-proclaimed sage Lee Seo-jun a migraine that could split the heavens. Seizing his rare break time, Seo-jun mentally reviewed the previous lesson, meditating on the 5 senses that dictate the flow of battle: sight, hearing, smell, touch, and taste. But conscious processing was too slow for high-speed combat. Chiron had drilled a shortcut into him, bypassing thought, to rely entirely on the 6th sense, pure intuition. While he was lost in his mental training trance, a coworker sneaked up from behind, intending to grab his shoulder for a prank. But like a ghost, Seo-jun dodged effortlessly without even turning around. It was as if he had eyes on the back of his head, leaving the older man completely dumbfounded. The shocks didn't stop there. Seo-jun proceeded to hoist 3 massive monster parts, weighing a combined 200 kilograms, as if they were feathers, causing every jaw on the construction site to drop. Talk about a hidden expert. Power surged through his veins like a roaring river. Realizing that waiting until after work was inefficient, he decided to turn his labor into a workout, squatting with the massive load on his back. To his delight, the system Manhwa interface flashed a notification. The heavier the load, the higher the efficiency. Seo-jun had discovered a glitch in the matrix, sending his mood soaring to the 9th cloud. This was the golden path. For the next few days, he transformed the construction site into his personal gym, earning money while grinding stats. He was killing 2 birds with 1 magnificent stone. The aftermath of this intense regimen left his body screaming in agony, completely shattered. Yet the gains were undeniable. His growth was skyrocketing at a terrifying pace. With all his old lessons mastered, his hunger for power grew. He scoured the interface, hunting for any free courses to continue his ascent. After some digging, he struck gold, or so he thought. He found Shang Yu, the legendary hegemon of Western Chu, a god of war whose physical prowess was mythic. If it's free, you take it. But the moment he clicked accept, Shang Yu's spirit projection unleashed a torrent of verbal abuse that froze Seo-jun in place. After the berating, the system slapped him with a new quest: swing a spear-like object 5,000 times. He was utterly baffled. The lesson ended as abruptly as it began, leaving him with nothing but insults and a hellish repetitive task. Truly, you get what you pay for in this world. The next day, the atmosphere at the site shifted. Park Seo-ju, the granddaughter of the legendary sword star, arrived to inspect the recent accident scene, walking through a sea of fearful whispers from the workers. Just hearing the name Park Min-chun sent a chill down Seo-jun's spine. A century ago, that man was an awakened legend who operated when the very concept of gates was first born. Unlike the structured awakening Manhwa world of today, the past was a chaotic nightmare where monsters were far more ferocious, roaming the streets freely like demons from hell. It was an era where human survival hung by a thread, and Park Min-chun was a titan who awakened to protect a world teetering on the brink of extinction. He was one of the founding fathers, who rebuilt civilization from the ashes, a true savior of humanity, whose legacy was etched in history. Though time flows like water and he had aged, his influence remained absolute. Filled with admiration, Seo-jun redoubled his lifting efforts, his bizarre training method catching Park Seo-jun's sharp eye. He continued to use the monster carcasses for bodybuilding, chatting with a coworker, when suddenly horror struck. The dead monster corpse twitched and lunged at the older man with lightning speed. Rewind a few minutes, Park Seo-jun had been mentally exhausted, surrounded by fawning workers. She had slipped away into the shadows, a heavy realization weighing on her heart. She wasn't cut out to be a principal here. The whispers of the workers stung her ears, gossip about her being only a B-rank hunter. The mediocrity of her rank was a sore spot she couldn't ignore. To the world, the Sword Star was a god. To her, that title was a suffocating chain wrapped around her waist, dragging her down into an abyss of expectation. Even though she was trained by the legend himself, since she could walk the wall, known as the Sword Star, was an insurmountable mountain, she lacked the talent to ever scale it. Living in the shadow of a genius grandfather, her true dream of being a simple educator had been crushed by his overwhelming will. She had compromised by becoming an instructor at the Hunter Academy. But when news broke that the Sword Star wouldn't be there, reality hit her hard. The students vanished. They hadn't enrolled for her. They only cared about her lineage. All she ever wanted was one true disciple who looked at her, not her grandfather. Her brooding was shattered by screams of terror. A monster had appeared. She jolted to attention, seeing Kim Seo-jun and the worker cornered by the savage beast. Seo-jun could only scream in futility as he watched his beloved coworker facing the Reaper's scythe. Panic froze him solid. His mind raced with the cruel logic of this world. A normal human can never overpower a monster. Even manaless awakened ones were fodder. And this wasn't just any critter. It was a 4-star monster. A beast that even professional hunters struggled to put down. Park Seo-jun was too far away. In seconds, the man would be devoured. Seo-jun's legs trembled, but in a split second, adrenaline overrode fear. He decided to gamble his life and charged. He swung wildly, creating a diversion to let the older man escape. In a heartbeat, it was just him and the ferocious beast in a duel to the death. Seo-jun tried to convince himself he just needed to stall, to hold the line until the pros arrived. But it was a lie. His body shook uncontrollably with terror. In that moment of chaos, the teachings of the Buddha echoed in his mind, and a strange calm washed over him like still water. The paralyzing fear was suppressed, his trembling heart stilled. He found the courage to look the lunging beast in the eyes. If I think I die, he realized. Abandoning logic, Seo-jun surrendered to instinct, his body weaving through the monster's strikes with fluid grace. Now he channeled Xiang Yu's mountain-pulling skill, targeting the creature's weak point, and brought his weapon down with the force of a collapsing sky. The rod in his hand flashed with a brilliant light. Less than a second later, a thunderous explosion shook the very earth. Park Seo-jun arrived breathless through the dust cloud, only to witness the impossible. Kim Seo-jun, standing like a god of war, next to the pulverized remains of the monster. The student had surpassed the master's expectations. That's strength. He's the real deal. What the hell just happened here? Park Seo-jun couldn't believe her eyes. It felt like a fever dream. This guy wasn't even an awakened hunter yet. No divine weapon, no high-tier gear. Just Kim Seo-jun and a rusty steel pipe, yet he caused this much devastation. While she stood there paralyzed by shock, Kim Seo-jun brushed past her without a second glance. His only concern was the safety of his injured colleague. Park Seo-jun silently observed the chaos, watching Kim Seo-jun handle the crowd. The words slipped out before she could stop them. I found him. The perfect cadet. The shift ended under the crushing pressure of the foreman's threats. Keep your mouths shut about today, or else. Typical, corrupt management. Kim Seo-jun glanced at his phone, and his eyes widened. The progress bar on his secret interface had skyrocketed. A classic system Manhwa moment. He realized the trigger immediately. Taking down that beast earlier was the key. To master these lessons and level up, he didn't need theory, he needed blood and real combat. But there was a massive wall blocking his path. Without graduating from a Hunter Academy and getting a temporary license, he couldn't legally enter dungeons to grind. Once again, the cruel reality of poverty weighed heavy on Kim Seo-jun's shoulders. He needed cold hard cash to pay the entrance fees. While he was tearing his hair out over money, a presence materialized behind him. It was Park Seo-jun. She wanted a word. Kim Seo-jun recognized her instantly, the granddaughter of the legendary sword star. But he couldn't fathom why royalty like her would bother with a nobody like him. Park Seo-ju didn't waste time with small talk. "Come meet my grandfather." But contrary to her expectations, Kim Seo-jun hit her with a cold refusal and walked away, leaving her stunned. For 31 years, Park Seo-ju had lived a life of privilege and respect. Being rejected, that was a new and confusing flavor of humiliation. Kim Seo-jun's voice was ice cold. "I can't trust an academy that doesn't have a single cadet." It sounded absurd just saying it out loud. Park Seo-ju choked, unable to find a logical defense for her failing school. But she couldn't let him go. He performed bizarre exercises, fought while under a severe debuff, and sliced a 4-star monster in half. He was born to be a hunter. She chased after him desperate. "We have top-tier equipment, state-of-the-art facilities." But he remained an immovable mountain. She was running out of options. Park Seo-ju played her trump card. "My grandfather, the sword star, will teach you personally." Kim Seo-jun's footsteps faltered for a fraction of a second. But the answer was still no. Rage flared in her eyes. Did he just turn down a chance to learn from a living legend? The audacity. It was an opportunity every professional hunter would kill for. His arrogance only fueled her obsession. She swore she wouldn't let this gem slip through her fingers. She laid it all on the table. "I'll handle your affiliation. I'll give you a private training hall. And most importantly, full tuition waiver." Now that grabbed Kim Seo-jun's attention. But his survival instincts kicked in. "What's the catch?" "Nothing in this world is free." "Quid pro quo," she replied. "Before you take the pro exams, you will sweep every amateur competition under my academy's name. Make us famous." The scales in Kim Seo-jun's mind began to tip. It was a tempting offer for a leveling Manhwa protagonist in need of resources. She could solve all his problems with a snap of her fingers. But why go this far just to recruit one student? Under the blazing afternoon sun, Park Seo-ju's voice dropped an octave. "Because I saw your potential." Her unwavering determination sparked something in Kim Seo-jun. Not bad. They shook hands, sealing the deal. On the surface, a partnership. Beneath it, a calculated move to use each other for their own ambitions. The very next day, justice was served. The corrupt foreman was fired, a little favor Kim Seo-jun had requested from Park Seo-ju. The news brought a smile to everyone's face. But for Kim Seo-jun, the day was just beginning. It was his first day at the Hunter Academy. Park Seo-ju was waiting at the gates holding his golden ticket, a temporary hunter license. He stared at it dazed. The first step toward his awakening was finally complete. "Before we start training," she commanded, "pick a weapon." She had already booked a dungeon for his assessment. He grabbed a weapon without hesitation and followed her into the gloom. "A dark, suffocating rat's nest. Only 2-star monsters reside here," she explained. "The perfect grinding spot for a rookie with 0 experience." Suddenly, a mutated rat lunged from the shadows. Kim Seo-jun dodged with supernatural reflexes. Wham! He slammed his club into the beast, sending it reeling. After a flurry of blows, a notification popped up. His proficiency was rising. This place was paradise. He could get stronger and rich at the same time. It was just like farming XP in a game. Excitement surged through him. Faster, harder. He became a whirlwind of destruction. Park Seo-ju watched from the sidelines, questioning her life choices. The guy was undeniably strong, but why was he muttering to himself and staring at empty air after every kill? She had never seen anything like it. From her perspective, Kim Seo-jun looked like a mental patient who had escaped the ward. He'd been staring at that invisible black screen for hours. And the weirdness didn't stop there. This was a cadet with 0 formal training. Yet he was slaughtering the dungeon beasts with the efficiency of a 10-year veteran. Her jaw hit the floor. Just who is this guy? Once the slaughter was over, the madness continued. He started doing bizarre calisthenics while hauling monster corpses. Why not just call a cleanup crew, she thought. His stinginess was mind-boggling. But her bigger worry was explaining this eccentric weirdo to her grandfather. She buried her face in her hands, groaning. Meanwhile, Kim Seo-jun was screaming in frustration because the night was over and he hadn't finished his system lectures. The situation was spiraling out of control. The next morning, however, Kim Seo-jun was grinning from ear to ear. His bank account balance had exploded with zeros. All that hard work had paid off. But a thought nagged at him. Cleaning up loot takes too long. It's eating into my study time. Kim Seo-jun hesitated for a split second. Should he call his partner, Park Min-chun, for this? No. He looked at his account balance. $10,000 from the dungeon raid. What should he do with this loot? The dungeon clear had boosted his wallet, and finally pushed his lecture progress forward. But it wasn't fast enough. Suddenly, a thought struck him. The legendary lecture by the great sage himself. With high hopes, he clicked the subscribe button. But the system was cruel. The price had jumped to $27 million. He wanted to smash his phone into pieces. This ultimate academy was nothing but a capitalist scam. At this rate, even if he became a professional hunter, he'd be drowning in debt for the rest of his life. After a pathetic session of crying over his poverty, Seo-jun slapped his cheeks and focused. Time to browse the item shop for some gear. His jaw hit the floor. This shop had everything: holy water, divine shields. Even the Saint Dragon Genesis spear was listed. It was only a replica, but it was still a legendary tier item. The stats were enough to make a rookie like him pass out from shock. To think, items forged by transcendent beings were sold here like groceries. Seo-jun's eyes glowed like high beams. Without thinking, he clicked buy now on the spear. But dreams are free. Reality costs money. A notification flashed: insufficient funds. The $100,000 price tag only fueled his desire to grind harder. Seo-jun screamed internally. Where in the world was a broke hunter supposed to find that kind of cash? That $27 million lecture? Yeah, he might be able to afford it in his next incarnation. Park Seo-jun approached him with a sly smile, handing him a dossier. The Academy War, she announced. A brutal tournament where cadets flaunt their supreme power. She explained the stakes. It was a Tier 4 league, but the victors, they earn the right to advance to higher leagues and gain government-authorized licenses. That's why the Hunter Academies sent their most monstrous talents to compete. And Park Seo-jun's intention, it was written all over her face. She laughed heartily. I want you to represent us, Seo-jun. He hesitated for a moment, then agreed to step into the ring. Park Seo-jun was ecstatic. She didn't know the exact details, but the scoring was simple. Combine the dungeon clear points with the cadet tournament score. Seo-jun felt a cold sweat trickle down his back. His combat experience, it was limited to hacking away at mindless beasts. Compared to elite cadets, he was a total amateur. But there was no turning back now. Instructor, he said. Spar with me. I need to test myself. She was a B-rank hunter, a disciple of the legendary Sword Star. Seo-jun was dying to see just how deep her hidden power really was. They took their stances. Park Seo-jun analyzed him instantly. His attacks were fast, but they were sloppy and full of openings. She could see exactly where he would strike. Her expectations plummeted. Is this it? She thought. She raised her sword to teach him a painful lesson. Clang. The air vibrated. Seo-jun blocked her mana-infused strike. His posture was shaky, but he had stopped the blow dead in its tracks. Park Seo-jun froze in shock. How did he block an attack charged with mana? His weapon should have gone flying. The blade should be at his throat right now. While she stood there, bewildered, Seo-jun smirked arrogantly. He lunged forward. Unbelievable. His speed and sharpness suddenly exploded like a leveling Manhwa protagonist. The pressure shifted instantly. It was a complete transformation. Park Seo-jun stumbled back, caught off guard by his sudden ferocity. In the heat of battle, the system voice echoed in his mind. It barked orders, change tactics, optimize footwork, strike vector calculated. It was guiding his every move. Seo-jun swung his staff for the finishing blow. Terrified by his intensity, Park Seo-jun's survival instincts kicked in, and she unleashed her full power. Boom! The room shook. Dust settled to reveal a scene of destruction. And Seo-jun, he was knocked out, cold bleeding in the corner. She screamed in horror. Oh my God! She rushed to check on him. Seo-jun groaned, scratching his head awkwardly. To think he'd lose, even with the system's help. Was that really a spar? Or just a chaotic brawl between a B-ranker and a newbie? The road to becoming a pro hunter was still a marathon away. He checked his phone. Ding. His proficiency points had skyrocketed just as he predicted. Instructor, he grinned. We need to do this again. Park Seo-jun nodded. Then she casually mentioned the prize money. $100,000. That number acted like a trigger. The greed monster inside Seo-jun awakened instantly. Flames of passion erupted in his eyes. His aura blazed with determination. He dove into training like a madman. Even Park Seo-jun was terrified by his obsession with money. 2 weeks flew by. Tournament day arrived. The venue was packed with people. In the waiting room, a strange guy with glasses was muttering to himself. He was a contestant too. Sitting in the corner, his knees were knocking together like castanets from pure fear. He was frozen stiff. Everywhere he looked, muscles on top of muscles, weapons that glowed with dangerous auras. It was blinding. Suddenly he saw him. Kim Seo-jun. holding a crappy weapon patched together with scraps of cloth. He looked like a hobo in a room full of knights. The other contestants noticed too. The whispers spread like wildfire. Is this guy serious? Look at that gear. Seo-jun ignored them, calmly reviewing his notes. His "I don't give a damn" attitude touched the nerd's heart. Finally, a fellow outcast in this system Manhwa world. A one-sided brotherhood blossomed instantly. Seo-jun looked up, confused by the intense stare. The boy approached timidly. "Hi, I'm Lemon, 19, natural awakener." After the awkward intro, he started spilling intel. "See those two arguing? That's Jang from Gochuri Academy, and Lee from Min Academy. Dual dagger specialist." Seo-jun blinked blankly. "Who asked you why is this guy giving me a narration?" The argument nearby escalated, but was quickly crushed by Lee Yongwan's presence. Silence descended upon VRMMO Academy the moment he opened his mouth. According to Min, this guy is the undisputed favorite to win the championship. His raw power is terrifying, and his arrogance is legendary. He even rejected Park Seo-jun's guild invitation without a second thought. Right now, he was seething with rage, smashing furniture in a fit of temper. To him, fighting these low-level weaklings was nothing but an insult to his strength. But deep down, a flicker of regret sparked within him. By rejecting Park Seo-jun, he realized he had burned a bridge that could have been useful. Suddenly, he felt a piercing gaze boring into him. It was Kim Seo-jun. The intensity of the stare rubbed him the wrong way, igniting his irritation. But Kim Seo-jun wasn't trying to provoke him. He was simply analyzing the situation like a protagonist in a leveling manhwa, calculating how much bonus experience he'd farm if he took this guy down. His grinding calculations were cut short by the loudspeaker. The match was starting. The crowd erupted into chaos, and Kim Seo-jun stood up, his eyes locking onto the window with renewed focus. For the past 2 weeks, he had pushed his body to the limit. His goal was 30% mastery of the Chiron and Xiangyu arts. Yet, frustratingly, his stat window showed no increase in raw power. His combat experience was still lower than the other cadets. But he had an ace up his sleeve: real survival experience from the dungeon raids and his duel with Park Seo-jun. He clenched his fist, convincing himself that grit would overcome the gap in stats. $100,000. That was the prize. Kim Seo-jun nearly fainted from anticipation as the announcement declared the start of the dungeon maze trial. But fate has a cruel sense of humor. Bad luck struck immediately. The first round of the official tournament kicked off, drowned out by the deafening roar of the spectators. Round 1. The maze run. The rules were simple. No attacking other cadets. Just find the exit. It sounded almost too easy. The audience was baffled. Even for a low-tier tournament, a maze you could escape by sheer luck seemed underwhelming. Surely there was a catch. Then, the realization hit. There had to be monsters inside. It wasn't a race. It was a hunt. A true test of a hunter's survival instincts. On the giant screen, the brutal truth was revealed. Lee Yongwan was a whirlwind of violence, his sword dancing through blood and bone. The crowd went absolutely feral at the display of dominance. Amidst the frenzy, no one noticed Park Seo-jun. She had slipped into the venue unnoticed, her eyes scanning for one person. Seeing a monster like Lee Yongwan in the competition shook her to her core. A wave of anxiety crashed over her. Would Kim Seo-jun survive against a beast like that? Meanwhile, our MC was having a rough time. The maze walls were adamantine, harder than steel. He cursed himself for not mastering Thesser's mountain-breaking technique in time. He pushed forward until he reached a fork in the road. Logic dictated the standard maze rule: keep your hand on one wall and follow it until the end. But something stopped him. A gut feeling. A whisper in his soul telling him to ignore logic and go the opposite way. The intuition skill from Ken's lecture was kicking in. It was time to gamble. Kim Seo-jun decided to trust his sixth sense and dive into the unknown. The speakers blared with elimination announcements, one after another. But on Kim Seo-jun's path, silence. Not a single obstacle stood in his way. It was smooth. Too smooth. Suspicion crept in. Was his intuition skill actually broken? Or was it guiding him around every single monster in the dungeon? He was lost in thought when a familiar voice shattered his focus. It was Min. Of all the people to run into it, had to be the coward. Min started rambling, trying to give advice on things Kim Seo-jun already knew. Kim Seo-jun ignored him, trusting his gut. Min, realizing he was ranked as weak trash alongside Kim Seo-jun, didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Then Min pulled out the ultimate death flag, a photo of his little sister. That was it. Kim Seo-jun knew he had to separate from this guy immediately for his own survival. Great seeing you. Let's never meet again. Kim Seo-jun turned to leave, but Min clung to him like a wet blanket, wailing and begging on the dungeon floor. It was pathetic. The $100,000 prize was calling his name. Why should he care about this kid? But then Min mentioned his deceased parents. The words struck a chord, unearthing Kim Seo-jun's own buried trauma. Kim Seo-jun froze. He stood there like a statue while Min panicked, thinking he had blown it. But then a shift in the air. Kim Seo-jun's demeanor did a complete 180. Sympathy won over greed. He agreed to let Min tag along, leaving the boy completely stunned. From that moment on, Kim Seo-jun moved with purpose. Every step was calculated, every turn confident. Min scrambled to keep up, utterly confused by this sudden display of leadership. Finally, they reached a dead end. Or so it seemed. Without hesitation, Kim Seo-jun unleashed a punch into the solid wall. Boom! Light flooded in, accompanied by the roar of the outside world. They had escaped. And not just escaped, they had shattered the time record. The crowd screamed in disbelief. It was a miracle. Min stood there, his brain short-circuiting. He was still in shock. He had just wanted a meat shield, but somehow this weakling had carried him to first place in 27 minutes flat. While the arena buzzed with gossip, Kim Seo-jun sat quietly studying lectures on his phone. He didn't even notice Lee Yong-won approaching him, practically radiating hostility. The top contender scanned Kim Seo-jun from head to toe. His eyes were filled with disdain, unable to comprehend how this nobody had beaten his time. After a tense moment, Lee Yong-won scoffed. A mocking smile twisted his lips as he turned away, dismissing the victory as pure dumb luck. Kim Seo-jun exhaled. He thought a fight was about to break out right there. But there was no time to rest. Round 2 was announced. One-on-one duels. Since this was a grade 4 tournament, fairness was the priority. All mana-infused weapons were banned. Mana body reinforcement, banned. It was a test of pure skill. Kim Seo-jun did the math. 32 contestants had survived the first round. A bracket of 32 is standard for these tournaments. But reality is rarely standard. Before the pairings could even be decided, a hand shot up. Someone was quitting. Terror had taken hold. Kim Seo-jun watched in disbelief as the dominoes started to fall. Outside the stadium, Park Seol-ju was about to leave. But a commotion at the betting station stopped her. The gamblers were arguing loudly, almost all of them throwing their money on Lee Yong-won. No one in their right mind would bet on a rookie. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted. A mysterious woman approached the counter. She slammed down a suitcase containing $1 million, all on Kim Seo-jun. The crowd went insane at the audacity. Back in the arena, the psychological warfare was working. The rumors of Lee Yong-won's brutality had spread like a virus. Fear conquered greed. Cadets forfeited in droves, terrified of facing the monsters in human skin. In the end, only 5 remained. The 5 bravest or perhaps craziest souls in the exam. The brackets were drawn. Kim Seo-jun versus Jang Do-kun. Lee Yong-won versus the terrified Min. And Chun Min. He got the lucky bye, surviving to the next round without lifting a finger. He calculated the odds. If he dominated both rounds, would the championship trophy be handed to him on a silver platter? Seeing Min trembling in fear, yet refusing to surrender, brought a smirk to his face. It was showtime. Kim Seo-jun stepped into the arena with casual grace. His calm demeanor left Min speechless. The crowd roared as the next round began. Kim Seo-jun versus the Goliath of Gochuri Academy, Jeongduk Sunday. After a brief exchange of taunts, the battle exploded. The giant charged with full force, but Kim Seo-jun watched him with eyes full of arrogance. Back in the waiting room, Min was a nervous wreck. He feared for Kim Seo-jun, but Dong Hwan's murderous aura terrified him even more. Just as despair crept in, the screen flashed winner Kim Seo-jun. A surge of courage instantly flooded Min's veins. The terror that had paralyzed him evaporated like mist in the morning sun. Rewind a few minutes. While Duke Sun swung his blade like a wild beast, Kim Seo-jun danced around him, light as a feather, draining the giant's stamina. Enraged, the giant unleashed his ultimate strike. But Kim Seo-jun countered with a gale force slash, forcing the behemoth to his knees in total defeat. Oh, come on, Kim Seo-jun checked his status window. Despite the exhaustion, his stats barely budged. This leveling manhwa reality was brutal on his timeline. At this snail's pace, he'd fail every single quest from the masters before the deadline expired. To avoid bankruptcy from buying gear and entry passes, winning that prize money wasn't just an option, it was survival. Dragging his exhausted body back to the waiting room, he was met by Min's enthusiastic cheers. But soon the bell rang for the second match. While Min trembled, Dong Hwan radiated pure, suffocating arrogance. Suddenly, the underdog spoke up. He confessed that Kim Seo-jun felt familiar. Watching him defeat the giant, made Min feel like he had won too. Yet envy mixed with his joy. He knew he was just an unlucky nobody with zero talent. But for his sister's sake, he had to be strong. As Min marched out, Kim Seo-jun watched his small back silently praying they would meet in the finals. Seeing the weakling mutter encouragement to himself only fueled Dong Hwan's irritation. He prepared to crush the boy. To a predator like him, Min was nothing but prey, a worthless insect at the bottom of the food chain. The gap in their status was absolute. Watching Min point a trembling sword at him was the ultimate joke to Dong Hwan. The signal blared. Dong Hwan didn't hesitate, unleashing a barrage of strikes that forced Min into a desperate defense. His body froze up. Bam! A fiery punch to the gut crumpled Min to the floor, gasping in agony. Blood sprayed from his lips. He couldn't stand. The gap in power was undeniable. But through the haze he thought of Kim Seo-jun. Summoning the spirit of an awakening manhwa hero, he forced himself back up one last time. Even if it was futile, he had to reach him. He swung with everything he had. A cold metallic clang rang out, signaling the end. Min lay unconscious at the victor's feet. But only Dong Hwan knew the truth. That trembling blade had grazed his cheek, a tiny cut that shattered his massive ego. Amidst the cheers, he stomped on Min's head, screaming that trash belongs in the garbage. The atmosphere instantly turned ice cold. Before he could crush the boy completely, steel-flashed Kim Seo-jun blocked the stomp. He couldn't wait for the finals. Someone needed a beating right now. Glances clashed like lightning bolts, while the audience held their breath for the drama unfolding. Dong Hwan demanded he back off, but Kim Seo-jun's eyes burned cold. Take your foot off him, now. Provoking him further, the bully ground his heel into Min's skull. That was it. Kim Seo-jun's rage boiled over. With a swift kick, he sent the tyrant flying and scooped Min up. It was a brotherly moment that made Dong Hwan sick to his stomach. He despised weaklings with delusions of grandeur. The verbal clash between him and Kim Seo-jun sucked the air out of the arena. Whispers filled the stands, but the organizers stayed silent, ordered to let the carnage play out. Dong Hwan sneered, ready to preach his twisted worldview. The strong devour the weak. Dreamers die first. His words froze Kim Seo-jun, echoing the dark thoughts he once held. For 9 hellish years as a low-rank hunter, reality had beaten that same lesson into his bones. He had been a nobody, no talent, no money, powerless to change his fate. Hard work only delayed starvation. Thousands of times he had asked himself, should I just give up? But while fear once ruled him, he would never let a monster like this trample on Min's dignity. Warnings about disqualification fell on deaf ears. Kim Seo-jun spun his staff and launched a ferocious assault. But the tyrant blocked it instantly. The arena shook as two unstoppable forces collided, a true clash of dragons and tigers. Dong Hwan's power was overwhelming, pushing Kim Seo-jun back. Not here, Kim Seo-jun told himself. I cannot lose here. He needed to flow like water, trusting his instincts. Bam! A solid strike landed square on Dong Hwan's chest. Lee Yong-hwan snapped, his sanity crumbling as he thrust his blade forward. Though he had always been the apex predator, the razor-sharp glint in Kim Seo-jun's eyes forced a moment of primal hesitation. Shaking off the fear, Lee Yong-hwan roared and launched himself at Kim Seo-jun for a second fatal clash. But this time was different. The protagonist parried every lethal strike with fluid grace, his speed ramping up until Lee Yong-hwan looked like a rabid beast swiping uselessly at a ghost. Capitalizing on a fatal opening, Kim Seo-jun's staff slammed into Lee Yong-hwan, knocking him back in a display of utter humiliation. Enraged, the villain drew upon a forbidden technique, summoning a blade of pure energy that sent shockwaves through the arena. Without proper mana, control victory was impossible, yet Lee Yong-hwan didn't care. Consumed by jealousy, he gripped the glowing sword of destruction, preparing to obliterate Kim Seo-jun amidst the terrified screams of the audience. Every instinct screamed at the main character to flee, to survive. Yet his body refused to retreat, standing firm against the coming storm. His mind raced, warning him that running now would render all his blood, sweat, and tears meaningless in this brutal leveling manhwa. Suddenly, a memory surfaced. His teacher's voice echoed in his mind. The most pathetic defeat is not losing to an enemy, but losing to one's own fear. Trust in your training. Even if you fall, go down fighting with the spirit of a warrior. Fueled by that burning resolve, Kim Seo-jun spun and charged, shattering Lee Yong-hwan's calculations and nearly making him cough blood from pure shock. Hatred met determination in a head-on collision that made the very earth tremble. Boom! A blinding flash erupted, kicking up a massive cloud of dust that swallowed the stage, leaving the breathless crowd wondering who was still standing. As the smoke cleared, a figure collapsed. It was Lee Yong-hwan blood. gushing from his mouth as his consciousness faded away. Beside him stood Kim Seo-jun, gasping for air but unbroken. Against all odds, the underdog had crushed the elite, sparking a deafening roar of approval from the stands. The stadium exploded with energy. Their arrogant champion Lee Yong-won had been flattened like a bug on the pavement by the relentless Kim Seo-jun. The air vibrated with a single chant, over and over, screaming Kim Seo-jun's name to the heavens. Watching from above, Park Seo-ju felt faint. Just 2 weeks ago, he struggled with basic mana blades, but now, he was unleashing spear aura like a grandmaster. It was unbelievable. Glancing aside, her eyes locked onto the mysterious figure she had noticed earlier, still shrouded in a heavy cloak. The stranger seemed frozen in shock, unable to process the reality that a nobody like Kim Seo-jun had seized victory. His reaction was too intense, as if a law of nature had just been broken. Park Seo-ju narrowed her eyes, remembering clearly that this man had bet on Kim Seo-jun to win. So why the surprise? When she looked back, he had vanished into thin air like sea foam. Meanwhile, the golden hues of sunset draped over Kim Seo-jun's exhausted, battered form. As he limped away, the official ruling came down. Because he had intervened in the match, Kim Seo-jun was stripped of his qualification. Since he ignored the referee's warnings in an unofficial bout, he technically broke the rules. As for Lee Yong-won, his use of lethal sword aura proved he intended to commit murder. The punishment was swift. Lee Yong-won was banned from the Super Hunter exam for 5 years. Consequently, the organizers declared Lee Juk-min the default champion. Min took second place, and Duck somehow slid into third. It was a bizarre conclusion to this manhwa recap, but Kim Seo-jun simply shrugged it off. After all, the experience was worth more than the trophy. His combat proficiency had skyrocketed during the life-or-death duel with Lee Yong-won. A system notification pinged. The Shang-il spearmanship mastery had surged past 50%, likely triggered by that strange spiritual energy he felt earlier. While he was busy scrolling through his phone for new skill books, Park Seo-ju popped up behind him, making him jump out of his skin. She asked if he was hurt. When he apologized for ruining the match and losing the prize money, Park Seo-ju paused. In truth, she didn't care about the cash. She was just relieved he was still in one piece. But then reality hit Kim Seo-jun. The goldfish memory faded, and he clutched his head in agony. His shopping plans, gone with the wind. He had to bid a tearful farewell to the Longinus spear and the next training course. But what's done is done. He sighed, admitting that while the money hurt, staying on the sidelines would have been a regret that haunted him forever. Hearing this, the weight on Park Seo-ju's chest finally lifted. As they shared a laugh, Min came rushing over bandages, still wrapped around his fresh wounds. Seeing his idol leaving, Min gathered every ounce of courage and declared that he wanted to become strong, just like Kim Seo-jun. Those words scratched at Kim Seo-jun's weary heart. Looking into Min's teary eyes, he forced himself to be cold. "It's going to be difficult," he said flatly. "In this unforgiving era, hard work alone isn't enough. Without innate talent, a hunter like Min would inevitably be left behind in the dust of this awakening manhwa world." He urged the boy not to obsess over the hunter lifestyle. There were other paths, other ways for a young man to find his worth. The words were a bucket of ice water, extinguishing Min's fantasy. Shoulders slumping, he thanked Kim Seo-jun quietly and turned to walk away. But then, Kim Seo-jun called out to his retreating back. "Don't let anyone else decide your worth. If you want to do something, do it proudly. That is enough." Tears welled up in Min's eyes as the lesson sank in. Under the pale afternoon sun, they shared a silent, emotional farewell. Park Seo-ju stared at him, stunned, seeing a depth to him she hadn't noticed before. And when he casually said, "Our academy," her heart did a little flip. Unable to contain her joy, she grabbed him and dragged him along to her grandfather's workshop. She was going to craft him a weapon worthy of a champion. Meanwhile, in a temple far from the city, Park Seo-ju-chun, the Sword Saint's retainer, scrambled into the meditation chamber. The Sword Saint's aura was so oppressive it nearly crushed the poor servant's lungs. Gasping for breath, Park Seo-ju-chun reported that Lady Park Seo-ju had joined the academy tournament and had seemingly recruited a fascinating new student. This piqued the interest of the legendary Sword Saint Park Min-jin. His eyes snapped open. He had to see for himself what kind of monster this student was. Back in the city, Kim Seo-jun returned to the grind, taking on endless quests to fund his gear. Watching his relentless drive, Park Seo-ju felt a fire ignite within her gaze. Despite dragging him to the finest armory in the city, Kim Park Seo-ju's standards were simply too high to be satisfied by mere mortal steel. The girl didn't miss a beat. She read his disappointed expression like an open book. leaving him absolutely stunned by her intuition. But who could blame him? After witnessing weapons forged by transcendent beings, how could these scrap metal toys possibly satisfy his hunger for power? It reminded him of the brutal inflation plaguing this world, a side effect of the law of causality. If wealth isn't earned through blood and sweat, it holds no value here. Park Seo-jun broke the silence with a burning question. How exactly did he control his mana with such terrifying precision? She had watched him slaughter monsters in the dungeon. His control was absolute, his technique flawless, yet she had never seen him practice a single breathing exercise. That's when it hit him. He had never actually learned a formal mana cultivation technique, the foundation for efficiency and control. These techniques are the lifeblood of a hunter, graded by tier and strictly patented. To hunt without one is to fight with one hand tied behind your back. That was his entire reason for infiltrating the Hunter Academy. But Park Seo-jun revealed a shocker: her grandfather had strictly forbidden her from learning their standard trash techniques. Instead, she offered something far more valuable. She would teach him a unique technique she had developed herself, leaving Park Seo-jun wide-eyed with surprise. He hadn't expected her to be a hidden genius, but it made sense. Mana control was the dividing line between the weak and the strong, just like in his duel with Lee Seo-jun. With some downtime before the next crisis, mastering this mechanic's common in a leveling manhwa seemed like the perfect way to spend his afternoon. In a ruthless world ruled by cause and effect, mana was the only weapon capable of shattering the chains of destiny and rewriting the rules. Once alone, he pulled up a lecture by the great sage Merlin. But staring at the screen, his brain felt like it was turning to mush. The sage finished the explanation in a flash. "Find your own path," he said. Park Seo-jun sat there dumbfounded. Wait, homework before understanding? Seriously? He closed his eyes and focused. Thanks to his martial arts foundation, he could feel the energy humming in his veins, yet shaping it was like trying to hold water in his hands. He recalled the sage's words. Mana flows like a halo. With gritted teeth, he forced every ounce of his willpower to compress the erratic energy. Sparks flew. In a sudden flash of brilliance, a solid mana stone materialized in his palm, defying all expectations. It was tiny, but it was a start. "I'll get better," he told himself. Suddenly, a voice dripping with authority boomed from behind. It was the Northern Blade Saint Minchin. The old monster had come to inspect the new recruit, only to witness a miracle: a novice forging a mana stone by hand. It was clumsy, yes, but to achieve such a feat without guidance, that was the mark of a terrifying genius. Why would a prodigy like this hide in a lowly academy? Suspicion darkened the old man's face. He concluded this boy was targeting his precious granddaughter. Park Seo-jun bowed blissfully, unaware of the danger. "Park Seo-jun just left," he said politely. The old man's expression shifted from suspicious to absolutely murderous. Minchin stared into his soul. The killing intent radiating from the old master was thick enough to suffocate a normal man instantly. Unless one was an S-class hunter, they should be trembling on the floor. Yet Park Seo-jun stood there calm as a still lake. That alone was suspicious. Park Seo-jun looked around, confused by the heavy atmosphere. Minchin snapped. Sword in hand, he marched forward, a walking storm of fury and protective rage. Whoosh! A wave of invisible force slammed into Park Seo-jun, sending him tumbling back in sheer terror. Meanwhile, Park Seo-jun was searching for her grandfather. She wanted to explain the situation, but the old man was nowhere to be found. She never imagined he was already at the academy, about to execute her new friend. Spotting bodyguard Seo, she rushed over, relief washing over her. "Perfect timing," she cried. "I need to find Grandpa right now." The bodyguard's smile vanished. His face went pale as a sheet. The master? He went to the academy. Park Seo-jun's heart stopped. She spun around and sprinted like her life depended on it. A meeting between those two was a recipe for disaster. But she feared it was already too late. Back in the dojo, the air crackled with tension. Park Seo-jun noticed something: the blade was still in its scabbard. This wasn't an execution. It was intimidation. His voice shook as he tried to de-escalate. "Sir, this is a huge misunderstanding." But the old tiger wasn't listening to excuses. Waves of oppressive aura crashed against him. It took everything Park Seo-jun had just to stay standing. The Blade Saint was on a rampage. Pitch-black energy swirled around the old master. To him, every word from Park Seo-jun's mouth sounded like a lie. There was no reasoning with this stubborn legend. Park Seo-jun sighed internally. Fine, have it your way. He realized the old man's intent was heavy but devoid of actual bloodlust. If the Blade Saint truly wanted him dead, Kim Park Seo-jun's head would have rolled the moment their eyes met. Standing before him was a living legend, the pinnacle of swordsmanship. Fear melted away, replaced by the thrill of a manhwa recap protagonist facing his destiny. He didn't back down. Kim Park Seo-jun shifted his footing and raised his weapon. Minchun's eyes widened in surprise. Decades of dominance, countless challengers, yet only this boy dared to ignite his fighting spirit in the face of such overwhelming power. But Minchun's love for his granddaughter blinded him. The old man moved, a strike so fast and heavy, it felt like the sky was collapsing. Kim Park Seo-jun was launched into the air. He opened his eyes mid-flight. A tsunami of killing intent was rushing towards him. Cold sweat drenched his back, but a true survivor never gives up. He swung his sword against the pressure, but the gap in power was absolute. He was swatted away like a fly skidding across the floor. Something felt off. The old man was holding back. This was his only chance to steal a glimpse of the peak. Gritting his teeth, he rose from the dust for one last strike. His body screamed in agony under the Sword Saint's relentless assault, but the teachings of the great mage Merlin echoed in his mind like a lifeline. Summoning every last ounce of mana in his broken frame, Kim Seo-jun hurled his staff with desperate explosive force. As the dust settled, he lay broken, unable to even lift a finger. Yet his persistence in calling out Park Seo-jun's name, even while barely conscious, made the old master's head throb with irritation. Just as the Sword Saint's killing aura flared up for another strike, Park Seo-jun burst onto the scene. Fate truly had a twisted sense of humor. The old monster finally powered down, staring at the bruised and battered face of the protagonist. Seeing these two bickering like children was enough to give Park Seo-jun a migraine. She had never witnessed anyone dare to defy the Sword Saint's authority like this before. But today, Park Minchun had crossed a line, and shame burned within her for letting Kim Seo-jun suffer such brutality. She bowed her head in apology, flustering the main character. But one look at the grandfather's piercing gaze told Kim Seo-jun he needed to leave now. He quickly made a tactical retreat, using the hospital as an excuse, leaving Park Seo-jun grateful for his sharp instincts. Once he was gone, the air turned ice cold. She faced the legendary warrior trembling but determined to speak her truth for the first time. But Park Minchun struck first, claiming Kim Seo-jun was suspicious. His dismissive tone unleashed 30 years of suppressed resentment within her. For 31 years, she had lived under his crushing expectations. Even at the Hunter Academy, he had chased away every potential student or ally acting like a tyrant. She knew exactly why he did it, to keep her isolated in his shadow. He had sabotaged her every attempt at independence. She had always stayed silent when others left, but she refused to let this leveling manhwa protagonist slip away. Her patience shattered, and she screamed her defiance right into her grandfather's face. All the pain she had buried deep inside finally erupted like a volcano. Through sobbing tears, she declared this was her academy, not his. It wasn't about romance yet, but whenever she looked at Kim Seo-jun, she felt a strange magnetic pull she couldn't explain. His presence made her want to freeze time, even if she didn't understand the source of these feelings. She refused to be a puppet any longer. She roared that she could not live in his shadow for 1 second more. Without giving the old man a chance to retort, she turned her back and stormed out. The Sword Saint was left standing there, completely paralyzed by the shock of his granddaughter's first rebellion. Memories of that cursed day flooded back the dungeon explosion that took his son. To protect the only family he had left, he had become a monster. He had forced the sword into her hands, ignoring her dream of being a simple teacher, believing strength was the only way to survive. He knew he was crushing her spirit, but he had looked the other way. Now, standing in the silence, he finally tasted the bitter fruit of his control. A few days later, Kim Seo-jun walked the streets, stretching his healing limbs. That encounter with the Sword Saint had nearly ended his manhwa recap career before it began. If Park Seo-jun hadn't intervened, he would be in a coffin right now, not just nursing bruises. The old man was a beast. She had called him last night, pouring out the truth about her suffocating family legacy. While he sympathized with their drama, getting beaten to a pulp for no reason still rubbed him the wrong way. Still, he had to face the old monster again to clear the air. This feud had to end today. He opened the door with trembling hands, and seeing Park Minchun waiting there nearly stopped his heart. Was round 2 about to start? Surprisingly, they sat down like civilized people, though the old man eyed him with the suspicion of a hawk watching a snake. Kim Seo-jun grit his teeth and insisted he had nothing to hide. The Sword Saint's instincts told him the boy wasn't lying, but the raw, unrefined talent radiating from this awakening manhwa character gave the master a headache. He just didn't like the kid's face. Suddenly, Kim Seo-jun asked to train. The old man's eyes lit up. This was his chance to expose the boy's true martial arts. But what followed left the legendary warrior dumbfounded. The kid just sat there, staring at a black phone screen. Was this some kind of mental cultivation? Staring at a blank screen for hours, was this a joke? Thinking it was deep meditation, Park started lecturing on the flow of mana, only to be met with indifferent grunts. The disrespect was palpable. Desperate to prove his worth, the Sword Saint hinted that he could teach Kim Seo-jun legendary techniques, trying to bait him into asking for help. But Kim Seo-jun had his system. He didn't need a teacher. He flatly rejected the offer and went back to his screen. Park Min-chun nearly coughed up blood. Never in his life had a Sword Saint been rejected by a rookie. It was a humiliation beyond words. Park Seo-ju arrived to find the two staring daggers at each other and quickly stepped in to prevent a murder. Her grandfather pulled her into the shadows, whispering frantically that the boy had lost his mind. She blinked in confusion. Sure, Kim Seo-jun was eccentric, but crazy. She was used to his weird antics by now. She just shrugged off the old man's warning. Seeing the radiant smile on her face when she looked at Kim Seo-jun, the old man realized something terrifying. She had never looked this happy before. His grip tightened on his cane. How dare this punk steal his precious granddaughter's heart? Suddenly, a bodyguard rushed in with urgent news. The Justice Guild had arrived. The high-ranking Kalia stepped forward, demanding to see Kim Seo-jun. The room went silent. Even the Sword Saint was stunned that such a powerful figure knew this rookie. Park Seo-ju's mind raced back to the tournament, recalling a mysterious cloaked figure in the crowd. The gears of fate were turning once again. It was truly surreal. Kalia wasn't just anyone, but one of the 7 legendary apostles of the Justice Church, commanding authority that rivaled heads of state. As the heir to the currently vacant seat of Purity, her influence was absolute, yet she had personally requested an audience with Kim Seo-jun. Our protagonist didn't hesitate to decline. Why bother with strangers when he could be grinding levels in the comfort of his own home? But the Star Guard interjected, suspecting that Kalia had anticipated this very rejection from the start. She had left a message, a promise of $100,000 if he accepted. The offer struck him like lightning. How could she possibly know he was desperate for cash? In this awakening Manhwa world, the Justice Church worshipped the concept of justice itself. Their leader, the Azure Emperor, remained a figure of mystery flanked by his 7 essential apostles. They claimed their word was divine law. A century ago, they were dismissed as a mere fanatic cult. However, when the Great Cataclysm descended, they united with countless heroes. Their power became the shield of humanity, ushering in a new era of peace and cementing their influence. But the true terror of that era was a colossal monstrosity, a beast born of pure madness and brutality. Its power was unfathomable. Even a coalition of the world's greatest heroes couldn't put a scratch on it. It was a calamity dubbed the Second Flood. The only ones capable of felling such a nightmare were the Azure Emperor and his 7 apostles. They were the key to salvation. Fast forward to the present, inside a secluded hotel on the outskirts of Seoul, Kim Seo-jun and Min-chun arrived to face destiny. Kim Seo-jun was intrigued by Park Seo-ju's earlier warning. If Kalia was planning to recruit him into some shady leveling manhwa plot, he needed to look her in the eye and find the truth. Following the guide, they stepped into a suite that screamed opulence and power. Min-chun revealed that this was his first encounter with Kalia as well, a confession that caught Kim Seo-jun off guard. He assumed these heavy hitters were close. While waiting, the old man admitted he had met the previous apostle of purity, but never the successor. Even the Azure Emperor was merely a distant silhouette in his memory. Suddenly, the doors parted. Kalia, the golden-haired heir of purity, glided in with an aura that commanded immediate submission. She introduced herself with practiced elegance, a believer in absolute justice, the voice of their god, and the future of the purity seat. Her eyes locked onto Kim Seo-jun, gleaming with an unreadable delight at finally meeting him. She explained that a subordinate had observed his performance at the Academy tournament. The reports were so glowing, she simply had to witness his potential firsthand. That was her official excuse. But Kim Seo-jun sensed a deeper scheme behind the invitation. Kalia chuckled, impressed by his sharp instincts. It seemed he could read her like an open book. With the tension established, the trio sat down to talk business. Kalia dropped the first bomb. She wanted Min-chun to join her on a dungeon reconnaissance mission. The old man bristled, demanding to know why he should bother. She revealed reports of a severe spatial distortion in a Korean dungeon. She wagered that Min-chun understood these anomalies better than anyone. It was clear she was using this mission to cement her succession, but Min-chun simply asked what was in it for him. Then Kalia made a fatal error. She mentioned Park Seo-ju's Hunter Academy. In an instant, the atmosphere froze. Minchun's protective instincts flared into a terrifying killing intent. The air grew so cold that even Kim Seo-jun felt a chill crawl down his spine. Realizing she had stepped on a landmine, Kalia immediately apologized. She pledged a favor and swore on the honor of the Justice Church to appease the enraged Grandmaster. With the blood oath of justice sworn, she finally turned her attention back to Kim Seo-jun. The church wanted to sponsor his activities outside the academy's jurisdiction, claiming they expected nothing in return. They called it a gesture of friendship. But to Kim Seo-jun, this smelled like a classic trap. In this world, free gifts usually came with a heavy price tag. Deciding to gamble everything, he ignored the risks and abruptly shoved his smartphone screen right in her face. He demanded to know what she saw. Contrary to his fears, Kalia looked confused and admitted she saw nothing but a blank black screen. That was the confirmation he needed. Since she couldn't perceive the system interface, he flatly rejected her offer. It was a walking red flag avoided. Later that night, however, the beautiful Kalia was seething with frustration. Her intel claimed Kim Seo-jun was extraordinary, yet to her eyes, he appeared to be nothing more than a novice hunter with mediocre potential. Still, the moment he thrust that phone at her lingered in her mind. An unsettling feeling gnawed at her composure. Dismissing the thought, her subordinate reported contacting the Black Saint and Heart Saint regarding the unseen ones. Meanwhile, our duo had already departed. Kim Seo-jun reflected on the meeting with disdain. Even if this Manhwa recap involved church politics, he refused to align with someone whose smile hit a dagger. He much preferred the straightforward honesty of Park Seo-jun's academy. Minchun finally explained the dungeon scouting mission. Magical distortions were creating ripples that could trigger a dungeon break or rapid evolution. It was a phenomenon reminiscent of the Great Cataclysm. Before parting ways, the old man warned Kim Seo-jun to keep his distance from Park Seo-jun. But Kim Seo-jun saw through the grumpiness. He teased the old man about implicitly approving of him until Minchun snapped, forcing our hero to flee before he got punched. When Park Seo-jun saw Kim Seo-jun return alone, her eyes widened in surprise. She began to apologize for her grandfather's stubbornness, but Kim Seo-jun cut her off, defending the old man's integrity. Hearing him try to bridge the gap between them, Park Seo-jun's heart swelled with a quiet happiness. Knowing his pockets were empty, Park Seo-jun flashed a notification before his eyes. It was a call to arms for the dungeon sweep competition, kicking off on the 24th. She explained the nature of this grind. It was a cleanup mission for neglected dungeons, low-rank gates that paid peanuts and were a total pain to clear. But if left unchecked, these dungeons would shatter, triggering a dungeon break. Even weak monsters could slaughter civilians if they flooded the streets. Usually, civil servant hunters handled this grunt work. But wasting high-tier awakeners on these trash heaps was inefficient and a massive drain on resources. So, the government cooked up a new scheme. They replaced the elite squads with this mass extermination competition. Most of these gates were weak enough for students to handle. Since the academies were overflowing with eager rookies, the government just had to dangle a carrot to mobilize them. Participation would automatically boost their student evaluations. But what really caught his eye was the winner's prize pool, 300,000. Plus, since it was a pure extermination run, he could power level his lecture proficiency just by slaughtering beasts. It was the perfect setup for a leveling Manhwa protagonist. Kim Park Seo-jun was all in. Seeing Park Seo-jun's beaming face, he couldn't help but chuckle. She acted like she wasn't asking for a favor, but he saw right through her little performance. She must have scoured the entire city for this intel. But experience taught him one thing in this world: chaos always found a way to disrupt the plan. He couldn't let his guard down. His goal was set in stone: dominate the competition and secure that cash reward at all costs. Park Seo-jun laid out the timeline: 1 week of total warfare. Once the clock started, the government would drop a list of targets to be destroyed. It was a race against time. Participants had to claim a dungeon via the app Rush there and clear it. The deadline: a strict 10 hours per gate. You could only reserve one at a time. Fail to show, and the reservation is void. The scoring criteria were simple: brutal, speed, and maximum kill count. Speed was king. Honestly, the gas money alone might bankrupt a normal contestant. Kim Park Seo-jun crunched the numbers and realized this was going to be a grind. He had to clear the dungeon and harvest the corpses, but speed was the ultimate factor. Should he just blitz for the prize and leave the loot rotting? No. Suddenly, a devilish idea sparked in Kim Park Seo-jun's mind. A few days later, D-Day arrived. Kim Park Seo-jun checked his status. Thanks to his relentless grinding, his stats and lecture proficiency had climbed significantly. But his other skills had hit a wall. He needed a catalyst. With the app installed, he stood waiting for the final piece of his puzzle: the helper. Finally, a vehicle roared into view. It was none other than Uncle Manchalo, his old comrade from the hard-knock days at the construction site. He had called the old man days ago for backup. Manchalo wasn't just a driver. He was going to be the logistics commander for the monster carcasses. He desperately needed this help because stripping valuable parts from monsters required the surgical precision of a pro. There was no one he trusted more. Suddenly, ding, the notification rang out. The competition had officially begun. They bid Park Seo-jun farewell and hit the asphalt. Kim Park Seo-jun held up 2 fingers. Uncle, there are 2 absolute conditions for victory. First, how fast I slaughter the beasts. Second, how fast we get to the next location. Speed isn't just an advantage, it's our lifeline. The targets are rank 1 and 2 trash mobs. The fighting is the easy part. The real enemy is the travel time between gates. Manchalo scanned the holographic map, his eyes darting between the dungeon coordinates on the list. Find the shortest route, Kim Park Seo-jun commanded. Manchalo sighed at the insane demand but slammed the accelerator to the floor. Meanwhile, the supervisor Gujin was practically falling asleep in the back. Seeing Kim Park Seo-jun, a nobody from Dream Academy, she scoffed. Another average wannabe. He'll probably take an hour just to clear the entrance. The old man stayed by the car, so she relaxed. But before she could even blink, the gate flared open. Kim Park Seo-jun popped his head out. Uncle, get in here. Time to work. Gujin panicked. Hey, no outside interference. She thought they were pulling a scam. It's already cleared, he shouted back. Gujin froze. Is he mocking me? She stormed into the gate to expose his lie. But inside, it was a slaughterhouse. Mountains of monster corpses lay piled high, blood soaking the ground. It had only been 10 minutes. Her jaw hit the floor. The duo ignored her shock, hauling carcasses like a well-oiled machine. Manchalo's knife work was a blur. 15 seconds per monster. Pure artistry. Gujin tried to protest the harvesting but realized there was no rule against loot. They continued their gruesome dance of death and dismantling. The scene was a bloodbath of efficiency. Before Gujin could process the trauma, they were back in the van, tires screeching, leaving her soul behind. The van tore down the highway like a getaway car. Next location, Kim Park Seo-jun dove in, unleashing a storm of basic attacks. Monsters fell like wheat. He dragged the loot to Manchalo and vanished into the car again. The supervisor's brain had completely stopped working. Back at the Department of Safety, the control room was in chaos. Who is this kid? Kim Park Seo-jun was dominating the leaderboard with 32 clears. It looked like a glitch, but the reports were solid. He wasn't just winning. He was erasing every dungeon on his path like a system Manhwa legend. Less than 10 minutes per dungeon? The judge stammered. And 0 rule violations. He's clean. The section chief frowned. Dream Academy, wait. That's the school run by the Sword Saint's grandson. A chill ran down his spine. Did the Sword Saint interfere? Panic set in as he ordered a triple check on the data. Meanwhile, the second-place prodigy Lion bowed her head in shame. I'm sorry, father. Her father's voice was cold. Can you clear 32 gates in a single day? He sneered, a dark glint in his eyes. He didn't do it alone. Someone is pulling the strings from the shadows. She turned her back with a satisfied smirk, but a seed of doubt began to sprout in her heart. Could her father be corrupt? He was the legendary former rank A hunter Lee Seo-jun and the current absolute ruler of the academy. To him, power and profit were the only truths in this world. Everything else, just meaningless noise for the weak. With his Machiavellian intellect, he prayed she wasn't naive enough to believe in innocence, causing Park Seo-jun to question her very identity. She left his office in silence, memories of that boy flooding her mind. A boy of pure righteousness, her polar opposite. Shame burned through her veins like liquid fire. Darkness had fallen over the city. Even in a leveling manhwa like this, the grind takes a toll. Kim Seo-jun and Uncle Manchio collapsed on a park bench, their bodies screaming in exhaustion. Time to tally the loot. After taxes and fees, a massive 78 million won. If they split it 50-50, that was nearly 3.9 million each. But Uncle Manchio refused. He insisted on a 70-30 split, knowing full well who the real carry was. Seo-jun had no choice but to accept the old man's loyalty. Seo-jun paused, a question lingering in the air. Why wasn't the old man shocked by his insane dungeon raiding speed? The truth came out. Uncle had watched him fight at the academy long ago. A smile touched Seo-jun's lips. This grumpy old porter had been his silent guardian angel all along. By day 2 of the competition, they were legends. The duo was now known as the Dungeon Sweepers, dominating the #1 spot on the leaderboards. With this momentum, the championship wasn't just a dream. It was destiny waiting to be seized. 5 days remained. Hearts pounding with anticipation, they prayed to the gods of fortune that their streak would continue. But on the morning of day 3, the system threw them a curveball. Seo-jun stared in disbelief. Every single dungeon around him was already booked. The nearest open gate was an hour away. A complete blockade. Someone was intentionally trying to halt his leveling progress. They had to scramble for scraps. But the trap was tight. The next dungeon booked. The one after that sealed shut by rival hunters. A pathetic haul of only 10 dungeons cleared. It was sabotage. Mon Cheo suspected the runner-up Lee Seo-jun was pulling dirty strings and urged Seo-jun to file a complaint immediately. Rage simmered in his chest. He was still the king on the throne, but with 3 days left, the gap was closing. If this shadow banning continued, his glorious victory would slip right through his fingers. Even ignoring the loot time, the travel distance was the real killer. Uncle was desperate to find a route, but against this level of obstruction, he was helpless. Seo-jun fell silent, then a devilish grin curled his lips. He had a plan. A counter-strategy so cunning, it was almost evil. The truth was ugly. Park Seo-jun's father had hired a mercenary army to book every gate around Seo-jun the moment he moved. But Seo-jun played 4D chess. He booked the dungeon right next to Lee Seo-jun. If they blocked him, they would starve their own princess of targets too. Mutually assured destruction. Just as calculated, neither of them could hunt properly. Her chance to flip the rankings vanished into thin air. If I go down, you're coming with me. Her father never anticipated such a ruthless tactic from a mere student. He told Park Seo-jun to keep fighting while he handled the pests. Day 5 arrived. Park Seo-jun looked up to see Kim Seo-jun and Mon Cheo walking with the swagger of conquerors. He threw a subtle jab at her cheating ways. Her face turned purple with fury. She knew exactly what his words implied. To her, humanity was a disease. Selfishness was the only law. Everyone weighed their actions on the scale of profit. If it benefits me, I do it. If not, screw it. In her world, altruism was a fairy tale for fools. She drew her blade and stormed into the dungeon, venting her rage in a whirlwind of blood. But when she emerged, Seo-jun was already finished. He was stripping the boss for parts with Mon Cheo. He even shamelessly asked for her monster's corpse. What was with this guy? For the money, he admitted without shame. She scoffed and turned away. Boring. Just another greed-filled hunter in a broken world. Being a hunter was just a job to her. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Master Min-chun was fighting for his life alongside Kalina. It was supposed to be a rank 6 gate, but it was a hellish rank 10. The stench of the Justice Church conspiracy was all over this trap. Just like the tragedy 30 years ago, suddenly a disciple of the demon star descended. The air grew heavy with a terrifying alien mana. Something was wrong. The guildmaster needed to reevaluate every single low-level gate immediately. Back at the arena, the impossible happened. 3 dungeon gates manifested simultaneously in front of Seo-jun. The supervisors lost their minds. Absolute madness. Wherever Seo-jun stepped, a swarm of interference followed like a curse. The enemy had evolved their tactics. Park Seo-jun was fuming. Her warrior's pride couldn't accept this chaotic mess. She demanded a fair fight. They had spoiled these cheaters for too long. Now the gloves were coming off. Ironically, her rage saved him. A new system rule triggered interference detected. The admins granted Seo-jun the right to bypass the bookings. The blockade was shattered, but Seo-jun celebrated too early. If one trap fails, the villain always has another. Car trouble, roadblocks, 100 excuses to stop their movement. The inevitable happened. Lee Seo-jun seized the #1 spot on the leaderboard. Seo-jun dug into the shadows. The connection was clear. She was the crown jewel of Lee Sok-man's corrupted academy empire. A silver-tongued princess with connections reaching the heavens. Her actual skill was mediocre, but her political power was S-rank. Unless the legendary sword saint intervened, justice was dead. But Seo-jun knew better than to pray for a miracle in this cruel world. She wouldn't even dare make contact. Park Seo-jun had already given his all. Mon put on a brave face, signaling that the rest was up to the man himself, Kim Park Seo-jun. Just the mention of his name brought a wicked, dangerous smirk to his face. He had definitely cooked up a devious plan. And voila! Welcome back to the channel, fam. Kim Park Seo-jun used a classic move, let's call it strategic bribery, to secure the dungeon booking. He cleared it in a blitz of 5 minutes. The management team was watching, so his enemies couldn't pull any tricks. Yet. This is peak Manhwa recap energy right here. Chaos erupted among the opposition. They finally realized he belonged to the academy founded by the Sword Saint's own granddaughter. Lokman, a man consumed by an abyss of greed, barked orders at his subordinates. Use any method, any dirty trick, just destroy him. After days of grinding, the rivalry reached a fever pitch. Kim Park, Seo-jun, and Sion were deadlocked with equal points. The organizers scrambled to hold an emergency meeting. To call it a meeting would be a joke. It was absolute anarchy. Inside Park, Seo-jun, and Lokman were at each other's throats, screaming curses with veins popping. The organizers refused to accept a tie for the championship. Since they had no proof of Sion's foul play, they came to a final verdict. Shin Rang-suk, the dungeon management captain, stepped up. Seeing both Kim Park, Seo-jun, and Sion ready, he laid out the rules for the ultimate showdown. The rules were simple but brutal. 3 dungeons stood before them. Each hunter had to choose one and clear it. Whoever clears their dungeon fastest, and then conquers the remaining one, takes the crown. All dungeons were rated level 2. Perfectly balanced. Or so they said. The choice was theirs. Kim Park Seo-jun's mind raced. The chance of her rigging this public match was low, but a hunter never lets his guard down. He made his move. I'll take the first dungeon on the right. That left the dungeon on the left for Sion. Suddenly, she leaned in her voice a poisonous whisper. Don't be too bitter when you lose. Before he could even process the taunt, she dashed inside Kim Park Seo-jun, grit his teeth and charged in after her. Her words echoed in his mind, but he shook them off. Who cares? Victory is the only thing that matters. Wait, what is this? He ran deeper and deeper into the abyss. Nothing but dead silence. 5 minutes passed without a single mob. The atmosphere was wrong, terribly wrong. Swish, a bone-chilling screech tore through the air. In a split second, a nightmare materialized, a level 4 manticore fangs dripping with malice. A level 4 beast in a level 2 dungeon? You've got to be kidding me. Kim Park Seo-jun cursed the heavens. He didn't hesitate. With a roar, he swung his staff. Boom. 1 strike, 1 kill. It was fast, but compared to a standard level 2 speedrun, he was way behind schedule. Kim Park Seo-jun sprinted toward the exit like his life depended on it. She must have already started the second dungeon by now. Bursting out, he spotted the captain. There was a level 4 monster inside. This match is rigged. But the captain's face was stone cold. Impossible to reset. Sion hasn't emerged yet. Kim Park Seo-jun froze. What she entered way before him. She should have been done ages ago. He had no idea. Inside her dungeon, Sion was staring into the face of true hell. Memories of the past crashed over her like a tidal wave. Back when she had her brother. Back when they trained with smiles on their faces. He was a fool, a kind, naive fool who believed in justice and heroism. So unlike her. Then came that accursed rainy night. She watched with her own eyes as he threw his life away, dying to save a complete stranger. Her entire world shattered. In that moment, something inside her broke. She swore an oath to the darkness, I will never end up like him. Since then, she fed on selfishness and hatred. Back outside, Kim Park Seo-jun's suspicion was growing. Why wasn't she coming out? Technically, this meant he won. But his gut screamed that something was wrong. This wasn't a victory. It was an omen. It wasn't a glitch in the system. The problem was with Sion. Suddenly, the assistant screamed. Magic readings are going haywire. It jumped from level 3 to level 4. The mana flow is collapsing. It's total chaos in there. This was a classic system Manhwa catastrophe in the making. The predicted values were fluctuating wildly. The dungeon level is skyrocketing. If we don't stabilize it, the whole dimension will detonate. It's going to blow. Park Seo-jun didn't think he moved. She's going to die. He dove straight into the portal. Inside, Sion was on her knees, bleeding out from the strikes of the mythical beast, the Heichi, the judge of good and evil. A level 6 catastrophe. The beast roared, shaking the very foundations of the dungeon. Sion couldn't believe her eyes. A monster of this caliber. Here. This thing belonged in ancient legends and textbooks, not standing right in front of her face. The beast's razor-sharp fangs snapped shut. Clang. Kim Park Seo-jun intercepted the blow just in time. His arms trembled under the crushing weight. Go run now. It was a true level 6 monster. Every movement created shockwaves that threatened to tear them apart. Park Seo-jun darted through the air like a lightning bolt, desperately drawing its aggro. Each hit was an oh my god moment. But amidst the destruction, Park Seo-jun's eyes narrowed. He was beginning to see the pattern in the chaos. Dodge the fatal blow. Lure it away. That was the plan. But fate is cruel. Schlick. The beast's horn pierced straight through his chest. Blood sprayed into the air like crimson rain. Agony seared through his nerves, but he refused to fall. With a guttural roar, he channeled every ounce of strength. and knocked the beast into the air. Sion watched, stunned. Why? Why go this far? They weren't friends. They were rivals. Why was he bleeding for her? You just want the prize money, don't you? Her worldview couldn't accept kindness. She screamed at him, "Get out! I won't thank you. I don't need this." Ignoring her screams, Kim Park-seol-ju's voice remained calm amidst the storm. "You're wrong about everything, but that doesn't mean you deserve to die. Life isn't something you throw away." His unyielding spirit. His gentle, yet iron-willed voice. It was impossible to ignore. In his silhouette, she saw the ghost of her kind, foolish brother. But reality was harsh. Fighting this beast was like smashing an egg against a boulder. Its speed was accelerating, becoming a blur of destruction. Suddenly, a memory surfaced. His master's teachings echoed in his mind. Intuition is the highest form of thought. A shiver ran down his spine. His aura flared. He figured it out. He had to merge his intuition and thoughts into a single entity. This was the true state of a transcendent being. Light flashed in his eyes as he regained his focus. He charged back into the duel, his entire body wrapped in a storm of spiritual energy reminiscent of a classic awakening manhwa protagonist. Injuries were inevitable, but he had downloaded its attack patterns. He could read every twitch of its muscles. The beast struck, but Kim Seo-jun danced through the danger. He just needed to survive until the professional hunters arrived. But Sion was in critical condition. Her arm had been completely crushed by that monster's jaws. There was no time to hesitate. Kim Seo-jun poured every ounce of strength into one final strike, unleashing an aura that seemed to swallow the world. Yet his instincts screamed danger. Against this suffocating killing intent, even his mountain-pulling spear technique wasn't enough to guarantee victory. The two forces collided in a deafening explosion. Blood erupted from the monster like a geyser after that devastating blow. Kim Seo-jun stood panting heavily, leaving Park-seol-ju in total disbelief. With the threat neutralized, he supported Sion dragging their battered bodies out of that hellhole. It was a miracle she was still breathing. Despite being at death's door, she still had the energy to be stubborn, refusing to acknowledge him as her savior. Finally, the ambulance arrived amidst the chaos. News of the disaster at the sweeping competition spread like wildfire, causing a massive uproar. Measurement errors weren't unheard of, but a monster with such a massive level gap appearing here, that was unprecedented. Public scrutiny fell on the association and the government. Meanwhile, Kim Seo-jun and Dream Academy saw their reputations soar like a dragon riding the wind. After days of recovery, Kim Seo-jun was stuck in a hospital bed, fuming with regret. He couldn't believe the prize money was going to be split. He was practically losing his mind over the lost cash. Park-seol-ju visited him, and seeing his pathetic state revealed that Sion had forfeited her share. The money was all his. Not only that, but she also exposed all the cheating and manipulation she had committed during the competition. She even blew the whistle on her own father. The tyrannical director of XA Academy, Kim Seo-jun, was stunned. He never expected her to go that far. Park-seol-ju thought there was an ulterior motive, but Sion had simply realized her path was wrong. She still disliked Seo-jun, but she could no longer deny her own faults. Regardless of the drama, the result was clear. Kim Seo-jun was the sole champion. Plus, the prize money was tax-free. With an additional 100 million won from government incentives, his jaw practically hit the floor. Thanks to his heroic victory, Park-seol-ju's Dream Academy finally ascended to the top 3 rankings. Now, Kim Seo-jun was qualified to explore 4-star dungeons. It was a perfect ending for this arc, with good news raining down on everyone. With the money secured and his stomach full, Seo-jun returned to his bed. He eagerly opened the Hunter equipment store on his phone, ready to spend. He had 4 billion won in hand. The replica Spear of Longinus cost $1 billion. Even with his fortune, buying genuine mythic gear was still a pipe dream. He sighed in frustration. He would have to settle for cost-effective equipment for now. He scrolled endlessly, but the Longinus replica still seemed like the best option. Real artifacts cost hundreds of billions, so a 1 billion won replica was a steal. It wasn't the genuine artifact, but it definitely possessed powerful attributes. Still, Seo-jun hesitated. The shop description was dangerously vague, relying only on mythology rather than actual stats. And where was he supposed to find detailed information on ancient myths? That's it. He decided to check the Ultimate Academy student community to see if anyone had tested these items. He stumbled upon a post reviewing 100 different items. His eyes widened when he saw a spatial bag rated 10 out of 10. He immediately checked the price. Only 100 million won. It was perfect for storing monster corpses and carrying heavy loads during quests. It was a must-buy. 3 days later, Kim Seo-jun hit the streets eager to test out his new spear and spatial bag. His bank account was empty, but investing in his own power was always the right choice. Suddenly Park Seo-jun appeared. She screamed in shock, hearing he'd blown the entire 4 billion won, but fell silent when she saw his gleaming new equipment. Moments later, they stood before a pitch-black dungeon, the air thick with the ominous presence of monsters. Knowing the monsters here had level 4 defense, Seo-jun decided to go wild. These gargoyles were the perfect punching bags to test the spear of Longinus. He didn't expect this. With a single swing, the rock-hard monsters crumbled like soft tofu. He sliced through them as if he were playing a game on easy mode. After turning them into debris, Kim Seo-jun whipped out his new spatial bag. He stuffed the monster parts inside with lightning speed. Park Seo-jun watched in awe, dying to know where he got such high-level gear. He lied, claiming he bought it at a local hunter's pawn shop. Excited, Park Seo-jun immediately wanted to visit. When he claimed the shop had closed down, she deflated like a wet balloon. Seo-jun scratched his head, feeling a pang of guilt for deceiving her. Thud. A quiet sound, yet it carried a terrifying weight that shattered the atmosphere. The air turned heavy, freezing them in place. Kim Seo-jun gripped his spear. With his new power, he was eager to take the lead and handle this threat. Unleashing his mountain-pulling technique, he created a vortex of destruction. He annihilated the enemy mob in seconds, leaving Park Seo-jun's jaw on the floor. The legendary Holy Spear, an artifact rumored to have once pierced the divine flesh of the Savior himself on the cross. Though Kim Park Seo-jun's version was merely a replica, the destructive force it unleashed was anything but an illusion. It seemed the whispers on the Hunter community forums were not just idle gossip after all. With only 25 days remaining on the clock, Kim Park Seo-jun swore a silent oath to grind until he had enough cash to unlock every last secret of the system's lectures. Suddenly, his manager dropped a bombshell. Jimin, the prized disciple of the Demon Star, and a certified prodigy among prodigies, was demanding an audience to discuss the previous incident. Kim Park Seo-jun casually agreed, unaware of the chaos about to ensue. But before he could even blink, a presence materialized behind him. Jimin's high-pitched shriek of discovery nearly sent his soul leaving his body. She was like a woman possessed, eyes burning with madness, as she demanded the source of his gear. The sheer volume of her interrogation was enough to give him a migraine instantly. Despite her youthful, almost childlike appearance, she was far older than she looked, a side effect of a forbidden technique that stored memories within her very cells to maintain that form. Her attention snapped back to the prize, her aura flaring with aggressive curiosity as she demanded the origin of his spatial bag. That look of raw, unadulterated greed made cold sweat trickle down his spine. Her instincts were sharp. She knew this was no ordinary artifact. She started spewing complex magical theory regarding DNA helices faster than a rapper leaving his brain in the dust. He shuddered to think what would happen if he revealed the Spear of Longinus to this maniac. Then came the offer that stopped time. 100 billion won. Her voice was dead serious, and for a split second, Kim Park Seo-jun's resolve wavered. With that kind of cash, he could buy out KBIT and unlock every premium lecture instantly. All his financial nightmares would vanish in a puff of smoke. But in a classic leveling manhwa twist, he shut her down, leaving Jimin devastated. Sighing at her crushed expression, he offered a compromise: she could try to equip it. Her eyes sparkled like galaxies, but the moment her fingers grazed the fabric, a shockwave blasted her back. She dropped the bag as if it were molten lava. Kim Park Seo-jun explained with a smirk that the item was soul-bound. No one else in this world could wield it, let alone buy it. He expected her to give up, but instead the rejection only fueled her obsession. She was vibrating with the need to understand the mystery behind his gear. When he claimed the shop was closed, she begged to study it for a fee, of course. The moment money was mentioned, Kim Park Seo-jun's cold demeanor melted instantly. Deal accepted. She bounced with joy before finally remembering her actual mission, investigating the anomaly within Kim Park Seo-jun's dungeon raid. He recounted the epic battle, humbly attributing his victory over Nasura to luck. But the truth lay in the ancient mana manipulation techniques he'd learned from the great Merlin's lectures. Speaking of mana, he dove into deep theory. If magic and aura are just derivatives, then personal will could theoretically bend the very laws of the world. He proposed that dungeon errors were just manifestations of that concept. Jimin's brow furrowed her scholar's brain, igniting as she stood up to demand answers. Kim Park Seo-jun hypothesized that if supernatural powers are glitches in reality caused by mana, then the dungeon collapses must follow the same logic. It was a concept straight from Merlin's forbidden curriculum, the art of shattering the world's rules through sheer willpower. He theorized that a dungeon error was simply the physical result of a powerful entity's will overriding reality. He rambled on, only to realize Jimin had frozen like a statue. Kim Park Seo-jun awkwardly scratched his head, thinking he'd sounded like an idiot. In reality, he had just accidentally convinced her that he was a grandmaster scholar of magic engineering. The irony was palpable. Jimin's eyes shone like high beams as she frantically scribbled down every word of his divine revelation. He was just recycling homework from the Transcendental Academy, yet she reacted as if he'd handed her the secrets of the universe. Seeing the practical application of his cheat system knowledge, a light bulb went off. Why not open his own class and monetize this genius brain of his? But reality quickly slapped that thought away. True mastery required more than parroting lectures. It required deep comprehension. Besides, who would pay tuition to a no-name student in this cutthroat awakening manhwa world? Jimin broke his train of thought, admitting that the concept of magic engineering was still beyond her grasp. But rather than give up, her scholar's spirit roared to life. She stormed out, determined to decode his wisdom in the lab, leaving the duo bewildered. Watching her sprint away like a giddy child, Kim Park Seo-jun couldn't help but chuckle. She was nothing like the cold, distant figure portrayed on the news. Sword Star Helena, and now, the Demon Star. He had somehow crossed paths with the disciples of the three great powers. At this rate, the legendary Great Sound would be knocking on his door next. But as he stared at his phone, the grim reality of his low course completion rate returned. He needed to crush one more course before his free pass expired. There was no other option. He had to secure a massive payday to accelerate his growth. He stepped out to consult his manager about hiring instructors, but found her in a trance, completely unresponsive. She was frozen stiff, so he delivered a friendly, spine-aligning smack to reboot her system. It turned out, the student recruitment plan was hitting snags. Ignoring that, Kim Park Seo-jun cut to the chase. Are there any big tournaments coming up? He needed something like a dungeon speedrun or an academy duel. Park Seo-jun frantically searched the web, but the calendar was empty until the 20th. There was only one event on the horizon, the Hunter M mock exam next month. Don't let the name fool you. This was a brutal simulation of the professional hunter license exam, held only once a year. Failure meant a year of stagnation. The pressure was suffocating, leading academies to create these mock battles to forge their students into warriors before the real deal. The Titans of Korea, Hunter, and Milgown academies hosted these massive events. It was said that your score here was a prophecy of your future rank as a hunter. And most importantly, for a broke protagonist. The prize pool for the top rankers was astronomical enough to solve every single one of Kim Park Seo-jun's problems. He pondered the situation for a moment. If he waited until next month, his free pass would expire. Scratching his head in frustration, he realized he had no choice but to head over there and face the music right now. It was late into the night. Kim Seo-jun was grinding through online lectures when an advertisement for the Transcendence exam popped up, catching him completely off guard. This was a staple trope in any awakening manhwa. This wasn't just a simple test. It offered a certification and passing standards identical to the legendary professional hunter examination. Passing this thing was equivalent to reaching 5th step ascension or becoming a 9th rank swordsman. In short, it was the gateway to the elite class. Despite the hype, Kim Seo-jun knew his stats were trash compared to the requirements. He tried to ignore it and return to his lecture, but strangely, every instructor kept pushing this specific exam, shaking his resolve. It seemed this trial was far more critical to his growth than he had initially estimated. He dove into the forums to scout intel from previous examinees. He found reviews from players who started at rock bottom just like him, but saw their growth rates skyrocket after taking the test. Reading about the stat boosts pumped him full of adrenaline. He decided to gamble it all on this one shot. The next morning, holding his breath, he smashed the participate button. The system interface instantly flashed the rules and different testing categories before his eyes. The first hurdle was the ultimate measure of a warrior combat ability. The atmosphere around Kim Seo-jun warped instantly after that first click. He was stunned. He never expected this system manhwa exam to manifest in reality like this. According to the system prompt, there were 15 stages based on transcendent standards. The very first stage was already difficulty level 5 or 6. Each stage increased the difficulty by a full level, meaning stage 15 would be equivalent to level 20. Just the thought of that endgame difficulty made him shiver. While he was distracted by the math, a massive dragon suddenly burst from his screen. It unleashed a torrent of venom and webs, scaring the living daylights out of Kim Seo-jun. Wait, hold on. He failed instantly at stage 1. Kim Seo-jun rolled on the ground, screaming at the heavens. Who puts a literal dragon as the stage 1 mob? The balancing is broken. And it wasn't just any lizard. It was Fafnir, the dragon of destruction. If stage 1 is a mythical beast, stage 15 must be a deathmatch against the gods themselves. After a brief mental breakdown, Kim Seo-jun sighed and forced himself to regain composure. Luckily, the system was generous enough to grant him 10 retries after the initial failure. 10 tries might not seem like enough to bridge the power gap, but Kim Seo-jun was determined to grind until he cracked the code. High risk, high reward. He gripped his battle spear tight and marched back into the dungeon with renewed vigor. He looked fierce, ready to conquer. However, after failing countless times, he was down to 5 attempts. He was practically weeping with rage. If pro hunters struggled here, what chance did a newbie have against a transcendent trial? To increase his proficiency, he actually had to survive and do something. But since he was getting one-shotted instantly, there was zero progress being made. Suddenly, a system notification popped up. Do you want to view the strategy guide? It would cost him evaluation points, but he didn't hesitate to check the offer. He saw a lecture available from his idol, the great sage equal to heaven. There was no way Kim Seo-jun was skipping that. He smashed the yes button faster than the speed of light. The great sage revealed the secret: just dodge the breath attack. He then proceeded to showcase some dazzling divine techniques and pointed out the dragon's fatal weak points. The sage twirled his staff and deleted the dragon with the ease of a breeze. It was so overwhelmingly perfect that Kim Seo-jun was left completely speechless. You call that a tutorial? That was just a flex. The definition of beginner guide at the Transcendent Academy was clearly twisted. He watched it on loop, but still had no clue how to replicate those god-tier moves. It was like knowing the answer, but failing the test. Then he spotted another instructor, Sigurd, the legendary hero from Norse mythology, often associated with the Lord of the Rings lore. As the wielder of the demonic sword Balmung and the original dragon slayer, no one knew Fafnir better than him. Kim Seo-jun had to click it. Sigurd started by saying, "Just avoid the breath." Kim Seo-jun rolled his eyes. He'd heard enough of that nonsense and went to close the window. But suddenly, Sigurd began analyzing the boss's AI patterns and offered 2 distinct strategies. Kim Seo-jun paused. The first mechanic, Fafnir, always triggers a breath attack immediately upon summoning. Therefore, if you summon him and immediately run, the dragon's auto-aim will lock onto your trajectory and blast that area. The key to breaking this mechanic: prepare a block of solid gold. Kim Seo-jun was baffled by this pay-to-win tactic, but he bought a gold bar from the shop anyway. Before resuming the lecture, Sigurd revealed the trick: toss the gold right in front of Fafnir's face. The greedy beast will cancel its breath, attack instantly, terrified that its precious treasure might disappear. But then right at the climax, the video cut off. Sigurd said he'd leave the rest to the student's intuition. Kim Seo-jun nearly threw his phone, cursing at the trolling instructor. Still, he had nothing to lose. Taking a deep breath to steady his nerves, he hit retry. The dragon materialized with a roar, but remembering the lecture, Kim Seo-jun hurled the gold bar straight at its face. The beast's eyes sparkled at the sight of the loot. It clamped its jaws shut immediately. The overwhelming killing intent and the brewing fire breath vanished into thin air. Kim Seo-jun grinned, thinking he had won, and charged in. But he underestimated the boss AI. The dragon realized the gold was a counterfeit. It roared with even more fury than before, obliterating Kim Seo-jun in a split second. So much for easy mode. As predicted, he was left staring at the defeat screen face down in the dirt. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. A notification flashed. Lecture proficiency increased. Kim Seo-jun stared at the screen, stunned. He dove back in, weaving through the attacks with desperate speed. But the agility gap was too wide, and he kept face-planting. He tried to read the attack patterns, but it was looking hopeless. Just as the death blow was coming, Kim Seo-jun pulled a gold bar from his inventory and chucked it across the dragon's field of view. The beast froze eyes, tracking the shiny object. Once it realized it was scammed again, it went berserk and charged at Kim Seo-jun. He ran for his life, gasping for air as his stamina bottomed out. In a moment of brilliance, he scattered countless gold bars in every direction. The monster paused, overwhelmed by the choices. Seizing the opening, Kim Seo-jun channeled all his energy into his spear, unleashing his ultimate arts force of the mountain and aura of the conqueror. Boom! The impact was devastating, finally piercing through the dragon's ironclad scales. It looked like a critical hit. But don't pop the champagne yet, Kim Seo-jun. The monster tanked the hit like it was a mosquito bite. It counterattacked instantly, sending Kim Seo-jun to the grave yet again. Failed. Well, at least the proficiency percentage ticked up a little more. Even in defeat, seeing that number go up gave Lee Seo-jun a twisted sense of satisfaction. With only 3 chances remaining, he dove back into the legendary survival instance with burning resolve. Park Seo-jun, however, was starting to wonder why he hadn't set foot in a real dungeon lately. Park Seo-jun claimed he was focusing on solo cultivation, but anxiety gnawed at him. Staring at his phone all day? Surely she'd start asking questions about his secret training soon. He had already flunked the first subject, and his mastery was rising at a snail's pace. He decided to conquer the theory lectures first, then unleash them in practical combat for maximum effect. 3 days later, the second trial began. Park Seo-jun's heart hammered in his chest what kind of hell awaited him in this simulation. Just as he readied himself, a massive fireball materialized looking exactly like a Dragon Ball. Even Park Seo-jun couldn't hide his shock at the sudden appearance. But then the system dropped a bomb on him, protect the orb and escape the monster pursuit. Park Seo-jun felt his soul leave his body. You have to be kidding me. He stared at the roaring beast with a frozen, terrified smile. You expect me to outrun that thing with mere beginner stamina? This is insanity. After surviving by the skin of his teeth countless times, he reached the third course, slay the Sphinx with all 5 senses completely sealed. He barely looked at the Sphinx moaning in front of him before bam, instant death. Next came the fourth trial. Suppress the insatiable gluttony of the Pasasari. No matter how hard he channeled his energy, the beast's hunger was overwhelming. He couldn't take the pressure anymore and bolted for his life. Course 5 arrived. He breezed through the siren song thinking it was an easy win. But then, Hela's Requiem hit him like a sonic nuke, making his ears bleed with its divine melody. After that grueling gauntlet, his mock exam score appeared. And it was an absolute tragedy. Lower than rock bottom? But there was a silver lining. His course completion rate had skyrocketed. He was on the verge of clearing 2 subjects completely. 3 days of silence passed. No new course notifications. Panic set in. His free pass only had 5 days left. Time was running out to finish the curriculum. Park Seo-jun hesitated, torn between options. Should he return to the dungeon? Anything was better than this agonizing wait in the dark. Just as despair crept in, a familiar face popped out of nowhere. The mentor had finally returned, startling the life out of him. Shocked, Park Seo-jun shouted a bit too loud. Shh! Realizing Park Seo-jun might hear, he grabbed the little guy and scrambled outside to avoid exposure. After listening to a stream of lame excuses, Park Seo-jun was fuming. But the mentor, ignoring the death glare, scratched his head and finally checked the MC's profile. Your results are catastrophic. Hearing the brutal truth, Park Seo-jun froze, his ego crumbling into dust right there. The mentor sighed, shaking his head. With your current level, any advice I give would be like pouring water on a rock. Totally useless. Just focus on the 2 recommended lectures. Hearing that, Park Seo-jun felt a tear threaten to fall. He was too defeated to even get angry at the harsh reality. I studied hard while you were gone, Park Seo-jun protested, trying to save face. Skeptical, the mentor snatched the phone to verify his claims. As he scrolled, the mentor's jaw hit the floor. 4 lectures. Playing simultaneously, his face twisted in disbelief. I watched them all at once, Park Seo-jun admitted. The mentor couldn't believe his ears. To achieve these crazy ratios in just 3 months, it was statistically impossible. Holy smokes. This was beyond genius. It was a miracle. And Park Seo-jun mentioned he'd been spamming the mock exams too. How should I choose my elective for the Transcendent exam? The MC asked. The mentor shrugged, still recovering from the shock. Just pick whatever calls to your spirit. Suddenly, the mentor paused. Wait. You still don't have an Ultimate Academy ID. Something was wrong. I need to speak to the dean immediately. Whoosh. He vanished before Park Seo-jun could blink. Left alone, the MC resumed training, his aura exploding as he channeled the mountain uprooting force with his blue dragon spear. Ding! A notification flashed. Final lecture available. Park Seo-jun didn't hesitate. He smashed that accept button instantly. With words of warrior spirit and profound wisdom, the legendary Xiang Yu's course finally came to an epic conclusion. As twilight fell, Park Seo-jun returned with big news. The Hunter exam registration starts today. It's open for 1 week. She happily signed him up. Park Seo-jun smirked internally. My Transcendent exam scores were trash, but this is just a standard Hunter exam. It'll be a walk in the park. After all, he now possessed the mountain uprooting force and the legendary Spear of Longinus. He was ready to dominate. Registration complete. The countdown began. 10 days until the exam that would decide his fate. Then he asked about the academy recruitment. Park Seo-jun sighed, clearly annoyed. Grandpa Park Minchin. What is that old fox planning now? Her biggest headache was hiring instructors. You couldn't just pick anyone, but the famous masters cost a fortune she didn't have. Top-tier instructors make billions. Kim Park Seo-jun's ears perked up. Suddenly, dollar signs replaced his pupils, and greed took the wheel. "I'll help you," he declared, with overwhelming enthusiasm. Park Seo-jun looked at him, completely baffled by his sudden burst of passion. 3 days later, Victory Kim Park Seo-jun had officially completed all of Xiang Yu's legendary lectures. He still had some time left on the free pass for Ken's class. Suddenly, poof. The mentor reappeared, jaw-dropping when he saw the course completed notification. But there was no time for praise. The mentor was shaking like a leaf. "We have a massive problem. This is an emergency. It's not a system bug," the mentor stammered. "The Ultimate Academy. They have absolutely no record of your existence." What Kim Park Seo-jun roared. "If I'm not a member, how have I been taking classes? This breaks every rule of a system Manhwa." "The dean received the report directly," the mentor replied, "but even he can't explain this anomaly." Kim Park Seo-jun shivered. He didn't know who the dean was, but he knew one thing: that entity held godlike power, and he had just attracted its attention. The Ultimate Academy system claimed to be flawless, barring any unprecedented shifts in the laws of causality. But causality wasn't something that could be rewritten so easily. According to the dean, someone had tampered with the threads of fate, leaving Kim Seo-jun terrified that his journey in this system, Manhwa, was about to end with expulsion. His mentor laughed off the fear, assuring him the glitch wasn't his fault. "Once a member, always a member," he declared, a vow of loyalty that finally allowed Kim Seo-jun to breathe again. Still, Kim Seo-jun couldn't believe it. Someone had hacked the unhackable. This wasn't an accident. It was a targeted strike by a hidden enemy. He looked at his hands that belonged to an ordinary guy, dreaming of becoming a hunter, trapped in a mundane loop of daily struggles. The mentor advised him to stick to his training regimen for now, asking for patience, since forging a new hunter ID was a nightmare of bureaucratic magic. But there was a ticking clock. His free pass had only 2 days remaining, and Kim Seo-jun was desperate for guidance on his next move before he was locked out. Clearing his throat, the mentor broke down the Ultimate Academy's path to power: introductory, beginner, intermediate, and advanced. Currently, Kim Seo-jun was just a baby bird in the introductory phase. Only after mastering the advanced level would true power unlock, allowing each student to forge a unique combat style tailored to their soul. But the leap from advanced to transcendent was a hellish climb compared to everything before it. Kim Seo-jun realized he was staring up at a mountain that touched the stars. With the mentor's guidance, Kim Seo-jun unlocked 2 new lecture modules, critical for solidifying his foundation before the real challenges began. Everything else had to wait for the intermediate tier. Trusting his teacher, he clicked register only to freeze as the tuition fee flashed 2 billion won. His face went pale as a ghost. The mentor casually suggested farming karma points regularly, sparking a flame of curiosity in Kim Seo-jun's eyes. "It's your status, your destiny," the mentor explained. "Meeting me, that's karma too." He promised that as Kim Seo-jun climbed the ranks of this leveling Manhwa, the true meaning would reveal itself. He also dropped a bombshell: the academy was teeming with hidden rivals, including 4 legendary figures who had already reached the transcendent realm. That was the highest concentration of power among all schools. While every academy boasted secret techniques and specialized arts, the reputation on the street was clear. Go to the academy for magic, go to G-class for weapons. But for the ultimate all-rounder, you chose the Hunter Academy. They said it had no specialties, which really meant it had no weaknesses. That absolute balance made it a titan among the top 3 academies in South Korea. Finally, the day of reckoning arrived, the mock exam to qualify as a professional hunter. Kim Seo-jun disappeared into the surging sea of applicants. This wasn't just a test. It was a massive 4-ministry battle royale, with serious funding on the line. The grand prize for first place was a staggering 1 billion won scholarship. Kim Seo-jun did the math: he needed 500 million just to renew his free pass. Despite grinding dungeons like a madman, his savings sat at a pitiful 30 million. There was no plan B. He had to take the crown or go broke trying. Flames of ambition roared to life in his chest. But as he stepped into the arena, the sheer ocean of competitors hit him like a physical blow. After a quick fist bump with Park Seo-jun, he rushed to line up. Suddenly, the air grew heavy with curses and shouting from the crowd. It was Kim Gang-chol, the elite of the Hunter Academy. He breezed through the VIP lane, while the peasants in the back screamed about injustice. Whispers rippled through the crowd like a virus. With the Hunter Academy sending their ace, the top 3 spots felt already claimed by the elites. Their eyes locked for a heartbeat. Gang Chul dismissed him and walked on, but Kim Seo-jun felt the pressure. That guy was a monster, a true prodigy of the system. While the anxious crowd placed their bets on who would dominate the Academy showdown. A piercing scream shattered the atmosphere, drawing every pair of eyes to the entrance. A brat draped in an arsenal of hanging weapons was throwing a tantrum demanding entry without queuing. His arrogance was thick enough to choke on. The hall erupted into chaos. Wiping sweat from his brow, Kim Seo-jun realized the gravity of the situation. The best seeds from every academy in the nation had gathered for war. Hidden in the mob was Parag, a trainee from a second-rate Hunter Academy, eyeing the competition with hunger. He was purely money-driven. The tuition for the Big Three cost hundreds of millions, so he grit his teeth in a lower-tier school hunting for scholarships. His philosophy, better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a dragon. And today, he looked at Kim Seo-jun like fresh prey. The Hunter mock exam consisted of 5 brutal stages, no written nonsense, just raw power. First up, basic physicality determined by a grueling endurance run. After 15 laps, bodies littered the ground. Only Parag and Kim Seo-jun remained standing. Parag's mind raced. Just pass him, just one more step. Parag pushed his lungs to the bursting point, sprinting like a madman. But in a twist of fate, the first shadow to cross the finish line was Kim Seo-jun. Kim Seo-jun didn't stop there. He marched to the weightlifting station and put on a performance that defied physics, leaving the spectators with their jaws on the floor. It's lighter than paper, he thought. Was this the passive effect of the mountain pulling force skill he unlocked from the Xiang Yu module? If the base power was this terrifying now, by the time he mastered the awakening Manhwa techniques of the warlord, he'd be an unstoppable juggernaut. Adrenaline pumped through Kim Seo-jun's veins like dragon fire. Meanwhile, Kim Gang Chul observed from the shadows. The elite student wasn't just here to compete. He had secret orders to monitor Kim Seo-jun. But who exactly was this unknown variable? Gang Chul racked his brain. I heard that name during the dungeon outbreak a month ago, he muttered, realizing the pieces were coming together. The scoreboard flickered to life, silencing the chatter. Gang Chul froze. His score was 11 points lower than the nobody Kim Seo-jun. And worse, Gang Chul had fallen to 3rd place. Above him was Kim Seo-jun, and another mystery name, Lee Min-yun. A storm was brewing, and the hierarchy was crumbling. Where on earth did this monster spawn? From Gang Tae-oh stared in disbelief, his pride instantly shattering into a million pieces of despair. He tried to shake off the shock, forcing himself to remember his secret orders. Do not engage. Just observe Kim Seo-jun. But Taeo's mind was still reeling. The second trial had begun: mana manipulation. The goal was simple yet brutal. Use optimal mana flow to shatter the barrier machine. Kim Seo-jun felt a flicker of doubt, his eyes darting toward the other elite contenders. The pressure was suffocating. Suddenly, the Academy's goddess Lee Seo-jun stepped up. With a wave of blazing firepower, she obliterated the shield in a heartbeat. Score: a perfect 100. Kim Seo-jun watched from below, mesmerized by her overwhelming strength. Then his name was called. Screw it, he thought. High risk, high reward. He gripped his staff, intending to channel just a fraction of Merlin's mana. But fate is a cruel mistress. Instead of a spark, he unleashed a cataclysm that sliced the barrier cleanly in half. His ranking skyrocketed instantly. Kim Seo-jun soared to 1st place, leaving the audience below gasping in pure shock and jealousy. Who said he was weak? Who said he lacked confidence? Even Kim Seo-jun himself stared at his hands, unable to believe this awakening Manhwa moment was real. The machine was destroyed, forcing a temporary pause. After the dust settled, and the emotions ran high, the proud hunters of the 3 great academies were left eating his dust. They were all ranked below Kim Seo-jun. The crowd whispered furiously. Isn't that the guy who cleared the chaotic dungeon? The one who soloed an S-rank? Nora Park Seo-ju wiped sweat from his brow, panic setting in. She realized the truth. If this continued, the mock exam would be meaningless. She never intended to let him dominate the scoreboard with such a terrifying lead. No one could predict where this professional hunter exam would go. The fact that Gang Tae-oh was lagging behind in this Manhwa recap of events left his fanbase utterly devastated. The whispers grew louder. In this situation, only Lee Ha-jun has the power to stand against a monster like Kim Seo-jun. Meanwhile, the man of the hour was yawning in the waiting room, clutching the holy lance. The legendary spear that once pierced the body of a deity on the cross. Just the legend surrounding it proved its power was god tier. But I need to know its specific ability, Kim Seo-jun thought. Legends are just stories until proven. There was no manual, no system window explanation. Does the Spear of Longinus simply possess the force to shatter mana shields? Or does it manipulate space itself? He was clueless. Suddenly, a bizarre figure caught his attention. A kid with a bow, singing at the top of his lungs like a lunatic? Kim Seo-jun recognized him immediately, the troublemaker who hassled the officials earlier. Catching Kim Seo-jun's gaze, the kid bounded over, with zero hesitation. It was the number 2 ranker Lee Min-yun. His chaotic motor-mouth energy left Kim Seo-jun completely speechless. Before he could react, the speakers blared. The dungeon raid simulation is about to begin. Kim Seo-jun stood tall, radiating an aura of dominance as he stepped into the hyper-realistic virtual space. His prey today, 10 ferocious nukras. The beasts surrounded him instantly, their roars shaking the very air. So noisy, Kim Seo-jun muttered. With a casual swing of his staff, he delivered death. Heads rolled and bodies turned cold in seconds. They were strong, far stronger than normal monsters. But something was different. These weren't just nukras. They were evolved. But Kim Seo-jun thought, his eyes glowing. I am fundamentally different from who I was back then. As he danced through the carnage parrying razor-sharp claws, memories flooded back. Just 3 months ago, he was trash. A nobody struggling to survive in a harsh world. But now, he was a student of the Ultimate Academy. He had met Park Seol-ju, and his destiny had been rewritten. His path to becoming a supreme being was still thorny, but the peak was in sight. Drenched in sweat, he cleared the field. Score, 100 points. Perfect. Emerging from the dungeon, Kim Seo-jun stood at the top of the leaderboard. The other candidates glared at him, their eyes burning with envy and malice. Let them stare, he thought. As long as I'm not disqualified, victory is mine. I'm playing a game where the winner is already decided. He smirked internally, ignoring the murderous intent surrounding him. Silence is golden, especially when you're winning. Lee Min-yun took 5th place, but celebrated like he just won the lottery. Gang Tae-oh sat at rank 3, his icy demeanor catching Kim Seo-jun's interest. It was then Kim Seo-jun realized the truth about Lee Min-yun. He was a free agent, a hunter with no academy backing. Usually that meant no money and no talent. To see a diamond in the rough like this was rare. To self-train and still beat the elite seeds of the top 3 academies. That wasn't just skill, that was monstrous talent. I technically have a teacher, Min-yun laughed, scratching his head. But he doesn't actually know I'm his student. Kim Seo-jun looked at him confused by the riddle. He was about to ask more when a staff member rushed in panic, written all over his face. Chaos erupted in the waiting room. The news broke. The pro hunters acting as judges were missing. They had been intercepted by a sudden dungeon break. We are holding an emergency meeting, the staff member bowed trembling. We will announce the verdict as soon as possible. Please wait. This reeks of the Justice Church, Kim Seo-jun analyzed coldly. I don't know how they spawned a 10-star dungeon, but only they have that kind of dark influence. The real problem was the exam itself. If they cancelled it now, Kim Seo-jun would be the default winner, and the anticlimactic end would ruin everything. The church didn't work this hard, just for a boring result. Gang Tae-oh thought, his mind racing. Finally, Tae-oh stepped forward with a dangerous proposal. Change the format. Let us fight. A one-on-one duel tournament. It made sense, but the logistics were a nightmare. There were too many students participating in the hunter exam. A tournament format would take days, the staff member stammered. We don't have the time, and the scoring system isn't built for PvP. But Gang Tae-oh wasn't backing down. If we need new judges, get any A-rank hunter available, we can't just sit here and rot. Why not turn this into a spectacle? Registration wasn't mandatory. Only those with the guts to step into the arena needed to apply. This mock exam wasn't just a test. It was a nationwide phenomenon. Citizens, the Hunter Association, and government officials watched with bated breath. Wouldn't a disrupted exam tarnish the Hunter Academy's prestige? No, this was a calculated move by a challenger desperate for a one-on-one duel with Kim Seo-jun. The stakes were high. Victory meant stealing the protagonist's glory, while defeat still offered the honor of surviving a clash with a monster. It was a win-win scenario that had the crowd roaring in approval. As for Kim Seo-jun, he hesitated briefly before the scent of cold hard cash sealed the deal. And so the emergency tournament commenced with 15 elites from rival academies. This Manhwa recap moment sent shockwaves through the media, announcing a clash of titans. The public went into a frenzy. Internet servers crashed under the weight of millions speculating on the outcome. Dong Min-do-eun and Gang Cheol shared a single burning ambition to crush Kim Seo-jun. Meanwhile, the man himself sat alone in the waiting room, looking completely zoned out. Was he meditating? No. He was frantically calculating his potential earnings, like a merchant on payday. Between the victory prize and event bonuses, his total haul could hit 2 million won. With 2 billion in the bank, minus the 500 million for the free pass, he'd still have 1.5 billion left. The legendary lectures recommended by his mentor cost billions. At this rate, he could unlock those forbidden techniques much faster than anticipated. Of course, securing the championship was mandatory. As for Dongmin, Doowon, and Gang Cheol, to him, they were nothing more than stepping stones. The only variable that troubled him was Min Yoon. Most hunters mastered a few sidearms, but he had never seen anyone juggle more than 3. Standard doctrine dictated mastering a single weapon for peak efficiency. Yet by Kim Seo-jun's count, that maniac was carrying over 8 different types of killing tools. Could he actually wield that entire arsenal effectively? The broadcast screen flickered to life, answering his question with a display of raw violence. Min Yoon's style was a chaotic storm, fast, brutal, and decisive. The unpredictable weapon swaps left his opponent defenseless, catching Kim Seo-jun's sharp eye. It was a freestyle massacre, completely unbound by traditional martial arts doctrine. Those who learned to hunt outside the ivory towers often developed such savage, unique styles. In fact, Min Yoon's movements mirrored Kim Seo-jun's own unorthodox rhythm. Could he be another disciple of the Ultimate Academy? It made perfect sense. Students there learned solely through video combat simulations. Since the instructors never met, their students' anonymity was guaranteed. The more Kim Seo-jun analyzed it, the more the pieces of this puzzle clicked together. Min Yoon claimed victory with terrifying ease. But now the main event arrived, Lee Do-eun of Academy the First versus Kim Seo-jun of Dream Academy. The stadium erupted, shaking the very foundations. Everyone held their breath for this clash of dragons and tigers. Lee Do-eun wasn't just strong. She was a prodigy. Calling her a genius was an understatement. She stood among the top 5 elites in one of Korea's 3 supreme academies. Even the magical genius Dongmin acknowledged her power. Destined to become the next spirit star, the word impossible did not exist in her vocabulary. She marched toward Kim Seo-jun, her body wreathed in blazing infernos. But before she could unleash hell, Kim Seo-jun's hand moved, slicing through her flames in a heartbeat. The onlookers gasped in disbelief. Usually, a mage with overwhelming mana could only be countered by a stronger spell. To dispel magic physically, one must perfectly understand its structure and strike the exact weak point at the precise moment. He wasn't a mage. He shouldn't understand the arcane arts. Even if he did, striking that fleeting window of opportunity should have been humanly impossible. Do-eun's eyes widened in horror. Meanwhile, Kim Seo-jun ignored her, admiring his weapon and thinking, this stick is as overpowered as the rumors say. Humiliated and speechless, Do-eun unleashed a second wave of fire, far more devastating than the first. Kim Seo-jun's expression remained bored. His hands danced, extinguishing her rages like flickering candles. She gritted her teeth and poured her soul into the attack, but he dodged every spark with lazy elegance. Broken by the gap in their power, Do-eun collapsed to her knees in surrender. The arena exploded with cheers for the overwhelming victor. Next up was an intense match between Min Yoon and Dongmin. Just as the deadlock began, Min Yoon pulled a blade from his subspace and hurled it, nearly stopping Dongmin's heart. He didn't stop there. An endless barrage of steel rained down as he emptied his inventory onto his opponent. The trajectory and speed were impossible to read. While Dongmin panicked, Min Yoon closed the distance and drove a heavy blow into his gut, shattering his defense instantly. This lawless, street brawl style left the elite mage seething with impotent rage. The audience muttered, sensing something bizarre about his technique, but unable to pinpoint what. Watching from the monitors, Kim Seo-jun saw through the chaos immediately. Even without the weapon-swapping gimmick, the result was set in stone. Min Yoon was simply on a different level. Gang Cheol finally grasped the Justice Church's true scheme. They weren't just watching. They orchestrated this entire exam to force a collision between Kim Seo-jun and Min Yoon. There was no need for further meddling. The stage was set, and the tournament had already served its dark purpose. Was Min Yoon an agent of the church? Undoubtedly. No matter how talented a self-taught hunter couldn't crush top academy elites without secret backing. Gang Cheol trembled as the realization hit him. The next match was his turn to face the monster Kim Seo-jun. He vowed not to become a mere stepping stone for their plot. With a roar, both fighters lunged forward, colliding with force that defied measurement. Dust clouded the arena as the very bedrock cracked beneath their feet. It was Gang Cheol's razor-sharp sword against Kim Seo-jun's humble wooden staff. Neither side gave an inch in this symphony of violence. But amidst the clash, Gang Chaeil realized something terrifying. Kim Seo-jun's weapon held no aura, yet it blocked his spiritual blade perfectly. He didn't just block the sword aura. It was as if my strongest attack meant absolutely nothing to him. That weapon might look like a piece of scrap iron, but looks can be deceiving. It's the secret behind his monstrous score in the mock exams. I just need to watch out for that strange weapon. In terms of raw power, the gap between us isn't that wide. Gritting his teeth in fury, Gang Chaeil unleashed a storm of blade strikes against Kim Seo-run. He pressed the attack, giving the protagonist zero room to breathe. Obsessed with taking the first-place spot, he attacked like a madman. Even Kim Seo-run was taken aback by this sudden explosion of strength. With a deafening swish, Gang Chaeil shredded the boulders surrounding them, leaving Kim stunned. The top 3 of the Hunter Academy aren't just for show. Guess I have to get serious. Kim Seo-run smirked, his body suddenly enveloped in a dark aura. Gang Chaeil froze in shock. His jaw hit the floor as Kim Seo-run's power skyrocketed before his eyes. The pressure changed instantly, intense and violent like a dormant volcano erupting. Kim Seo-run's heavy strikes battered Gang Chaeil, forcing him back step by step. Cold sweat poured down his face. He tried to counter, but he couldn't even see the trajectory of those lightning-fast attacks. Compared to the high-level swordsmanship and mana training of the Hunter Academy, this looked like a simple weapon twirl. But how on earth was he swinging that heavy weapon so effortlessly? Bam! Kim Seo-run smashed Gang Chaeil, sending him flying dozens of meters back. His mind went blank from the impact, speech failing him. In that moment of agony, a memory of Lee Seo-jun flashed through Gang Chaeil's dazed mind. He had lost to that woman, enduring her humiliation that itched fast into his bones. And now being beaten by Kim Seo-run, rage boiled in his gut like acid. Thunder leopard style, Nupakachi. A massive bolt of lightning crashed down, fueled by the inferno of hatred burning inside Gang Chaeil. A heaven-shaking explosion rang out. As the smoke cleared, the audience's eyes nearly popped out. Gang Chaeil lay limp and defeated at Kim Seo-run's feet. There was no doubt left. The one advancing to the finals was our MC. The entire stadium erupted in cheers like a disturbed beehive. The highly anticipated final match between Kim Seo-run and Min-yun finally began. Seeing Min-yun hesitate, the MC dropped a bomb. He knew exactly who Min-yun's master was. Or maybe not. If Lee Min-yun wasn't a visiting student from the Supreme Academy, he could just play it off as a misunderstanding. But if he was like him, a visiting scholar from the Supreme Academy, then the entire dynamic of this system Manhwa scenario changes completely. Just because they came from the same prestigious academy didn't make them allies. If anything, he had to treat him as a dangerous rival. I can't predict his reaction yet, so I shouldn't rush. Kim Seo-run decided to take a gamble on this duel. Min-yun eyed him, suspiciously shocked that Kim knew his master was a transcendent rank powerhouse. That's when the MC made an offer. The loser has to answer one question from the winner. Amidst the roaring crowd, a pact was sealed between the 2 finalists. The finals officially began. Yet, both fighters stood completely frozen like statues, leaving the confused audience exchanging glances. The tension was suffocating. Cold sweat drenched them both. Suddenly, Swish Min-yun drew the blade from his back and lunged. He was wielding a sword, sure. But judging by Lee Min-yun's fighting style so far, the MC knew that was no ordinary blade. I have to find his weakness immediately. Kim Seo-run roared, swinging his staff to meet the attack. A flash of light cut the air. Min-yun's sword shattered into a million pieces, reflecting the horror in his eyes. Quick as a cat, he ditched the broken hilt and dashed back. Seizing the moment, a sudden rain of arrows poured down on Kim's head. But the MC was ready. Spinning his staff, he summoned a gale that blasted the projectiles away. Witnessing this display, Min-yun was stunned, a look of admiration crossing his face. That weapon of yours. I'm actually quite curious about it. If I win, will you tell me about it? Kim Seo-run smirked. Sure, but that's only if you can beat me. They burst into laughter before clashing again. But amidst the storm of Min-yun's aura, Kim Seo-run sensed something strange. Unlike others who'd used dirty tricks, this guy didn't even seem desperate for victory. Even when mockery rained down from the stands, he didn't give a damn. Kim couldn't read him. Did he not want to win? Min-yun just chuckled, claiming he had already given it everything he had. No matter how much they insult me, my value doesn't decrease. Hearing that resolve, Kim Seo-run's spirit ignited. He readied his weapon to show this guy true power. Those words, they triggered a memory of the teachings of Shakyamuni Buddha. The world follows a law of constant elimination. Therefore, we must be stronger than the version of ourselves from yesterday. Reflecting on those teachings, Kim Seo-jun realized he wanted to transcend this world's limits and view existence from a higher plane. There is a legend from when the Buddha was still a man named Gautama Siddhartha, before he attained enlightenment, while he was still seeking the way. One day, he watched a group of children having a foot race. For some reason, they ran the race over and over again. Every single time, the same boy finished last. Yet, strangely, the bright smile never faded from that child's face. Curious the future, Buddha asked, "Little one, why do you keep running?" "Because I like it. But aren't you worried about the others beating you?" "My finish line and theirs are different, so how can they beat me?" "Then what is your finish line?" "Where they are standing." "I'm not even sure that's the real end. To me, that's just a checkpoint." That boy continued to come in last place. But years later, in the country's greatest marathon, the monk heard that same boy achieved a miraculous result. The monk realized it was like stacking stones to build a tower. Effort by effort, day by day, that is how you build your ego and how you construct a life of your own. The little monk had repeated this grueling cultivation, endlessly striving to construct a pagoda that surpassed perfection. Yet as he listened to the boy's words, a revelation struck the little monk. The tower did not need completion. Even if it crumbled to dust, it mattered not. Why had this truth eluded him? In Kim Park, Seo-jun's cutthroat reality, stagnation meant death. If you weren't leveling up daily, you were destined to be erased. It was a world where only the strong survived. Every day became a desperate race against time, a struggle to evolve just to keep from being left in the dust. But the harder he pushed, the heavier the chains of anxiety became. He realized he was enslaved by his obsession with the ultimate academy. Kim Park Seo-jun was drowning in his own desperation. He fought not to win but simply to avoid being discarded, terrified of letting anyone surpass him in this brutal system Manhwa reality. It didn't matter anymore. Just because others stood at the summit didn't mean it was his destination. Let them mock him. His intrinsic value remained unbreakable. Min-yoon's words echoed in his mind, overlaying his rival's face. Finally, the ancient teachings clicked, triggering a realization worthy of an awakening Manhwa masterpiece. With the spear of Longinus in hand, victory was within reach. No matter what schemes Min-yoon concocted Kim Park, Seo-jun would simply shatter them with overwhelming force. His hunger for victory burned fiercer than ever. Gripping his weapon, Kim Park Seo-jun made a vow from this moment on he would define his own worth. Witnessing Kim Park Seo-jun's fighting spirit explode like a volcano, a flicker of surprise crossed Min-yoon's face. A smirk played on his lips. He discarded his heavy arsenal, equipping only a single small dagger. It was the weapon of a true assassin. Adrenaline surged like rocket fuel. While Kim Park Seo-jun stood tense and ready, Min-yoon moved with a terrifyingly casual grace, his attacks striking with the speed of lightning. Even against the legendary spear of Longinus, the dagger was a lethal threat. Min-yoon's unpredictable shape-shifting offense was proving nearly impossible to counter. Kim Park Seo-jun braced himself, unleashing a full-power counterattack. With a massive surge of strength, he deflected the blow, sending Min-yoon skidding across the arena. Defeat was acceptable, but he would not go down without burning his soul. For the first time he realized there was the thrill of battle. Actually, this exhilarating. A grin spread across Kim Park Seo-jun's face. Before him, Min-yoon tore through the wind, launching another ferocious assault. The show wasn't over yet. Min-yoon spun rapidly, vanishing into a cloud of dust. It was a high-tier stealth technique that left Kim Park Seo-jun searching the empty air in confusion. Though the technique had flaws, a single lapse in concentration meant death. It was clear Min-yoon intended to end the match with this final strike. Kim Park Seo-jun prepared to cast Merlin's mana, but hesitated. Images of all the opponents Min-yoon had crushed suddenly flooded his mind. He realized his mistake. His fighting style had been too rigid. The voice of his mentor rang out clearly amidst the chaos of battle. Acquiring knowledge is power, but blind reliance creates shackles. Those very habits had become walls, blocking his true potential. To learn is merely to mimic. It creates the illusion of mastery, but it is nothing more than imitation. He had to stop copying and forge his own path. True learning wasn't the goal. It was simply a tool to unleash one's unique identity. Summoning every ounce of his vitality, Kim Park Seo-jun fused the wisdom of Merlin, the senses of a martial god, and the earth-shattering might of the overlord Xiangyu. In a single breath, he unleashed a thunderous strike of his own creation. The arena trembled as if the sky were collapsing, leaving the spectators in absolute disbelief. It was a scene straight out of a legend. As the blinding light of Kim Park Seo-jun's attack faded, the silhouette of Min-yoon emerged at the tip of his blade. "I yield." Min-yoon grinned. Meanwhile, news of Kim Park Seo-jun's shocking victory had already reached the ears of Kalia. Hearing that he switched weapons at the critical moment, her expression darkened. She would have to report this anomaly to the apostles. Was all this trouble truly necessary? She knew Kim Park Seo-jun was a singularity they needed to watch, but the Korean Hunter Association was already launching a full-scale investigation into the 10-star dungeon. A decade of planning was now at risk of unraveling. She couldn't fathom why the organization was risking everything for a single brat. When her subordinate Canis tried to complain, she silenced him with a glare. The memory of her superior's terrifying warning from days ago still haunted her. That entity used the apostles merely as messengers to deliver supreme decrees. The sheer pressure of that command made even Kalia tremble. She bit her nails, shivering at the thought of that power. Back at the arena, instructor Perel Park Seo-jun was left speechless by his student's god-tier performance. When Kim Park Seo-jun manifested that aura blade, he wasn't a student. He was a monster. But the victor ignored the praise. He had business with Min-yoon. However, his rival was currently besieged by recruiters, surrounded like a top-tier celebrity idol. Even in defeat, Min-yoon was the prize. A freelancer with that level of skill, every major guild and academy was salivating to claim him. A talent like that appears once in a generation. Kim Park Seo-jun nodded in respect, but the swarm of leeches made it impossible to approach. Suddenly, Min-yoon burst through the crowd, sprinting over to hide behind Kim Park Seo-jun like a shield. "I'm joining the Dream Academy," he announced, sending the crowd into a frenzy. Taking advantage of the chaos, the duo managed to slip away to a quiet spot. Min-yoon confirmed he wasn't joking. He genuinely wanted to attend the same academy. Kim Park Seo-jun stood there, completely dumbfounded. He knew the director would likely reject the application, but Kim Park Seo-jun didn't want to let his personal feelings dictate the academy's future. "We can discuss logistics later," Kim Park Seo-jun said, his gaze sharpening. "Do you remember our deal? Tell me about this mysterious master of yours." Min-yoon flashed a dazzling, confident smile and declared, "I have absolutely no idea." Was this guy for real? Kim Park Seo-jun looked ready to murder him. Terrified, Min-yoon waved his hands frantically. "I'm serious. I don't know him, and he definitely doesn't know I'm his student." "Wait, you claimed you were trained in the dagger arts earlier. If your master is truly a transcendent ranker, how can you not know his identity?" Kim Seo-jun nearly lost it. "Are you kidding me? He didn't actually teach me anything. I stole those techniques by watching him. I've never had a formal master," Min-yoon replied with absolute calm. "I am a self-taught awakener." It was a common story, those without money or S-rank talent struggling to become hunters. But Min-yoon was a rare anomaly in this awakening Manhwa world. He possessed both talent and wealth, yet refused the chains of any prestigious academy. "I chose the path of solitude training, deep in the mountains. Without a stifling curriculum to hold me back, I felt my potential truly begin to bloom. Until one day, fate intervened during my daily routine. My senses flared. I detected a dying presence nearby. That was the day our destinies crossed. The stranger was bathed in blood, yet his pride was iron. He refused to be carried down the mountain." Sensing the desperate resolve in the old man's voice, Min-yoon made a choice. He abandoned the idea of a hospital and respected the warrior's wish. With no other option, he hid the man in an abandoned cabin. His injuries were catastrophic. His survival was nothing short of a divine miracle. Yet, as days turned to weeks, a monstrous vitality awoke within the stranger. He was healing at a speed that defied logic. A month later, disaster struck. Min-yoon returned to find a squad of assassins encircling the cabin. Terror froze him behind a tree, but then, a flash of steel. The old man moved like a phantom, severing their heads before they could even scream. Min-yoon had never witnessed such overwhelming martial dominance. Standing amidst the carnage, the old man roared for Min-yoon to flee and never look back. Before the shock could fade, the master vanished like mist in the wind. Confusion swirled, but his survival instinct screamed at him to obey. As he frantically packed his gear, something caught his eye. The old man had left behind a battered manuscript in his haste. "I swore to return it if we ever met again." But he was gone. Min-yoon lowered his head, the weight of the memory pressing down on him. That manual became his Bible. He absorbed every deadly technique within. There was no doubt those moves were the crystallized wisdom of a grandmaster. But he has no idea I possess his legacy. He doesn't know I've awakened his arts within myself. Min-yoon rubbed his neck awkwardly. It sounded like a tall tale, but the aura around him was undeniable. He was no ordinary rookie. The truth came out. He entered this high-profile exam for one reason. He hoped the sheer scale of the event would signal his master to find him. Park Seo-jun, who had been listening intently, finally broke her silence. Could this mysterious master be the legendary Black Saint? He was one of the 5 heroes of Korea, standing equal to the Sword Saint. Yet, among them, he was a ghost, the most enigmatic figure of them all. Realizing Park Seo-jun's lineage, Lee Seo-jun saw an opportunity in this manhwa recap. He urged her to ask her grandfather about the manual Min-yoon held. Min-yoon was floored to learn her identity. The next day, however, reality hit Lee Seo-jun hard. He was still too broke for gear, but he remembered the plan. Today, they were heading to the academy to seek an audience with the Sword Saint. Lee Seo-jun grabbed a free pass online to accelerate his growth. He burned through the system's curriculum, mastering Ken's class in record time. But something was wrong. Unlike the surging power of the Platinum Throne, he felt before his body remained silent. No explosive energy. No bone-shattering transformation. Just nothing. I expected a complete body metamorphosis, or marrow cleansing like in the novels. What a letdown. Well, at least the quest is complete. Suddenly, the temperature in the room plummeted. A killing intent sharp enough to slice skin pressed against his neck. A voice from the shadows shattered the silence. Lee Seo-jun froze, the blood draining from his face. A tough opponent for a rookie, the voice sneered. It had to be him, the Black Saint. The legend himself was impressed by Lee Seo-jun's instincts. I masked my presence perfectly, the saint mused. To think a fledgling like you could detect me, interesting. I'm surprised too, Lee Seo-jun admitted. It must be the shape-shifting art I just learned. It's more like a sensory awakening. Perhaps heightened perception is a hidden passive skill. He scratched his head, trying to play it cool before a living legend. The conversation turned to Min-yoon, the boy who held the saint's manual. The Black Saint huffed, clearly annoyed that his disciple was so oblivious. He's actually on his way here now, Lee Seo-jun noted. Why not step out of the shadows and greet your student? I would have approached that brat long ago if I could. But my hands are tied. That is precisely why I have come to you. The Black Saint's expression darkened. Time was running out. Tell me, boy, do you have ties to the Church of Justice? I spent years hunting those zealots. I do not trust those snakes. Not for a second. The world hails them as saviors who ended the Great Flood. But history is written by the victors. You know of the calamity beast, Behemoth, yes. Through the saint's grim tone, the truth of this leveling manhwa became clear. Behemoth had never been defeated. That monster was a walking apocalypse, a second Great Flood. The revelation struck Lee Seo-jun like a physical blow. If they failed to slay the beast, how did they claim the glory? They didn't kill it. They did something else. The Saint of Sounds used his power to seal or manipulate it. At least, that was the terrifying theory I pieced together. But after years of connecting the dots, the truth became undeniable. Have you ever questioned the empty throne of the Apostle of Purity? Just like a calamitous beast vanishing into thin air, the Apostle of Purity disappeared without a trace. The Black Saint's laugh was bitter. It defies all logic. The 7 apostles have walked together for eons, yet only the Apostle of Purity died of old age. Lee Seo-jun felt a chill run down his spine. The connection between these 2 disappearances was far too coincidental to ignore. To uncover this dark truth, I tracked the self-proclaimed Justice Church. And I learned 2 things. First, those hypocrites tried to silence me forever for daring to investigate. Second, the recent 10-star dungeon raid was nothing but a lethal trap orchestrated by the Justice Church. And you are the catalyst behind their entire scheme. As the Black Saint spoke, the words hit Lee Seo-jun like a thunderclap. What the hell was the Justice Church plotting? The Black Saint revealed these secrets for one reason: to entrust Min-yoon's safety to Seo-jun. If I could, I would have raised the boy myself. But with the Justice Church prowling in the shadows, my direct involvement would only paint a target on his back. They possess a terrifying ability to observe their targets. I don't know the mechanics, but they can foresee the outcome of every action we take. That is why they call it observation. And I am the prey they watch most closely. Anyone who contacts me is instantly marked by their gaze. But you are the anomaly. You are the only blind spot. Even if we meet, the Church's all-seeing eye perceives nothing out of the ordinary. If I act through you, they will see only your actions, never suspecting my hand moving behind the scenes. I have no idea why you are immune to their gaze. The Black Saint's barrage of information left Seo-jun's head spinning. He wondered if this immunity was linked to why the Ultimate Academy had absolutely zero data on his existence. Before departing, the Black Saint handed over secret manuals on dagger arts and stealth for Min-yoon, adding another spellbook as payment for Seo-jun. To his shock, Seo-jun rejected the priceless treasure. The saint fumed. How could a mere mortal refuse a legendary artifact that millions would kill for? Seo-jun grinned like a crafty merchant. I prefer cash for child support. For the first time, one of the 5 heroes was left completely speechless by such shameless greed. Seo-jun stood firm. No cash, no deal. The legendary hero had no choice but to fold before this stubborn capitalist. If you pay now, I'll give you a discount. Just $3 million. Seo-jun quoted the price with a confident smirk. What a steal. Hearing that string of zeros, the Black Saint nearly exploded with rage. But Seo-jun calmly listed every reason he was worth every single penny. Defeated by the logic of capitalism, the Black Saint sighed and agreed to the transfer. Transaction complete. The Black Saint finally left, leaving behind a grim warning to guard Minyun's life with everything he had. Moments later, Minyun arrived. When Seo-jun revealed that his master was the legendary Black Saint, the boy froze in pure shock. Seo-jun handed over the manual, his mind already dancing with images of the cash piling up in his bank account. Minyun asked why Seo-jun didn't keep the power for himself. Seo-jun sniffed, searching for a believable lie. How do I spin this? He couldn't admit the legendary arts were useless to him without insulting the saint or exposing his secret to the ultimate academy. As Seo-jun hesitated, Minyun suddenly shouted, eyes burning with determination, begging to join Seo-jun's Hunter Academy. Talk about a lucky break. With such a talented disciple, secured, Seo-jun beamed. His future was looking brighter than the sun. Initially surprised, Seo-jun realized this was the perfect setup. He could train with the Black Saint's gift while keeping the kid close. Every favor from the Black Saint meant profit. Wait, if he kept Minyun close, couldn't he keep squeezing money out of the old hero? This kid is a golden goose. Seo-jun's eyes turned into dollar signs, his laughter echoing as he imagined a future swimming in wealth. With a new student, Seo-jun plotted to enter team competitions tournaments, where academy students clashed for glory. High participation meant massive prize pools. The scent of money was in the air. If Seo-jun and Minyun teamed up, they would dominate. It was the classic setup for a leveling Manhwa victory. 3 days later, buyer's remorse hit hard. He dropped $4 million on a course only to watch a guy named Hack Queen flex his muscles for hours. After spewing complex theories, the instructor finally demonstrated the raw power of his perfectly sculpted physique. One flex and his muscles expanded like steel balloons. Lightning crackled around his aura. The display of sheer masculine power was so intense, Seo-jun couldn't look away from the screen. He stared blankly, wondering if he could ever achieve such explosive physical perfection. Then, the system window popped up. Daily Quest Infinite reps with 1-ton weights. Seo-jun nearly fainted. Was the system trying to kill him? Next, he opened the leg technique tutorial by Elder Zhang Sanfeng, the legendary founder of Tai Chi and the Wudang sect. Witnessing a human move, with the weightlessness of a cloud walking on wind, left Seo-jun completely thunderstruck. Ding! Another notification. Maintain 300 kilometers per hour for 30 seconds. Free fall from 30 meters or higher 20 times. Seo-jun rubbed his eyes, praying it was a hallucination. Just then, a noise from the entrance broke his concentration. It turned out to be Shurian Sir Park Min-chun's daughter standing at his doorstep. She revealed she had lost contact with her father and came seeking answers. Kim Seo-jun was stunned, assuming the old man was just sleeping off a hangover in some gutter. Actually, we had a huge fight yesterday, she confessed. I told him I wanted to walk the path of a professional hunter. I awakened my powers about a month ago. I told him I wanted to enroll in the Hunter Academy instead of a university. But her father refused to accept her destiny. Shurian's voice trembled. Hunting pays so much better than corporate slavery. He understood immediately. She wanted to earn money fast, to lift the burden from her father's shoulders. But what parent would willingly throw their child into the jaws of death? Especially Sir Park Min-chun, who had seen the horrors of the hunter world firsthand. He definitely hates the idea, Kim Seo-jun thought. After consoling Shurian and sending her off, he tried calling Park Min-chun, but the phone rang endlessly into the void. Meanwhile, within the church faction, Kalia grew anxious as Kim Seo-jun's signal vanished. At all costs, the breach of the 10-star dungeon must remain a secret. She bit her nails in frustration, her eyes burning holes into her subordinate with a terrifying glare. Back to Kim Seo-jun's hellish daily grind. The interface demanded he squat a literal ton to complete the quest, a typical absurdity of this system Manhwa. If I knew it would be like this, I wouldn't have sold those monster corpses. Luckily, he had purchased the kibisis bag, though he never intended to use it for weight training. Summoning every ounce of strength, he hauled on the impossibly heavy bag until his breath caught. Blood rushed to his head, yet the cursed object refused to budge even an inch. Collapsing and gasping for air, he realized he needed to reinforce his body with mana. He channeled his energy and assumed a new stance only to be instantly flattened like a bug by the overwhelming weight. If Park Seo-jun hadn't intervened today, would have been his memorial service. That reminded him, "Hey Park Seo-jun, this building is about 15 meters tall, right? I want to jump from the roof." Kim Seo-jun said it with a cool, stoic expression. Before Park Seo-jun could process the insanity, he threw himself off the ledge to test his limits. Watching him plummet, Park Seo-jun wondered if Kim Seo-jun's brain had finally short-circuited from the stress. "What will the recruits think if they see the guildmaster acting like a lunatic?" she sighed, seeing a dark cloud hanging over their recruitment prospects. Even Min-yun returned only to be traumatized by Kim Seo-jun's antics. But beneath the chaos, Seo-jun was consumed by worry. Park Min-chun had been silent for 4 days. In 10 years of friendship, the man had never ghosted him. His instincts screamed that something terrible had happened. Action over words. He stormed out to find Park Min-chun. Arriving at the workshop, he was immediately swarmed by workers, showering him with admiration and praise. After brushing past the pleasantries, he cut to the chase. But strangely, no one had seen a hide or hair of Park Min-chun recently. Didn't he vanish after following that stranger? A worker spoke up. About 3 or 4 days ago, a shady character visited our monster transport logistics center. Park Min-chun handled him personally. The guy offered an astronomical sum. It was suspicious. A personal commission bypassing all official company protocols. That usually means the job is illegal or suicidal. Maybe Park Min-chun needed fast cash for his daughter's tuition or something. The worker's words hit Kim Seo-jun like a physical blow. His heart missed a beat, and he sprinted toward the company headquarters, desperate for answers. But the corporate suits refused to talk. Client confidentiality was absolute, even if a man's life was hanging in the balance. Crushed, Kim Seo-jun slumped onto a park bench. He had no concrete proof of a kidnapping, yet a dark premonition gnawed at his soul. Park Min-chun had been his rock through the darkest times. When Seo-jun lost his life savings in that accident 9 years ago, Park Min-chun was the only one who stayed. Though poor himself, the old man handed over 3 million won without hesitation. That money paid for the ultimate academy, paving the path for who Kim Seo-jun was today. He ground his teeth, fury rising. He would not sit idly by while his benefactor vanished. Suddenly, he dialed Park Seo-jun. "Get me a meeting with the Sword Saint." Immediately. But when he faced the legend, he didn't ask for help, he challenged him to a duel. Park Seo-jun and the onlookers dropped their jaws, thinking grief had driven him mad. "If I win," Seo-jun declared, "you don't just help. You intervene directly in this incident. And if I lose, I drop out of the academy forever. Obviously, I cannot defeat a legend in a fair fight. So here is the condition. If I can inflict even a single scratch upon you, you must accept that as my victory." Kim Seo-jun's voice was ice cold. He knew Park Min-chun was in danger, and the company was stonewalling him with classified information excuses. But doors opened differently for the Sword Saint, one of the 5 great heroes of Korea. It was a desperate gamble, but his only hope. The Sword Saint pondered, then grinned. Agreed. He walked to a private chamber and reverently retrieved a weapon sealed within. Legend speaks of General Kim Yu-sin, of the Silla Kingdom, who cultivated his spirit on Mount Weryong. There, the heavens granted him a divine artifact, a mystical blade, and a book of strategy, leading him to glorious victory. Even though this was a replica of the true Azure Dragon Sword, it was a masterpiece by Korea's greatest smith. And the Sword Saint only drew it when he intended to kill. The secretary turned pale and rushed to intervene, but a wall of razor-sharp sword aura froze him in his tracks. "He wouldn't dare challenge me with mere determination," the same mused. "The least I can do is entertain him with my full power." Outside Park Seo-jun was terrified. Stop this madness. But Seo-jun stood firm. A man does not go back on his word. I need to shatter the mystery surrounding me. I lack the authority to protect my people. But if the Sword Saint moves, no one will dare touch those connected to me. I need to drag the saint into this mess, to carve a warning into everyone's mind. Seeing the fire in his eyes, Park Seo-jun fell silent. The duel began, the air crackling with tension. Without a moment's hesitation, the Sword Saint unsheathed the Azure Dragon Sword. Seizing the opening, he channeled every ounce of his remaining strength into a devastating forward strike. But the Azure Dragon Sword extinguished his hope in an instant. The Sword Saint's aura erupted like a hurricane, suffocating Kim Seo-jun with sheer pressure. Suddenly, his training weapon flared with blinding light, tearing through the air toward the legendary swordsman. The Sword Saint wasn't playing games anymore. His eyes turned cold as steel. Every counterattack carried the weight of a killing blow. Cold sweat drenched Seo-jun. The air itself screamed as the sword, Saint's blade danced, weaving a net of pure killing intent. Seo-jun gritted his teeth, barely holding his ground against the peerless genius of the century. The attacks came like a torrential rain, relentless and inescapable. Just months ago, this brat was still wet behind the ears, the Saint mused. I sensed potential during our last clash, but he was merely top tier for a student. But this is different. With every passing second of this duel, the boy is evolving before my very eyes. As the Sword Saint marveled at this rapid growth, he unleashed a wave of aura that caught Seo-jun completely off guard. Even more intriguing was that weapon. How could a mere training tool withstand the earth-shattering force of my strikes? Without that sturdy gear, this duel would have ended 10 moves ago. I intended to hold back, but perhaps I should test his true limits. With a thought, the Saint unleashed a terrifying spike of bloodlust that forced Seo-jun to his knees. Damn it, the MC thought, his body screaming. I was too arrogant. Just because I crushed a few promising academy students, I thought I stood a chance here. What a joke. Students are just greenhouse flowers who haven't tasted the cruelty of the real world. I was blind to the gap between us. The chasm between the Sword Saint and a novice was infinite. And the worst part, the Saint hadn't even broken a sweat yet. Despite the agony, Seo-jun forced his broken body to move, his staff clashing against the Azure Dragon sword one last time. Why challenge a mountain when you're just a pebble? The Saint demanded. The legendary master didn't stop his assault, his eyes piercing through Seo-jun's soul. Because I admire you, Seo-jun's inner voice screamed. I want to be you. It's not just your power I crave. It's the blood and sweat you shed to reach that divine peak. I got drunk on my own hype and disrespected the legend. I am weak, painfully weak. But mark my words, I will climb higher than you ever did. I will surpass the legend itself. I refuse to fall here. Even as he was beaten into the dirt, he kept swinging. Suddenly, a strange sensation washed over him. The weapon in his hand became weightless. He entered a trance, but reality was cruel. Swing the sword, Saint's blade pierced clean through him. Blood sprayed as Seo-jun collapsed in agony. That promise, he rasped, clinging to consciousness by a thread. I hope you won't go back on your word. Then darkness took him. Meanwhile, deep within a sealed cavern, Uncle Man-chun and the mysterious figure were trapped like rats. Yet Man-chun grinned. He knew the protagonist of this leveling manhwa story wouldn't abandon him. No matter how impossible the odds, Seo-jun always found a way. Back at the mansion, our hero finally gasped awake after his brutal beatdown. Bam! The door flew open. The Sword Saint marched in and tossed the legendary Azure Dragon sword onto the bed like it was trash. The room went dead silent. Quit your gawking. I'm just paying my debts. The Saint grunted. Take that blade to the association. They'll know I sent you. I'd rather let a brat like you run wild than deal with the paperwork myself. Don't disappoint me. He actually gave away a national treasure. Now, the scene shifts to the Hunter Association, the massive government body controlling all awakened beings. It was a corporation built on power and profit. Sitting across from Seo-jun was Chairman Taebom, the man at the top of the food chain. Taebom wore a polite smile, but internally, he was screaming. Why on earth did this kid have the Sword Saint's personal weapon? Just days ago, the Saint had stormed in demanding billions for this kid's training. Now, the kid was here in the flesh. This spelled trouble. 4 days ago, Seo-jun began, his voice cold. Uncle Man-chun entered a dungeon and vanished. You monitor all gates. Where is he? Tell me the dungeon's location and his party members. Now. Taebom sweated. That information was classified top secret by the higher-ups. He couldn't just hand it over. I need to verify the sword's authenticity first, Taebom stalled. Seo-jun's eyes narrowed. If your bureaucracy gets him killed, can you handle the Sword Saint's wrath? Taebom looked like he wanted to cry. He finally cracked. Fine, the Sage of Spells is investigating the 10-star dungeon break on my orders. He traced the culprits to a 6-star dungeon. Seo-jun's mind raced. Didn't the Sword Saint mention the fanatic? Justice Church was behind the sabotage. It reeked of a conspiracy. Sensing the clock ticking, Seo-jun stood up abruptly. The pieces of this awakening manhwa puzzle were falling into place. One more thing, he said at the door. I'm using this legendary sword as collateral for a loan. Moments later, Soo-yun called panic in her voice. He tried to calm her, but the news of her father's disappearance had shattered her composure. She had already lost her mother to a dungeon break 11 years ago. Her mother died protecting her. That trauma was why Soo-yun chose the dangerous path of a hunter to ensure she never lost anyone again. Seo-jun promised to bring him back. According to the intel, the sage and Manchun were trapped in a domain of 6-star dryad monsters. Even if the sage was old and battling illness, he was still one of the 5 heroes. For him to be trapped, it had to be a trap set by the Justice Church. In this desperate hour, the system had chosen its champion. No one else could save them but him. Kim Seo-jun's mind was a tangled mess of worry until ding, a notification chimed on his phone. The Korean Hunter Association had wired the funds. Perfect timing. He had pledged the Blue Dragon sword as collateral. It was a high-stakes gamble, but the loan approval was a steal considering the legendary value of that blade. This capital was crucial. He was preparing to enter a dungeon that had trapped even the magic saint. He needed to be armed to the teeth for this raid. With credits burning a hole in his pocket, Kim Seo-jun went on a shopping spree. Once he secured the Gungnir spear, he marched straight toward the dungeon's maw. The Raz. 6-star horrors camouflaged as ordinary timber. Hunting them was a nightmare of deception, since they looked exactly like harmless trees. He wasn't reckless enough to throw his life away, but he couldn't resist a test run. Channeling his inner energy, a surge of alien power flooded his meridians, a sensation unlike anything he had felt before. To the naked eye, the target was just bark and leaves. But he needed to gauge the artifact's might. Kim Seo-jun inhaled sharply and hurled the weapon with explosive force. Just as the spear tip threatened to pierce the trunk, an invisible force swatted it aside. The Raz had actually dodged the death blow. It didn't just block. It redirected the kinetic force right back at him. The sheer speed and destructive power left Kim Seo-jun wide-eyed in shock. Gungnir, the legendary spear of Odin, used to shatter Ymir, the primeval giant who birthed the 9 realms. After a fierce exchange, the Dryad was reduced to a withered stump. The weapon's destructive potential was absolute, clearly forged from transcendent materials. Kim Seo-jun extended his hand, willing the spear to return. It demanded a massive tribute of mana, draining his reserves, just to pull the weapon back to his grip. The stamina consumption was astronomical. He was gasping for air, sweat drenching his back from a single attack. Legends say the original returns automatically, but this replica had limits. At his current level, a single recall was his absolute ceiling. One day, he would master this power. But for now, it was effectively a disposable nuke. Thank God he had mortgaged the Blue Dragon sword for backup. Kim Seo-jun smirked at the thought. After recovering his breath, he plunged deeper into the cavern. Meanwhile, Park Min-chun was struggling, carrying a mysterious burden on his back. They were fleeing a swarm of dryads in a desperate sprint. Exhausted, Park Min-chun tripped, hitting the dirt and bracing for the monster's gnashing teeth. Suddenly, the old man on his back awoke. He cast a temporary barrier, blocking the corrupt energy just in time to save them. "Leave me, I'll hold the line. I'm already half a corpse. I never should have dragged you into this hell." "Run, you fool," he screamed at Park Min-chun, but his mana failed, and the old man collapsed, writhing in agony on the cold ground. Park Min-chun clung to him, sobbing, terrified of a future without his master. Then a blinding flash of light. A silhouette emerged from the brilliance. It was Kim Seo-jun. "Found you." He ordered Park Min-chun to stay within the sword formation and charge the dryads, drawing their murderous gaze instantly. Man and monster collided in a flurry of blows. The shockwaves were devastating. Damn it all. No matter how much he hacked, the beast regenerated instantly. Close quarters was suicide. He needed Gungnir to pierce its core weakness. He dashed back to retrieve the fallen spear. But disaster struck. Park Min-chun and the Magic Saint were still in the kill zone. This wasn't just a simple manhwa recap. It was a fight for survival. Kim Seo-jun froze his face, draining of color. He couldn't throw. The beast rampaged, spewing corruption like a tsunami, forcing him into a desperate defense. Finally, they cleared the blast radius. Seizing the opening, he launched Gungnir with every ounce of his killing intent. The monster shrieked as it was cleaved in two. The impact generated a gale force wind that tore through the cavern. This time, his mana control was perfect. As the spear returned to his hand, the remaining dryads froze in sheer terror. "Oh, you finally learned fear," Kim Seo-jun scoffed. The monsters submitted, too terrified to stop him from reclaiming his weapon. He finished the stragglers with basic strikes, no need for ultimates. Moments later, Park Min-chun arrived, carrying the Magic Saint to the rendezvous point. The Saint's aura was fading fast. It was time to use the emergency elixir Kim Seo-jun had been saving. It was a temporary fix, but it would buy them time. Kim Seo-jun lifted the old man's head and poured the potion down his throat. Consciousness returned to the Magic Saint's eyes. "You came for us. How did you find us? Wait, what about the Ras herd?" Kim Seo-jun brushed off the questions with a smile, confirming the threat was neutralized. More importantly, why bring the boy to a place like this? I needed a mule to transport specimens for my research, the saint rasped. And for sensitive reasons, I had to move in the shadows. My old bones can't handle the labor alone. He was hiding something, likely avoiding the Justice Guild's gaze. Kim Seo-jun's accusation hit the mark. The saint's jaw dropped. How did he know? Suddenly, the dungeon floor quaked violently. The saint turned pale. It's coming. If a legend like him was trembling, a catastrophe was imminent. The mountain face split open. From the fissure emerged a gargantuan abomination. A mutant variant. Aside from its titan size, it resembled the Ra's. Stay out of its line of sight. We need to evacuate immediately. I tried, the saint cried. It defies logic. The moment we attempt to leave, it locks onto us. That's how I was crippled. It's not just a mutant. Its carapace renders high-tier magic completely useless. Even if I crack the shell, it heals in a heartbeat. It's an evolved predator that has erased every weakness of the Dryad species. The magic saint's voice broke with regret. I'm just a relic of the past now. I don't have the strength to end this. One decisive strike is all we need to knock it out. Hearing those words, a strategy flashed through Kim Seo-run's mind. Fine. While you drain its vitality, I will obliterate its core myself. The magic saint reacted as if scalded by boiling water. His face twisted with anxiety, fearing his body wouldn't hold out long enough for such a reckless gamble. It was true. He was barely standing, fueled only by an emergency elixir. He could collapse at any second. Therefore, we only have one shot at this, Kim Seo-run realized. Failure is not an option. I'll take the lead, the protagonist declared. I will draw its aggro so you two can get to safety. Witnessing the legendary Gungnir with his own eyes, the saint's eyes widened in sheer awe. Adrenaline surged through him, igniting a desire to fight alongside this young hero. The hour of fate had arrived. They took their stances, ready for a brutal night of hunting monsters. The plan is simple. Wait for the saint's curse to cripple its defenses. Then, I'll drive this spear straight through its heart. Kim Seo-run mapped out the battlefield in his mind. First phase, kiting the enemy to buy time. Meanwhile, the saint would channel every ounce of his mana into the spell. Once its defenses drop, Gungnir will finish the job. However, two deadly variables loomed over this leveling Manhwa scenario. First, he could be slaughtered while acting as bait. Second, the beast might ignore the tank and target the caster instead. The first variable won't happen, he told himself, as long as my movements are flawless. But the second variable, a cold sweat ran down his back. It was out of his control. I have to put my faith in Park Min-chun. With a final exchange of resolve, they braced for the coming hell. Under the shroud of night, Kim Seo-run gripped Gungnir tight, while Park Min-chun stood ready, carrying the saint on his back. Stay back, he commanded. Keep your distance. If it senses the mana buildup, everything falls apart. Seeing the burning determination in Kim Seo-run's eyes, the duo offered a silent prayer for his victory. With a fearless grin, the protagonist launched himself into the air, soaring toward the opposite branch. Facing the monstrosity up close sent a chill down his spine. But more than the fear, it was the overwhelming aura of death radiating from it. No wonder the saint struggled, Kim Seo-run thought. Seizing the moment, he crept into range and let out a war cry to shatter the silence. The beast snapped to attention, eyes locking onto the provocateur. In a blind rage, it unleashed a barrage of whip-like branches, thrashing the air to shreds. It's faster than I calculated. The impact forced him far from the rendezvous point. The debuff spell. Isn't it ready yet? He scanned the area frantically, while dodging death by inches. The monster's power was catastrophic, pulverizing the earth into dust. Kim Seo-run was swatted into the sky, like a rag doll. He gritted his teeth, spinning in midair to face the beast. But the sheer spiritual pressure radiating from it made his limbs tremble. I have no choice. I must evade everything to survive. Knuckles white around Gungnir's shaft, he prepared to dive. Suddenly, a shift in the atmosphere. He could feel it. The saint's magic had taken hold. Perfect timing. He dashed forward, planting himself directly in the beast's vision, screaming to draw every ounce of its killing intent. Kim Seo-run sprinted like his life depended on it, because it did. The monster roared behind him, its strikes crashing down like avalanches, shaking the very foundation of the forest. Good. It's still fixated on me. Just a little further to the kill zone. Just one more step into the trap. Just as the beast's shadow loomed over him, the jagged roots and massive trunk froze. Invisible chains of mana clamped down, sealing its movement instantly. Its speed and power plummeted. The magic saint's debuff was super effective. Now, while it's vulnerable, I will shatter the core. But the triumph lasted less than 10 seconds. The monster's killing intent shifted, straight toward the Saint. Damn it. The Saint is out of mana, and Park Min-chun is just a civilian, burdened with the Saint's weight. He can't dodge an area of effect attack like that. I can't hesitate. Eyes narrowing with lethal precision, Kim Seo-jun channeled every drop of his energy into Gungnir. With ice-cold focus and godlike accuracy, the spear flew true, piercing the beast's heart and exiting the other side. The monster shrieked in agony before crashing to the ground with a thunderous boom. The core was obliterated, but Kim Seo-jun collapsed, his stamina completely drained. He had nothing left to recall Gungnir. He spotted Park Min-chun wincing from a leg injury. Just as relief began to wash over them, a sickening, unnatural sound echoed through the clearing. The motionless roots of the dryad began to twitch. Impossible. Gungnir definitely destroyed the core. Did it survive? Kim Seo-jun's eyes widened in horror, the world spinning around him. Of course, it was a twist straight out of a system manhwa. It wasn't over. The beast had a second core. The hidden core seized control, overriding the damage. It transformed the beast into a berserker, a mindless slaughter machine that nothing could restrain. The trio watched in terror as the monstrosity rose again. A storm of mana whipped around it, howling like the winds of the apocalypse. In this desperate hour, the Saint squeezed out the last dregs of his life force. He manifested threads of killing intent to hold the beast back. But he was running on fumes. The mana tank was empty. To kill that bastard, I have to smash the second core. But his legendary weapon Gungnir was hopelessly embedded in the chaotic mass of tree limbs. Wait, I still have the Spear of Longinus. If I can land a direct hit, I can end this nightmare. He quickly formulated a gamble. Saint, I need one more decay spell. It was all or nothing. High risk, high reward. Kim Seo-jun launched himself like a bullet, weaving through the colossal roots. Fear clawed at his heart, but he pushed it down. He was the only one who could end this. He swung the spear trailing light like a meteor. But before the blade could taste victory, the roots swarmed him, blocking the path like indestructible vines. I need to drive Longinus deeper into the main body. But the defense was impenetrable. This wasn't just kiting anymore. This was a siege against a fortress. Damn it, a root snatched his ankle, crushing tight. Just as hope faded, the Saint's paralysis magic washed over the beast, freezing it in place. Sensing the grip loosen, he didn't waste a microsecond. He kicked off the beast, putting distance between them. The mana chains were fading thin as spiderwebs. The Saint was burning his very soul to keep the spell active without mana. Kim Seo-jun looked on his heart, heavy with dread. Seeing a fatal opening in the beast's defense, he dashed forward with desperate speed. But the creature shattered the magical bindings instantly and crushed him into the dirt with a single casual strike. Taking the full brunt of that impact, Kim Seo-jun felt his insides churn. Blood sprayed from his mouth and nose like a broken dam. I foolishly thought the Spear of Longinus could shatter its core if I just closed the distance. I could not have been more wrong. Trembling hands gripped the spear as death loomed over him. Just as he accepted, this was the end of his manhwa recap story. The Dharma Saint materialized, blocking the fatal blow in the nick of time. I cannot fathom how a mere student possesses such transcendental martial arts mastery before the age of 30. When was the last time my soul shivered, witnessing another's technique? Mark my words, within a year, his name will echo across all of Korea. And beyond that, his potential is limitless. He may one day surpass the nation's greatest and rise as the supreme guardian of all humanity. However, his current power is insufficient. He is the future that must survive, even if it costs this old man his life today. The Dharma Saint screamed in agony for him to flee, but Kim Seo-jun refused. The humiliation of a cowardly retreat was a bitter pill he would not swallow. Despite the curses raining down on him to escape, he stood his ground. He could not bear to watch the Saint sacrifice himself, yet the odds in this leveling manhwa scenario were despairingly low. Logic dictated that fleeing was the optimal strategy. Abandon the Saint, save Uncle Mang-chun, and live to fight another day. The worst option was engaging this monster while severely weakened. My brain knows the answer, yet my heart refuses to retreat. Gritting his teeth, memories of the first lecture flooded his mind. Heracles, the greatest deity of Greek myth, had asked them a simple question. What is true strength? During orientation, he boasted of muscles, yet mere physical might was not the lesson the legendary hero intended to impart. True power is born from atonement. He spoke of Hera's curse, which drove him into a madness, where he slaughtered his beloved wife and child with his own hands. Consumed by guilt, He sought the release of death. But his friend Zeus offered a different path. 12 impossible trials to wash away the sins of his past. Those 12 labors were death sentences. Slaying the Nemean lion, decapitating the Lernaean hydra, capturing the Ceryneian hind, and the Erymanthian boar. He cleansed the Augean stables, drove off the Stymphalian birds, tamed the Cretan bull, and seized the man-eating mares of Diomedes, along with Hippolytus' girdle. He took Geryon's cattle, stole the golden apples of the Hesperides, and even dragged Cerberus, the watchdog of hell, into the light. Though his fame soared, the world mocked him. They whispered that a kinslayer could never truly be a hero, no matter how strong. They invented reasons to deny his redemption, spitting insults at his back. Yet, he refused to yield to their scorn. He fought for a world where altruism was the norm, hoping that one day he could finally forgive himself for that night of blood and madness. Upon completing the trials, he was hailed as a true hero, eventually saving the Olympian gods themselves during the War of Giants. The madman who destroyed his family had walked the path of penance to become the greatest savior in history. The strength that guided him was the will to atone. The world will always tell you your goals are impossible in this cruel, awakening manhwa reality. But as someone who has walked through hell, I tell you this: find your own reason to succeed. That burning drive alone is enough to make you a hero. Those words shattered the mental chains binding Kim So-run. The heavy weight of fear on his chest evaporated instantly. There were 1,000 reasons to flee, 1,000 ways to lose. To the veteran saint, the defiance of a 28-year-old might look like reckless suicide. But I choose to live a life of meaning. I will not surrender my future to fear. Biting his lip until it bled, determination flared. The hero's wisdom became the fuel for his awakening, unlocking a dormant power deep within his core. A cataclysmic force erupted, shattering every obstacle and flooding the battlefield with overwhelming pressure. The monsters could only bow before this kingly aura, awaiting their doom. The blast was so potent, it pulverized the terrain and vaporized the boss monster's core in a single heartbeat. Having expended every ounce of energy, Kim So-run collapsed under the Dharma Saint's watchful gaze. The old master, for the first time in years, felt the cold grip of mortality. The world is far more perilous than the masses believe. As death draws near, the worry that the world still needs, my protection grows stronger. That is why I sought a successor. Though my disciple Jinin exceeded expectations, the shadow of anxiety in my heart never truly faded. But I see now those fears were unfounded. Even if I fall, this disciple will carry the torch and complete the mission. I see the genesis of a new legend in this boy, the saint whispered with pride. The scene shifted to the sterile white of a hospital room the following morning. The two elders had escaped with mere scratches, but Kim So-run panicked upon realizing he had been out cold for 6 hours. At least the crisis was averted. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, he learned Park Seo-ju was on her way to visit. Naturally, she was concerned. After all, he had vanished into thin air with her grandfather's precious heirloom sword. Hearing that Mang Chun's daughter aspired to be a hunter, the Dharma Saint offered to mentor her personally. Mang Chun froze, wondering if his ears were deceiving him or if the old man was senile. It is time I passed my legacy to the next generation, the saint mused. I doubt I shall survive past this year. Until my time comes, I shall dedicate my final moments to training her as repayment for saving my life, he chuckled heartily. He extended the offer to Kim So-run as well, but our protagonist politely declined. He was only in this system manhwa game for the cash. Suddenly, the hospital door was kicked off its hinges. Kim So-run convulsed in pure terror. He had forgotten a crucial detail. Contacting Park Seo-ju meant summoning the demon that guarded her. Kim So-run froze. He never calculated that the legendary sword saint would track him down to this very spot. His mind was a chaotic storm of panic. Luckily, the magic saint was there to act as a coolant for the sword saint's blazing fury, and the two heavyweights settled into a chat. But the atmosphere shifted instantly. When the magic saint revealed So-run had saved his life, the sword saint's killing intent locked onto the boy, turning the room into a suffocating oven. The old legend couldn't fathom the audacity. To think this rookie dared to pawn off his precious blade. His courage was either legendary or he was simply insane. The magic saint tried to mediate, but when he confirmed the sword had actually been pawned, even the great archmage was left completely speechless. Flames of wrath practically erupted from the sword saint. Terrified So-run stammered a defense. He didn't sell it, he just temporarily collateralized it. Because the blade is retrievable and out of respect for the mage, I will spare you. The sword saint's eyes narrowed. If you can survive a single strike, I will forgive this transgression. The sword saint gritted his teeth, barely suppressing his power. Seo-jun knew the truth. This wasn't a test. The old man intended to obliterate him with a casual punch. Trembling in the corner, Seo-jun realized begging was futile. The Sword Saint couldn't hold back the rising tide of anger, and unleashed a fist crackling with thunderous power. Boom! The wall exploded into dust. But amidst the debris, Kim Seo-jun stood firm. He had blocked the strike. His bones screamed in agony, but his arm remained intact. By all logic, that limb should have been pulverized. The Sword Saint's face went pale with shock. How did a mere novice withstand the power of a legend? Mistaking the pause for preparation of a second hit, Seo-jun didn't wait. He summoned every ounce of strength and bolted from the room, leaving the stunned legends in his wake. The Sword Saint clicked his tongue, sitting beside his friend's bed. His demeanor changed. "Tell me," he demanded, "what exactly happened in that dungeon?" As the Magic Saint recounted the miracle in the cave, the Sword Saint's skepticism remained. He couldn't believe a boy like Kim Seo-jun was capable of such feats. "You still don't accept him, do you?" the mage asked. The swordsman didn't deny it. "Even if your words are true, I cannot acknowledge that brat's strength. I've seen the so-called S-rank hunters of this generation," the Sword Saint scoffed. "They are utterly useless." It was a sentiment the Magic Saint sadly agreed with. These were two heroes who had once saved the world from the great catastrophe. Their standards were forged in the fires of a true apocalypse. In this new era, being a hunter had lost its meaning. It wasn't about heroism anymore. It was just a high-paying job with celebrity status. They didn't hate peace, but a shadow hung over them. When the old heroes fade and the ancient calamities awaken, will this soft world survive? Who knows? The Magic Saint sighed, looking out the window. That is precisely why we established the Church of Truth. But listen, among 8 billion people, one anomaly has appeared. One who makes the impossible possible. The mage smiled. Perhaps our era has truly ended. Meanwhile, unaware he was the topic of such heavy conversation, Seo-jun was joking with his friends. Suddenly, Soo-yun rushed in tears, streaming down her face, and threw herself into her father's arms. It was a heart-wrenching reunion between father and daughter. Watching them, Manchun turned to Seo-jun, his eyes conveying a silent, profound gratitude. "They say the most beautiful scenery is life returning to normal." Time passed. The trio was discharged, and their lives slipped back into their natural orbits. But things had changed. The Magic Saint took Soo-yun as his direct disciple, and Seo-jun. He finally received his reward, a cool 10 billion won. He immediately used 500 million to redeem the Azure Dragon Sword. He might have almost died delivering it back to the Sword Saint, but at least the debt was paid. Fate is funny like that. He hadn't planned it yet. Here he was with the legendary spear Gungnir and a massive fortune of 9.5 billion won. Reinvesting his gains, he pushed his progress in the Ha Queen course to 47.3%. Back at the academy, he finally crossed paths with Min-yoon. The guy hadn't even visited the hospital, claiming he knew Seo-jun would recover. In a constantly changing world, the Dream Academy remained an unshakable constant. It felt like home. Seo-jun dove back into his training. Thanks to his faith in the system's divine power, his proficiency was skyrocketing at an unnatural speed. Ha Queen's teaching style was still muscles first, logic never. Seo-jun grimaced as he watched. His current body was barely keeping up with such overwhelming physical demands. Finishing early, he hatched a plan. It was time to burn that cash on the ultimate power-up item, the elixir. If I get enough mana to wield Gungnir, he thought, I'll be a walking disaster. This was the peak excitement of a leveling Manhwa protagonist, shopping for god-tier items. He considered rushing it, but stopped. Patience was key. He decided to return to the lecture hall first. There was a bottleneck, though. He couldn't absorb the elixir efficiently. His time with Merlin was great for theory, but he lacked the practical breathing techniques. To drain every drop of power from a divine elixir, he needed to master a specialized mana breathing technique. If I have to learn it, I might as well start now. Proactive as ever, he messaged his advisor fishing for high-level instructional videos. The recommendations came, with price tags that made his wallet cry. He was broke again. Seo-jun found him looking like a withered soul, begging for funding. She exploded. It wasn't just a scolding, it was a verbal beatdown. She started rapping insults at him with the speed and precision of an angry mother. He swallowed his tears. He was only short 500 million won. Sighing, Seo-jun mentioned a contest starting tomorrow with a prize of 3 million won. But there was a catch. It was a team battle. Seo-jun couldn't enter the arena alone. The academy roster was thin. It was just him and Min-yoon. Sure, Min-yoon was a beast who could carry his own weight. But the rules required a trio. They were one short. Recruiting a random newbie was risky. Could they even trust a stranger in a fight? He needed a unicorn, someone trustworthy, skilled, and desperate to be a hunter, but somehow not yet enrolled in the academy. Does such a person even exist? He racked his brain. Then a flash of inspiration struck. He pictured the feisty Soo-yeon. Kim Seo-jun didn't hesitate for a second. The moment the strategy to recruit Soo-yeon formed in his mind, he ignored the shock on everyone's faces and bolted out the door to find her. He marched straight to the Magic Saint's estate, but the sight that greeted him pulled at his heartstrings. The legendary figure looked frail, leaning heavily on his cane as he stepped out. The old master let out a hearty laugh, explaining that Soo-yeon had been exploring the world ever since awakening her elemental arts. But wait, hadn't she only become his disciple 2 days ago? In any hunter academy, mana manipulation is the first hurdle. For a novice, mastering mana control typically demands a grueling 2 to 3 weeks of constant meditation. Kim Seo-jun's eyes nearly popped out of his skull. The Magic Saint shared his disbelief. This terrifying little girl had mastered the flow of mana in less than 24 hours. He had planned to dedicate his waning life to guiding her growth. Yet her potential was far more explosive than even a saint could predict. Seo-jun laid out the situation at the academy. He appealed to the old man's protective instincts, urging him to enroll Soo-yeon in the intermediate academy, where he could watch over her. The Sword Saint and the Magic Saint were already under the watchful eye of the Church of Justice. It was only a matter of time before Soo-yeon became a target in their twisted game. I beg you to consider the danger. Kim Seo-jun truly saw her as a little sister, and even without the threat, his desire to protect her was genuine. After a heavy silence, the Magic Saint nodded. He entrusted her to Seo-jun. Back at the academy, the welcome was warm, with Min-yun practically vibrating with excitement. Returning to the main quest, Seo-jun announced their 3-person party for the competition. The energy in the room spiked instantly as Min-yun and Soo-yeon cheered. As for a name, Seo-jun pondered, before declaring them Team Dream. It resonated with power. Together, they swore to grind until victory was theirs. And just like that, their legend began to spread across Korea. The name Team Dream was whispered in every corner of the hunter world. This wasn't a standard government exam. It was a high-stakes tournament funded by private megacorporations, a common trope in this type of awakening manhwa. Why would these giants pour fortunes into a student contest? Simple. They were hungry for fresh blood, desperate to scout the next generation of awakened powerhouses. While lone wolves existed, the pro-hunter world was dominated by guilds operating as tactical units. They weren't just looking for raw damage output. They needed to see synergy, leadership, and how these prospects handled the pressure of the raid. The goal was to secure priority contracts with high-potential cadets. This hidden agenda turned the raid into a massive audition, with guilds throwing cash at the government to make it happen. Smelling the profit, broadcasters and organizations flocked like vultures. The stage was set for a brutal competition. Only the elite Tier 1 and Tier 2 academies were invited. This raid was the epicenter of wealth and fame in the hunter industry. It was a gathering of monsters. The crowd gasped as the aces of Gaon Academy Dung, Sigubike Unum, and Do Min-jun stepped into the arena. Min-yun clenched his teeth, listening to the crowd worship the rival teams. He couldn't stand the disrespect shown to Seo-jun. Why was no one praising his brother's strength? But there was no time to complain. The first round began with a 7-star conqueror spider. Lee Do-hun of Team Aries clutched his head in frustration. Countless squads were being wiped out before they even warmed up. He suspected Dung Jimin had integrated some twisted new research into this artificial dungeon. The failure rate was catastrophic, perhaps even shocking the sponsors. Do Hyun checked the leaderboards. The elites of Gaon Academy had cleared the dungeon in a respectable 30 minutes and 12 seconds. Meanwhile, Kim Seo-jun's Team Dream clocked in at 9 minutes and 34 seconds. The judges panicked, convinced the timer had malfunctioned. The machine was indeed broken. It had lagged behind their speed. Their true clear time was a godlike 9 minutes and 4 seconds. Absolute monsters. Rewinding to the dungeon, Seo-jun decided to conserve his Gungnir instead, using the Longinus spear to shred the spider's thick webbing like paper. He carved the path, while Min-yun unleashed hell. Seeing their perfect rhythm, Soo-yeon realized she couldn't just be a bystander in this fight. Mana flared around her, and in a flash of elemental light, the boss was obliterated. They strolled out of the dungeon victorious, with Min-yun chattering away happily. When Seo-jun asked about his gear, Min-yun shrugged. He had discarded everything but a dagger and arrows, strictly following his master's harsh training regimen. They bantered back and forth, completely oblivious to the terrified and awestruck gazes boring into them from all sides. The crowd finally recognized the duo. Minhyun, basking in Seorun's reflected glory, grinned like a maniac. His loud boasting made Seorun and Shuryeon want to crawl into a hole. From the sidelines, Dong Sigu shot a look of pure hostility at the rising star. The Hunter Academy's Team M finally emerged, dead last, deluding themselves into thinking the whispers were about them. Pathetic. Round 2, Crystal Collection crushed in 4 minutes 23 seconds. Round 3, Monster Subjugation annihilated in a breathless 19 seconds. Round 4, the Dryad Forest. Seorun shielded Shuryeon, his sword becoming a blur as he slashed through the infinite barrage of attacking roots. But the beasts kept regenerating. They weren't dying. Their numbers merely thinned before surging back. Seorun's eyes scanned the battlefield. Suddenly, he locked onto a glowing anomaly, hovering above, pulsing with a massive concentration of mana. Was that the dungeon core? The source of this system, Manhwa Nightmare. Before he could confirm, a sharp hiss pierced the air behind him. He lashed out, shattering the light with his staff. But when he thrust Gungnir, the spear passed harmlessly through it like smoke. Strange. The Dryad roots surged again. Seorun froze, realizing he had fundamentally misunderstood the true nature of his Longinus spear. A divine weapon like Longinus couldn't be inferior to Gungnir. Gritting his teeth, Seorun charged back toward the light, determined to unlock its secret. Meanwhile, the so-called elites of Gon Academy finally stumbled across the finish line with a sluggish time of 44 minutes and 51 seconds. The rival squad stood tall, drowning in their own hubris. In their minds, their performance was a flawless masterpiece that no other team could possibly touch. We crushed the Hunter Guild's record by double the time. We shattered our limits. Jung Sigu muttered, chest puffing with pride. This is absolute perfection. But as they strutted out, they froze. The dream team was already waiting. They entered with us, but came out first. Ha! They must have wiped out instantly. The female member sneered, her voice dripping with venom. Jung Sigu smirked, convinced that trash would always remain trash. They believed Kim Seo-jun's success was mere luck until the scoreboard lit up, shattering their arrogance like glass. Academy Dream, Rank 1. Duration, infinite. The sheer absurdity sent the stadium into a frenzy. Do-hyun's eyes nearly popped out of his skull. With stats like these, Kim Seo-jun's crew could walk straight into the professional hunter world. The second this manhwa recap concludes, cold sweat trickled down his neck. Even Kim Seo-jun stood there, blinking, shocked that the system rated his performance quite this high. I thought the Spear of Longinus just had high penetration, Kim Seo-jun mused. But Gungnir failed where Longinus succeeded. I have to accept it. Their item grades are simply in different dimensions. It's not just a unique status effect. The logic of the world bent for that spear. Gungnir bounced off, but Longinus pierced through. Kim Seo-jun replayed the moment he annihilated the orb. The Spear of Longinus. Perhaps its true power is striking the concept of the target, directly bypassing reality itself. I need to run more experiments before I can be sure. He muttered to himself, lost in the labyrinth of his own analysis. Even Minhyun and Seorun were stunned. Kim Seo-jun had wiped out the riot mob in a blink. Meanwhile, young Sigu, choking on jealousy, stormed over. What dirty trick did you use? I admit Kim Seo-jun is a rare anomaly, Sigu thought, recalling rumors of the Hunter Guild simulation. But an infinite rank in round 4, that's impossible. Maybe for the legendary Lee Hun, but not him. Damn it, why am I even comparing this amateur to her? She exists in a realm above us all. Jung Sigu stood dazed for a moment, then spun around and stomped off, leaving Kim Seo-jun staring at his back in confusion. Minhyun spat out curses, steam practically blowing out of her ears. The final round was approaching. Kim Seo-jun felt a calm confidence. They had dominated every stage of this leveling manhwa tournament so far. This is easier than I expected. Suddenly, a voice cut through his thoughts. A man approached, looking nervous. Excuse me, I have a proposition for you. We are authorized to offer you a special deal. Accept, and your total prize money will skyrocket to 6.5 billion won. The sheer number made the dream team gasp. However, the man added, eyes narrowing, there is a condition. You are aware the final stage contains a 9-star beast. It is a summoned construct weaker than the real thing, but make no mistake, this is not something mere cadets are meant to fight. Normally, the objective is survival. We grade on how you use the terrain and withstand the pressure of such an overwhelming force. Those strategic factors determine your final score. Of course, slaying the boss awards the maximum possible score. But in the history of this competition, No squad has ever achieved the impossible. Our condition is simple: kill the boss. Succeed and you get the fortune. Fail and Team Dream leaves with nothing. The ultimatum hung in the air, making Lee Seo-jun pause. If I refuse, we keep our current winnings. It's obvious the three great academies are pulling strings behind the scenes. They need to save face after Young Sigu's humiliation. Everyone thinks we cheated. This is a setup to crush Team Dream and restore the honor of the elites. Lee Seo-jun glanced at Min-yun and Suran. The weight of leadership pressed down on his shoulders. What is the right move here? Success means 6.5 billion. Failure wipes out our hard-earned 3 billion. He lowered his head, calculations running wild, before locking eyes with the official. The current pot is 6.5 billion. Tell your bosses to use their influence and bump it up to 10 billion. Do that, and we accept the death match. Min-yun, Suran, and the suit-wearing official dropped their jaws. Lee Seo-jun's mind was racing. I need 500 million won immediately. Splitting 6.5 billion gives us 2 billion each. After expenses, 1.5 billion won't be enough to handle the ever-increasing cost of causality. But if the pot is 10 billion, that buys skill books and divine elixirs. That is a risk worth taking. A smirk played on Lee Seo-jun's lips. Defeated the official, scurried back to report to Do-hyun. He saw right through our intentions, sir. I knew his battle sense was sharp, but I expected him to refuse, the official stammered. Team Dream has no reason to walk into the jaws of death. It just shows how arrogant or powerful they truly are. The staff whispered among themselves, but Do-hyun's eyes gleamed. He believed Lee Seo-jun would pull off a miracle. After all, the boss is just a glorified mummy. A walk in the park for them. The signal flared. The final round of the Awakening Manhwa tournament had begun. 10 billion gold on the line. Team Dream stepped into the dungeon with burning resolve. But the moment they crossed the threshold, a suffocating demonic aura crushed the air around them. In the control room, Do-hyun's coffee cup shattered on the floor. His face went pale. That's not the 9-star construct. That's the sorrow. A catastrophic 10-star beast. Something had gone horribly wrong. Do-hyun wasn't about to watch bright young students get slaughtered in a glitch-ridden massacre. He vaulted the barrier, sprinting toward the arena. Physical damage is one thing, but summoned monsters can still inflict fatal mental trauma. A psychic attack destroys the brain. Even 5-star phantasms have left cadets vegetables in the past. But this is the sorrow. A 10-star, calamitous entity, no student can withstand its mind-break aura. Terror gripped Do-hyun's heart. Inside the barrier, Min-yun and Suran were already screaming, their eyes rolling back as the beast hijacked their sanity. If this continues, Team Dream won't just lose. They'll be obliterated. The control consoles sparked and smoked, overloaded by the monster's energy. Useless idiots, Do-hyun screamed, tearing at his hair. Lee Seo-jun, get out of there. But then the static on the main screen cleared, revealing a sight that stopped the world. Lee Seo-jun stood his ground against the abomination, his mind a fortress of calm. Meanwhile, Shurian and Min-yun had already crumbled, their wills shattered by the monster's mind control. As his teammates writhed on the floor in agony, the creature turned its malevolent gaze toward Lee Seo-jun. You believe this little winning streak makes you special? How long can you keep up this charade? Do you not realize how truly insignificant you are? It is pathetic. Do you think becoming a pro hunter will change your wretched fate? But mid-monologue, the beast froze. It realized Lee Seo-jun was completely unaffected, standing as still as a mountain. His enlightenment proficiency had skyrocketed just in time. Seizing the opening, Lee Seo-jun gripped his staff and charged with explosive speed. Panicked, the shadow lashed out with venomous whispers, trying to plant rot deep within his psyche. It sought to corrupt the very core of his being with dark thoughts. These were the seeds of doubt and anxiety, demons he had long harbored in the deepest abyss of his heart. His master's ancient teachings had elevated his enlightenment to the realm of infinite yang. Yet the monster's malice clung to him like a curse, relentless and toxic. A soul in despair is chained to the past. A soul in anxiety is enslaved by the future. But he who lives in the present finds true peace. If a painter lets greed guide the brush, the canvas becomes a void of darkness. Sometimes one must cast aside the heavy burdens of the heart. When lost, simply embrace the here and now. Climb the azure mountain and rest. Listen to the song of the water and the wind. You are as much a child of this universe as the earth and sky. You belong exactly where you stand. Anchoring himself in this absolute truth, Lee Seo-jun shattered the mental manipulation. The wisdom of the Tathagata flowed through him, granting him the power of true awakening and clarity amidst the chaos. He cleansed the soot from his soul. With eyes clear as crystal, he stepped forward to face the shadow, his resolve harder than steel. Electricity surged through his nerves, but the seeds of doubt withered into dust. I will not be swayed by your darkness any longer. He had entered the immovable state. Kim Seo-jun closed his eyes, and a blinding, majestic aura erupted from his body. With a single fluid strike, he obliterated the bewildered beast, returning it to the void. The system window flickered and went black. The spectators erupted in chaos. That was a 10-star intelligence-type monster. No ordinary student should have survived its mental onslaught. Furthermore, physical attacks were useless against such a phantom. It was a spirit without form, immune to brute force. Only the legendary Heart Saint had ever cleared a shadow dungeon in Korea before. Yet Kim Seo-jun annihilated it with one blow. Hyun laughed nervously. To be honest, that kid is already out of our guild's league. In the waiting room, Sigu's jaw hit the floor. A 10-star monster. Even as a summoned entity, that thing was at least an 8 or 9-star threat. Against a 9-star, you need an S-rank hunter. Maybe Lee Hun could do it, but a student, this is impossible. After the life-or-death duel, with the shadow Kim Seo-jun collapsed drained. Was it the enlightenment proficiency leveling up? It took 90 days to reach 17.5%. Now it was at 31.7%. That was a massive jump in seconds. Truly a god-tier training session. My precious experience buff machine. As Kim Seo-jun caught his breath, Min-yun and Shuryeon finally regained consciousness. They nearly fainted again, learning Kim Seo-jun soloed the boss. As the trio stumbled out, they were instantly swarmed by scouts from the top universities. Everyone wanted a piece of this leveling Manhwa prodigy. It was a frenzy. Thankfully, Do-hyun stepped in to shield them from the mob. Se-yeon rushed to the hospital, heart pounding. He's safe. I was terrified. I thought I'd lost him to the dungeon. He hasn't even taken the Pro Hunter exam, but I can no longer look at him as just a student. Fate had bound us since that first day. I've gained so much from him. I should be celebrating, so why does my heart ache with this complex emotion? As she clutched her chest in confusion, a knock echoed. The chairman himself had arrived to address the shadow anomaly, the young man who wielded the blue dragon sword. When the shadow descended, I feared a massacre. Yet, he cleared it alone. Now, I see why the sword saint values him. And to think the saint's beloved granddaughter is at his side. I made the right choice coming here myself. The chairman grinned from ear to ear, sensing a golden opportunity. Kim Seo-jun finally asked, why was the boss a shadow and not a mummy? It turns out, the dungeon core overloaded due to illegal mutation experiments. Mutation. If the core overload was artificial, that means we can manufacture a false distortion. And if we can trigger a false distortion, this was the great cataclysm, just a manufactured event too. Kim Seo-jun bit his nail, his mind racing with conspiracies typical of a system Manhwa. The chairman bowed, apologizing profusely for the danger. Name your price. The association will grant any request. Kim Seo-jun didn't hesitate. He held up 3 fingers. 3 billion won. For each of us. The chairman froze, utterly speechless. The chaotic raid had finally concluded. In this Manhwa recap, we saw Kim Seo-jun display power that transcended the comprehension of the elite academies. Due to the 9-star shadow disaster, the entire nation was in a frenzy over Kim Seo-jun's dream team. It was the birth of a legend. But Shuryeon refused the reward. I can't take this. I was useless. The captain and Min-yun did everything. We would be dead without him. Corpses don't need money. Min-yun also turned it down. Kim Seo-jun looked at them, tears of joy and financial pain welling in his eyes. 3 billion gold was the grand prize for first place, along with a shared pool of 3.5 billion for the runners-up, plus another 3.5 billion in sponsorship funding from the major guilds. Finally, the chairman of the association delivered the promised 9 billion gold. From the total 19 billion won, Min-jun and Soo-jun only took their 3 billion cuts, leaving him with his existing 9.5 billion. The grand total was now a staggering 22.5 billion gold. With this fortune, I can finally purchase the legacy course of the great sage Heaven's Equal for just 4.5 billion. Kim Seo-jun thought, his heart racing with anticipation. However, reality crashed down when he asked about raiding the 6-star dungeon. Soo-jun dropped the hard truth that they needed at least one A-rank hunter to qualify. Since Park Seo-ju was still stuck at B rank, their party had 0 rights to enter such a high-level gate. Kim Seo-jun's mind raced in confusion. Seeing Park Seo-ju apologizing profusely, terrified that she had disappointed him, made the atmosphere incredibly awkward. But what is my next move? If I cannot raid the 6-star dungeon, my income stream hits a dead end. Should I wait a bit longer to earn the 4.5 billion? Or should I buy the mana cultivation course first? Ideally, I need to master both. Maybe I should consult the advisor. Kim Seo-jun debated internally. The moment he picked up his phone, the advisor's avatar lunged out of the screen like a ghost in a horror movie, nearly stopping Kim Seo-jun's heart. This wasn't a joke. His nerves were already frayed. Hearing his dilemma about which course to prioritize, the advisor revealed a shocking secret: he could acquire both if he utilized the karma discount. Kim Seo-jun was stunned. It was exactly what it sounded like. A special event where prices were slashed based on one's karma. As any fan of a good system manhwa knows, these discount events in the Ultimate Academy are rare, but if played right, one could get a 100% discount. The words exploded in Kim Seo-jun's ears like a cannon blast. He was shook to his core, never daring to dream he could acquire the Great Sage's legacy for free. There is currently a live event at our academy. It is a support initiative designed for the top-ranking students. To be precise, it is an event tailored to reward those who achieve high scores in the mock exams. The advisor explained further. If we are talking about the mock exam for transcendental students, Kim Seo-jun's previous score was absolutely abysmal, a total disaster. But unlike back then, he now possessed the footwork of Zhang Sanfeng and the power of the Heck Queen. His Buddhist heart had also developed significantly since that time. If he retook the test now, his score would surely skyrocket. However, it still seemed impossible to score high enough to rank among the absolute top students. As Kim Seo-jun tore at his hair in frustration, the advisor changed the phrasing, igniting a spark of hope. Instead of top students, the event actually targeted the students with the most improved scores. Simply put, the system calculates the point increase compared to the last attempt. The discount percentage equals the percentage of score improvement. This meant, if his score increased by 50% compared to the last test, he would get a 50% discount. He didn't need a perfect score. He just needed to crush his past self. The advisor chuckled slyly. In other words, Kim Seo-jun just had to be better than his former garbage stats. It was a high-stakes gamble worth taking. He felt he couldn't let this golden opportunity slip away. In true leveling manhwa fashion, he immediately agreed to the challenge. That afternoon, he prepared the fake gold bar that Fania liked and paid the registration fee. Let's do the math. If I do this, I will have 21.5 billion left. I need a discount of at least 60% to bring the cost down to 10.8 billion, so I can afford both skills. On top of that, if I factor in the 2 billion for the elixir, I need a 70% improvement. In terms of score, that means 20.3 points. There are 7 subjects in total. I just need to increase each one by 3 points. Perfect. Kim Seo-jun focused his mental energy, calculating the odds before smashing the yes button with reckless abandon. Part 1 of the official exam commenced. The scenery around Kim Seo-jun shifted instantly, warping into a new dimension. He gripped the gold bar, sweat dripping down his neck as he waited for the monster to spawn. Suddenly, a blur of motion whipped past him. The sheer speed caught Kim Seo-jun off guard, making him stumble. Gritting his teeth, he hurled the gold bar toward the beast as bait, then drew his staff and sprinted in the opposite direction to create a diversion. But he had severely miscalculated. What he didn't expect was the Hydra. It had grown 9 heads, and its power had multiplied by 9 as well. With a time limit of only 30 minutes, Kim Seo-jun had truly hit the jackpot of misfortune. The advisor looked on, with an innocent, bunny-like expression, a stark contrast to Kim Seo-jun, who was currently screaming his lungs out. "Oh, did you not know? I thought you knew. Did you really think we would set the same questions as the previous test, so you could just memorize the answers? Is that why you brought the gold bar?" the advisor asked with feigned ignorance. It was a total setup. Telling him now was absolutely useless. He could only run for his life, dodging the barrage of magic spells the monster rained down like a storm. "I just need 3 more points per subject. Nothing more, nothing less." Kim Seo-jun clenched his jaw until it creaked, enduring the hellish onslaught for the sake of his precious grades. Regaining his composure, he activated the cloud ascending step, combined with his lightness art, to launch a counterattack. But the monster was not a passive target. Enraged by Kim Seo-jun's ambush, the beast opened its maw and unleashed a breath of toxic mana. He barely dodged the blast. Talk about a close call. But less than a second later, reality struck. A single graze across his shoulder sent pain shooting through his bones. He collapsed, screaming in agony, unable to move. Phase 1 was a failure. Time remaining 28 minutes and 47 seconds. Seeing Kim Seo-jun crying on the floor, the advisor leaned in casually. "Does the Hydra's poison hurt that much?" Since the Hydra is ranked #1 for toxicity, I assume it must be quite painful. Quite painful, that was the understatement of the century. He felt like he was dying. Come to think of it, in Greek and Roman mythology, even the great Heracles couldn't withstand this poison. He gave up his immortality and begged for death, just to escape the pain. I totally understand why he wanted to die. Kim Seo-jun thought, his face pale as a sheet. After a brief recovery, he finally managed to force himself up. Because this was his first real attempt, his proficiency was still skyrocketing. If he kept this up, he could achieve both the karma exemption and the training simultaneously. He could stop now, but the advisor wasn't sure if he had enough points yet. Kim Seo-jun had already thrown the spear. He had to follow it. Despite the fear, he pressed yes to continue the test. The 9-headed monster materialized again, more ferocious than before. This subject tested his combat proficiency. That meant the only way to get a high score was to butcher this Hydra. Kim Seo-jun assumed his stance, channeling a razor-sharp aura blade and hurling it toward the beast. Just as he rejoiced thinking he had severed one of the heads, a shocking scene straight out of an awakening manhwa unfolded. From the stump of the severed neck, a new head sprouted, even more powerful than the old one, leaving Kim Seo-jun speechless in despair. The monster's explosion was catastrophic. Kim Seo-jun, despite his devastating good looks, was obliterated in a mere 19 seconds. Terror gripped him as he lay paralyzed on the ground, mind racing for a solution. In the previous trial, wielding the Spear of Longinus against Fanya only netted him a meager 4.2 score. The scoring algorithm was a complete mystery. If this system Manhwa judged based on strike efficiency, he was absolutely screwed. Frustration gnawed at him as he tore at his hair. How many heads did he need to sever to conquer this beast? The advisor had suggested checking the walkthrough comments, but that advice was about as useless as a dull blade. Even with penalties, the voice echoed a high rank is possible if you utilize the strategic breakdown from the lecture archives. The choice is yours. The advisor's beaming smile felt like a mockery. Was this guidance, or just cruel pity? Rage bubbled up inside Kim Seo-jun. After countless deaths, fear was replaced by numb determination. Cursing the wretched advisor, he charged into the fray again and again. Finally, the hellish grind paid off. His score skyrocketed to 8.8, a massive leap that fueled his fighting spirit. The advisor showered him with praise, stroking his ego until he felt like a god. Though knowing that little brat, the compliments were likely laced with hidden sarcasm. Regardless, he had secured those crucial 3 extra points in the first trial. Time to press on. Kim Seo-jun declared, his resolve hardening like steel. I've ruined everything. Kim Seo-jun collapsed, his face draining of color as despair crushed him. His mind drifted back 9 days to the second trial, basic endurance. The quest, shoulder the weight of the heavens as the avatar of Atlas for 1 agonizing hour. Bones creaking and spine nearly snapping, he barely survived, scraping by with a 5.9 score plus 2.2 bonus. 6 days prior, he engaged in a duel of gaze with a divine entity until his eyes felt like bursting. That torture yielded a reflex score of 4.2 plus 1.9. Then, 3 days ago, he endured the soul-flaying mana drain of the Lich Erich. The result? A pathetic mana score of 1.6 plus a meager 0.4. When the final tally appeared, the truth hit him like a sledgehammer. 9.1 total points. He was still 11.2 points away from his target. The advisor grinned maliciously. To unlock the event, rewards your growth rate must exceed 50%. No exceptions. Cold sweat drenched him as he trembled, looking like a man condemned. With shaking hands, he initiated the 5th trial, the Requiem of Erich. Failure was not an option. Miraculously, his mental fortress held firm. Kim Seo-jun cleansed his mind with the haunting melody and cleared the trial with unexpected tranquility. Level 2. Manifested instantly. Expel a possession by a demon from the 9th circle of hell, attempting to hijack his consciousness. But to Kim Seo-jun, this demon was nothing more than a buzzing fly. He simply ignored its whispers. Then came Level 3. Resist the allure of Aphrodite herself. The goddess approached with swaying hips, but Kim Seo-jun's only thought was, isn't she cold? Wearing that little, he shattered the beauty trap with sheer obliviousness, leaving the advisor dumbfounded. Level 4 unleashed a symphony of agony screams from the deepest abyss designed to shatter the mind. But Kim Seo-jun, the ultimate wildcard, threw out such nonsensical questions that the demons fell silent in confusion. The advisor stood frozen, unable to comprehend this man's chaotic genius. Level 5. The Ultimate Temptation by the Demon King Mephistopheles. The entity materialized, projecting humanity's darkest sins before Kim Seo-jun's eyes, forcing cold sweat to trickle down his spine. Yet through some miracle of willpower, he held his ground against the encroaching darkness. However, the final sin, pride, crushed him instantly. It took countless retries and humiliating defeats before he finally broke through. The next subject's exam would commence in 3 days. The advisor stared at the stats, trembling in disbelief. Kim Seo-jun's immovable heart progress had jumped from 15.5% to a staggering 31.7% in a single week. Even the Dark Demon lecture mastery had skyrocketed to absurd levels. The advisor couldn't process this anomaly, while Kim Seo-jun simply shrugged it off as pure luck. The final tally for spirit stats, 22.8 plus 13. He roared with triumph at the succulent numbers. Days later, the final judgment arrived. He had done the impossible. Aiming for a 70% increase, he had smashed through to 80%. In system terms, that meant a legendary 80% discount coupon. Finally, the path to the Great Sage Heavens equals lecture was open. If his heart hadn't been tempered by hellish trials, the sheer excitement would have killed him on the spot. Just out of curiosity, Kim Seo-jun asked, eyeing the advisor, what is the passing threshold to avoid failing this semester? The little guide smirked. 60 points per subject. But be warned, even if your total is God tier, failing a single subject means immediate expulsion. That meant a total score of at least 630 was required. The revelation struck him like a divine tribulation lightning bolt. He was doomed. His current total was a pitiful 52.2, not even a fraction of what he needed. Clutching his discount coupon like a lifeline, he registered for the Great Sages class immediately. The Meteor Staff Arts looked absolutely broken. He tried to access it, but a crimson error window popped up. Requirement: Great Sages Block Parry Stab Level 5. One day that power will be mine, he vowed. But for now, I must walk before I can fly. He selected the basic staff and spear arts. The price tag, 5,400,000,000 world coins. His hands trembled violently, but with a tear in his eye, he smashed the purchase button. He hit play. The screen froze instantly. Panic surged through his veins, not a glitch now of all times. If 5 billion just vanished, he would end his own life right here. Suddenly, a blinding ray of spiritual energy burst from the screen. The Great Sage had arrived. The legend himself materialized to mentor Kim Seo-jun. He demonstrated the fundamental trinity: block, parry, stab. Every movement was fluid, transcending mortal understanding. Kim Seo-jun watched, jaw on the floor, mesmerized by the display. Then the system chimed, quest: perform the Great Sage's parry technique 100 times. Kim Seo-jun sighed, doubting his own limbs. He realized this was merely the beginner course. From intermediate onwards, these weren't just lessons, they were transcendent arts. That explains the astronomical price, the advisor noted. This is a realm beyond human limits. You have to feel the energy flow yourself. Taking the advice to heart, Kim Seo-jun gripped his weapon. He mirrored the Great Sage's stance and unleashed a strike. The result was terrifying. A simple swing released a torrent of mana that tore the earth asunder. Kim Seo-jun stood amidst the destruction, mouth agape. He never imagined a mere training arc could grant such devastating power. At a high-end restaurant, the elite representatives of the top 3 hunter academies, GA and Hunteress, were holding a secret summit. The reputation of these prestigious institutions was crumbling. Rumors whispered that even their combined might couldn't equal a fraction of Dream Academy's power. Jin-hun broke the silence. So what is our play here? Do we take action against Kim Seo-jun? Jin Park? Sol Jug retorted sharply. We don't just stop him. We must utterly shatter his will to fight. Jin-hun dropped a cold truth that made Jin Park Seal Jog sweat bullets. One wrong move, and Academy Y could be erased from history. Agreeing with the danger, they stood up to leave in frustration, but Jin-hun's sudden mention of a friendly tournament froze them in their tracks. Jin-hun smirked, his eyes cold, as he suggested deploying Lee Hun. Meanwhile, miles away, Kim Seo-jun annihilated his surroundings with a single basic swing of his staff. It was as if the wrath of a god had descended with that one strike. Powerful, but it drains too much energy, Kim Seo-jun analyzed. That is the intermediate Great Sage Heavens equal curriculum for you, a classic leveling Manhwa cheat code. In other words, the class pushed him far beyond his limits. But for Kim Seo-jun, retreat was never an option, only struggle and evolution. Doing this 10 times is hell, let alone 1,000, he panted, collapsing to the ground. Wait, wasn't I supposed to start the mana manipulation class too? He was making god-tier progress with Hercules. If he combined that with the mana course, his growth toward his goal would be exponential. The advisor's hint reignited his fire. After repairing the terrain, he had destroyed Kim Seo-jun, dived into Swordmaster Lu Dongbin's Chi cultivation class, under the advisor's guidance. The theory was dizzying like pouring water on a duck's back, yet the core essence began to seep into his mind. The mud pill palace represents the brain. Since it is the upper dantian, does that mean it governs the domain of the mind? Kim Seo-jun theorized. The upper dantian is the brain, the middle is the heart, and the lower is the abdomen. To summarize, Master Lu's teachings, unlike mana chi, cultivation builds internal pressure over time. It is easy to accumulate but requires patience. For safety, chi is the way. Efficiency and safety. I choose chi. Just as he decided, the system flashed a new notification: Instructor Sif's Breath Power Lecture. Kim Seo-jun paused, sensing a glitch. Wait, something feels off. I can't take two conflicting classes simultaneously, right? If the upper dantian is the brain, then Shakyamuni Buddha's unshakable heart technique could theoretically act as the upper dantian itself. He queried the advisor immediately. The unshakable heart was a legendary skill reserved for the Transcendent course. It implies that all transcendent beings unlock their upper dantian this way. Utilizing all three dantians, upper, middle, and lower, simultaneously wasn't impossible. It was destiny. My learning speed has skyrocketed, he realized. I need this power. I must have it. Kim Seo-jun stared at the holographic screen with iron resolve. Other students just pick based on preference, but I see the bigger picture. Switching tactics, Kim Seo-jun put on his best puppy dog eyes, begging the advisor to negotiate. He desperately wanted both powers, but his empty wallet was the real enemy here. I'll let the advisor handle the logistics. Kim Seo-jun returned home, only to find Park Seo-ju facing off against three strangers in the living room. They were the representatives from Hanguk, Termin, and Ga. The moment they saw Kim Seo-jun, they swarmed him with fake polite greetings. Kim Seo-jun wondered why the elites of the top three were invading his turf. Turns out they wanted Dream Academy to join their inter-school exchange tournament. He was listening with a smile until he heard no prize money. Kim Seo-jun's interest instantly flatlined. Zero profit. Then count me out. Despite their desperate pleading, Kim Seo-jun shoved the responsibility onto Min-yun, leaving the representatives dumbfounded as their master plan crumbled instantly. Minutes ago, they were shocked when he demanded 6 billion won. They never expected the top ranker to be such a ruthless gold digger. But without Kim Seo-jun, their scheme was pointless. The entire tournament was a trap designed specifically to crush him. The chaotic negotiation made Min-yun anxious just watching. Kim Seo-jun was torn. The weight of his financial debts was crushing him flatter than a pancake. Finally, after a long silence, Jin-hun spoke up. The representative announced that after careful calculation, they would establish a prize pool. There's a catch. We set the rules and format, and every member of Dream Academy must participate in this awakening Manhwa showdown. Everyone agreed enthusiastically. Even Park Seo-ju gave a thumbs up, ready to jump into the fray without hesitation. The grand prize was set at 6 billion, one exactly as Kim Seo-jun demanded. It was a 1v1 duel format, winner takes all. From that moment on, the Dream Academy students ground their magic training into dust, working day and night. Why? Because beyond the 6 billion, second place got 4 billion, and third got 2. A massive 12 billion won pot was on the table. Seeing Park Seo-ju training until she was drenched in sweat made Kim Seo-jun pause. If you're pushing yourself this hard for my sake, you really don't have to. Kim Seo-jun softened. I've always been on the receiving end. I've never done anything for you. Let me return the favor for once. Don't overthink it. Park Seo-ju replied quickly, shoving him out the door so she could focus. Just let me get stronger. Scratching his head, Kim Seo-jun stepped out, realizing he had his own prep to do. Suddenly, the advisor pinged him. Pause the mana course immediately. The situation is complex. I cannot explain everything via text, the message read, hinting at a hidden danger. Confused but obedient, he focused on his current skills. A few days later, on the morning of the tournament, Team Kim Seo-jun arrived at the venue. It was massive, like a battlefield. A system Manhwa event hosted by the top three was on another level. Reporters swarmed the entrance like vultures, sensing a legendary scoop. Kim Seo-jun cracked open the tournament schedule, his eyes scanning the bracket. First up, a chaotic elimination round between rival schools. Shurion and Min-yun were busy tearing into each other with their usual banter, but they instantly zipped their lips. The atmosphere shifted as the press went into a frenzy over a new arrival. Standing in the eye of the media storm was none other than Lee Hun. Flashbulbs exploded like lightning storms and questions were fired like arrows. But amidst the chaos, one reporter with a death wish decided to ask the forbidden question. Rumors say you skipped the friendly match specifically because of Kim Seo-jun. Is that true? Lee Hun froze for 2 heartbeats. Then, forcing a sugary toxic smile, she fired back Kim Seo-jun. Who is that again? The disrespect was palpable. The reporters turned pale, freezing in place like statues as the temperature in the room seemed to drop 10 degrees. Watching this absolute circus, Kim Seo-jun finally realized that this girl was the legendary hunter Lee Hyun everyone wouldn't shut up about in this manhwa recap. Min Yoon let slip that she was pretty earning him a swift, merciless smack from Shurian. But the commotion from the lovebirds drew the sharks. The reporters spotted Kim Seo-jun's team and realized the main attraction was right there. They swarmed encircling them like ants finding a drop of honey. Kim Seo-jun offered a polite, awkward smile and hurried his team inside. In the waiting room, the officials dropped a bombshell. Personal equipment was strictly banned for this tournament. They were handed standard-issue weapons. The quality wasn't garbage, but for a team used to their own customized gear, it felt like wearing someone else's shoes. Min Yoon and Shurian were back at it, fighting like cats and dogs, their noise filling the room. Kim Seo-jun just sighed, defeated. He gripped the standard-issue spear, anxiety bubbling in his gut. Would this mass-produced toy actually hold up? The first round bell rang. It was Kim Seo-jun versus some blonde extra. The guy looked at Kim Seo-jun's lean frame with total disdain, his ego inflating by the second. The blonde guy scoffed, remembering how his friend Dong Sigu had quit the tournament in a panic just hearing Kim Seo-jun's name. What a coward. Who is this guy anyway? Why did they ban personal gear for him, he thought. Dong Sigu is an idiot for running away from this twig. He sighed, pumping himself up with delusions of grandeur. He swore he'd show Kim Seo-jun who the real protagonist of a leveling manhwa should be. Talk about a lamb walking into a slaughterhouse. The signal dropped. Start. Kim Seo-jun vanished like smoke in a gale. The blonde fighter blinked, brain short-circuiting. What the hell? Before he could process, Kim Seo-jun materialized right in front of his face, a jump scare from hell. A tsunami of pressure radiated from Kim Seo-jun, making the guy's knees buckle. The wind pressure alone kicked up a dust storm, blinding everyone nearby. It was the ultimate checkmate. The spear tip hovered inches from his nose. The blonde fighter stood frozen, paralyzed by pure terror, his will to fight completely shattered. Victory was decided in a split second. But then the opponent noticed something terrifying. The spear in Kim Seo-jun's hand had silently crumbled into fragments. Cheap junk, Kim Seo-jun thought, hearing the sad clink of metal hitting the floor. Just as I feared. This thing couldn't handle my output. I only swung it 3 times and it shattered, he lamented. If this keeps up, I'm going to need a fresh weapon after every single round. We're doomed. Kim Seo-jun grabbed a replacement spear, calculating the logistics. Meanwhile, Shurian and Min Yoon were hyping him up, ecstatic over the instant win. The internet was already exploding with articles about him. Kim Seo-jun versus Lee Hyun, who reigns supreme. The comment sections were a war zone of theories, propelling his name to the top of the search rankings. More importantly, the top 3 guilds announced they would cover all damages for the tournament. Let's be real, they just wanted a front row seat to the Kim Seo-jun show. "See Park," Seo-jun said. "Everyone knows you're a monster, Kim Seo-jun." To the public, Lee Hyun was an unshakable fortress. But now the crowd was going feral because they saw someone who could finally smash that wall to pieces. While Kim Seo-jun's team celebrated, Lee Hyun sat in a dark mood. She was sick of seeing Kim Seo-jun's name plastered on every screen and headline. No matter how hard he struggles, she thought, isn't he just extraordinary? For a student, her denial ran deep. She voiced her irritation to Jin Hun, dismissing his concerns about the rising star. Looking down from the VIP box, Jin Hun watched Kim Seo-jun laughing with his team looking completely relaxed. That lack of tension, that was what terrified Jin Hun the most. The tournament marched on. As expected, Min Yoon climbed the ranks effortlessly. And while Kim Seo-jun worried about Shurian, the girl was fighting like a demon, defying all expectations. But for Kim Seo-jun, it was a disaster of a different kind. He had already snapped 9 spears in half. These weapons cost tens of millions of won each. The bill is going to be over 1 billion won at this rate, he panicked internally. The weapon replacement costs are going to exceed the prize money. I'll be bankrupt. It was a financial nightmare. The cost of repairs is higher than the earnings. But the organizers couldn't exactly refuse to replace a weapon that had turned to dust. The organizer was sweating bullets watching the budget evaporate. Suddenly, Kim Seo-jun made a request. "Let me use my own weapon." The staff scrambled, radioing their superiors in a panic. The next match was up. It was Shurian. She was shaking like a leaf in a storm. Why? Because her opponent was the monster, Lee Hyun. Who wouldn't be terrified? The pressure must be crushing her. Kim Seo-jun thought, his face pale. She hasn't been studying holy magic for that long. Seeing her trembling, he stepped up to calm her down. Winning or losing doesn't matter, he told her gently. In the last raid, I couldn't do much for you. But the feeling of achieving something together, and the rush of seeing your own power level rise, that process is what makes us hunters. I know the gap between us feels massive, Shurian thought, her resolve hardening. But I have to prove I can do something. I have to prove I belong by your side. She steeled her heart. The buzzer screamed. Shurian said her goodbyes to Lee Seo-jun and marched into the arena like a warrior. She took a deep breath, centering herself. But then Lee Hun loomed into view, and the fear came rushing back. The match started, and Shurian instantly used her mana to blast herself backward, creating distance. Lee Hun didn't even twitch. She stood there arrogant and untouchable, looking at Shurian like she was a bug. Go ahead, her eyes seemed to say. Throw everything you have at me. That way, Lee Hun taunted aloud, you'll realize just how mediocre you truly are. So please struggle with all your might. Snapping at the insult, Shurian ground her teeth fury, overriding her fear. She was going to teach this witch a lesson. Why does every villain have the same boring script? Lee Hun sighed, looking bored out of her mind. Shurian unleashed her aura. She fired a fear spell in all directions to disorient, and then locked on with target lock, launching herself like a missile straight at Lee Hun. The organizer's jaws hit the floor. A mage engaging in close-quarters combat against a powerhouse like Lee Hun? It was madness, or perhaps a genius move, straight out of an awakening manhwa. Shurian charged in like a comet, unleashing a storm of arcane power. The crowd watched in stunned silence, unable to believe a mere student could execute such flawless battle mage maneuvers. Usually mages are just glass cannons who stand in the backline to cast spells. But real combat is messy. What happens if the mana flow gets disrupted? What if the system restricts your energy recovery? What if a mana explosion wipes out your reserves and the tank isn't there to peel for you? The battlefield changes in a heartbeat. During the chaos of the Great Flood era, the legendary magic saint survived by mastering this ruthless melee style. Lee Seo-jun analyzed the technique with sharp eyes. Back then, that saint was known as a walking calamity. Nations called him the war mage for a reason. But she just watched Shurian's dance with cold eyes before striking. Bam, one hit, and Shurian coughed up a fountain of blood. Shurian desperately tried to counterattack, but she couldn't even put a scratch on Hyun's defense. Without a word, Hyun delivered a brutal physical slap that sent the girl rolling across the floor. The entire stadium went dead silent at the cruelty. Hyun grabbed Shurian by the hair, ready to deliver another blow, but Seo-jun and Min-yoon couldn't watch anymore and rushed the stage. The referees finally stepped in, forcing Hyun to toss Shurian aside like trash and walk away, flipping her hair. Seo-jun caught the battered girl, her body bruised and broken. Rage boiled in Seo-jun's veins like magma. He was ready to tear Hyun apart right there. But Shurian held him back, tears streaming down her face, blaming her own weakness. The healers rushed in to treat her wounds. Luckily, her life wasn't in danger, and Hyun got off with a mere warning. Even Min-yoon got wrecked trying to avenge her honor. Seo-jun swallowed his fury for Shurian's sake, but the beast inside him was waking up. The tournament dragged on, but Seo-jun saw nothing but red. He snapped, spear after spear in his matches, his mind focused on one thing. Finally, the main event arrived. The leveling Manhwa showdown. Everyone was waiting for Seo-jun versus Hyun. Let me ask you one thing. Seo-jun's voice was ice cold. Was that necessary? You're a top-tier hunter, so you probably don't know what it feels like to have your future treated like a joke. The darkness of hitting a wall you can't break, no matter how hard you grind. But that despair, it's proof that we're actually trying. And you just trampled on that effort like it was dirt. Even with your S-rank skills, you have no right to look down on us. Seo-jun's lecture was giving Hyun a headache. She rolled her eyes annoyed. Are you done yet? I knew you wouldn't understand, Seo-jun scoffed. Fine. Then experience it yourself. Come at me with everything you've got. The atmosphere grew heavy. Seo-jun puffed out his cheeks, his eyes sharp as daggers, swearing to teach this arrogant queen the taste of defeat. Got a big head because the crowd cheered for you, Hyun sneered. Stop acting righteous after beating up some fodder. The trash talk was over. The match officially began. Hyun launched a blitzkrieg attack, instantly closing the distance. But Seo-jun stood there, looking bored, swaying like a leaf in the wind, which only made Hyun more furious as she swung her sword to kill. Seo-jun slid backward, weaving through her lethal strikes with godlike agility. He made dodging look as easy as breathing. His casual attitude sent Hyun into a frenzy. She maxed out her power output, but to Seo-jun, her attacks were slower than a snail. Desperate, Hyun finally unleashed her signature sword aura. About time, Seo-jun smirked, finally raising his hand. Boom! His overwhelming power exploded outward. A single beam of concentrated mana slammed into Hyun, blasting her across the arena like a ragdoll. She tried to stand, but Seo-jun followed up with a heaven-shaking vibration strike that gave everyone goosebumps. For a so-called genius like Hyun, this was the ultimate humiliation. Hyun was a chosen one. She never had to grind. She just won. To her, this was a nightmare. Talent always crushed mediocrity. That was the rule. Even when the world hailed her as the greatest hunter in history, she felt nothing. Because victory was supposed to be obvious. But right now, facing Seo-jun, she felt small. Under Seo-jun's crushing pressure, Hyun coughed up blood. He simply spun his spear, and the sheer wind force made her dizzy. His next block shook the earth, the shockwave knocking the genius to her knees. Seo-jun finished the combo by shattering her defense completely. Hyun was defenseless. Impossible. This is absurd. How? There's no way he's stronger than me. Does a monster like this really exist? I am the peak of humanity. I cannot lose here. Gritting her teeth in denial, she gripped her sword and lunged for a desperate stab. Smack, but Seo-jun just slapped her face, stopping the attack cold, even with a weapon she was losing to a man fighting with his bare hands. Hyun refused to give up, but this was a beatdown worthy of a classic manhwa recap. Seo-jun started pummeling her like a training dummy. You don't get it, do you? There are people out there who embrace the pain just to level up. Life isn't a game on easy mode. We don't have natural talent like you, so we sharpen our souls every single day, Seo-jun roared. Hyun swung wildly, but hit nothing but air. And you know what? Those people don't care about winning or losing. They care about surviving the grind. It's not about the victory screen. It's about how far we've walked. That's why no matter how many times you hit us, we never stay down. We take one step at a time. We take the hits, we break our bones, and we stand up again. You see calm water, but beneath the surface, a storm is raging. The only way to win an impossible battle is to keep fighting until you break through. That is what true genius looks like. Kim Seo-jun stared down at Hyun's battered face, his voice colder than absolute zero. Even in this state, she clung to her delusion, stubbornly claiming to be history's greatest hunter. But Kim Seo-jun shut that down instantly. Don't make me laugh. I dominated you with my bare hands. He scoffed at her so-called genius title. You think you have the right to trample on others? Know your place. Channeling the power of a god, Kim Seo-jun delivered a single devastating punch. It was a total knockout. As Hyun crumpled to her knees before him, a wave of pure terror washed over the spectators. The first round of the friendly match ended with Kim Seo-jun's overwhelming victory. Seeing this absolute domination, the three top academy representatives began to sweat nervously on their thrones. As much as they hated to admit it, the truth was undeniable. Defeating Kim Seo-jun was simply impossible. 3 moves. That's all it took to crush Hyun. He was leagues above a mere student level. While everyone else drowned in despair, a scheme began to form in Jin Hun's mind. I may have lost to Kim Seo-jun personally, but I haven't lost to the Dream Academy yet, have I? A sinister grin spread across his face, revealing his fangs. Meanwhile, after that legendary battle, Kim Seo-jun was swarmed by reporters like a top-tier idol. He could barely escape the flashing lights. Back in the room, Se Park Seo-ju greeted him with frantic energy. The entire country is flipping out. Online forums were exploding with comments and articles spreading like wildfire. Most of the world sang his praises. However, lurking in the shadows of the internet, the haters were already typing their venom. Despite being the Sword Saint's niece, Se Park Seo-ju was mocked for being a B-ranker, leeching off Kim Seo-jun's fame. Reading it made his blood boil. He glanced at her heart, aching as she forced a brave smile through the pain. Ignore them, she said. We need to focus on the second round. The roster for the upcoming dungeon raid team is already set. Se Park Seo-ju's words hit him hard. He clutched his head in panic. Both Su Ryeon and Min Yoon were hospitalized. Who on earth could he form a team with now? She promised to check with the organizers and cheerfully left the room. Alone at last, the adrenaline faded and exhaustion crashed into Kim Seo-jun like a tidal wave. He collapsed onto the couch, cursing himself. Why did I use divine power at the very end? A simple knockout would have sufficed. He let his emotions get the better of him. Totally unnecessary waste of energy, he huffed. Suddenly, the advisor materialized out of thin air like a ghost. Kim Seo-jun nearly ascended to the afterlife from the jump scare. The advisor got straight to business. I asked the instructors and even the principal for you. But the answer was a resounding no. Kim Seo-jun sighed, shaking his head in frustration. These transcendentals just didn't operate on his wavelength. Hey, let a guy finish speaking first. However, the advisor added, the principal said, if it's you Kim Seo-jun, it might be possible. Talk about emotional whiplash. She only said it's a possibility, not a guarantee. Normally, utilizing both the middle and lower dantians simultaneously is considered impossible. Every living being in a system Manhwa universe has a limit to the mana they can absorb. Mana is the essence of life, and a vessel cannot exceed its natural capacity. This limit is the law of causality. Whether it's the middle or lower dantian, a body can usually only sustain one. If an entity tries to break this law of causality, their body will either decay or simply vanish into the void. However, you are an exception. Even if you use both dantians, you might survive. Why? Because your causality has never been measured. No matter your past condition, your fate remains unwritten and unmeasured. Do you recall our previous conversation? I reported this anomaly to the principal. Since your causality is unmeasured, theoretically, you possess no defined limits. Therefore, maintaining two active dantians might not destroy you. These are the principal's own words, but she included a warning. First, you must unlock both simultaneously. Second, you must withstand the crushing weight of that causality. The advisor rattled off the details like a machine gun. Opening both dantians means the amount of mana required to fill them will skyrocket. And we aren't talking double the amount. The requirement increases exponentially. Standard meditation won't cut it. You'll need high-grade elixirs to supplement the mana. In other words, Kim Seo-jun was about to go broke. Talk about bad luck upon bad luck. Seeing Kim Seo-jun weeping over his wallet, the advisor pressed on. You should consider it. The principal doesn't use the word possible lightly. A transcendent who wields 3 dantians. If you succeed, you'll defy all logic. She's expecting great things from you. The advisor grinned mischievously. Kim Seo-jun finally asked about the principal's identity. The advisor paused for dramatic effect. She is a second-rank transcendent. Second-rank Kim Seo-jun was stunned. But just as the advisor was about to drop some juicy lore about the Ultimate Academy, say Park Seo-ju burst in, the advisor vanished instantly like a startled cockroach. Jin-hun appeared in the doorway as well. The committee has agreed to proceed with the second round. However, we're tweaking the rules. Instead of just students, the dungeon raid team will now consist of 1 student paired with 1 instructor. Jin-hun smirked his eyes, gleaming with malice. This means you and say Park Seo-ju will likely team up, but remember, she's only a B-rank hunter. Every other team's instructor is at least A-rank. And you know what the public is already saying about her. While Kim Seo-jun hesitated, worried about the power gap, say Park Seo-jo cut in boldly. What about the bonus payment? Kim Seo-jun froze. Don't worry about me. As your director, I haven't been much help until now. Let me be useful for once. Their insults are just noise to me. She offered him a confident smile. Kim Seo-jun pondered for a moment, then turned to Jin-hun with a counterproposal. Fine. But the representatives of the top 3 academies must participate as well. And if you pay me 6 billion gold, I'll play by whatever rules you want. Otherwise, keep dreaming. Jin-hun turned pale, but for this manhwa recap, money talks. He gritted his teeth and agreed. The final rules were set. Representatives and students from Dream Haramain Gown and Yi Academies would form a joint team to raid the dungeon. The raid would be split across 3 zones. Students would take Dungeon 1, while the representatives would head to Dungeon 2 for a solo showdown. Once the mana stones from each dungeon are placed on the altar, the final boss of the 3rd dungeon will be summoned. The nightmare ends only when the student and the representative slay that beast together. Victory belongs to the team with the fastest combined time. Speed is the only currency that matters in this hellish race. Fresh off spending 6 billion won on high-level courses, Kim Seo-jun was ready to dominate. Meanwhile, at Dream Team's second testing ground, Seo-yun stood waiting, anxiety radiating off her like heat waves. The pressure was crushing her. Cold sweat poured down Seo-yun's face like rain. She knew she lacked the raw power of the other representatives, but in this round, individual weakness meant collective failure. I have to shave off every second possible, she told herself, desperation clawing at her mind. I've unlocked my upper dantian, but can I really keep up with veteran S-rank hunters? Before her spiraling thoughts could consume her, the entry notification chimed. Kim Seo-jun gave a confident wave, diving headfirst into the darkness before anyone could blink. The moment his foot touched the dungeon floor, a horde of monsters roared in welcome. They were packed so tightly, it was almost convenient, a perfect buffet for him to devour in a single strike. He intended to swing his weapon with a gentle touch, but a slip of the foot turned a light tap into a catastrophic blow that screamed, "Oops, too much power." After a whirlwind of destruction, the monsters were reduced to dust. Kim Seo-jun snatched the mana stone and dashed out, rushing to the pedestal to clock his time while waiting for Seo-yun. But before he could place the stone, the scoreboard flashed the rival academy's results. The numbers hit him like a physical blow. Shock froze him in place. The time gap between the first and second dungeons was massive. It made sense for them. The student was slow, the representative was fast. But for Kim Seo-jun's team, the situation was terrifyingly reversed. If he placed his stone now, victory was technically possible. But it would expose the humiliating truth: Seo-yun, a professional, was slower than a mere student. The public backlash would destroy her. But if I wait for her, we lose our guarantee of winning, he thought, panic rising. Plus Dungeon 2 is an 8-star difficulty. What if she fails completely? He cursed his own greed, realizing his obsession with money had clouded his judgment. His eyes darted between the scoreboard and the stone in his hand. Remembering Seo-yun's kindness, his grip tightened until his knuckles turned white, his hand trembling with internal conflict. Inside the burning depths of Dungeon 2, Seo-yun was fighting for her life. A massive lizard monster unleashed a sea of flames, pushing her to the brink. I must do this, she screamed internally. Kim Seo-jun is waiting for me. She knew she couldn't match his speed, but she refused to be deadweight. Amidst the smoke and relentless attacks, she fought with the desperation of someone with everything to lose. In truth, her skills were never considered genius tier. She was the granddaughter of the legendary sword saint, a hero of the Great Cataclysm. Yet, despite his personal tutelage, she remained a mediocre B rank. She loved her grandfather, but his shadow was a curse she couldn't escape. She hated the comparisons. She hated herself. But in this moment of life and death, the memory of Kim Seo-jun's encouraging smile surged through her like a shot of adrenaline. With renewed resolve, she struck. 1 hit to stun, 2 hits to knock the beast unconscious. When I first met him, I thought it was just a business transaction, she realized. I thought I could just use this talented student to boost the academy's fame. But with the professional hunter exam approaching, this tournament would likely be their final act together. This fleeting connection was nearing its end. Even if it's small, I want to be useful to him, she vowed. I won't be a stumbling block. Clutching the mana stone, Seo-yun swallowed her tears and stepped out of the dungeon with a heavy heart. But what she saw stopped her dead in her tracks. Kim Seo-jun was standing there, feigning a casual pose, as if he had just arrived. The realization washed over her, bitter and sweet. Why? Why did you do that? She asked, tears welling up in her eyes. Miss Seo-yun, he replied softly. I need money, it's true, but not at the cost of your dignity. I can make money anytime, he smiled, placing their stones on the pedestal together. But a shattered heart, that's something no amount of gold can fix. The system tallied their total time. To win, they had to locate and kill the final boss within 48 seconds. Miss Seo-yun, he said, his voice serious. There is something I need to tell you. I couldn't have made it this far alone. I'm counting on you for this final push. And for whatever comes after. You are the only one I trust. If I pass out, please take care of me. His words struck her soul, and Seo-yun finally let the tears fall freely. No sooner had he spoken than Kim Seo-jun launched himself forward. 30 seconds remained. Finding and killing the basilisk in 30 seconds was impossible by normal standards. I won't just hunt the boss, he decided. I'm going to hit the dungeon with so much force the entire dimension collapses. A true man of action, he didn't hesitate. Fast and furious, he combined his aura blade with divine power. The atmosphere began to warp. Still not satisfied, he downed a high-grade energy elixir in 1 gulp. In less than a second, a tidal wave of magical power exploded outward. Seo-yun stumbled back, dizzy from the sheer pressure. Kim Seo-jun was now wrapped in a colossal field of terrifying energy. The lower dantian and middle dantian began to resonate and merge. Recalling his master's teachings, he gripped his spear, channeling power from the core to the tip, and swung with everything he had. Space itself seemed to twist and shatter around his rhythm. Then came the thrust, a single legendary strike designed to pierce the heavens. Every movement was a masterpiece of violence. A deafening explosion rocked the world. A blinding light swallowed everything, erasing the surroundings in white-hot destruction. Students and teachers alike watched with dropped jaws. Kim Seo-jun's display of power was beyond comprehension. They were witnessing history. Dream Academy finished the raid in 41 seconds. A feat considered physically impossible. Until this very moment, Kim Seo-jun blinked open his eyes, finding himself back in a familiar hospital bed. Seo-yun rushed to tell him the news. We won. Only then did his heartbeat settle. Seeing him unscathed, she blushed, finally finding the courage to whisper a sincere thank you. Just as the atmosphere turned tender and romantic, chaos erupted. The door burst open, and a swarm of nosy reporters flooded the room, shattering the moment. The rival team claims they only lost to Kim Seo-jun, not Dream Academy. What is your comment? A microphone was shoved in his face. Kim Seo-jun paused, thoughtful. I am just a humble student of Dream Academy, he said with a straight face. What did I do? Nothing. I simply followed the brilliant instructions of our representative here. Seo-jun's face went pale as he deftly shifted the spotlight onto her. The reporters swiveled like sharks, burying her in questions, while Kim Seo-jun smirked in the background. Within hours, news of Kim Seo-jun dominated every headline and media channel. The friendly match had captured the nation's attention, turning into a legendary awakening manhwa moment. He hadn't just defeated Lee Hyun, the greatest prodigy in history. He had blown up the dungeon itself. This story transcends logic, practically a war of gods. But has the legend of Kim Seo-jun truly been proven in this manhwa recap? It is time to end the debate once and for all. The secret lies with the master of Dream Academy himself. That YouTuber immediately shifted focus to Park Seo-jun, claiming Kim Seo-jun only survived because of his combo play with Lee Hyun. Kim Seo-jun grinned like a fool watching the clip, declaring that Park Seo-jun was the absolute light of his life. Heading back to the academy to consume his divine elixirs, he stumbled upon Lee Hyun lying in wait for him. He didn't have time for her drama and walked right past. The sheer disrespect left her speechless until she finally begged him to stop. Rumor has it you're the Sword Saint's disciple, she stammered. If that were true, wouldn't I wield a blade instead of a spear? Basic logic, isn't it? We done? I'm leaving. He turned his back, cold as ice, but she wasn't giving up. She chased him, pestering him with endless questions about the academy curriculum, his diet, and his secret training methods. What a pain. He activated his flight technique to escape, but to his shock, she kept pace, clinging to him like a burr. He unleashed a verbal barrage. You really know how to trigger people, trying to find an excuse for your defeat. Using the Sword Saint as a crutch? No, just curiosity. She waved her hands frantically. Where did the Ice Queen go? Confused, Kim Seo-jun scratched his head. When she mentioned seeking Park Seo-jun, his guard snapped up, warning her to back off. Come to think of it, where did Park Seo-jun vanish to so urgently after the exhibition match? Park Seo-jun was currently kneeling before her grandfather, the Sword Saint. Her request to wield the blade again stunned him. She wanted to stand beside Kim Seo-jun. The saint asked, "You'd abandon your own dream just to follow that brat as a hunter?" "No, grandfather. My dream remains. I'm simply choosing a different path to reach it. I need the sword." She spoke with conviction, recalling Kim Seo-jun's wisdom. A dream is a verb, while a career is just a noun. Meanwhile, our MC was dead broke. The spirit elixirs cost $2 billion. He expected a double markup, but the price had skyrocketed to triple the amount. Total nightmare. While he stressed over debt, the Dark Saint materialized like a ghost, nearly giving him a heart attack. Even the Justice Church elites can't detect my presence. How do you spot me every single time? I must be getting old, the saint mused. Kim Seo-jun cut to the chase. What is the status on the church surveillance? That was exactly why he came. But first, he inquired about Min Yun's condition. He is discharged, Kim Seo-jun replied. Shh, foolish boy. I told him to master one weapon. Take this for him. I have written down techniques so he won't face such a pathetic defeat again. Also, here is the $3 billion I promised. At the mention of $3 billion, Kim Seo-jun's eyes lit up. He casually mentioned that the Magic Saint's disciple was also enrolled here. He emphasized that the Magic Saint paid $10 billion for protection services, subtly hinting $3 billion is cheap, old man. Suddenly, a terrifying pressure descended. The Sword Saint had arrived at the academy gates. The three locked eyes. The crushing aura between the two legends made the air heavy enough to choke on. Cold sweat dripped down Kim Seo-jun's back. As they prepared to clash, he unleashed his own aura to force them apart. How did he gain the power of a leveling manhwa protagonist so quickly? The thought struck both masters simultaneously. Kim Seo-jun exploded, scolding these legendary figures like unruly children. The Dark Saint finally remembered his original mission. The Justice Church is plotting something involving the Great Berserk Beast. The apostles are already on the move. The news sent a chill through them. The Sword Saint frowned. Isn't connecting the apostles to the Berserk Beast a leap in logic? I said it wasn't confirmed, the Dark Saint snapped. I am investigating further. Kim Seo-jun, will you assist me? He couldn't handle it alone. Those bastards are repeating dangerous experiments in specific dungeons. Aren't you preparing for the professional hunter license exam? Once you pass, you can access any dungeon. The Sword Saint asked why he picked Kim Seo-jun but got the silent treatment. sensing another brawl brewing between the old geezers. Kim Seo-jun frantically stepped in to mediate. Putting that aside, Sword Saint, are you here for Park Seo-ju? She said she had business and already left. I have no idea where she went. The Sword Saint stared intensely, wondering what Park Seo-ju saw in this kid. A sudden noise shattered the tension. All three flared their power. A figure was rocketing straight toward Kim Seo-jun. As the dust settled, Kim Seo-jun realized it wasn't an enemy. It was Lee Han again. She had sensed the massive aura explosion from the academy and came to investigate. But the Sword Saint's murderous expression nearly made her cry. Meanwhile, the others ignored her, focused solely on the dungeon infiltration plan. Hyun stared in absolute disbelief, her jaw practically hitting the floor. Seeing Kim Park Seo-ju squeezing money out of the legendary Dark Saint, she had lived through countless seasons, but this level of audacity was a first. The deal was struck. 13 billion won plus an extra 3 billion for Min Yoon's care. The Dark Saint sighed, his pride slightly bruised. Let me ask you one last time, boy. Do you truly desire cold hard cash, more than inheriting my divine arts? If you wish, I could personally mentor you right now. I'm offering you a legacy, not just a manual, the old hero insisted, hoping the boy would see reason. The Dark Saint was desperately trying to salvage the last shreds of his dignity. Meanwhile, seeing Kim Park Seo-ju flatly reject a legend again and again sent Hyun into a state of mental shock. Who in their right mind refuses to become the disciple of a living myth? The Sword Saint burst into laughter, mocking his rival. How did you live your life that the boy only wants your wallet and not your wisdom? The Dark Saint immediately fired back, and the verbal war began. Egos flared, as the two elderly legends started bickering like children. The noise was unending, and Kim Park Seo-ju felt his energy draining away just by listening to them. Hyun stood frozen sweat, dripping like rain as she realized she might have messed with the wrong people. Once the Dark Saint finally stormed off the sword, Saint turned his sharp gaze to Kim Park Seo-ju. What exactly is the nature of your relationship with that old fool? Honestly, it's not much of a relationship at all, Kim Park Seo-ju shrugged nonchalantly. If I had to label it, I'd say it's a volatile business partnership. Something like that. Anyway, enough about him. Now, about you. Kim Park Seo-ju turned his attention to Hyun. When she frantically tried to deny following him, his patience snapped. He gestured toward the terrifying Sword Saint, scaring the living daylights out of her. I want to join Dream Academy too, Hyun screamed, the sudden outburst making Kim Park Seo-ju jump. What the hell? Did she just say she wants to enroll in our academy? Why now, Kim Park? Seo-ju narrowed his eyes. The professional hunter selection exam is right around the corner. What's your angle? Are you a spy sent by Hunterman Academy? His gaze was sharp, piercing through her defenses, and leaving her trembling in fear. Even as Hyun stammered out an explanation about truly wanting to learn, Kim Park Seo-ju's expression remained cold and skeptical. Eventually, the Sword Saint grew bored of the chaos and vanished. Now Hyun was left alone with Kim Park Seo-ju, and the sheer despair of being isolated with this monster was written all over her face. When Kim Park Seo-ju mentioned that Director Park Seo-ju was currently out, Hyun's eyes lit up. She immediately tried to use that as an excuse to make a tactical retreat, but she didn't get far. Kim Park Seo-ju tossed her an object that was heavier than a mountain. Even pumping all her mana into her muscles, she couldn't lift it an inch. When the Sword Saint returned, he was speechless to find Park Seo-ju still kneeling there waiting. Seeing the boy's stubborn determination, the old master gripped his blade. He stepped forward, and a terrifying aura exploded from his body, filling the air with suffocating pressure. Listen well. The speed sword demands velocity. It is the art of felling an enemy with a single lightning-fast strike. The pierce sword focuses on penetration. It is the ultimate counter to those who attempt close-quarters combat. However, a true master performs the thrust simultaneously with the speed sword. That is the pinnacle of the fastest swordsmanship. The royal sword forces the opponent to reveal their flaws through ever-changing, unpredictable movements. Speed is vital, but the core essence lies in an immutable attack amidst the chaos. It deals a fatal soul-crushing wound by focusing every ounce of your power into a single unexpected blow. The blunt sword is slow, but do not mistake slowness for uselessness. As the Sword Saint danced with his blade, demonstrating the fundamental strikes of the god-killing sword, he explained the philosophy behind each move. I am giving you a time limit. You must master every single technique I have shown you within that period. The deadline is the end of the professional hunter selection exam. If you fail to master them by then, I will never allow you to hold a sword again for the rest of your life. If you doubt yourself, give up now, the Sword Saint demanded coldly. But Kim Park Seo-ju didn't hesitate for a heartbeat. "I'll do it." His voice was filled with absolute conviction. Watching from the sidelines, Hyun witnessed Kim Park Seo-ju's overwhelming energy for the first time, a sight straight out of a legendary awakening manhwa. It was truly an eye-opening spectacle, but she also wanted to cry. Why wouldn't he let her put this heavy object down? "When is the director coming back?" Hyun sobbed internally, her arms screaming in agony. After absorbing the energy, Kim Park Seo-ju turned to leave, completely forgetting that Hyun was still struggling behind him like a pack mule. Without a second thought, he started walking away. Suddenly, he slammed on the brakes. He realized Hyun had been holding that object for quite a while and still had enough stamina to hand it back to him. Hyun collapsed, gasping for air and stretching her aching limbs. But when she tried to pick it up again, the weight crushed her instantly. Strange, Kim Park Seo-ju thought. Why didn't the seal activate? When Min-yeon held it, the seal triggered immediately. Isn't it supposed to reject anyone other than the owner? Now that I think about it, didn't Hyun help me pick up Kibisit when it pinned me down? Even in the dungeon after I exhausted my divine power, fighting the giant tree, the magic saint had to carry my weapon for me. Maybe the seal only activates when someone tries to steal it or use it as their own equipment. Testing his theory, Kim Park Seo-ju told Hyun to put the item into his bag. The moment she tried to stow it away, the aura inside lashed out, sparking violently, just as he had predicted. Just then, Min-yeon and Suran returned. Seeing Hyun there, their faces twisted in displeasure. When Min-yeon heard about Hyun's request to join Dream Academy, he shut it down immediately. "Oh, right, Min-yeon. Your master told me to give this to you. He also said you should stop getting beaten up by nameless nobodies." Kim Park Seo-ju cheerfully handed over the item, completely ignoring the trembling Hyun in the background. "The reason I followed him is to uncover the secret of his strength," she told herself. "This is my chance to observe his daily training routine. I will analyze everything and steal his secrets." Hyun thought calmly, despite her back screaming in pain. Finally, Kim Park Seo-ju asked for the item back, so he could complete his daily quest from the Heck Queen system. Hyun beamed with joy, thinking she was free to go. But Kim Park Seo-ju blocked her path. "Since you want to join, go spar with Suran." She didn't want to, but to get into the academy, she had to grit her teeth and accept. Suran was thrilled to have a training partner. Maybe too thrilled. She unleashed a superpowered firestorm that engulfed the entire space, nearly giving Hyun a heart attack right then and there. Meanwhile, at the Hunter Association's Seoul branch, a meeting was dragging on the atmosphere heavy with boredom and tension. This was all because of an unprecedented situation in Hunter history, caused by Kim Park Seo-ju. The entire nation of South Korea was in turmoil over the upcoming professional hunter exam. The root of this chaos was none other than Kim Park Seo-ju himself. Every online forum in the country was on fire debating about this leveling manhwa protagonist and his participation in the exam. The chairman entered, shattering the gloomy atmosphere. The staff immediately sprang to life, desperate to know how this year's test would be handled. Would Kim Park Seo-ju be exempted? To ensure fairness, the chairman announced with a serious expression, "This year's exam will utilize an absolute evaluation method, not a relative one." The room erupted in shock. Secondly, the difficulty of the exam would skyrocket to hellish levels. He declared that the bar had been raised mercilessly. Just how drastic of an increase are we talking about? Hwang Dong-soo from Hunter News pressed for answers. Their goal was clear: ensure absolute failure for everyone, especially for the monster named Kim Seo-jun. The chairman spoke, but his words were drowned out by a roar of outrage. The crowd erupted in protest against this insane, absolute evaluation method. If not a single candidate could reach the perfect score, then this year would produce 0 new professional hunters. The chairman's voice turned ice cold. Under the old system, the top ranker always scored 100. But in this cruel new reality, standing at the peak didn't guarantee a perfect score. The laws had been twisted to ensure it. It was a rigged game, orchestrated by the major guilds. One needed to be at least A rank to establish a guild. They were desperate to block Kim Seo-jun from that title, scheming to leash him to their own factions. But these fools failed to realize one thing: Kim Seo-jun was an untamable dragon, not a dog to be leashed. They arrogantly believed their thrones were safe forever. The moment Kim Seo-jun steps into the professional world, a new era begins. The chairman smiled inwardly, foreseeing the revolution. He also announced that this year's A-rank graduates would get priority dungeon raid rights next year. Furthermore, this manhwa recap-worthy spectacle would be broadcast live for the entire world to see. Park Seo-ju returned home only to freeze in his tracks. His sanctuary had been turned into a chaotic disaster zone. Sitting beside Kim Se-jun, Park Seo-ju dropped a bombshell: he wouldn't be visiting the academy until the hunter exam concluded. Se-jun's expression darkened immediately. This wasn't what he wanted to hear. He hesitantly asked, "Once I become a pro, can I still come here?" His own place was suffocatingly small, barely enough room to breathe, let alone train his overwhelming power. "Actually, I have a proposition for you." Park Seo-ju's eyes gleamed seriously. "What do you think about transforming this academy into a full-fledged guild?" Kim Se-jun was stunned into silence. "Didn't you say clearing dungeons was your ultimate dream?" Park Seo-ju continued. "However, I have one non-negotiable condition. You must be the guild master." Kim Se-jun looked like he'd been shot at point-blank range, unable to process reality. Park Seo-ju made this offer, knowing full well that Se-jun was destined to crush the A-rank certification exam. "You are the only choice." While Se-jun remained frozen like a statue, Min-yun jumped in, raising both hands and feet in enthusiastic agreement. In fact, he had planned to suggest the exact same thing, but Park Seo-ju had beaten him to the punch. Seo-yun nodded in fierce agreement, leaving Kim Se-jun completely speechless. "So you absolutely must pass this test. I'll do my part too." Park Seo-ju looked at him with gentle pride. Their brief mentor-student chapter was drawing to a close. However, the end of one bond is simply the catalyst for new alliances and even grander legends to unfold. It wasn't a farewell, but a rebirth into a new life. Time flowed like water, and the legendary professional hunter exam finally arrived. Unfortunately, Park Seo-ju couldn't accompany him to the arena due to unfinished business. Se-jun burned with curiosity about the details, but held his tongue. Focus was key. Accompanying him were Min-yun, Seo-yun, and the uninvited guest Han. Despite being rejected by the academy, she clung to Se-jun like a burr, testing his patience. Only when Min-yun and Seo-yun stepped in to defend her did Kim Se-jun finally zip his lips and tolerate her presence. The crowd began to buzz, whispering as they recognized the rising star. Sensing the trouble, Se-jun vanished in a blur of speed, leaving his friends dumbfounded by his too fast, too furious exit. Meanwhile, in the VIP monitoring room, the examiners sipped tea, their conversation revolving entirely around one man, Kim Se-jun. Aside from Jin Creo, the ruthless guild master of the Black Dragon Guild, the rest scoffed at the idea of Se-jun actually achieving A-rank status. But if he did pass, Jin Creo vowed to snatch him up at any cost. The surrounding officials broke into a cold sweat, secretly betting that Se-jun wouldn't survive the first round. First came the written exam, a nightmare designed to break the candidates. But in a twist fitting for a leveling manhwa, Kim Se-jun didn't just pass. He crushed it with a perfect score. The guild leaders froze their jaws, hitting the floor. The exam was a grueling gauntlet: theory, physical endurance, mana, mastery, dungeon rating, and combat prowess. A hellish marathon of 6 exams, packed tightly into 3 days. Day 1 of the highly anticipated hunter selection exam began, kicking off with the dreaded theory test and the physical endurance trial. While the written tests seemed manageable, only Kim Se-jun stood at the summit with a perfect score. Poor Min-yun barely scraped by, drowning with a pathetic 50 points. Se-jun casually shared his secret: solve the easy ones, tackle the hard ones. In truth, he was on another level the moment he read a question. The answer flashed in his mind like a system notification. Meanwhile, the tough girl Hyun scored a humiliating 32, plunging the group into an awkward silence. Was this really the greatest talent in hunter history? Perhaps her true potential lay elsewhere. But back in the VIP room, panic set in. Didn't you guarantee he could never get a perfect score? Yet Kim Se-jun had aced both the theory and the endurance tests perfectly. Demands for an explanation filled the room. "What is this?" Jin Creo raged, smashing his fist. Ignoring the written test, the endurance exam was rigged to the standards set by the 4 great guild leaders themselves. For Se-jun to score perfectly meant one terrifying fact: his raw physical stats were already on par with the legendary figures sitting in that very room. "I've heard rumors," one whispered. "The Dream Academy plans to transform into a legitimate guild the moment this exam ends. And the guild master, it's likely Kim Se-jun. Even the director, the Sword Saint's own granddaughter, will likely join his banner. Even you idiots can understand the gravity of this situation, right? A guild, backed by the Sword Saint, possessing the exclusive 5-year dungeon rating rights that the association chairman manipulated into existence. I'm saying this upstart guild creates a massive crack in the empire we've built." Jin Creo's fury exploded as he pulverized the table. A red-haired guild leader hurriedly tried to salvage the situation. "Don't worry, he won't survive day 2. I've personally altered the question types and cranked the difficulty to nightmare mode. Unless he undergoes a miraculous awakening Manhwa-style power-up overnight, there is absolutely zero chance he scores perfectly again. She declared victory with confidence, but fate had a cruel twist in store. Meanwhile, Lee Seo-jun shattered all expectations. He aced the third and fourth trials with perfect scores of 100, leaving the entire guild paralyzed in stunned silence. Only 2 hurdles remained, the monster subjugation and the duel. Failure was not an option. If they stumbled tomorrow, Lee Seo-jun's destiny as an A-rank hunter would be sealed forever. Hanan was thrown into chaos. Suddenly, Jin flipped the script completely, 180 degrees. He demanded the guild rewrite their entire strategy from scratch. No questions asked, absolute obedience required. The corruption ran deep. For the combat trial, Jinchul orchestrated a ruthless switch, replacing the examiner with an A-rank elite from the Sarabi Guild. Under the cover of darkness, the Sword Saint's bodyguard paid Lee Seo-jun a visit. He brought grave news. The 5 great guild leaders themselves were descending to intervene in this leveling Manhwa tournament. Although the Sword Saint wished to let destiny flow like water, the bodyguard couldn't stand idly by. He feared that if Lee Seo-jun fell, the shockwaves would destroy Park Seo-ju as well. But the moment he stepped across the threshold, he froze. A suffocating pressure crushed the air mana, radiating from Lee Seo-jun, was flooding the room like a tidal wave. Seeing the bodyguard panic seized Lee Seo-jun, he demanded to know if Park Seo-ju was safe. But the old man was too distracted by the terrifying aura rolling off the boy. It was on a dimension far beyond anything he had sensed before. How was this possible? Had he ascended to this realm of power in mere months? Did the Sword Saint foresee this awakening from the very beginning? Face drained of color, the bodyguard revealed the conspiracy. The sun rose on the final day. The climax of the professional hunter selection exam had arrived. Another miracle, Lee Seo-jun secured a perfect score on the 5th trial, sending his team into a frenzy of celebration. Yet, amidst the cheers, the protagonist stood silent, his head bowed in grim determination. Suddenly, a messenger burst through the doors, gasping for air. The news dropped like a bomb. The examiners for the final duel were none other than the 4 great guild leaders. The revelation struck like a thunderbolt, freezing everyone in pure terror. Only then did Lee Seo-jun lift his gaze, his eyes burning with a dangerous hidden intent. The gap in power was despairing. Even a powerhouse like Hyun scraped by with a measly 64 points. Her opponent Hanan, the master of the ultimate truth sword. Your skills are commendable truly. I take no pleasure in crushing budding talent, Hanan declared coldly. But this is the merciless path of the seeker of ultimate truth. As Hanan prepared for the next bout, the world turned its eyes to Lee Seo-jun. The internet exploded with this Manhwa recap-worthy drama, defeating a guild leader. Everyone agreed it was a glorious, impossible dream. From the bustling streets to the darkest corners of the web, the entire nation held its breath, waiting for this legendary clash of titans. Your performance has been shocking, I admit, the examiner sneered. But your streak ends here. In my domain, a perfect score is a fantasy you will never achieve. Manchan's voice dripped with arrogance. But little did he know, Lee Seo-jun had already foreseen this trap, thanks to the bodyguard's warning. The stakes were personal. If Park Seo-ju failed to master the sword by the exam's end, she vowed to shatter her own dreams and leave the hunter world forever. This system was rigged from the start. The score depended entirely on the judge's whim. Lee Seo-jun could fight like a god, but if they decided he was worth 99 instead of 100, he would fail. These elites had sat on their thrones for too long. Their greed to maintain the status quo outweighed any sense of honor. The bodyguard offered a lifeline, begged the Sword Saint for intervention. Given their past, even the saint would have no choice but to bend to Lee Seo-jun's will. But Lee Seo-jun refused. He needed to send a message to Park Seo-ju. He would crush the impossible with his own hands, proving that if he could conquer this mountain, she could too. He would not bow to the Sword Saint. Meanwhile, Park Seo-ju pushed her body past its breaking point, training through blood, sweat, and sleepless nights. The promised day dawned. The final countdown of the hunter selection had begun. Watching Park Seo-ju's battered form, the bodyguard's heart ached, yet he stood back with respect. Young miss, he thought, I finally understand the fire that drives you to wield the sword again. Back in the arena, Lee Seo-jun stood before Manchan like an immovable object. He swore to seize that perfect score and return to Park Seo-ju as a victor. Lee Seo-jun smiled viciously. There is only one scenario where a judge cannot give a score when he is lying unconscious on the floor. Don't worry, I won't kill you, but you might enjoy a month-long vacation in the hospital. Those arrogant words made Manchan spit blood in rage. Seeing the challenger take his stance, the guild leader ground his teeth and drew his blade. vowing to make this brat regret his existence. Their auras crashed together, but Manchon's face went white with horror. Kim Seo-jun wasn't just attacking, he was summoning the legendary Spear of Longinus, a weapon of catastrophic power. As the energy surged, memories flooded back from 9 years ago. His uncle Manchon shared the same name as this Sarabi guild leader. It wasn't a coincidence. His uncle was named in honor of the guild leader's father, a hero who saved his own dad during the Great Calamity. The legends spoke of that dark day. Monsters swarmed the shelter like locusts, and the government in their cowardice abandoned them to die. Thousands huddled in the dark, waiting for the Reaper. It was a hellscape, where even the 5 heroes were helpless against the monstrous tide. When hope had turned to ash, one man stood alone against the abyss. The founder of the absolute true sword, Manchon's father, rose to challenge the apocalypse. Manchon remembered the glory. With a single blade and unbreakable will, his father slaughtered the legion of beasts, dragging 50,000 souls back from the gates of hell. But victory demanded a terrible price. Having spent every drop of his life force, the hero collapsed, never to rise again. When young Kim Seo-jun heard that tale, a fire ignited in his soul. He vowed to join the academy, earning a proud pat on the back from his uncle. That was the start of his awakening Manhwa journey. Years later, when a 10-star dungeon rupture threatened the city center, it was Han Manchon of the Sorabi Guild who stepped up to avert disaster. The essence of the true sword is not in muscle or mana, he had declared. The seeker of truth needs an indomitable will. That is the core of our strength. Watching that speech on TV, Kim Seo-jun's eyes had sparkled with admiration. He dreamed of the day he would stand tall and cool, like that legendary figure. But that was the past. In the brutal present, Kim Seo-jun delivered a devastating kick that sent the legendary Han Manchon flying. Blood sprayed through the air like a fountain. Merciless Kim Seo-jun unleashed a barrage of lightning-infused mana strikes, piercing his opponent again and again. The ground shattered under the impact, and Manchon crumpled, vomiting a basin full of blood. Ringing in the guild leader's ears was not the applause of admiration, but the mocking laughter of the crowd. The mighty Manchon had been utterly miserably dismantled by a rookie. Ha! I once dismissed this duel as a complete farce, but now, I have no choice but to acknowledge the reality. Manchon's voice trembled as he spoke. In this manhwa recap, it was clear if Kim Seo-jun had unleashed a finishing blow earlier, the old master would be a corpse by now. Despite his crushing failure, Manchon refused to yield. The examiner was bound by duty to continue the test unless a combatant was completely incapacitated, and the old man was still standing. If you accept surrender in the face of defeat, you are no seeker of the ultimate truth, Manchon roared. If you wish to walk the path of the Tao and find your true self, ask your soul these questions. Have you truly exerted your limits? Have you fought until your final breath? Have you disregarded your own life to annihilate the enemy standing before you? Realizing Kim Seo-jun had been showing him mercy, Manchon finally unleashed his full power. His spiritual artifacts detonated with energy, blasting the surrounding arena into a wasteland of rubble and debris. I will never abandon my truth. The only moment I lose my way is the moment my heart stops beating. With a war cry, Manchon launched his ultimate true sword technique straight at Kim Seo-jun. Didn't you already surrender to the Black Dragon Guild? Is that why you're venting your pathetic rage on me now? Is it because you can't bear to let go of the fleeting power you desperately cling to? Is this all just for your own selfish gain? Is this the so-called ultimate truth? Your father, the legendary hunter Han Wan, spoke of Kim Seo-jun dodged effortlessly, spitting insults that left Manchon stunned and disoriented. The root of the ultimate truth sword is an indomitable will. There was a time when Kim Seo-jun actually admired that unyielding spirit in Manchon. Don't you feel ashamed to face Lord Han Wan in the afterlife? I want to end you, but I won't. Like I said, you'll just be paralyzed in a hospital bed for the next 2 months. Kim Seo-jun spoke with arrogant confidence. Provoked beyond reason, Manchon lost his mind to bloodlust, his mana flaring violently as he charged like a mad beast. Kim Seo-jun responded with a gentle yet devastating explosion of firepower that shook the heavens. The impact was so severe, it left Manchon gasping for air like a dying fish. What? What the hell was that? How is he this strong? What is he hitting me with? Just his fists. Manchon's vision swam, his consciousness fading. Terror gripped his heart, and he scrambled forward, trying to flee. But escape was a fantasy. Kim Seo-jun closed the distance in a flash, delivering a decisive blow laced with crushing power. Manchon became nothing more than a punching bag, taking every hit without a prayer of defense. 1 punch to rock his world, 2 punches to steal his soul, and 3 to send him straight to the afterlife. Under the blinding brilliance of Kim Seo-jun's force, Manchon convulsed as blood poured from him, his eyes rolling back. This wasn't a fight anymore. It was an execution. He knew Kim Seo-jun was powerful, but this was a dimension apart. He couldn't even touch the boy's shadow, let alone land a hit. The overwhelming gap in their strength was soul-crushing. Just as Kim Seo-jun prepared to smash his fist into Manchon's face, the old master trembled and begged for death. Okay, if that's your wish, I'll oblige. A beam of divine energy slammed down with the force of judgment, flattening Manchon into the rubble like a dried leaf. Hoisting the broken old man by his collar, Kim Seo-jun felt nothing but disgust. This pathetic display was not the attitude of a true seeker of the ultimate truth. Perhaps Manchon had surrendered to Jin Cheo in this exact same shameful manner. Still, Kim Seo-jun thought, if I end it here, who knows when he'll break his oath again. Even if he is a fake truth seeker, the philosophy he chases still holds power. A master like him won't stay unconscious for long. Kim Seo-jun felt a spike of anxiety. If he couldn't get a perfect score by dominating Manchon, and if killing him meant violating the rules of this leveling manhwa world, his license could be revoked. From the start, Kim Seo-jun wasn't eligible for the A-rank license, but the Transcendents he targeted were the type to find a loophole when cornered. There was no other choice. Ignoring Manchon's pathetic pleas, Kim Seo-jun drove a devastating strike straight into the man's Dantian energy center, disfiguring him in a split second. A steadfast mind, resilient and unyielding before all adversity, that is the path a true seeker must walk until the bitter end. This is the true essence of the ultimate truth, or perhaps something even greater. Transcendence. Kim Seo-jun withdrew his fist decisively, leaving a massive crater in the earth with Manchon flattened in its center. Having disposed of Manchon, Kim Seo-jun roared Jin Cheo's name, daring the mastermind to show his face. From the control room, Jin Cheo rested his chin on his hand, observing Kim Seo-jun with eyes devoid of emotion. Meanwhile, the victory sent the crowd into a frenzy, hugging and screaming in celebration. The association chairman personally appeared the moment the test concluded, having already summoned a swarm of reporters to capture the historic moment. As for Manchon, his mana overload had ravaged his body. He would be withering away in a hospital bed for at least 2 months. Did we suffer a total defeat? Whether in skill, public opinion, or logic, we lost to a nameless student, a snot-nosed brat. Jin Cheo's voice was ice-cold, plunging the room into a heavy silence. He muttered curses at Kim Seo-jun under his breath, his entire body shaking with a rage that surged like a flood. Soo Min-yoon and Hyun processed the victory with mixed emotions. The group celebrated noisily before returning to the academy, but the atmosphere had shifted. It didn't feel like a school anymore. Kim Seo-jun's A-rank hunter certification was practically a done deal. Only the paper was missing. But when they opened the door, the empty room greeted them with a hollow silence. They had assumed Park Seo-ju would be inside waiting for them. Kim Seo-jun, have you heard anything about Park Seo-ju? Saran asked, but silence answered him. Kim Seo-jun was already gone, racing toward the Sword Saint's residence. The deadline the Sword Saint gave, Park Seo-ju ended with the hunter selection exam. In other words, that was the reason Park Seo-ju hadn't returned to the academy. Panic set in, and Kim Seo-jun pushed his speed to the limit. Arriving at the mansion, he found the Sword Saint's men waiting. As he hesitated at the gate, bodyguard Seo intervened, allowing Kim Seo-jun entry and taking responsibility for the consequences. Following bodyguard Seo, Kim Seo-jun entered with a pounding heart. Inside, he found Park Seo-ju, covered in wounds, looking terrified at the sight of him. I told you no outsiders were allowed to step foot in here, the Sword Saint's voice boomed. Do my words sound like the wind blowing past your ears? The Sword Saint erupted with fury, releasing a killing intent so heavy, it forced bodyguard Seo to his knees. Only Kim Seo-jun remained standing calm and unaffected. My deepest apologies, Lord Sword Saint. It may be rude, but I had to come. There are things that must be said. The Sword Saint narrowed his eyes. This brat. How did he get so strong in such a short time? He's no longer the weak child from before. In this awakening manhwa reality, he has gained power that would force even me to fight seriously. Perhaps even more than that. The Sword Saint broke into a cold sweat, silently assessing the threat. The deadline had passed. With a cold voice, he demanded that Park Seo-ju return immediately. My demands were merely the baseline for survival. If you cannot even surmount this hurdle, then you will face elimination and a lifetime of agonizing regret. To be left behind is a fate worse than death, the Sword Saint mused. But the clock was ticking. The deadline he gave Park Seo-ju coincided with the end of the hunter selection exam. However, the final curtain has not yet fallen. Kim Park Seo-ju cut in sharply. What nonsense are you spouting? The exam has technically concluded, but the evidence stands right before you. My official score remains unconfirmed, and in this system Manhwa, the trial only truly ends when the final rankings are posted for all to see. Am I wrong? The results for the final assessment and individual combat prowess are still pending. Therefore, Park Seo-ju's battle for her future is far from over. Kim Park Seo-ju's unshakable logic left the Sword Saint without a retort. Turning his back on the old master, he gently lifted Park Seo-ju from the ground and pressed the cold steel hilt into her palm. Let us forge ahead together, Kim Park Seo-ju declared with a grin. Logic dictated this should be impossible. I truly believed my path had reached a dead end. Yet, in a heartbeat, destiny flipped the script. Tears welled in Park Seo-ju's eyes as she looked at him. Gripping her blade with renewed conviction, she charged toward the Sword Saint, begging for one final strike. Kim Park Seo-ju stood like a silent guardian, watching the duel unfold. Park Seo-ju's speed had evolved. Her strikes were now visibly faster and heavy with intent. Her blade rained down upon the Sword Saint like a torrential storm. Every technique, every move he had once taught her, she now executed with fluid precision. The Sword Saint, having his beard nearly trimmed by his own granddaughter's ferocious assault, finally snapped back to reality. He launched a powerful counteroffensive that sent a shiver through Park Seo-ju. The flow of my blade should be a harmonious melody, yet the rhythm is broken. I cannot synchronize the movements, making his strikes nearly impossible to deflect. Park Seo-ju retreated step by step, sweat drenching her brow. Amidst the chaos, she centered her spirit, gripping her weapon tight as she narrowly evaded the Sword Saint's lethal counter. Compared to her heightened senses, her body's reaction to his high-level swordsmanship was sluggish, lagging behind the speed of her mind. The sword in her hand felt foreign, clumsy, and stiff. Anxiety gnawed at her as she fought. She had spent her entire life surrounded by true prodigies. She had crossed paths with hundreds of legends, beings of power that ordinary humans could only dream of witnessing once in a lifetime. Among such titans, Park Seo-ju's mediocrity felt like a cruel curse. Yet, she wondered if she had only known ordinary people, would her life have turned out any differently. I spent my life fleeing from reality until I met Kim Park Seo-ju. Now I refuse to surrender. I am done being just another face in the crowd. I want to stand proudly by his side. Resolve hardened her heart, and her strikes grew ferocious. A phantom wind breezed through her soul. Was this the feeling of true enlightenment? No, it was something far greater. Park Seo-ju felt it with absolute clarity, a state of being where the body moved before the mind could command it. From the depths of despair, a dormant power awakened within her. She unleashed a strike both lightning fast and mountain heavy, a technique to crush all opposition, the Tyrant Sword. The Sword Saint's eyes widened in disbelief. The girl had clearly hit her physical limit. That technique belonged to a realm far beyond her current level. What on earth did I just witness? The old master stood frozen. Park Seo-ju's eyes, sparkling with triumph, abandoned all decorum and sprinted toward Kim Park Seo-ju. They exchanged a crisp high five, eyes dancing with shared victory. In this world, there are those who blindly chase a single distant peak. We can usually predict the trials they will face. However, there exist rare anomalies whose limits defy all calculation and logic. And there are those rare few who can shatter the limits of others and draw them into their orbit. The Sword Saint knew with absolute certainty that he was not such a man. Oh, Sword Saint. Sometimes those deemed useless achieve the impossible. The era we cling to. Perhaps it has already faded into the dust of history. Time waits for no one, old friend. A deep, resonant voice echoed in the Sword Saint's ear, leaving him lost in profound contemplation. He watched the young duo with an emotion he could not name. On the road back to the academy, Park Seo-ju asked the question haunting her. What would you have done if I had failed? I would have marched straight to the association chairman. I would have forced him to delay the closing of the professional hunter certification by any means necessary. Kim Park Seo-ju spoke as if it were simple. Hearing this, Park Seo-ju felt a flush of heat rise to her cheeks, a mix of embarrassment and deep soul-stirring gratitude. Suddenly, Jurion messaged. The association chairman had arrived at the academy and was waiting for them. Kim Park Seo-ju signaled for haste, and she followed him with a beaming smile. The moment they arrived, the whole crew swarmed them in celebration. The association chairman was equally delighted to see the protagonist return. There you are, Kim Park Seo-ju. I suppose I must address you as Hunter Kim Park Seo-ju now. Congratulations on crushing the professional hunter selection exam. You achieved a flawless score in the final assessment. Since you maxed out every single category, you are hereby awarded the Class A Hunter certification. Your companions have all passed and secured Class B status. Honestly, I wanted to hand you an S-Class license right here and now, but the politics make that difficult. The chairman chuckled heartily. As a reward for your perfect performance, the priority ticket for the upcoming dungeon raid has been assigned to you. However, the real reason the chairman visited was to ask the burning question. Did Kim Park Seo-jun intend to establish his own guild? Upon hearing the affirmative, the chairman eagerly volunteered to handle the logistics. Creating a new guild is usually a labyrinth of red tape. Documents and permits usually take ages. But with my direct intervention, it will be instant. Quickly now, write down the names of your founding members. The chairman whipped out paper and pen. But after the team signed their names, he realized there was a critical glitch in the plan. To sanction a guild, you need a minimum of 5 professional hunters ranked Class B or higher. We are currently short by exactly 1 member. I could force it through with my authority, but if the 5 great guilds catch wind of it, things will get messy. Kim Park Seo-jun nodded, realizing the danger. Those vultures are already looking for any excuse to attack. We cannot simply recruit a random stranger to fill the slot. In that moment of crisis, a name flashed in Kim Park Seo-jun's mind. Hae-yun. With lightning speed, she was drafted into the fold. And thus Kim Park Seo-jun's legendary guild, the Dream Team, was born. While the guilds were panicking over Kim Seo-jun's rise, a legend descended. The Sword Saint arrived, like a god of war, to crush their schemes in this intense Manhwa recap. His killing intent was so heavy, it crushed them into the floor. It felt like poison in their veins. I think you all have the wrong idea, he rumbled. I have no reason to show mercy to trash like you. But if I stained my hands here, I'd be no better than the filth I see before me. We ended the Great Flood, so you ingrates could sit on your thrones. Yet you act as if you were the saviors of humanity. Don't make me laugh. Jin Cheo, the old master, stepped over the groveling leaders, his eyes locked on his target with terrifying intensity. The tension in the air was thick enough to choke on. Finally, Kalia stepped out from the shadows. That's quite enough, old man. Even a sword saint should mind his manners in another's domain. You don't look surprised. Did you know we were pulling the strings? A wicked smile played on her lips. Insects trying to use my blue dragon sword to deceive that boy, the sword saint scoffed. Absurd. If you had any brains, you would be on your knees begging for forgiveness right now. But these cowards lack the spine for such a plot. Someone is pulling their strings. He glared. If it isn't you, then who else could it be? Kalia just grinned, completely unfazed by his overwhelming aura. I'm just playing the part of a doting grandfather today, the same mused. I knew you vultures would swarm if the kid started his own guild. And I was right. You're plotting to clip his wings before he can fly. But hear my warning. Do not touch him. Boom. His pressure shattered the floor, sending the guild leaders into a shrieking panic. Message delivered. The sword saint turned and walked away, leaving a room full of trembling cowards in his wake. Cancel everything. Except for my orders, Kalia commanded. Jin Cheo was baffled. Wasn't she the heir of the Apostle of Purity? Was she actually scared of the old man? Kalia grabbed Jin Cho's face, her voice dropping to a lethal whisper. Do not underestimate the Sword Saint. A mere war hero from the flood like you is nothing compared to a monster like him. Besides, we don't need to attack Kim Seo-jun directly. Destiny cannot be changed. Her smile was pure evil. Meanwhile, at the academy, Seo-jun's phone buzzed with an urgent notification. His eyes went wide. Today was the day. The Dream Team's very first raid was about to begin. Hunter license secured. And we're diving straight into a dungeon. Min Yun stretched, grinning ear to ear. This is the life. Su Rian, however, was shaking like a leaf. Hyun patted her shoulder. Relax. It's just like the simulations. The only difference is the monsters hit harder, and you can actually die. Oh, and unlike virtual training, we get paid. At the mention of money, Seo-jun's eyes turned into dollar signs. He was vibrating with greed. He's lost it, Min Yun whispered. Totally crazy, So Rian agreed. The truth. The system warned him his free pass had expired. He spent everything on elixirs, and now his bank account was looking tragic. Seo-jun caught them gossiping. What was that, nothing? They quickly changed the subject. Let's go, time is money. Wait, we're missing one member. Speak of the devil, Uncle Manchon Surian's dad arrived ready for duty. Dad, Surian gasped. The squad was assembled. Move out, ordered Seo-jun. When asked about the target, a demonic grin split his face. I found the perfect hunting ground. A prime dungeon in Black Dragon Guild territory. Thanks to his priority pass, they skipped the line entirely. When the other guilds saw the Dream Team badge, they froze. They wanted to curse, but fear forced them to swallow their words. Inside the gate, it was a massacre. Seo-jun and his team moved like a hurricane, wiping out beasts left and right. In the blink of an eye, the dungeon was cleared. They emerged victorious, leaving the other guilds with their jaws on the floor. Uncle Manchan handled the loot like a pro. Seo-jun, dripping with monster blood, glared at the onlookers. They scrambled away in terror. Too easy, the team cheered. If we sell this loot, that's a cool 100 million won for each of us. Making bank in a single day. Unbelievable. But Seo-jun interrupted their celebration. Why are you resting? We're just getting started. He shattered their joy instantly. Like a dungeon-clearing machine, he dragged them to the next gate and the next. The team was exhausted souls leaving their bodies. But Seo-jun, the smell of cash gave him infinite stamina. Stop whining, he barked. You're destroying the merchandise. Clean kills only. Don't you guys want to level up? We need to hit rank A as soon as possible. Higher rank means lower taxes and better loot. This is a classic leveling manhwa strategy, guys. Fame equals fortune. He had become a demon of capitalism. Soo-ryun sobbed to Hyun for help. But Hyun was already standing behind Seo-jun, looking like a broken man. He makes a good point, Soo-ryun admitted, defeated. That's the spirit, Seo-jun roared. Next dungeon, let's go. Days later, the major guild masters stared at the reports in disbelief. They aren't just clearing 7- and 8-star dungeons. They're raiding Black Dragon territory like it's their backyard. We can't stop them. They clear gates faster than we can mobilize, and that cursed priority pass gives them total immunity. Our profits are bleeding dry. The chairman let out a cold laugh. Suddenly, an assistant burst in, face pale as a ghost. Emergency. 2 D rank gates have spawned. D rank. That's a catastrophe level. Only the Sword Saint can stop a disaster like that. But he's gone. We can't reach him. Waiting was not an option. The chairman considered using his wealth to hire Kim Seo-jun's raid party. But Kim Seo-jun, he was fuming with rage because his so-called teammates had long since abandoned ship. He withdrew over 2 billion won from his account to purchase a single free pass ticket. In the blink of an eye, 2 billion won vanished into thin air like smoke. If this continues every 3 months, he'll be broke for eternity. The only reason he burns through cash on these passes is to feed the ravenous mechanics of this system manhwa world, his enlightenment process. Does this mean his proficiency won't budge otherwise? Maybe buying single lessons would be wiser. But who dares to tempt fate with their own karma points? There are too many skills he craves to master. He also needs to constantly guzzle divine elixirs. The Black Saint still owes him 13 billion won, yet there's been zero word from that old man. Is there no way to skyrocket his enlightenment process while simultaneously bagging tens of billions of won? As he wandered the streets muttering to himself, Kim Seo-jun froze. The association chairman had come personally to find him. I have a matter to discuss. To be honest, we just received a report. A nightmare dungeon has manifested in Korea. With the utmost respect, I implore Hunter Kim Seo-jun to handle this catastrophe for us. Naturally, we don't expect charity work. We are prepared to offer substantial financial compensation. Kim Seo-jun was about to refuse, but something gave him pause. He recalled his last encounter with a nightmare beast. In true leveling manhwa fashion, his enlightenment process had skyrocketed instantly. Plus a colossal subsidy of 30 billion won. Kim Seo-jun's heart nearly stopped from the sheer thrill. His hand crushed the soda can instantly. Only 8 such dungeons had appeared in decades. Including this one, that makes 9. Wasn't this a golden ticket to power level his enlightenment process at God speed? 30 billion won just to enter a rare dungeon that usually costs a fortune. On the outside, Kim Seo-jun looked stoic and cool. On the inside, he was laughing maniacally like a villain. The chairman mistook Kim Seo-jun's silence for dissatisfaction. These nightmare wraiths are invisible terrors. If the dungeon breaks, the devastation will be catastrophic. Desperate, the chairman played his trump card. If you succeed in the raid, we will officially grant you the S-rank hunter certification. Your team dream will be elevated to an S-rank guild satisfying all promotion requirements immediately. Tax exemptions on all guild profits will follow. As the benefits piled up, flowers bloomed in Kim Seo-jun's heart. He could barely keep his mouth from stretching to his ears. He would have begged them to let him take this dungeon. Yet they were paying him 30 billion won and handing him S-rank status on a silver platter. My guild gets all those perks, I'll do it. His inner voice screamed in victory. His entire body trembled as he fought to suppress a burst of laughter. The chairman explained he only came to Kim Seo-jun because the Heart Saint was currently unreachable. Terrified of losing this jackpot, Kim Seo-jun agreed instantly with mock solemnity. The chairman teared up, bowing in gratitude, unaware Kim Seo-jun was merely convulsing with joy. What a magnificent young talent. He surpasses even the heroes willing to sacrifice his body for the greater good. Kim Seo-jun is a true hunter, a genuine hero. The chairman gazed at his idol with sparkling eyes full of adoration. Meanwhile, Kim Seo-jun was too paralyzed by happiness to speak. Later, he announced to his team that he would raid the dungeon alone. He expected them to be sad. Instead, they celebrated wildly, because they could finally slack off. Their only worry was for the poor monsters facing Kim Seo-jun. What a high-quality team this is. The boss leaves and they throw a party. Kim Seo-jun forced a smile while his heart bled. What kind of loyalty is this? Park Seol-ju tried to pack supplies, but Kim Seo-jun insisted on leaving immediately. He had to enter before the Heart Saint returned to steal his thunder. Rumors of the Nightmare Dungeon spread across Korea like wildfire. The news that Kim Seo-jun, not the Heart Saint, would solo the raid shocked the nation. While the world watched in anticipation, the chairman panicked over a sudden report. The Heart Saint has made contact. She's nearby and heading to the dungeon now, the secretary cried. But Kim Seo-jun had already entered. Suddenly, a figure bathed in blue light blocked his path. Inside the desolate ruins, suffocating death aura filled the air. A woman glowing with eerie blue energy stood menacingly before him, a classic Manhwa recap boss encounter vibe. The atmosphere was thick with the stench of death, yet the air around her remained pure. Could you be the Heart Saint? Kim Seo-jun asked curiously. She sensed his presence, turning slowly to glare at him. Leave this place at once. He couldn't believe it. The hero of the Great Flood. One of the 5 great heroes. But hold up, Kim Seo-jun shouted. Are you trying to collapse my dungeon? Why wouldn't I? She replied calmly. Feeling his livelihood being kicked away, Kim Seo-jun panicked and desperately tried to stop her. Stand aside. I must purge these nightmares while they are contained. These abominations cannot be allowed to escape. The saint refused to budge. As they bickered like children, a chilling, bizarre sound echoed through the darkness. Get behind me. The Heart Saint raised her lantern. The light cut through the gloom, revealing the ferocious form of a nightmare wraith. She demanded Kim Seo-jun flee and leave the battle to her. But our protagonist looked like he had no intention of missing this party. Kim Seo-jun savored the monster's aura. In this awakening Manhwa world, danger meant experience points. He charged forward, screaming internally, "More, don't stop." He drank in the wraith's power with a look so perverted, the monster was stunned into silence. Suddenly, the wraith lunged, aiming to hijack Kim Seo-jun's mind. The Heart Saint's face went pale with horror. His mental shield might be strong enough to withstand simple malice. But this is possession. It bypasses defenses to attack the spirit directly. His mind will be shattered instantly, she feared. Contrary to her panic, Kim Seo-jun was in absolute ecstasy. His enlightenment process was ticking up like a slot machine jackpot. Seeing his twisted expression, the saint recoiled. Ew, what is wrong with him? Is he brain damaged? Meanwhile, a refreshing sensation flooded Kim Seo-jun's soul. After wandering the labyrinth of Kim Seo-jun's spiritual realm, the dude was struck by a divine revelation from his inner Buddha. Emerging from his subconscious, the monstrosity had ascended, transforming into a devout disciple bound for nirvana. Its withered energy faded like mist. Now let's assess the gains. Before the dungeon, my enlightenment stood at 33.8%. Now, it skyrocketed to 38.1%, a massive 4.3% jump. If I hunt 10 more, I'll smash past 43%. This is the peak of a leveling manhwa grind. Could I actually hit 80% mastery? Kim Seo-jun shivered, with pure ecstasy wiggling his body like a happy worm. To the Saint of Minds, he looked less like a hero and more like a lunatic having a seizure. Regaining his composure, he cleared his throat. Please return. I'll handle this. Only spiritual energy could eradicate these wretches, and he needed a massive farming session. He actually guided a monster to nirvana. The Saint of Minds was floored. Even during the Great Flood era, I never witnessed such a phenomenon. I attempted to probe his mind, yet found nothing but void. It is impossible to see through this man. There is only one explanation. This child's spiritual realm rivals or perhaps exceeds my own. Does he truly possess spiritual power on par with the Saint of Minds? Lost in deep contemplation, she shook her head. No, she could not leave yet. There was an anomaly she needed to verify personally. She lacked details because the Black Saint spoke in riddles. Was this connected to the Order of Truth? Or perhaps the Berserkers? We have a transactional relationship, sir. The Black Saint suspected the Order of Truth created this system manhwa-style dungeon. Kim Seo-jun's curiosity piqued. The Saint was startled that Kim Seo-jun knew of these shadows. Though she couldn't confirm his theory immediately, she had to investigate further. Correct. Only the Saint of Minds can breach this dungeon. Even the Black Saint is powerless here. Speaking of him, where did that scammer run off to after taking the payment? Wait, isn't this the perfect chance to force the Black Saint to pay up? A vile capitalist grin spread across Kim Seo-jun's face. He immediately offered his assistance. Beneath the peaceful facade, wild dues lurked. One touch could shatter a normal mind, but for Kim Seo-jun, they were nothing but high-grade fuel for his enlightenment. He was about to power level his enlightenment exponentially. This was the peak satisfaction of an awakening manhwa protagonist. Today was a harvest festival for Kim Seo-jun, and Judgment Day for the dues. Meanwhile, at the Black Saint's sanctuary, a legion of shadows, the apostles of the ink punishment, descended to capture him. You've caused too much trouble. Seeking out the Saint of Minds was your fatal error. A new dungeon appeared in Korea, and you rashly investigated without verifying the intel. It's obvious who your target is. The leader of the cloaked figures sneered. The Black Saint flinched, his secrets laid bare. Their objective was singular. Before the Black Saint could react, a hand clamped around his throat, squeezing until blood trickled down. Why, he rasped. Why go to such lengths to eliminate the heroes of the Great Flood era? No special reason, the assassin replied coldly. We simply obey the will of God. The Black Saint realized their god was utterly insane. The grip tightened, crushing his windpipe. You will join the dead after this eternal war. Struggle all you want. You cannot stop the inevitable. Just as I predicted. The Black Saint suddenly smirked, his arrogance returning. That brat is completely invisible to your eyes. In a split second, he slipped from the assassin's grasp. The leader struck out with killing intent, but the Black Saint had already vanished into thin air. His stealth has reached the state of selflessness. No matter. The assassin shrugged. Let him run. He cannot alter her destiny. Today is the day the Saint of Minds falls. As the assassin sighed, the Black Saint was sprinting desperately toward his ally. Back in the dungeon, Kim Seo-jun was confused. After slaughtering a horde of dues, his enlightenment progress bar suddenly froze. While he sulked over his lost XP, the Saint approached with a light. I have found nothing, she admitted awkwardly. This is strange. We've been wandering, yet no major threats have emerged. Is this dungeon actually stable? Since neither of us senses danger, perhaps we need to shift our perspective. Could it be a spatial distortion? I considered that, the Saint replied. But there are no traces. Have you encountered other types of anomalies? Actually, yes. I was once trapped in a dungeon connected to the Church of Justice, similar to the Magic Saint situation. That was a mutation-type distortion. The Saint pondered his words. It made sense. She decided to perform a scan immediately. Divine energy radiated from her body, flooding the surroundings with a brilliant, blinding light. A vision manifested before Kim Seo-jun, the Holy Spirit, the most noble of elementals. Surprisingly, the entity drifted toward him and nuzzled against his chest like an affectionate puppy. The Holy Spirit is the pinnacle of purity. It usually ignores anyone whose soul isn't spotless. It barely reacts to other heroes, the Saint thought, dumbfounded. So why is it cuddling up to this absolute lunatic? Suddenly, a vile aura erupted Kim Seo-jun, and the Saint instantly snapped into combat stances. What is this pressure? It's leagues above the dues. The Saint trembled. It was completely masked until this very moment. Is it targeting the Holy Spirit? Kim Seo-jun glanced down. The tiny entity was shivering in pure terror. The presence was colossal, suffocating. Even during the Great Flood, I never encountered malice this concentrated. Wait, perhaps once. The great beast Boco. Cold sweat drenched the Saint as she shouted for Kim Seo-jun to retreat. But he only sensed one thing, power. And power meant experience points. The stronger the enemy, the sweeter the reward. Just the thought sent shivers of excitement down his spine. Ignoring the Saint's desperate screams, Kim Seo-jun launched himself forward. He wouldn't miss this jackpot, but mid-air, something felt wrong. Why did it target the Holy Spirit instead of the psychic saint herself? It didn't make sense, but he couldn't ignore it. Regardless of the trap, he had to resolve this now. His enlightenment progress soared as he tracked the malicious aura to a rooftop. Perched high above was a mythic existence, a ruler of the sixth heaven who dared challenge the gods, David the Demon Lord, a boss straight out of a system manhwa. The entity hovered inches from Kim Seo-jun's face. A grotesque grin twisted its features. Is this the best you can do, human? My proficiency isn't going up at all, Seo-jun muttered cold-heartedly. And get your ugly mug out of my personal space. You're repulsive. Before the demon could react, Seo-jun's hand moved like a viper. A thunderous slap sent the legendary monster crashing into the roof tiles. Confusion washed over the creature. Humiliated by a mere human, it shrieked and unleashed a flurry of attacks, but Seo-jun swatted them away like flies. Cornered the beast, unleashed its ultimate technique. Dark mana flooded the sky, a cataclysmic storm that terrified even the psychic saint, watching from afar. But the one needing rescue wasn't Seo-jun. With strength that broke the logic of this leveling manhwa, he crushed the demonic energy instantly. Using the cloud-stepping technique, he pursued the fleeing demon. His magic flared brighter than a supernova, teaching the monster the true meaning of fear. Sensing the psychic saint's arrival, Seo-jun barked an order. "Stay back, I'll handle this trash myself." For the first time, the legendary saint was ordered around by a rookie A-rank hunter. Meanwhile, the desperate demon launched a mental assault on Seo-jun. A false divine voice echoed in Seo-jun's mind. "Why not end your life?" But Seo-jun scoffed. "I'm too handsome to die young." "Nice try. You think cheap tricks can break my will?" The demon poured its remaining power into the curse, but Seo-jun's ego was an impenetrable fortress. He looked at the monster with pure pity. "Are you stupid? Your psychological warfare is pathetic." Exhausted and failing, the demon played its final card. It shifted its target to the psychic saint, striking her unguarded mind. Seeing her stumble, it laughed maniacally. Before Seo-jun could deliver the killing blow, the demon vanished. But something was wrong. Where was the Holy Spirit? Seo-jun flashed back to the Holy Spirit's position with blinding speed. The realization hit him the demon's true target was never him. If it infiltrates her mind through the spirit. Panic rose in his chest as he calculated the worst-case scenario. He arrived a second too late. The Holy Spirit was already consumed its form, pulsating with vile demonic energy. It turned crimson red. A single unearthly scream tore through the air, bringing the psychic saint to her knees in agony. The puzzle pieces clicked together. The demon didn't want to fight. It wanted a vessel. The psychic saint was the prey all along. The Holy Spirit was merely the conduit. A spiritual backdoor to corrupt the legendary hero's soul directly. Seo-jun caught the collapsing saint. Black fog erupted from her body as she screamed, her defenses shattering under the corruption. If this continues, her soul will be obliterated. Forget the quest rewards. He had to exorcise this evil immediately. But how could he strike the demon without destroying the saint? Their souls were intertwined. Hesitation now meant death. Gritting his teeth, he raised his staff. He had to gamble everything on a solo confrontation. Suddenly, the psychic saint snapped upright like a puppet. Her eyes were dead voids as she unleashed a devastating attack on Seo-jun. Caught between demonic fire and a hero's might, Seo-jun struggled to breathe. The killing intent was suffocating, blocking every escape route. To kill the parasite, I have to subdue the host first. But was that even possible? Standing before a corrupted hero of the Great Flood, fear crept in. Even with his awakened powers, defeating a living legend was a nightmare scenario. And even if he won, would she survive the clash? The stakes were impossibly high. Someone has to make the sacrifice. There was no other path. Seo-jun charged his voice, thundering over the chaos. "You saved the world. Why let this darkness consume you so easily?" The saint's voice echoed, distorted and tragic. "I dreamed of a paradise, but reality was a hellscape. The Great Flood wasn't a new beginning. It was the end of humanity. Laws crumbled, and morality was forgotten. I fought to fix it, but nothing changed." Her despair weighed heavier than gravity. Surviving became a curse. We live in a world where the line between humans and monsters has vanished. This is the flawed world I built. I wanted to reset it, to rebuild from ashes, but my own comrades stopped me. They claimed force would solve nothing. Cowards. They turned a blind eye to the truth. They watched people suffer and did nothing. Tears streamed down her face as the darkness surged. In the end, she had chosen isolation. She fled to the unknown, using training as an excuse to escape. But the world's screams followed her everywhere. The cries of the abandoned. The victims of the very peace she had established. Disgusted by her own failure, she found a new solution. True equality comes only in death. Her fall wasn't just the demon's doing. The demon merely whispered to a heart already broken. Finally, Seo-jun understood the weight of the Buddha's question. Kim Seo-jun gripped his staff, unleashing a strike of pure spiritual pressure toward the heart saint. "Tell me," he demanded, his voice cutting through the chaos. "Why do your eyes only see them? You claim this world is a hellscape. You mourn those who died in silence, crushed by the weight of unspoken agony. But this world isn't just about the tyrants you fight. Look around. There are the weak, who desperately need a savior. Everyone is fighting their own silent battle just to survive. Surviving another day is a quest in itself. Even I am exhausted by this endless grind. I don't have the spare mana to shoulder the pain of the entire world. They say a human's true nature is revealed at the brink of destruction. But judging a soul when it's pushed to the edge isn't wisdom, it's arrogance. They are simply broken, worn down by 1,000 cuts from the cruelty of others. No one can claim they've truly lived today without tasting the bitterness of hardship. Kim Seo-jun's words struck harder than any physical blow in this manhwa recap. I know you are the legendary Heart Saint, the hero of the Great Flood. But before that, you are human. You cannot spend eternity drowning in the grief of the fallen. Do you truly believe you can shoulder this burden until all sorrow vanishes from the earth? In the end, you'll be the only one left broken in the ashes. Kim Seo-jun's words pierced through her defenses, sending the Heart Saint into deep contemplation. Everyone is fighting just to make it through today. We strive to make tomorrow better than today, and the day after that even brighter. That is what it means to truly be alive. We live in the shadow of fear, never knowing when the clock will stop. That is existence, a desperate struggle to keep breathing. It might seem like a mundane existence, but within that struggle, people find sparks of joy. Small, precious moments, laughing with friends, sharing a good meal, finding connection. Singing your heart out at karaoke, watching the sunset with someone you love. It is that faint glimmering hope that gives us the strength to endure another day. These are the joys you protected. Because you ended the Great Flood, people could return to that ordinary, beautiful life. But if you rewrite this world into a hopeless void, seeing only the corrupt and the broken, you betray the very people who just want to live in peace. As Kim Seo-jun spoke, the Heart Saint stood, frozen, tears of blood streaming down her face. Suddenly, the demon within her let out a catastrophic shriek. Malicious energy surged, clashing with Kim Seo-jun's pure aura. Bathed in his light and anchored by his words, the Heart Saint began to claw her way back from the abyss. Kim Seo-jun's Dharma weapon radiated a blinding brilliance. The demon parasitizing the saint's soul withered its darkness, incinerated by the holy light. As the radiant explosion settled, the Heart Saint regained her senses. The demon had been completely eradicated by Kim Seo-jun's overwhelming power. The Holy Spirit reverted to its adorable chibi form. I was terrified the spirit would vanish along with the demon. But it turns out the immovable heart of Buddha only destroyed the demonic soul. Now the skill is fully accessible, a classic perk of an awakening manhwa. Kim Seo-jun grinned at his gains. Meanwhile, the Heart Saint stared at him intensely, realizing his presence rivaled the legendary heroes of the Great Flood era. If this child's power ever twists towards darkness, who in this world could possibly stop him if he turned his blade against humanity? Anxiety gnawed at her. I pray you keep that spirit forever. It may sound absurd, but even though this world is irrational, I want you to accept that some things are inevitable. The Heart Saint spoke in riddles, but Kim Seo-jun shook his head. I don't get your meaning, but this world isn't irrational. People are starting to look out for one another. Things are improving. We're moving toward a world where the weak are protected without prejudice. If society's nothing but hypocrisy, then what of the legends like Hong Gil-dong? He overcame status to fight for the people, didn't he? I refuse to believe it's hopeless. And even if it is, I will tear it all down and change it myself. Kim Seo-jun's declaration was absolute. Hearing this, the Heart Saint's eyes welled up with tears before she burst into genuine, joyous laughter. Perhaps she had been drowning in her own guilt for too long, blaming her own weakness. Was this conviction the reason he survived this leveling manhwa world? That question wasn't just for him but for all who struggle to live. Though he lacks the answer now, the day Kim Seo-jun achieves total enlightenment is inevitable. The answer awaits him. Meanwhile, Kalia was left speechless by the news. Dead. You don't use that word for demons. A demon's physical form may perish, but their essence is immortal. In this world, there is only one being capable of true exorcism, but that is impossible. Who else could it be? Her face went pale as Kim Seo-jun's name flashed in her mind. Elsewhere, her superiors were seething with rage at her failure to investigate him. I know you have a history with Kim Seo-jun. You are still using those Korean guilds to monitor him, aren't you? Act now. I want destiny returned to its proper track, the shadowed figure commanded. Back at the dungeon entrance, the Heart Saint realized she had nowhere to return to. Seeing his chance, Kim Seo-jun beamed. Stay at my guild until you decide. Besides, I need you to verify some details regarding the Black Saint. Kim Seo-jun had his own schemes brewing. Feeling guilty about freeloading, the Heart Saint offered, I will teach you my secret mental arts as payment. No thanks. Kim Seo-jun rejected the offer with stone-cold indifference. The saint froze, utterly humiliated. Did he just turn me down? Even S-class hunters would kill to become a spirit user, but I suppose I am in no position to insist, she thought, defeated. While the saint wallowed in self-pity, Kim Seo-jun's inner thoughts were screaming for cash. He didn't want training. He wanted the 10 billion won bounty. When the Heart Saint agreed to the monetary compensation, Kim Seo-jun was internally dancing with joy, though he kept a poker face. He quickly escorted the new saint to his headquarters, his mind racing with calculations. When the guild members saw him bring her home, they turned pale, misunderstanding his taste completely. At least he didn't drag us into another hellish raid, they sighed, finding relief in the strangest places. The Heart Saint was spiraling into anxiety after realizing that not only was the Sword Saint's granddaughter present, but the disciples of the Black Saint and Mage Saint had gathered here as well. Meanwhile, while the young ones trained, Kim Seo-jun sat in the corner, laser-focused on his favorite hobby, counting cold, hard cash. With this fresh loot, he finally had enough to purchase another lesson from the system. Each lecture came with a staggering price tag of 40 billion won or more. I thought it would take ages to unlock the next tier. Who knew the karma points would stack up this fast? Now I want to learn 2 skills at once. Should I shamelessly ask the Heart Saint for another 40 billion? Is that crossing the line? Then again, I did save her life. As he hesitated, Kim Seo-jun's senses suddenly spiked. Something was wrong. Without wasting a second, he guided the Heart Saint to the back alley behind the guild. In the shadows, the Black Saint emerged, leaving the Heart Saint completely flabbergasted. His stealth technique was flawless enough to fool her, but Kim Seo-jun had sensed his presence with terrifying ease. Seeing the Heart Saint flustered and bursting with questions, the Black Saint cut to the chase. He needed to know exactly what went down inside that dungeon. This young man saved my life. The moment I called, he appeared in the Jade dungeon like a miracle. Before she could finish, Kim Seo-jun threw his hand up. He boldly interrupted the conversation to spin the narrative himself. Kim Seo-jun launched into a passionate, non-stop retelling of the events to the Black Saint. Even though half of it was pure exaggeration, it made the Heart Saint dizzy just listening to his tall tales. So how about 10 billion? 10 billion won to keep quiet about the Church of Justice targeting the Heart Saint. Kim Seo-jun cleared his throat, dropping the hint with zero shame. Faced with the main character's shameless determination, the Black Saint had no choice but to agree. Meanwhile, the Heart Saint was still reeling from the shock of being hunted by the Church of Justice. It is exactly as the kid said. Inside the Jade dungeon, they were the ones who ambushed you. To be precise, they aren't just after you. They plan to slaughter every single hero of the Great Flood. I do not know the reason, but I have also been threatened by the Church of Justice. The Apostle of Punishment sought me out personally. The Black Saint's words sent a shiver down their spines. It seemed the enemy was hunting heroes so aggressively that they were mobilizing their apostles directly. Could their motive for killing heroes be linked to Berserk? It is just a theory of mine. I cannot be certain. But listen closely. Last time the Black Saint mentioned that Berserk merely vanished, it did not die, correct? You said it was the combined effort of the Great Deity and the 7 Apostles. Back then, just how strong was Berserk? Kim Seo-jun asked. An invincible monster. It was so terrifying that even if all the heroes in the world united, victory was not guaranteed. The Black Saint nodded grimly. Correct. Even united, you might not win. No one knows when the apocalypse will descend or if Berserk will perish before the end times. However, the Church of Justice seems to know something we do not. What is the deciding factor? If they possess the power of foresight, even if imperfect, it changes the entire narrative of this leveling Manhwa mystery. Perhaps their spies are just a small part of this puzzle. What if the Church foresaw a future where Berserk is defeated, but the heroes suffer heavy losses? That might explain their decision. They know Berserk has not reappeared yet. In other words, did the Great Deity and the 7 Apostles intentionally make Berserk vanish? Kim Seo-jun's deduction made the Black Saint's skin crawl with fear. The Heart Saint demanded to know the Church's goal. Why hide the monster? And how does murdering heroes fit into this? Because only the heroes possess the power to stand against Berserk. Therefore, instead of releasing Berserk immediately, they are buying time to eliminate its counters first. If no one is left to fight Berserk when it is unsealed, the apocalypse is guaranteed. With just one sentence, Kim Seo-jun drained the blood from the saints' faces. But even if his theory held water, they did not need to kill anyone. Simply stalling for time would suffice. The Heart Saint raised a point. True, as time passes, the heroes would eventually die of old age anyway. My guess is that even the Church of Justice cannot keep Berserk caged forever. In short, they are running out of time. Have you not noticed? The sudden dungeon breaks and mutations happening recently? Could it be the side effects of Berserk's seal weakening? I see three possibilities. First, the seal is cracking, leaking power that causes these mutations. Or perhaps the Church of Justice has found a way to weaponize Berserk's energy. It could even be both. I cannot say for sure. Everything I just said assumes the Church of Justice wants the world to end. But historically, their actions do not align with that goal. If they were truly evil, they would have simply sat back during the Great Flood era. There was no need for them to sacrifice themselves alongside the heroes to save humanity. The pieces do not fit because we lack information. I cannot deduce anything more. Kim Seo-jun finished his barrage of theories, leaving them in silence. Although the Black Saint and Heart Saint found Kim Seo-jun's words absurd, a seed of dread took root in their hearts. What if he was right? What if one day Berserk is unleashed upon the world again? Would this world have the strength to stop an apocalyptic beast? The Black Saint had only focused on Berserk, but after hearing Kim Seo-jun, he realized he needed to investigate the Church of Justice first. The Black Saint decided to head overseas. If the Apostle of Punishment discovers I am alive, my movements in Korea will be severely restricted. We must determine if the Church's purge targets only the heroes in Korea or extends globally. The Heart Saint looked lost. She had lived in isolation for so long that the modern world was alien to her. She could only hope Kim Seo-jun would guide her integration into society. Whatever their ultimate goal, their intent to kill heroes is undeniable. I know why you went into seclusion. You may hate it, but coming down from the mountain is the best move right now. Come to think of it, that might be why the Sword Saint was not threatened. And, you kid, watch your back. The Church of Justice has eyes on you even if you are not their priority yet. I suspect they view you as an invisible variable. But after this incident, you have likely upgraded to a confirmed threat in their eyes. I have said my piece. I will return when I have more leads. The Black Saint swirled his cloak to vanish, but Kim Seo-jun remembered the 13 billion won debt. He lunged forward to block the exit, nearly giving the Saint a heart attack. Meanwhile, chaos erupted elsewhere. The association chairman announced an S-Class Hunter license for Kim Seo-jun, along with a 30 billion won reward, causing the delegates to roar in protest. Ordinary citizens were dogpiling criticism on both the chairman and the boy. But it was not hard to see why the political delegates were foaming at the mouth. So that is your game, Jinchul. The chairman thought with a smirk. And then he decided to completely ignore the screaming mob. The chairman remained unfazed, radiating an aura of wealth and arrogance. If you are mad, deal with it. The entire room fell into a deathly silence at his audacity. Had they heard him correctly? If I were to grant the Sword Saint an S-Class Hunter license, would you try to stop me then? The chairman challenged. Do you honestly think a mere S-Class license is worthy of a legend like the Sword Saint? A higher rank? Absolutely not. The board members scoffed. Why should we? The Sword Saint hasn't officially conquered a single dungeon since the Great Flood ended. And this hunter Kim Seo-jun lacks the prestige or achievements you seem to expect from an elite. Yet the reason you don't stop me is because you know his power. A hero rank hunter deserves proper tribute. His skills demand it. Call it special treatment if you want. Are you actually accusing me of wasting taxpayer money right now? How exactly should we spend taxes to avoid waste? Every cent I spend protects the people. What happens if the Dawn dungeon breaks open? The damage alone would cost hundreds of billions of won, not to mention the catastrophic loss of life. Can you take responsibility for that carnage? 30 billion won is a bargain for the public safety. Isn't that why citizens pay taxes to us? So what is the issue? Tell me what here is unfair. Your salaries dwarf those of other civil servants. Is that fair? Or does fairness only apply when it benefits you? The chairman's fury silenced the room, but their stubborn refusal to promote Kim Seo-jun remained. It wasn't that they didn't know Kim Seo-jun's power. They knew deep down they were being completely unreasonable. The reason for their resistance was obvious. The corrupt political influence of Ju In-cheol and his dirty bribes controlled them. The chairman made his choice. Let Korea watch, let these fools fume with rage. He would promote Kim Seo-jun to S-rank without their approval. Leaving the curses behind, the chairman stepped out, only to find Kalia waiting for him in the shadows. Meanwhile, Park Yuman from the Dungeon Management Bureau approached Kim Seo-jun with urgent news. Hearing the chairman couldn't make it, Kim Seo-jun panicked. My 30 billion. Did they cut the funding? Is the deal off? Terrifying killing intent flooded the room. Yuman stammered, shaking in fear. No, the transfer is approved. You'll get it soon. Kim Seo-jun's face instantly brightened. The sudden switch from demon back to angel left Yuman completely stunned. Although there is fierce opposition to your S-rank promotion, the chairman is insisting on it, so it will be fine. However, since this is unprecedented, he's busy fighting the board. I came in his place. Hearing Yuman's words, Kim Seo-jun finally relaxed. As long as his 30 billion was safe, nothing else mattered. Yuman broke into a cold sweat, realizing Kim Seo-jun cared more about cash than the legendary S-rank license. Ask anyone else to choose between 30 billion won and an S-rank license, and they would choose the license without hesitation. Because becoming S-rank means standing at the world summit. It brings fame and status that money simply cannot buy. So why did this man show no greed for status? He was obsessed with money, yet he treated it as a mere tool, not the goal. When it came to prestige, he didn't care at all. He was completely different from the heroes of the Great Flood, yet somehow the same. Yuman recalled asking the chairman about this very contradiction back at the association. He knew Kim Seo-jun had the qualities of a hero, but he feared the chairman was risking his position just to support him. The chairman had explained immediately. If the current trend is high rankers chasing profit, we have no choice but to accept that reality. The high-ranking hunter world in Korea is rotting. A massive cartel called the Five Great Guilds has held a stranglehold for decades. It's not just the hunters. Our entire society is decaying. I tried to fix it, but all I could do was maintain the status quo. I forced myself to believe that no individual could stop the tide of time. But for some reason, I think Hunter Kim Seo-jun can. Someone who plants a seed of hope in a mind full of doubt. Isn't that the definition of a true S-rank? Yuman finally understood those words. Suddenly, Yuman spoke up. On behalf of the Korean people, I want to express my deepest respect. Kim Seo-jun turned beet red at the sudden praise. A true S-rank. Hope is finally rising. Yuman smiled to himself. The next day, the world turned upside down. News of the Dawn Dungeon conquest shattered the internet. Stories about the Dream Guild and the new S-rank license dominated the headlines. Some papers even predicted the birth of a legend. This leveling manhwa hero was trending on every social media platform and morning news show. At the same time, war brewed over rumors regarding the Black Dragon Guild. But the protagonist, he was staring at his bank account notification. 30 billion, one received. To learn the 2 classes I need, that's 40 billion each. Since I used all my elixirs, buying another one costs 15 billion won. Total is 80 billion plus 15, 95 billion. I have 43 billion. I'm still short 53 billion. Kim Seo-jun screamed. No matter how much I earn, it's never enough. The grind was real. Suddenly, the chairman appeared behind the complaining hunter. He explained that Kalia had come to see him yesterday, desperate for help. I'm sorry, but have you seen the news from Europe? The chairman asked abruptly. He showed Kim Seo-jun the footage. Italy was burning. Kim Seo-jun's blood boiled. With artificial awakening technology available, they shouldn't lack hunters to defend themselves. Mutated dungeons are spawning across Europe. Even the Italian government's elite hunters can't hold back the tide. The chairman spoke gravely, but the sword saint stepped forward. Why not ask Andrea to handle it? He's dead, the chairman replied. A dungeon accident. I don't have the details, but a mutation occurred during his raid. It's not just Italy. All of Europe is facing the same nightmare. Many heroes of the Great Cataclysm fought their own lonely battles, but faced with this encroaching darkness, the European Union had no choice but to beg the Church of Justice for salvation. Lady Kaya personally requested my intervention. The chairman revealed, his voice grave. She seeks to pull Italy back from the brink of annihilation. But the crisis in Italy wasn't just about the monsters. It was the vacuum left by the death of Andrea, a legend who was both a hero of the Great Cataclysm and the godfather of the Sicilian Mafia. He was the first absolute ruler to unify the underworld, forging an international criminal empire. Andrea was a madman who constantly proclaimed he would resurrect the glory of the syndicate. Everyone dismissed it as the ramblings of a lunatic, but in the end, he actually achieved it. Dissenters existed, of course, but they were nothing before the overwhelming power of a cataclysm hero. Now that the chains of his iron rule have shattered, Italy has descended into absolute chaos. The chairman explained that the Italian government had secretly pleaded for the church's aid, but every faction had their own convenient excuses. So you are asking this child to do what even a hero of the era could not. Do you think this is acceptable? The heart saint retorted with irritation. I refused naturally, but since Lady Kaya asked me to convey the message, I am simply letting him know. You are under no obligation, Kim Seo-jun. I do not expect you to venture into a foreign land teeming with death, the chairman assured him. Kim Seo-jun pondered for a moment before making a fateful decision. Kaya later reported to the higher-ups that Kim Seo-jun had accepted the mission. Of course, his motivation was purely driven by his obsession with cold, hard cash. Kim Seo-jun demanded a staggering 100 billion won. In exchange, he would deploy alongside the elites of the Dream Team. The leader felt the sting in his wallet, but decided to bow to Kim Seo-jun's demands. The mutated monster that devoured Andrea still lurks in Italy. If that boy intends to walk into the lion's den willingly, why should I stop him? The leader remarked. Kaya hesitated, her face pale. As she relayed the next part, Kim Seo-jun demanded the payment upfront. The headache was just beginning. Meanwhile, Kim Seo-jun broke the news of the Italian expedition to his squad. He expected fear. Instead, the team erupted with the excitement of tourists on a holiday. The Dream Team's deployment was confirmed, and over 100 billion won changed hands in an instant. Kim Seo-jun pocketed 60 billion, while the others received about 10 billion each. 2 weeks remained until departure, and the training intensity ramped up until even the Heart Saint couldn't sip her tea in peace. The disciple of the sword, Saint the heir of the Black Saint, the prodigy of the Magic Saint, talents that defied logic, all gathered under the radiance of one man. Yet amidst these monsters, one child felt adrift. The Heart Saint silently analyzed the group before locking her gaze onto Hyun. With her spiritual vision, she saw that Hyun's soul was dyed in pitch black, a spirit utterly impoverished, lacking a sense of self. Normally, a soul radiates colors reflecting one's emotions. Hers was a void. By all laws of the spirit, her ego should have collapsed and faded away long ago. However, the collapse had been halted. It seems Kim Seo-jun had shattered the suffocating small world she knew and dragged her out into a reality filled with new hope. She was a child who constantly doubted herself, struggling to change, yet remaining isolated because she didn't know how to navigate this life. The Heart Saint stared so intensely that Hyun's face flushed crimson with embarrassment. "Follow me," the saint commanded softly. When Hyun hesitated, the saint mercilessly flicked her forehead, leaving a massive bump. Another flick followed, making the girl yelp in pain. "We have 2 weeks before Italy. It is time to fix the most troublesome defect. From now on, the only answer I accept is yes. Do you understand?" The Heart Saint transformed into a tiger instructor, dragging Hyun into a hellish training regimen that nearly made her faint. 2 weeks later, news of the Dream Team's deployment spread across Korea like wildfire. Leaving behind the worries and expectations of the masses, the team departed for Italy in high spirits. But at the airport, predatory eyes were already locking onto Kim Seo-jun's group. Just then, Helena, a member of the Italian Professional Hunter Association and manager for Asian hunters, stepped forward to welcome the Dream Team. 1 rank A hunter and 4 rank B hunters, Helena thought, disappointment washing over her. "Since the Church of Justice sent them, I expected at least a rank S powerhouse." The thugs approached, pointing aggressively at Kim Seo-jun, laughing as they spewed a torrent of insults in a foreign tongue that Kim Seo-jun supposedly couldn't understand. Helena, sweating nervously, told them to ignore it. Suddenly, Kim Seo-jun noticed Hyun, creating a spiritual link, a technique passed down directly from the Heart Saint. It was a sign of growth, fitting for an awakening Manhwa character arc. The burly gangsters kept eyeing Kim Seo-jun, whispering that this group must be here for sightseeing. These weaklings would wet their pants if they knew whose turf this was, they sneered. "Let them be. Even if we do nothing, they'll die soon enough. A pity though, they're too pretty to die so young." Little did they know, Kim Seo-jun understood every single word. His face turned red, not with embarrassment, but with a blazing fury. He couldn't hold back the itch to violence any longer and marched toward them. Elena's face went pale. "Stop," she cried. Those weren't just common street thugs. They were members of the Mafia, a syndicate filled with rank A combatants. "They are pests the government has to ignore because we cannot handle them." "Wait, you are not their opponent," Helena screamed, trying to intervene. Suddenly, Kim Seo-jun's teammate blocked her path, smiling cheerfully. "Don't worry about it." What? Why was everyone acting like this was normal? Helena stood frozen in shock. The foolish thug, seeing Kim Seo-jun approach to deliver himself on a platter, roared with laughter. "More trash drifting through our airport. Italy really has gone to the dogs," Kim Seo-jun remarked calmly. His words triggered their bloodlust, and they reached out to grab him by the throat. But Kim Seo-jun was too fast, too dangerous. In a split second, he reversed the grip and slammed the thug's face into the floor with a bone-shattering crash. Seeing their brother fall, the pack charged in for the kill. But the hunters became the hunted. His movements were a blur of violence. In a heartbeat, the drug-addled trash was swept away like dust. "Let's move." Helena led the group to Naples, her mind reeling. The truth was, the men Kim Seo-jun dismantled weren't the core mafia, they were just a splinter faction, After the godfather Andrea's sudden death, the mafia split into three forces: the moderate Annis, the hardline Francisco, and Antonio, the legitimate heir to Andrea's legacy. Although they label themselves moderate or hardline, make no mistake except for Antonio, the rest are nothing but criminal organizations. Even though dungeon gates are opening everywhere, Italy's professional hunters are paralyzed, forced to hold back the tide of these aggressive mafia factions instead of clearing dungeons. I know this is asking a lot, Helena explained, but we need the dream team to clear the twisted dungeons. Hearing his agreement, Helena felt a wave of gratitude wash over her. Suddenly, the vehicle screeched to a violent halt, throwing the entire team off balance. Outside, pure pandemonium erupted. As people fled in terror, the final dungeon gate had shattered open. A nightmare legion of beasts obscured the heavens, their roars shaking the very earth as they swarmed the skies. Reaching Naples was no longer an option. The battlefield was here and now. Then, we begin the hunt right here. Kim Seo-jun drew his weapon with cold confidence, the invincible dream team marching like titans behind him. Meanwhile, chaos gripped the Italian parliament. News broke that a ruthless mafia syndicate had seized control of Catanzaro, rejecting every desperate attempt at negotiation. Marcello, chairman of the Hunter Association, revealed the tyrant behind the coup was the iron-fisted Francisco. The madman threatened to slaughter 90,000 innocent souls if he wasn't handed the presidency within 7 days. The sheer weight of this ultimatum struck Minister Samuel like a physical blow, his mind racing for a solution that didn't exist. Antonio was leading the hunters to contain the rebellion in Sicily, but the tide was turning against them. These rats never dared to lift a finger while the legendary Andrea was still alive. But the moment a hero falls, chaos rises from the shadows. Samuel's face drained of color, the despair of the situation crushing his spirit. Then, a new report shattered the room. The Latina dungeon had undergone a catastrophic mutation. With only a handful of C-rank and B-rank hunters defending the line, a massacre of civilians seemed inevitable. Suddenly, Marcello bolted from his seat, shock written all over his face. The report from his secretary was impossible: 0 casualties in Latina. It was the dream team. As if straight out of a leveling manhwa, Shurion unleashed a hellscape of mystic flames, trapping the monstrous horde in an inferno of scorching heat. Not to be outdone, Min Yoon invoked her Phantom Soul Pursuit, a secret technique that struck fear into the hearts of demons. Her twin blades danced in a blur of steel, slicing through the beastly ranks as easily as a hot knife through butter. Then came Park Seo-jun, executing the heaven-severing sword style. His lightning-infused blade struck with absolute precision, while Hyun dominated the battlefield with her elemental spirit summons. A massive surge of raw mana exploded outward, paralyzing the monsters with sheer terror before they could even twitch a muscle. Thanks to Kim Seo-jun's squad, the civilians escaped the jaws of death. Helena watched from the sidelines, feeling like she was witnessing a legendary manhwa recap moment come to life with S-class visuals. The monster wave intensified, their dark aura choking the sky. Yet Kim Seo-jun stepped forward and unleashed a single devastating strike that wiped the entire horde from existence. These Korean hunters had crossed the world to save Italy. A siege that should have required an army of hunters was dismantled in seconds by a mere party of 5. Helena stood frozen, her mind struggling to process the miracle she just witnessed. Suddenly, her phone shrieked, breaking her trance. The caller ID flashed the name Marcello, the chairman himself. Helena scrambled to answer breathlessly, identifying herself. Whatever was said on the other end made her expression darken, instantly shock stealing her voice. Meanwhile, Hyun, Min-yoon, and Suryeon were busy showering each other with praise like a mutual admiration society. "Sister, you were amazing. No, you were incredible." The camaraderie was blindingly wholesome. They had acted so nervous before the battle, yet the moment the fighting started, they transformed into bloodthirsty war gods. They were exactly like those genius students who claimed they didn't study at all, only to ace the exam with a perfect score, smurfing at a maximum level. Park Seo-jun watched them, sighing and wondering how these kids became such monsters. He glanced over at Kim Seo-jun, only to find their leader diligently harvesting monster parts. Truly a frugal man who refuses to waste a single penny, even on foreign soil. Having finished his butchery, Kim Seo-jun spotted Helena approaching. "Miss Helena, perfect timing," he called out cheerfully. "I was wondering how to offload these monster cores." "By the law of the dungeon finder's keeper's right," Helena blinked. "Yes, but that is not why I am here. Allow me to introduce Prime Minister Samuel and Chairman Marcello of the Italian Hunter Association." Helena rattled off the introductions so fast that Kim Seo-jun stood there blinking. He panicked for a second, Were they sending high officials just to make him pay customs taxes on his loot? Sensing his confusion, Samuel and Marcelo stepped forward with warm smiles. Is it true? You can understand us without an interpreter. It was like a convenient system Manhwa feature in real life. Samuel's eyes widened with curiosity. Are you perhaps a disciple of the Church of Justice? Not at all. My teammate specializes in mental magic. Think of it as a mystical translation app installed directly into my brain. Kim Seo-jun lied as naturally as he breathed. Behind him, Hyun looked like she wanted to vomit at his shamelessness. If the saint heard this blasphemy, she'd probably faint on the spot. Mr. Kim, we have a favor to ask, Samuel pleaded, desperation in his voice. Please save Italy. Kim Seo-jun tilted his head, genuinely confused. Wasn't he already here saving Italy? What else did they want? I know this is presumptuous, Samuel continued rapidly, but we will meet any demand. Name your price. Furthermore, we will waive all taxes on any monster byproducts you collect. Processing fees. Gone. Dismantling costs. The Italian government will cover everything. You will receive the royal treatment. Just. Please lend us your strength. Samuel, a man whose superpower was clearly his bank account, kept piling on the benefits. Kim Seo-jun had to clench his fists until his knuckles turned white just to keep from grinning like a maniac. How could he possibly refuse such a deal? He put on a solemn face, acting conflicted, while his inner self did a victory dance. His teammates, witnessing this Oscar-worthy performance of greed, turned away in second-hand embarrassment. Kim Seo-jun was on cloud 9, but his team felt their souls leave their bodies. This deal just meant they were about to be worked to the bone. Their faces turned ashen gray. Then we entrust the defense of Lazio to the Dream Team, Samuel declared. It is a critical political zone housing the capital itself. Think of it as the Gyeonggi province of Korea, Samuel explained. Kim Seo-jun felt a twinge of disappointment. He thought they were asking him to slay a demon king or something, not just do glorified pest control. Suddenly, a helicopter roared overhead. An idea sparked in Kim Seo-jun's eyes. He demanded the chopper immediately, while his team looked on with growing dread. In the blink of an eye, the Dream Team was airborne. They zoomed across the Italian skyline, darting from city to city, to purge the monster threat with ruthless efficiency. After countless botched battles, everyone was completely drained, looking like walking corpses. Yet Guildmaster Kim Seo-jun was a relentless tyrant, demanding they march forward without a single break. The man had truly mastered the art of wringing every drop of labor from his subordinates. Back at Central Command, Samuel received the impossible news. The dungeon outbreaks across the cities had completely ceased. The shock paralyzed him, freezing his limbs as if a spell had been cast. He couldn't recall the last time his heart hammered against his ribs with such violence. It felt like the return of the legendary hero Andrea, the savior who once shook the underworld during the Great Deluge. Without Andrea, I was certain Italy faced its doomsday. But now we have a new hope. We cannot squander the miracle these hunters from the east have delivered to our doorstep. Steel hardened in Samuel's eyes. He issued an immediate command to Marcelo: entrust the citizens' safety to the Dream Law team. Meanwhile, mobilize every professional hunter available to eradicate those mafia parasites once and for all. Headlines everywhere screamed the glory of the Dream Team. Naturally, the mafia Don Francisco wasn't about to let this slide. His empire was being mocked, and rage simmered beneath his surface. Summon Albano immediately, he hissed. It is time to confront that lioness Agnes. As for the hostages in Catanzaro, slaughter them all. Leave no survivors. A magnificent feast was laid out at the Grand Hotel, a royal tribute to the Dream Team for their god-tier achievements in saving the city. While Hun Min-young and Soo Ryun dived into the buffet like starving beasts, Kim Seo-jun whispered the only question that mattered to Helena. How much? The answer was 42 million euros. In Korean won, a staggering 57 billion. The moment the numbers left her lips, pure ecstasy hit Kim Seo-jun, like a high-voltage shock. Even if he split the pot 5 ways, he was still walking away with 11.4 billion won. The sheer thought made him want to sprout wings and ascend to the heavens. Helena watched him sweating nervously, wondering if the man had suffered severe brain damage during the fight. His teammates, however, were long accustomed to his money-worshipping rituals. They ignored his weirdness, happily stuffing their faces with the finest cuisine Italy had to offer. Snapping out of his financial trance, Kim Seo-jun wasted no time. He immediately opened the system store and began spamming the purchase button on skillbooks like a maniac. 80 billion won, evaporated in the blink of an eye. Yet, regret was nowhere to be found. He knew this was an investment that would yield returns far greater than any mere currency. Then Helena casually mentioned Italy's annual budget, was around 1,100 trillion. Kim Seo-jun's lips curled into a depraved, greedy grin that terrified everyone nearby. Moments later, he retreated to his room to absorb the expensive lesson he just bought. The screen flickered to life, revealing a titan from Greek and Roman mythology, the being who held up the celestial spheres for eternity. In terms of raw power, even the Black Queen would tremble before him. You think muscles are the key to supporting the heavens? The titan boomed. You think it is about overwhelming force? Wrong. It is all about endurance. Atlas the Skybearer began his sermon through the holographic interface, passing his divine wisdom down to Kim Seo-jun. His voice was iron and thunder, instructing Kim Seo-jun that to oppose the heavens, one must possess the will to endure absolutely anything in any state of existence. Today I teach you the trinity of endurance, Atlas declared. First, an indestructible body to weather all physical trauma. Second, the capacity to absorb 10,000 deadly toxins. You must refuse to yield to any poison. And finally, thermal absorption. True endurance means laughing in the face of scorching hellfire and absolute zero alike. This is the pinnacle of power. Ha 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 ha. Atlas laughed maniacally, his spirit burning with intensity. Suddenly, the system interface pinged. The daily quests for Kim Seo-jun had arrived. Glancing at the list, Kim Seo-jun's face fell. Every single task looked impossible. Buried in the list was an insane requirement. Consume the venom of Jormungandr. Jormungandr, the world serpent of Norse mythology, whose venom was potent enough to slay a god. How in the world was a human supposed to survive that? As he tore at his hair in frustration, the system conveniently updated. A new item appeared in the shop, replica Jormungandr venom. The price tag, a cool 2 billion won. Kim Seo-jun wanted to scream. It was a total setup. The system didn't care about his training. It just wanted to vacuum another 2 billion out of his wallet. Fine, he gritted his teeth. Once I master this, I'll be making trillions anyway. He hype-talked himself into the purchase, fulfilling the trope of a greedy protagonist in a leveling manhwa. Just as he reached for the next course, the world tilted. The floorboards rumbled violently, and dust fell from the ceiling. Kim Seo-jun blinked, confused by the sudden earthquake. In the lobby below, civilians scattered like frightened ants. A hulking thug strutted in, flanked by his minions, looking like a low-level villain. He bellowed one name, Kim Seo-jun. Turn back. You are out of your depth, Helena announced, her voice like ice. The thug opened his mouth to mock her, but before he could speak, her whip cracked, sending him face-planting into the floor instantly. Humiliated and throbbing with pain, the thug roared in fury. Kill her, get her, he screamed, unleashing his subordinates on the lone woman. But these small fry were nothing compared to her. Her whip danced through the air, knocking them out cold in seconds. Still sweat trickled down her brow as she fought to buy time for reinforcements. Suddenly, boom, a blur of motion tore through the room. Albano materialized out of nowhere, his hand clamping around Elena's throat before she could even react. He ignored her struggling form, tightening his grip with lethal intent. Where is Kim Seo-jun? He demanded. Elena's face turned purple, oxygen denied, but her eyes burned with defiance. She wouldn't talk. Meanwhile, the rest of the dream team had casually gathered on the staircase. Munching on snacks, they watched the drama unfold. Hey buddy, one of them called out between chews. The guy you're looking for is right behind you. Who are you looking for? A voice whispered directly into Albano's ear. The villain froze his soul, leaving his body as a chill ran down his spine. Kim Seo-jun moved like a phantom. In a fraction of a second, he snatched Elena from the villain's grasp. Albano stared at his empty hand, unable to comprehend the overwhelming speed and power he had just witnessed. The tension in the room was thick enough to cut with a knife, yet the dream team continued their impromptu mukbang, watching the fight as if it were a live sporting event. Elsewhere, the Mafia Don Francisco made his move. He proposed a ceasefire to Agnes, casually dangling the severed head of the traitor who had colluded with Antonio. Albano has already engaged the target, Francisco smirked. Kim Seo-jun. You mean that Korean hunter? If my best man is there, your little hero won't be breathing much longer. Agnes calculated the odds. Kim Seo-jun. The man rumored to be a hero. If he were to suddenly perish here, chaos would swallow the government, Francisco continued. Antonio Marcello. Everyone would panic. And imagine the headlines if 90,000 civilians in Catanzaro were suddenly wiped off the map. Agnes looked at him with disgust. You're insane. That's a massacre. Francisco let out a high-pitched manic laugh. Insane, immoral. As long as I win, none of that matters. I will burn the world to win, he declared, his eyes gleaming with madness. Let's face it, Agnes. We are all monsters here. Human laws and ethics, they don't apply to creatures like us. Embrace your instincts. We are beasts of prey. If you want to fight, fight. If you want to kill, kill. This is the dawn of a new era for Italy. Let the war begin. Francisco let out a feral scream, tossing the corpse aside like a ragdoll. Blood drenched his body, but he didn't care, shouting his twisted ideals into the void. Watching from the shadows, Albano broke into a cold sweat. He had just witnessed Kim Seo-jun save Elena with godlike speed. When did he move? I let my guard down, sure, but I didn't sense a thing. Albano shifted into a combat stance, but his hands couldn't stop trembling. Elena exposed him immediately. That's Albano, the executive of the violence faction. She couldn't believe it. Sicily is under lockdown. By the association chairman, how is this trash walking free? Ho ho, surprised Albano, sneered, regaining his composure. You don't know the half of it. I heard a rumor about some Asian rat interested in our plans. I got curious, so I came to take a look, Albano scoffed arrogantly. Kim Seo-jun's eyes went cold. Well, you've seen me. Now, take your garbage and get lost. Without waiting for a reply, Kim Seo-jun turned his back. His aura was calm, completely disregarding the threat behind him. That indifference snapped Albano's patience. Rage boiled over, and he launched a sneak attack. But before he could touch a single hair on Kim Seo-jun, boom, a storm of wind pressure blasted him backward, smashing him into the wall until he coughed blood. Humiliated and bleeding, Albano shrieked like a banshee. Get him, kill Kim Seo-jun right now. But the hunter was about to become the hunted. Luke Kook stepped forward, his heavy footsteps shaking the floor. The dream team emerged from the shadows to protect their liege. They looked annoyed rather than scared. We didn't even finish our meal, one grumbled. Let's wipe this trash out quickly so we can go back to eating. It wasn't a battle. It was a massacre. Albano watched in horror as his elite squad was pulverized by the sheer power of the dream team. His face went pale. Impossible. They're ranked S&A, but their power output defies all system Manhwa logic. The nightmare continued. Kim Seo-jun approached his weapon, glowing with terrifying mana. Albano nearly wet himself in pure terror, cornered like a rat with no minions left standing. Albano reached into his collar, gambling everything on one item. A blinding flash exploded. Using the chaos of the magic bomb, Albano fled the hotel at supersonic speed. But nobody escapes the protagonist of a leveling manhwa. Kim Seo-jun crouched low, gathering explosive force in his legs. He vanished. Moving faster than the eye could track, he cut off Albano's escape route instantly. Before the mafia boss could even report back, darkness took him. A while later, Albano blinked his eyes open. Reality crashed down on him. He was tied up tight, surrounded by the cold stares of the dream team. Albano, how did you escape Sicily? Elena demanded. Marcello and Antonio had that place locked down tight. You think this is over? Albano smirked through his bruises. It's too late for Catanzaro. His threats pushed Elena to the breaking point. She lost it. Elena unleashed a flurry of punches, treating his face like a punching bag. He's threatening 90,000 hostages, she explained, to a confused Kim Seo-jun. They want to force the president to resign. They gave a deadline of this weekend. But thanks to those rats in parliament, the order went out early. Albano laughed. The magic bomb is already active. Soon, 90,000 people go boom. He cackled maniacally. You bastard, you call yourself human. You're just a monster, no different than the beasts in the dungeons. Elena screamed curses at him, but his taunts only got worse. Wham! Kim Seo-jun silenced him with a single bone-rattling blow. Finally, the trash was unconscious. I won't kill him yet. He still has information. Kim Seo-jun turned to his team, eyes burning with resolve. Gear up. We're going to Catanzaro. Now. Killing intent radiated from him. The helicopter tore through the sky, closing in on the target city in record time. Kim Seo-jun issued commands like a general. Shurian Min-yun, you're on bomb duty. Min-yun, use your stealth skills to cover Shurian while she defuses it. Park Seol-ju, find the hostages. Hyun, back her up. Get everyone to safety. The plan was set. Kim Seo-jun grabbed his weapon and stood at the open bay door. Kim Seo-jun, it's too dangerous to jump now, Park Seo-ju yelled over the wind. If the mafia senses us, the team is compromised. Kim Seo-jun didn't look back. I won't let that happen. He dove into the open air like a falling star. Energy erupted from his body. A blinding aura lit up the sky as he descended. Thunder crackled around his limbs. Kim Seo-jun ran. He ran faster than he had ever ran in his life. He triggered the penalty quest, Speed of God, 5 minutes of infinite velocity. He pushed every muscle fiber to the absolute breaking point. It felt like his body was being torn apart. But thanks to the Atlas physique from this awakening Manhwa world, he held together. I don't know when it blows, he thought. But if it hasn't detonated yet, the Mafia might still be there. I need to buy time for the team. Until Min Yoon finds the bomb. Until Park Seo-ju saves the people. I have to stall them. Please let me be on time. He gritted his teeth, accelerating into a blur. Meanwhile, Cesar, the boss of the Francesco gang, played with the detonator. He smirked, knowing the civilians were trapped inside like rats. Let a few escape, he whispered to his subordinate. We need survivors to tell the world what happened here. 10 people. He was only letting 10 people live out of 90,000. Cesar turned to leave, but suddenly, whoosh, Kim Seo-jun arrived like a hurricane. Lungs burning, legs screaming. After a race against death itself, he had made it. You, the Mafia boss, running Catanzaro, Kim Seo-jun, rested his massive weapon on his shoulder, looking down on them. Sorry, but you're coming with me. The gangsters stared, jaws on the floor. An Asian hunter in their secret base is this freak. One of the 10 we let go. Cesar sneered, barking at his subordinate for a name. It sounded ridiculous to him. He threw his head back and laughed. Ha! Who the hell are you to act so arrogant before a mafia army of 1,000 men? I don't know your name, and I don't care why you're here, he spat with venom. But if you have a death wish, I'll grant it. Kill him. The moment the command left his lips, the horde of thugs charged at Kim Seo-jun like a swarm of angry hornets. Cesare turned his back with a dismissive wave, ordering his men to follow him once the trash was taken out. But he had no idea who he was dealing with in this awakening Manhwa scenario. Before he could even complete his turn, his elite squad was decimated, blown away like dry leaves by the overwhelming magical pressure exploding from Kim Seo-jun's weapon. Realizing Kim Seo-jun was a monster in human skin, the blood drained from Cesare's face. He stumbled backward, trembling, his mind racing with one thought: escape to the command center and detonate the trap. I can't press it here, he thought frantically. But amidst the chaos of battle, Kim Seo-jun's sharp gaze locked onto him like a predator spotting its prey. The main character saw it instantly, the cowardly retreat, the hand fumbling suspiciously in the pocket for a remote trigger. Moving with the speed of lightning, Kim Seo-jun dashed forward. He carved a bloody path through the cannon fodder, closing the distance to the boss, while effortlessly parrying attacks. The minions threw their bodies at Kim Seo-jun in a desperate pile-on to buy time, but they were nothing more than insects trying to stop a raging hurricane. Time was running out. Kim Seo-jun surged with adrenaline, his attacks becoming a blur of devastation. In the blink of an eye, he shattered the defensive line and engulfed Cesar in a cloud of dust and debris. Caught like a rat in a trap, Cesar's eyes rolled back in terror. His words tumbled out in a broken, incoherent stutter. The sheer killing intent radiating from Kim Seo-jun made the mafia boss weak in the knees. With a sharp blade inches from his face, Cesar frantically ripped the detonator from his pocket, growling a final threat. Ha! Just as I thought. You know what this is, he screamed. Take one more step, and I'll push this button and blow us all to hell. You know the consequences, don't you? Cesar sneered. If I press this, you die too. Kim Seo-jun looked at him with eyes as cold as the abyss. So be it. Dying together beats dying alone. Cesar bluffed, inching backward. He used the threat of mutual destruction to keep the monstrous hunter at bay. By now, the remnants of his gang had caught up. Swords and blades clicked against Kim Seo-jun's armor, surrounding him in a forest of steel. Even with cold steel pressed against his cheek, Kim Seo-jun merely smirked. This was a classic leveling Manhwa power gap. He unleashed a devastating tornado kick, sending the entire circle of thugs flying onto their backs instantly. Realizing Kim Seo-jun was crazy enough to call his bluff, Cesar chose the nuclear option. He jammed his thumb onto the button to end it all. Click. But the air remained ominously silent. Cold sweat poured down Cesar's face as he mashed the button frantically. Why isn't it working? Meanwhile, Kim Seo-jun let out a sigh of relief, his eyes shining with gratitude for Shurion's perfect sabotage. The scene shifts to a dark warehouse. Albano woke up, his face swollen like a pig's head, groggily recalling how the dream team had kidnapped and thrashed him. Rage boiled in his veins. Suddenly, the door creaked open. Seeing Cesare walk in, Albano's face lit up with hope. He thought his partner had finally come to rescue him. I knew it, he thought triumphantly. No matter how strong that brat is, he couldn't possibly take down an entire army of mafia soldiers alone. But his fantasy shattered a second later. Cesar stepped into the light, his face just as battered and bruised. Albano froze his brain, crashing like a blue screen of death. We're doomed, he realized. Kim Seo-jun and Helena strolled in, the sound of their footsteps echoing like a death knell. The spear in the main character's hand demanded answers. Your little plan is over, Kim Seo-jun growled, his voice dropping an octave. Talk. How did you rats escape from Sicily? While Albano kept his mouth shut tight, Shazar spilled his guts instantly, revealing the existence of a secret tunnel. Albano glared at him, furious at the betrayal. To prevent Albano from interrupting, Kim Seo-jun delivered a gentle love tap to his face, successfully knocking him out cold for a nice nap. With the noisy one gone, the interrogation proceeded smoothly. This is a classic move in any manhwa recap: separate the weak link and exploit it. Sometime later, Albano trembled as he regained consciousness. Seeing Shazar passed out in the corner, he realized the game was up. His partner had likely told the hunter everything. If you let me go, Albano blurted out, trying to negotiate, I'll give you 70 million euros. The room went silent at the staggering amount of cash. You think I'm just some thug? We aren't common criminals. We are the mafia, he boasted. Drug smuggling, illegal betting, loan sharking, we run it all. From our illicit empire, we net 53 billion euros annually. That's nearly 78 trillion won. And that's just the tip of the iceberg we built right under Andrea's nose. Albano explained with pride. Seeing Kim Seo-jun laugh maniacally, he assumed the hero was just another greedy mercenary who could be bought. But he miscalculated. Kim Seo-jun wasn't just fond of money. He was a devout worshiper of the mighty dollar. If there was cash to be made, he wanted all of it. The reason Kim Seo-jun was cackling wasn't happiness, it was disbelief. You make 78 trillion a year, and you offer me pocket change. That's insulting. This is way outside my acceptable range, Kim Seo-jun snapped. Where's your boss? That guy calling himself Francisco or whatever. He's probably in Sicily, right? You guys trade in humans too. Well, I'm about to trade you two for a massive payday right now. Kim Seo-jun rolled up his sleeves, a demonic grin stretching across his face. He swung his spear, delivering a ruthless blow to Albano's skull. Albano, who thought his bribery plan had worked, couldn't comprehend the sudden betrayal. He never expected the hero to make a move that defied all logic. Even as he blacked out, he had to admire the sheer audacity of this capitalist devil. This protagonist was acting like a glitch in a system manhwa, unpredictable and chaotic. The rest of the team sighed. They were used to Kim Seo-jun's antics, shaking their heads at Albano's naivety. A final pathetic scream echoed into the void. Hyun watched with goosebumps rising on her arms, remembering the time she had been on the receiving end of that same treatment. Helena, hearing that Kim Seo-jun intended to hunt down Francisco, rushed to stop him. It's too dangerous. Sicily is the mafia's fortress. Intelligence says there are 150,000 members stationed there. And Francisco isn't just a boss. He's an S-class hunter. His power rivals the heroes of the Great Flood. Even for you, this is a suicide mission. But Kim Seo-jun's eyes burned with resolve. This nightmare won't end until we cut off the head of the snake. That is the lesson we learned in Catanzaro. The nightmare gripping Italy wasn't born from a dungeon gate. No, the true devils here were human. The mafia. I'm heading straight into the lion's den to make a deal. A trade in human lives. Kim Seo-jun's grin was sharp enough to cut glass, leaving Helena completely bewildered. Messina, the gateway to the abyss of Sicily. This city was crawling with professional hunters, the final barrier between the mainland and the island of crime. Inside the command center, the air was heavy with dread. Marcelo, Samuel, and Antonio analyzed the enemy's shifting shadows. The worst-case scenario had become reality. Francisco and Agnes had united their forces for total war. Our spies have gone silent. Darkness has swallowed them whole. We can no longer sit idly by while the enemy sharpens their blades. Marcelo's voice thundered with urgency. Antonio, the heir to the legacy, sat in stony silence. Meanwhile, Samuel trembled with a rage so intense, he nearly shattered the table with his bare hands. The situation was spiraling into absolute chaos. The Dream Team now held the fate of the entire nation in their hands. We thought we had stabilized the scales. But in truth, we were just accelerating the countdown to doomsday. If the syndicates combine their might, they command an army of 150,000. Even with our forces, the clash would result in a river of blood. And caught in the crossfire, 90,000 innocent souls. The sheer weight of the horror crushed Samuel's spirit, leaving him deaf to the voices calling his name. Suddenly, a sharp knock on the door cut through the suffocating tension like a blade. Helena stood there, shocking everyone who thought she was on the front lines. Hunter Kim Seo-jun demands an audience with the leadership. Her words hit Samuel like a physical blow. For the main character to request a meeting now, something catastrophic must have occurred in this awakening manhwa scenario. They rushed out in a panic, expecting the worst. Instead, there stood Kim Seo-jun, laughing heartily, while carrying human luggage on his shoulder. His cheerful demeanor was a jarring contrast to the grim atmosphere. Antonio marveled at the automatic translation magic. Is he a priest of the Holy Church? Nope. Just a simple mind link technique, Kim Seo-jun explained with a smirk. Samuel tried to be serious, but Kim Seo-jun cut right to the chase. I've got some merchandise to offload. What's the current market price in Italy these days? I'm talking about selling back some trash to the enemy. The Italian leaders stared at him blankly, their brains struggling to process his words. Thud. Kim Seo-jun tossed the unconscious bodies of Albano and Cesare onto the floor like sacks of potatoes. The room erupted in gasps. They offered a bounty of 100 billion won for their return. But let's talk bigger numbers. What's the price tag on 150,000 heads? As he negotiated, he casually pulled a massive shimmering purple orb from his inventory. The sheer magical pressure radiating from it left everyone trembling. Sensing the confusion, Helena stepped in to recount the legendary feats Kim Seo-jun had just performed. The realization hit Samuel like a truck. He bowed deeply, shedding his pride as a leader. Thank you, Hunter Kim. On behalf of this entire nation, I was powerless. I was ready to abandon 90,000 souls to their dark fate. Without you, history would have recorded a massacre today. Kim Seo-jun scratched his ear, the endless praise starting to sound like white noise. Enough with the speeches. I just need a quote on wiping out an army. This orb? It's the magical nuke from Catanzaro. My team drained its mana, rendering it dormant. For now. But refill it with energy. Boom. I'm taking this down the secret tunnel to Sicily. It's time to return this gift to the senders. Consider this my personal crusade. The Great Sicily Cleansing begins now. Impossible. That explosion would wipe the map clean. You would be vaporized along with them, Hunter Kim. There's no escape route. Activating that core is nothing short of a suicide mission. Antonio's voice cracked with desperation. Samuel moved to block his path, but Kim Seo-jun remained calm as a still lake. Don't worry about me. Isn't it time we closed the curtain on this tragedy? Why go this far? You have no blood ties to this land. You could have walked away, yet you choose to dance with death. Why risk everything for strangers? Antonio couldn't comprehend such selfless heroism in this cutthroat world. Do I need a permission slip to save lives? I do what I want. The simplicity of his answer struck Antonio like a thunderbolt. Antonio froze, sweat beading on his forehead. An old memory surfaced his grandfather's voice. True leaders aren't followed for power, but for their ideals. It had been an eternity since he witnessed such a spirit. He thought that kind of nobility was dead. Awe filled Antonio's gaze. As Kim Seo-jun turned to leave, the entire room bowed in unison. A silent prayer for the return of a hero. Kim Seo-jun stiffened. This level of worship was cringe-inducing. He felt like a statue being unveiled. I'm not actually planning to die, you know. But telling them that now would ruin the cinematic moment. Defeated by the atmosphere, he simply promised to return. Then, dragging his human cargo, he vanished into the shadows. The Italian leaders watched his silhouette fade, tears streaming down their faces like they were sending a lover off to war. A truly tragic, poetic farewell. Amidst this ocean of tears, only Helena remained completely dry-eyed. She knew the truth. Kim Seo-jun's only ideal was cold, hard cash. Meanwhile, at the Sicily stronghold, Agnes deployed a massive army of 100,000 to the bridge at Messina. Francisco was itching for a fight. But was this rush to battle truly necessary? We are already at a disadvantage. Leaving 50,000 elites behind, this decision might just be the fatal error. In this Manhwa recap, Agnes gripped her weapon tight, her gaze piercing through the window to the world below. You worry too much, she whispered. That anxiety is exactly why you're trapped in this hellhole called Sicily. Just wait a little longer, a voice answered. Chaos will soon swallow Italy whole. The parliament's reaction is as predictable as the sunrise. We just need to seize that moment. It will be child's play. War is inevitable anyway. Francisco smirked, his arrogance radiating off him like a foul aura. Why shouldn't we strike while the iron is hot and claim the advantage? News has spread. Antonio's forces have already retreated from Messina in fear. Francisco's ego swelled with every word. See, exactly as I predicted. The parliament will play right into our hands. They will send 100,000 reserve troops to the front lines at Messina. Those fools are probably trembling in their boots right now. When they face our numbers, panic will set in. And once they are exhausted fighting the fodder, I will lead 50,000 elite soldiers to wipe them out. We will drain them dry. Italy will belong to us. Francisco laughed triumphantly, twirling a dagger before slamming it violently into the map on the wall. Thud. So the first 100,000 were just sacrifices. Agnes understood the plan instantly, and a twisted excitement began to bubble within her. You really are insane, she grinned, a demonic expression taking over her face. But it is the kind of madness I adore. Ha ha ha. A new era for Italy begins now. Francisco threw his head back, laughing like a maniac. He had no idea that the Grim Reaper Kim Park Seo-jun was standing right there listening to every treacherous word. That is a load of garbage. Kim Park Seo-jun's voice sliced through the air, dropping the temperature in the room to absolute zero. The laughter died instantly. His sudden appearance was something neither villain had calculated. They could only stare, eyes bulging in shock. Oops, sorry to interrupt your little manhwa recap moment. You must be Francisco Park Seo-jun asked casually. Francisco could not believe his eyes. He had definitely ordered the hit. Why was this boy breathing? Why was he standing here looking completely unharmed? As if reading the confusion in the old man's mind, Park Seo-jun tossed two broken bodies onto the floor like trash. It was Albano and Cesare, beaten within an inch of their lives. Capturing Albano made sense. He was the assassin. But Cesare, he was supposed to be in Catanzaro detonating the city. How was he captured? Francisco stared blankly at his battered subordinates. He speaks our language fluently. Fear began to creep in. Is he an agent from the Church of Justice? But before Park Seo-jun could clarify, Francisco shook his head. No, no way. You do not have the stench of the Church of Justice on you. That comment made Park Seo-jun pause. Does this old guy know something about me? He wondered. He had only come here for a simple shakedown, but the plot was thickening. Feeling the tension rise, Park Seo-jun reached into his inventory. He pulled out the massive magic sphere Francisco had planted in Catanzaro. Francisco's face went pale as a ghost. How did you get that? Francisco roared, veins popping in his neck. You recognize it then? Then you know exactly what this toy can do. Park Seo-jun smirked. Everyone knows that if this goes off, this entire region turns to ash in a heartbeat. Maybe I should just detonate it now, Park Seo-jun threatened playfully. To his surprise, Francisco didn't cower. Ha! You think you can bluff me with a disarmed bomb? Francisco scoffed. Do you think I am stupid? It has no mana left. What can you possibly do with an empty shell? Ha! Voom. In a split second, Park Seo-jun flooded the sphere with his own overwhelming mana. The air screamed as the sheer pressure of his power nearly leveled the room, sending furniture flying. Seeing Park Seo-jun ready to blow them all to kingdom come without blinking, Francisco realized this was no ordinary enemy. What do you want? He growled, like a cornered beast. I heard you guys are loaded. Something like 78 billion a year. That is the word on the street. Park Seo-jun let the sentence hang. Francisco exhaled, relief washing over him. It is just a robbery. Name your price, he said, thinking he could buy his way out. He knows my plan. I have to play along. I cannot let him live. I will throw him some cash, catch him off guard, and then kill him. Francisco plotted darkly, while Park Seo-jun did the math. Let's see. These guys said, your pocket money is around 70 million euros. Plus you have 50,000 elite troops here, right? Since the cannon fodder is already gone. Let's call it around 7,000 billion euros. Park Seo-jun dropped the astronomical number calmly, as if he were haggling for potions in a leveling manhwa. Francisco's eyes nearly rolled back in his head. Francisco had met greedy men before, but Park Seo-jun was not just greedy. He was a bottomless abyss. 7,000 billion. He had never heard such nonsense in all his years. He thought he had an easy target, but he had stumbled upon a lunatic who would eat him alive. Francisco would rather die than pay that sum. Seeing the murderous look on the old man's face, Park Seo-jun pouted mockingly. What you just said, any amount, didn't you? Francisco sighed, his face twitching with rage. Fine. I will give it to you. Die. He unleashed a sudden blazing strike of magic, aimed straight at Park Seo-jun's head. But the main character was too fast. Park Seo-jun sidestepped effortlessly. Whoa, too much, old man. What if I drop this bomb and we all go boom? Park Seo-jun held the bomb up like a shield, annoyed. Go ahead, try it, Francisco screamed. You think I am scared? I don't care what you are planning, but you won't blow yourself up that easily. 7,000 billion. Come and get it if you can. Francisco howled like a banshee, firing a barrage of chaotic magic spells. Ziu Park Seo-jun drew his sword, deflecting the blasts with lazy precision. He is right. I cannot just detonate this blindly, Park Seo-jun thought. Worst case, I can use the Saint's velocity skill to escape the blast radius. But I am not fully used to that skill yet. It takes time to cast, and it will be messy if these two interrupt me. Agnes saw her opening. She raised her massive hammer to join the assault. What are you waiting for? Kill him, he won't dare detonate the bomb. Quick thinking, Park Seo-jun laughed as the two villains rushed him for a combined attack. I guess you guys really are pro-terrorists. Boom. Park Seo-jun didn't back down. He swung his spear, unleashing a tidal wave of aura that swallowed their attacks and blasted the entire room apart. Francisco and Agnes were sent flying, ragdolling through the air. Even now, they couldn't comprehend the sheer gap in power. How could one boy be this strong? Did you really think I was naive enough to believe you'd just hand over the cash? Park Seo-jun dusted himself off. Stop stalling. Let's end this. But first, I have a few questions for you. Kim Seo-jun's voice was cold as the grave. Facing him, Francisco and Agnes stood paralyzed by the pressure, while the Albano lackeys behind them trembled in pure terror. With a mere whisper of the word boom, the world ended. It happened faster than a heartbeat. Francisco's stronghold erupted like a tactical nuke, consumed by a blinding inferno and choking smoke. The shockwave was devastating, crushing their internal organs until they coughed up blood. Francisco and Agnes lay broken among the blackened ruins, their haughty strength reduced to nothing. Seeing that his opening move hadn't completely wiped them from existence, Kim Seo-jun simply snapped his fingers once more. A pillar of searing light crashed down from the heavens, racking their bodies with agony. Yet, like stubborn cockroaches, they refused to die. Burning their remaining life force, they launched a desperate combined attack, hoping to land just one strike on the monster before them. Their ultimate technique could have leveled a mountain, yet Kim Seo-jun dodged it with the grace of a phantom, leaving them staring in disbelief. He didn't just dodge. He unleashed a counterattack of such magical density that they couldn't even perceive it. Moments later, Francisco groggily regained consciousness in the debris. Standing before the murderous aura of Kim Seo-jun, fear gripped his heart. This monster had effortlessly dodged attacks that would flatten a hero in any standard leveling manhwa. Even the disaster-class hero Andrea, the tyrant who united the Sicilian mafia with an iron fist, paled in comparison to this absolute power. He is an existence neither Agnes nor I can touch, Francisco realized in despair. His grand master plan had been flawless from the start. First, utilize the dungeon break to bleed Antonio's forces dry. Then plunge Italy into anarchy by unleashing a catastrophe upon the civilians of Catanzaro. Next, he would unleash 100,000 soldiers to siege the bases and the false awakened association, crushing the main forces of this awakening manhwa conflict. Finally, he would lead his elite Praetorian Guard to conquer the ruins and seat himself as the absolute ruler of Italy. But fate is a cruel mistress. The gear that jammed his perfect machine wasn't the government, the association, or the resistance. It was all because of this one man. And what did Kim Seo-jun want? He simply looked down and asked, "How much is your life worth to you?" "Don't make me laugh. If I pay, you'll actually spare me," Francisco spat out the words. The hunter shrugged. "That depends entirely on the number of zeros on the check." The sheer absurdity made Francisco cackle like a madman. "Fine, take it all, even if I don't have it now. Antonio will pay my debt when he takes the throne. But do you really think you'll live to spend it? Do you have any concept of what happens when I trigger this artifact? Forget the 50,000 mafia soldiers here. They're already dead. This bomb will turn the entire city to ash. And where do you think I acquired such a weapon? You think mere mobsters could craft a device of this caliber?" As Francisco taunted him, Kim Seo-jun recalled the earlier accusations about the Church of Justice. The pieces clicked into place. "You're with the Church of Justice." Exposed, Francisco collapsed back onto the debris, a twisted grin on his face. "Sharp kid. You know their true nature, don't you? Those self-righteous hypocrites. I was the one who disposed of Andrea. Correction, I manipulated the church into executing him. They were surgical about it, masking the assassination as a tragic dungeon accident. This bomb was originally forged to obliterate the beast that took Andrea down. The plan was simple: erase the hero, then plant the nuke in the dungeon to erase the evidence. It was the only way to kill that abomination. But I couldn't do it. It felt like such a waste to use this beautiful, catastrophic masterpiece on a mindless beast. So I decided to give it a much grander purpose." Realizing the madman intended to massacre Catanzaro, Kim Seo-jun's expression darkened. Rage surged through him, his fists clenching until the knuckles turned white. "It's a shame," Francisco sighed. "I really wanted to watch 90,000 souls vaporize. But tell me, don't you find this conversation odd? Why am I spilling my secrets? Because none of it matters anymore." In that split second of distraction, Francisco lunged, thrusting his blade toward the orb behind the hunter. Steel struck crystal, leaving a jagged crack across the surface. Kim Seo-jun realized too late the target wasn't him, it was the detonator. The lunatic intended to drag them both down to hell in a glorious suicide pact. Wama fist, like a cannonball, smashed into Francisco's jaw, shattering his teeth and his delusional dreams in one strike. Leaving the bloodied villain in the dirt, Kim Seo-jun channeled every ounce of mana to fly. He barely cleared the blast radius before the orb erupted in a sky-shattering explosion. Meanwhile, at the Church of Justice, the Apostle of Patience stood over Andrea's grave. A report arrived. The payload had detonated in Sicily, not the intended target. Francisco, you incompetent fool. The Apostle sighed, realizing he would have to clean up the mess himself. A subordinate bowed nervously. Sir, the Apostle of Punishment sends a warning. We must be cautious. The variable known as Kim Seo-jun is on the move. At the mention of that name, the Apostle's composure cracked. Lightning crackled around him in a terrifying display of power. He couldn't wait to teach that upstart a lesson in pain. Back at the ruins, Kim Seo-jun was in bad shape. Between the mana backlash and the shockwave, he was sprawled on the ground, clinging to consciousness. Knowing this wasn't the place to die, Kim Seo-jun gritted his teeth. Like a true system Manhwa protagonist, he instantly purchased a high-grade potion from the shop and downed it. As vitality flooded back into his veins, his mind sharpened. If that lunatic Francisco was telling the truth, the real nightmare hadn't even started yet. The nuke meant to seal the beast was gone. Now he was the only one left on the board, capable of stopping the coming calamity. Over in Messina, Antonio and Chairman Marcello led a legion of professional hunters through the streets, hunting down the remnants of the enemy forces. They fought with grim determination, swearing to restore order to Italy so that Kim Seo-jun's efforts wouldn't be in vain. Samuel celebrated the victory, but his heart ached for Kim Seo-jun's sacrifice. As this chapter of the Manhwa recap concludes, a report arrived about a cataclysmic explosion in Sicily. 50,000 elite mafia members wiped out in an instant. That massive explosion could only mean one thing. Hunter Kim Seo-jun had fallen. He chose to sacrifice everything for the people of Italy, strangers who shared no blood with him. We will never forget this debt of honor, and we swear not to waste the second chance at life he gifted us. Samuel whispered to himself, while Antonio and Marcello embraced, screaming in triumph. Now that the remnants of the Francisco and Agnes syndicates were finally eradicated, they collapsed, gasping for air, tears welling up as they thought about the ultimate price Hunter Kim Seo-jun had paid for their safety. But their celebration was cut short. A terrifying surge of mana suddenly erupted in Messina, sending shockwaves across all of Italy. A colossal, deathly demon eye materialized in the sky above. From within that abyss, a savage demogorgon clawed its way out. Its deathly roar plunged the nation into darkness, causing civilians to cough up blood and collapse like wheat before a scythe. Caught in the stampede, Antonio wanted to fight, but the sheer terror of the monster's aura froze him in place, rendering his limbs useless. Just as despair threatened to consume them all, Shurian unleashed his signature frost arts. In a flash, he encased the beast in a prison of ice, halting its rampage. Seizing the opening menu, immediately activated his secret technique, the demon-hunting soul art. Thunderous slashes rained down, forcing the monster to spray blood in an instant. Seo-jun didn't hold back either, unleashing the heaven-breaking sword, combined with a chaotic blood-fire slash. Blazing firepower accompanied every sword stroke, tearing through the air toward the beast. Suddenly, the nine-tailed fox avatar materialized, carrying Hoon's power to purify evil spirits. With a single gust, it dispersed the deadly miasma instantly. The entire dream team, looking absolutely legendary, had gathered to face this threat head-on. Hoon's spiritual elemental arts combined with Shurian's vibration strikes, triggering a massive earthquake that shook the ground beneath the monster's feet. While its guard was down, Shurian frantically unleashed a catastrophic explosion technique with enough intensity to shatter reality itself. A spear of energy pierced its heart, sending the beast back to the void with power beyond imagination. Witnessing the dream team's coordination, the awestruck citizens surrounded them, erupting in thunderous applause. But the victory celebration was premature. A split second later, the monster roared and charged as if it hadn't taken a single scratch. Eyes widened in horror. Everyone had clearly seen Shurian deliver a killing blow just moments ago. It wasn't until Shurian and Minyu launched a coordinated assault that they realized the terrifying truth. This monster possessed instant regeneration capabilities. Even though its body was severed, the situation spiraled into a nightmare. Countless more beasts began crawling up from the earth, transforming the city into a living hell. The world filled with agony and darkness. Surrounded by screams of despair, Marcello's will finally broke, and he sank to his knees, staring blankly at the carnage. Every member of the dream team was battered and bleeding from the monster's onslaught, yet they stood their ground, determined to use their own bodies as shields for the civilians. Witnessing their unyielding fighting spirit, Marcelo couldn't take it anymore. He screamed at the top of his lungs, "Please just run, you've done enough. Your sacrifices for us are already too great. Don't throw away your lives for our sake anymore. Please retreat." Marcelo wept openly, guilt tearing at his heart as he remembered how Lee Seo-jun, a young foreign hunter in this awakening manhwa reality, had fought to the death against 50,000 elite mafia soldiers for this country. Italy had received salvation from Hunter Lee Seo-jun and the Dream Team, a debt we could never possibly repay in a lifetime. We cannot let our benefactors die like this. Now is the time for Italy to bleed for them. Even if 100,000 of us must become bait, so be it. Marcelo sobbed internally, yet the Dream Team fought on without hesitation. A sudden thought struck him. Were they holding the line, waiting for Lee Seo-jun to return? If you are waiting for Hunter Lee Seo-jun, it is futile. He isn't coming. Because he is already dead. Marcelo's desperate plea fell on deaf ears. The Dream Team didn't doubt for a second. They knew a monster like Lee Seo-jun wouldn't fall so easily. Besides, he hasn't even picked up his paycheck yet. The only things that can kill Lee Seo-jun are a global economic recession or the literal apocalypse. Minyu cracked a grin joking with his team, despite the chaos, leaving Marcelo stunned. He couldn't comprehend how they maintained such insane optimism in the face of death. Suddenly, Helena flashed past with her whip in hand, stopping briefly before Marcelo. "Just hold on a little longer," she urged. "Lee Seo-jun is almost here." As Helena dove back into the fray, Marcelo was left trembling in confusion. What kind of blind faith was this? He's gone. No one survives an explosion of that magnitude. It's an undeniable fact. And even if he miraculously survived, what could one man change against this army? But why? Why does my heart want to believe their lies? Tears streamed down his face as he sat paralyzed by the roadside, watching the Dream Team struggle against the immortal beast. Antonio approached, placing a steady hand on Marcelo's shoulder, his eyes burning with resolve. "If our savior can't do the impossible, then who can?" The words hit Marcelo like a thunderclap. Something ignited within him. Marcelo wiped his tears and stood up with a roar, pledging to join Antonio and aid the Dream Team. "We have to stop that monster right here. No matter the cost, we hold the line until Hunter Lee Seo-jun arrives. Don't you dare die on me. No retreating, no running. Fight. If we fall here, Italy falls with us. Protect our home with your own hands." Marcelo charged into battle, chanting a war song that rallied the people. Civilians and mobsters alike threw themselves at the beast, united by a single desperate goal: eliminate the threat. The battle raged on, but the demonic beast showed absolutely no signs of fatigue or weakness. Its attacks remained devastatingly precise, scattering defenders like leaves. The Dream Team was decimated. Only Seo-jun remained on his feet, clinging to consciousness by a thread. Wiping blood from his cracked lip with a trembling hand, Seo-jun grit his teeth. "Damn it. I thought I could hold out a little longer. I hope Lee Seo-jun doesn't lecture me too hard for this." But just as the shadows of death closed in, Lee Seo-jun descended from the heavens like a god of war. Wrapped in blinding magical energy, he descended from the heavens like a falling star, arriving to fulfill his mission of purging the monsters. The moment Lee Seo-jun appeared, the crowd erupted as if they'd seen a savior, their cheers echoing through the chaos. But Seo-jun had no time to acknowledge their adoration. His focus was locked on the tenacious beast before him. Realizing this foe was no ordinary mob, he unleashed his full power instantly. He alternated between compressing and dispersing his aura, triggering a devastating explosion that left onlookers trembling in fear. The crowd cheered, thinking the battle won, but Seo-jun's sharp instincts told him the nightmare wasn't over yet. In a flash, the monster regenerated completely, as if nothing happened. Its massive pincers tore through the air, pursuing him with terrifying speed. No matter how many times he struck with his leveling manhwa skills, the beast's regeneration outpaced his damage, becoming a headache worse than his rising stress levels. Unable to match its recovery speed, a momentary lapse in defense cost him dearly. A brutal strike sent blood spraying from his mouth like a fountain. This is the first time anything has survived 3 direct hits from the great sage Heaven's equal. His mind raced as the monster's bloodlust spiked, ready to pounce. He realized he didn't have to shoulder this burden alone. "Captain, give the order. What should we do?" The voices of Team Dream rang out behind him, freezing him in his tracks. An entity nearing immortality. Even the great sage's techniques failed. With his current stats soloing, this boss seemed completely impossible. "I know the odds. But the path I walk is one where I blaze a trail through the impossible. Stealing his resolve, Seo-jun shouted to his team, "Buy me some time until I can recharge my energy." Consider it done. Without hesitation, Team Dream coordinated perfectly with Marcello's forces to form a defensive line. They charged with reckless abandon, burning their life force to protect Italy, and their hero, the desperate melee, made even the officials in the control room, including Samuel, go pale with dread. "Everyone flee, notify the world. Italy has fallen. Request immediate reinforcements from neighboring nations. Beg them not to abandon the refugees. If you have to kneel, kneel. If you have to smash your heads on the ground, do it. Just save our people. Don't leave our citizens behind," Samuel whispered in despair, his legs heavy as lead, yet he refused to leave his post. He would stand with the 200,000 professional hunters and mafia members fighting to their last breath for this land. Thanks to the distraction, Seo-jun channeled every ounce of mana in his body, compressing the energy to its absolute breaking point. Combining the godspeed of the Sky Consort with the Great Sage's piercing strike, he pushed his muscles beyond their limits to outpace the monster's regeneration. A strike containing the power of a true immortal exploded forth. In this epic manhwa recap moment, the monster was vaporized into nothingness like sea foam. The chaotic mana vanished, returning the blue sky and freedom to the people. Thunderous applause erupted. It felt as if Italy had been reborn from the ashes. It was all thanks to Kim Seo-jun. Meanwhile, news of the Demogorgon's destruction reached the ears of the Apostle of Patience at the Church of Justice. His jaw nearly hit the floor in shock. The Demogorgon was an ancient terror from the lower realms. Merely speaking its name was once a taboo. It was a predator born of pure chaos, a nightmare summoned from the inverse world. A beast so vile even Lucifer named it with dread. And yet, Kim Seo-jun had obliterated such a calamity in a single heartbeat. The Apostle of Patience lost all composure, screaming and smashing furniture in a fit of uncontrollable rage. Witnessing the Apostle of Patience go berserk terrified his subordinate, who thought the man had zero patience whatsoever. Seo-jun's consciousness drifted in a void until the noisy chatter of Team Dream pulled him back from the abyss. His eyes snapped open. He froze, realizing he was surrounded by his chaotic teammates in a hospital room. Seeing him awake, the troublemakers huddled together, arguing loudly, while the main character stared in confusion. "Oh, you're finally up. We were taking bets on how to wake you." Suran said, "Even if you died, the smell of cash would resurrect you." Sei laughed shamelessly. "Is that why there's a banknote stuffed up my nostril?" Seo-jun barked, while Park Seo-ju howled with laughter until his face turned red. Plucking the cash from his nose, Seo-jun scanned the room, relieved everyone was safe. "If I hadn't followed Master's teachings, I would have been a goner. Surviving that explosion in Sicily should have been impossible. I definitely overused the dispersal and clamping arts." He scratched his head thinking of calling his mentor but decided against it. "By the way, how long was I out cold?" "You've been a vegetable for 3 whole days, Sei replied. Seo-jun flinched. He thought it had only been a few hours. "Don't look so surprised. After expending that much mana, your body was wrecked. They said nearly every bone in your body was pulverized. You were literally crushed. Hyun drained her entire mana pool trying to heal you, but you wouldn't wake up. And yet a whiff of currency woke you instantly. Unbelievable." Seo-jun pondered. Did the money actually work? No way. It must have been the residual energy of the divine elixir, repairing my body over the last 3 days, he rationalized to himself. Suddenly, the door swung open. Helena rushed in, beaming with joy. "You're up. The Prime Minister and Association Chairman are here to discuss your rewards." The moment rewards hit his ears, Seo-jun's fatigue vanished. Eyes sparkling with greed, he bolted upright like a man possessed. Samuel and Antonio marched through the doors, their footsteps heavy with tension. Everyone was on edge, desperate to know if Kim Seo-jun was still breathing. When Kim Seo-jun casually mentioned he was just a little stiff, Helena and the others looked like their brains had short-circuited. They couldn't process it. He had unleashed enough power to obliterate a Demogorgon nearly died, and now he was just sore. The man was a beast. Helena cleared her throat, cutting the silence, and shoved a thick envelope into his hands. Marcello dropped the numbers. This was the profit from the monster parts he'd harvested, a cool 90 million euros. Then came Antonio's tribute. He handed over the blood money seized from the traders Francisco and Agnes. A staggering 7.5 billion euros, or 11 trillion won. Kim Seo-jun was getting slapped in the face by bundles of cash wave after wave. The euphoria hit him so hard, his brain went numb. He couldn't hear a word they were saying anymore. "Without you, Italy would be ash right now," Samuel admitted. "I debated how to thank you. Money seemed insufficient, so I considered other rewards. But your team insisted you like cold hard cash the best. Samuel slammed a check onto the table. 30 billion euros. Kim Seo-jun's eyes rolled back. He thought he was dreaming. In a single morning, Kim Seo-jun had raked in 56,135 billion won. This wasn't just wealth. This was god-tier capital. To put that into perspective, if a carpenter had worked every single day since the year 0 AD, earning 70 million won a day, they still wouldn't have this much. Or, if a Neanderthal saved $1 billion a year since the Ice Age. Well, you get the point. Kim Seo-jun was flying higher than a kite. But the shocks weren't over. The Dream Team announced they would only take 1 trillion each. The rest all for the MVP. Kim Seo-jun's jaw unhinged at their sudden generosity. He did the mental math. He'd walk away with over 52 trillion. The karma requirement for the next item in the Transcendental shop was only 35 billion. This was the ultimate payoff, like in a top-tier system Manhwa. Elixirs were pocket change now. He could buy legendary gear and still have enough to spam 5-star reviews on the community board. A vision of a future swimming in gold coins danced in his mind. He grinned like a maniac, unable to close his mouth. This went beyond expectations. This was paradise. Even with the crisis averted, Italy was bleeding. The catastrophe had paralyzed the nation, and the road to recovery would be a brutal grind. For Prime Minister Samuel to cough up this much cash meant he was bleeding the treasury dry for honor. Kim Seo-jun felt a surge of power. He felt ready to solo another Demogorgon right then and there. Kim Seo-jun was basking in the glory when Samuel hesitated. If you don't mind, could I ask for one final favor? Just once. Could you descend to the streets of Rome? Samuel begged. The city needed hope. They needed to see the heroes of the Dream Team with their own eyes. The convoy screeched to a halt in the heart of Rome. The Dream Team stepped out, waving to a sea of humanity that stretched as far as the eye could see. A little blonde girl pushed through the crowd, offering Kim Seo-jun a crayon drawing she'd made. He beamed, patted her head gently, and then turned to ascend the grand stage. The Hunter Association and the Mafia stood side by side, dressed in sharp suits. They slammed their fists over their hearts, ready to swear their oath before the people. We swear to protect the weak, to defend honor and glory with courage and justice. We will purge corruption and crush deceit. We will face any trial head-on. Your pain is our pain. Your joy is our joy. No matter where you are, we will answer the call. Your enemies are our enemies. We will forever honor the Dream Team and Hunter Kim Seo-jun as the saviors of our land. We accept you as the father of our great family. We are your children, Capo Crimini. The roar of the crowd shook the earth, bringing tears to the team's eyes. Capo Crimini, a title reserved for the godfather of the Mafia, now bestowed upon the hero of the Cataclysm. Kim Seo-jun stood there, blanking out completely, forgetting he was supposed to give a speech. He looked down, startled, finally realizing the sheer weight of the adoration pouring from the Italian people. People always say results are everything in life. They aren't wrong. Kim Seo-jun used to believe that with every fiber of his being. But after walking through fire, he realized that's just talk for the battlefield. Win or lose, if you give it your all, true comrades will stand by your side. The destination isn't the only thing that matters. Obsessing over the end goal makes you narrow-minded. Efficiency isn't worth sacrificing the experience. For Kim Seo-jun, the real reward was this very moment. Looking at the sea of faces, he simply wished for one thing, their happiness. He knew what they had endured was a living hell. Some were broken, some were grieving, staring into a bleak future. Telling them to be happy might sound like a pretty lie to the suffering, but he prayed for it anyway. Like a caterpillar, surviving day by day, holding on to the blind faith that one day it will take flight as a butterfly. No matter how hopeless the odds, no matter how cruel fate is. If you keep searching for meaning, you can rise from the ashes again and again. Please, be happy, everyone. Kim Seo-jun shouted the simple words with all his might. The crowd burst into laughter. They expected a sermon, but got a heartfelt wish. We'll be happy. Laughter rippled through the square, followed by thunderous applause. The heavy atmosphere vanished, replaced by the pure joy of liberation. The footage from Italy set the internet on fire. Professional hunters across the globe couldn't stop talking about the legendary Dream Team. The skeptics were silenced. Back in Korea, the request came in. Samuel needed Korea's help to rebuild Rome. Thanks to the heroic image built by the Dream Team, Korean companies flooded in. Construction food supplies, it sparked a massive economic boom for the homeland. Later that day, the team went out for celebratory pizza. But Kim Seo-jun, he stayed behind. He wasn't sulking. He was focused, intense. He was waiting for his mentor. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the teacher arrived before Kim Seo-jun lost his cool. Kim Seo-jun confessed he could feel his growth hitting a hard ceiling. Hearing this, the mentor immediately pulled up his interface to check the system status. Countless high-tier skill trees flashed across the screen, glowing with grade A potential. It was the kind of overpowered display you'd only see in a top-tier leveling manhwa, making the mentor suspect the system itself was glitching. His envy exploded like a volcano. The mentor roared, grabbing a hammer to smash the console, while Kim Seo-jun tried helplessly to hold him back. After seeing those god-tier stats, the mentor retreated to a corner, hugging his knees and giggling like a broken man. After laughing like a maniac, he suddenly snapped at Kim Seo-jun. With stats already piercing the heavens, what kind of ridiculous limit was this guy complaining about? The more the mentor thought about it, the more his blood boiled. It felt like the main character was just mocking him with his own talent. It was exactly like the class genius crying over a 99 out of 100 test score. Gritting his teeth, the mentor demanded to know exactly what kind of limit Kim Seo-jun was facing. After venting his spleen, the mentor finally regained his composure. Kim Seo-jun sighed, admitting he was desperate to learn the Great Sage's Meteor Staff Art, a legendary technique for deflecting and countering thrusts. But every time he tried to acquire it, a system window popped up, locking him out until he mastered the prerequisite skill, Impact Dispersion. The proficiency bar for the Great Sage's art is moving at a snail's pace, Kim Seo-jun explained, with a heavy sigh, looking truly defeated. Do you not realize you're already leveling up at a monstrous speed? The mentor scoffed. Kim Seo-jun looked awkward. Is that so? Well, it doesn't have to be the Great Sage's art. I have karma to burn, so just give me any technique. Just tell me the fastest way to break through this wall. The mentor hummed, stroking his chin. If karma isn't an issue, there are two paths open to someone of your caliber. The first path is brute forcing your mana capacity. Unlike normal cadets, you can channel internal energy from all three dantians, upper, middle, and lower, correct. By simply overwhelming the bottleneck with raw mana, you can shatter the limit. Think of it as a system manhwa cheat code, where you dump all your points into stat-boosting elixirs. However, the second method is far more interesting. Learning the Meteor Staff directly from the Great Sage himself. Forget the prerequisites. This isn't about reading a manual. It's about taking the Great Sage as your personal tutor. Have you ever heard of Spartan training? It's a limited-time event, but since our academy updated its curriculum, individual legend tier lectures are now available. The Great Sage's course should be listed there. Without waiting for an answer, the mentor tapped the screen, blasting a flashy advertisement for Spartan training right into Kim Seo-jun's face. Forced to sit through a painfully long, unskippable ad, Kim Seo-jun finally scrolled down to find the hidden gem, a lecture course taught by the Great Sage. The mentor guaranteed that taking this course would skyrocket his impact dispersion mastery. Not only would he learn the Meteor Staff, but he might also inherit other divine abilities from the Sage. However, there was a catch. Since they were summoning a mythical instructor, the price tag was astronomical. Even though the Sage would only appear as a spiritual projection with no physical power in this dimension, his mere presence consumed a catastrophic amount of karma. It meant Kim Seo-jun's hard-earned points would be drained by the hour. Just hearing the concept got Kim Seo-jun hyped up, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. But that excitement was snuffed out instantly. The mentor dropped the bomb. The tuition fee was 1 trillion karma per hour. After an agonizing period of mental calculation, Kim Seo-jun, famous for being a stingy miser, gritted his teeth and purchased a single hour, his heart bleeding with every credit spent. He tried to comfort himself, thinking that 1 trillion was a steal for a private lesson with a god of high school. He said the words, but tears streamed down his face like a broken dam. The economic damage to his soul was critical. But the moment the transaction cleared, a presence materialized behind him. The Great Sage had arrived silently, startling Kim Seo-jun so bad he nearly jumped out of his skin. I didn't even sense his approach, Kim Seo-jun thought, panic rising. His detection skills were useless. No creature can escape the senses of a snake-human, Kim Seo-jun realized, frozen in shock. Seeing the MC standing there like a statue, the Great Sage let out a low, terrifying growl. Are you the freshman who wants a piece of me? The towering, rugged figure of the Great Sage radiated such pressure that Kim Seo-jun nearly wet himself, stammering incoherently. His face turned pale as a sheet. He cursed the mentor. In his mind, he was promised a lesson, not a deathmatch. Wait a minute. Kim Seo-jun's blood ran cold as he recalled the system notification. It clearly said one-on-one, duel, not lecture. This was a classic awakening manhwa trap. It was over. He was doomed. He had accidentally signed up for a fistfight with a mythological god. Kim Seo-jun was about to become monkey food. The treacherous mentor, realizing he had led the lamb to the slaughter, whistled innocently and tiptoed out of the room, leaving Kim Seo-jun to his fate. The great sage, annoyed by the silence, leaned in close. His voice was a dangerous rumble as he repeated the question, making Kim Seo-jun sweat buckets. The great sage Sun Wukong, a being who declared himself equal to heaven. He was the entity who wreaked havoc on the celestial palace just to make a name for himself. Even the Jade Emperor couldn't stop him, eventually forced to acknowledge his title. Assigned to guard the peaches of immortality, he instead devoured every single one. Enraged, the heavens sent their greatest generals to execute him. But ironically, every general fell before his staff. It took the Buddha himself to finally seal the monkey under the Five Elements Mountain for 500 years. After his redemption journey with the monk Tang Sanzang, his exploits were recognized by the heavens, earning him the title of Victorious Fighting Buddha. This was Sun Wukong, a deity with power so vast it defied logic. Kim Seo-jun knew with absolute certainty, fighting him meant instant death. Facing the sage's interrogation, Kim Seo-jun was drenched in cold sweat, about to beg for mercy and cancel the session. Suddenly, the traitorous mentor popped his head back in. He blabbered excitedly, confirming that Kim Seo-jun was indeed the challenger, cutting off any chance for the MC to explain. The great sage took that as confirmation. With a snap of his fingers, reality warped. The dorm room dissolved, replaced instantly by a vast, grassy battlefield. Kim Seo-jun looked around in panic, his heart pounding against his ribs. The sage declared this their arena, and the reality of the situation crashed down on him. There was no escape. Thanks to that incompetent mentor, Kim Seo-jun was about to catch the worst beating of his life. Having deployed his domain, the great sage wasted no time. Faster than lightning, his legendary staff lashed out, landing a critical hit that sent agony screaming through Kim Seo-jun's body. Kim Seo-jun gritted his teeth, his face twisted in agony as he struggled to stand. What the hell? The mentor clearly stated that physical attacks couldn't touch me in soul form, but the pain was all too real. Actually, the system chimed in. Attacks from the instructor are the exception to the rule. Cadet Kim Seo-jun, it is because you are the very singularity of this causal relationship. The mentor materialized out of thin air to drop that nugget of wisdom. A bit late with the warning, but better than never, right? The great sage, heaven's equal, had barely lifted a finger, yet Seo-jun was already flattened against the ground like a crushed insect. Being called weak by the legend himself, that stung his pride more than the physical blow. Seo-jun scrambled to his feet, adrenaline spiking. He gripped his spear and vanished, reappearing behind the great sage for a desperate sneak attack. But before he could even graze a single hair on the god's head, an invisible force blasted him backward. He flew dozens of meters, crashing down in total bewilderment. Did the great sage just catch the spear of Longinus with his bare hand? Seo-jun's rage boiled over. He forced his trembling legs to stand, channeling the thunder flash, until the air crackled with blue lightning. Oh ho! Not bad. The great sage stroked his chin, eyes twinkling with amusement. Wait a second. Aren't you that cadet? The one outside the calculations of causality? But right now, in this intense leveling Manhwa moment, Seo-jun was in no mood for a chit-chat. He poured every ounce of his focus and mana into a whirlwind of murderous intent. The sheer pressure of Seo-jun's strike was enough to make even the great sage raise an eyebrow in genuine curiosity. Yet the great sage didn't flinch. Instead, that infuriatingly arrogant smirk only grew wider. That condescending look made Seo-jun's blood boil. Roaring like a beast, he unleashed a flurry of spear strikes surrounding the sage in a storm of steel and fury. I don't care if my body shatters into a million pieces, he vowed. I just need to wipe that ugly, self-satisfied look off his face once and for all. Summoning the last of his strength, Seo-jun's muscles screamed as he thrust the spear forward, a fatal strike aimed directly at the god's heart. Impact. But as the energy washed over him, the great sage simply smiled. It was as if Seo-jun's life-staking attack was nothing more than a gentle breeze to a mountain. Bathed in the blinding light of the attack, the great sage merely moved his lips to whisper a single phrase. Meteor staff first, form skyfall. The moment the words left his mouth, a torrent of overwhelming firepower swept Seo-jun away, like a leaf in a hurricane, resetting the battle instantly. When Seo-jun blinked his eyes open, the horror set in. He hadn't even seen the attack. He couldn't react. He couldn't even fathom the realm of power the great sage stood upon. This was the true terror of a transcendent. One move, one kill, absolute dominance. Compared to that, Seo-run's desperate thrust was like a child playing with a plastic toy. Lying flat on his back, Seo-run heard the mentor and the great sage whispering about his powers being sealed. He bolted upright in a panic. Seeing his flustered face, the great sage burst into laughter. Do you know what a transcendent actually is, kid? Listen well. A transcendent is simply someone who has transcended. The answer was so stupidly obvious, it felt like a slap in the face. Seo-run froze, his brain short-circuiting. Watching the god cackle at his own joke, Seo-run felt a vein pop in his forehead. Did I seriously drop 1 billion won an hour just to watch this guy roast me? Wait 1 hour, Seo-run shrieked internally. Panic set in. How long was he out cold? Was the meter still running? Were there hidden fees in this system, Manhwa? His mind was a chaotic mess of financial anxiety, a stark contrast to the great sage, who was rolling around laughing. Rest easy, cadet, the mentor interrupted. You booked exactly 1 hour. The instructor will depart precisely when the time is up. If you do not consent, no additional charges will be applied. Furthermore, since this is a virtual space created by the advisor, your physical body remains unharmed. Any injuries here will regenerate instantly. Seo-run let out a long sigh of relief. Seeing the great sage finally wipe a tear from his eye, Seo-run frowned, his determination returning. Can we please get back to the lesson now? Hey, you want me to teach? The sage scowled. I thought you wanted to fight me. Teaching is boring. The great sage scratched his head, looking annoyed. I spent all that karma to get summoned, and I get stuck with a student. What a lazy bum of an instructor I turned out to be. Seo-run's face turned red as he suppressed the urge to punch the god. Suddenly, ding. A system window popped up. Class proficiency has increased to 13.5%. His jaw dropped. The advisor mentioned Spartan training. Did that mean just getting beaten to a pulp was the secret method? If that was the case, Seo-run's eyes narrowed. A devious, almost villainous grin spread across his face as a plan formed in his mind. He pointed his spear at the great sage. Let's make a bet. If I can touch you just once, you have to actually teach me. If I fail, I'll keep fighting you until I drop. It was a calculated move. Whether he won or lost, his proficiency would skyrocket. A perfect strategy for an awakening manhwa protagonist. The great sage grinned, intrigued. Deal. But here's the condition. If you can touch even a single hair on my body, by any means necessary, I will teach you absolutely anything you want, unbound by causality. Seo-run nodded instantly. Done. This was the golden opportunity. He tightened his grip on the spear, his aura flaring as he prepared to engage the legend. No, kid. Not a fight. Like I said, the great sage whispered right into Seo-run's ear, you just have to touch me. Before Seo-run could blink, the god vanished like smoke in the wind. Seo-run thought he had a chance. He was wrong. Dead wrong. He was relentlessly pummeled, eating dirt again and again, without even grazing the sage's shadow. If this weren't a virtual Taoist space, he would have died 100 times over. Fueled by the sheer agony of wasting money, Seo-run unleashed Zhang Sanfeng's cloud stepping, combined with Godspeed, weaving a net of afterimages around the great sage. Faster. He had to be faster. He triggered the Gungnir skill, turning himself into a living projectile of death, aimed straight at the target. The great sage seemed trapped within the chaotic vortex of Seo-run's power. Just as it looked like the ultimate strike would finally land, the atmosphere shifted instantly. That strike hit nothing but air. It was merely an afterimage of the great sage, heaven's equal. As for the real great sage, he had already unleashed an earth-shattering kick, warping Kim Seo-jun's blade before the poor guy even realized it. Kim Seo-jun gasped, suffocating in sheer disbelief. He had been dancing with a mere clone this whole time. The great sage's immobilization art instantly locked his muscles. He was a statue. Seizing the opening, the great sage plucked a handful of fur and blew on it. Instantly, a ravenous legion of clones materialized, swarming toward Kim Seo-jun like a tsunami. The beatdown was merciless. Kim Seo-jun was buried under a barrage of fists, his desperate screams drowning in the violence of this leveling manhwa trial. I have to take him down. Kim Seo-jun's consciousness flickered as his bones rattled. By any means necessary. I will crush this damn monkey. After 3 hours of hell, Kim Seo-jun was barely breathing. He lay flattened against the cold ground, twitching like a crushed insect, utterly drained of strength. Seeing his student broken, the great sage offered a cheerful wave and vanished in a blur. Just like that, another 43 billion karma points gone with the wind. No, that fortune wasn't wasted, he consoled himself. His mastery and other skills had spiked. Turns out getting beaten to a pulp is a valid training method in this awakening manhwa. He pulled up his status window, watching the numbers climb. No matter how much the system restricts their causality, a transcendent is truly a monster. Well, the great sage is one of the apex transcendents after all. The mentor chimed in, a teasing smirk audible in his voice. When Lee Seo-jun muttered about the nature of their power, the mentor stroked his chin. I used to think they were just beings with overwhelming stats. But face one in combat, and you realize they exist in a different dimension. Let me paint you a picture. Imagine the strongest ant in existence. This ant is an invincible warrior. Even if thousands of its kin attacked at once, they would fall before its might. But tell me, could that ant defeat a dragon? No matter how many ants it slaughters at the end of the day, it remains a bug. An ant can never perceive the heavens a dragon rules. That is the limit of its species. To be transcendent means shattering that absolute ceiling. It is about transcending the hierarchy of existence. Naturally, higher races reach it easier. A dragon is born closer to the peak than an ant ever could be. However, that logic dies before the wall of transcendence. The moment you step over that threshold, your origins become irrelevant. Amongst transcendence, levels do not exist. In the martial world, we simply call it entering the realm of the absolute. Now do you see why the great sage dominates even with his divinity sealed? And you, Cadet Lee Seo-jun, you are an anomaly as well. If you ascend, you could be the first transcendent in history to rewrite the rules. You are the sole user of mana within the three dantians. So grit your teeth and grind. The mentor's enthusiastic lecture only made Lee Seo-jun's head spin with complications. Is there a strategy guide for the great sage? He pondered. He suddenly remembered the Buddha, but the mentor shot that down instantly. The enlightened one offers no private tutoring. Besides, your karmic weight is far too light to endure his teachings. And the tuition, 10 billion karma an hour. Lee Seo-jun slumped, his soul escaping his body like air from a punctured balloon. My only hope is closing the gap with items. But the shop doesn't sell god-tier cheats, and spamming elixirs just spikes the karmic penalty. Is there anything that doesn't carry a karmic debt? Lee Seo-jun's finger froze over the holographic interface. A light bulb flickered on in the darkness of his mind. 5 seconds later, the air shimmered. Dozens of vials containing the world serpent Jormungandr's deadly venom rained down onto the floor. The glint in Lee Seo-jun's eyes was pure insanity. Even the mentor took a step back, terrified by the sudden murderous intent radiating from his student. When the great sage returned, he found Lee Seo-jun splayed out like a corpse. Oh my, did I break you? The great sage chuckled. Lee Seo-jun swallowed his rage, hiding his clenched fist. Just 5 minutes. Lee Seo-jun rasped, pulling fresh bananas from his inventory and eating with exaggerated delight. The sound made the great sage's throat bob with desire. Formalities be damned, the great sage snatched a fruit faster than lightning and leaped to the top of his staff, peeling it with primal glee. The moment teeth sank into fruit, a sinister smirk curled the corners of Lee Seo-jun's lips. Gotcha. The great sage's eyes bulged. He clutched his throat, gasping for air as a vile, unnatural flavor assaulted his divine tongue. Boom! A fiery explosion engulfed the top of the pillar. The great sage emerged from the smoke, coughing and absolutely livid. How's the seasoning? Master Lee Seo-jun jeered. That's the concentrated essence of Jormungandr's venom, an explosive flavor profile. Enjoy the burn. Since my poison is currently ravaging your insides, I'll take that as my win. Lee Seo-jun cackled maniacally while the great sage doubled over, clutching his gut. Purple with rage, the great sage summoned his clones. But Lee Seo-jun had predicted this. His spear danced, shattering the remaining vials on the floor. If you step in the poison, my attack has connected. That is the logic of my technique. The banana was just a distraction. Witness the true art of poison. Laughing like a villain, Lee Seo-jun whipped the toxic liquid into a deadly mist, creating an impenetrable zone of death that the clones dared not enter. He can't dodge air, Lee Seo-jun thought, sweating with anticipation. But the great sage smirked and simply unsummoned his clones, erasing the targets instantly. The poison cloud hit nothing. One side poisoned the food supply, the other retaliated with brute force. It was total chaos. They clashed fists against poison, insults flying louder than the blows. The mentor could only facepalm at this ridiculous system Manhwa scenario. Lee Seo-jun spun his meteor spear, creating a clear sky barrier. Bwahaha. You can't touch me. Admit it, that banana wrecked you. Lee Seo-jun laughed maniacally in the face of a god. Great sage, you better have used Godspeed, or that would have been your end just now. Provoked, the great sage heaven's equal glared back, his killing intent blazing like an inferno hungry for blood. Seo-jun's blade, now dripping with lethal toxins, surged forward. Fueled by his berserk rage, he became a streak of venomous light aiming straight for the Great Sage. But the Great Sage's myriad thunder skybreaker detonated instantly. The explosion tore through the atmosphere, reducing the surrounding virtual landscape to absolute ruin. A blast wave like a nuclear warhead swept everything away. Through the thick dust, the Great Sage spotted Seo-jun's spear lying abandoned on the ground. But the wielder he had vanished, sparking a flicker of surprise in the god's eyes. Just as the Great Sage anticipated, a shadow emerged. Seo-jun, his entire body coated in sticky poison, launched a desperate ambush from the blind spot. For the first time, the Great Sage's eyes widened, in genuine shock. He had never encountered a human with a death wish quite like this. To coat one's own skin in deadly toxin just to land a hit. I have to admit, the Great Sage thought, this kid is even crazier than I was back in the day. With a heavy sigh, the Great Sage swung his staff. A single heaven-shaking blow slammed precisely into Seo-jun, crushing his momentum in an instant. Seo-jun blacked out from the sheer pain. However, as he fell, the poison from his body splattered all over the Great Sage. The suicide attack had worked. Meanwhile, amidst the heavy snowstorms of Greenland at the Justice Church headquarters, the Azure Emperor addressed his followers, his voice colder than the ice outside. The plan is in motion. We will commence the apostolic ritual, he commanded. The target location is Korea. Prepare everything. A subordinate dared to ask if the Emperor himself would attend. Silence was his only answer. Back in the system space, Seo-jun woke up grinning like a maniac. He had managed to touch a single hair of the Great Sage. That was a victory. While Seo-jun celebrated, the Great Sage looked utterly depressed. A promise was a promise. He scratched his head, muttering, "Now what in the world should I teach this lunatic?" "Aside from the meteor staff arts, my arsenal is vast," the sage explained. "I can teach you the clone technique, summoning avatars with power equal to the original. There is the art of command, to order lesser earth deities, or cloud riding, allowing you to manipulate the wind and traverse the skies freely. Earth shrinking to cross miles in a blink. And the 72 transformations," he sighed. "Explaining every divine art would take forever, so just know they exist." Kim Seo-jun's jaw hit the floor as the Great Sage rattled off the list. Was it really possible to learn such god-tier abilities? Seeing his interest in the meteor staff arts, the Great Sage clicked his tongue. "Listen well. This art is the core of my combat style in this leveling manhwa world. Simply put, it consists of 9 skills and 3 great forms. 3 skills combined to create 1 form. And let me tell you, each form is absolutely devastating. Words are useless here. I'll demonstrate." The sage stood up. "You've already witnessed the first move, Clear Sky Flow, and the second, Star-Shattering Thunder. So we will skip straight to the third technique. And the completion of the first form." The Great Sage spun his staff. The meteor formation erupted in blinding light, merging with the violent heaven and earth dragnet to show Seo-jun true power. The shockwave nearly launched Seo-jun into the stratosphere. But the Great Sage wasn't done. He gritted his teeth and unleashed a few more catastrophic strikes. The virtual reality couldn't handle the stress. The sky cracked like glass. This is him, in a weakened state, Seo-jun thought. How strong would he be without that cursed banana debuff? If the Great Sage wasn't bound by the laws of causality, the mere thought made cold sweat pour down Seo-jun's back. Wait, he realized that last move. "You noticed?" Wukong smirked. "I only showed you the final movement. True mastery lies in the hidden intricacies of every swing. Even the basic Clear Sky Flow is enough to fry your brain. Understand?" The system interface popped up. Seo-jun's balance 41 trillion won. If he spent every penny, he could buy 41 hours of direct tutelage. After a moment of agonizing hesitation, Seo-jun clenched his fist. "I'm doing it." His determination was fiery, but reality was brutal. Hours later, Seo-jun lay flattened on the ground like a corpse, traumatized by the hellish sparring session with the Great Sage. The mentor AI chimed in, noting that Seo-jun had successfully identified the necessary skill trees, and even began designing his own signature moves. Yet Seo-jun wanted to weep. To gain that proficiency in this awakening manhwa scenario, he had to endure a physical beating that nearly shattered his soul. Just then, the dream team returned, chatter filling the air. The mentor quickly vanished. The team had returned from their sightseeing spree, bearing gifts and snacks. Their faces beamed with joy and relaxation. Meanwhile, poor Seo-jun had spent that entire time fighting for his life in a training dimension. "Such is my tragic fate," he thought. Aloud, he said, "All right, enough rest. Let's head back to Korea." The team cheered in agreement. "Actually, Park Seol-ju," Seo-jun whispered, pulling her aside. Can I borrow some cash? Don't have enough for a plane ticket? The Sword Saint owes me, so I'll pay you back instantly, Seo-jun stammered, sweating bullets. The entire dream team froze statues of pure disbelief. How could the strongest among them be broke? The room fell into a deathly silence, broken only by the sound of Seo-jun's sweat hitting the floor and Park Seo-jun's rising killing intent. They scratched their heads, forcing awkward laughs, hoping it was a prank. But looking at Seo-jun's pale, desperate face, they realized the terrifying truth. He wasn't joking. Park Seo-jun flashed a smile that didn't reach her eyes, a smile of impending doom. Seo-jun, exactly how much do you have left? 0. I spent all 46 trillion won, he trembled. I met someone. Park Seo-jun's eyebrow twitched, her sanity snapping like a twig. He spent it on a woman. That was the only logical conclusion. Park Seo-jun roared in fury, drawing her blade to castrate him, forcing the dream team to physically restrain her. Seo-jun, thinking she was angry at the great sage, shouted, "Don't hurt him," which only made the misunderstanding and the chaos 10 times worse. Helena walked in, holding boxes of pizza. Seeing the bloodshed and financial dispute, she immediately turned 180 degrees and walked right back out. Fortunately, the Italian government stepped in with a private jet loan, saving Seo-jun's life. But the moment they landed in Korea, a swarm of reporters descended upon them like zombies. It was absolute bedlam. Thankfully, Samuel arrived with an extraction team, whisking the weary heroes away before the paparazzi could devour them alive. As soon as they boarded the vehicle, Samuel presented each member of the dream team with a professional hunter certification card, sparking a wave of excitement among the group. According to the Italian Hunter Association, every dungeon conquered by this squad counts as a legendary achievement. While the rest of you may not be S-class yet, you have undeniably proven yourselves as elite A-class hunters. And this is your S-class hunter license. With those words, Samuel handed a distinct card to Kim Seo-jun, drawing gasps of pure admiration from the entire team. Forged from platinum and encrusted with diamonds, the card radiated the sheer authority of an S-class hunter. Just one glance was enough to tell it was worth a fortune. However, Samuel secretly worried that our pragmatic protagonist might just pawn it off for cash. After all, this is the man who clears impossible scenarios that even disaster-class heroes turn away from. Perhaps Hunter Kim Seo-jun is finally ready for the world stage. Samuel watched the dream team laughing together, a warm feeling swelling in his chest. The next morning at the academy, Seo-jun sat listlessly munching on a duplicate of the immortal peach. The 35 billion won he received from the Saintess gone in a heartbeat. Every last cent had been burned just to acquire this single peach. Suddenly, the Sword Saint materialized at the door, leaving the entire group wide-eyed in shock. But he hadn't come for Seo-jun. He was here to deliver a devastating message to Seo-jun. The Mage Saint was in critical condition. Hearing this earth-shattering news, the group, along with the Sword Saint and Saintess, rushed frantically to the hospital. The Mage Saint's disciple was already waiting at the entrance to guide them. As soon as she entered, Soo-yeon broke down in tears, approaching the frail figure on the bed. The great hero was now entangled in a web of medical wires, a heartbreaking shadow of his former self. "You shouldn't have come to see an old man on his deathbed," the Mage Saint whispered, his lips trembling and face pale. "It is precisely because you are dying that we are here. If you were healthy, why would we bother coming?" the Sword Saint retorted, hiding his grief behind gruff words. "Mage Saint, I heard you had returned. I truly thought you would never reveal yourself to the world again. If a certain young man hadn't scolded me, I might have stayed hidden forever," the Saintess said, tears welling in her eyes as she glanced at Seo-jun before turning back to her dying friend. In these final moments between life and death, the Mage Saint gathered his remaining strength to comfort Soo-yeon. "I was terrified. I feared the moment death would finally come for me. I agonized over what would happen to the world once I was gone. But now, I worry no longer. For decades, I could not banish the encroaching darkness from my own heart. Then I realized such worries were meaningless. Even when I am gone, will these young ones not carry on our will and fulfill our wishes? Thank you, Kim Seo-jun. Thank you for allowing me to leave with a light heart. I always wanted to say." Before he could finish, the Mage Saint lost consciousness, leaving Soo-yeon screaming in panic. "Do not panic. I believe he has merely fallen asleep," the Mage Saint's disciple said, composing herself. "May I speak with you all for a moment?" She addressed the Sword Saint, the Saintess, and Seo-jun. Once they stepped into the hallway and the door clicked shut, she dropped the heavy truth. The Mage Saint would not last another week. The Sword Saint immediately suggested seeking the Medical Saint. After all, he is one of the 5 legendary disaster-class heroes representing Korea. Known as the Divine Doctor, he can snatch anyone back from the gates of hell, provided they are still breathing. I already contacted him, the disciple revealed. I explained our desperate situation. Weeks ago, the medical saint claimed to have found a cure for my master. He said he needed a spiritual elixir for the treatment, and left to gather the ingredients himself. But I have lost all contact with him since that day. I must save my master at any cost. Please, I beg of you, can you lend me your strength? Please save him, save my master. Tears streamed down her face in a display of pure heartbreak. I will pay any price, just please find the medical saint for me. It was a tragic scene straight out of a manhwa recap. On his way home, Seo-jun couldn't shake his thoughts about the medical saint, connecting the dots from the mage saint incident to the Andrea case in Italy. For some twisted reason, the Justice Church was systematically hunting down the disaster class heroes, first Andrea, and now the medical saint, and Kalia, the apostle of lust. Even if he had to burn the Justice Church to the ground, he would find her. A low growl escaped his throat, as rage boiled within him. Suddenly, his instinct screamed. Someone was watching. Seo-jun stopped dead in his tracks. What do you rats want? A group of strangers emerged from the shadows, clapping slowly at his sharp senses, claiming they merely wanted a word. When Seo-jun coldly dismissed them, they played their ace card information on the medical saint. That name froze Seo-jun instantly. He couldn't walk away from that. The next morning, an eerie silence hung over the Black Dragon Guild. High up in the skyscraper, a man sat at his desk, lost in thought. It was Jin Cheon. His meditation was shattered by a massive boom. What the hell is that bastard doing here, he hissed. Stop him, do whatever it takes. But it was too late. The walls exploded inward, debris flying everywhere. Seo-jun walked through the dust, like a demon. I suppose this is our first face-to-face meeting, isn't it? Feigning surprise, are we? Seo-jun scoffed. Though I doubt this is the first time your people have dealt with me. Jin Cheon remained seated, watching the intruder with calculated eyes. He didn't flinch. However, internally, Jin Cheon was sweating. He knew that even 3 S-class hunters attacking at once wouldn't stand a chance against this monster. Seo-jun stepped closer, his aura suffocating. How did you know I was looking for the medical? Saint Jin Chun forced a calm demeanor. You caused all this destruction just for that question. Answer me, Seo-jun, demanded his voice, dropping an octave. Crushed by the protagonist's overwhelming pressure, Jin Cheon sighed in defeat. Not long ago, the medical saint came to see me. The revelation caught Seo-jun off guard. What did you say? He asked me to secure a dungeon containing specific ingredients for the mage saint's cure. I simply obliged. Is there a problem with that? Seo-jun narrowed his eyes. I asked how you knew I was looking for him. Jin Chun stood up, brushing off dust. The medical saint went silent. The mage saint hasn't recovered. It doesn't take a genius to connect the dots. I was planning to tell you his location out of the kindness of my heart, Jin Cheon said, acting the victim. And this is how you repay my generosity, by wrecking my office. Then why can't I contact him? Seo-jun pressed. Jin Cheon frowned. How should I know my role ended when I handed him the dungeon access? Who knows? Maybe he realized the disease was incurable and fled in shame. Or perhaps he's still inside. A sinister grin crept onto Jin Cheon's face. Or maybe he's already dead. Seeing that twisted smile, Seo-jun realized there was more to the story. Is that so? So you're claiming innocence? Fine. Which dungeon is he in? Jin Cheon replied with a name that would set the stage for the next arc of this leveling manhwa, Demigang. A 10-star beast. Did he really think such a thing could buy him safety? For a being like the Saintess, it was child's play. Kim Seo-jun leveled his weapon at the guild leader, his eyes cold as ice. Time to face reality. Jinon looked confused, totally blindsided by the threat. What did you say? He spat, teeth gritted in frustration. But Kim Seo-jun remained dangerously calm. Ever heard of the Conqueror Xiang Yu? He had a specific rule for hunting down enemy commanders on the battlefield. Kim Seo-jun recalled the lesson with a dark focus. Never trust the words of a man who still has something to lose. As Kim Seo-jun quoted the ancient warlord, a devilish, predatory grin spread across his face. Because deep down, that man is nothing but filth. The Black Dragon Guild. A massive syndicate that controlled Korea's awakening manhwa society for decades, sitting on an untouchable throne of absolute power. They were the undisputed rulers of the hunter world. But now, panic erupted from his subordinates. The guild master is in combat run. Jinon roared, channeling all his internal energy into a devastating black dragon fist. But he hit nothing but air. Kim Seo-jun had already flashed behind him like a ghost. Tell me, are you stronger than Francesco and Agnes? Kim Seo-jun didn't wait for an answer. A beam of azure energy erupted from his weapon, swallowing the area in a catastrophic explosion. Dust settled as Kim Seo-jun touched down like a feather. Before him, a mountain of debris pinned the guildmaster like a bug. Jinan struggled, crushed under the immense weight. From beneath the rubble, the sound of grinding teeth echoed. It seemed Kim Seo-jun had successfully shattered the man's fragile pride. With a deafening roar, Jinan blasted through the rocks. His eyes burned with murderous intent. Another strike tore through the air, turning the battlefield into a wasteland of ash and smoke. The onlookers outside the building held their breath, watching the titans clash in silence. Inside the storm, Jinan's mind raced. He was the king of this system Manhwa world. He had ruled for decades and crushed countless uprisings before. A mere rookie dare challenge me. He unleashed a barrage of blows, but Kim Seo-jun stood immovable like a mountain, completely unharmed. I will not fall to the likes of you, Jinan screamed, refusing to accept defeat. He summoned his ultimate art, the Bloodfire Dragon, broke the earth jaws wide open to devour Kim Seo-jun. Yet Kim Seo-jun didn't even flinch. With a single casual swing of his weapon, he sliced the massive energy dragon in half. Jinan's jaw dropped. He stood frozen, unable to comprehend how his strongest attack was erased in an instant. Kim Seo-jun descended like the Grim Reaper himself, killing intent, suffocating the air. Before Jinan could blink, judgment crashed down upon him with devastating force. The power was earth-shattering. Death stared Jinan in the face, turning him pale with terror. But suddenly a golden barrier materialized, blocking the fatal blow. Jinan gasped, alive by a miracle. Kim Seo-jun glared at the intruder. So, the Black Dragon Guild and the Justice Church are in bed together. Hello, Kalia. Her hand trembled from the impact. Her shield lay in shards. She struggled to maintain her composure. I swear by the goddess of Justice Guild, Master Ryu speaks the truth, she declared. Kim Seo-jun laughed darkly. Your justice seems awfully convenient. What are you two really plotting? Cold sweat trickled down her neck. Do you intend to fight me right now? I apologize, but I have no time for this. She quickly changed the subject. I do not know the Saintess's condition, but shouldn't you hurry? The Saintess is in grave danger, is she not? Kim Seo-jun paused. She had played the one card he couldn't ignore. Kim Seo-jun wasn't a mindless berserker. He knew saving his ally took priority. He slowly sheathed his weapon. Finding the Saintess was more important than killing this trash. Kim Seo-jun turned to leave, but not without casting a look of pure menace back at them. We will finish this later. And with that, he vanished. Left behind, Jinan stood frozen, his body trembling uncontrollably from the brush with death. Decades of dominance shattered in minutes. The humiliation burned worse than the wounds, but he was powerless to stop the monster named Kim Seo-jun. As Kalia dragged him away, his subordinates panicked. Healer, get a doctor over here, help the guildmaster. Seeing Jinan's pathetic state, the underlings stammered in fear. But the great ruler had already lost consciousness, defeated in body and spirit. Even Kalia was shaken. To think a powerhouse like Jinan was handled so easily, it sent a chill down her spine. At least the plan worked, she thought. The public believes the lie about the apostle's innocence. Jinan served his purpose as a distraction. Now once Kim Seo-jun enters the Thebes dungeon. Glad I caught you, a voice whispered. Kalia spun around, terrified. Kim Seo-jun stood there, wiping his face and sighing. She forced herself to breathe. I thought you left to save the Saintess. Kim Seo-jun grinned like a wolf. Oh, I am going. But looking past him, she gasped. The Sword Saint stepped from the shadows. Kim Seo-jun tilted his head. Kalia, do you recall our first meeting? Memories flashed back her promise to fulfill his request, her oath upon her goddess. I will do whatever you ask, she had said. Sir Sword Saint, I can even swear under the name of justice. Kim Seo-jun's smile turned predatory. I told you we would meet again soon. Suddenly the Sword Saint lunged. He snatched her by the collar and hoisted her into the air like a rag doll. Time to honor that honest oath of yours, Kalia. The old warrior glared at the manipulative woman. You are coming into the dungeon with us. In Gangneung, the swirling black gate awaited their arrival. Kalia stood at the precipice. The Sword Saint barked from behind. Move it. Unless you plan to break your divine vow right here and now. She hesitated, trembling at the dark void. But with no choice left, she stepped into the abyss. The two men watched her disappear into the darkness. Kim Seo-jun glanced at the old master. We have to be careful. We can't push her too far, you know. I know, the Sword Saint grunted. She is the successor to the apostle. If she dies, the Justice Church will declare total war on us. Kim Seo-jun stepped into the portal. Exactly. But as long as she is our hostage, their hands are tied. This is how you survive a Manhwa recap. Kalia was terrified, and rightly so. The main character turned with a grin facing the Sword Saint. Let's go find our missing healer. But as they entered, Kalia sensed danger and drew her blade instantly. Kim Seo-jun didn't say a word as he slowly unsheathed his weapon. Kalia froze in panic. What do you think you're doing, Kim? Seo-jun asked, his voice ice cold. What does it look like? A massive shockwave tore past her, severing a lock of her hair. We have a job to do, he reminded her. A monster lurking behind her exploded into mist. He had aimed for the beast, not her. Kim Seo-jun smiled, but his presence was suffocating. Now where is the healer saint? Kalia shook uncontrollably, crushed by the overwhelming pressure of his aura. I see, Kim Seo-jun mused as he walked past her. The Demuget core. The Sword Saint realized the plan. You think they isolated the healer saint to extract the core from him? Forget how they planned to trap him, Kim Seo-jun scoffed. The drop rate for a core is abysmal. Does a Demigate even possess one? This feels like a bad Manhwa recap plot twist. If it's that bastard, the Sword Saint growled, he would know how to force a drop. Kim Seo-jun blinked in surprise. Artificial extraction. Is that even possible? I don't know the specifics, the old man admitted. But if he entered this dungeon claiming he could save the Mage Saint, he must have a secret method. The problem is finding him. The Sword Saint's gaze snapped to Kalia like a predator. She immediately understood that her life hung in the balance. I have no idea, she stammered. Kim Seo-jun's face hardened. He turned his back on them abruptly. Useless. I'm done waiting. You have a plan, don't you? The Sword Saint noted. I do, Kim Seo-jun admitted, but it's risky. Give me a moment. He stood in a quiet corner and closed his eyes. Kim Seo-jun pushed his senses to the absolute limit. Every cell in his body vibrated as he scanned the dungeon for a trace of the healer saint. Nothing nearby, Kim Seo-jun thought, frustration rising. He pushed his perception further, extending his senses past their physical limits. Still nothing. He channeled all his internal energy, casting a massive sensory net. Suddenly, a familiar wavelength pinged his radar. His eyes snapped open. Gotcha. He drew his weapon, a smirk playing on his lips. Found him, but the distance is vast. Without a word, he unleashed a massive shockwave straight into the darkness. His weapon soared through the air like a guided missile. The Sword Saint watched in awe. That faint trace was enough to lock on Kim. Seo-jun grinned. Hunt him down, Kim Seo-jun commanded. The flying blade spun, releasing energy ripples like a spiritual compass, seeking true north. Sudden stillness. The weapon locked onto a signal and pointed straight ahead, vibrating with anticipation. It launched with a sonic boom. A crimson streak of light illuminated the entire forest as the weapon tore through the air at Mach speed. Kim Seo-jun spun around. I'm going ahead. Catch up when you can. The old man blinked, completely confused. Excuse me. Kim Seo-jun sprinted, his body wrapped in explosive mana. I have to stop Gungnir before it impales the healer saint by mistake. As Kim Seo-jun vanished, the Sword Saint's expression darkened. He turned to Kalia. Now, let's discuss the secrets you're still hiding. Kalia flinched. She was definitely holding something back. Meanwhile, back in Seoul, the city bustled with life, oblivious to the chaos unfolding in the dungeon. A dark apostle sneered in frustration. Why must the grandiose apostle ritual be held in such an insignificant country? It is his will, the other replied calmly. Stop whining and be patient. Suddenly, a servant rushed in, bowing until his head hit the floor. My lords, you, the apostle frowned. Where is Kalia? The servant trembled, too terrified to look up from the floor. About that. As the servant stammered the truth, the apostles roared in disbelief. What? Back in the forest, a desperate man was running for his life. His lungs burned, and his stamina was hitting zero. A colossal centipede skittered behind him, its mandibles clicking with hunger. Death was closing in. Not just one, a swarm of nightmares pursued him. The life of the legendary healer saint was hanging by a thread. This was a classic leveling Manhwa crisis moment. Desperate, the healer saint flung a handful of acupuncture needles at the beasts, infusing them with his remaining power. Heavenly flower rain. The needles struck their armored shells but bounced off uselessly. Damn it, he gasped, terror setting in. I'm out of ammo. Cold sweat dripped down his face. Is this the end? Suddenly, a thunderous boom signaled the arrival of Kim Seo-jun's weapon. The projectile cleaved the lead monster in half. The healer saint scrambled back, but the weapon didn't stop. It was out for blood. Who saved me? He looked back, expecting a warrior, but saw only a spear radiating pure destruction. And it was aiming right at him. It smashed into the ground, shaking the earth. What the hell is this? He screamed. It's targeting me, I can't dodge. Just as the shockwave threatened to vaporize him, Kim Seo-jun skidded onto the scene. Oh crap. Kim Seo-jun grabbed the vibrating spear just in time. You almost caused a disaster, you idiot weapon. He turned to the old man with a bright smile. You okay, healer saint? Who are you? How did you get here? The saint gasped. But the swarm wasn't finished. Enraged by their fallen leader, the remaining monsters charged. Kim Seo-jun stepped between the healer and the horde. Let me take out the trash first. We'll chat later. In a blink, the centipedes were diced into sashimi. The healer saint's jaw dropped. He annihilated them in a heartbeat. Seriously, who are you? He demanded. Kim Seo-jun sheathed his weapon. Kim Seo-jun, guild master of the dream team, at your service. The mage saint sent me. The old man's eyes widened. Wait, you're the rookie he wouldn't shut up about. Kim Seo-jun laughed. I hope he said good things. The healer saint grinned, relief washing over him. Better than I expected. You found the cure ingredients, right? Kim Seo-jun asked. I did, the saint nodded gravely. But leaving this dungeon proved impossible. Right, Kim Seo-jun realized. How did I even get in? It dawned on him this was a trap. This awakening Manhwa scenario just got complicated. Well, now that I've arrived, no one would dare try anything foolish. Kim Seo-jun assured the old man. The threat is neutralized. It is safe to emerge now, so let us proceed together. The medical saint spoke up, his voice tinged with greed. In that case, could we extract more cores from the Demil Gate? I harvested some in a rush, but I fear the quantity is insufficient. Kim Seo-jun scratched his head awkwardly. But isn't the magic saint in critical condition? The elder replied confidently. I am aware, yet there is ample time to harvest materials. Do not worry. Faced with the medical saint's earnestness, Kim Seo-jun could only sigh. If you say so. Before he could even finish his sentence, the elder moved with agility. Thank you, just give me a moment. The medical saint gripped his scalpel with practiced ease, aiming to harvest something precious from the centipede corpses. Kim Seo-jun watched from the sidelines. Is extracting them in that manner truly safe? The medical saint explained, as he worked. The medicinal core is a spirit stone holding a terrifying amount of mana. It is the very crystallization of condensed magical energy. Kim Seo-jun looked on blankly. So, is it actually feasible to concoct medicine using these cores? Still busy with his task, the medical saint answered nonchalantly. Naturally. Kim Seo-jun covered his mouth, eyes widening in fascination. To think medicine can be created from these medicinal cores. It's like something out of a manhwa recap. Of course, they are less effective than potions from the ultimate shop. But since the side effects do not stack, we should gather as many as possible, correct? Kim Seo-jun's entire body trembled with excitement. The mere thought of such loot filled him with bliss. Seeing this strange reaction, the medical saint asked, Is something the matter? Stepping forward, he asked, If you do not mind, may I attempt to extract a core? The saint replied bluntly. It is not difficult yet. I doubt you can manage it. It appears simple, but the nuances are complex. Kim Seo-jun insisted I may not look it, but I have dismantled monster corpses for 10 years. I am confident in my skills. Faced with such enthusiasm, the elder relented. Truly a spirited young man. He thought if the boy failed once, he would simply give up. The medical saint quickly agreed. In that case, I shall instruct you. Moments later, a glowing golden core had already been extracted by Kim Seo-jun's hands. A beautiful light radiated from it. He cheered, I did it. The medical saint stood by, his jaw dropping to the floor. Kim Seo-jun laughed. That was easier than I expected. The medical saint was thunderstruck. How did he perform better than me? His mind screamed in denial. Could it be? No, surely it is just a coincidence. He commanded, try another one. Kim Seo-jun blinked. Excuse me. Very well. He approached the next centipede corpse and placed his hand upon its shell. Let's see. Channeling the divine senses of a system manhwa legend and the wisdom of Merlin combined with his butchery experience, he swiftly extracted another core, leaving the medical saint utterly petrified. He could not believe his eyes, standing there like a statue with his mouth agape as he watched the boy's masterful butchery. Kim Seo-jun asked, If there are cores remaining after treating the magic saint, may I keep a few for personal use? The medical saint lunged forward excitedly. I will teach you alchemy if you wish. Become my disciple. But Kim Seo-jun instantly refused. No thanks. I plan to brew the potions myself. The saint gasped. Do you already possess the knowledge? Kim Seo-jun replied deadpan. No, not yet. The elder had been shocked more times in 1 hour than in his entire life. He shouted, reconsider. How can you waste such God-given talent? Kim Seo-jun shrugged. No, I am good. The medical saint refused to give up. Well, I'm not good. Just once. Please just learn it once. If you dislike it, you can quit, so just try it. But Kim Seo-jun stood firm. Finally, the Sword Saint caught up, bewildered by the bizarre scene before him. What are you doing? The medical saint was literally rolling on the ground. Sword Saint, listen. This boy intends to waste a once-in-a-century talent. Kim Seo-jun ignored the tantrum and turned to the newcomer. You are late. The Sword Saint, looking annoyed, tossed Kalia at their feet. It is a long story. The medical saint recognized her instantly. Is that not Kalia? Why is the successor to the Apostle of Purity here? And why is she in such a wretched state? The Sword Saint explained, I prepared the situation to ensure you would find the medical saint. Kim Seo-jun looked down at Kalia, struggling in the dirt, thinking, as expected of the Sword Saint, even the strongest apostle candidate is no match for him. He then leveled his spear at Kalia. She remained on the ground, powerless to resist. The razor-sharp tip pressed against her throat, causing panic to flash in her eyes. Kim Seo-jun's expression darkened instantly. I assume I do not need to explain the situation, correct? His face hardened. Let's start with a simple question. How did you create this mutant dungeon? It was a twist, typical of an awakening manhwa. Kalia immediately tried to threaten him. If you kill me, the Church of Justice will not let this slide, but he remained indifferent. It doesn't matter. His answer stunned her. What? What did you just say? Facing her shock, Kim Seo-jun calmly repeated himself. I said it doesn't matter. Truly, I could not care less. Kalia stared in disbelief, her brow furrowing. He is bluffing. We are a global organization. Even disaster-class heroes dare not touch us. He says he doesn't care just to pressure me psychologically. Suddenly, Kim Seo-jun sighed and raised his spear, draining the color from Kalia's face. Guess there is no other way. A cold smile played on his lips. I'll just ask the other apostles when they arrive. She stared blankly at the steel poised to pierce her heart, mind racing. Is he bluffing? Fortunately, she opened her mouth just before death claimed her. If I tell you the truth, they will kill me. Kim Seo-jun remained calm. Then just don't get caught. Simple, right? Kalia stammered, the Church of Justice monitors all its believers closely. I am no exception. He countered. You surely understand what the Church's existence means to me, don't you? Your hesitation means nothing to me. Are you not aware of that? Kim Seo-jun pressed the blade closer. So make your choice. Will you keep your mouth shut and die, or confess and live? This is your final chance, Kalia. How did you cause the dungeon mutation? Kalia was trapped in a dilemma. She stared at the man before her, caught between the urge to speak and the fear of execution, her entire body trembling in terror. Finally, she broke. I exploited the power of the great beast Behemoth to create the mutant dungeon. He demanded, do you dare swear on the name of the Church of Justice? Kalia cried out, I swear it on the name of the Church of Justice. The magic saint finally broke the silence, asking the question on everyone's mind. What exactly happened to the great beast Burke? Kalia hesitated before revealing that the beast was currently locked within a seal in Greenland. The old master pressed on his eyes, narrowing. The headquarters of the Church of Justice is also in Greenland. So that is the real reason you moved your main base from the United States to that frozen wasteland. How do you harvest the power of the great beast? Burke, Kalia confessed, her voice trembling. There is a holy relic. It allows us to siphon the beast's sealed energy directly through the artifact. A critical question cut through the air. Did the one who created the seal also forge the relic at the same time? Kalia shook her head. I honestly don't know. That kind of forbidden knowledge is reserved only for the apostles. Kim Seo-jun's patience was wearing thin, his irritation visible. So, answer me. What is the true ultimate objective of the Church of Justice? The intensity of his question made Kalia flinch, but she gathered her courage. To stabilize the order of the world. The Sword Saint gripped his blade, scoffing aggressively. Stabilize the world order. You expect us to believe that? The old man's anger flared. You claim the Church creates order. Are you mocking me? Kalia shouted back, desperate to be understood. It's not the order you people are thinking of. It is an absolute order, based on the laws of causality. Kim Seo-jun was stunned by her words. But the moment the word causality left her lips, a terrifying wave of killing intent blasted toward her from the shadows. Reflexes kicking in, Kim Seo-jun intercepted the attack just in time. A cold, commanding voice echoed through the clearing, causing Kim Seo-jun's group to freeze in shock. That is enough. The voice dripped with murderous intent, focused entirely on the woman. You really do have a loose tongue, Kalia. The sudden appearance of two imposing figures sent Kalia into a panic. She stammered, her face draining of all color. The Apostle of Punishment. In a heartbeat, she looked like she had seen a ghost. And the Apostle of Patience is here too. The healer saint gasped. Why would the High Apostles descend personally? Did they come all this way just to silence? Kim Seo-jun stepped forward, his aura flaring. I didn't expect you two to show up in person, the Apostle sneered. And you must be Kim Seo-jun. I never thought our paths would cross like this. The Apostle continued his tone, brokering no argument. Hand Kalia over to us, and we will leave without bloodshed. Kalia trembled, in pure terror. Kim Seo-jun looked at them with defiant arrogance. And if I say no, the Apostle of Punishment flared his internal energy, his voice booming like thunder. Do we look like we are begging you, boy? Kim Seo-jun refused to back down, shifting into a combat stance. I guess not. The mockery on his face remained a fearless smirk playing on his lips. Kim Seo-jun retorted, but I'm not begging you either. His overwhelming confidence made the Apostle's expression darken with rage. The Sword Saint watched, annoyed but impressed. Kid, what are you trying to pull? Kim Seo-jun replied calmly, we can't just hand her over. The Sword Saint shouted incredulous. You plan to fight an apostle just for that? Do you even know what an apostle is? Kim Seo-jun remained unfazed. I know, but this is the first time I've met one in the flesh. How reckless. It sounded like a scolding, but a faint, approving smile touched the Sword Saint's lips. The Apostle of Punishment glared at the old man Sword Saint. I didn't think you were as foolish as this brat. The enemy looked down on them with scorn. The Sword Saint stepped forward, his fighting spirit igniting. Either way, I've never liked you bastards to begin with. Looking at your self-righteous hypocritical faces makes me sick to my stomach. The Sword Saint drew his weapon. Ripping off those masks to show the world your true ugly nature sounds like a great idea. He turned to Kim Seo-jun. Leave the Apostle of Patience to me. Can you handle the Apostle of Punishment? Kim Seo-jun nodded, his expression serious. I'll give it a shot. The Apostle of Patience chuckled softly. How cruel can fate be, the enemy mused. However, destiny has already been written. The Apostle of Punishment launched an attack so heavy that the pressure alone forced the healer, Saint, and Kalia to their knees. Amidst the chaotic explosion of power, Kalia saw her chance and scrambled to escape. But luck was not on her side. The healer Saint spotted her, instantly shouting, "Halt," before striking her pressure points, paralyzing her. Kim Seo-jun glanced back satisfied. Well done, healer Saint. He shouted over the roar of battle. Don't worry about us. On the other side, the Apostle of Patience was unleashing hell, but suddenly, Kim Seo-jun launched himself at the enemy with godlike speed. The Apostle was stunned as their opposing energies collided in a blinding flash. The Apostle of Patience was left bewildered, unable to comprehend when Kim Seo-jun had closed the distance. The sheer velocity was like something out of a legend. Meanwhile, the Apostle of Punishment stood aside, locking onto his target. He shouted with arrogant glee, still insisting on following through with that stupid decision of yours. Suddenly, a massive force slammed into him, catching the Apostle of Punishment completely off guard. The impact shattered the earth, sending debris flying like shrapnel. The Apostle was sent flying. The Sword Saint roared, I am standing right here. Ignoring me means you must have more than one head on that neck to spare. He glared aggressively at the Apostle of Patience. I will be your opponent today. The enemy gritted his teeth in fury, growling out every syllable, Sword, Saint. Meanwhile, Kim Seo-jun and his opponent continued their fierce exchange, tearing up the forest floor. The two seemed evenly matched, neither giving an inch. The Apostle of Punishment summoned a bolt of devastating lightning, hurling it straight at Kim Seo-jun. The battlefield was swallowed by the Apostle's terrifying power. But Kim Seo-jun showed no signs of weakness. In a split second, he flashed through the attack, closing in on his enemy. The spear in Kim Seo-jun's hand descended with the weight of a mountain, his aura illuminating the entire space. Time seemed to blur as they traded blow for blow, a stalemate of epic proportions. The healer Saint watched the spectacle, paralyzed by awe. He thought to himself, my God, this battle is on a scale that surpasses even the wildest scenes of an awakening manhwa. I can do nothing but watch. A decisive blow was struck, followed by a deafening explosion that shook the entire forest to its roots. Dust settled. Both Kim Seo-jun and the Apostle stood still, silently assessing each other. The enemy felt a chill of fear. Impossible. I knew he was strong, but I never imagined he reached this level. The Apostle broke the silence with a threat. Give up and hand over Kalia. This battle will only end when one of us is dead. Kim Seo-jun's expression remained stone cold. Internally, however, his mind was racing. I know overloading the three Dantians can produce supernatural power, but it is incredibly difficult to control. Kim Seo-jun analyzed the situation with a tactician's eye. In reality, the Apostle of Punishment still held the upper hand. Before Kim Seo-jun could finish his thought, the enemy shouted again. The magic saint doesn't have much time left. Do you not care about his life? Kim Seo-jun's face darkened. He knew they were at a severe disadvantage regarding time. The healer saint had warned them only if they returned within 24 hours could he completely cure the magic saint's affliction. Kim Seo-jun calculated the odds. Can we overcome this obstacle and make it back in time? Even if he managed to defeat the Apostle of Punishment, the Apostle of Patience still stood in their way. We could turn the tides if we eliminated one rival first. Then combined our strength against the remaining Apostle. Kim Seo-jun analyzed coldly. But in this hellscape, expecting reinforcements is a fool's hope. It would all be over if he simply handed Kalia over to them. But surrender wasn't in Kim Seo-jun's vocabulary. He gritted his teeth in frustration. Damn it all. Suddenly, a blinding azure aura exploded from Kim Seo-jun's body. The apostle froze, a flicker of genuine fear piercing his arrogance. An unsettling chill crawled up his spine as annoyance took root. What is this trembling? The apostle thought, shaken. How can a mere S-rank piece of trash make me feel such dread? He sneered, his voice dripping with malice. You want to keep fighting while the saint of law dies. As he spoke, a hurricane began to brew. An ominous black cloud swallowed the sky. The atmosphere turned suffocatingly demonic. The apostle's expression twisted into a scowl. As you wish. With a roar, he unleashed a cataclysmic strike, pouring every ounce of his destructive power toward Kim Seo-jun. Yet Kim Seo-jun stood immovable like a mountain. I didn't plan on revealing this card yet. A look of reluctance crossed his face. Who knew I'd be forced to awaken this power so soon? The tempest raged harder, a symphony of chaos. Torrential energy poured from Kim Seo-jun's core like a broken dam. The pressure was so intense that the very earth beneath their feet began to quake in terror. Even the carcasses of the giant centipedes defied gravity, levitating into the air. The Apostle of Punishment faltered, involuntarily taking a step back as his face grew grave. His voice trembled with sheer horror. What in the hell is this monstrous energy? Kim Seo-jun remained rooted to the spot, thrusting his spear toward the heavens. He opened his eyes, his gaze locking onto the apostle with a ferocity that left the enemy bewildered. Nobody could decipher his next move. He began twirling his spear in a hypnotic rhythm, chanting an ancient mantra beneath his breath. In that trance, Kim Seo-jun's mind drifted back to the great sage's teachings. What's so hard about it? The old master had scoffed during training. You just go swish, swoosh, like this, and then K-boom. That's the technique. Seeing Kim Seo-jun collapsed on the ground, the great sage Heaven's equal had sighed. Listen well, kid. I'm only going to explain this one last time. 9 arts and 3 forms. The basics are universal even if you wield a spear and I wield a staff. It combines the spear arts of Prince Neja, the war god Ares, and Athena. Basically, my technique is the ultimate evolution of all divine martial arts. I've never seen a disciple try as hard as you. Back then, Kim Seo-jun had been a mess of tears and snot. You mean you've never beaten anyone up this badly before? He had mastered 3 techniques and 1 form. Even then, the 3rd technique was shaky at best. But inside this mental illusion born of Taoist magic, his recovery speed was insane. The kind of cheat ability you'd see in a leveling manhwa. You've only grasped the theory of the 1st form. If you try this in the real world, the backlash will destroy you before you can master it. The great sage's expression had turned deadly serious. However, if you actually pull this off, even a god like me would have to watch his back. The Apostle of Punishment couldn't believe his eyes. Impossible. Are you really a human like me? Kim Seo-jun's visage had twisted into something sinister and malevolent, like an asura rising from the depths of hell. The medical saint recognized it instantly. That is, a divine art. He stood frozen, his mind reeling in shock. Even the Apostle of Patience, locked in combat with the sword saint, was forced to turn his gaze toward the anomaly. Kim Seo-jun channeled the borrowed might, recalling the ultimate move taught by the great sage. Meteor staff style, 1st form. The world-destroying thunderstar slammed down toward the Apostle of Patience. Meanwhile, the Apostle of Punishment stood jaw-dropped, his brain, refusing to process the reality before him. He was paralyzed by the sheer majesty of the technique. But before the Apostle of Punishment could compose himself, the ground beneath him shattered into a spiderweb of fissures. Suddenly, the debris floated upward and vanished into nothingness. The apostle gritted his teeth in terror. Space itself is being erased. I'm going to be sucked into the void. He stared up at the stormy heavens in disbelief, screaming internally. What kind of god-slaying power is this? Kim Seo-jun stood like a deity of war, his spear radiating apocalyptic energy. But the burden was too great for a mortal shell. He suddenly convulsed, spraying a fountain of fresh blood into the air. The Apostle of Punishment was completely overwhelmed. The Apostle of Patience, ever the observer, noticed the terrifying energy signature vanish in a split second. Did that crazy bastard burn himself out? The Apostle thought. The sky returned to normal as both Kim Seo-jun and the Apostle of Punishment plummeted from the air, crashing hard into the ground. Kim Seo-jun gasped for air, his lungs burning. Damn it, if I just had a little more magical power. As the dust settled, the Apostle of Patience stepped forward to assess the wreckage. As expected, he's completely drained, he analyzed cold-bloodedly. No one unleashes power of that magnitude without paying a steep price. The Apostle of Patience prepared to strike. Now is my chance. But the Sword Saint flashed between them, blade drawn. I know exactly what you're planning, Snake. In the distance, the medical saint rushed to Kim Seo-jun's side, panic written on his face. The Apostle of Patience calculated the odds. Punishment is alive, but he's out of commission. He won't be any help. It was now a 2-on-1 scenario. Kim Seo-jun and the Sword Saint against him, with the medical saint providing support. The odds had shifted. The Sword Saint kept his eyes on the enemy. Kid, are you still with us? Despite his injuries, Kim Seo-jun's first thought was for her. How is Kalia safe? The saint assured him. I've hidden her away. Feeling the tide turn against him, the Apostle of Patience ground his teeth, but finally decided to compromise. Let's negotiate. Allow us to leave, and we will take Kalia with us as part of the deal. Kim Seo-jun remained defiant. And if we refuse? The Apostle of Patience sighed, shaking his head. That's a bold line for someone who looks like a walking corpse. Kim Seo-jun forced his aura to flare up again. Do you honestly think I'm finished? The Apostle scoffed, though sweat beaded on his forehead. Are you bluffing me? The risk was too high. If the kid used that power again, it was over. The Apostle played his ace. The Saint of Law is in grave peril. Do you really have time to waste here? Kim Seo-jun didn't blink. I guarantee I have enough left in the tank to keep you here until the Saint of Law is dead. He exchanged a knowing glance with the Sword Saint before breaking the silence. Fine, Kim Seo-jun announced. If you agree to my terms, I'll let you walk away with your lives. The Apostle narrowed his eyes. What terms? Kim Seo-jun replied with a straight face. Payment up front. The Apostle of Patience blinked, completely thrown off guard. You want money? Exactly. Kim Seo-jun tilted his chin up arrogantly. The Apostle thought it was ridiculous, but a cheap price for survival. Very well. I will transfer 500 billion won. Kim Seo-jun's face darkened instantly. I see. So you have no intention of negotiating. The sudden shift in tone left the Apostle bewildered. 500 billion for the lives of 2 active apostles and a future prospect. Kim Seo-jun spat. I thought you valued your lives more than pocket change. The Apostle gritted his teeth. Then, how much do you want? Kim Seo-jun raised a single finger, his expression unreadable before the Apostle of Patience. He didn't have time for games. Fine. I will give you 1 trillion. Seeing that Kim Seo-jun's icy stare remained unchanged, the Apostle sighed, feeling the pressure. 10 trillion then. Yet, that finger did not lower. Panic began to flicker across the Apostle's face. Before he could even negotiate further, Kim Seo-jun dropped the bomb. 100 trillion. The Sword Saint gasped in shock. You absolute lunatic. The Apostle roared in fury, losing his composure. Absurd. Do you have any idea what kind of fortune that is? Kim Seo-jun shrugged nonchalantly. Fine, stick to your 1 trillion then. Instantly his aura exploded outwards. Guess we have to do this the hard way. Terror gripped the Apostle's heart. Impossible. How did he recover his stamina so quickly? Facing such overwhelming aggression, the Apostle felt truly cornered. This wasn't a negotiation. It was a robbery. But beneath that terrifying exterior, Kim Seo-jun's soul was actually screaming for help. He was shrieking internally because he was forcefully burning the last dregs of his triple Dantian's mana. He felt like he was about to die in this Manhwa recap. I can't pass out. If I faint now, that 100 trillion vanishes into thin air. Kim Seo-jun's desperation made his expression look even more demonic. He clenched his jaw. Compared to losing that fortune, physical pain was nothing. The Apostle froze, petrified by Kim Seo-jun's savage determination. That face. He's a demon. The Apostle ran the numbers in his head. I can't win this. Not against a monster like him. Losing 3 apostles here would be a catastrophic blow to their future plans. On the other hand, 100 trillion would disrupt the upcoming ceremony of purity. But survival comes first. The Apostle weighed the costs. He will understand. She finally nodded, defeated. Deal. Kim Seo-jun's inner self cheered wildly. That was close. 1 second later, and I would have hit the floor. He immediately demanded the payment. Hand over the 100 trillion. Now, she scoffed. How could I possibly carry that much cash? The least I can do is offer a vow of truth. Her voice boomed. I swear upon the name of truth to pay 100 trillion. Kim Seo-jun looked unimpressed. And how do I know when you'll actually pay up? Kim Seo-jun glared. What if you change your mind? She was speechless. The medicine saint watched in awe. Who would dare scam a monster like this kid? The apostle turned away. As promised, within 1 week. In a flash, she and her minions vanished into the shadows. The medicine saint cheered. They're gone. He patted Kim Seo-jun's shoulder happily. Let's head back. We need to treat the magic saint immediately. Suddenly, Kim Seo-jun's body went limp like a rotting tree in a storm. He crashed to the ground. The magic saint cried out, "Hey, young man!" No matter how much the magic saint shouted, Kim Seo-jun lay motionless on the earth. Meanwhile, deep in the apostle's sanctuary, the 4 survivors prostrated themselves. None dared to lift their heads, trembling in unison. Their leader's voice thundered through the hall, making one of them flinch in terror. The minion stammered Lord Punishment was defeated. His life was spared, but we owe a compensation of roughly 100 trillion. Therefore, we must postpone the canonization ceremony. Silence filled the hall. The leader of the apostles fell into deep contemplation. His thoughts were unreadable. Finally, he spoke. The die has been cast. Their fate is sealed. The apostles remained bowed in silence. Fury laced his voice. Do they think they've escaped? As the stars align, they will crumble without ever touching the true God's power. This is the immutable destiny of this leveling Manhwa world. They will become nothing but wandering ghosts in the void. The scene shifted back to the heroes. A team member commanded, release the ultimate bait. Nothing works better on Kim Seo-jun than this. Trust us, this is the cure for everything. The medicine saint was skeptical. My divine healing arts failed, yet you think this will work. Kim Seo-jun's eyes snapped open. What is that? Incredibly familiar scent. Seeing him awake, everyone froze in shock. Even Kim Seo-jun was surprised. The medical device Suzanne had shoved under his nose was a rolled-up 50,000 won bill. She cheered triumphantly. See, I told you it would work. The medicine saint's jaw dropped. Impossible. My healing magic did nothing but paper bills did. Suzanne grinned. You awake now. Kim Seo-jun felt a vein pop. Damn it, they're pulling this stunt again. Damn it. And they really used 50,000. The medicine saint wept. Is my lifelong medical knowledge worth less than 50 bucks? Kim Seo-jun played innocent. How did you know? It was definitely your healing arts saint. They just kicked in late. The medicine saint teared up. Really? Kim Seo-jun shouted. Of course. Do you really think I'm the type to wake up just for the smell of money? Suzanne snickered with perfect timing. Kim Seo-jun quickly changed the subject. How is the magic saint? The medicine saint replied. The treatment is going smoothly. He explained. With that perfect Demeter core, there won't be any issues. It's all thanks to you. Kim Seo-jun pressed on. And his illness, completely eradicated. Hearing those words, a massive weight lifted from Kim Seo-jun's chest. Suzanne added Boss Jimin and Master went out with the others. Serious awakening Manhwa business. They should be back soon. Kim Seo-jun blinked in surprise. He recovered from a fatal wound and went out already. He looked at the medicine saint with genuine respect. The medicine saint is the real deal. Guess it wasn't the money after all. Suddenly, Suzanne stepped closer, her face deadly serious. Big brother. She bowed deeply, her voice sincere. Thank you for saving my master. Thwack. Kim Seo-jun flicked her forehead. Hey, why did you hit me? Kim Seo-jun blew on his finger. Wasn't me. Thank the medicine saint over there. Internally, he panicked. Stop being sincere, it's embarrassing. He smirked. I barely touched you. Don't be dramatic. Suzanne rubbed her head. That hurt you, idiot. The medicine saint tilted his head. Wait, who is her master? Why didn't you seek me out? Before walking the path of a hero, why Kim Seo-jun let out a bitter laugh. You must be exhausted. Rest now and recover. Even after the medical saint departed, his voice echoed in the air. Just become my disciple already. The space returned to a heavy silence. Kim Seo-jun took a breath and decided to check his balance. But staring at his phone screen, his jaw practically unhinged in shock. The balance had skyrocketed beyond belief. It was real. They had actually deposited 100 trillion into his account. Pure euphoria washed over him. Even if a Neanderthal from 30,000 years ago survived until today, working a high-paying job every single year, they wouldn't have saved this much. This is the kind of absurd fortune you only see in a top-tier leveling. Manhwa, the fruit from the transcendental shop, only costs 100 billion. I could even afford the 100-hour course from the great sage Heaven's equal. Realizing he was hyperventilating from excitement, he slapped his cheeks. Calm down, think. He calculated quickly right now training with the great sage would be pointless. My current mana capacity is barely enough to execute the first form of the heavenly falling star spear. My priority must be expanding my mana pool to fully unleash that first strike. However, burning through karma to buy finished elixirs is inefficient. He gripped his phone. There was only one logical path forward. I need to consult the expert. Lee Seo-jun rapidly typed a message. Urgent matter. I need advice, get over here immediately. In a flash, Mentor exploded from the phone screen screaming. What happened? Lee Seo-jun yelled back. You scared the life out of me. Mentor smirked, amused. Finally, I managed to startle the unflappable Lee Seo-jun. Lee Seo-jun scowled. Can't you just appear normally for once? Mentor ignored the complaint. So, you want to learn alchemy to manufacture your own elixirs. You want to master it as fast as possible. Mentor rubbed his chin thoughtfully. I wouldn't normally recommend it, but if you're determined, there is a way. It is called the Advanced Private Lesson. It is the fastest route to mastery. Lee Seo-jun raised an eyebrow. An advanced course. Mentor tapped away on his device. Do you recall that Spartan training course you received before? It is similar to that. Based on the calculations, the karma cost to hire Hua Tuo for this premium tutoring is about 10 billion per hour. Lee Seo-jun's face went blank. Huh, that is not even expensive. Hand over the phone, let me process the payment. Seeing Lee Seo-jun's hesitation vanish instantly, Mentor flinched. Wait, I am not done. The production room is practical, not just theory. You need equipment. Instructor Hua Tuo requires a set of 100 alchemy tools. Given your standards, each tool will cost about 5 billion. Well, Lee Seo-jun's expression remained flat, completely unmoved. That is dirt cheap. Before the words even settled, the payment was complete. Mentor froze, his brain short-circuiting. Where on earth did he get this kind of liquidity? Even a seasoned advisor like Mentor was floored, literally collapsing in shock. What the hell is going on? Since the dawn of time, humanity has craved one thing above all: immortality. In the divine realm, a place all beings yearn for, two researchers once ventured into the unknown to explore the boundaries of life. Now, one of those legends appeared, an old man with a flowing white beard. Do you wish to learn the art of concoction? This was the miracle Dr. Hua Tuo. Lee Seo-jun nodded solemnly. Yes, I want to brew the elixir of Elysia with my own hands. The doctor's eyes widened. Did you say Elysia? The doctor explained. Strictly speaking, concoction is not the method used to invent Elysia. Lee Seo-jun blinked. Really? Then what does that mean? The old man continued. We must start with the basics. Concoction is the process of altering the internal nature of medicine. External medicine is a compound, which is why sulfur is treated in small doses. With sulfur, silver, and mercury, they are called firing medicines. This is precisely why the liquid gold concoction and the golden pearl concoction exist. Because the process undergoes 7 total stages, it is called the 7 firings. And the return process of the 9 stars is known as the 9 cycles. After an intense study session, the doctor nodded in satisfaction. A truly excellent novice. You absorb knowledge like a sponge. However, we must review what has been learned. Let us stop here for today. Lee Seo-jun's face turned pale green. His head was splitting open. Why couldn't even his S-rank intelligence keep up? He observed the result. So this is an external pill, crafted from incredibly rare ingredients. Should I test it? No hesitation. Lee Seo-jun swallowed the pill instantly. A fresh, powerful sensation began to spread through every fiber of his being. He stood there, stunned. This is far beyond my expectations. Even 1/10 of this effect would have been massive. Pure joy bubbled up inside him until he burst into laughter. Lee Seo-jun was nearly crying with relief. Pride swelled in his chest. I did it. I can finally say goodbye to the days of scraping for karma. A new life begins now, a life where money is no object. As a reward, I can even commission Jung Jimin to build a magical device to help me clear Atlas's daily quests. It's just like the mechanics in a system Manhwa. Originally, I planned to offer a reasonable sum, but now I have infinite resources. The system notification chimed. Daily quest. Endure 1000 degrees Celsius with your entire body for 10 minutes. Daily quest: endure -100 degrees Celsius for 10 minutes. Lee Seo-jun grinned wildly. Is my dream too small? No. I will buy all the land in this area and build the ultimate headquarters for the dream team. Mentor finally woke from his nap. Is the lesson over? Kim Seo-jun beamed. Yes, it was magnificent. Mentor saw the look on his face and asked, you seem to have enjoyed it. Of course, thanks to this, I never have to worry about potion costs again. Kim Seo-jun couldn't contain it, tilting his head back in a manic laugh. Mentor interrupted, I think the time has come. Kim Seo-jun stopped laughing. Time for what? Time for me to brag about my wealth. Mentor pointed at the weapon in his hand. Do you see that? Kim Seo-jun looked nonchalant. See what? I am a little high on success right now. Kim Seo-jun squinted. There are cracks all over it. Why? Mentor asked sharply. Have you been using the heavenly falling star spear technique recently? You do realize the items sold in the Transcendental shop are made by top-tier craftsmen, right? You might think they are created by Transcendents, but in reality, they are made by master weaponsmiths. To be precise, these are practice items made by first-year students approaching Transcendence. Of course, even the level just before Transcendence is terrifying. So the items possess incredible quality compared to earthly gear. But they are still just items from another world, not true artifacts created by a real Transcendent. Kim Seo-jun looked bewildered. What do you mean? Mentor continued. The artifacts in the Transcendent shop simply couldn't withstand the strain of reinforcement and reproduction. It wasn't just the materials. The sheer destructive force of the heavenly falling star spear technique was too overwhelming for a mere replica. Kim Seo-jun stood there dumbfounded. The implication was clear. If he wanted to continue wielding that technique, he had no choice but to purchase a new Transcendent Grade Original. Usually sending a request to Transcendent Craftsman was a simple process. However, for the Spear of Longinus, that Lord Kim Seo-jun required, the merchant paused. Please give me a moment. It appears you can purchase the genuine article directly. The creator is willing to sell. Kim Seo-jun asked for the price, unaware that Mentor was closely monitoring his karma points. It costs 103 trillion. Kim Seo-jun's brain short-circuited. He couldn't trust his own ears. He stammered, I think I spaced out for a second. Sorry, could you repeat that? How much for the real Longinus? Mentor repeated clearly. You need 103 trillion won to purchase the authentic Spear of Longinus. The smile froze on Kim Seo-jun's face. The reality of the number finally crashed down on him. His head felt like it was about to explode. He roared, what the hell? Mentor looked on helplessly. Good heavens, Kim Seo-jun's face turned pale. Are you serious? Do you think trillions are just scrap paper? Even if the genuine Longinus has the power to topple nations, that price is absolute nonsense? Mentor began to sweat nervously at the fierce reaction. If that is the case, perhaps you can purchase it later, Kim Seo-jun snapped back, frustration boiling over. Later? How can you say that? Looking at its current state. Look at these cracks. If I try to swat a fly with this thing now, it'll shatter into a million pieces. Mentor scratched his head awkwardly. You have a point, he continued. However, the genuine product is in a completely different league from the replica. The power of a true transcendent gear exceeds imagination. It is the holy grail of any leveling manhwa protagonist. You definitely won't regret the investment. Kim Seo-jun started calculating rapidly. That's not something I can buy, even if I had 100 trillion right now. The price is absurd, he thought to himself. How many people in this world even possess that kind of wealth? Wait a minute. A light bulb went off in his head. He quickly said, Mentor, don't go anywhere. Wait right there. Mentor nodded, understood. Seo-jun looked at him, surprised by his sudden shift. Kim Seo-jun, shouldn't you rest a bit more? But he ignored the concern and cut to the chase. Miss Seo-jun, can you try this? Seo-jun looked confused. What is this? A fragment of a pill, he explained. It's called an external elixir. Just give it a try. Trusting him, Seo-jun quickly popped the elixir into her mouth. Suddenly, a magnificent golden aura exploded from her body. Even the medicine saint was intrigued. He stepped closer, demanding, hand that over to me. The item in his hand left the saint completely shocked. Huh, how can an external elixir of this tier even exist? The saint asked urgently. Where did you get this? Kim Seo-jun answered casually, I made it myself. Sua puffed her cheeks in jealousy. Why do you only care about Seo-jun? Appa, give me one too, give me some. The team started buzzing with excitement. Captain, me too, satisfied with the reaction. Kim Seo-jun smirked. You want my external elixirs? I can let them go for 500 billion apiece. Hearing the price, the entire room went dead silent. He continued, by the way, 500 billion is a steal. I'm only selling at this price because we are a team. This kind of quality is so rare, you can't even find it on the market, right, Saint? The old man looked dazed. That is true. Kim Seo-jun grinned like a scammer. Didn't you just get $1 trillion from Italy? Where else would you spend that kind of cash? I don't know how else to put it, but this is essential for any hunter. Finally, he hooked his first customer. Seo-jun shouted, I'll buy it. Before Kim Seo-jun could react, she added, but I only have $1 trillion, so please give me 2 pills. Kim Seo-jun froze. Only $1 trillion. Kim Seo-jun laughed internally. That's right, Miss Seo-jun. $1 trillion is pocket change. He continued his auction. All right. 5 pills left dirt cheap. First come, first served. The team instantly turned into a chaotic mob. Mimi Captain, take my money. With a massive profit secured, he successfully purchased his new weapon. Mentor cheered. You are amazing, Kim Seo-jun. How did you pay for a transcendent item in a single lump sum? Usually, people pay in installments over thousands of years. Kim Seo-jun looked pained. If you don't want to rub salt in the wound, could you please shut up? Mentor quickly zipped his lips. Ah, understood. Kim Seo-jun analyzed the new gear. This was the God-slaying spear, a weapon with national-level power. The genuine spear of Longinus. He quickly gave it a test swing. At first glance, it doesn't look much different from what I used before. Mentor panicked. Wait, you can't just swing it around casually. Suddenly, a cataclysmic explosion roared, leaving everyone stunned. The team scrambled to see who had caused the devastation. The group shouted, finally, we get to see the real deal. I didn't think we'd test the elixir's effects this fast. Show us the upgrade. Burn it up. Kim Seo-jun stood there, horrified. What just happened? I don't even have money for property damage compensation. Mentor sighed deeply. This is exactly why I told you to be careful. Mentor was speechless. I told you it's beyond your imagination. Kim Seo-jun remained frozen in shock. I didn't think the difference would be this extreme. He had to admit it was definitely worth $103 trillion. The power was unbelievable. He muttered, this thing will destroy the entire area if I use it. I can't even train properly with this. Mentor explained. That is why most first years must study power development while accumulating the karma needed for transcendent gear. If you can master the secret of power output, you will be able to wield the equipment properly. Currently, your power efficiency is at 0.6%. Kim Seo-jun turned pale. In other words, I have to invest even more money. Mentor hurried away. Anyway, I'm off. If you need anything else, just call me. Before he could vanish, Kim Seo-jun stopped him. Wait, I have a few questions. Mentor turned back around. What do you wish to know? Kim Seo-jun recalled. I definitely heard the word karma from an unexpected source. I remember asking if there were other transcendent students in this timeline. Are you still unable to answer me? Mentor fell silent, contemplating. My apologies. I want to tell you, but I cannot. Kim Seo-jun thought. There's no doubt about it. The Justice Church and the Transcendent Academy are connected. Let's try a different approach. Kim Seo-jun continued. Can you tell me about the history of the Transcendent Academy that you mentioned last time? Mentor nodded. Of course. Mentor began his tale. I briefly mentioned the principal of the Transcendent Academy before, didn't I? Kim Seo-jun nodded. Yeah, you just said she was the second transcender. You remember well. As I said, she is the second transcender, the second being to enter the realm of transcendence. And simultaneously, she was the very first freshman to enroll in the Transcendent Academy. The first freshman. Hearing this, the pieces of the puzzle began to click into place for Kim Seo-jun. You mean? Mentor continued his story. That is correct. There was one other legend. The very first awakener to step into the realm of transcendence, the founder of the academy as we know it. Seo-jun cut, in eyes narrowing. Hold on. If such a founder existed, why is the principal's seat held by someone else? That doesn't add up. The question caught the mentor off guard. I'm sorry, he sighed, looking completely defeated. No one could have predicted this outcome. Not even the principal knows. To be precise, the causality of that first transcendence has completely vanished. Seo-jun's jaw tightened. Vanished. Just like that, the mentor shook his head. I am in the dark as well. However, as the principal stated, it seems the first false transcendent no longer exists in this dimension. Even memories of him have been wiped from reality. That is the only explanation. Seo-jun's mind raced. Could this explain why my own causality is unmeasurable in this system Manhwa world? Suddenly, a shout broke his trance. Mr. Seo-jun. The mentor flinched. My look at the time. Until we meet again. The mentor vanished. Seo-jun burst into the room breathless. Seo-jun, we have a situation. I just got the call. We need to mobilize to the Hunter Association immediately. Seo-jun frowned. What's the emergency? She looked pale, trembling with urgency. I don't know the details. He just said Code B. and that you would understand. The atmosphere shifted instantly. At the association, panic reigned. The Berserker. The seal is breaking. It's confirmed. The Dark Saint foresaw it. Min-do turned pale. Wait, the Berserker. That mythological beast from the Great Flood era. I thought it was dead. Se-jun nodded grimly. The Great Flood ended with its defeat, but the Sword Saint stepped forward, his aura heavy. It is time you all learn the dark truth of this awakening manhwa reality. His voice dropped an octave. The Berserker never died. It was merely sealed. And the Church of Justice. Those hypocrites used its dormant power to sow chaos. We don't know their endgame, but they are far from the saints they pretend to be. Se-jun gasped. What? Se-jun cut to the chase. Where is the Berserker? Did something happen in Greenland? The Sword Saint shook his head. No, the epicenter is England. Se-jun blinked. England. The association chairman slid a document across the table. Please take a look at this. Se-jun glanced down. It was a letter penned in elegant English. A top-secret missive from the Queen of England herself, the chairman explained. Irregular dungeons are mutating beyond control in the UK. She is begging for our aid. The Sword Saint added the Berserker hasn't fully manifested yet. If it had, the UK would already be a crater, leaving no time for secret letters. Strangely, the Church of Justice remained silent, the chairman mused. And why a secret letter, an official global request for cooperation, would have been standard protocol? Jimin crossed her arms. Grandfather and I plan to go, but there's a complication. Ru Jinan has vanished off the grid. Se-jun's eyes narrowed, recalling the man. Is that snake plotting something again? Jimin shrugged helplessly. Who knows? He wiped his tracks completely. He likely fled after his collusion with Kalia was exposed. I asked other guildmasters, but they're clueless. Se-jun looked blank. He had missed a lot of drama while unconscious. I can't leave Seoul undefended with him loose, Jimin said. But the main reason we haven't left. She paused, looking at Se-jun. Is you. The Queen specifically requested you, not us. Se-jun didn't hesitate. I'll go. The room exploded. What? Have you lost your mind? Se-jun slammed the table. You can't just decide that on a whim. You're talking about fighting a calamity-class monster. Min-do looked equally stressed. You should worry about surviving tomorrow's breakfast, not fighting apocalypses, Se-jun smiled wryly. What's the point of staying? I have to work hard if I want to get paid. His capitalistic logic stunned them into silence. Then reality hit. Se-jun sighed. Actually, I'm broke too. The Sword Saint's jaw dropped. My granddaughter is poor. I need cash for elixirs, Se-jun admitted. Min-do grinned mischievously. The Queen has access to the national treasury, right? The Sword Saint looked baffled by these greedy youngsters. What are you planning to buy with a nation's wealth? Se-jun tapped her phone. I just checked. The UK's annual budget is 1.2 quadrillion won. The Sword Saint's eyes bugged out. How much? The mood instantly shifted to excitement. To England we go. Let's get that bread. The elders stood there, dumbfounded. What has that brat done to corrupt my disciples? The medical saint sulked. I'm the only one without a student. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed. Se-jun. He turned instinctively. It was the magic saint beaming. I truly do not know how to repay this debt of gratitude. Se-jun waved his hands. Please, I didn't do much. The saint shook his head firmly. Nonsense, the medical saint told me everything. You saved us both. Thank you. Se-jun laughed nervously. I definitely can't tell him I accidentally nuked his house. Jimin chimed in, glowing. Thank you, we're all alive because of you. Her eyes sparkled with admiration. Name your price. Anything within my power. Se-jun seized the moment. Actually, there is one small favor. He led them to the magic saint's residence. Or, what was left of it. A massive corner was missing. I, tapped it lightly and it just crumbled. So that happened. He rushed on. You can stay at the Dream Team HQ during repairs. Magic Saint, please deduct the repair costs from my reward. Since I'm currently penniless, please handle this while we're in the UK. He bolted before they could react, leaving them stunned. Next stop, England. In the heart of London, sirens wailed like the opening scene of a chaotic manhwa recap. A man shoved a woman aside in blind panic. Move or die. As the beast's jaws snapped shut, a fist slammed into it with the force of a cannon. Boom. The crowd erupted. It's Count Robert. We're saved. He stood firm, cape fluttering. Do not waste this chance. Run now. The woman wept. Bless you, my lord. A blonde girl took charge. Everyone, stay calm and follow me. Move. Robert clashed with the horde alone, but the numbers were overwhelming. Sweat poured down his face. Where are the reinforcements? I can't hold much longer. Suddenly, the sky roared. Kaboom! A massive beam of energy obliterated the monster in front of him. The shockwave sent Robert flying eyes wide in disbelief. Dust swirled as a terrifying presence emerged. A monstrous roar shook the asphalt. Is that a drake? The blonde girl screamed in terror. A monster. Please someone help us. My father is down. Save him. Her desperate cry echoed, drawing the beast's bloodthirsty gaze. Suddenly, a blinding golden light erupted from the direction of the beast. The blonde girl and Robert froze in terror. He screamed out, "My liege!" That surge of raw power slammed down instantly, stunning the level 11 monstrosity. Robert stared at the weapon in the stranger's hand. Was that a spear? Meanwhile, Kim Seo-jun clicked his tongue in irritation. Seriously? Trouble the moment I land. He touched down, his voice calm but absolute. Step aside, old man. I'll handle this trash. With a casual wave of his hand, Kim Seo-jun issued the death sentence. Wipe them out. His team surged forward, like a pack of wolves. Understood. Robert stood there dumbfounded. In a heartbeat, the entire monster horde was annihilated. The blonde girl stepped forward through the dust. Excuse me, are you perhaps the dream team from Korea? He nodded, his presence imposing. That's right. I'm the captain, Kim Seo-jun. A gentle smile graced her lips. Allow me to introduce myself properly. I am the Queen of England, Arya. She looked so humble, so ordinary. Kim Seo-jun blinked, caught off guard. The Queen, you. Min-do leaned in. What's going on over there? Just watch. Looking at her warm smile, Kim Seo-jun couldn't help but wonder. A ruler this young. Meanwhile, chaos reigned at the Queen's temporary residence. Your Majesty, are you injured? Robert stormed in fury radiating from him. Where the hell were the royal knights? Why are you only showing up now? One knight stepped forward trembling. It was Lord Lebanon. He held us back. Robert's blood ran cold. He glared at the man, his expression darkening with realization. Turning to his sovereign, Robert bowed low. Your Majesty, request permission to remain by your side. Arya nodded wearily. Permission granted, Sir Robert. With the immediate crisis handled, she turned to Kim Seo-jun. Please, this way. Arya looked down, shame coloring her voice. I deeply apologize that our esteemed guests had to witness such a disgraceful display. You must have so many questions. Like why a nation's ruler would send a secret letter instead of an official request for aid, correct? Arya let out a heavy sigh, a mask of sorrow falling over her face. The truth is, I am nothing but a scarecrow king, a puppet. The dream team's jaws dropped. The Queen continued. Do you know the official name of this nation? Kim Seo-jun tilted his head. Isn't it just England? Most believe that, Arya replied softly. But that is incorrect. England is merely one of the major powers within the Commonwealth. Our true name is the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. It comprises Scotland, England, Northern Ireland, and Wales. It is a fragile union between 4 territories. Relations have never been warm, but recently, catastrophes and impossible dilemmas have piled up, turning cracks into canyons. And just a few weeks ago, following the passing of my grandmother, the former Queen Bess, that unstable system collapsed completely. Kim Seo-jun narrowed his eyes in thought. The passing of the former queen was a global event. I knew that much. But to think the successor to the throne is just a young girl. Honestly, the queen's death alone was shocking enough to shake the world. The queen continued her tale. While the UK spiraled into chaos, my grandmother summoned me. She left me with a final warning. A monster. The room went silent. Arya's voice trembled. She told me I had to stop a terrifying beast, an entity that should not exist in this dimension. She left to confront that horror and never returned. Soon after, the Prime Minister died suddenly. The newly elected Prime Minister perished in a dungeon accident, a common tragedy in this leveling manhwa reality. With the leadership wiped out, I was forced to ascend the throne without even a proper coronation. Under such circumstances, it is hardly surprising that the United Kingdom is tearing itself apart at the seams. And amidst the rubble, 2 heroes from the other territories demanded the right to rule. Hyun gasped. They want the throne. Wait, Kim Seo-jun interjected. If we're talking about heroes from the UK territories, you must mean Lord Lebanon and Lady Alice. Precisely, Arya nodded gravely. Lord Lebanon of Scotland and Lady Alice of Northern Ireland. Living legends who survived the darkest times alongside my grandmother. Veteran hunters are flocking to their banners, ignoring the suffering in other parts of the kingdom to support these new warlords. They declared they would not lift a finger to help until I abdicate. I am useless. Unlike my grandmother, I am not part of an awakening manhwa story. I am just a normal human. I have no combat skills, no experience, no powerful connections. The truth is, I never wanted this crown. I actually thought, perhaps it would be better for the people if a mighty hero led them instead of a powerless girl like me. But then, I discovered the truth. Those two heroes are the masterminds behind this entire nightmare. Her eyes pleaded with him. Mr. Kim Seo-jun, I heard of the miracles you performed in Italy. I know this is a presumptuous request. She was trembling like a leaf in the wind. But I swear I will grant any wish you have. Wealth, fame, or power beyond measure. Just please. Arya clenched her small fists until her knuckles turned white. Her voice rose in desperation. Please, stop Lord Lebanon and Lady Alice. Tears streamed down her face as she looked at Kim Seo-jun. It was a heartbreaking sight. God only knows what horrors this young girl had endured in silence. The air grew heavy with tension. Just as she was about to continue, Kim Seo-jun raised a hand. Hold on. So basically you want us to. Bang, a soldier burst into the room gasping for air. Your Majesty, Emergency Captain Robert and Lord Lebanon are clashing at the gates. It's bad. Outside, Lebanon sneered, his aura crushing down. You've grown arrogant, Robert. Blocking my path. You don't seem to know your place. Robert clearly wasn't his match. I see the stupidity of that puppet queen has infected her dogs. This was the man known as the disaster hero, the dragon slayer. Robert wheezed, struggling to stand. Only verified personnel may enter. Lebanon threw his head back and laughed. Ridiculous. Why should I be barred from the palace that will soon belong to me? Robert roared. So, you finally show your treasonous colors. The hero didn't bother arguing. He simply raised his massive blade. I intended to be merciful, Lebanon scoffed. But I have no need for a dog that cannot recognize its new master. Robert squeezed his eyes shut. He braced himself for the end, offering his life as the final proof of his loyalty. Forgive me, Your Majesty. Miraculously, Kim Seo-jun arrived in the blink of an eye. He stepped in front of Robert, deflecting the vicious blade with a single motion. Lebanon stared at the young man, his mind racing with shock. An Asian man. But before the villain could process this awakening manhwa plot twist, Kim Seo-jun's foot smashed into him. The impact launched Lebanon flying across the battlefield. It seemed Kim Seo-jun hadn't even used a fraction of his true power, yet his opponent took heavy damage. Kim Seo-jun glanced back at the knight. Old man, are you still in one piece? Robert was stunned, but managed a grunt of affirmation. Suddenly, Lebanon's voice echoed from the rubble. It seems the queen has grown desperate, dragging a foreigner into our internal affairs. How shameful. Kim Seo-jun shot back. You hold the title of Calamity Hero. So why are you acting like a third-rate villain? Lebanon paused, intrigued. You aren't speaking English, yet your meaning projects directly into my mind. Are you perhaps a dog of the Church of Justice? Lebanon sneered. I think there is a misunderstanding here. Kim Seo-jun raised a brow. A misunderstanding. Calamity heroes don't trust the church. We know the rot hidden behind their mask of salvation, Lebanon explained. I have no interest in your petty schemes. I simply wanted to tour the palace I'll soon occupy. I just decided to move the schedule up a little bit. Kim Seo-jun scoffed. It was obvious the guy was colluding with the church to usurp the throne, a classic system manhwa trope. Hey old man, have you ever heard the name Kim Seo-jun? The villain lazily repeated the name. Kim Seo-jun. I feel like I've heard that somewhere. Suddenly realization struck him like a truck. Lebanon panicked. Wait, don't tell me. It's really you. Before the words fully left his mouth, Kim Seo-jun was already in his face. A single punch sent Lebanon ragdolling through the air again. Relentless Kim Seo-jun followed up with another strike before the enemy could even recover. Lebanon finally snapped, his rage boiling over. You arrogant little brat. The two clashed, exchanging blows that seemed equal in power. Robert's men watched in terror, sweat pouring down their faces. Damn it, shouldn't we stop them? One of them replied, stop them. We can't even get close to that aura. Lebanon glared at Kim Seo-jun like a nemesis destined by fate. I will not accept this. To him, combat was just a hunt. Identify the prey, kill the prey, claim the loot. But before he could finish that thought, Kim Seo-jun cut in. You complained about the queen using outsiders, yet you're holding hands with the church. That's pretty rich coming from you. Looks like the hunter has become the hunted. Kim Seo-jun smirked, delivering the ultimate insult. You hypocrite. I wonder if there's an English translation for the saying, it's romance if I cheat, but a scandal if you do. You're the definition of double standards. Lebanon felt his blood pressure spike. His eyes turned bloodshot with fury. Shut your mouth. Kim Seo-jun dodged and weaved, closing the distance instantly. He teased, wow, someone has anger issues. No one had dared mock him like this in years. Lebanon's pride couldn't handle it. You bastard, you want to test your strength against mine. With a roar, he swung his blade with apocalyptic force. Two massive energies collided, creating a shockwave that shook the palace foundation. He threatened face the power that forces dragons to their knees. Your arrogance ends today, you fool. It will all crumble to dust. Kim Seo-jun countered with a heavy strike of his own. The tide of battle was clearly shifting in the MC's favor. Lebanon couldn't believe his eyes. Am I losing me? Impossible. But suddenly crack. Kim Seo-jun's spear shattered into fragments upon impact. It was one of those cliffhanger moments we love in a manhwa recap. Kim Seo-jun looked at the broken handle, dumbfounded. Oh, come on. Kim Seo-jun sighed in annoyance. I specifically controlled my strength, and it still snapped. Cheap junk. Lebanon was terrified. That bastard is physically stronger than a dragon. If this continues, I'm dead. Fear took root in his heart. He had to retreat and rethink his plan. Just then, Queen Arya and Kim Seo-jun's party rushed onto the scene. She cried out, Sir Robert. The old knight bowed weakly. Your Majesty, are you hurt? She asked frantically. Lebanon sheathed his sword. We'll call it a draw for today. He shot a menacing glare at the queen. Remember this. The more you resist, the more your people will bleed. Kim Seo-jun called out. Hey, where do you think you're going? Lebanon sneered. You intend to fight me without a weapon? Kim Seo-jun reached into his inventory and pulled out a brand new item. Hey, you wish. Defeating a calamity hero with bare hands is a bit tough, even for a leveling manhwa protagonist. The villain grimaced. What nonsense are you babbling now? Suddenly, a terrifying aura exploded from Kim Seo-jun's body. He smiled cheerfully and gave his new weapon a test swing. Lebanon didn't even have time to blink. He screamed, and then silence. The attack flattened him instantly, turning the surroundings into a chaotic wasteland. Dust settled. Kim Seo-jun asked, Did you check over there? The crew looked confused. No, not yet. Seo-jun scratched his head. What do we do? He just keeps destroying everything in his path. Hyun panicked. We don't have to pay for the repairs, right? Kim Seo-jun looked aggrieved. I swear I held back. It's not my fault. Finally, he found his target buried in the debris. Ah, there you are. Kim Seo-jun tossed the heavy rocks aside and spotted something glowing on Lebanon's unconscious body. Curious, he picked it up. It was a beautiful, heart-shaped red stone. What is this item? Meanwhile, elsewhere, a man faced a monster accepting his death. Is this the end? He bowed his head defeated. Elma, I was going to propose to you after this battle. Suddenly, Kim Seo-jun flew past screaming like a banshee. He completely ruined the tragic atmosphere. His team swarmed in like locusts. Done. Next. Hurry up. Move, move, move. Robert watched the chaotic scene, his brain short-circuiting. The team was working with terrifying efficiency. Lift it carefully, don't damage the goods. If you tear the hide, the value drops. Move the cut parts over there. Robert, utterly confused, grabbed a subordinate. Philip, what is happening? Captain Robert, you're awake. Robert nodded blankly. I'm fine, but what are they doing to the monsters? Philip saluted. We are dismantling and transporting the monster corpses, sir. I can see that, but why? It was the Queen's direct order, sir. Robert gasped. Her Majesty did what? Philip explained the grim reality. She said we need to liquidate assets immediately. Since the Dream Team is in England, the royal treasury is empty. We have to sell these monster parts fast. Meanwhile, Seo-jun collapsed onto the ground exhausted. She screamed in agony. I can't take another step, my legs are jelly. Minsu looked completely ragged, and I wasn't faring much better. Looking around, everyone seemed drained of their very life force. Kim Seo-jun, however, was deep in thought, focused entirely on the dragon heart he had looted from the raid. I had requested the divine doctor to brew a potion for me, but the process would take 30 hours. 30 hours meant a staggering 300 billion won in lost time. He whipped around and roared, What the hell are you guys doing? If you're done, then move your asses. The crowd immediately began to protest, shouting that this was exploitation and they desperately needed to rest. But Kim Seo-jun, annoyed by the noise, bellowed silence. Do you people have no idea that each of you owes me 1 trillion won? The hunters grumbled that he was being petty, wondering if his obsession with money was the secret to his strength. You greedy little. Well, based on his track record, that might actually be true. Kim Seo-jun cut them off. Shut it. He calculated frantically. Damn it, how much liquid capital do I have? If we just grind a bit more, I'll have enough. Suddenly, a roar erupted from the distance. It was the Dream Team. The crowd went wild the moment they appeared, chanting Dream Team, over and over again. Minzu looked flustered, asking what was up with this atmosphere. Kim Seo-jun was equally awkward. I have no idea, he muttered, just wave at them. Nice to meet you all, I guess. Meanwhile, in the north of England, a voice dripping with resentment broke the silence. Are we really just going to sit here and watch this happen? Two scouts were reporting currently an Asian hunter, named Kim Seo-jun, is clearing dungeons across England, with the terrifying efficiency of a protagonist from a leveling manhwa. Furthermore, we have lost contact with Lord Lebanon since he entered the palace. Given the current situation, public sentiment is shifting back toward the Queen. Alice clicked her tongue in irritation. How utterly troublesome. Her eyes widened with menace. How dare you, stupid Scot, speak such nonsense in my presence? The scout, witnessing her terrifying aura, screamed in panic. Please spare my life. The madam spoke with a chilling calmness. Don't worry, I intended to leave one survivor anyway. She issued her command, get lost, and tell the other fools it is time to gather in London. But suddenly, a cruel whim crossed her mind. Actually, thinking about it, you don't need to be alive to deliver a message, do you? Alice simply extended her hand, and the man's flesh vanished, transforming him instantly into a moving skeleton. She stared at the pile of bones standing before her, and ordered, go and tell them exactly what I said. As the skeleton clattered away, a sinister smile spread across the madam's face. This Kim Seo-jun fellow isn't half bad, is he? She addressed a figure hiding behind the wall, asking, it seems you're not keeping an eye on him at all, are you? The mysterious figure replied with a voice like ice, take action on your own from now on. As soon as the words were spoken, the cloaked figure vanished into thin air. The madam stood up slowly. Whether in the past or now, I never could understand what that woman is thinking. Well, it hardly matters anymore. I just need to slaughter everyone who welcomed that little brat, as the new queen killed those who dared look down on me, the great hero of the cataclysm, and turn them all into corpses. The room was filled with reanimated skeletons. Not a single living soul remained. It seemed necromancy was the madam's new hobby. Her expression twisted into something truly brutal. Shall we take a little trip to London then? The scene shifted back to Kim Seo-jun's room, where the alchemist spoke up. Here it is complete. Kim Seo-jun looked surprised. So this is the elixir made from the dragon heart. It doesn't look any different from the last one. The old man explained, that was because the heart was in perfect condition. To maximize the efficacy, it is crucial not to damage the ingredient's original form. Anyway, eat it quickly. I want to observe the absorption process of a dragon heart elixir. Kim Seo-jun blinked. What? Oh right, I'm completely broke. If I run out of cash while brewing potions, I'm going to be in serious trouble. The pharmacist looked disappointed. No, ignore the money, I want to see the reaction. Kim Seo-jun swallowed the dragon heart, and his body began to absorb the ancient power at a terrifying rate. A massive boom echoed through the entire castle, startling both Robert and the queen. Robert looked terrified. The energy is so immense, the palace is shaking. What on earth is happening in there? People began to panic, asking if it was an earthquake. What is this pressure? The queen turned to her guard. In your honest opinion, Robert, just how strong is Hunter Kim Seo-jun? He replied solemnly, I wouldn't dare to even estimate his limits. Arya was shocked. Does that mean Hunter Kim Seo-jun has surpassed the heroes of the catastrophe rank, like in a system manhwa scenario? He confirmed yes, undoubtedly. Robert continued, this is just my deduction, but there is likely no one in this world capable of threatening Hunter Kim Seo-jun anymore. He thought to himself. Perhaps only a monster from the apocalypse itself could stand a chance. Arya suddenly blurted out, I am so jealous. Robert didn't catch her meaning. He asked pardon. The queen looked down sorrowfully. If I possessed such power, I wouldn't be this useless, and people wouldn't have to sacrifice themselves in vain. She recalled a memory with a heavy heart. Arya, remember this. People can become anything they wish to be. Overcome with emotion, she subconsciously called out to her grandmother. The queen thought, but for someone as useless as me, this crown is far too heavy. Seeing her despondent, Robert stepped forward. Your Highness. Arya interrupted. From now on, we should simply do what we can. Let us proceed with the work. Suddenly she began moving with renewed vigor, surprising Robert. The queen approached a heavy object, asking, can we move this? The guards panicked. Please leave this to us, Your Highness. You should go rest. But Robert felt a swell of pride. Your Highness. He thought you always call yourself weak. But it would be wonderful if you knew how your soul and actions touch the hearts of so many people. If anyone asked me who is most qualified to be queen, Robert would say it could only be you. He stepped closer. Your Highness, the sky is darkening. It looks like rain, so please go inside. Arya replied, let's just finish this first. Suddenly a messenger burst in breathless. Your Highness, we have a major problem. Reports state that all the professional hunters of Scotland and Alice's army of the undead are gathering in London. Outside, the sky turned black as a storm began to rage, thunder crashing ominously. Everywhere across London destruction reigned supreme. Smoke and fire choked the air. Wherever the White Bone Army marched, only ruin was left in their wake. A hostile subordinate shouted out of the way, you British scum. Philip was heavily wounded, his entire body trembling as blood poured from his injuries. He stared blankly at the madam, unable to believe his eyes. Miss Alice, why? Why would a hero of the cataclysm like you do this? She answered his question with nothing but a twisted, malicious smile. A skeleton soldier swung its sword viciously at Philip while his defenses were down. Suddenly, a voice screamed out, stop right there. The skeleton froze instantly. Alice looked up, an amused smirk playing on her lips as she spotted the queen. Well, who do we have here? Isn't it the little puppet doll Arya? Glared at her with eyes full of fury. It seems you have endured a lot over the years. Alice scoffed. If you're a puppet, you should sit quietly in your palace. Why did you come all the way out here? Arya shouted. What do you think you are doing? Alice shrugged casually. Doing? Can't you see the queen has become too stubborn and my patience has run dry? Arya looked over at Philip, who finally reached his limit and collapsed to the ground. Hey, snap out of it, someone cried in panic. Beside them, the queen was trembling, her body vibrating with pure, unadulterated rage at the situation. The usurper's voice dripped with poison. Isn't this throne what you truly desire? Alice feigned shock, her eyes wide. Oh my, at least you have some perception left. The audacity of this woman made Robert's blood boil. He ground his teeth so hard, veins popped on his forehead, but Alice merely smirked with malicious intent. Recognition. Don't make me laugh. I've already crowned myself queen. Why would I need approval? I am Alice, the legendary hero of the Great Flood. I am the only entity worthy of ruling over foolish mortals like you. Arya's voice cut through the air. If it is the throne you crave, then take it. Your Majesty, Robert cried out in horror. Arya continued, I will surrender this worthless crown. Just stop this madness. Robert lunged forward. No, you cannot do this. Alice looked at her with utter boredom. I might have accepted a simple abdication, but I've changed my mind. Suddenly, her finger snapped up, pointing directly at the queen like a loaded gun. Her command was absolute and cruel. Kneel. Let everyone hear, let every citizen of Britain witness who their true master is. Get on your knees. Robert felt the humiliation burning in his gut. How dare you, he roared. But the queen raised a hand to silence him, leaving him stunned. Your Majesty, her eyes were filled with resignation. Forgive me, Robert, but I cannot stand by and watch my people suffer any longer. Grandmother once said, a person can become anything they desire. But that dream only exists in your world. In mine, it is an impossibility. Robert's heart shattered at her words. Slowly, agonizingly, the queen prepared to lower herself before the witch Alice. The sorrow in the air was suffocating. Even while fending off waves of undead, the citizens screamed, no, please don't do it, Your Majesty. Seeing their despair only fed Alice's twisted ecstasy. Arya felt powerless. Perhaps the crown never suited me, she thought. It's a burden I cannot bear. But just as her knees buckled, a strong hand gripped her shoulder. He stood there like a pristine snowflake amidst the encroaching darkness. Arya looked up, eyes widening in disbelief. Hunter, Kim Jun. Kim Seo-jun's expression was deadly serious. Do not bow your head. Keep your chin up. Your posture defines who you are. If you, Arya, are truly this nation's sovereign, know if you wish to be the queen they need, then never bow to trash like her. His words struck her soul, and tears finally spilled over. Seeing her reaction, Kim Seo-jun flashed a confident grin. Careful now. Your crown is going to slip. His confidence was infectious. The royal guards roared with renewed vigor. That's right, we stand as one. We gladly offer our lives for Her Majesty. If we wanted safety, we would have fled long ago. Kim Seo-jun had become their beacon of hope. Robert stepped forward, voice trembling. Your Majesty, for the sake of your subjects, do not kneel. Their loyalty ignited a fire in Arya's heart. Alice shrieked in frustration. You useless puppet, what are you doing? Why haven't you knelt yet? The witch was desperate to prove her dominance. But the queen's eyes were no longer filled with fear. They burned with a steely resolve. Arya's voice rang out like a bell. Alice, You are no hero of the flood. You are nothing. Her face twisted into an expression of pure disgust. I could forgive you 1,000 times for trying to kill me, you traitor. But harming my people, that is a sin I will never forgive under any circumstances. The people are the foundation. They are the soul of this nation. To harm them is the ultimate act of treason. Arya screamed. Alice Darkmage, you are a traitor to the realm. The accusation hit so hard, Alice visibly shook with rage. Though her hand trembled, Arya pointed an accusing finger straight at Alice's face. For your crimes, I sentence you to death. The fragile girl had finally become a ruler worthy of protection. Arya barked the command. Robert, step forward. The knight responded instantly. I am here, my queen. Execute the traitor, Alice. Robert didn't hesitate. I pledge my life to carry out this sentence. Robert roared to his men. Knights, raise your weapons. From this moment on, our only goal is the death of the traitor Alice. The soldiers responded in a thunderous unison. Yes, sir. Lee Seo-jun strolled up beside Arya, staring down Alice with supreme arrogance. Well, well. Is this the self-proclaimed queen you told me about? His tone was dripping with mockery. Alice stared back, and a low guttural laugh bubbled up from her throat. It was a manic sound that sent shivers down everyone's spine. She feigned a sigh. And here I gave you a chance. As she spoke, black lightning tore through the sky. Monsters poured from the void as she screamed, You refuse a toast, only to drink a penalty. The royal guard stumbled back in terror. What the hell is that? Monsters are falling from the sky. Robert stared up, pale-faced. That's not a storm cloud. That's a massive dungeon gate. Alice was ready to wipe this place off the map. Arya screamed over the wind. Alice, what is the meaning of this? The witch just threw her head back and cackled like a lunatic. Why would a queen slaughter her own innocent subjects? Alice's smile vanished instantly. I don't care. Tell me, where do you think these undead soldiers came from? Arya's face went pale. Don't tell me. Alice grinned diabolically. From the citizens of North Island, of course. The revelation hit Arya like a physical blow, sending her crashing to her knees. What can I possibly do? She despaired. But then a calm voice cut through the chaos. Humans change depending on their mindset. You said this world has immutable laws. Then we just need to change the world itself. Once again, this awakening Manhwa protagonist was the pillar Arya needed. Alice shrieked. Too little too late. Come forth, Burke. Absorb all my mana and the dragon heart hidden in the palace. She waited for the explosion of power, but silence reigned. Alice blinked, stunned. Huh, why isn't it working? Lee Seo-jun tilted his head casually. Dragon heart. Ah, you mean that relic from the Leviathan. I ate that ages ago. As he spoke, Lee Seo-jun's expression shifted from casual to terrifying. He began to channel his inner energy. Before Alice could process the absurdity, a blinding blue aura erupted. What? The azure light swallowed the entire space, sweeping over every skeleton in sight. In a heartbeat, half of her undead army was vaporized into dust. Yet Lee Seo-jun looked at his hand, puzzled. That's weird. I should have wiped out every single one of these system Manhwa mobs. Why was his destruction rate so low? Is something limiting his system's potential? Could a transcendent being be interfering with his power? Cold sweat trickled down his spine at the terrifying thought. Around him, the royal knights collapsed, coughing up blood and screaming in agony. Lee Seo-jun instantly realized the gravity of the situation. Rage boiled over as he roared. Damn it all. He immediately activated his skill, Immovable Heart. A magnificent lotus of energy bloomed, shielding his allies from the pressure. The pain subsided, but panic still gripped the soldiers' hearts. One soldier stammered, I thought I was dead. But another pointed upward in terror. Look up in the sky. A sphere of blood-red energy hung above them like an omen of the apocalypse. The entire battlefield fell silent as they gazed upward. That crimson sphere was condensing, taking the shape of a living nightmare. Only the legendary heroes of the Great Flood had witnessed this before. But primal instinct told every living soul what it was. The apex predator, the king of all dragons. Its visage was twisted, unlike any beast recorded in this Manhwa recap. This was the absolute ruler, the Dragon Emperor. Even Lee Seo-jun froze at the sheer scale of the beast. This is bad. The Dragon Emperor unhinged its jaw and let out a cataclysmic roar. The earth itself shattered under the sound waves. Lee Seo-jun didn't hesitate, gripping his long spear to intercept the monster. Below, the soldiers struggled just to stay upright against the overwhelming pressure. It hasn't fully manifested yet, Lee Seo-jun calculated. Because I consumed the dragon heart, I have to end this before the seal breaks completely. Suddenly, Elisa's venomous voice cut through the air. You think I'll let you leave that easily, she hissed. But a familiar voice interrupted. Go, now. A massive bombardment spell crashed into the army of undead skeletons. The traitorous woman spun around in shock. What Kim Seo-jun's party had arrived to hold the line. Min-do stepped forward. Your opponent is us. Our captain has bigger fish to fry. The team shouted in unison. Brother Kim Seo-jun, leave this trash to us. Go take down that overgrown lizard. Captain, trust in your comrades to crush this witch? Kim Seo-jun nodded, his resolve hardening. All right, I'm counting on you. Elise shrieked in fury. Who gave you permission to leave? But Min-do blocked her path instantly. I told you, keep your eyes on me. Robert rallied the troops. All forces execute the traitor Elise. The two armies clashed, triggering the most violent explosion the battlefield had ever seen. Elise turned her rage on the Scottish lord. Why are you just watching you fool fight? Prove you aren't useless trash. But the man stood frozen, his world crumbling. I never signed up for this, he stammered. Turning our people into undead, summoning a dragon. We just wanted our independence. We just wanted our rightful throne. How did it all go so wrong? Suddenly, a massive boulder plummeted from the sky directly above him. But at the last second, a shadow shoved him aside. Look out, the man looked up in disbelief. Queen Arya, why? Why did you save me? We tried to destroy you. Arya looked at him with royal grace. Because I understand your pain. You felt the world was unfair. But to survive this calamity, we must stand as one. Tears welled in his eyes. You forgive us, Arya smiled gently. Of course. We are all children of this land. Just as her smile warmed his heart, a skeleton assassin lunged from the shadows. Faster than thought, the Scottish lord drew his blade and shattered the undead. If I kept following that witch, I'd be no better than these monsters, he roared. From this day forth, my sword belongs to my true queen. Finally, Arya had won the hearts of her people through true nobility. Inspired by this awakening Manhwa moment, the soldiers' morale skyrocketed. With renewed fury, the army charged forward as one. Witnessing the tide turn, Elise screamed, You filthy insects. Meanwhile, high above Kim Seo-jun finally reached the Dragon Emperor. You have arrived, the beast rumbled. Foolish mortal, bound by death. Danger. That was the only word ringing in Kim Seo-jun's mind. Terror. Despair. Darkness flooded his senses. The dragon's presence was so overwhelming, Kim Seo-jun felt like a flickering candle before a hurricane. Its true power defied logic. I can't waste a single second, Kim Seo-jun thought. The level gap is massive, and Burke's power is still rising. The monster looked at him not as an enemy but as a corpse. So you have come. Kim Seo-jun tightened his grip. I have to strike before it regains full power. The dragon bellowed, Foolish human death is inevitable. Yet facing this monstrosity, Kim Seo-jun just smirked. Hey there, Burke. The dragon paused, surprised. I did not expect to see another wielding transcendent power. Not in a world where fate has already been written. However, you have not fully ascended yet. How do you channel such energy? Kim Seo-jun frowned. What are you talking about? You know of the concept of will, the dragon scoffed. Stop playing the fool. Though I am curious why a mere mortal questions the nature of power. Are you asking about the destiny carved into this world? Or the nature of transcendence? The dragon's words struck a nerve. Kim Seo-jun gripped his spear until his knuckles turned white. What do you know about transcendence? With a roar, he launched a ferocious strike. The impact was devastating enough to level a mountain. Yet, the dragon remained completely unharmed. Kim Seo-jun's eyes widened. Even the dragon spear genus couldn't pierce its scales. Bress opened its maw, the sheer pressure, forcing Kim Seo-jun back. But Kim Seo-jun refused to yield, channeling every ounce of mana he charged again. The dragon merely watched him. Is that truly the answer you seek? If I say yes, will you tell me? Kim Seo-jun shouted. Internally, he was panicking. The seal is fading. The longer this drags on, the closer I am to death. Stop wasting my time and die already, Kim Seo-jun screamed. How tragic, the dragon rumbled. This future is immutable. I shall demonstrate. In a blink, the colossal beast vanished. It moved so fast, it left no trace of its existence. Kim Seo-jun stood frozen as the dimensional rift began to close. The space, it's sealing itself. Suddenly realization hit him like a truck. Wait, is it using word magic? An explosion erupted from the void. The shockwave sent Kim Seo-jun flying, but he gritted his teeth and held on. Inside the rift, the dragon's eyes widened in shock. A surge of azure energy slammed into the closing rift. Kim Seo-jun's power forced the dimension open, denying the dragon its escape. Kim Seo-jun roared like a wild beast, charging forward. "You think I'll let you escape?" High above, a massive, ominous streak of light tore through the heavens like a scar. His heavenly meteor spear crashed down right in front of the beast. Channeling the second art of the 10,000 thunders, he unleashed a relentless barrage, giving the dragon zero room to breathe. It worked. The beast couldn't withstand the onslaught. It was blasted backward, letting out a roar of pure agony that shook the earth. But the attack took a heavy toll. Kim Seo-jun coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. Suddenly, a massive explosion of golden energy erupted, sending the dragon and its skeleton army reeling. Kim Seo-jun stuck the landing as dust billowed around him. His breath came in ragged gasps, but his mind was clear. "My power. It's finally stabilizing. Thanks to the Dragon Heart, I've gained a massive stat boost worthy of a top-tier leveling Manhwa protagonist. But if it breaks the seal completely, I'm dead. I only have enough mana for one more heavenly meteor spear. I have to end this in a single strike." The dragon shrieked in fury. "You insignificant insect! How dare you!" The dragon launched a lethal counterattack. Kim Seo-jun stood his ground calm as a still lake until his expression suddenly shifted. He planted his feet and swept his spear, deflecting the dragon's force. The beast was stunned. "What?" He dismantled the spell, interwoven with my dragon blade. Gret couldn't comprehend it. How can a lowly, inferior human stand on equal ground with me? A sharp light flashed in Kim Seo-jun's eyes. "I see it." A faint gap thin as a thread in the berserker's defense. That was its fatal weakness. If the first art holds the mystery of dispersion, and the second art holds the mystery of gathering, then the third art. Thoughts racing, he rocketed toward the dragon. Kim Seo-jun's entire body began to glow with blinding light. His speed transcended limits. The dragon couldn't even track his movements. Kim Seo-jun roared, thrusting his spear towards the heavens. A direct hit. The attack tore through the beast's absolute defenses. The onlookers erupted in joy. The Queen and Robert stared in awe at the young hero. A massive gaping hole had been blown right through the dragon's body. Dragon blood sprayed like a fountain, dyeing the sky crimson. Arya screamed in ecstasy. He did it. He actually defeated the monster berserker. Meanwhile, Lady Alice had been crushed by Kim Seo-jun's party. She lay pathetic in the dirt, yet a twisted, sinister smile crept across her face. Kim Seo-jun loomed over her. Alice flinched. "Damn you, you brat." Kim Seo-jun smirked coldly. "So the Great Flood hero is nothing special after all, huh?" Kim Seo-jun scoffed. "Hey, Grandma," talking big while bleeding out like a stuck pig. Not exactly convincing. Humiliated, she shrieked. "Shut up. These are merely scratches." Alice fumed inwardly. "Am I really being toyed with by these brats? They aren't just S-class hunters. Every single one of them is a walking disaster-class calamity. If only those Scottish dogs hadn't betrayed me." She glared at the laughing party, then shifted her gaze to the dragon's corpse. "You think he did it? You think the berserker is dead?" Alice slowly stood up, clutching her face, revealing a maniacal, toothy grin. Her laughter grew hysterical. "You fools know nothing. Do you have any idea why the berserker is called the apocalypse monster?" Before she finished, a deafening explosion erupted behind them. Terror gripped the crowd as they whipped their heads around. Kim Seo-jun hacked up more blood, his energy depleted. The dragon, which should have been dead, materialized from the smoke, completely intact. That was too close. If I delayed the spatial shift by a second, my heart would be dust. His body trembled. Damn it, I messed up. I should have been more careful with that final third art. I was too impatient. The berserker, now more ferocious, launched a devastating strike at Kim Seo-jun. Two terrifying forces collided once again. The beast boomed eons ago. "Countless insects like you tried to stand in my way. But insects remain insects. I will reverse your destined future and bring forth the true apocalypse." Kim Seo-jun gritted his teeth, barely holding back the dragon's immense power. Seeing their hero crumbling under the pressure, the others rushed forward to support him. Alice cackled in delight. "See, this is the end. You're all finished. Let's see how many survive this second great flood. Despair die in regret." Suddenly, the queen's voice cut through the chaos. "Silence." Alice froze. Arya, channeling all her rage and courage, drove her sword straight toward the witch. "Quit spouting nonsense." Blood sprayed as the queen's blade found its mark. She couldn't let her people be poisoned by the witch's words any longer. Arya shouted to her army, "Look, Hunter Kim Seo-jun is still fighting. He is burning his very life force for us. For our sake, for everyone here, our battle is not over yet." Her aura blazed with royal authority. Alice shrieked in panic. "No. My body is cracking. My beautiful body. The queen's voice remained cold as ice. So do not speak to us of despair. With a wet tear, the queen ripped her blade free. Alice's body shattered into fragments and dissolved into the air. Back on the front line, the dragon was overwhelming Kim Seo-jun. It gathered energy for an annihilation attack. Kim Seo-jun stood frozen, screaming internally, "Move! I have to move!" He watched helplessly as the wave of dark power crashed toward him. I have no mana left. Suddenly, a figure from his dream team stepped forward, casting a spirit reinforcement barrier. Kim Seo-jun's eyes widened. It was Hyen standing between him and death. The rest of the party charged, throwing everything they had at the dark dragon, but the beast's power was absolute. Hyen's blade shattered upon impact. At that moment, the Queen's Royal Knights joined the fray charge fight alongside Hunter Kim Seo-jun. Insignificant worms. Their attacks didn't even scratch a scale. With a single shockwave, the dragon blasted them all away. Kim Seo-jun forced his trembling legs to move. Stand up. You have to stand up. Around him, the allies of this brutal awakening Manhwa world lay broken and beaten. Squeeze it out. Wring every drop of mana from every single cell. Before his eyes, Park Seo-ju collapsed, coughing up blood. Kim Seo-jun grit his teeth, casting aside all logic. It wasn't about whether he could do it. He had to do it no matter the cost. Bress unleashed a cataclysmic roar, his maw gaping wide like the gates of hell. You filthy insects. Die. Beneath the dragon's apocalyptic wrath, the world was reduced to rubble. Bodies lay scattered across the ruins. But amidst the despair, an azure aura exploded around Kim Seo-jun, wrapping him in blinding light. Suddenly, a delicate arm stretched out, shielding him. It was the queen. Her small trembling figure stood defiant, staring down the arrogant dragon with eyes of steel. Brez scoffed, his voice dripping with disdain. Your existence is lower than dirt. He sneered at the queen, gathering his breath. I will end you right now. Tears streamed down her face, yet a satisfied smile graced Arya's lips. Finally, I can become the person I always wanted to be. Memories of Kim Seo-jun flooded her mind. She realized that the true queen she had always spoken of was the brave woman standing right here, right now. Didn't you say it was impossible to be free in my world, Lady Arya? Then we just changed the world. His words warmed her soul like a hearth in winter. Thank you for waking me up, Hunter Kim Seo-jun. But suddenly, a shadow blurred past her, leaving the queen stunned. It was Kim Seo-jun. He had regained his mobility. Without a word, he marched toward certain death, his silhouette lonely yet invincible. Arya watched his retreating back. Meanwhile, Kim Seo-jun recalled his conversation with the great sage. How strong is the first form? I'm curious too, but do not use it. Back then, Kim Seo-jun had been confused. Why not? Is my current level too low to handle the physical backlash? The great sage had warned him gravely. Even if your body survives the mana backlash, if your spirit and spear aren't one, it will consume your life force. Save it for later. The great sage's tone had turned deadly serious. Most importantly, your world cannot withstand that level of power. But in this desperate moment, Kim Seo-jun made the choice to unleash it. Falling Star Staff first form. He remembered the teachings of the great sage. Every move of the Heavenly Star Spear held a profound hidden mystery. The first form, Star Destroyer, carried the mystery of dispersion. The second form carried the mystery of gathering. But the third form, Piercing the Heavens, contained the ultimate mystery of penetration. Dispersion, gathering, penetration. When these three absolute principles combine, Kim Seo-jun marched forward, his mind racing as he closed the distance. The dragon stood frozen, watching this insignificant human challenge his authority. Kim Seo-jun's heart felt like it would explode. No, it felt like it had already shattered. A power beyond mortal comprehension surged through his veins, tearing him apart from the inside. This wasn't a gift. This was a curse he wasn't meant to wield yet. But he didn't care. Kim Seo-jun closed his eyes, focusing every ounce of his will. Even if I die here, even if I never stand again, even if my very existence is erased from this Manhwa recap, I will strike. The moment his eyes snapped open, he spoke. Heavenly Star Spear, first form. He spun in the air, a human bullet fusing with his weapon hurtling toward Bress. Annihilation. A single word left Kim Seo-jun's lips, and reality bent. The dragon writhed, struck by a force that bypassed its defenses entirely. A golden light, brighter than the sun, incinerated Brez's massive frame. The dragon had never felt terror like this. He screamed, "Space-time. Everything is collapsing." Looking at the indomitable human before him, the dragon shuddered. He dares to use a power that transcends his own limits. Unbelievable. This bastard intends to drag me into oblivion with him. But just then the mysterious cloaked figure reappeared, striking true fear into the dragon's heart. You are. Before the beast could finish, the cloaked figure clenched his fist, crushing the dragon's life force, as if squashing a bug. Silence fell over the ruined battlefield. Most of the hunters were unconscious. The queen gasped, sitting up abruptly in a cold sweat. Bress. What happened to the dragon? She looked up. The apocalyptic sky had returned to a beautiful serene blue. The dragon and the massive gate were gone. Robert stammered. Did they turn into nothingness? Disbelief washed over the crowd until Robert cheered. He did it. He actually did it. We survived. He defeated the world destroyer, Arya's heart sword. He really saved us all. This was the peak moment of a leveling manhwa legend. She ran toward him. Thank you so much, Hunter Kim Seo-jun. But before she could reach him, he collapsed to the ground like a puppet with cut strings. The queen screamed, Hunter Kim Seo-jun. The survivors rushed to his side. She looked down at the hero lying in the dirt, grief overwhelming her. No, you can't. Se-hoon arrived, panic in her eyes. Kim Seo-jun. She pressed her hand to his chest to check his vitals. Her face went pale. His heart. It wasn't beating. Lady Arya, get a healer now. The queen scrambled to obey. I'm on it. Se-hoon began desperate CPR. Kim Seo-jun, you can't die on me. Wake up. She was so terrified, her lips trembled, chanting his name like a prayer. But a voice cut through the chaos, cold and absolute. It is useless. Standing before her was the mysterious cloaked figure. He looked down at Se-hoon with indifferent eyes. Step aside. Meanwhile, Kim Seo-jun's soul drifted in a void of nothingness. His eyes were tight shut, but his consciousness remained. Am I dead? It makes sense. After taking the backlash of that technique and draining my Dantian, completely surviving would be the real miracle. He had no regrets. He saved his team. Wait, I never got my reward money. He mentally sighed. I was going to use that cash to summon the great sage and challenge him with the heavenly star spear. Suddenly, a voice echoed in the void, startling him. Are you the new Transcendent Strange? You seem too mediocre to be a Transcendent. Kim Seo-jun's spiritual eyes snapped open. The voice continued, you aren't a Transcendent. Then how are you here? Wait, don't tell me. Kim Seo-jun looked around, bewildered. The entity ignored him, lost in its own deduction. What is your relationship with the first Transcendent? Kim Seo-jun finally gathered his wits. Can I ask who you are, first? He looked around the monochromatic space. I thought I died. What is this place? And who is this guy? The entity ignored the question. So weird. He isn't a Transcendent yet, so why can't I see through him? This shouldn't be possible in an awakening manhwa system. Kim Seo-jun shouted, losing patience. Hey, hold on a second. You've been monologuing this whole time. Can you just tell me who the hell you are? What exactly do you mean by my connection to the first Transcendent? The entity questioned, his voice echoing in the void. Do you truly not know him? Kim Seo-jun answered, without missing a beat. Of course not. I've only heard the legends. The entity narrowed his eyes, analyzing him. It seems you speak the truth. Then, a pause. Did you just ask for my identity? Kim Seo-jun rolled his eyes in frustration. Great, he's monologuing again. I'm the one asking the questions here. The mysterious figure recoiled in genuine shock. Impossible. How can a cadet of the Transcendent Academy not know of me? Kim Seo-jun froze, his heart skipping a beat. Wait, he knows I'm a student at the academy. Is this old man connected to the system? Kim Seo-jun wondered. The entity straightened his posture. No single name can define my existence. However, the Transcendents refer to me as the Observer. Kim Seo-jun blinked, unimpressed. The Observer. Okay, so what is your actual job description? The entity answered with a straight face, I do not know. Kim Seo-jun was left completely speechless. What kind of answer is that? The Observer pressed on, ignoring the mood. Anyway, you really don't know. The first Transcendent, Kim Seo-jun yelled, losing patience. I already said no. Why do you keep asking like a broken record? The Observer's eyes glowed ominously. Because I sense that bastard's energy radiating from you. Tell me, which timeline do you exist in? Kim Seo-jun looked blank. Timeline? The Observer sighed. The dimension. The world you currently inhabit. Realization finally dawned on Kim Seo-jun. Oh, you're talking about Earth. Suddenly the pressure vanished as the Observer released Kim Seo-jun. The sudden drop caught him off guard. The entity declared, I am the administrator. I manage all timelines to ensure they operate within the laws of causality. Kim Seo-jun retorted instantly. Didn't you just say you didn't know what you do? The Observer shot back. Now I remember. Kim Seo-jun grit his teeth. Is this guy senile? So he asked. Are you affiliated with the Transcendent Academy? The observer replied curtly, no. Kim Seo-jun threw his hands up. Then who are you? The entity scoffed. Did I not just tell you, I am the administrator who manages the flow of all timelines? Kim Seo-jun pressed for details. Okay, but what exactly do you manage? The observer's voice dropped an octave, filled with annoyance. I manage those who defy the laws of the world. Can you not shut your mouth and listen to my story? For once the observer began his tale, his voice echoing with ancient power. A world is built upon a single absolute rule. It is commonly known as the law of causality. However, in rare instances, entities are born that defy this law. Kim Seo-jun frowned. This sounded familiar, like the lore from a complex system manhwa. Are you talking about the transcendence? The observer nodded grimly. Correct. Upon achieving transcendence, they inflicted massive damage to the existing laws of reality. He continued, dark energy swirling around him. Therefore, I isolate them from the world's laws. Kim Seo-jun asked. Then what about the Transcendent Academy? The observer spat. That place is a thorn in my eye. Kim Seo-jun's mind raced. I don't know what kind of entity this observer is, but he's clearly on par with the Transcendence. His role is to keep the timelines from collapsing. So one of his main duties is to quarantine these overpowered beings from the mortal realms. Based on his story, the Transcendents are less like heroes and more like threats to the fabric of reality. If that's the case, why does the Academy train humans to become Transcendents? Kim Seo-jun voiced his concern. Then, doesn't that make me a thorn in your eye as well? I dream of becoming a Transcendent too. Why are you telling me all of this? The observer explained. There are entities in your timeline who rejected Transcendence. Simply put, they had the potential to ascend, but they refused. Kim Seo-jun was confused. Why would they do that? The observer answered coldly. To destroy your timeline, of course. Meanwhile, back in the real world, the situation was catastrophic. Robert and the team were desperate to save Hunter Kim Seo-jun. But the gap in power was absolute. No one could get near the cloaked figure. Seo-jun, fueled by rage, swung her sword wildly. She gritted her teeth and screamed, but the entity simply turned, fixing her with a glowing red eye. Just that gaze was enough. A shockwave of force hit her, and Seo-jun coughed up a mouthful of blood. Under that terrifying pressure, she slowly collapsed to her knees. Having dealt with the nuisance, the entity turned his attention back to Kim Seo-jun's unconscious body. As expected, he isn't dead yet. I wondered where the dragon heart had gone. The berserker was supposed to be unleashed under the London sky, plunging Earth into an era of destruction. But the future has been twisted. Everything is wrong, because this boy is a variable I never calculated. The cloaked figure narrowed his eyes. Who is he? And how does he know these things? The end has not yet arrived. But if you remain alive, destiny will eventually be overturned. He reached out his hand, hovering over Kim Seo-jun's motionless form, ready to deliver the final blow. Seo-jun looked up, tears streaming down her face, as she saw death approaching him. No, Kim Seo-jun. Her heart shattered with worry. Wake up. Please get up and run. Kim Seo-jun. The observer's voice echoed in his mind. Once one becomes a transcendent, they can no longer directly interfere with their original world. They can influence it indirectly, but they must pay a price equal to the causality they disrupt. However, by rejecting transcendence, an entity retains the right to interfere with timelines to destroy them. And because he rejected transcendence, I cannot isolate him. Kim Seo-jun finally understood the gravity of this manhwa recap moment. So, the reason you're telling me this is the observer pointed a finger at him. Find that entity and kill him. Kim Seo-jun's expression darkened instantly. Back in reality, the cloaked figure's hand stopped just inches from Kim Seo-jun's neck. He froze, sensing something. He decided to stay his hand. It seems I must postpone our meeting a little longer. He stood up and turned away, leaving a parting threat. If you think you can stop the apocalypse, then struggle with all your might. At the same time, deep within his subconscious, Kim Seo-jun smirked. I get it. I'll find the guy you mentioned and stop him from nuking my timeline. But Mr. Observer, you forgot one crucial detail. Kim Seo-jun paused, his eyes gleaming with the spirit of a true leveling manhwa protagonist. If I do this, how much are you going to pay me? The observer stared at the tiny human, completely flabbergasted. Kim Seo-jun smiled brightly. If you can pay in advance, that would be even better. The observer looked defeated. You crazy bastard. He frowned deep into Kim Seo-jun's soul. Are you not protecting the very world you live in? Then cash. Kim Seo-jun scoffed. Didn't you ask me to do this because it benefits you, Mr. Observer? Your job is to make sure the world runs correctly, isn't it? The observer hesitated. That is true, but Kim Seo-jun cut him off immediately. Then shouldn't you offer a little support? More importantly, the guy trying to destroy my dimension is someone who rejected transcendence. That means his power is comparable to a real transcendent right. The observer couldn't argue with the logic. That is also true. Kim Seo-jun let out a dramatic sigh. Then how am I supposed to beat a monster like that? Even the berserker gave me a hard time, and you saw that mess. Kim Seo-jun shrugged. The observer fell silent, realizing this human was about to rob him blind. So let me get this straight, Seo-jun drawled, crossing his arms. You want me to do your dirty work. You want me to hunt down this mysterious entity and slaughter it, but you won't even tell me what it is. The observer's voice boomed from everywhere and nowhere. I cannot disclose that information. My duty is the preservation of this world, not to gossip with mortals. Seo-jun scoffed. Typical. All that omnipotence, yet you're surprisingly unhelpful. Isn't maintaining balance your job description? Seo-jun pressed, raising an eyebrow. Yet here you are pawning it off on me while playing dumb. Sounds like lazy management to me. A spark of realization hit him. Seo-jun's eyes widened in mock surprise. Wait, is that why they call you an observer? Because all you do is watch while we do the actual bleeding. The deity gritted his teeth, his patience wearing thin. Your compliance is mandatory, mortal. Just accept the quest and be done with it. Internally, the cosmic being was screaming, where in the dimensions did this insolent brat come from? Finally, the entity cracked under the pressure of Seo-jun's stubbornness. Fine. What is it you desire? Seo-jun didn't hesitate for a microsecond. Cash. Cold hard cash. The observer was baffled. Money. You want to trade dimensional causality for paper currency. I cannot simply grant you the fundamental energy of the universe, like it is pocket change. Seo-jun tilted his head, looking unimpressed. Come on, you're basically the admin of this system, Manhwa, aren't you? Just tweak the code and fill up my bank account? Impossible, the observer thundered. Causality is the absolute law that binds existence. It cannot be edited. He sighed, his form flickering. If I could cheat the system, I wouldn't need a chaotic human like you to begin with. Seo-jun clicked his tongue, annoyance rising. Sensing the deal falling apart, the observer quickly added, however, causality that is detached from the main world can be manipulated to a certain extent. Seo-jun's ears perked up. Now we're talking. The observer continued. You are a student of the Transcendent Academy, correct? I will force the headmistress to waive the causality cost for one of your requests. Is that sufficient? Wait, who are we talking about? Seo-jun asked, confused. The headmistress of the academy. The one who holds your leash and sells you skills. Seo-jun's mind raced. This guy knows the headmistress personally. Then the specific word echoed in his brain. Causality. The absolute currency of the gods. Hold on, Seo-jun stammered, his heart rate spiking. You're saying you'll wipe the bill for one transaction so I can get absolutely anything for free? Not just a lecture, any item, any skill in the academy store. The observer nodded solemnly. Affirmative. Seo-jun trembled. Even a myth-tier item, no matter how astronomical the price. Do not make me repeat myself, the entity growled. But Seo-jun wasn't listening. His body shook with pure, unadulterated greed. His eyes shone like a predator spotting a wounded prey. He wanted to scream. This was the ultimate awakening Manhwa cheat code, a blank check to godhood. I can't believe it, he thought. This feels like one of those scams targeting desperate hunters, but it's real. The observer looked at the drooling human and felt a strange emotion. For the first time in eons, he actually felt sorry for the headmistress having to deal with this guy. Then the euphoria crashed. Seo-jun's face went pale as reality hit him like a truck. He grabbed his head, screaming, wait, I'm dead. I got so blinded by loot that I forgot. I literally died back there. What's the point of money if I'm a ghost? He wailed. The observer rolled his eyes, his voice flat. Calm down, you dramatic fool. You are not dead. Seo-jun blinked, freezing mid-panic. You are very much alive, the observer clarified, sounding exhausted. Now leave. Your sheer stupidity is destabilizing my dimension. Seo-jun scratched his head, sheepishly laughing. Hey, but how do I get back? Actually, Seo-jun's curiosity returned. How did I even get here? If I'm alive, what is this place? Is this the afterlife lobby? This is the boundary dimension, the observer lectured. There are only two ways to enter. Either you become a true transcendent, or you commit an act that completely shatters the laws of the world. Since you are clearly a weakling far from transcendence, you must have triggered a bug so severe, the system mistook you for a god and booted you here. Seo-jun realized it was his skill, destruction. A devious thought formed in his mind. So, if I spam that skill again, I can come back here to hang out whenever I want. Absolutely not. The observer's tone was final. A violation acts like a glitch. It bypasses judgment because it is new to the system. Think of it as a server error, the observer explained. The first time you used destruction, the world didn't know how to process it, so it ejected you. Seo-jun blinked blankly. Say what now? But now that the error has occurred, the system has patched it. The cause has created an effect. The data is saved. In terms of your dimension, the exploit has been fixed. If you use destruction again, the world will simply recognize it as a valid move. No more glitches. No more free trips to my realm. Seo-jun nodded slowly. Ah, I get it. It's like a boss mechanic, you can only cheese once. The observer sighed. Precisely. Unless you achieve true divinity, you are banned from this space. Seo-jun did the mental math. The shortcut was closed. No matter how hard he swung his sword, the back door to the admin room was locked forever. Is there really no other way back? He whined. The observer frowned, looking disturbed. Why are you so obsessed with returning to this empty void? Seo-jun rubbed his hands together like a greedy merchant. Well, I was hoping for another free coupon. The observer had heard enough. Get out. And never return. With a snap of divine fingers, the void shattered. Seo-jun gasped, his eyes flying open to find Minwoo's face inches from his own. Silence descended instantly. It wasn't just Minwoo. Every hunter in the raid froze their eyes, locked on the corpse that had just sat up. The shock was palpable. The air in the dungeon grew heavy with terror. Seo-jun looked around, completely oblivious to the fact he had just defied death itself. Why are you all looking at me like that? Seo-jun asked innocently. The hunters standing near him turned white as sheets, their lips trembling in fear. Then, chaos erupted. Run, the captain is a ghost. No, it's a zombie. A necromancer must have raised his corpse. He's a monster now. Weapons out. Our enemy is the undead hunter Kim Seo-jun. Fight for your lives. Seo-jun blinked, dumbfounded. Seriously, guys, what is this drama? I just woke up. Someone call a priest. Exorcise the money-grubbing demon. Amidst the panic only, Seo-jun stepped forward. Seo-jun sighed with relief. Seo-jun finally. Can you explain why everyone has lost their minds? Seo-jun didn't answer. A dark shadow cast over her eyes, making her expression unreadable. Seo-jun flinched. Seo-jun, are you mad at? She didn't let him finish. She crashed into him, wrapping her arms around his neck in a desperate embrace. Her body trembled violently. Don't you dare. She sobbed, tears soaking his shoulder. Don't you ever leave me again. Seo-jun froze his hands, hovering in the air. The raw emotion hitting him was stronger than any boss monster. Slowly, his expression softened, and he gently patted her back. I promise, he whispered, his voice sincere for once. I'm not going anywhere. Meanwhile, across the globe in Washington, D.C., the atmosphere was heavy with disbelief. A high-ranking official slammed his fist on the table, his voice trembling with shock. Are you telling me a single S-rank hunter, not even a national-level hero, took down a calamity-class monster by himself? She was the hero of the Great Flood, the Saintess of Light Larry. But she wasn't buying the rumors about his resurrection after 3 days. Even if he was God's messenger, he wasn't a professional hunter. Another voice cut through the tension. That is just the intel we received. They claim a new fanatical group, the Money Sect, is worshipping Kim Seo-jun like a god. Larry, the American monster hunter and flood hero, looked bewildered. The Money Sect. What kind of ridiculous name is that? But she continued, her voice grave. It seems Berg has not been completely eradicated. Berg, an apocalyptic beast, known as the incarnation of the Great Flood itself. These twisted dungeons are anomalies born solely from Berg's lingering existence. If the beast had truly been destroyed, these distorted dungeons would have vanished. Yet the nightmares continue to manifest. It seems a majestic voice has truly descended upon us. If that is the case, this crisis is beyond our mortal ability to handle alone. So, what is our next move? United States President Richard watched anxiously as Larry stood up. She announced to the world that the heroes of the Great Flood must assemble once more. The president gasped. Assemble the Flood heroes. That has not happened since the final war against Berg. He stammered. Wait, are you actually going to mobilize them? Larry ignored the politician completely. So what if we do? Are you suggesting we just sit here and die? Suddenly, she froze, a crucial detail striking her mind. Ah, that is right. Kim Seo-jun. Do not forget to summon that man as well. Meanwhile, in a private chamber, Kim Seo-jun was deep in thought. He muttered to himself. No matter how I look at it, trusting the observer completely is a mistake. I have a vague idea about the entity trying to destroy this dimension mentioned in this system Manhwa scenario. The Blue Emperor. It is highly likely that the mysterious assailant, who ambushed me right after my collapse, was him. But why leave me alive? If the Blue Emperor is truly the Dimension Destroyer, I am obviously a threat to his plans. Kim Seo-jun sat in silence, the puzzle pieces floating in his mind. The name Blue Emperor sparked a burning curiosity within him. Frustrated, he shook his head. Forget it. Agonizing over unanswered riddles is a waste of time. I have more pressing matters. Just then, his phone buzzed. The free coupon I extorted from the observer? A grin spread across his face. How can I use this to become utterly broken and overpowered? Should I follow the great sage's path? Quickly learn the meteor staff and Taoist arts? Or maybe Buddhism? The Buddhist path drains an astronomical amount of karma every hour. Usually, I would not dare dream of it, but now I have the ultimate cheat code, a free coupon. Should I just get another one? Stealing Gungnir from Odin does not sound half bad. Or perhaps the great sage's Ruyi Jingu Bang. Does the karma cost for that legendary staff reach 1 trillion points? Excitement bubbling, he typed into his phone. Mentor, get over here immediately. The mentor replied instantly. Can I finish my business first? Kim Seo-jun scowled. Just like last time, what is he even doing? Suddenly, the mentor materialized out of thin air, shouting, "Of course I am coming." The sudden entrance nearly stopped Kim Seo-jun's heart. He screamed and instinctively threw the mentor across the room. You scared me to death. After calming down and explaining, the mentor looked blank. What? A free coupon? What is that? Kim Seo-jun looked surprised. Huh, did the principal not inform you? The mentor shook his head. No, I heard nothing. Kim Seo-jun frowned. Impossible. The observer clearly stated he would inform the principal. The mentor paused. Wait a second. What did you just say? The instructor asked again. No, who did you say? Kim Seo-jun repeated that he met the observer and explained the aftermath. The mentor screamed in terror. How do you know about the observer, Kim? Seo-jun tilted his head. Am I not supposed to know? The mentor lost his composure. It is not about should not. You cannot know. How is this even possible? Kim Seo-jun shrugged. Maybe because I met him face to face. This revelation shattered the mentor's reality. What face to face? He could not believe his ears. Good heavens, what kind of madness is this? Kim Seo-jun, are you insane? How did you think to extort a free coupon from the observer? Kim Seo-jun scratched his nose awkwardly. I guess Lord Observer is a more powerful entity than I estimated. The mentor sighed and explained. Listen. The reason the Transcendent Academy demands karma from students is solely for the observer. Simply put, we are paying the observer for permission to interfere with you all. Kim Seo-jun replied calmly. Well, he did not seem to like this academy very much. The mentor froze. That is? Suddenly, the mentor turned away, unable to speak. Kim Seo-jun's eyes narrowed. Is there a secret? The mentor waved his hands. It is complicated, just trust me. I really want to help you. Kim Seo-jun. Please reach ascension as soon as possible. Once you ascend and free yourself from karma, you will know the whole truth. Kim Seo-jun exhaled sharply. Understood. Kim Seo-jun got back on track. So, about this free coupon I received, the mentor pondered. You want to exchange it for lessons? That might be difficult. Kim Seo-jun turned pale. Huh, why? The mentor explained. Lessons are divided by hours. A single free coupon cannot apply to an ongoing service. What about Gungnir or the Ruyi Jingu Bang? Why can't I trade for those? The mentor shook his head. Because they already have owners. Beyond the karma cost, transcendent grade gear is not something you can just pluck from reality. Kim Seo-jun looked crushed. Then what about custom ordering gear? With stats equal to Gungnir, the mentor grimaced. That would also be incredibly difficult. Items like Gungnir and the Lance of Longinus are myth-grade artifacts. Even equipment forged by transcendent beings cannot match their performance. As the burden of karma increases, the burden on the observer increases as well. The observer likely calculated all of this before handing you that coupon. Kim Seo-jun. Kim Seo-jun gritted his teeth. He played me. No wonder he gave it up so easily. He was about to curse, but a thought struck him like lightning. Kim Seo-jun asked quickly, Mentor, if that is the case, can we create a custom lecture designed exclusively for me? The mentor blinked. A custom lecture, Kim Seo-jun clarified. The great sage created the meteor staff solely for me, right? I am asking if it is possible to create a curriculum tailored specifically to my needs. The mentor thought for a moment. A custom lecture. It is possible if you consult directly with the instructor, but it would be pointless. The karma required to generate a brand new lecture is astronomical, especially if it is limited to a single student. The cost would be absolutely absurd. Realizing he had walked into a trap, the mentor slapped his hand over his mouth. But Kim Seo-jun had already heard enough, and a devilish light flashed in his eyes. The scene shifts to the private study of Queen Arya. She was immersed in her work, her pen dancing across the paper. Suddenly, the heavy creak of the door froze her hand in midair. It was Robert, her loyal attendant, stepping in. "Your Majesty, Hunter Kim Seo-jun is here to see you." Without hesitation, she stood up. "Send him in immediately." Kim Seo-jun walked in, a bright, disarming smile on his face. He scratched his head apologetically. "Sorry for the intrusion. You must be swamped with work." Arya's gaze softened. "I am busy. But for Hunter Kim Seo-jun, I can always make time." Kim Seo-jun chuckled, covering his mouth to hide his embarrassment. "Still, I shouldn't hog your schedule. I'll cut straight to the chase." He rubbed his neck, looking a bit sheepish. "About that reward we discussed, is there any way I could get it early?" The Queen raised an eyebrow. "We have the funds. Do you need it urgently?" "Yes. If the full amount isn't possible right now, could I get at least 1 billion? Or maybe 750 million euros? Arya looked at him with genuine curiosity. "That is quite a specific request. May I ask what you intend to do with such a sum?" Kim Seo-jun stammered, his mind racing for an excuse. Well. He blurted out the first thing that came to mind. "It's to fund the, Order of the Silver Coin." She didn't pry further. "Understood. I will transfer what I can immediately." "Thank you, Your Majesty," Kim Seo-jun beamed. Then, a thought struck him as he looked down. The necklace around his neck was glowing faintly with mana. "Oh, and this. I'd like to sell back the necklace you gave me. Cheaply, of course. It doesn't make sense for a guy like me to hoard a royal treasure, right?" Back in his private quarters, Mentor was chilling, snacking on cookies while scrolling on his phone. Bam! Kim Seo-jun kicked the door open. "I brought home 10 trillion. Mentor nearly choked on his snack. "Say what? Where did you get that kind of causality?" Kim Seo-jun smirked, walking over. "Isn't it weird how much karma just evaporates with a single tap? Give me that phone." Kim Seo-jun quickly snatched the device and accessed the one-touch app. Suddenly, a powerful voice resonated from the speaker, echoing like a system Manhwa notification. "Long time no see." Kim Seo-jun and Mentor turned around. The voice sounded displeased. "It has been a while, hasn't it?" The great sage, Heaven's equal, stood tall, glaring at his troublesome disciple. The great sage scanned Kim Seo-jun from head to toe. His golden eyes narrowed in assessment. "You feel sharper than the last time we met." Kim Seo-jun blinked in confusion. "Sharper? What do you mean?" The great sage laughed, a sound like thunder. "Who would have thought? You used the first form without even mastering the basic dispersal techniques, let alone achieving human spear unity." Kim Seo-jun stiffened, his guard going up. "How did you know that?" The great sage scoffed. "I can tell just by looking at you." "But to use the first form, you barely kept your life, didn't you?" Kim Seo-jun scratched his head awkwardly. "Well, clinically speaking, I actually did die. I just sort of came back." As Kim Seo-jun recounted the full story, the great sage's eyes went wide. "What? You met the observer?" Kim Seo-jun blinked blankly. First the advisor, and now the great sage. Their reactions were identical. This observer must be a far more terrifying entity than he ever imagined. The great sage couldn't believe his ears. "How is that even possible?" Mentor nodded vigorously. "That's exactly what I said," the sage pressed on. "So is that how you managed to keep your life?" Kim Seo-jun tilted his head, confused. "Huh. What do you mean by that?" The sage crossed his arms. "The power of the falling star spear's first form is leagues beyond your current limits. You felt it yourself, didn't you? The toll it took." Kim Seo-jun nodded slowly. "Ah, yeah. I definitely felt it," the sage continued. "Your body should have been obliterated. But your triple dantian must have saved you by a hair's breadth. After all, the triple dantian isn't bound by the standard laws of causality. However, you should have still suffered a massive backlash. But it seems even that penalty was nullified when you were pulled into that dimension." Mentor sighed. "You got lucky, kid. Extremely lucky." The great sage's expression turned serious. "Listen well. Until you achieve human spear unity, do not use the first form again. I have poured too much effort into teaching you. I won't have you dying before we can have a proper duel." Kim Seo-jun raised a hand. "By the way, what is this unity thing you keep mentioning? The name says it all. Man and spear becoming one. It is the pinnacle state of weapon mastery." The great sage mused, stroking his chin. "Actually, the original term is human sword unity." He waved his hand dismissively. "Explaining is a pain. I'll just show you." The group shifted instantly to a desolate wasteland. The great sage activated his divine vision technique. Kim Seo-jun and mentor watched, their mouths hanging open. Their faces were slack with awe. It was impressive every single time. The great sage didn't waste a second. Watch closely, don't blink. Then a performance that shook the heavens began. This is a normal thrust. No unity involved. The moment he spoke, the atmosphere shifted. Kim Seo-jun's face went pale. The spear thrust toward Kim Seo-jun's face. In the blink of an eye, he froze, completely paralyzed by the overwhelming pressure. Boom! The landscape behind him was instantly pulverized into dust. The sage's force hadn't hit him directly, it had grazed past him violently. Kim Seo-jun and mentor trembled in fear, their souls nearly leaving their bodies. A few strands of Kim Seo-jun's hair floated away in the wind. The sage grinned. And that was a thrust with human spear unity. Technically, I should call it human staff unity, but it's all the same. I held back most of the power, so you could see the difference. Pretty big gap, right? Kim Seo-jun's smile was frozen on his face. Big gap. That wasn't just a gap. That was the dimension of difference. But Kim Seo-jun saw a golden opportunity. Great sage. Please teach me human spear unity too. Wukong laughed heartily. Sure, a staff and a spear aren't that different anyway. Kim Seo-jun's eyes lit up with hope. Then please add that technique to one of your video lectures. The great sage blinked. Add it to a lecture. What nonsense are you spouting? Mentor stepped forward quickly. About that, you see. After hearing the explanation, Wukong jumped back. What? He pointed at Kim Seo-jun, laughing until tears formed in his eyes. You really are insane. Mentor sighed in defeat. I completely agree, sir. Kim Seo-jun looked innocent. Is it really that crazy? The great sage was rolling on the ground laughing. Even transcendent beings wouldn't dare pull that stunt on the observer. I can't even imagine how the observer reacted to such audacity. But Kim Seo-jun was undeterred. Anyway, please make some theory lessons, including the unity technique. Suddenly, the great sage's laughter died instantly. No. Kim Seo-jun froze. Excuse me, the great sage yawned, looking bored. I'm too lazy. I don't want to design a curriculum. Kim Seo-jun slumped, defeated. Of all the things, I didn't expect laziness to be the roadblock. If I include all that, Wukong grumbled, I'd have to prepare lessons for ages. I'm lazy. Not doing it. Kim Seo-jun narrowed his eyes, his merchant soul igniting. In that case, how much do I have to pay you to design those lectures? The great sage scoffed. It's not about the payment. I don't take bribes. This is entirely up to my mood. Cold sweat dripped down Kim Seo-jun's neck. So my training depends entirely on the whims of the great sage, heaven's equal. The manager whispered urgently. That is why I warned you to negotiate with the instructor first. Kim Seo-jun swallowed his pride and bowed low. Please, great one, I beg of you. The great sage turned away. Pass. Desperate Kim Seo-jun cried out. Didn't you say my death would be a tragedy? The sage yawned, still lying down. True. But teaching is such a pain. Kim Seo-jun roared. What if I actually die out there? The observer told me, there is a monster in my world who rejected ascension. Do you expect me to face a half-transcendent with my current strength? The great sage's eyes snapped open. A being like that exists in your realm. Kim Seo-jun seized the moment. Yes, so please help me, the great sage replied flatly. I understand. But he didn't move an inch. He just lay there, refusing to start the lesson. Rage boiled inside. Kim Seo-jun. Oh, come on. I want to slap him so bad. Forget the free pass. Just one solid slap to that smug face. Suddenly, amidst his fury, he noticed it. That look in the sage's eyes. Sheer expectation. Kim Seo-jun's heart sank. Don't tell me. This damn monkey. He finally understood. He whipped out his phone. The upfront cost. 1 trillion points. His face darkened as the transaction cleared. Is this enough for a 10-hour lesson? All right, let's go another round. The great sage sprang up beaming with joy. Why didn't you say so sooner? He grinned wickedly. But this time, a simple touch won't do. You have to land a clean hit on me. Kim Seo-jun smirked. Understood. His mind raced with calculations. Actually, the odds are in my favor. Even with the new condition, he wasn't the same weakling anymore. Equipped with the Transcendent Spear Longinus, I can perfectly handle the first 3 forms of the heavenly meteor spear art. No matter how godlike the great sage is, he cannot afford to underestimate me now. Kim Seo-jun shouted. You better keep your promise. Meanwhile, at Empress Arya's palace, a weary sigh escaped her lips. Finally, today's work is done. Exhausted, the Empress slumped onto her desk. Just a short break. She gazed at the full moon, and Kim Seo-jun's image filled her mind. His bold declaration echoed in her memory. Then, let's change this entire world. Arya smiled, her heart fluttering. But a knock shattered her daydream. A voice called from outside. "Your Majesty, it is Robert. Hunter Kim Seo-jun requests an audience." But the man standing there looked nothing like a hero. He looked like a starving ghost, disheveled, and desperate like a dungeon addict. The Empress stared, unable to process the sight. Kim Seo-jun looked up with hollow eyes. Can you advance me a little more money?" Crack. Arya's fantasy shattered into a million pieces. The dashing hero who wanted to change the world was begging for cash. Back in the training dimension, the great sage laughed maniacally. "This is way more fun than last time." Kim Seo-jun spat a mouthful of blood. Damn it. If the berserker is a beast of the apocalypse, fear gripped his heart. Then this great sage is truly the supreme disaster primate. The sage looked down at him with arrogance. "Give it another 1,000 years, kid. Maybe then you can withstand my power." Boom, the Ruyi Jingu Bang crashed down. The impact sent Kim Seo-jun flying like a ragdoll. His mind raced as he tumbled. "I don't need to win. No victory is impossible. I just need one clean hit." Kim Seo-jun's grip tightened around his spear. "By any means necessary. If I land this strike, it's over." The great sage chuckled, amused. "Ooh, that weapon looks terrifying. I doubt I can block that with my bare hands this time." Kim Seo-jun gritted his teeth. With a roar, he launched a desperate strike at the great sage. For a split second, the sage was caught off guard. Impressive, mixing a feint with a real attack. A hurricane of force erupted. The world seemed to vanish under the pressure of the clash. Crash. His spear buried itself deep into the cliffside, but he hit nothing but rock. "Over here." The voice came from behind him. The sage darted away light as a feather, taunting him. Kim Seo-jun pushed his agility to the limit. He chased after the great sage with everything he had. The great sage laughed wildly. "This is great, so much fun." Kim Seo-jun was gasping for air, his body screaming. Yet he swung again. "More, come on, give me more." His stamina was hitting zero. Kim Seo-jun unleashed his final trump card. 3-stage meteor spear art. First form thunder destruction meteor. The sage countered instantly. Meteor staff art azure sky flow. The collision was catastrophic. Kim Seo-jun was blasted backward, agony ripping through his chest. He coughed up another fountain of blood. Poof, poof, poof. The great sage activated his multi-image clone technique. He grinned at his duplicates. "Come on, boys, let's have a real party." Kim Seo-jun's eyes widened in horror. Wait, before he could finish, the army of clones descended. A brutal beatdown commenced. Ding system message training. Progress with the great sage 82%. 100% mastery of basic staff and spear arts, sweep, block, stab. This is the brutal reality of a leveling Manhwa training arc. You have fully comprehended the unique style of the great sage. I'm done for. Kim Seo-jun was furious. After all that, he still hadn't landed a single touch. Unwilling to accept defeat, Kim Seo-jun screamed, "My money!" But the great sage clapped his hands in delight. "Did you see that? You utilized the esoteric truths of sweep, block, and stab unconsciously? You've mastered it." Kim Seo-jun blinked, dumbfounded. "Mastered what? I just got beaten to a pulp." Even the manager was speechless. The manager cleared his throat. "As I said, never underestimate the power of a transcendent. The great sage is the apex predator among all transcendents. To even survive a spar with him, your growth is nothing short of miraculous." But Kim Seo-jun slumped his shoulders in despair. "What's the point if I'm bankrupt? 30 trillion points. I've gone." He realized money wasn't enough. "I can't win like this. I need a way to weaken him." A scheme formed in his mind. The toxic banana trick worked once. But would the great sage fall for the same trap twice? He shook his head. No, he's not stupid. He'll be suspicious the moment he sees a banana. Kim Seo-jun turned his gaze toward the manager. Mentor flinched. Why? Why are you staring at me like that? A demonic grin spread across Kim Seo-jun's face. Kim Seo-jun recalled the conversation from before the lesson began. The great sage had looked at him puzzled. What? Why are you just lying there? Kim Seo-jun proposed. Why don't we celebrate finishing the lecture? Beat me until you are satisfied, great sage. Kim Seo-jun sat up, dusting himself off. We can relax for a bit, and then go round two. The great sage Heaven's Equal looked at him, genuinely surprised. Kim Seo-jun slowly peeled the banana, the sweet scent wafting through the air. I know you have a weakness for these, great sage. Want a bite? The great sage's eyes lit up, but his hand froze mid-reach. No, I don't need your charity, he snapped, turning his head away in a huff to hide his drooling. But this was exactly what Kim Seo-jun had calculated. I knew he'd react like that. The trap was set. Kim Seo-jun smirked. Well then, mind if I have a snack while we wait? But he didn't eat it alone. He turned to his trusty guide. Hey mentor, want a piece while we kill time? The mentor blinked surprised. Me. Of course. You're always saving my skin, and I never repay you. Try it, it's delicious. Kim Seo-jun's eyes, however, signaled a silent threat that sent shivers down the mentor's spine. Cold sweat trickled down the mentor's back. Really, now he realized he was just a prop in Kim Seo-jun's script. His smile twitched painfully. Really? Wow. That banana looks incredibly tasty. The mentor wasn't hungry, but he played his part perfectly. Thanks for the treat. But the moment he took a bite, an explosion of sweetness hit his tongue. Whoa. This is actually amazing. Kim Seo-jun leaned in, voice loud. Right, isn't it? I told you it was top tier. The great sage couldn't take it anymore. His gluttony was winning the war against his pride. How could he refuse such a delicacy? Kim Seo-jun saw the opening. So? Sure you don't want one, the great sage roared. No, I won't eat anything handed by your filthy hands. Flash. In a blur of motion, the mentor's snack vanished. Hey, my banana, he wailed. You greedy dirtbag. Kim Seo-jun watched wide-eyed at the speed. The great sage smirked, peeling his stolen prize. If I take it from him, it doesn't count as accepting your gift. You can't trick me twice, kid. The great sage bit into his spoils of war, savoring the victory. Time to feast. But mid-chew, his legendary instincts screamed a warning. Something was off. This flavor. Before he could finish, Kim Seo-jun materialized behind him like a ghost. It's poisoned, by the way. Boom. A massive explosion engulfed the great sage. The great sage coughed through the smoke, stunned. Why was the mentor fine? Kim Seo-jun grilled. I knew you'd be suspicious, so I only poisoned the bottom half. You little brat, the sage roared, aura flaring. You dare tamper with food, my precious banana. Kim Seo-jun shrugged. You said I could use any method to land a hit. Who told you to fall for it again? The mentor watched the master and disciple bicker, shaking his head. Are these two really the saviors of the world? Kim Seo-jun didn't wait. He charged, spear raised. Shut up and die. The great sage's eyes narrowed, killing intent sharpening. That's it. You're finished. Kim Seo-jun unleashed the meteor spear first form, Thunderfall. The sage countered with meteor staff, sky clearing. But this time, Kim Seo-jun didn't fly backward. Kim Seo-jun laughed maniacally. Looks like the poison weakened you, master. You're losing your edge. The great sage grit, his teeth too furious to speak. The spear danced through the air, a flurry of violence, yet not a single strike could touch the great sage's divine form. The ground shattered where Kim Seo-jun missed. The sage was baffled. How did he improve this fast? Just from distraction training. If this were the old rules, I'd have lost already. Suddenly, a terrifying pressure erupted. A hidden force surged from Kim Seo-jun's stance, the true power of the meteor style, aiming to obliterate everything. The great sage's pupils dilated. This isn't Thunderfall. He twisted his body, barely dodging the shockwave that tore through the air. Seeing Kim Seo-jun's triumphant grin, realization hit the sage. You scumbag, you fainted the first form to lower my guard. I'm not stupid enough to use the same move on you, Kim Seo-jun shouted. As he spoke, he launched a devastating kick. In a split second, the spear thrust forward like a viper. The impact was so intense, the mentor was thrown from Kim Seo-jun's shoulder, tumbling through the air. Kim Seo-jun coughed up a mouthful of blood, but his grin remained wild and victorious. Meanwhile, in a shadow-drenched hall, a dark ritual was underway. A sinister, eye-shaped jewel pulsed in the center of the room. A cloaked figure, face twisted in malice, gave the command. Begin the awakening. The black-robed apostles began to convulse. Light erupted from their bodies, quickly consumed by tendrils of eldritch black smoke. Crimson lightning tore through the ritual circle. The formation destabilized, and the apostles gasped, suffocating under the crushing pressure. The eye gem devoured their life force, swirling with darkness and lightning until it shattered into 3 distinct fragments. One surviving apostle staggered forward, entranced. He reached out, his trembling hand hovering over the shards of destiny. The shards magnetically snapped together, reforming 3 perfect gems. The heart of the Berserk Dragon King, even split in 3. Its mana is catastrophic. The Dragon King is dead, leaving only this source of absolute power. A force that defies causality itself. Hunters will slaughter each other for a taste of this power, bound by an inescapable fate. Elsewhere, the observer watched the chaos unfold. How did it end up like this? Suddenly, a holographic window popped up, stunning him. Where did all these system points come from? Back at the training ground, the mentor was wailing. Kim Seo-jun, you scared me to death. I really thought you were gonna die this time. The great sage nodded impressed. You've got to ascend, kid. I know we fight, but I really want to introduce you to the Jade Emperor. Kim Seo-jun pumped his fist. Awesome, I'll definitely ascend then. The great sage cut in. A king's word is gold. He yawned, stretching his limbs. Recording the lessons will take a while, but this is getting interesting. The sage scratched his chin. Now, what should I teach you next? Kim Seo-jun's eyes burned with greed. Everything. Teach me every single skill you have. Wukong laughed. All of them. The point cost for a leveling manhwa protagonist like you will be astronomical. As the sage began calculating, the mentor jumped in. Oh, I can help with the curriculum. Great sage Wukong raised a brow. If we do this, we go all out. The two worked at lightning speed. It's perfect, the mentor cheered, shoving his phone in Kim Seo-jun's face. Look, we've compiled quite the list for you. Kim Seo-jun's jaw dropped. 7 secret arts in one class, and they're all S-rank and SS-rank skills. This was the ultimate jackpot. He accepted the pain with a satisfied smirk. The growth was worth every blow. Suddenly, Mentor paused. Hold on. The headmaster is calling. But before he could explain the situation, a thunderous, aggressive voice shattered the silence. You insolent brat. You look like you have a death wish. Kim Seo-jun stood there completely paralyzed by the overwhelming pressure crashing down on him. Kim Seo-jun tilted his head in confusion. I thought you banned me from this realm. What gives the observer's rage exploded like a volcano? I didn't want to. You forced my hand to drag you back here, you lunatic. Kim Seo-jun blinked. Huh. The observer roared. That cursed free pass. Just what kind of insanity did you commit to rack up a karma score this catastrophic? The realization hit Kim Seo-jun instantly. He understood exactly what the entity meant. Yet he remained unfazed, displaying the typical arrogance of a system manhwa protagonist. So what? Send me back? I've got a class to attend? The observer stared dumbfounded by his audacity. Is this kid insane? I want to crush him right here and now, but I can't. The entity glared at him. Stop running your mouth. Kim Seo-jun kept nagging. Come on, send me back already. The observer seethed with frustration. If only his actions didn't threaten the very fabric of the dimension. If not for the backlash of destroying him, I would have erased this insect 100 times over. But it's impossible. Balancing or erasing that much karma is beyond the system's capacity. Kim Seo-jun panicked. Why bring this up now? The observer snapped. Shut up. What kind of psychopath manipulates the causality of an entire dimension like that? Kim Seo-jun replied with a straight face. That would be me. This shameless admission sent the observer into a frenzy of divine rage, his voice booming. You absolute maniac, Kim Seo-jun groaned, annoyed. Do you have any idea how much grinding I had to do just to unlock this hidden class? It's the highlight of this manhwa recap. The observer gritted his teeth, explaining through suppressed fury. The amount of karma you're trying to erase exceeds the dimension's storage limit. If you force it, reality itself will shatter. Kim Seo-jun yelled back, that's your job as the admin. Why are you arguing with me? You should have set a level cap from the start. What do you expect me to do about your bad game design? The logic was sound, leaving the observer speechless and flustered. I never imagined anyone would push the system this far. Kim Seo-jun didn't let up, stretching his neck defiantly to argue further. You forgot the moment you handed me that blank check and said, take whatever you want, didn't you? The observer stammered. But that amount of karma is... He scowled. No, absolutely not. It's impossible. Kim Seo-jun sighed, frustrated. You keep saying it's impossible. Give me the number. Exactly how much karma are we talking about? The observer's eyes glowed ominously. The dimensional debt is 214 non-alien. Kim Seo-jun blinked, his brain short-circuiting at the astronomical figure. He stood frozen for a long moment before asking, did you say 13 million? Is that even a real number? The observer sneered. I want to ask you, how do you plan to erase 379 nonillion, 77 septillion points? Kim Seo-jun broke into a cold sweat. Wait, you just said 214, why is it going up? The observer roared, his voice shaking the void. Because that crazy monkey is still adding lessons. Meanwhile, back in reality, Mentor frantically tried to stop the madness. Master, you have to stop adding more. The observer trembled with pure fury. These lunatics. Kim Seo-jun had an epiphany. As expected, of the great sage heaven's equal. He really goes all out. But he knew this couldn't continue. Kim Seo-jun's expression shifted to one of boredom. Then, a thought struck him. Right. Even if it's you, you can't just let this dimension collapse, can you? Seeing the boy's sudden lack of concern for the world's safety, the observer felt a chill. He asked warily, "What are you implying?" Kim Seo-jun shrugged casually. "I'm already doing it." Then he shouted with all his might, "So go ahead and sue me," the observer bellowed. "Hey," the entity raged. "You, lunatic. No matter how hard you try, that amount of karma cannot be erased," Kim Seo-jun countered. "Then at least clear a part of it. Why haven't you given me a counteroffer yet? This is basic logic in an actum. Awakening Manhwa. If you tell me that free pass is void, then all the hell I went through was for nothing." The observer hesitated, stammering. "That's..." Kim Seo-jun pressed on. "I don't care anymore. If you're going to be like that, I'm done. How am I supposed to fight a transcendent being who's willing to destroy his own dimension? I won't do it, okay? No, I can't do it." Finally, the observer crumbled under the pressure. "Fine. What do you want?" Kim Seo-jun's demeanor flipped instantly. "I have an idea. First tell me exactly how much you can clear for free." The observer calculated internally. "I have to endure this. He's the only one who can stop the collapse. 1 technique per lesson, that is the absolute limit." Hearing the offer, a grin spread across Kim Seo-jun's face. "Sounds decent." The observer started. "In that case," but before he could finish, Kim Seo-jun flopped onto the ground. Kim Seo-jun teased, "Or maybe I'll pass." The observer's patience snapped. "Should I just wipe out this entire dimension and be done with it?" Kim Seo-jun laid out his terms. 2 free coupons and a full refund on the causality I used earlier. If you don't agree, I'm going on strike." The observer was speechless. "I don't have to listen to this. If this brat wants to live, he has no choice but to stop the entity trying to destroy his world. I could just revoke the remaining coupons and forcefully boot him out of this boundary space right now. However, that only works if he hadn't used the coupon yet. But he did. And now his dimension is bearing the weight of causality to retrieve it. The owner of that causality must give permission." Kim Seo-jun asked lazily, "Be honest, why do you run the system like this? This is clearly a bug on your end, so you owe me compensation." The observer sighed, defeated. Interwoven causality connects all dimensions. If a glitch occurs in one, it ripples out, and eventually everything collapses. The observer realized something. If I send him back with a refund, that massive karma debt disappears. He felt a wave of relief. Thank God this idiot doesn't know that. He projected a voice of authority. "Giving you those coupons is merely an act of my divine benevolence. I have no obligation to do this. Besides, as I said before, this is about protecting your own world, isn't it? Even without my help, you'd have to deal with it eventually." Kim Seo-jun yawned, unimpressed. "Sue me." The admin's guilt-tripping tactics bounced right off him. The observer finally raised the white flag. "Fine. How much causality have you burned through?" Kim Seo-jun replied instantly. 79 quadrillion. The observer winced. The kid had been busy. Kim Seo-jun explained. "Landing a hit on the great sage isn't exactly a walk in the park. Anyway, I need a refund of 80 quadrillion. The observer paused. "Didn't you just say 79? Kim Seo-jun smirked. "Well, the great sage just entered his true form. That drains a quadrillion per hour. And another hour just passed. So the grand total is 80 quadrillion. Hearing this, the observer couldn't hold back his profanity any longer. "You insane bastards," Kim Seo-jun remained cool. "Getting mad won't fix the economy. If you don't refund me fast, the bill is only going to get higher." The observer grumbled that he understood. "However, I cannot refund you in your dimension's currency." Kim Seo-jun's eyes lit up with a greedy glint. "Say what?" The observer started sweating. "What is he planning now?" Kim Seo-jun roared with righteous indignation. "What do you mean, what is wrong? Equivalent exchange is the law. If I pay in one currency, you must refund in the same kind. Why are you forcing garbage on me now?" The observer refused to back down. "And what if I say it does not work that way?" Kim Seo-jun's expression turned dark with dissatisfaction. "Aren't you a higher existence, a god among the awakened?" Kim Seo-jun scoffed. "If an administrator of causality can't fix a simple accounting error, you are far more incompetent than I thought." The observer muttered internally. "Should I just delete his entire dimension along with him?" Kim Seo-jun, sensing the hesitation, made his greedy move. "Fine. Give me 3 coupons instead." Seeing the scheming glint in the human's eyes, the cosmic entity grew wary. "Impossible. If I give this madman 3 coupons, who knows what chaos he will unleash in this system." Manhwa, the observer countered. "How about a transcendental item worth 80 quadrillion from the shop of the absolutes?" Kim Seo-jun smirked, sensing leverage. "You are pressuring me again." The entity sighed. "Fine. No causality accumulation. I will give you 5. But Kim Seo-jun was not satisfied. He wanted blood. Neither side yielded as the negotiation turned into a high-stakes auction. 5, 10, 7, 10. Finally, the observer crumbled under the pressure. Fine 10. Just take 10 and stop Kim. Seo-jun grinned, calculating his victory. 2 free coupons and 10 mythic items. Not a bad haul for a leveling manhwa protagonist. The observer confirmed exhausted. This means you accept the loss of previous causality, correct? Kim Seo-jun shrugged. I guess this will suffice. Oh wait, one last thing. Kim Seo-jun's greed knew no bounds. If I am ever dragged back to this dimensional boundary, I want a free pass coupon. The entity was stunned by his audacity. What Kim Seo-jun explained calmly? It is fine now, but what if I am summoned during a crisis? I need insurance. Summoning me without consent is a violation. We need a penalty clause. The observer looked defeated, realizing he could not win against this human's logic. Understood. Just leave, I pray we never meet again. Back in reality, the great sage, Heaven's Equal, was bouncing with excitement. Add this, and add that too. The mentor stood to the side, his face pale as a ghost. We are doomed. We are all going to die. That administrator will erase our existence for this insolence. Kim Seo-jun looked at them confused. What are you two doing? The great sage cheered the moment he saw him. How did it go? You actually survived and came back. After hearing Kim Seo-jun recount his negotiation with the godlike entity, the great sage laughed until tears streamed down his face. The mentor was flabbergasted. Mr. Kim Seo-jun, do you have no fear of the administrator? Kim Seo-jun replied nonchalantly. Not really. It was his mistake after all. The great sage was rolling on the floor. You are insane, absolutely certifiable. Not just normal crazy. You are the maddest existence in the dimension. The mentor wiped his sweat, trying to find the bright side. Well, each coupon is enough to pay for a legendary skill from the lecture. Kim Seo-jun nodded. I was thinking the unified meteor spear art would be best. What do you think? The Taoist master agreed. A wise choice. The Taoist arts are powerful, but with your current specs, you cannot handle both Taoist magic and the meteor spear. Your body would collapse. The great sage interrupted. I am converting all 10 transcendental shop vouchers into divine elixirs. The great sage's eyes sparkled with interest. Sounds fun. Hand them over. I will select the perfect cocktail for you. The great sage reviewed the catalog. Let's see. These are perfect for a monster like you. Ambrosia, the nectar that grants immortality. Also known as the food of the gods, the very substance Achilles ate to gain divinity. And Soma, the favorite drink of the ancient Indian deities. 10,000-year snow ginseng. Legend says it only appears after absorbing the mountain's essence for 10 millennia. And the heavenly demon's antidote wine, seized after suppressing the demon Shuten Doji. They say it is the source of life itself. The water of heroes. Drinking it grants the strength of 1,000 warriors. 10,000-year fleece flower root, containing 1,800 years of internal energy. The golden apple fruit of the stars. The mentor was trembling with excitement. Magnificent. Master, these are perfectly tailored for Kim Seo-jun's condition. Kim Seo-jun calculated internally. As expected of the monkey, who ate heavenly peaches like snacks. The great sage continued. Normally absorbing this much power at once would shatter a mortal body. But your energy core has no limit, correct? You can devour all these elixirs instantly without exploding. Kim Seo-jun felt a sudden burst of generosity. Thank you for choosing them. Great sage, would you like a banana? The great sage's ears perked up. Bananas. Kim Seo-jun instantly summoned a mountain of yellow fruit. Eat as much as you want. It is on the house. Consider it a token of my gratitude. You are filming my lecture later, so this much is nothing. The great sage Heaven's Equal trembled with pure ecstasy at the sight of the fruit. You brought this many bananas. They feasted together, but suddenly the great sage flickered and vanished. Kim Seo-jun blinked, startled. Did I run out of money? The great sage's voice echoed distantly. My bananas. Kim Seo-jun sighed, realizing the summon time had ended. Next time, I will have to buy a warehouse full of bananas before he arrives. With that, Kim Seo-jun continued to devour his own spoils of war. Scene transition to the airport. A plane touched down on the runway. Robert bowed respectfully to the old man, descending the stairs. Welcome to the United Kingdom, Sword Saint. Robert quickly ushered the legendary figure into a luxury sedan, headed for the Queen's palace. Along the way, the Sword Saint observed the streets with a critical eye. He could not help but voice his praise. Although the beast berserk destroyed part of the city, the atmosphere is incredibly vibrant. Robert laughed heartily. It is all thanks to the Dream Team and Kim Seo-jun. Robert explained how the citizens, once drowning in despair, found hope and unity through their actions. The Queen and I feel the same. Yet the Sword Saint's stone-cold expression remained unchanged. As the car stopped, a voice rang out from the distance. "Wait, Mr. Spirit." Kim So-yun turned around. So-yun gasped, shocked to see her grandfather there. But the Sword Saint's face betrayed zero emotion. So-yun ran toward him. "Grandfather, what brings you to the UK?" Kim So-jun was equally surprised. "Oh, the Sword Saint is here?" The old man analyzed the group silently. They have survived brutal battles, yet their growth is abnormal. It would be impossible unless they were chugging divine elixirs like water. Mindu looked confused. "Why is Lee Hyun on the floor?" Kim Seo-jun gave a bitter smile. It seems the spirit rejected her again. So-yun saw her grandfather staring into space and stepped forward. "Grandfather." Before he could finish his thought, a voice cut in. "I came because I sensed a familiar aura. It really is you, Sword Saint." The old man looked at Kim So-yun. This brat has become even more of a monster. Then the Sword Saint turned his sharp gaze to So-yun and dropped the bomb. "I am here to take you back." The atmosphere in the conference room was heavy with shock. The Sword Saint revealed the grim truth: the U.S. Hunter Bureau had urgently summoned the world's elite heroes to face a catastrophic threat. But inside the Bureau's headquarters, a voice dripping with disdain shattered the silence. "I cannot believe they let a bunch of Eastern rookies into the Disaster Strike Force meeting." The dark-skinned man roared in frustration, his patience snapping. "What is wrong with you? That Lisbury is a cunning snake." "Hey Colin, save your breath on decisions that are already set in stone. Were you not the one who skipped the meeting with the president because you found it too troublesome?" The furious man was none other than the United States ace against the great disaster, the master of the spear. Colin. Regardless, heroes from across the globe are watching, so cool your head. But Colin ignored the warning and rose to his feet. "I refuse to accept this nonsense. He supposedly defeated the Berserker Impossible. It must have been a slightly stronger dragon variant, not the true Calamity. No human could kill that monster." As Colin stormed out, LG chuckled to himself. "That hothead is definitely going to pick a fight. Should I just let him dig his own grave?" I'm curious though. Just how much has Kim So-jun grown like a protagonist in a leveling manhwa? The scene shifts to a grand cathedral where a solemn voice echoed. "Ever since our late queen passed, we have walked through the Valley of Shadows." Below the pulpit, thousands of citizens gathered in the sanctuary, hanging on every word of the address. The speaker continued, voice trembling with emotion. "Our nation was fractured into four, trampled by disasters we could not withstand." Queen Arya stood tall at the podium, her eyes burning with resolve. However, irony played its hand. A beacon of hope ignited not from within, but from a stranger. Today, the United Kingdom stands united as one, once more. Count Robert stepped forward, presenting a ceremonial blade, resting on a velvet cushion. Arya gazed at it, and declared, to repay this debt even in the slightest. She grasped the sword Count Robert presented, and raised it high toward the heavens, her face radiating regal pride. Kim Seo-jun's team stood before her, as she called their names. Hunter Paran, Hunter Leun, Hunter Lee Minzu, Hunter Seo-suan. I hereby bestow upon you the title of Count. After the proclamation, Arya held the sword with both hands. She turned her gaze slowly toward Kim So-jun. She approached Kim So-jun, offering the blade directly to him. And to Hunter Kim So-jun, I bestow the title of Duke. The ceremony reached its peak as the knights drew their steel. At the command, the knights raised their swords in a solemn salute. Today, specifically for Kim So-jun and his dream team, England, Wales, Scotland, and Northern Ireland stood together, erasing all borders. It was an unprecedented event. Titles of high nobility granted to foreigners, not citizens. Especially the rank of Duke, a title usually reserved for royalty, now bestowed upon a hunter from a small Asian nation. Kim Seo-jun accepted the sword from the queen. He turned to the crowd, flashing a dazzling, humble smile. Thousands of voices erupted in a unified roar of approval, without a single objection. Long live the queen. The scene shifts. On a massive tarmac, the door of a waiting aircraft opened. Someone voiced their gratitude. I am truly moved that we could borrow the royal private jet of the United Kingdom. Kim So-jun looked at the sleek jet linked arms with Su-yeon and grinned mischievously. Captain, I could probably sell this Duke title to cover the flight costs, right? Hearing this, Count Robert froze, thinking, he is not joking. Su-yeon crossed her arms, keeping a straight face. That is definitely forbidden ultimate magic. Behind them, Queen Arya's eyes went wide as she thought. Knowing him, he might actually put it on an auction block someday. As everyone boarded, Arya approached Kim Seo-jun one last time. Hunter Kim Seo-jun. Kim Seo-jun turned at the sound of his name, and they clasped hands in a silent farewell. Arya looked at him, her eyes softening. Thank you for shattering my narrow view of the world when I was on the brink of despair. Kim Seo-jun scratched his cheek, a bit embarrassed. Well, I just gave a little suggestion. You were the one who broke your own chains. Your Majesty. Hearing his praise, Arya covered her mouth, a shy giggle escaping. A flush of pink dusted her cheeks. She placed a hand over her heart, smiling brightly. As my grandmother, the late queen, once said, I will show that this country can become anything we desire. Kim Seo-jun threw his head back and laughed heartily at her newfound confidence. After the team boarded, Arya and Count Robert stood on the tarmac, waving them off. Good luck to you all. Arya waved her hand high. Suddenly, a voice stopped her cold. You are better than Jun. It was the elder, the last one to board the plane. He left those cryptic words hanging in the air without looking back. The aircraft's engines roared, and it began to taxi. The bird of steel ascended into the sky, leaving Arya standing there. She looked up, watching the plane disappear into the clouds. Count Robert stepped forward cautiously. Your Majesty. Arya finally turned away, her demeanor shifting back to that of a ruler. Let us go. We have a mountain of work to do, Count Robert. Robert bowed deeply, a warm smile gracing his lips. Yes, my queen. He followed her lead as they departed. The scene shifts. The plane touched down at Dulles International Airport in Washington. A man in a loud Hawaiian shirt stepped out. He pushed up his sunglasses and grumbled, Why is it so crowded today? This laid-back traveler was none other than Australia's hero, Jackson. Walking beside him was Caden, who remarked, It is rare for Australian heroes to gather in one place like this. Caden adjusted his bag as they walked. Besides, it looks like that Asian guy has arrived. Jackson glanced sideways, confused. Asian guy. Caden smirked. You know the pro hunter who supposedly took down the UK's berserker? Jackson nodded slowly in realization. Ah, right. What was his name again? The scene cuts to Kim Seo-jun exiting the terminal. A blonde man in a sharp suit intercepted him. We have been expecting you, Hunter Kim Seo-jun. The man placed a hand on his chest. I am Lucas. I will be responsible for guiding you today. This was no ordinary greeter. He was Lucas, the deputy director of the U.S. Hunter Bureau. He gestured politely. Please write this way. Jackson and Caden watched from the sidelines, stunned. Jackson's jaw dropped. No way. The deputy director of the Hunter Bureau is personally escorting him. Jackson wore a cryptic smirk as he watched the scene unfold, whispering to Carden, with a dangerous glint in his eye. Should I give him a little test run? Carden didn't even bother looking up, his voice ice cold as he replied, You are the hero of the Great Flood. Act your age, not your ego. Jackson pouted like a petulant child and shot back. Come on, aren't you curious about his power level? He's the guy who took down Burke after all. Carden's gaze remained fixed forward as he shut him down. For the sake of Australia's national dignity, keep your mouth shut, Sir Jackson. We don't need you causing a diplomatic incident. Meanwhile, Kim Seo-jun stepped into the light, instantly becoming the center of attention. But his mind wasn't on the fame. It was on the paycheck. Just attending this meeting secures my appearance fee, he mused. He was still obsessing over the free lectures he'd snagged on his phone from the legendary Great Sage. In his mind, he was already mastering the techniques of the Great Sage. Become one with the spear. Longer. Bigger. Total unification. It was the ultimate leveling Manhwa cheat code. But reality struck like a curse. The system flashed a cruel notification. Your free membership trial has expired. Panic began to set in. He was broke and unable to renew. As Kim Seo-jun racked his brain for a way to grind some cash, a shadow loomed over him. The stranger barked out. Are you the Asian hunter named Kim Seo-jun? It was Colin, standing tall, with his signature spear in hand. Lucas immediately stepped in to intervene. Colin, what are you doing here, Colin? Scoffed, his arrogance palpable. What is the airport a forbidden zone now? Lucas blocked his path, desperate to keep the peace. Back off, Colin. He is my official guest. But Colin brushed past him like he was nothing. You can't stop me, Lucas. He looked Kim Seo-jun up and down with sneering contempt. What a letdown. I came to see the hunter who defeated Burke, but you look absolutely pathetic. Kim Seo-jun furrowed his brow, annoyance flashing across his face. But internally, his mind was a total void. What is this guy babbling about? Kim Seo-jun hadn't understood a single word because he had turned off his translation spirit to save mana. To him, it was just noise. Seeing Lucas and Colin locked in a heated argument, Kim Seo-jun scratched his head and decided to cut through the confusion. You two seem busy, so we'll just wait outside. He walked away, leaving Lucas and Colin frozen in stunned silence, giant question marks floating over their heads. Colin could only utter a dumbfounded what. Meanwhile, Kim Seo-jun rallied his party calmly. Let's move, guys. Hyun, can you activate the translation spirit? I have no clue what they're saying. Then flashing a polite business smile, he turned back to the Americans. Nice to meet you. Goodbye. That casual dismissal was the spark that lit the powder keg. Colin exploded with rage, shoving Lucas aside. You arrogant little punk. How dare you ignore me? With a roar, Colin thrust his spear directly at Kim Seo-jun's back, aiming to kill. In a split second, Kim Seo-jun spun around. He caught the deadly spear tip with his bare hand. Colin's eyes widened in horror, as cold sweat trickled down his spine. Lucas was paralyzed with shock. Kim Seo-jun's team just sighed, massaging their temples. Here we go again. Can't we have one peaceful day in this Manhwa recap? No rest for the wicked. Refusing to accept defeat, Colin channeled a massive surge of mana into his weapon, trying to overpower the grip. It won't budge, Colin panicked. Kim Seo-jun, still holding the spear with one hand, turned his gaze upon him. His eyes burned with a terrifying, icy wrath. What is the meaning of this? Kim Seo-jun asked, standing firm in the middle of the airport. He closed his eyes, his expression screaming pure inconvenience. I guess I'm being underestimated again. Kim Seo-jun released the spear. I don't want any trouble, so let's end this farce here. He turned his back, hands in his pockets, and walked away with cool indifference. Lucas scrambled after him. Hunter Kim Seo-jun, are you all right? But the villain wouldn't let it go. You coward, running away? I heard you use a spear too. Don't you want a lesson from a true master? At those words, Kim Seo-jun stopped dead in his tracks. Colin smirked, digging his own grave with every word. A coward and 4 useless lackeys claiming to have beaten Burke. You call that a guild? That was the final straw. Kim Seo-jun's patience shattered. His eyes flared with intensity as he vanished and reappeared instantly, right in front of Colin. Oblivious to his impending doom, Colin kept yapping. Your victory against Burke must have been a lie. Suddenly, primal fear seized his heart. When did he get here? Colin's mind raced. Kim Seo-jun clenched his fist, and the air around them trembled from the sheer pressure of his aura. Be grateful, there are civilians watching. Kim Seo-jun growled. Because of them, I won't use the Spear of Longinus. Then he unleashed the beast. A fist filled with the weight of a mountain crashed into Colin. Ha was all he managed before he was launched into the stratosphere. Boom. The impact shook the entire terminal. Colin soared through the air unconscious before he even left the ground, a single tooth flying out as a souvenir. He plummeted back to Earth, crashing into the floor with a devastating thud, burying himself in a pile of rubble and debris. Witnessing the carnage, Jackson and Carden stood with their jaws on the floor. Jackson swallowed hard. Carden, you just saved my life. Watching Kim Seo-jun's fury, Jackson whispered, even if every hero here attacked him at once, we'd lose. Kim Seo-jun marched toward the fallen Colin, but Lucas desperately threw himself in the way. Wait, Lucas cried. Kim Seo-jun glared at him, his voice dropping to absolute zero. Move. Is this how Americans treat their guests? Faced with Kim Seo-jun's overwhelming killing intent, Lucas trembled uncontrollably. He couldn't speak. He could only act as a human shield. Lucas spread his arms wide, pleading for his life. I will do anything you want. Just please spare him. Terror gripped his heart, but he had no choice. Colin started it, but if he dies here, the U.S. Hunter Bureau will hunt Kim Seo-jun down, Lucas thought frantically. Making an enemy of this monster. Just the thought gives me goosebumps. As Lucas bowed his head in despair, Kim Seo-jun's voice cut through the tension. All right, let's talk numbers. How much is Colin's life worth to you? Lucas heard the demand and smirked internally. If money is the only problem, this is going to be easy. He bowed instantly, his voice dripping with relief. Thank you. Truly. But, Kim Seo-jun. He just stood there, arms crossed, radiating pure indifference to the man's gratitude. A predatory grin spread across Kim Seo-jun's face as he calculated the payout. Seeing this, Minu chimed in with a smirk. Hey, remind me, what is the current national budget for the United States? Shurion whipped out her phone, tapping the screen. Last I checked, the defense budget sits at $1 trillion. The scene shifts to the highway as their convoy speeds away. Inside the luxury sedan, Kim Seo-jun was practically glowing, a grin stretching from ear to ear. Lucas sat opposite him, managing only a stiff, awkward smile in return. Kim Seo-jun ignored the awkwardness, completely glued to his phone, as he happily tallied up his potential winnings. Lucas watched him, thinking $500 million. It was a steep price. But in the high-stakes world of a leveling manhwa, securing a disaster-class hero was worth every penny. I'll just have to turn a blind eye to the cost. Hunter Kim Seo-jun Lucas started breaking the silence. Forgive the intrusion, but there is something that has been gnawing at me. Kim Seo-jun glanced up, his eyes sharp. Speak. Lucas didn't hesitate. Did you really face the Ant King Burr back in England? I did. Kim Seo-jun set his phone down, his demeanor shifting instantly. That monster is dead. Dust. Lucas reached into his jacket and slid a tablet across the table. In that case, you need to see this. This footage was captured just yesterday. Kim Seo-jun took the device, but the moment the video played, his eyes widened in shock. On the screen, a skeletal mage was weaving high-tier spells. The area is under total lockdown due to a mutated dungeon break, Lucas explained grimly. Official reports call it a variant, but Min Chun, sitting beside Kim Seo-jun, cut in sharply. That energy signature. It is Burr's power, isn't it? Kim Seo-jun's gaze drilled into Lucas, the temperature in the car dropping. So, is that the real reason for this summons? Precisely, Lucas admitted, without skipping a beat. It is all connected to the Ant King. Min Chun folded his arms, his expression dark. When does the operation start? Kim Seo-jun stared at the footage, a hand covering his mouth as the pieces clicked together. 2 days, Lucas replied. We are still assembling the strike team. Bureaucratic nonsense, Min Chun scoffed. Always dragging their feet. But Kim Seo-jun was lost in thought. What the hell is going on? Did I fail to kill him, or has he been reborn? The realization hit him like a truck. He snapped his head up, urgency burning in his voice. Where is this? Don't give me coordinates. Tell me exactly where that thing is right now. Scene shift. Darkness swallowed the landscape, a suffocating aura of death covering everything. A lone warrior stood amidst the chaos, sword drawn. A radio clipped to his chest. Static crackled from his gear. Alpha Team report. Is anyone left? Logan gritted his teeth, sweat stinging his eyes. This is Logan. Alpha Team is here. But he wasn't alone. The nightmare from the tablet. The skeletal mage was staring right at him. We are engaged with a 14-star entity, Logan screamed into the mic. Casualties are critical. We need backup now. We can't hold this elder monster back. Just hold on, the voice pleaded. The director is en route. Logan watched in horror as the creature's wounds knit themselves back together. Damn it, it's regenerating again. In a blink, the creature unleashed a wave of destruction. Screams were cut short. Silence fell. Logan was the last man breathing. His legs gave out, sending him crashing to his knees in the dirt. As the monster scanned for more victims, Logan clutched his radio with trembling hands. It is an undead, but this regeneration is insane. Locate its power source. This is no ordinary lich. The creature summoned a grimoire, its skeletal jaw moving in a silent, unholy chant. Absolute darkness surged, blotting out the sun. Suddenly the heavens split open. A beam of pure energy tore through the clouds. The monster froze, but it was too late. A massive explosion rocked the earth. The impact shook the ground beneath Logan's feet. He shielded his eyes, gasping. Through the smoke, a figure landed, a legendary spear gleaming in his hand. Couldn't be 100% sure from the grainy video. Kim Seo-jun dusted himself off, one hand casually tucked in his pocket, staring down the beast. But that mana signature, unmistakable. That's the heart of Burr. The monster hovered in the air, looking down at the intruder. The Archelder screeched, unleashing a torrent of dark energy. Kim Seo-jun didn't flinch. Blue lightning began to crackle around him as he awakened his full aura. Don't know how it got here, Kim Seo-jun muttered, his eyes glowing with intensity. But I need to crush it before it fully absorbs Burr's remaining power. The lich moved fast, weaving complex magic circles in the air, preparing a spell to wipe the map clean. Too slow. Kim Seo-jun became a blur. He tore through the sky, shattering the magic circles like glass before the spell could even activate. The monster glared in fury. Suspended in midair, radiating the power of a god, Kim Seo-jun smirked. That reminds me. I promised Min Chun we'd play soccer. Your head looks like the perfect ball. The spear launched forward. A streak of silver light pierced the darkness, driving straight through the Archelder's chest in a single devastating strike. Down below, Logan stood frozen, his mind unable to process the godlike display. His radio screamed for attention. Logan, do you copy? Are you alive? Answer us. Logan couldn't take his eyes off the sky. Tell the director. His voice shook. Tell him not to bother coming. The job is already done. Logan collapsed to his knees, clutching his head as the adrenaline crashed. Actually, send the medical team away. What are you critical? The operator panicked. We have healers inbound, no, Logan whispered, staring at the crater. When I get back, get me a psychiatrist. I just witnessed something impossible. A massive crater now scarred the earth. Scene shift. The director LBY had arrived. The director stood at the edge of the crater, a wild, excited grin spreading across his face. Lucas stood beside him, peering into the abyss. Well, now, the director chuckled, hands in his pockets. Is there a tourist attraction down there I didn't know about? He turned to Lucas. And what is our hunter Kim Seo-jun up to? Lucas shrugged, equally baffled. Honestly, who knows? Probably looting. Down in the pit, Kim Seo-jun stood victorious, holding the Arch-Elder's skull in one hand like a trophy. Bending down, he muttered to himself while hunting for the ultimate loot. Where is Burke's heart hiding? He licked his lips in anticipation, greed flickering in his eyes. Just eating a regular dragon heart boosted my energy insanely. If I consume Burke's heart, my stats in this system Manhwa world will skyrocket. Kim Seo-jun rummaged through the debris with high hopes, but his excitement suddenly turned to ice. He froze, eyes widening in disbelief. It's not here. The heart. It's gone. Doubts clouded his mind as he ran through every possibility. Did it shatter under the impact of the Thunder God Spear? Impossible. Unless I used the first form destruction, Burke's durability wouldn't fail against a standard attack. A dark realization hit him, and he gritted his teeth in frustration. He leaped from the crater with explosive force. Finding Lucas and Lidberry waiting above, he landed before them with the weight of a mountain. You must be Lidberry, the president of the Professional Hunter Association, Kim Seo-jun stated. Lidberry stood relaxed, hands in his pockets, exuding authority. That's me. And you're the hunter Kim Seo-jun. He tilted his head, analyzing the young man. Who is this monster? He looks like the protagonist of a leveling manhwa. Lidberry could see it clearly. A terrifying aura radiating from Kim Seo-jun, like a raging inferno, a power that defied logic. A satisfied smile touched the president's lips. To think I paid $500 million just to save Colin. Though satisfying my curiosity about this rookie is worth every cent. Stepping forward, Lidberry extended a hand with practiced grace. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Lidberry, president of the American Hunter Association. Thank you for your cooperation in the Lich raid. But Kim Seo-jun cut straight to the chase. Save your thanks. The Lich hasn't been defeated yet. Lidberry's composure cracked. Strange. My detection skills cover this entire zone. There isn't a single trace of its mana left. I assumed its life vessel was destroyed. Kim Seo-jun shook his head, his expression grim. It realized it couldn't win, so it vanished. It won't show its face again. Not until it has fully assimilated the power of Burke. The atmosphere instantly grew heavy around Lidberry, the air turning cold. Did you say? Burke? Kim Seo-jun nodded grimly. I felt the dragon's energy resonating from within the Lich. He explained the gravity of the situation. The life vessel acts as its core. Unless we shatter that crystal, the Lich will resurrect infinitely. Kim Seo-jun hesitated, the words heavy on his tongue. That thing. It must have already absorbed Burke's heart. Because I couldn't unleash the full might of the blue dragon Guinness, I failed to obliterate it completely. Clenching his fist, Kim Seo-jun declared, if we wait, a calamity, unlike anything in history, will be born. We need to mobilize everyone. Now. Lidberry stood stunned by the intensity. The president's eyes narrowed in calculation. Then the command dropped. Lucas, summon the heroes immediately. Huh, Lucas gasped. Lidberry was already walking away. We meet in 2 hours. Let's move. Lucas stammered, scrambling after him. Wait, sir. We can't just summon them like that. They haven't even arrived, and you know how he gets. Lidberry cut him off cold. If Richard complains, tell him it's my direct order. If he refuses, ignore him. I will handle the consequences. Just execute the plan. Lucas's voice trembled with anxiety. But sir, if this is a false alarm, they'll force you to resign. Lidberry didn't even look back. If the world ends, there won't be an association left to lead. Lucas turned pale, silenced by the brutal truth. Lucas clenched his fist, his voice dropping to a whisper. Do you honestly believe such an absurd story? Silence stretched between them. Finally, Lidberry spoke. You're still skeptical. Even after watching a ranker like Colin be reduced to a puddle of mud, I would have ended up exactly the same way. Lucas's eyes widened, the fear finally setting in. Lidberry continued. None of the heroes from the Great Flood could defeat him. Why would a being that powerful lie? It sounds like an awakening manhwa plot, but it's real. Above all, I trust my gut. He turned, eyes burning with conviction. Everything he said is the truth. Sen, change. Inside the situation room, tension filled the air. Bang! A massive hand slammed onto the table. Richard, the bald giant, leaned into his microphone. We are drowning in work, and you drag us here just to help some kid find a missing lich body. He glared at Lidberry. First off, why would the dragon heart be with a lich? And are we even certain Burke is actually dead? I heard a rookie took it down, not a flood hero. Sounds like a fairy tale to me. Suddenly, Lee Seo-jun stood up his chair, scraping loudly. I can answer your questions. Instantly, the weight of every gaze in the room shifted to him. Lee Seo-jun's voice was steel. First, let me be clear. The entity we faced was undeniably Burke, and I watched the life fade from its eyes myself. Richard sneered from across the table. Then explained the missing heart. Lee Seo-jun didn't flinch. Someone, or something, extracted Burke's heart before the final blow was struck. Murmurs of disbelief rippled through the room. Richard exploded in anger. Enough of this garbage. Shut your mouth, rookie. But Lee Seo-jun stood unmoved, ignoring the hostility. He knew this would happen. This wasn't a simple Manhwa recap. These were the top hunters, and their egos were massive. I expected this resistance. These are the heroes of the Great Flood, the apex of humanity. They won't bow to an unknown commander easily. Lee Seo-jun sighed. Words were useless here. He placed both hands on the table and unleashed his aura. Boom! A terrifying pressure slammed into the room, suffocating everyone. He locked eyes with Richard, his gaze piercing. You of all people should remember the true horror of the Dragon Burke. If we fail to find it, humanity faces extinction. Even Lidberry stared awestruck by the young hunter's dominance. Lee Seo-jun enunciated every syllable, his voice commanding absolute obedience. So, I expect your full cooperation. Send change. A helicopter sliced through the air, approaching the wasteland. Red markers bled across the tactical map like open wounds. The strategy room buzzed with tension. Elite heroes had already been deployed to the front lines. High above, Lee Seo-jun scanned the terrain with eagle eyes. Yet while others worked tirelessly, one hero dared to yawn in the face of danger. He crouched lazily, voice dripping with boredom. What a joke. Mobilizing all these hunters for nothing. I haven't seen a single monster hair, let alone an emergency. The woman beside him scratched her head, equally annoyed. Seriously, it's just a waste of our precious time. All this chaos, because of one paranoid brat. But unbeknownst to them, deep in a nearby cave, dark energy began to pulse. A crimson gem throbbed inside a crystal shell, leaking ominous black smoke. As night fell, the search helicopter returned to the city empty-handed. Lee Seo-jun kicked the door open, letting the gale whip past him. He stood on the edge. Even with his centaur senses fully awakened, he sensed nothing. Gripping the frame, he turned to his companion. Shurion, do you sense anything abnormal? Any mana fluctuations? Manipulating the glowing orb in her palm, she shook her head. No. Even with my detection spells, the radar is completely silent. This Manhwa recap continues as the search dragged on. From the U.S. Hunter Bureau to the legendary heroes of the Great Flood, everyone was hunting. They had swept the entire continent, yet the lich remained a ghost. Lee Seo-jun gazed into the distance, his heart heavy. Time was running out. Inside the headquarters, Lee Seo-jun strode down the corridor. Suddenly, a familiar voice cut through the air. Back already, Lee Seo-jun looked up to see Min-chun. The old master leaned against the wall, arms crossed, waiting for him. Sword Saint. Min-chun's eyes bored into him. Did you find the lich? Lee Seo-jun could only close his eyes and shake his head in defeat. Min-chun pressed on. So what is your plan now? Lee Seo-jun fell silent, weighing the heavy burden of destiny. We must prepare for the worst-case scenario. The worst-case scenario? Min-chun asked, his brow furrowing. Lee Seo-jun stepped closer, his voice grim. We've turned the world upside down and found nothing, which means we may never find the life vessel in time. That means we cannot stop the birth of an immortal lich, one possessing the catastrophic power of Burr. Silence swallowed the room. Internal monologue raced through Lee Seo-jun's mind, like a system Manhwa interface. There is only one way to kill a monster of that caliber. The Dragon Spear Genus, a technique capable of piercing reality itself. He clenched his fist until his knuckles turned white. My mastery is stuck at 20%. I need to push it, no force it, to 30% to wield that power. Mind made up. Lee Seo-jun walked past the Sword Saint. I'll be going now. I have work to do. His eyes burned with the resolve of a leveling Manhwa protagonist. He would do whatever it took to ascend. Minchun watched his retreating back, saying nothing. Scene shift to the majestic Grand Canyon, Arizona. Tourists flocked to the rocky peaks, oblivious to the looming shadow. A couple enjoyed their vacation. "Honey, take a picture of me here." Laughter filled the air, masking the calm before the storm. What a breathtaking view. Nearby, two heroes took a break, soaking in the peace. Finally, a moment of silence. "Can't believe we spent days scouring the country for nothing." The hero sighed, hands on hips. Who knew a single hunter could cause such a nationwide panic? Suddenly, the hero next to him froze. He tilted his head back, eyes widening in horror. The disturbance rippled through the crowd. A young boy pointed a trembling finger at the sky. "Mommy, what is that?" A shadow fell over them. Something is floating up there. The nightmare had returned. The skeleton descended. What the hell? Before they could react, the Arch-Elder unleashed its mana. A halo of power materialized, orbiting with jagged runestones. Crimson light flared in the monster's empty sockets. The hero's face went pale as death. His lips barely moved. "Run!" Chaos erupted instantly. Tourists screamed, scrambling over each other in a desperate stampede. One man glanced back in terror. Too late. The beam of destruction was already upon him. Boom! A blinding explosion tore through the canyon. The shockwave knocked the hero to his knees. He trembled, paralyzed by the overwhelming aura. The massive Arch-Elder loomed over him like a god of death. It reached out a skeletal hand. "You are not the one I seek." Bony fingers crushed the man's skull. Terror consumed his soul. He could only whisper, "Oh, God." Crack. His scream was cut short. Meanwhile, Blueberry marched down the street, barking orders. "Casualty report, now." Lucas scrambled behind him, sweat pouring down his face. We can't estimate the numbers yet, sir." Blueberry didn't break stride. "And the target, where is that wretched creature?" "It's moved from the Grand Canyon. It's hitting Phoenix already." Blueberry stopped dead. "Already? What about the local heroes?" Back in the command room, the pressure was crushing him. They've all been wiped out, sir." Blueberry gritted his teeth. "Where is Hunter Kim Seo-jun?" "He's locked himself in his quarters for days," Lucas stammered. His only message was, "He needs to buy more time." Blueberry rubbed his temples. Buy time, the realization hit him. This was a classic awakening Manhwa gamble. He made his choice. "Lucas, mobilize every combat class hunter immediately. I will rally the remaining heroes myself." "Yes, sir." Blueberry suited up, his expression dark. He slotted two short swords into his belt. "If he needs time, I'll buy it with my blood." The air was thick with nostalgia, but inside the building, panic took over. Seo-jun sprinted down the hallway, her breath ragged and desperate. "Grandfather, let us fight by your side." Minchun marched forward, refusing to look back. "No, you stay here." His dismissal hit her like a physical blow. "But why? We are awakened too. We can fight." Her stubbornness pushed him to the edge, and he snapped silence. He spun around, his eyes blazing with the authority of a veteran. "This is an order. That battlefield is a hell beyond your comprehension. Do not move." The command froze her in place. The Sword Saint's gaze softened with hidden sorrow, but his resolve remained ironclad. Minchun turned his back on her, leaving Seo-jun stranded in the corridor. Meanwhile, the city outside had become a graveyard of rubble and ruin. Death lingered in the monster's wake. Two heroes cowered in the debris, and the girl tore at her hair, sanity slipping away. "It's over. We're all going to die." The tank raised his shield, though his hands trembled uncontrollably. "Damn it. That thing is a nightmare incarnate. Just hold the line until reinforcements arrive." But a sudden blast of energy silenced him. The beast sneered. "Foolish insects." Terror seized the girl and she screamed. The Arch-Elder loomed over them, dark energy swirling. Witness the true horror of the abyss. Despair for your end is absolute. A massive magic circle manifested in the sky, sealing their fate. The heroes below gazed up at the encroaching doom, their bodies paralyzed by a fear found only in the darkest leveling manhwa. This is the end. Suddenly, a figure flashed onto the scene. It was Lidberry, shielding them with an explosion of blue lightning. He channeled his voltage to match the beast's might. As the lightning surged, his hair bleached white from the sheer output of power. His eyes glowed with awakened fury as he drew his twin daggers. Beside him, a golden aura enveloped the wounded tank. The panic faded from the girl's eyes. She looked up to see a towering presence, healing her comrade with holy light. Legends began to fill the battlefield. The Arch-Elder gazed down with disdain. "I sense the embers of a forgotten era, within you ephemeral specks, a fragile, desperate hope." Facing him were Lidberry and the legendary heroes who once defined an era. Lidberry pointed his blade at the beast, his gaze piercing. The girl hoisted the injured hero onto her shoulder, hope reigniting. Tears of relief flooded her eyes. It's the great flood heroes we're saved. One veteran smirked. Been a while since we formed a party, hasn't it? 20 long years. The swordsman beside him chuckled. The nostalgia is hitting hard right now. They cracked their knuckles, their mana flaring to life. Finally, time to stretch these old bones and show them a real fight. In perfect sync, they launched a coordinated assault. But the beast unleashed a wave of dark magic, scattering them like toys. Annoying pests. A streak of blue lightning tore through the smoke. Lidberry charged a living thunderbolt aiming for the kill. He unleashed a thunderous punch, but the monster was faster. The beast sidestepped and snatched him out of the air. Held captive before the Arch-Elder Lidberry watched in horror, as energy gathered in the beast's maw. He was helpless. But just before the end, a golden streak crashed down. Minchin drove his blade straight through the Arch-Elder's skull. The beast dropped him. Lidberry seized the opening, unleashing a frenzy of slashes. A torrent of hydro energy joined the fray. High above, a sniper grinned, looking down at the carnage. How'd that taste? But the smoke cleared, revealing the monster unscathed. Impossible. It took a direct hit from my cannon and didn't even flinch. Lidberry gritted his teeth, realizing the grim truth. He isn't invincible. His regeneration is just instant. A wounded mage staggered forward. A golden barrier enveloped him. It was the elderly healer pouring her life force into keeping the team alive. Hold your ground, she cried, her magic straining. The monster merely summoned a sphere of void energy. This divine light is irritating. The Arch-Elder unleashed the full weight of his darkness. The sky turned pitch black, swallowing the light. Everyone, rally to me now, the healer screamed. The monster whispered a single word: destruction. A cataclysmic wave of crimson energy exploded outward. The healer braced herself, channeling every ounce of mana into her staff to create a shield. But it was too much. She coughed blood as her staff shattered, and the shockwave blasted the heroes across the ruins. Lidberry collapsed, clutching his chest as blood pooled beneath him. Through the ringing in his ears, a memory of Lee Seo-jun's voice surfaced. If we don't find the core, we are all dead. Lidberry froze, gazing at the broken bodies of his friends. Regret crashed over him. I should have listened. I should have launched a stricter investigation. The Arch-Elder ascended, summoning black holes that bristled with long, jagged spikes. He raised his hands in judgment. I will show you insects, the true face of the apocalypse. Minchin knelt, his sword heavy in his hand. The void spears launched. Minchin looked up, facing his death, too exhausted to dodge. But suddenly So-yun flashed into existence. With a single strike, she shattered the void spears into nothingness. Minchin's eyes widened in sheer terror as he spotted his granddaughter. What in the world are you doing here? Lee Seo-jun, having just silenced a deadly threat, let out a heavy breath, her sharp gaze finally softening. The old master's voice boomed over the chaos. This isn't some low-tier dungeon run. We aren't dealing with a level 10 or 15 critter from a leveling manhwa that you can just toy with. You stand no chance against this monster. Desperation clawed at his throat as he screamed, "Run away now." But Lee Seo-jun stood her ground, sensing his fear. I'm staying too, Grandpa. Her eyes locked onto his, burning with resolve. I am an official pro hunter too, remember. Minchin froze, struck silent by the unwavering steel in her voice. Without another word, she charged into the fray. Watching her back, Minchin gripped his blade, whispering to the cold steel. Sword Saint, it seems our golden age is fading. No, our era died a long time ago. Shaking off the doubt, Lee Seo-jun joined forces with her team, launching a coordinated assault on the abomination. Their teamwork was flawless. Lee Seo-jun leaped high, delivering a devastating slash infused with aura, but the Arch-Elder merely clapped his hands, catching the blade. Your struggle is pathetic. In a flash, unseen tendrils erupted from the void, binding her tight. She thrashed against the restraints, her aura flaring wildly, as a pained cry escaped her lips. The Sword Saint moved like a gale. Minchin slashed through the air, his blade singing as it shattered the dark constructs, threatening his kin. He planted himself before her, grumbling through the tension. Good grief, who did you inherit this stubbornness from? Above them, the roar of a helicopter rotor cut through the air. Two figures leaned out of the chopper, camera rolling. The cameraman's voice wavered as he adjusted the lens. Are you sure broadcasting this live is a good idea? The reporter didn't hesitate. The entire world is glued to their screens. It has been decades since the heroes of the Great Flood fought side by side like this. But what if we lose? The cameraman asked. The reporter gripped his microphone, his face grim. If they cannot stop the Demon King here, humanity is finished. Back on the battlefield, Kim Seo-jun broke free. She and her grandfather became a whirlwind of steel, unleashing power-infused strikes against the beast. The Arch-Elder narrowed his eyes, analyzing the onslaught. This is becoming inconvenient, he mused, calculating the variables. He gazed down at the warriors with utter contempt. These insects, these lower life forms actually believe they have a chance. A shout rang out from the backline. Hold the formation. Do not let him unleash his true power. Watching them resist, the entity scoffed internally. They no longer squirm in terror. Even knowing their efforts are futile, they continue to fight. It disgusted him. It was repulsive. A pure, seething rage began to boil behind his cold, dead eyes. The Arch-Elder's fury manifested. A massive spectral skull materialized in the sky as he bellowed a single command that shook the earth. Kneel. The command carried the weight of a mountain. The heroes on the ground froze, their wills crushed. Even the legendary fighters gagged their minds, buzzing under the pressure. Dark energy began to condense in the Elder's palm, forming a sphere of pure annihilation. He hurled the orb of darkness toward the heroes. Kim Seo-jun collapsed to her knees, clutching her head as a deafening ring drowned out her thoughts. Her eyes lost their light, turning hollow. As she hugged herself in terror, the Arch-Elder stepped closer, looming over her. So, it is you. He extended a clawed hand toward her trembling form, the symbol of hope that dares to rise within the abyss. Kim Seo-jun sat paralyzed, clutching her bleeding arm. But suddenly, golden lightning erupted. Sword Saint Minchin charged his body cloaked in brilliant aura. Get away from her, you bastard, Minchin roared. But the Elder ignored him, telekinetically lifting Kim Seo-jun into the air as she screamed in agony. The monster barely spared the old man a glance before casually backhanding the air, sending a wave of force crashing out. Be gone. The Arch-Elder's shriek tore through the atmosphere. The sonic blast sent everyone flying, their cries of pain joining the chaotic symphony. He released his grip, letting Kim Seo-jun fall. Yes, he thought. That blooming hope has withered back into despair. Let that delicious terror feed me. Dark tendrils snaked around her body once more. No, please save me, she whimpered. The Arch-Elder's lips curled into a grotesque smile. Now that is much better, he sneered. The shadows crept up her neck, consuming her face as she shrieked in absolute horror. But then a voice cut through the darkness like a blade. Take your filthy hands off her. A bolt of lightning crashed down from the heavens. Crack boom. The jagged blue bolt struck the earth, forcing the Arch-Elder to whirl around, his eyes wide with shock. A storm of azure thunder bombarded the battlefield. The explosions were deafening. The Elder looked down. One of his arms had been completely vaporized. Smoke rose from his severed limb. He stared at it in silence. It was him. Kim Seo-jun had arrived to turn the tide of this battle. The monster's gaze shifted to the young warrior. Kim Seo-jun was already there, gently setting Kim Seo-jun down on the ground, his back turned to the enemy. The Elder lowered his remaining hand. Infinite despair, born from great hope. His aura flared. Come, your death will be the final piece of this masterpiece. You shall not survive. He didn't even get to finish his monologue. Kim Seo-jun spun his spear, tracing a streak of blue light as it pierced straight through the monster's chest. The Arch-Elder froze, his eyes bulging. As his body began to disintegrate into particles of light, the familiar blue screen of a system Manhwa interface popped up. Skill, perseverance. Proficiency 28.7%. Meanwhile, the Sword Saint scrambled over, screaming his granddaughter's name. He found a figure kneeling beside her, channeling healing energy. Kim Seo-jun looked up at the panicked grandfather and spoke calmly. Don't worry, she is alive. Min-chan looked at her unconscious form, words failing him. He clenched his trembling fists, relief washing over him before casting his gaze toward the sky. High above, two cataclysmic forces were still colliding. The Arch-Elder's darkness crashed against Kim Seo-jun's blue lightning in a frenzy of destruction. The Arch-Elder roared, condensing his energy into yet another sphere. And once again, the window appeared. Skill, perseverance. Proficiency 28.7%. With a hunger for battle, he charged, knowing his technique lacked perfection. The Arch-Elder shifted like a phantom to evade him. To master the Longinus art, he needed to push the endurance proficiency to 30%. Unleashing a storm of lightning, he attacked. The system interface chimed relentlessly. Proficiency rising. 0.2%. 28.9%. Creeping closer to the threshold. The Arch-Elder deflected the blows, scoffing at the limited stamina of a mere mortal. Another notification flashed, typical of a leveling Manhwa system. 29.5%. Inch by inch, the awakening drew near. Victory was still within the monster's grasp. Golden crosses ignited in his eyes, signaling a deadly curse. Halt! The command thundered, freezing Lee Seo-jun in midair, like a puppet on strings. A claw of pure mana reached out. The elder sneered, claiming to see through the hero's plan. But Lee Seo-jun refused to yield. His divine eyes blazed to life, shattering the mental shackles. Space itself cracked under his thunderous spear strike. "You're the one dreaming," he roared. Shock paralyzed the elder. Before he could react, a bolt of lightning tore through the dimension. Time is a luxury neither of us has. The strike landed true, locking the beast in place. The lich's skull fractured. Lightning cloaked Lee Seo-jun's body. Just 0.1% remaining until the breakthrough. Stunned by the overwhelming power, the elder recoiled, unleashing a wave of abyssal smoke to cover his retreat. Lee Seo-jun shielded his face. Was this a simple smokescreen, or something far more sinister? Suspecting an escape attempt, Lee Seo-jun charged blindly. "You won't get away this time." Laughter echoed from the void. Suddenly, dark vines erupted, ensnaring the protagonist in an iron grip. A massive shockwave slammed into Lee Seo-jun, sending him flying like a ragdoll. Coughing up blood, he clutched his wound. His calculation had been fatal. He thought the previous battle had unlocked the skill. But mere timing wasn't enough to trigger an awakening. True mastery isn't a system number. It's understanding the essence of the art. Lee Seo-jun collapsed to the ground. The archelder raised his staff for the killing blow. Lee Seo-jun cursed his own arrogance. "Checkmate," the monster hissed. Bound by dark magic, Lee Seo-jun was helpless. Should he risk the second form? No, it was too volatile. The dark energy surged toward him. He had no choice. He would unleash the annihilation form even if it cost his life. "Wake up, you fool!" The sword Saint Min-chun flashed in, pulling him from the jaws of death. Master Min-chun. The old hero carried him to safety while the allies formed a defensive array. Fire! At the Sword Saint's command, a volley of holy light bombarded the monster. Light clashed with darkness. Dumping Lee Seo-jun on the ground, the Sword Saint took to the skies. "Heal yourself, kid." But Lee Seo-jun wasn't done yet. "Wait," he cried out. A healer rushed to his side, while the raid team desperately held the line against the archelder. "Hold the formation. Don't give him an inch." Healed up, Lee Seo-jun stood tall. "I'm ready." He walked toward the chaos, casting a longing glance at the unconscious Selen. Tears streamed down her face. "Please," she whispered, "don't leave me behind." He froze. Was he making another reckless mistake? Her voice echoed in his heart. He knew the answer long ago. Turning back with a warm smile, he vowed, "I'm not going anywhere without you." He realized the truth. In this awakening Manhwa reality, physical force alone couldn't destroy an elder lich. Merlin's wisdom resurfaced. Learning is vital, but blind imitation kills potential. Was he learning or just copying? Grip tightening on his spear, he marched forward. The great sage had said, "True learning is forging your own path, not walking someone else's." Lee Seo-jun finally understood. He couldn't mimic the great sage's heavenly spear style perfectly, but he could adapt it. Meanwhile, the archelder unleashed a cataclysm of dark magic. "Begone, insects!" The monster roared, obliterating the heroes standing in his way. Suddenly the lich froze. Lee Seo-jun stood before him, his spear bathed in a majestic purple aura. Burning with the will to eradicate evil, Lee Seo-jun prepared to end this nightmare once and for all. The archelder gazed upon Lee Seo-jun, whose aura erupted like a dormant volcano awakening. Terror seized the monster's very soul. His instincts screamed at him to flee, to survive at any cost. The elder tried to summon his magic, but the mana refused to condense in his trembling hand. Opposite him, Lee Seo-jun gripped his weapon, pitch-black smoke spiraling from his body like a demon's breath. Lee Seo-jun focused inward, a frown creasing his brow. This sensation, was he even holding the Spear of Longinus anymore, or had it become something else entirely? In the supreme realm of spear arts, the weapon and wielder become one entity. Spear as man. As spear, Lee Seo-jun's weapon expanded in the invisible realm, thrusting forward with the weight of destiny. The archelder froze, paralyzed by the sheer pressure. The archelder's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. What is this power? Inside his gaze, the dark crystal entity whispered in shock. How is a mere human capable of this? That crystalline eye, harboring a core of darkness, watched the unfolding chaos through the elder's vision. Lee Seo-jun's spear tore through the air, pulverizing every obstacle in its path like a wrecking ball. This was the ultimate technique, unity of man and spear. The blade shattered the elder's skull. Yet the monster shrieked, "I am an ancient demon, a supreme elder lich. I am the apocalypse, the eternal death." Even as he raved, he commanded chains of dark magic to snake around Kim Seo-jun, catching the protagonist completely off guard. Sharp, iron-tipped chains surged toward Kim Seo-jun like vipers striking their prey. The lich roared with venomous hate. "I will drag you to hell with me." On the ground, Soo-jin witnessed the horror and screamed brother Kim Seo-jun. Beside her, Minu looked up, trembling as he muttered, "What is happening up there?" Suwon, hand on her hip, deciphered the situation instantly. "It is annihilation magic. That bastard intends to take brother Kim Seo-jun down in a suicide pact." But in that critical second, the Sword Saint Min-chun leaped into the fray. He stood as a shield before Kim Seo-jun, his blade flashing as he slashed at the encroaching iron chains. The Sword Saint knew the harsh truth: the only way to nullify annihilation magic was death itself. A sacrifice was required before the soul link completed. Without looking back, he growled, "Kid, you owe me a life." With those words, the old master charged straight at the Archelder. But even in his final moments, he left Kim Seo-jun with one last request. "Take good care of Seon for me." The Archelder's chains instantly coiled around Min-chun's body, ensnaring him. Yet the old man's thoughts remained only on Kim Seo-jun. Has this boy endured such pain all alone? He pictured his granddaughter's bright smile and realized if Kim Seo-jun died, Seon's heart would break into 1,000 pieces. He closed his eyes, accepting his fate with a heavy sigh. Suddenly, a hand gripped him. It was Kim Seo-jun yanking the Sword Saint back from the abyss, leaving the old man stunned. Gritting his teeth, the Sword Saint gasped, "What are you doing?" Kim Seo-jun looked him in the eye and stated simply, "If something happens to you, Seon will be devastated." Besides, Kim Seo-jun grinned, flashing a peace sign. "Debts should be paid with money, not your life, old man." In that split second of heroism, the Archelder's chains snatched Kim Seo-jun instead. Seeing the boy enveloped in darkness, Min-chun reached out in desperation, shouting, "You absolute fool." Inside a void of absolute darkness, Kim Seo-jun narrowed his eyes. The Archelder's voice echoed all around. "How foolish. Did you really think you could escape me? This is the domain of death. Even if you manage to awaken that dormant power again, you will never leave this place." Kim Seo-jun stood face to face with the elder, whose single remaining eye gleamed with malice. "The only way out of here," the lich sneered, "is for both of us to die together." Hearing this absolute ultimatum, Kim Seo-jun simply shrugged. "Hey, since we're at this stage, why don't we have a little heart-to-heart?" He dropped to the floor, sitting cross-legged. "I have a few questions for you," he said cheerfully. The Archelder froze, a massive question mark, practically floating above his head. "Don't bother asking for an exit," the elder scoffed. "It is useless." Kim Seo-jun smirked. "I just want to tell one last story. We are both destined to die here anyway, right? No need to be so guarded against a dead man." Kim Seo-jun pointed a finger at the glowing gem embedded in the elder's chest. "That heart. Where did you get it?" Surprisingly, the monster answered directly, "I do not know." Kim Seo-jun raised an eyebrow, skeptical. "You don't know?" The elder clarified, "My existence is sustained by this heart. Therefore, I cannot know its origins." Kim Seo-jun connected the dots instantly. "So you were born from a mutation within that heart?" The monster nodded. "Correct." Kim Seo-jun stared at the abomination and muttered, "Why didn't you just say that from the start?" "So, about that heart. It won't be destroyed when you die, right?" The Archelder answered honestly, "It is indestructible. It will likely return to its original source of life." Kim Seo-jun slumped over, looking disappointed. "So where exactly is this source? I've searched every corner of the world for it." The Archelder divulged the secret. "It is a land of yellow-brown earth and towering peaks. The humans call it the Grand Canyon mountain range." Kim Seo-jun blinked, surprised. "I already checked there. I found nothing." The elder explained the discrepancy. A barrier was created using the mana of the heart itself. Kim Seo-jun let out a long sigh of relief. "I see. That is a huge relief." The Archelder was baffled. Relief why? He watched as Kim Seo-jun stood up, dusting himself off. "What are you doing?" Kim Seo-jun spun his spear with a flourish. "Don't worry," he smirked. "I'm just planning to die." His grin widened. "You said only death can get us out of here, right?" Kim Seo-jun began to gather his energy, a radiant blue aura exploding outward. This was the moment where the power scale of a leveling Manhwa reaches its peak. He unleashed the first bolt of lightning. While the first 3 forms of the meteor heavenly spear contain the essence of defense, the forms from 3 to 6 hide the devastating power of the gods themselves. Kim Seo-jun charged golden electricity crackling around him. He unleashed the Thunder God's power 4th form, Thunder God Spear Strike. His eyes glowed with an ancient light. This was the legendary power of the fire dragon awakening within him. The spear released a torrent of energy, capable of scorching the heavens. Fifth form fire, dragon burning sky. Kim Seo-jun continued to swing his weapon, channeling endless power. Now the energy shifted to a menacing purple, the power of the yin god. Sixth form, demonic sound destruction. Sparks flew from his eyes as he glared at his enemy with absolute hostility. Meteor, heavenly spear, heaven and earth anomaly. Kim Seo-jun slashed down, sending a beam of pure light tearing through the darkness. But the recoil caused him to stumble. His strength faded, the spear slipping from his grasp. Witnessing this limit, his adversary could only watch in silent resignation. As Kim Seo-jun collapsed onto the cold earth, the Archelder approached his fallen form. "He has perished," the entity declared. Gazing down at Kim Seo-jun, he muttered to himself. Was that truly his final desperate struggle? No sooner had the words left his lips than the Archelder's body began to crumble into dust. His final testament, before fading into oblivion, echoed with irony. It seems the true Demon King was not me, but him. The scene shifts. The observer watching from beyond witnessed a baffling sight. There was Kim Seo-jun, flashing a peace sign against his forehead. Licking his lips with a playful smirk, he struck a pose and even threw in a wink. The observer could only scoff in disbelief. Seriously, what a lunatic. Meanwhile, the Archelder's skeletal remains scattered into the void like sand. The city lay in absolute ruin, a landscape of debris and despair. Survivors scrambled in chaos. The extinction magic has been nullified. Find him. Hurry. Kim Seo-jun lay motionless on the scarred earth. Minzu and Suran dashed toward him, desperation fueling their steps. Captain Minzu screamed, her voice cracking with fear. The livestream hosts witnessing the scene were struck dumb, unable to utter a single word. As the helicopter hovered above, a heavy cloud of sorrow descended upon everyone watching their fallen hero. Minzu dissolved into tears, clutching Kim Seo-jun's body against her chest. Her wails pierced the air. "No, how could this happen? Please, open your eyes." Even Captain Suran couldn't hold back the flood of tears, biting her lip as she whispered Kim Seo-jun. But in a classic Manhwa recap twist, the scene shifts. Kim Seo-jun scratched his head sheepishly and asked, "Hey, Mr. Observer, I'm not actually dead, right?" Standing before the colossal figure of the observer, a realization suddenly struck him. "Wait a minute," he said, "the only way out was death. So logically, that means I really did die. So I'm dead but not dead. What kind of paradox is this?" Even the observer was stumped, scratching his head in confusion. Those who are truly dead cannot enter this domain. A grin spread across Kim Seo-jun's face. "Just as I thought, the plan worked perfectly. I wasn't entirely sure, but I gambled and won." The observer face-palmed, utterly exasperated. His internal monologue raced. This lunatic. How in the world did he manage to return here? He recalled the battle between Kim Seo-jun and the Elder. He had witnessed the entire life cycle of the Archelder, from its genesis to its inevitable destruction. However, in those final seconds, within the absolute domain of the extinction magic, a peak moment for any leveling manhwa protagonist, his vision was completely blocked. Kim Seo-jun's voice shattered the observer's train of thought. "By the way, you haven't forgotten our little promise, have you? You promised me a free gift coupon if I ever returned." Hearing this absurd demand, the observer spread his hands in disbelief. "That condition only applies if I am the one who summons you." Kim Seo-jun raised a hand in protest, his expression darkening. "Hey, don't you dare go back on your word now. I made the terms crystal clear back then. Are you trying to scam me, Mr. Observer?" The cosmic entity pointed a finger in irritation. "What, I will check the causality records and you will see I am right." The memory played back instantly. Kim Seo-jun had indeed said, "If I return to this boundary space, you must give me a free gift coupon each time." Back then, finding the human utterly annoying, the observer had agreed just to get rid of him. "Fine, understood. Now, begone." Reviewing his mistake, the observer massaged his temples, questioning his past judgment. Kim Seo-jun, seeing the proof, immediately started causing a scene. "See, I was right, so hand it over, chop chop." The observer could only curse silently in his heart at the audacity. "Damn it. I cannot void a causality agreement." Defeated, he grumbled. "Fine, I get it. Enough." But as he moved, his curiosity took over. "More importantly, I have a question. How exactly did you manage to return here?" Kim Seo-jun raised his arms high, answering with infuriating nonchalance. "Didn't you watch the whole thing?" He rubbed the back of his neck, grinning sheepishly. "Does it really matter how I got back?" The observer's mind was in turmoil. It matters. It is critically important, more important than anything else in the entire universe. Nothing inside that domain was recorded. This means he could replicate that sequence and breach this realm again. I must prevent that at all costs. Desperate, he made an offer. If you tell me, I will grant you the free gift coupon. Kim Seo-jun immediately countered. But it's incredibly complicated to explain. The observer placed a hand over his chest, speaking with forced patience. That is fine. I am ready to listen. Take all the time you need. Seizing the advantage, Kim Seo-jun raised a finger with a greedy glint in his eyes. In that case, if I tell you, will you give me another free coupon? The observer seethed internally. This little wretch knows he has the upper hand. He decided to switch tactics. Forget the coupons. How about items from the Transcendental store without the karma cost, just like a system Manhwa cheat? Kim Seo-jun feigned hesitation, letting out a long sigh. Well, that is. Sensing the hesitation, the observer raised the stakes. I will give you 15 items. His eyes lit up like stars and he clenched his fists in victory. Now we're talking, but then Kim Seo-jun suddenly pivoted. Crossing his arms, he looked the observer dead in the eye. Actually, forget it. Just give me the one coupon. That'll be enough. The observer was stunned by the sudden 180 turn. Turning away, Kim Seo-jun licked his lips, thinking, that was close. I almost got scammed. The real treasure of the boundary space wasn't just the coupons. It was the emergency escape ticket that could transport you between worlds. He gets a ticket in addition to the coupon. And that old geezer tried to buy him off with just 15 measly items from the store. What a ripoff. Putting on his best fake smile, Kim Seo-jun held out a hand imploringly. If you just hand over that one coupon, I'll leave quietly like a good boy. The observer didn't even turn around. Very well. But then he spun around and roared. But I won't give you a single thing until you explain how you breached this dimension. Kim Seo-jun immediately flopped onto the ground, going on a strike. Okay, fine. When the observer didn't react, Kim Seo-jun started shouting like a brat. I really won't tell you I mean it. No, I literally can't. The observer remained unmoved. Then don't. But you aren't leaving this place until you spill the beans. Kim Seo-jun shrieked back. You think that scares me? I've got a backup plan, you know. The observer simply crossed his arms, unimpressed. Then by all means proceed. The scene shifts to the void. The observer was busy weaving complex arcane circles, muttering to himself with a heavy sigh. I should have done this sooner. 3 weeks had already passed in the boy's Earth time. This was a realm of nothingness, where only pure white light existed. A terrifying silence that would shatter the mental fortitude of any ordinary mortal. Even if he had lasted this long, he would be begging for release any second now. There was still time before the next cycle of destruction. The observer was sure he would win this contest of patience. Meanwhile, Kim Seo-jun was sprawled out in the empty space, bored out of his mind. Unable to toss and turn any longer, he sprang to his feet, irritation written all over his face. Kim Seo-jun grabbed his spear and waved his hand, calling out, Hey, Mr. Observer, you there. Watching this, the observer smirked, thinking the human had finally given up. Perfect timing to fix his bad attitude. When no one answered, Kim Seo-jun swung his spear through the empty air, muttering, Not there, huh? The observer knew exactly what he was planning. For a moment, the cosmic entity was stunned. Kim Seo-jun began swinging his spear, wildly smashing the air in a frenzy. Mr. Observer, are you there? Are you home? Seeing Kim Seo-jun causing a ruckus, the observer clutched his chest, cursing under his breath. That absolute lunatic. Unable to watch Kim Seo-jun trash his dimension any longer, the observer materialized instantly. Fury burned in his eyes as he shouted, Stop it, fine, I'll give you 2 tickets, just stop. Seeing the observer appear, Kim Seo-jun froze mid-swing. He turned with a casual look. Oh, so you were there. Kim Seo-jun stroked his chin, entering negotiation mode. Mr. Observer, I've been thinking. If I tell you how I got here, that means I'm waiving my emergency rescue ticket, right? So counting the emergency rescue and the glitch compensation. How about 2 gift tickets and 10 transcendental items from the shop? That seems fair. For a system manhwa protagonist, don't you think? The observer couldn't handle the audacity. He threw his hands up in protest. That is nonsense. No. 2 tickets, not a single item. More Kim Seo-jun narrowed his eyes. My network error is only worth that much. The observer doubled down. What is forbidden is forbidden. If you don't like it, you can stay here for eternity. Kim Seo-jun immediately started screaming. Wow. Now you're threatening me again. The observer's voice boomed. Supernatural forbidden arts. Then he paused, realizing something terrifying. Wait. The causal fruit he used to execute that transcendental technique. The cost must have been astronomical. Kim Seo-jun stood there looking completely innocent. I just used the gift ticket you gave me, sir. The observer raised his hand again, fine-tuning the matrix circles as they hummed with power. Kim Seo-jun called out again. Sir. Watching the observer manipulate the laws of physics, he asked. While we wait for the causal record, can I ask a few questions? The observer scoffed. Even if I said no, you'd chatter anyway. Go ahead. Kim Seo-jun sat cross-legged on the floor, resting his chin on his hand. The entity trying to destroy my dimension. If that's what it wants, why hasn't it made a move yet? The observer replied solemnly. I cannot explain the details, but you can consider it a reason similar to my own situation. The constraints of causality are absolute. If the cost outweighs the action, it is impossible. Kim Seo-jun hugged his spear, deep in thought. That's why he's trying to kill me instead. The observer remained silent, confirming the suspicion. Kim Seo-jun pressed on. But why does it want to destroy the dimension in the first place? He sighed, closing his eyes. Is he not going to answer that one either? Just as he thought that the observer spoke. I do not know the details. Kim Seo-jun's eyes snapped open. Kim Seo-jun stared at the observer with suspicion. It's not that he doesn't know, he thought. It's that he's not clear on the details. He definitely knows something, but is hiding it. Kim Seo-jun's thoughts were interrupted by a sudden chime. A holographic window appeared. Atlas lecture progress, plus 5.7%. Total 47.4%. It was the rapid growth you only see in a leveling manhwa. Atlas lecture progress, plus 2.4%. Total 49.8%. Progress plus 3.9%. Total 53.7%. Kim Seo-jun was baffled. Why is the lecture progress skyrocketing all of a sudden? He pulled out his phone and checked the screen, then looked up. By the way, what is my state in reality right now? The observer answered matter-of-factly. All beings who enter here are removed from the laws of causality. Simply put, the time of your physical body has stopped. Kim Seo-jun frowned, calculating rapidly. If time stopped, there's no reason for my growth progress to increase. The Lich Elder was already dealt with. Wait, the Lich Elder. The frenzied heart panic struck Kim Seo-jun. He stepped toward the observer. Sir, please send me back immediately. The observer rejected the demand instantly. The causal record is not complete. Once it is finished, Kim Seo-jun cut him off desperate. I won't ask for the gift tickets. I don't care about the compensation. Just send me back right now. The observer held up a finger. I will keep your items then. And beware the observer. Suddenly, a strange voice echoed in Kim Seo-jun's mind. Kim Seo-jun thought, what is this? Who is speaking? The mysterious voice rang out again inside his head. If the time comes to make a choice, whoosh flames erupted. Kim Seo-jun returned to reality, and his entire body was instantly engulfed in a roaring inferno. He screamed fire. His phone was ringing off the hook with notifications. Kim Seo-jun realized he was trapped inside a sealed coffin, being roasted alive. He shouted through the flames. So this was the reason for the progress. The system flashed a new notification. Atlas lecture mission. Endure 1000 degrees for 10 minutes with your entire body. Boom. The coffin exploded into splinters. Kim Seo-jun launched himself into the air, wearing a crisp black suit, looking down at the ground. Below him, the members of the Hero Association and his guild were gathered for a funeral. Seeing Kim Seo-jun burst out of his own coffin, their jaws dropped in horror and shock. Sohun, realizing who it was, stopped crying instantly. Brother Kim Seo-jun. Brother hovering in the sky. Kim Seo-jun addressed the mourners. Everyone, I am so sorry, but I have urgent business. I will be right back. The crowd screamed in terror, unable to believe their eyes. Down on the ground, Sohyun stood frozen, her hands raised as if surrendering to the absurdity. Beside her, Hyun from the Dream Team shrugged. See, that is the power of money. The fortune we spent over the last 3 weeks actually worked. Park Min-chun, the Sword Saint, sat on the stone steps, wiping sweat from his forehead. We were handling the funeral rites and then, boom. He just said he had urgent business and vanished again. Parun of the Dream Team glared into the camera, her voice exploding with desperation. Brother Kim Seo-jun, are you watching this? Get back here right now. Come back so I can deal with you myself. I'm not joking. Beside her, Lee Min-un held the hysterical girl back, his face pale with panic. I don't know what happened, but return immediately if you want to live. No, wait, don't come back. The scene shifted to a desolate wasteland. Kim Seo-jun scanned the empty horizon and muttered, it's not here. He was hunting for something in the outskirts of the city. Kim Seo-jun sighed as he walked, his patience wearing thin. I've been searching for hours. Where could it be? Suddenly, a massive round object rolled down the hill, stopping just behind him. Kim Seo-jun rubbed his temples, his expression growing deadly serious. I should have demanded the exact coordinates, he thought. Or maybe someone beat me to it. No, I need to verify if it's even in this area first. Kim Seo-jun gripped an item in his hand. Should I try the same method I used to find the Saint's Seal decisive? He hurled the object forward with all his might. The golden bat now, released, hovered in the air and spoke. What is your command, master? Kim Seo-jun pointed straight ahead. Find the Heart of Wrath. Kim Seo-jun began using wild hand gestures to describe it. It's a heart overflowing with magical energy. If you sense that power source, lead me straight to it. The golden bat nodded furiously, understanding the mission. Then, without warning, it launched itself straight at Kim Seo-jun's chest. Kim Seo-jun barely dodged the strike, twisting his body at the last second. You crazy stick. Find the target, not my heart. After a brief chaotic scuffle, the bat floated there with a fresh bump on its head. Kim Seo-jun pulled out his phone, scratching his head in defeat. Fine, it's not your fault. It's my fault for not knowing where it is. He scrolled through the holographic interface, a staple feature of the system Manhwa world. But everything was empty. Is there seriously nothing useful in the Transcendent store? Suddenly, an item caught his eye. A white scroll materialized on the screen. Item name tracking talisman. Seller the Stitched Mouth Clown. The system window expanded to reveal the details. This scroll allows you to track any target and simply visualize the concept or shape of what you seek. Tear the paper and the location shall be revealed. However, higher-tier targets require multiple talismans. While a small quantity doesn't guarantee success, it remains a worthy investment. Kim Seo-jun's eyes lit up as he read the description. A tracking talisman. If only I had found this sooner. He held the scroll high, a look of pure satisfaction washing over him. Rubbing his chin with his other hand, a flicker of doubt crossed his mind. It looks like just a piece of ordinary paper. But there was no time for doubt. Kim Seo-jun ripped the magical paper in half. It's from the Transcendent store, he muttered. It has to be legendary. The paper tore. And then, absolutely nothing happened. Kim Seo-jun stood frozen like a statue. What the? Zero effect. He held the glowing remnants in the air, analyzing them. Maybe I didn't use enough. The seller did say, quantity matters for high-level targets. A purchase more button flashed temptingly on the system screen. Kim Seo-jun didn't hesitate. He bought a massive stack of talismans. Still, no reaction. Suddenly, Mentor materialized, shaking his head. You've been scammed. Kim Seo-jun's arms dropped to his sides. Excuse me, I bought this from the Transcendent store. Mentor floated closer, his voice sympathetic. Was the seller named the Stitched Mouth Clown? That is the alias of Instructor Loki. It seems this is another one of his pranks on the cadets. He does this whenever he gets bored. The principal has warned him, but the god of mischief listens to no one. Kim Seo-jun grabbed his own hair, frustration boiling over. He was speechless. He looked up at Mentor with pleading eyes. Do I get a refund? The floating guy delivered the cold hard truth. I will report it. But don't expect your karma points back. Kim Seo-jun felt like a lightning bolt had struck his soul. His hope shattered instantly. He stood there petrified. 10 items. Bought with hard-earned karma. Gone. This wasn't just a game. In this awakening manhwa, reality points meant survival. I nearly died fighting the Elder Lich. I endured that endless battle with the Observer. Kim Seo-jun began to tremble, a dark aura of rage rising from him. My loot. My accumulated wealth. Mentor tried to defuse the situation with a gentle smile. Cadet Kim Seo-jun, please cheer up. That was the wrong thing to say. Veins popped on Kim Seo-jun's forehead. His pupils constricted into dangerous predatory slits. Cheer up, he growled. The terrifying pressure coming from Kim Seo-jun made even the Mentor back away in fear. Does Loki have a special class? Kim Seo-jun asked, his voice icy. Mentor couldn't hide the truth. He does. But why do you ask? Kim Seo-jun's reply was calm but chilling. Summon him. Mentor panicked. His class costs the same amount of karma as the Great Sage Heaven's equal. Converted to your currency, that is 5 trillion won per hour. Do you still wish to proceed? Kim Seo-jun closed his eyes, cursing internally. Damn it, I'm short on cash lately. He opened his banking app, and his eyes snapped open. The number on the screen was astronomical. Wait. How? He was stunned. Where did this fortune come from? What did my team do while I was dead? He checked the logs. Royalties from his team's heroic dungeon raids had been deposited. Whatever Kim Seo-jun thought, his resolve hardening. Knowledge is power. He turned to Mentor, his eyes burning with determination. I accept. Drag Loki here right now. A notification pinged on his phone. You will understand the true nature of deception only when you experience it. Kim Seo-jun didn't hesitate. He smashed the accept button. Instantly space warped, and Loki appeared. The god of mischief looked annoyed, his arrogance palpable. What do you want? Kim Seo-jun glared at the figure before him. So this is the bastard, he thought. I can see why they call him the clown. Why did you scam me? Kim Seo-jun demanded. Scam? Loki laughed, pointing a mocking finger at Kim Seo-jun. You're the idiot who fell for it. I didn't force you to buy anything. You just didn't read the fine print. Moron. At that insult, Kim Seo-jun's face went completely dark. The air grew heavy with murderous intent. Loki danced around with mocking arrogance, laughing as he taunted Kim Seo-jun. You paid a fortune to summon me here, but don't expect me to just stand still and be your punching bag. Is that really all you've got? Any last words? With a dismissive scoff, he turned to leave, tossing a lazy wave over his shoulder. Watch your back next time, kid. Mentor's jaw dropped in disbelief. Hey, you're just walking away. The timer isn't even up yet. But Loki didn't even flinch at the protest. Didn't you read the syllabus? In this awakening manhwa world, the true lesson is experiencing betrayal firsthand. Consider my class dismissed. Kim Seo-jun's lips curled into a predator's smirk. Is that so? Well, if you want to leave, go right ahead. Instructor Mentor stammered, unable to believe the audacity. But then, Kim Seo-jun dropped the lethal blow. I suppose I'll just go have a chat with Lord Odin. Loki froze mid-step, his voice dropping an octave. To do what? Kim Seo-jun shrugged, feigning casualness, as if talking about the weather. Oh, just to discuss a few trivial matters. Including your little secrets? Loki forced a grin, trying to maintain his composure. I know plenty of interesting things too, you know. Mentor was sweating bullets nearby. What on earth are they talking about? Kim Seo-jun's voice suddenly boomed like thunder cutting through the tension. I wonder, do you know the real reason why Baldur met his untimely end? Loki's eyes darted nervously to Mentor. The instructor blinked, confused. Baldur, the son of Odin. Everyone knows he died in a tragic accident. Kim Seo-jun wagged his finger, shaking his head. Wrong. The hidden truth of this manhwa recap began to unfold, revealing a prophecy from the underworld itself. His mother Frigg made every creature swear an oath, never to harm him. She only skipped the mistletoe, thinking it was too weak to be a threat. With Baldur declared invincible, the gods turned attacking him into a twisted game, throwing everything they had at him for entertainment. Amidst the fun, the blind god Hoder stood alone, until a shadow whispered, "Don't you want to play too?" and handed him a weapon made of mistletoe. Here, a special gift just for you. Hoder threw it with joy, unaware that he had just sealed Baldur's doom. Kim Seo-jun licked his lips, savoring the trap he had set. That innocent mistletoe was the sword that killed him, and the one who handed it to Hoder was you, Loki. Consumed by jealousy of Baldur's radiant light, Kim Seo-jun covered his mouth in mock horror. Oops, did I say that out loud? Mentor gasped, his face pale. Wait, Loki was the true culprit. Kim Seo-jun turned his back, amplifying his voice theatrically. Odin was so enraged he executed Hoder on the spot. Now, imagine if the Allfather found out the real mastermind was standing right here. Kim Seo-jun smiled like a devil. He'd probably rip that person limb from limb. Loki spun around instantly, panic flashing in his eyes. Hey Kim. Seo-jun waved him off dismissively. Still here? I thought you were busy. Go on, get lost. Loki's voice dropped to absolute zero. Are you threatening me? Kim Seo-jun clutched his chest, overacting his surprise. Oh heavens no, threaten a god, how could you say such a thing? I'm merely stating historical facts. Loki crossed his arms, finally caving in. Fine, I get it. I'll refund the money for the 10 items. Kim Seo-jun tesked, shaking his head. Hold on, your math is way off, pal. Loki blinked, completely confused by the mortal's greed. Kim Seo-jun started counting on his fingers. I want the value of 15 items, plus compensation for mental trauma, my wasted time. And don't forget the summoning fee I paid to get you here. Loki shrieked, as if he'd been physically stabbed. What? Kim Seo-jun remained ice cold. You don't want to, that's fine. Loki snapped back. Of course I don't, that's highway robbery. He turned away again, bluffing. Do your worst, I'll just go into hiding until Odin cools off. Better than going bankrupt. Seeing the gods resolve, Kim Seo-jun sighed. Well, you leave me no choice then. As Loki walked away rubbing his throbbing temples, Kim Seo-jun turned to the instructor. Hey, does Odin still ride Sleipnir? Loki froze like a statue. Mentor's eyes lit up with recognition. Oh yes, the legendary steed of the Ultimate Academy. A magnificent beast. Odin treasures that horse above all else. Loki began trembling like a leaf in a storm, his mind racing with terror. Don't you dare. Kim Seo-jun flashed a grin purely made of evil. He raised his voice so the entire system Manhwa world could hear. Actually, Sleipnir was born from Loki's scream of sheer terror cut him off instantly. Scene transition. Mentor looked like a zombie with deep dark circles under his eyes. Opposite him, Loki wore a plastered forced smile, looking thoroughly defeated. Kim Seo-jun stood at a safe distance looking smug. I knew you were a trickster, but I never expected your personal life to be that wild, Lord Loki. Loki raged at the sky, throwing his hands up. You little devils, there's no escaping you. But with his secrets held hostage, he had to submit. Fine, I accept. I'll pay for the 15 items. Kim Seo-jun shrugged, clearly not satisfied. Is 15 really enough for a leveling manhwa protagonist? I want the 15 items. And Gunganer. Loki's jaw hit the floor. You want what? Kim Seo-jun held up one finger, smiling innocently. That's right, Odin's legendary spear. Loki sputtered in outrage. That is absolutely insane. Kim Seo-jun put his hands on his hips. Aren't you two blood brothers? I'm not asking for free. Just convince him to sell it to me. Loki looked ready to cry. Blood brother or not, that's suicide. Do you have any idea how much he loves that spear? How am I supposed to pull that off? Kim Seo-jun picked his ear, looking bored. Why are you asking me? That sounds like a you problem. Loki looked ready to faint, his face draining of all color. Scene transition. Far away, the observer traced his magic circles. A heavy silence hanging in the air as the plot thickened. The observer pulled up Kim Seo-jun's feed, muttering into the void. This bastard's actions were shaking the very fabric of reality, where dimensional causality converges. It was all because the first Transcendental had intervened. As he watched this awakening manhwa unfold, he stopped caring about the how or the why of the boy's methods. One fact remained absolute. Kim Seo-jun was a walking catastrophe. The holographic display flickered with the boy's image, a harbinger of chaos. Staring at the screen, he declared, I will allow your rampage to continue. Until the time is right. The observer's fist clenched, crushing the empty air. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted. The laws of physics seemed to invert, and the observer's heart skipped a beat. What in the world? Why is there such a massive consumption of causality? Only one entity could trigger this. Rage flared in his eyes as he cursed. That absolute maniac? What the hell is he doing now? Meanwhile, back with the protagonist, the legendary spear Gungnir materialized in thin air. Kim Seo-jun grinned, extending both hands to claim the prize. This was the holy artifact that slaughtered the primal giant Ymir and split his corpse into the 9 realms. Hoisting the weapon high, he announced, Behold the true Gungnir. Kim Seo-jun beamed with triumph, adding, Loki really worked hard for us. Who said he was a cheater? He recalled Loki's pathetic face when handing over the spear. The trickster god had spat, Take it and go, you dirty thief. The mentor clutched his head in sheer panic. A mere cadet, possessing a transcendental-grade weapon that belongs to a constellation. Suddenly, a system manhwa notification chimed. Loki's class, 100% complete. You understand deception by experiencing it. Reward S-rank art acquired. The mentor floated around frantically. You are officially the craziest student in the history of the Ultimate Academy. Kim Seo-jun. Kim Seo-jun, casually holding the mythic spear with one hand, shrugged. Hey, you're exaggerating. We still have instructor Sun Wukong to deal with. The mentor's face went dead serious. No, I am not joking. You are insane. Kim Seo-jun ignored the insults, his heart racing with anticipation. The replica failed, but with this genuine artifact he could track it. He tossed Gungnir skyward. Find the heart of Bur for me. Obeying the command, Gungnir transformed into a streak of crimson light, scanning the world instantly. The speed was blinding, leaving Kim Seo-jun momentarily stunned. It's too fast. If I don't move, I'll lose it. Even the mentor was terrified by the weapon's velocity. The little guide shouted, The rumors about you are going to spread across the realms at this rate. With a sonic boom, Gungnir shot upward again. Radiating an ominous red aura, it pierced the horizon with unstoppable momentum. Grabbing the mentor, Kim Seo-jun sprinted after the light. Why is it so fast? Panic set in. If it hits the target at that speed, it'll smash the heart to pieces. Thinking fast, he summoned a smaller weapon. He hurled the replica forward, screaming, Fly, go, follow your father. The baby spear seemed to respond, okay. Escaping into the distance. High above, only a trail of burning light remained visible. Suddenly, the true Gungnir dove toward the earth. It locked onto a cave sealed behind a powerful defensive barrier. Kim Seo-jun pushed his agility to the limit. He swung his own spear, slamming it into Gungnir to forcefully alter its trajectory. Stop right there. The legendary weapon finally ceased its momentum. Kim Seo-jun clutched his head, exhaling a heavy sigh. Thank God. Shielding his eyes from the glare, he looked forward with excitement. That almost destroyed the heart. He pictured the organ of his father's nemesis. Just then, the baby Gungnir landed beside him. Kim Seo-jun gave it a light tap with his shaft. Oh, you made it too. With the cave right in front of him, Kim Seo-jun stepped forward. His voice bubbled with greed. Shall we go collect our loot? Even the Gungnir spear seemed to vibrate with a curse. You absolute scumbag. Scene change. A persistent voice echoed in the void. Advisor. Hey, advisor. After repeated calls, Kim Seo-jun's mentor groggily opened his eyes, his consciousness hazy. He bolted upright, screaming in terror. Where am I? Who am I? Kim Seo-jun, kneeling beside him, smirked. Oh, you're finally awake. The mentor shrieked. Cadet Kim Seo-jun. Why did you kidnap me? Kim Seo-jun scratched the back of his head, blushing innocently. I was in a rush. Ignoring the complaint, he held out a pulsating red orb. More importantly, look at this. The mentor blinked, confused. What is that? The energy signature is bizarre. Kim Seo-jun raised the orb triumphantly. This is the heart of Burr I've been searching for. I need to craft this into an elixir. Can you summon Hua-tuo for me? Scene shift. The divine physician. Hua-tuo appeared instantly. Upon hearing the request, the old master roared. You are crossing the line. Kim Seo-jun sat cross-legged, unfazed. Is that really your first greeting? Hua-tuo threw his hands up in indignation. I worked my butt off for finding that dragon heart for you. And you kicked me out before I could even explain the dosage. Kim Seo-jun realized his mistake and looked away sheepishly. Ah, right. I forgot. He scratched his head, flashing a charming smile. I didn't mean to kick you out, master. I just didn't have a choice back then. Hua-tuo's anger softened slightly at the apology. He crossed his arms, lecturing, a dragon heart is rare, even for transcendentals. It's perfect research material. Kim Seo-jun nodded respectfully. I really don't know how to express my gratitude to you, master. But before the sentiment settled, Kim Seo-jun shoved Burr's heart into Hua-tuo's face. The doctor stuttered, where did you get this? Kim Seo-jun grinned like a Cheshire cat. I just found it. Guess I'm lucky, huh? Seeing the legendary organ, Hua-tuo's eyes sparkled with obsession. This is my first time seeing one in person. Kim Seo-jun thought I've never seen him this hyped before. After examining the pulsing heart of Berser, Hua-tuo finally broke the silence. With this artifact, you can wield the might of a dragon. It may be faint, but the legendary dragon tongue is now within your grasp. Kim Seo-jun's eyes widened in disbelief. The dragon tongue truly. Memories of every beast he had slaughtered flashed through his mind. He realized the truth. Spirit speech alters the very rules of reality, and now it would evolve into the supreme authority of the dragon tongue. Hearing this, Mentor went pale. He flailed his arms in sheer panic. A human-wielding dragon tongue. Good heavens, Kim Seo-jun, are you trying to become a monster instead of a transcendent? Kim Seo-jun composed himself and turned to the legendary doctor. Shall we begin? Hua-tuo stroked his beard, a gleam of excitement in his eyes. Naturally. It has been ages since this old man felt such a thrill. Suddenly, Hua-tuo's expression shifted. His eyes snapped open. Sensing the change, Kim Seo-jun thrust the orb forward. Is something wrong? Hua-tuo stroked his beard, his voice grave. It is more than just wrong. He covered his mouth, whispering the terrifying truth. This is merely a fragment of the dragon heart. But how is that possible? Cold sweat trickled down Kim Seo-jun's back. What do you mean? Hua-tuo revealed the grim reality. Someone had intentionally split the dragon heart into pieces. The revelation struck Kim Seo-jun like a hammer. He stood frozen, speechless. Meanwhile, deep within a dark forest, another man held a pulsating piece of Berser's heart. At his feet lay a defeated figure, trembling in the dirt. The fallen man gritted his teeth, forcing his head up to glare at the artifact. There must be 2 other fragments lost in the world. The standing man smirked, clutching the heart of Berser. A twisted smile of triumph spread across his face. Without hesitation, he raised the heart and devoured it. The Black Saint screamed in terror. Jin Chon, are you insane? That energy is not for humans to control. It must be destroyed. Jin Qian cut him off coldly. I do not care. The old man froze at the chilling tone. Jin Qian's voice was void of emotion. I have lost everything. Even if the world turns to ash, I will have my revenge. The Black Saint trembled, his eyes wide with horror. No. Jin Chan, ignoring the screams, he bit down on the dragon heart. Instantly, a terrifying aura exploded outwards. His blood boiled. Violent energy tore through his body like a storm. He roared in agony. A chaotic scream echoed through the dimension. His eyes bulged in shock. The transformation was far more brutal than he imagined. The phantom of the Blue Emperor materialized from the mist. The guiding orb cracked under the pressure. Jin Cheon frowned through the pain. "Why me?" The Blue Emperor spoke with ancient calm. "No one is more suitable than you." Jin Cheon fell silent, then turned away. "I don't care about your plans. Can this power kill Kim Seo-jun?" The entity observed him and answered slowly. "It is possible." Murderous intent flooded Jin Cheon's face. "Nothing else matters now. Kim Seo-jun, I will drag you down to hell with me." Finally, the orb shattered into dust. Black aura swallowed Jin Cheon whole, fusing into his very soul. He bowed slightly as the Blue Emperor watched. A sinister demonic sneer curled on Jin Cheon's lips. "What a surprisingly excellent vessel. The mana reserves are overflowing. With this mana, I can unleash true sorcery. But can this mortal shell withstand such godlike power?" The Emperor's voice was stern. "Do not worry about that." He approached the unconscious Black Saint, gathering power in his palm. With a flick of his finger, the Emperor lifted the body into the air. He issued a warning. "Your time is running out. You may possess a body, but you do not belong to this dimension. The observers will surely try to erase you." Jin Cheon scoffed. "Observers, who cares about them?" The Blue Emperor lowered his voice. "Therefore, I entrust the final phase to you, the last stage of the apocalypse in this leveling Manhwa world." Meanwhile, Kim Seo-jun's jaw hit the floor. "You mean this is only one of 3 fragments? Are you kidding me? It doesn't look like a shard at all," Hua Tuo pondered. "I had my suspicions, but now I am certain. This dragon heart is exquisite yet incomplete. The missing parts contain its true power." Kim Seo-jun looked at the pulsing heart in his hand. "You mean, this is just the raw output?" Hua Tuo stroked his chin. "This makes the task far more challenging. We need the counsel of 2 other grandmasters." "Very well." Mentor chimed in with excitement. "Leave that to me." Instantly, a new figure materialized. "It is an honor. I am Bien Kui, the legendary healer." The man beside him introduced himself. "I am Paracelsus, the supreme alchemist." Bien Kui rushed toward Hua Tuo. "Enough with the pleasantries. Is that truly a dragon heart?" He gripped the item tightly. "I am itching to refine this treasure." Kim Seo-jun sighed deeply. "So the masters will do the refining, and I just have to sit and listen." Mentor poked his small head out. "Ah, Mr. Kim Seo-jun, you are aware that the causality cost is increasing by the hour, yes?" Kim Seo-jun replied calmly. "I know. Hua Tuo's premium course is 10 billion a pop. With 3 of you, that's 30 billion per hour, right?" The fairy scratched his head awkwardly. "Well, Bien Kui and Paracelsus aren't just teaching alchemy or rituals. These aren't high-level courses. They are special grade." A bad feeling settled in Kim Seo-jun's gut. What do you mean?" Mentor winked mischievously. "Since there are 3 of them, the price is 1 trillion per hour." Kim Seo-jun's soul left his body. His face turned green as the fairy kept blabbering. "As for the dragon tongue, since you have 0 experience with spell language, you need a separate course. I have filtered the perfect curriculum for you." A system window popped up with terrifying descriptions. A single word to slaughter thousands. Nay, to destroy a nation. Instructor Jaman, just a thought is enough. Curse technique, supreme art. Instructor Leviathan, even if you can't cast curses, it's fine. BlueDragonDarkPath.com. Instructor Reaper of the Blue Dragon. Mentor nodded enthusiastically. "I recommend these options." But one specific notification caught Kim Seo-jun's eye. "So the curse activation failed. No problem. But what on earth is this?" The Blue Dragon's Monster Instructor Course. The tuition costs a staggering 100 trillion points in this system Manhwa. Completion rewards include the legendary SSS-rank Dragon Tongue skill. "Is this a joke? I can't even count the zeros?" Kim Seo-jun howled in despair. "What kind of insane highway robbery is this tuition fee?" The young man pouted, his mind racing. He had already signed up for the advanced curriculum, meaning the karma cost from here on out would be absolutely diabolical. Thankfully, he had secured the minimum karma requirement, keeping the situation barely under control. While other cadets were wasting time, he scrolled through his interface with a gloomy expression, his eyes landing on a user with the nickname Twisted Life. Farming karma for 137 years just to enroll in a single cadet course. Ha! That nickname wasn't an exaggeration. That truly is a twisted fate. Kim Seo-jun's gaze drifted to the 3 legendary figures huddled in the corner. He still needed the high-grade potion. A smirk played on his lips. Life and magical power. Two forces that were eternally intertwined. If he absorbs that much raw mana, his physical vessel will inevitably reject it. Paracelsus murmured, with obsessive fascination, we must either suppress the surge or revert it to a state of pure natural mana. Huatuo, lost in thought, countered. Since the goal is absorption, returning it to nature is far superior to suppression. His hand paused over a floating notification. Would you like to purchase the high-grade potion for 150 trillion? Absolutely. With a limited-time offer like this, failure isn't an option, right? Moments later, the mentor was still deep in a slumber. Ding. The sharp chime of a system notification jolted the boy awake. You have successfully purchased the high-grade potion. The trio behind him erupted in cheers. Behold, the condensed essence of our power, the legendary Dragon Heart. Huatuo's voice trembled with urgency. Hurry, consume it immediately. Kim Seo-jun stared at the pulsating Dragon Heart in his palm, his eyes narrowing with suspicion. Visually, it hadn't changed much, but the terrifying blood-curdling aura was gone. In its place was a radiating pristine purity. Paracelsus nodded in approval. Such a divine elixir likely doesn't exist in any other dimension. Calling it the ultimate elixir would be an understatement. But before the old man could finish his sentence, two of the summoned spirits instantly vanished into thin air. Kim Seo-jun flinched. Had his account balance dropped below the 1 trillion threshold? Huatuo stood frozen, then screamed in panic. No, I cannot fade away before witnessing the miracle, not like last time. Eat it now. Kim Seo-jun responded with a firm understood. Without hesitation, he took a massive bite out of the pulsating Dragon Heart. As he chewed, a myriad of flavors exploded in his mouth, sending Huatuo into a frenzy of excitement. Suddenly, a torrent of raw power invaded his meridians. Kim Seo-jun's eyes widened in shock. A spiderweb crack had appeared on his mana core. Is this supposed to happen? The old doctor watched with bated breath. This is... Kim Seo-jun's heart pounded in terror. Wait, my mana core just shattered. Panic began to claw at his throat. Is it actually working? In the next heartbeat, Kim Seo-jun's consciousness faded, and he collapsed heavily to the floor. Huatuo sighed deeply, watching the boy's body lie motionless, completely drained of energy. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the Elberry territory was suffocatingly tense. Jinan spoke with a chilling calmness. So you're telling me you have no idea where the cadet named Kim Seo-jun is hiding? His patience was wearing thin. What a headache. I don't have the luxury of time. Do you know how much effort it took me to cross dimensions I need to make this trip worth my while? Jinan's expression twisted into a savage scowl. How much karma do you possess? Back in the room, Kim Seo-jun's eyes fluttered open, his consciousness still swimming in a fog. The mentor was in a frenzy. You're finally awake, Kim Seo-jun frowned slightly. Suddenly, a shockwave of boundless energy erupted from his body, blasting the small spirit backward. Kim Seo-jun froze his face, a mask of utter bewilderment at his own strength. The protagonist gazed around, bewildered. He merely intended to cast a simple illumination spell to light the darkness. But what was this cataclysmic tempest of mana? His mentor was being completely swallowed by the torrent. Please save me, Kim Seo-jun. The plea was cut short as the small figure was battered against the jagged rocks, finally collapsing at his feet. Kim Seo-jun's expression darkened with concern. Mentor, are you all right? The guide trembled violently. I am still breathing. But that energy, what was it? Kim Seo-jun scratched his cheek awkwardly. It was just too pitch black, so I released a tiny spark of magic to guide us. The mentor shrieked in disbelief. You call that a tiny spark? Just how monstrous has your mana capacity become? Kim Seo-jun placed a hand over his chest. Indeed, the rhythm beating within his core felt fundamentally altered. What is this sensation? Is there a glitch? Mentor, I suspect a critical error has occurred. The guide scoffed. A glitch? Impossible. The law of causality never errs. But in the next second, his jaw unhinged as he stared at the holographic status window. 1,170%. What is this madness? Enlightenment progress rate, plus 5.7%. Lu Dongbin progress, minus 37%. But the Siegfried synchronization rate, plus 1,170%. Atlas progress 100% plus or minus 20.7%. Tianfei, 88.3%. Satan 76.7%. Meteor Spear completion 29.9%. The numbers were spiraling out of control. He stammered, wait, hold on. Why look at me for answers? Suddenly, the system flooded his vision with alerts. The dormant power of the dragon began to boil within him. Instructor Siegfried, Post-enlightenment analysis? Complete. You have fully assimilated the S-rank dragon aura. Warning. System error. Current progression rate exceeds the calculable threshold of causality. The existing causality level cannot measure this data. Initiating reconfiguration. Recalibrating to Transcendent Tier. Dragon Aura S. Evolving into Dragon Heart SS. The draconic energy roared. Instructor Siegfried, you have successfully awakened the SS rank Dragon Heart. Kim Seo-jun frowned. What does that even mean? The mentor's eyes trembled with pure terror. How is this possible? Kim Seo-jun sighed. If the guide doesn't know, how should I? The small creature looked on paralyzed by the anomaly. I have never witnessed such a phenomenon. I swear on my existence, nothing like this has ever occurred in any leveling manhwa reality. In the entire annals of the Transcendent Academy, this is an absolute first. Suddenly, a sharp notification from a smartphone pierced the air, grabbing Kim Seo-jun's attention. It can't be. He fell into a heavy silence, his mind racing as the gravity of the message sank in. Kim Seo-jun finally broke the silence, his voice low. Hey mentor. I know you've been waiting patiently for my awakening, but we need to table this discussion. We must leave, immediately. The mentor blinked bewildered. Huh, go where? Kim Seo-jun's expression hardened into steel? New York? Meanwhile, the city outside was already a living hell engulfed in explosions and the screams of the dying. Somebody help me. Jinan watched the carnage with twisted delight, his laughter echoing arrogantly. A savage grin split his face. This battlefield is truly the perfect hunting ground to harvest karma. I can accumulate 137 years' worth of causality in a single day here. Just then, a trembling silhouette in the corner caught his eye. He scowled. And who might this be? The little girl's body shook uncontrollably with terror. Please, let me go. I beg you. Jinan stepped closer, a sneer of utter contempt forming on his lips. What's this? You're desperate to survive. Then tell me, how much karma do you possess? Wait. In this dimension they call it currency, don't they? How much money do you have? Dong-ah stumbled backward, her face drained of all color. She frantically dug into her pockets, fumbling for her last few coins. Her small hand trembled violently as she slowly held them out to him. Jin Cheon sneered, his face twisted in utter disgust. Money. You don't have that paper trash on you, Dong-a begged desperately. Please, please spare me. He suddenly grabbed the girl by her collar. Fine, I'll take what I can get. But then a chilling smile formed on his lips. Though if I let you go, I won't get any karma points for this encounter. His grip tightened on the hilt of his blade. Actually, come to think of it, if this is just a robbery, maybe I don't need to kill you after all. But fate had other plans. Just as the blade began to descend, a shadow flickered. Jin Cheon's eyes widened as a massive surge of power rushed toward him. Seo-jun was faster. A pillar of spiritual energy blasted forward with pinpoint accuracy. Jin Cheon was sent flying, leaving Dong-a unconscious on the pavement, as Seo-jun rushed to check her pulse. Seo-jun exhaled in relief. She had only fainted, but from behind a cold laugh echoed. That attack was a bit aggressive. You almost got me there. You broke my necklace too. The man smiled like a demon from hell. Long time no see, Kim Seo-jun. Seo-jun narrowed his eyes, confused. Who are you? Jin Cheon frowned, scanning him. You forgot me. After you took everything I had, Seo-jun cut him off coldly. Stop the act. Ru Jinan doesn't use a sword. And he's not strong enough to block my attack. You didn't just steal his body. You accessed his memories too, didn't you? Silence hung in the air before the entity spoke. I planned to just deliver a message from this body's owner and leave. Then a twisted smile that would freeze blood appeared on Jin Cheon's face. But I changed my mind. He launched himself at Seo-jun with blinding speed. Seo-jun glanced back worriedly at the unconscious girl behind him. He swung his spear, blocking the strike by a hair's breadth. Jin Cheon laughed maniacally. I'm going to play with you for a while. Seo-jun went silent, focusing every ounce of spirit into the battle as his aura surged. He launched himself forward, crashing down like a meteor and forcing the enemy back. A flurry of strikes followed. Jin Cheon dodged frantically, cold sweat breaking out. Seo-jun raised his spear high, his killing intent locking onto the target like a guided missile. One strike to end it. Blue light tore through the ground, creating a massive shockwave. But shockingly, Jin Cheon just stood there laughing in the face of destruction. Seo-jun paused, surprised by the man's calm. His eyes turned icy as he swung the spear to finish it, but the enemy was faster, snatching Dong-a and using her as a human shield. The spear tip stopped inches from her face. Seo-jun halted his momentum instantly and leaped back on high alert. Jin Cheon smirked triumphant. So you really don't want the brat to die. No wonder you tried to lure me away. Seo-jun growled low in his throat. Let her go. The man clicked his tongue. Why care? She's just a lump of karma waiting to be harvested. Seo-jun frowned. Karma. A dark, sinister aura began to pour off Jin Cheon. Could he be? Seo-jun spoke up suddenly. I have a proposal. Jin Cheon looked wary. A proposal? I'm not interested. Ignoring the refusal, Seo-jun continued. 2 conditions. 1, today is the first time I've met this kid. We have no connection whatsoever. So don't try to use her life to threaten me. It won't work. Jin Cheon looked amused. Just as I thought. You also see her as nothing more than a resource. Seo-jun cut him off, his voice dropping to absolute zero. And 2. A terrifying wave of energy erupted from his body. If you touch a hair on her head, you die. Jin Cheon stared in horror as the aura expanded, his pupils trembling. A sudden impact of invisible force slammed into him, knocking him backward before he could react. He grit his teeth. If I hadn't blocked with both hands, I would have been sliced in half. He realized the truth. Seo-jun had been hiding his true level. Was he just testing me? Until now, I don't get it. Why go this far? What does it matter if one brat dies? After all, she's just a bag of karma points, right? Seo-jun's voice was devoid of emotion. Is that why you do this? Just for some karma? The entity looked excited. Some karma. Do you have any idea how much trouble I usually go through to get it? It makes me shudder. But this world is amazing. In just one day, karma flowed into me like water. It's a literal paradise. That's why I don't understand you. For beings like us in this awakening Manhwa reality, karma is everything. If you can harvest it this easily, why don't you? Seo-jun's face remained like a still lake, but his aura deepened. Jin Cheon asked curiously, more importantly, what kind of karma are your actions generating right now? Seo-jun remembered his mentor's lesson. Karma was just a convenient excuse for the Transcendental Academy to interfere with the cadets. He knew the truth. The Academy didn't care about morality, whether you stole 100 million or earned it with blood and sweat. The Academy didn't distinguish between the two. And right now, no hunter on Earth could stop him. If he chose to plunder and steal like the monster in front of him, he could take all the karma in the world. He gently set Dong-A down. But Seo-jun's expression turned frosty. I don't know what karma means to you, and I don't care. He took the coin from the girl's hand. This is my karma. He smiled faintly, clenching it tight. This is enough for me. In a heartbeat, he vanished. Seo-jun reappeared instantly in front of Jin Cheon, his killing intent suffocating the air. Meanwhile, in another sector, the evacuation was underway. Everyone please stay calm and move carefully. Let me help you. Thank you, thank you. Kang-in sighed heavily. Damn it, we don't have enough people. Who would have thought the entire Hunter Management Bureau would be wiped out? Boha replied gloomily. Still no contact with Director Lisberia. Kang-in nodded. Yeah, she's probably. And what about Hunter Kim Se-jun? We haven't heard from him since he ran out of the funeral. Maybe he was also a victim of? Boha shushed him frantically. Hey, watch your mouth. Mindu looked annoyed. Sister. But Se-yun spoke calmly. It's fine. We just do what we can. Sun stared at her phone notification, then screamed. Sister Se-jun is back. Mindu gasped. Huh, Sun explained. Someone on social media saw him. As she spoke, a massive aftershock swept through the area. Once the ground stopped shaking, Sun asked shakily, Is everyone okay? Yes. Ha. Run froze. What was that vibration? Is someone fighting? She paused, a sense of ominous dread rising in her chest. Without a second thought, Su-yun spun around. I need to check the perimeter, keep the evacuation moving. A worried voice called out behind her. Big sis, wait. Her silhouette blurred across the skyline, flickering between the rooftops like a phantom. She skidded to a halt on a high ledge, scanning the area. Her eyes went wide, frozen in sheer disbelief at the scene unfolding below. Ahead lay a cataclysmic clash, a symphony of destruction, where every impact sent shockwaves tearing through the air. Amidst the chaotic ruin, she recognized a familiar face. Wait, is that Ryu Jinon fighting him? Why is he here, and how in the world is a mere mortal matching Kim Seo-jun's awakening Manhwa power blow for blow? She ground her teeth, frustration washing over her like a suffocating tide. I want to jump in and help, but with that level of power, I'd just be dead weight. Stay cool. Logic over emotion, she told herself. If I really want to help, I need to analyze the battlefield. Suddenly, a strange anomaly caught her eye. Kim Seo-jun's movements were uncharacteristically restrained. He wasn't fighting with his usual dominance. It was as if he was fighting with one hand tied behind his back, trying to protect something. Then she saw it, a little girl lying unconscious on the debris-strewn ground. Kim Seo-jun launched a thunderous strike, desperate to push his opponent back. The blow was faster than the eye could follow, sending the enemy flying. Jin-on clutched his chest in agony. How did he master the heavenly flight speed to such perfection? In terms of raw velocity, no martial art across the dimensions could rival the heavenly flight. Yet most cadets avoided it like a plague. The reason was simple: the recoil tore the user's body apart. But this bastard wasn't just using it. He was shattering the very fabric of reality and distorting the senses. That explained the enigma of his movements. Kim Seo-jun launched himself like a cannonball again, his force piercing through the concrete building like paper. But to his shock, Jin-on blocked the strike. The villain let out a sinister cackle. "You're not the only one who has undergone the evolution process." A malevolent miasma poured from Jin-on, forcing Kim Seo-jun to retreat. He swung his blade. Dragon-slaying sword first form. Instantly, the sky was filled with countless phantom blades. Kim Seo-jun's jaw dropped. Transcendent energy. A cataclysmic eruption of power blasted outward, saturating the entire space with killing intent. The tsunami of energy rushed toward Kim Seo-jun. Panic flashed in his eyes. No, the girl. But just as the doom approached, a blur of motion swooped in and snatched the child away. Soo-yoon cradled the little girl in her arms, shielding her. Kim Seo-jun stared, a mixture of shock and immense relief washing over his face. "Miss Soo-yoon," he breathed. She looked back with steely determination. "Leave the child to me. I will protect her with my life." A faint smile of gratitude graced Kim Seo-jun's lips. "I knew it. No regrets." Kim Seo-jun turned slowly, finally unshackling the monster within. He released his full potential, and a pillar of concentrated destruction shot into the sky, shaking the earth in a classic leveling manhwa moment. Kim Seo-jun made a silent vow. "This is the path of the transcendent I choose to walk. I don't want to reach the peak alone. I want to walk this path with others. So let me fight as my true self." Meanwhile, a subordinate reported to the higher-ups. "Sir, they are currently engaging in the American district. Should we mobilize the sect members?" The Azure Emperor shook his head calmly. "It is not yet time to reveal ourselves. Return to your post." The subordinate bowed and vanished. Behind him, the Black Saint let out a cold sneer. "You still don't understand him, do you? What's your play? Using me as a hostage. Do you really think that will stop him? I can't pretend to know your schemes, seeing as you've always been a bastard with zero self-control." But back on the battlefield, the duel had reached its crescendo. Kim Seo-jun's spear was now firmly embedded in Jin-on's torso. Kim Seo-jun's gaze was razor-sharp. He had completely overwhelmed his opponent. The Black Saint looked amused. "It seems your ability to foresee the future has finally run out, hasn't it?" The Emperor's gaze sharpened like a blade. Jin-on coughed up a mouthful of blood, pain etched on his face, yet he burst into maniacal laughter. "So, when he said he'd set the stage for me, this is what he meant." Kim Seo-jun frowned, his aura flaring. "Who exactly are you?" Jin-on paused, blood dripping from his lips. "I don't possess a name in the traditional sense." Suddenly, his body was shrouded in a thick, dark abyss. Kim Seo-jun leaped back to create distance. Jin-on smiled with contempt. "To explain my identity, I must first explain my dimension." "Your dimension?" Kim Seo-jun asked. Jin-on nodded. "In the language of this world, the demon realm would be the most accurate term. Those of us from the demon realm have no parents. We are born manifest from the negative emotions of humanity. The primal fear of darkness created the demon king. The fear of cruelty and crime gave birth to devils. From that malice, demons were born, the entities humans fear most. The terror of earthquakes that split the land, the tsunamis that devour the coast. The truest fear, the unexplainable dread, created what you call gods. But here lies the problem. I was born in the demon realm, but what fear created me? I am not born of primal fear like the demon king or the spirits. Real-world fear created gods. I am an entity, born from both a twisted, grotesque anomaly that existence itself denies. I am the fear that humans feel for other humans. An existence whose mother is the original negative emotion. Humans call me the aberration." Kim Seo-jun's blood ran cold. Kim Seo-jun's mind raced. The aberration. The notorious entity known across the multiverse as the 137-year obsession. That piece of trash needed 137 years just to accumulate causality. How did something like that bypass the system, Manhwa logic, and enter this world? Why can entities from other dimensions even manifest on Earth? While Kim Seo-jun was lost in thought, Jin-on's figure began to flicker like a dying flame. Kim Seo-jun snapped back to reality, battle instincts flaring. "He's attacking." But in the blink of an eye, the street was empty. It was as if the enemy had never existed. Kim Seo-jun stood there, dumbfounded, eyes wide. Meanwhile, miles away, Jinan was fleeing in blind panic, his face twisted in terror. Holy crap, that was the first time I've ever seen a cadet with such monstrous power, and that spear, there was something seriously wrong with it. Normally I'd regenerate instantly, but the wound isn't healing. Is that a transcendental weapon? Impossible. Whatever. I am not fighting that monster right now. The amount of karma gathered here is astronomical. I have collected more in this brief moment than in 137 years within the demon realm. Absorbing this will multiply my strength several times over. A greedy grin twisted his face. I will make excellent use of this power. But his celebration was cut short. A massive surge of energy ambushed him, forcing a desperate dodge. What the hell? Jinan stared in disbelief at the figure emerging from the dust. How did he find me? Kim Seo-jun's voice was cold as the grave. Did you really think you could escape? Fourth form meteor, heavenly spear. Jinan gritted his teeth, barely blocking the second form dragon slayer sword style. You lunatic! Kim Seo-jun's aura exploded, unleashing the thunder god spear strike, forcing Jinan to reveal his dark energy. Heavenly sword breaker. Jinan's eyes widened in shock. How could he shatter my defense so easily? Panic set in as he was pushed back yet again. The gap between our levels should be absolute. How can a mere cadet wield such transcendental energy? It defied all logic of this awakening Manhwa world. Did he create this power himself? Jinan looked up at the sky in despair. Impossible. As he stood paralyzed, a stream of blood-red energy suddenly erupted. Kim Seo-jun frowned, his hunter instincts analyzing the threat. That fresh blood. It moved with a life of its own. It was pulsing. Curious, is it regeneration? No, this is something far more sinister. Jinan sneered at him. Why do you look so surprised? I told you, didn't I? I am the living nightmare you humans created. He had no choice. He wasn't used to this power yet, but it was his only option. Ignoring the side effects, this is the only way I survive. Dark aura poured from him like a flood. As he lunged forward, Kim Seo-jun steeled himself. The malicious intent was heavy enough to crush a soul. Even his resolute heart wavered for a split second. Jinan screamed like a madman, his eyes rolling back into his skull. Darkness consumed his body. Kim Seo-jun watched closely. Is he cloning himself? No. His body is splitting apart. Kim Seo-jun stared at the colossus manifesting before him. What in the world is summoning? He froze, eyes wide with genuine confusion. What is that abomination? The sixth of the 7 deadly sins. A mouth that devours all existence. Gluttony. Seeing Jinan try to slip away, Kim Seo-jun immediately gave chase. Where do you think you're going? Jinan screamed in frustration. Do you really have time to play with me? He threw out a warning. Keep following me, and gluttony will eat this entire sector. But if you don't care about the collateral damage, I'm happy to entertain you. Without hesitation, Kim Seo-jun turned his back on the villain and rushed toward the monster. Jinan laughed triumphantly. But before he could finish, a surprise attack slashed through his leg. Terror washed over Jinan's face. Agony spiked as he crashed to the ground, tumbling like a ragdoll. He looked around frantically. What was that? That bastard went after gluttony. He looked up at the sky. What is blocking my path? A pillar of pure power slammed down on him. The shockwave reached Kim Seo-jun, making him frown. What is that energy? I need to finish this blob and get back there fast. Keep him pinned down. Meanwhile, chaos erupted as gluttony rampaged. Min-do turned and ran for his life. What is that thing? He screamed. Don't get close. You'll be eaten alive. Damn it, evacuate the civilians. Han sighed in relief as she saw Kim Seo-jun return. You're safe. What about the child? She responded quickly. Just unconscious. No serious injuries. A deafening roar stole their attention. Gluttony was chewing through skyscrapers like they were cotton candy. The monster is here. Does it just eat everything in sight? Seo-jun spoke calmly. It's fine. Han looked at her confused. Seo-jun smiled with absolute trust. He will be here any second. Kim Seo-jun drifted across the ground, leaving a trail of blinding light. Dust swirled as he stood between the monster and the city, eyes burning with resolve. He channeled his energy. A gale force wind swept the area. Union of man and spear. Enlightenment. Meteor spear method first form. The strike slammed into gluttony's gaping maw. The pressure shook the beast to its core. A shockwave of destruction detonated, annihilating everything in range. Lightning meteor eradication. Thick dust clouds rose, swallowing the battlefield. The crowd watched in fear. The monster. It's gone. Someone pointed out the silhouette landing softly on the ground. Look, it's Hunter Kim Seo-jun. The crowd erupted in cheers. Hunter Kim Seo-jun saved us. The hero has returned. A gentle smile touched Seo-jun's lips. Kim Seo-jun felt her gaze and smiled back. But in a heartbeat, he vanished from their sight again. Meanwhile, Jinan was screaming in agony. Why do you keep attacking me? This invisible monster kept destroying him. He was helpless. If I stay trapped here, I'm dead. Damn it, is there no other way? He roared in madness, summoning the last of his dark energy. I was created by 7 powers, the 7 deadly sins. I will sacrifice the 5th power, luxuria. Lust, I burn all my karma to reveal my true demon realm body right here. Another slash of energy cut him down. Jinan's vessel was drained instantly, collapsing to the ground. The body lay motionless, eyes empty like a puppet with cut strings. But the true body from the demon realm had escaped the shell. A manic laugh echoed in the air. Jinan's true form turned to flee, grinning maliciously. Finally, that thing stopped chasing me. Losing that karma is a waste, but think of it as an investment for a bigger payout. That bastard promised me all the karma of this dimension anyway. But his relief was premature. Kim Seo-jun was hot on his heels. If I stay alive, I can reclaim it all. The protagonist surged forward. Every step cracked the ground. He would not let this villain escape. Jinan ground his teeth in fury. Persistent bastard, if I get caught now, it's over. He had to use one last trump card. I sacrificed the 7th sin, sloth. Kim Seo-jun's eyes locked onto the movement. His spear was already in motion, ready to execute judgment. But Jinan's figure began to blur just as the blade fell. Next time we meet, everything will be different. Jinan hissed as the attack missed him by a hair's breadth. I swear. He roared into the void. I will kill you. The spear slashed through empty air. Kim Seo-jun looked around bewildered. Jinan was nowhere to be seen. He clicked his tongue. He vanished. A small object gumia lay rolling on the ground. Kim Seo-jun walked over and picked it up. The mana connection was severed. He sighed, disappointed. I let him slip away. I always knew I'd clash with another cadet one day. But I never imagined a humiliation like this. He may have retreated for now, but mark my words, he will return. To crush that bastard into dust, I have no choice. I must unlock the ultimate potential of the Longinus. But to do that, I need another energy mastery session. Damn it, it always comes down to money. Meanwhile, a notification chimed on Kim Seo-jun's phone. Back in the hospital, Colin jolted awake. Blueberry, sitting in the next bed, spoke up. Finally, back among the living, Colin frantically looked around. Where am I? What the hell happened? Blueberry replied coolly, use your eyes. We're in the hospital, and we're both lying here, wrapped in bandages, because of one man, Kim Seo-jun. Colin bolted upright. Kim Seo-jun. That's right, Kim Seo-jun. He roared in frustration. I only lost because I let my guard down. I swear, I won't be defeated so easily next time. Hearing this, the 2 patients in the next beds burst into mocking laughter. Colin snapped. What's so funny? Don't tell me you got your ass kicked by Kim Seo-jun too. Barry clutched his stomach, laughing uncontrollably. What are you talking about? If I had actually fought Kim Seo-jun, do you think I'd still be breathing? Colin froze. But, didn't you just say we're in this mess because of him? Blueberry smirked. I said we're here because of him. I never said he beat us. We got wrecked, because that guy showed up too late to save us. Colin's jaw dropped in disbelief. Blueberry waved it off. But forget that. There's something more important you need to see. Colin, take this. Lucas stepped forward and handed him a thick stack of documents. Colin's eyes nearly popped out of his skull. An invoice. Wait, $50 billion. What the hell is this? Elbury just chuckled, peeling a banana. That is the price of your life, Lucas interjected coldly. From this moment on, you'll be working yourself to the bone to pay it off. The chairman is critically injured, so you have a mountain of work to cover. You better make sure every cent is accounted for. Colin stared at the paper, trembling with rage. Suddenly, breaking news flashed on the TV. Hunter Kim Seo-jun, the hero who defeated RH last month, had saved the United States once again. On the screen, Kim Seo-jun was scratching his head, looking completely helpless, while Selin screamed at him in the background. Colin watched sweat beading on his forehead. His voice shook. What kind of monster did I provoke? The scene shifted to Kim Seo-jun's apartment, where his advisor spoke. So you finally encountered a cadet from another dimension, a classic trope of a system manhwa. The little boy crossed his arms, sighing. Maybe it's just me, but have you noticed bizarre events seem to follow you like a curse? Kim Seo-jun. Kim Seo-jun nodded, phone in hand. You're absolutely right. He turned the screen toward the boy. Take a look at this. The boy blinked in surprise. What is it? Kim Seo-jun explained. I checked my account after that dimensional cadet escaped, and suddenly a massive sum of money appeared. I traced it, but there's no sender. It just manifested. I figured you might know something about this system glitch. The advisor fell silent for a moment. If it's you, it should be fine. After all, you're already aware of the observer's existence. Basically, cadets can steal each other's karma. It's a mechanism established by the observer. Kim Seo-jun raised an eyebrow. The observer. He asked why the observer would allow such theft. The boy replied, "You know that the relationship between us, Transcendent Academy students, and the observer isn't exactly friendly, right? Because of the primordial pact, the observer cannot interfere directly. However, infighting between cadets within the same dimension is highly encouraged." He imagined the observer clenching his fist in excitement. "You get it, don't you? From this moment on, kill each other." Kim Seo-jun finally understood. He wants to thin the herd of cadets and reduce the number of potential transcendents. The observer claims to want dimensional stability, but the more I dig, the more it seems that isn't his only endgame. The boy warned ominously, "Be careful of the observer." Kim Seo-jun pondered this. Come to think of it, whose mysterious voice did I hear inside my head last time? He looked at the boy. It seems I won't get the full picture until I become a transcendent myself. The advisor scratched his head, grinning sheepishly. Kim Seo-jun shrugged it off. It'll be fine. He then shifted gears. Advisor, can you sign me up for a short, intensive course? The boy tilted his head. Who do you have in mind? Kim Seo-jun flashed a devilish grin. Instructor Satan. Instantly, crimson magic descended from the sky and a horned figure burst forth with a manic laugh. He bared his fangs. I harvested hundreds of fresh souls today. The system window flashed. The great demon confronts the god of madness, Satan. Kim Seo-jun had previously taken a crash course to defeat Arich, a classic move in a leveling manhwa. He walked over confidently. Look who it is. We meet again. Instructor Satan asked, so did you take care of that so-called demon king you mentioned? A bag of bones like that, calling himself a king? Truly a comedy. Kim Seo-jun put on his best sycophantic smile. Of course, thanks to your teachings, everything was resolved perfectly. Internally, he knew it was actually thanks to the great sage, not Satan. But Kim Seo-jun didn't care. Results were all that mattered. Satan looked immensely pleased. Good. Very good. Only a warrior like that is fit to be my disciple. Then he frowned. But why have you summoned me this time? Before I answer, can you put that damn spear away? Kim Seo-jun muttered. Here we go again. He was holding the holy lance Longinus soaked in divine blood, a weapon fatal to demons. He sighed. I know you hate Longinus, but it's the only high-tier weapon I have left. It's not even my main weapon. Besides, it's technically a javelin. Satan blinked. Wait, didn't that belong to that Thor guy or something? How the hell did you get your hands on it? Kim Seo-jun leaned in and whispered the details. It happened like this. Satan froze. What? Hold on. Wait. Just a minute, cadet. You're moving way too fast. I don't get it. If you had just been a bit more ruthless, you could have harvested way more benefits right then and there. Kim Seo-jun shook his head with a cunning glint in his eyes. That's amateur thinking. If I take it all now, the game ends. I need to leave a few strings attached to exploit them later. The advisor watched the exchange dumbfounded. Satan furiously scribbled notes in his book. I see. Casting a long line to catch a bigger fish. Brilliant. He looked up excitedly. Can I use this concept in my lectures? Sure. Satan sighed. Lately, the demonic cadets think my classes are boring. They don't pay attention at all. Kim Seo-jun's eyes widened. Seriously. Satan wrapped an arm around Kim Seo-jun's shoulder like an old buddy. You think I run this class just for kicks? If this keeps up, I'm going to get fired. You've got to help me revamp my curriculum. Say, why don't you cast aside your humanity and become a demon with me? We could co-teach this class? Seo-jun replied with deadpan exhaustion. I'll pass, thanks. Suit yourself. Let's stop wasting time and begin. Mentor suddenly interrupted. Actually, I need to step out for a moment. I'll be right back. Seo-jun blinked in surprise. You're leaving already? The young cadet replied, I must report that specific student to the headmaster immediately. Mentor promised, I'll return shortly. Don't stop the training on my account. Seo-jun watched him go bewildered, while Satan let out a bored yawn beside him. Snap. All right, the demon declared. I hate wasting time, so let's get this manhwa recap rolling with the real lesson. Crimson mana threads began to devour the floor, weaving a complex web. Satan cackled. Only those self-righteous angels bore you with lengthy, foolish lectures. We demons believe in baptism by fire. We strike where we please and destroy what we desire. That is the only introduction you need. Now, unleash your mana and come at me. Blue aura exploded around Seo-jun as he gripped the dragon Guinness. He charged Satan's gaze, locked onto the incoming spear, unblinking. Clang! A blazing crimson barrier materialized instantly. The spear tip dug into the shield, but went no further. What? Seo-jun gasped. The mana coating the dragon Guinness had vanished completely. Behind the barrier, Satan smirked with arrogance. But then a delayed burst of azure energy erupted from the spear. The blast shattered the shield, the tip stopping inches from the devil's face. As the barrier dissolved, Satan stepped back, dusting off his hands. Every time I see that cursed weapon, I feel like vomiting. Satan asked, "Did you notice the irregularity in that strike?" Seo-jun nodded slowly. "I did. It felt as if my magical discharge was delayed." "Precisely. To teach you the essence of this leveling Manhwa mechanic, I intentionally forcibly delayed your mana flow. He manipulated my flow. I thought he just blocked it," Satan continued. "An attack consists of two distinct phases, the physical impact and the magical detonation that amplifies that force. Because I suppressed your mana, the gap between those two phases became visible to you. In a normal strike, these two forces occur almost simultaneously. The interval is so infinitesimal that your mortal senses cannot perceive the difference. But make no mistake, that gap always exists." Satan raised his hand, curling his fingers into a circle. 0. True mastery lies in minimizing mana loss by closing that gap. The absolute pinnacle of this technique is what we call power release. He stared deep into Seo-jun's soul. It is the state where the deviation between physical and magical impact is a perfect 0. A dark lance materialized in Satan's grip. Watch closely. He swung the weapon in a wide arc. That was an imperfect strike, the kind you use. Satan pulled the lance back to his shoulder. Then he thrust it forward with deceptive simplicity. Seo-jun's eyes went wide. It looked like a gentle motion, yet the very fabric of space twisted and warped around the tip. "That is power release, at perfect 0, Satan declared. When the physical and magical forces collide with absolutely no delay, a resonance occurs. This resonance is strong enough to warp space and time itself. It is a power that belongs to the Transcendence." Seo-jun gasped for air, checking his system window. Force control proficiency, 29.9%. I thought I was barely at 0.1%, but I was wrong. Fighting those dogs made me arrogant. I thought I had mastered it. Satan interrupted his thoughts. Achieving release is no simple feat. Even among Transcendents, few master it. Most learn the basics of force control and give up. But do you have the resolve? Seo-jun clenched his fists. "No matter the difficulty, I must have this power." He looked up desperate. "Tell me, how do I reach 0 deviation?" "What must I do?" Satan stared in silence. Then a feral grin split his face. Hours passed. Seo-jun heaved, sweat dripping. Still 29.9%. "I've been swinging for hours with no change." Seo-jun groaned. "This isn't working, is it?" Satan snapped, eyes flashing. "What isn't working? Open your eyes and look around, you fool. Do you call that not working?" The dimensional walls were scarred with tiny pitch-black fractures. Satan scanned the room, hiding his shock. Space fissures. Even if only for a nanosecond, he achieved 0 deviation. To reach this awakening Manhwa level in such a short time. By all my experience, this should be impossible. This monstrous talent. Seo-jun scratched his head, oblivious. "But I don't feel any stronger right now." "You greedy imbecile," Satan roared. "That kind of gluttony for power is why you'd get kicked out of heaven. Just shut up and keep swinging. You're on the verge of a breakthrough." His tone shifted. "But I admit, I am curious. Why are you so desperate to master power release? Didn't you say the skeleton king of your dimension was already defeated?" "You mean the Lich," Seo-jun corrected. "It's because of a new threat." "A new threat?" Satan raised a brow. "Something calling itself an anomalous existence." Satan's playful demeanor vanished instantly. "Explain," he commanded. Seo-jun recounted the events. There was a cadet who claimed to be from the demon realm. He introduced himself as an anomalous existence. A monster emerged from him and devoured everything in sight. He called it gluttony. Satan's expression darkened. "If that is true, you may be dealing with one of the 7 deadly sins." "The 7 deadly sins?" Seo-jun blinked. "You mean the concept of original sin?" "Exactly, kid. I never expected you to run into something that dangerous." Seo-jun's mind raced. Pride, gluttony, envy, wrath, lust, greed, sloth. The 7 roots of human corruption. It makes sense. The anomalous existence said he was born from the fear humans hold for one another. That fear stems from the darkness within the human heart. "Listen well," Satan warned. "Do you know the name? Mephistopheles? I do, Seo-jun replied. The demon who tempted Faust. The very same. Satan nodded. That bastard was obsessed with corrupting Faust's soul. He tried every trick in the book to make Faust fall. One of his creations was the Hell of Pleasure, a realm built on the foundation of the 7 deadly sins. Rage twisted Satan's features. Just thinking about that lunatic makes my blood boil. We transcendents of the demon world are still cleaning up the mess he left behind. Seo-jun paused. Hell of Pleasure. Why does that sound so familiar? A realization hit him. Ah. It was a question on the Transcendent licensure exam. Correct, Satan grunted. They included it because it's a rather new annoyance. It may be weaker than the true abyss, yet it remains a chaotic thorn in our side. This hell is the domain where we demons reside, a brutal training ground for our kind. Here is the cruel truth. If humanity falls, we demons ascend in power. However, if hell were merely a pit of eternal suffering, no soul would ever willingly seek it out. Thus we devised a counter-strategy. A trap to lure mortals into temptation, guiding them straight into the depths of damnation. Mephistopheles, the master of corruption, wove a grand illusion. He created a hell disguised as paradise, a utopia where the word no does not exist, the hell of lust. A world where every carnal desire you can imagine is but a breath away. A realm of infinite possession where you lack nothing. The hell of greed. A paradise where even angels would weep with envy. The hell of sloth, where effort is obsolete. And the hell of gluttony, a banquet that never ends no matter how much you devour. A sanctuary where you can unleash your vengeance upon your tormentors and abusive parents without consequence. A place to vent your fury. The hell of wrath. The hell of envy, satisfying the hunger for what was never yours. Satan's voice echoed with dark wisdom. Ultimately, human sin is rooted in pleasure. We demons merely fed those primal hungers. Until the anomaly occurred. He fixed his gaze on the main character. You witnessed the collapse, Kim Seo-jun. You know which realm I speak of. Kim Seo-jun's expression tightened. The hell of pride. Satan nodded grimly. Precisely. The catastrophe began when a single human stepped into the hell of pride. A barren wasteland, for there no desire truly exists. We mocked him. We called him a fool for entering a realm of nothingness. But perhaps we were the fools all along. We underestimated the sheer scale of human vanity, the boundless depth of mortal ego. Kim Seo-jun's eyes widened in realization. That bastard didn't just want power, Satan hissed. He intended to become a god. Time flew by as Kim Seo-jun continued his grueling training in this leveling manhwa. He monitored global activity for signs of the twisted existence, but the world remained disturbingly silent. The plane engines roared to life once more. The air hummed with anticipation as the team finally touched down on home soil. It had been an eternity. Jin shouted with pure joy. Dad, Master Kim Seo-jun corrected him, instructor. No, Master, it is. A firm hand gripped Kim Seo-jun's. The Hunter Association chairman beamed with pride. On behalf of all Korean hunters, I thank you, Hunter Kim Seo-jun. A man beside him looked around frantically. Wait, isn't my disciple back from America yet? Kim Seo-jun turned to Manchon. Uncle, I have a souvenir for you. Kim Seo-jun produced a sinister skull. Behold, the Lich's head. I promised you'd get to play soccer with it, didn't I? Manchon accepted the grisly trophy with trembling hands. His voice quivered. Please tell me this isn't the real thing. Kim Seo-jun scratched his head sheepishly. Well, the actual Lich vanished, so I improvised. This belonged to him before he turned undead. Same difference, right? Manchon stared at him, utterly speechless. What's next? You going to bring me a dragon corpse? Kim Seo-jun grinned. Actually, I could arrange a dragon. A dragon did appear in England, though it vanished too. Want to touch me instead? In a way, I am a dragon now. A heavy silence descended upon the group. Months had passed, leaving Hae-yoon and her master worried sick. Kim Seo-jun's father, the Sword Saint, and even Park Perun had returned to the grind. Meanwhile, the man who lost his disciple was still wailing at Kim Seo-jun. Finally, back in his daily life, Kim Seo-jun collapsed onto his bed. The system window flashed Satan's lesson progress 29.9%. He groaned in frustration. Seriously, I feel like I've hit a wall. Instructor, don't you have any cheat codes for this system? Manhwa Satan looked down with disdain. You have the fundamentals, the demon scoffed. There are no tricks. Perhaps you need to awaken a new sense. Kim Seo-jun muttered, a new sense. What sense do you currently possess? Polymorph Kim Seo-jun replied. Good. That old centaur certainly knew how to teach. But polymorph alone is insufficient for the power release skill. It is not that your transformation is weak, but the difficulty of release is simply too high. Kim Seo-jun pondered. Polymorph was an A-rank ability. Aside from the great sage and Satan, nothing escaped the centaur's sensory teachings. However, power release is a high-tier technique. Even Transcendents struggle to master it. As the instructor said, the centaur's senses have limits. Kim Seo-jun asked, "So if I learn a new sense, will mastering power release become easier?" Satan didn't hesitate. Absolutely. Power release relies on sensory precision. Perfect zero-error control isn't something you can force through willpower. It must become a habit born of instinct. You are currently stagnant. In your present state, you have reached your ceiling. Kim Seo-jun frowned, decoding the demon's words. In short, paying for more lessons now would be throwing money into a black hole. He stood up abruptly. Fine. I'll go learn a new sense and come back. Satan nodded. Wise choice. Karma is one thing, but we must not squander precious time. Oh, and no refunds on the remaining time. With that, the demon vanished. Kim Seo-jun froze. Wait. 1 hour costs 1 trillion won. I had 47 minutes left. That's 800 billion won. Gone. Panic seized him as he screamed. This is a total scam. Satan grinned, flashing a thumbs up as he faded away. The scene shifted to a darker corner of the world, where screams echoed and distorted. A grotesque mask collapsed onto the floor. A man cloaked in shadow watched silently, observing one of the 7 deadly sins. The sins that birthed the twisted existence. 3 had already been purged. The creature coughed up blood. Damn it. Trembling, the monster looked up at the cloaked figure. You said you'd prepare the stage for me. Speak, what must I do? The man in black remained silent, lost in thought. It was a stroke of luck that the authority of pride remained unspoken and intact. He commanded the essence, follow my lead. The defeated soul trembled, muttering a futile curse, I will kill you. The figure in the black robe felt a ripple of shock. We sacrificed 3 cardinal sins, yet pride's awakening has accelerated far beyond our calculations. As the entity known as pride roared into existence, Kim Seo-jun glanced at his balance. 97 trillion points remaining. His frustration was palpable. Had he really wasted a single session, lasting 108 hours, no correction, 107 hours and 13 minutes? Kim Seo-jun paused, then let out a roar of sheer annoyance. Forgiveness was off the table. That scammer swindled him out of 800 billion. But the real tragedy, he had poured 108 trillion karma into this, yet his progress was absolute zero. The stagnation was driving him to the brink of madness. Checking his device, he pondered the dark guru Satan's advice. Should he really invest in learning a new sensory skill? What a headache. He still had the dragon tongue dialect to master. The system chimed in coldly. If you cannot master the language, please visit bluedragonschool.com. Kim Seo-jun ran the numbers. Tuition at the Blue Dragon Academy was a flat 100 trillion. His wallet held only 97 trillion. He glared at the screen, defying his poverty. He could burn his free coupon here, sure, but without knowing the lesson's duration, using such a rare item now would be a strategic blunder. Kim Seo-jun tapped the messenger app. When in doubt, summon help. Suddenly, his mentor popped out of the screen, headbutting Kim Seo-jun. Behold my magnificent talent. He arrived before the summon was even complete. The little mascot cheered. Success, Kim Seo-jun grumbled, rubbing his head. What on earth? The mentor beamed. I get a ping the moment you open the chat window. Cadet Kim Seo-jun. The small creature placed hands on hips triumphantly. The mentor looked down at Kim Seo-jun, who was picking himself up. So, for what purpose have you summoned me? Moments later, the mascot's voice turned serious. The Sagittarius sense is sufficient for reaching the Transcendent rank. However, if your goal is to fully unleash your power, that is a different battlefield entirely. If you aim for true power liberation, I recommend this curriculum. The mentor raised the phone high. A course titled, You Can Sense Everything. Instructor Mosai. Complete this, and you shall obtain super senses. Kim Seo-jun looked skeptical. That name sounds alien. And who is this Mosai? I have never heard of her. The mentor explained. She is a transcendent from another dimension. An entity who wields the creative power of divinity itself. Kim Seo-jun wondered. Is she on the same legendary tier as Gaia from Greek mythology? The mentor added a caveat. The instructor is a bit eccentric. If you feel uneasy, try the orientation first. Kim Seo-jun agreed with the little creature. In this system Manhwa, it was always wiser to scout the terrain before committing. Mosai's voice echoed from the device. Senses define the changes in one's consciousness, triggered by external stimuli. But here, stimuli are not limited to your enemies. The SSS-rank super sense you can acquire here is the ability to seize every shred of external data. It allows you to pinpoint information your target hides and even secrets the target is unaware of themselves. Kim Seo-jun nodded slowly. It sounded far more logical than expected. Suddenly, Mosai's tone shifted to something sultry. I can feel it. I can feel your burning gaze upon me right now. The screen flashed an error. Please wait. Transcendent Academy is reviewing content for standards compliance. Kim Seo-jun screamed in panic. Is learning this actually safe? This series is rated for all ages, isn't it? The mascot covered its ears. The instructor may look insane, but the curriculum is certified authentic. Kim Seo-jun looked at Mosai's sky-high ratings. He reasoned that no matter how crazy the teacher, the reviews of the students never lie. Perhaps it was worth it. Then he saw the price. 150 trillion. Absolute madness. With only 97 trillion left, how could he possibly afford it? Kim Seo-jun clutched his head in agony. How much wealth does one need to survive in this damned academy? What now? He had only a single free coupon remaining. He could not hoard money forever. And eventually, he would have to retake Satan's class as well. The tuition was comically high. If only he could lower the cost. A spark of genius flashed in his eyes. The mentor looked at him warily. Why are you looking at me like that? This is going to be interesting. Kim Seo-jun asked. Hey, advisor. Is that event we joined last time still active? The mentor blinked. Event? Which one? He replied. The mock exam event. The mentor realized. Ah, the Transcendent mock exam score improvement support event. Yes, it is still ongoing. Kim Seo-jun grinned. Perfect. The event supports cadets who improve their scores compared to their previous attempts. In fact, he had previously secured an 80% discount for the sweep and pierce class through this very method. Kim Seo-jun calculated rapidly. If he achieved 104.4 points, exactly 200% of his previous score of 52.2, he would earn a 100% discount. And if he kept hitting that 200% mark, if the observers would not gift him coupons, he would manufacture them himself. Kim Seo-jun scratched his head. Advisor, shall I test my limits? The mascot pumped a fist. I'm actually quite curious. It has been ages since Cadet Kim Seo-jun took a test. Registration complete. System alert exam fee is 3 billion won. Do you wish to participate in the Transcendent mock exam? The system began compiling data. Please wait. This test is based on past questions from the official Transcendent license exam. Difficulty is set to Transcendent standards. The cadet's karma will not influence the test results. It consists of 7 sections. Scores are calculated by section. This is merely a practice simulation. The actual exam may differ. Section 1. Combat. Question 1. Please respond with the appropriate force for 15 levels. Preparing level 1 scenario. Please wait. Kim Seo-jun strategized. The total score is 700 across 7 sections. According to his math, he could farm a maximum of 3 free coupons. If he scored 200 points instead of the target 104.4, the coupon count would drop to 2. Precision was key. Kim Seo-jun stepped into the simulation space. He needed exactly 104.4 points. A 200% improvement. Level 1. Defeat one of the 4 perils Tao Ti within 30 minutes. A demonic god roared before him. Kim Seo-jun smirked. One of the 4 great fiends of mythology. And this is only level 1. He stared calmly at the beast rushing to devour him. Now this is what a Transcendent mock exam should feel like. Boom. A thunderous explosion shattered the silence. The demon god's eyes bulged in pure shock. The spot where Seo-jun had just been standing was now completely empty. While the beast frantically scanned the ground in confusion, Seo-jun was already dominating the sky above. He raised his blade with a casual grin, deciding to treat this like a light warm-up. A pillar of azure energy crashed down from the heavens, locking onto the demon god like a guided missile. The monster whipped its head around in terror. But it was too late. The blue flash struck with the force of a falling star. The demon god lost its balance, stumbling back. In that split second, Seo-jun touched down gracefully. All right, he muttered, let's add one more hit for good measure. However, the massive demon god had already collapsed face first into the dirt. Seo-jun blinked in surprise. The system chimed, level 1 complete. Time remaining 29 minutes and 53 seconds. The mentor couldn't contain his excitement. Kim Seo-jun, that was absolutely magnificent. Even though it was only the first level, you annihilated a high difficulty Tao Ti in a single breath. This was the kind of overpowered display you'd expect from a top-tier leveling. Manhwa. The scene shifted to the crushing darkness of the deep sea. System alert. Level 2. Mission: defeat the Kraken within the time limit. Time limit 30 minutes. Seo-jun stood before a colossal octopus that dwarfed him entirely. But before the beast could even twitch a tentacle, Seo-jun unleashed his attack. The Kraken was struck instantly, completely incapacitated before the fight even began. The system updated level 2 cleared. Time remaining 29 minutes and 47 seconds. The giant octopus hit the seabed with a dull thud. Seo-jun stood there, stunned by his own efficiency, while the mentor applauded wildly beside him. That was perfection. Suddenly, Seo-jun screamed out in panic. Wait, instructor, pause the test. Stop it right now. Please pause it. The mentor looked baffled. Pause, but you're doing incredible. Why would you want to stop now? Seo-jun feigned a look of agony. My stomach, it's killing me. I can't focus on the exam like this. The mentor looked reluctant, but sighed. Very well. The system announced. At the request of the manager, the mock exam has been temporarily suspended. Back in the safety of the lobby, Seo-jun wiped the sweat from his brow. Hey, instructor. Do you happen to know what my current score is? The mentor replied. I can't see the exact numbers until the evaluation is finalized. But the mentor added, I'd estimate you've already secured at least 20 points. Seo-jun's face went completely blank. He collapsed to his knees as if shot. The mentor panicked. You're scaring me. What's wrong? Is your stomach pain that bad? Seo-jun wailed in despair. At this rate, I'm going to get a perfect score. The mentor tilted his head, utterly confused. Isn't getting a perfect score a good thing? Seo-jun screamed. Absolutely not. The mentor internalized his confusion. Since when was being top of the class a bad omen? Seo-jun knelt on the floor, desperate. Is there no way to cancel my points? Why is my score so high? He thought about his precious goal. My free discount coupons. Anxiety clawed at his chest. If my grades are this elite, there's no way I'll qualify for the 2 charity coupons I need. Let alone 3. I need to find a way, anyway, to tank my score immediately. But points once earned in this system, Manhwa logic, could not be simply deleted. Suddenly, a light bulb went off. He grabbed his smartphone. I've got it. The system screen displayed a bizarre tutorial. Gren, a creature with reduced dignity, an outer god, teaching how to eat octopus with a trident. Instructor Python scolded. How dare the octopus general? Instructor South Sea Dragon King warned. If you watch this tutorial during class, your dignity points will be deducted. Seo-jun grinned internally. Just as I suspected, there are overseers maintaining the balance, and watching unauthorized tutorials during the exam deducts points. He shouted internally. Play them all. Loop these videos on repeat. I can practically hear my score plummeting. Wait for me, my beautiful free coupons. The mentor watched him with a mix of pity and confusion. Why is he acting like this? You know what? I don't want to know. The system loaded the next phase. Item 2. Basic Resistance Level 1. Mission: steal the Sintamani from the Emogi Gang Cheon and escape. Warning: Gang Cheon is immune to all attacks for a limited time. With a roar, the serpent monster lunged at Seo-jun. But in the blink of an eye, the beast was tied into a knot with its own tail. Seo-jun stood casually beside the immobilized dragon. Don't move. Stay right there. System Item 3. Agility, Level 1. Mission: survive against the Sphinx incarnation. Time limit 10 minutes. The Sphinx opened its mouth to speak its riddle. There are 2 sisters. They give birth to each other. Who are they? Seo-jun didn't bother answering. He slapped the Sphinx so hard it rolled across the floor. What was that noise? The system notifications flooded in. Item 4. Mana. Item 5. Spirit. Item 6. Spear usage. Item 7. Weapon mastery. The results for mock exam number 3 rolled in. Kim Seo-jun's combat score 21.4 out of 100. Status: failed. Basic resistance 12.8 out of 100. Failed. Agility 10.4. Failed. Mana 15.8. Failed. Spirit 24.9. Failed. Spear usage 12.5. Failed. Mastery 8.9. Failed. Total score 106.7 points. Seo-jun pumped his fist. Yes. 1 free coupon secured. He was ecstatic. Let's run it back. The results for mock exam number 4 appeared on screen. Kim Seo-jun's score: combat 43.2. Failed. Resistance 26.8. Failed. Agility 21.7. Failed. Mana 42.2. Failed. Spirit 34.5. Failed. Spear usage 25.5. Failed. Mastery 20.1. Failed. Total 214 points. Seo-jun cheered like he'd won the lottery. That's the second coupon. If I combine this with the Observer's free coupon, I've got the Holy Trinity. He radiated pure happiness. The mentor's jaw hit the floor. I wasn't sure during the last test, but now it's undeniable. Kim Seo-jun is perfectly manipulating his score. He wondered, is it really okay to rig your grades just for discount coupons? Wait, actually, how is he even capable of such precision? Suddenly, Seo-jun spun around to face the stunned mentor. Let's start the next one immediately. I still have one attempt left, right? The mentor blinked. You want to go again? Seo-jun was vibrating with energy. Oh yes. This time, I'm going all out. The mentor glanced at his phone as a notification chimed. He called out, Mr. Seo-jun. The principal wants to have a quick word with you. Seo-jun turned his back coldly. I'm busy. Later. The mentor panicked. What? Seo-jun thought to himself. She's definitely calling about the free coupons. No way am I risking that conversation. He kept walking. Interview later. Start the test now. The mentor chased after him. Mr. Seo-jun. He grabbed onto Seo-jun's leg, practically begging. Please, the principal is pleading with you. She asked if you could talk for just a moment. She promised no karmic backlash. Seo-jun shook his leg, trying to dislodge the clinging instructor. Let go of me, the mentor whined. Please. Finally, Seo-jun scratched his head. Fine, make it quick. What do I have to do? He thought, if she tries to take my coupons, I'm just going to lie down and refuse to move. The mentor beamed. Great, just wait 1 second. Elsewhere, a woman with flowing golden hair smirked, her amusement visible. In a place unseen by others, a hand gently tapped down. At that exact moment, a strange sensation washed over Seo-jun. He spun around, alarmed. Huh, what was that? It was a feeling he knew all too well, the vibration of his destruction skill. When he turned back around, the training room was gone. He was standing amidst the clouds, staring up at a monolithic skyscraper that pierced the heavens. The mentor sighed heavily, looking distressed. I never imagined I'd be bringing you to the headquarters personally. Seo-jun stared up at the towering structure in disbelief. Is this the ultimate academy? Inside the modern fortress, a dark elf held a phone to his ear. Hermes, how have you been? Yeah, my course is finally coming to an end. This Manhwa recap was about to enter a new arc. Meanwhile, the office was a chaotic battlefield. Phones rang like deafening sirens in the corner. A panicked employee screamed, What exactly are you worried about? This isn't like you at all. Since when do you care about student reviews? Wait, what are you planning to annihilate everyone who wrote a bad review? Hold on, another voice shouted from the chaos. People are complaining. Why is Loki posting so late these days? Another staff member clutched their aching head. I don't know. Something must have gone wrong. The situation was a total disaster. And through this storm of noise, Mentor guided Kim Seo-jun like a tourist walking through a war zone. Kim Seo-jun overheard a snippet of conversation. What's the status of the Academy's causality funds? The reply was grim. It's a catastrophe. Some crazy ascender just bankrupted the entire Academy. The employee sighed heavily. We'll have to cancel all other plans. Hearing this, Mentor quickly ushered Kim Seo-jun away. Right this way, please. Suddenly, a figure blocked their path. The stranger narrowed his eyes, wary. Who are you two? You certainly don't look like rookie ascenders. Mentor's eyes lit up with recognition. He smiled politely. Greetings, Lord Thoth. Standing before them was none other than Thoth, the Egyptian god of wisdom and scribes. Thoth interrogated them instantly. What is a student ascender doing at headquarters? Did you bring him here? Mentor looked flustered. Ah, no. This is Kim Seo-jun, an ascender from Earth. The director specifically requested a private audience. Thoth raised an eyebrow. Irina wants to see him personally. That is highly irregular. Then realization dawned on Thoth. Ah, he gasped. So it's you. Kim Seo-jun leaned in, curious. You know who I am? Thoth let out a long, exhausted sigh and rubbed his temples. Of course I do. Is there anyone who doesn't know you by now? Then he offered a piece of genuine advice. If possible, keep your identity a secret. Kim Seo-jun blinked, confused. Huh, why? At that exact moment, a scream erupted from the office nearby. What the hell happened to our causality reserves? Fury vibrated through the air. Which student bastard messed up the causality flow like this? Thoth gave Kim Seo-jun a knowing look. Because they might literally tear you apart. Leaving Thoth behind, Mentor led Kim Seo-jun to a special elevator bound for the director's office. We must use the teleportation elevator. The moment the chime sounded and the doors slid open, they overheard a heated argument spilling in from the outside. A man's voice, clearly annoyed, grumbled. You rarely show your face. Why summon me all of a sudden? A female voice fired back immediately. Are you seriously playing dumb? Don't tell me you're unaware that the Academy's causality is ruined because of your class. The great sage nonchalantly picked his ear. Don't blame me. Just meet the guy yourself and you'll understand. Seeing the familiar silhouette, Kim Seo-jun thought. No wonder that voice sounded familiar. It's the great sage Heaven's equal. He then turned his gaze to the slender figure with cascading golden hair. So, that must be her. She huffed in annoyance. Fine. Let's see him then. Without even turning around, she simply clapped her hands once. Clap instantly, a massive gravitational force yanked Kim Seo-jun out of the elevator, dragging him through the air at terrifying speed. But instead of face planting into the ground, he was caught by strong arms. The great sage grinned down at him. Long time no see, kid. Kim Seo-jun looked at him with pure gratitude. Great sage Wukong set him down, and Kim Seo-jun stood firmly on the grass, turning his gaze toward the mysterious woman with intense curiosity. This must be the director. She spoke first, her voice like ice. A pleasure to meet you. Kim Seo-jun was momentarily stunned by her beauty, convinced she was the Ultimate Academy's director and the second transcender. As if reading his mind, she introduced herself. I am Irina, director of the Ultimate Academy. Kim Seo-jun analyzed her. She looks different than I imagined. Is she an elf? Seeing his disciple mesmerized, the great sage whispered a warning. Don't let that pretty face fool you, kid. She's ancient. You should really call her Grandma. Boom. Before he could finish, Irina unleashed her power, slamming the great sage face first into the dirt right in front of a shocked Kim Seo-jun. Kim Seo-jun stared in horror as his invincible master was flattened without mercy. A chill ran down his spine. Even the great sage couldn't move, but this is an outer dimension. There are no causality restrictions here. Irina cleared her throat, composing herself. I'll get straight to the point. She explained the crisis. The Academy's financial situation is dire. It's complicated, but simply put, the Ultimate Academy pays for those free coupons the observers gave you. And that is the problem. She delivered the final verdict. Therefore, I'm afraid we cannot continue the promotional event you are currently exploiting. Kim Seo-jun raised an eyebrow. He knew this was coming. He stayed silent for a moment, then shrugged. Fine. Okay. Irina beamed, relieved by his easy compliance. Thank you for understanding. Due to the current crisis, we can't support other students if we keep this up. But her relief was short-lived. Suddenly, Kim Seo-jun threw himself onto the grass. Huh, he glared up at her defiant. Over my dead body, Mentor face-palmed in the background. I knew it. I knew this would happen. This is exactly why I told you not to meet him. Irina stood frozen, completely unsure how to handle this tantrum, while the great sage burst into laughter. Wahahaha, I told you. You have no idea what this brat is capable of. Lying on the ground, Kim Seo-jun looked as fierce as a marketplace haggler. What am I capable of? Do I look like someone who returns coupons? Did you think I'd just let this slide? Then the ruthless negotiation began. Listen here. If this was an issue, you shouldn't have started the event in the first place. I didn't use any glitches or cheats. I just followed the rules of the game. Irina tried to argue back, naive to his shamelessness. But it is clear you abused a loophole, Kim Seo-jun scoffed. That's your fault for not writing the terms clearly from the start. Irina countered. We allowed the promotion to help students who couldn't afford causality. Kim Seo-jun remained stubborn. And I played along perfectly. Maximizing gains is rule number 1 in any leveling manhwa. As the argument heated up, the great sage and mentor mysteriously produced 3D glasses and popcorn, watching the drama unfold like a blockbuster movie. Meanwhile, Irina was so furious her hair practically stood on end. I didn't want to say this, but there is a truth you need to know. Hearing this, Kim Seo-jun's guard went up instantly. She forced a gentle smile, straining to keep her composure as she spoke to him. Do you have any idea how much chaos you've caused the Academy? Let me be blunt. You know you're paying the minimum causality rate, correct? So tell me, who do you think has to cover the deficit? Kim Seo-jun replied with a straight face. Isn't it because my causality just isn't calculated? Irina's voice dropped to a dangerous growl. That is just what you think. The verbal war reached its peak with her steely explanation. However, the laws of the universe demanded a price. Someone had to pay the heavy cost of causality to manifest a lecture from her dimension. Usually, tuition fees cover the exchange, but your case is an anomaly, Kim Seo-jun. In a standard system manhwa, the law of causality dictates the price, and right now, the observers won't authorize the course due to the deficit. The great sage and the mentor were so engrossed in the drama, they forgot their popcorn, until Irina finally pointed a trembling finger at Kim Seo-jun and screamed, "Just yield this one time." Was that so hard? Her words struck his conscience like a poisoned arrow. And as the heated debate reached its peak, the mentor finally rang the bell. The great sage declared Irina the winner, mostly because Kim Seo-jun was rendered speechless by her logic, though his stubborn refusal to compromise remained unshaken. What does that have to do with me? The mentor sweated nervously as Kim Seo-jun lay defiant on the floor, declaring, "Over my dead body," a phrase that only fueled Irina's rage. She raised her hand, summoning her arcane power to hoist his body into the air, hissing, "If you wish for death, I shall grant it. Do you realize where you are?" Provoking a high elf is suicidal, especially one with her immense status. Irina manipulated Kim Seo-jun's body like a ragdoll with mere thought. She growled, "You said over your dead body." A terrifying aura of murderous intent flooded the room, making his skin crawl, yet he gritted his teeth and refused to submit. "Endure it." The principal tapped him with a single finger, adding, "Why not just groan in pain and wake up from this delusion?" Kim Seo-jun trembled as his mind raced. Come to think of it, unlike the observers who need me alive, the principal could actually kill me right now. He clenched his jaw, realizing he could not retreat. A sudden blast of blue mana hurled him away from her, shocking the great sage, who exclaimed, "Oh, you withstood the pressure. Are you actually planning a counterattack?" Kim Seo-jun was still wrapped in the blue magical energy, when to everyone's absolute shock, he simply flopped onto the ground and began to wail loudly. Whatever, just got him already. The great sage, the principal, and the young boy looked on in speechlessness as the great sage laughed. "You're playing dead again." Kim Seo-jun ignored them, feigning total ignorance. Internally, however, guilt gnawed at him. He couldn't deny that the Supreme Academy had been essential to his growth in this leveling manhwa saga so far. And honestly, they had been somewhat lenient with him in the past. "But I have lectures I must attend, and I can't just rip up my tickets like waste paper," he finally shouted. "Fine. I will forfeit every single free pass I earned from the mock exam." The mentor gasped. "What, have you lost your mind? Did you hit your head when you fell?" Kim Seo-jun sat up sharply, declaring, "But I have one condition." The principal blinked. "A condition," Kim Seo-jun continued. "The lectures I wanted to buy with those passes. I want you to teach them to me personally." "Principal Irina." She shook her head immediately. "Impossible." Kim Seo-jun guessed. "Is it because you are an observer?" She nodded slowly. "So you finally figured it out. Under normal circumstances, I cannot interact with students directly because the karmic weight of such an encounter is simply too heavy." Kim Seo-jun rubbed his chin, calculating. Based on everything she said, the Supreme Academy is financially broke. If they had resources, they wouldn't be forcing me to give up my rewards. So who is actually footing the bill for the karmic debt of this very meeting? The answer was simple, he asked. This meeting was requested by an observer, on the condition that they would bear the burden of causality for the interview, correct? The principal replied, "Correct. That being agreed to shoulder the entire karmic cost, provided I force you to surrender the tickets at all costs." Kim Seo-jun smirked internally. He had them. Then wouldn't the karmic burden of you teaching me also fall onto that observer principal? Irina sighed. Even so, the observer isn't stupid. They know the debt doesn't just vanish. Kim Seo-jun nodded. "I know, but the bill will be sent to them, not us." "So, what's the problem?" The principal looked at him in confusion. Kim Seo-jun spread his arms wide. "What exactly do you think this place is?" she answered uncertainly. The Supreme Academy." Suddenly, realization struck her like lightning. "Don't tell me." Kim Seo-jun grinned like a predator. "Exactly as you suspect." He thought, "This is the Supreme Academy, a dimension between dimensions, a blind spot where the gaze of the observers cannot reach." Kim Seo-jun continued, "What we do in here, stays in here. How would the observer know if they complain later? Just tell them, you forced me to give up the tickets. Technically, the transaction is complete. That entity tried to dump their causality issues on you, so why not return the favor? It might cost them 1,000 times more, but who cares?" Irina fell into deep thought. The great sage looked absolutely delighted by the scheme just as the principal called out, "Advisor, go downstairs and summon Thoth for me." The boy blinked. Yes, ma'am." The great sage looked surprised. "For real? You're actually going to participate in this madness?" The principal shrugged. "Do we have another choice? Without karma to balance the scales, we have to pay with physical labor." She turned to Kim Seo-jun. "I cannot teach you everything. I am shifting the karmic debt to the observer, but if the burden becomes too massive, this entire dimension could collapse." Kim Seo-jun nodded vigorously. "I understand completely." She asked, "What do you want to learn?" Kim Seo-jun answered instantly, "Instructor Mosai's super senses and the Blue Dragon Clan's language." Irina nodded. "Sensory techniques are a logical choice." She turned her head to the side. Great Sage Heaven's equal care, to lend a hand. The Great Sage grinned, revealing his fangs, and summoned his legendary Ruyi Jingu Bang. Can I go a little wild? The principal replied. Whatever works. The Great Sage slammed his staff down with satisfaction. The principal began her lecture on Mosai's supersenses. It is about analyzing the environment that constitutes the target, restricting it within your perception. But if you expand that concept, you reach a realm where you can dominate the environment itself. When your sensory domain peaks, reality bends to your will. Great Sage. The Great Sage leaped high, raising his staff. Here I come. Meteor staff style, first form heaven-shattering star strike. A beam of catastrophic mana plummeted down. Lee Seo-jun stood below, panic, exploding in his eyes. Hey, are you insane? He shouted. If you use a technique like that out of nowhere. Suddenly, Lee Seo-jun felt a sensation, as if countless beams of light were piercing his body. He gasped. It felt like the entire space he occupied was locking onto him. Even taking a single step, or even the simple act of breathing, felt impossible without receiving permission from the owner of this domain. The Great Sage rested a heavy hand on Seo-jun's shoulder, his voice low. It's suffocating, isn't it? But you must focus your mind. Among all the ascended beings, only the principal possesses this level of power. Standing before them, the principal remained an unmovable mountain, gazing calmly at the incoming fireballs. After all, she was an entity rated Grade X. She simply raised a fist. A pale white light erupted, obliterating the raging red magic in an instant. Seo-jun looked around in shock, his eyes widening. What just happened? The traces of ascension energy had vanished completely, as if the attack never existed. The principal turned back with a serene smile. Well, did you see it? Seo-jun was baffled. Weren't you going to teach me about senses? That was it, she replied. That was the sense. The Great Sage chimed in. She isn't Grade X for nothing. Seo-jun pushed him aside. What exactly is Grade X? Does such a rank even exist in the Ultimate Academy? Another voice cut through the air. No. Grade X does not exist in the standard curriculum. Thoth stepped forward, his bird-like head tilting. It transcends the records of causality, meaning it lies outside the rules of this system. Manhwa. Yo, the Great Sage grinned. Long time no see. Thoth ignored him, looking at the principal. Why did you summon me? The principal answered calmly. To teach Lee Seo-jun about senses, we need to register the causality with the system. Thoth froze, his feathers ruffling. Can you repeat that? I'm exhausted, so I might be hearing things? She replied flatly. When I teach Lee Seo-jun, I need to record the causality in your book. Thoth paused, processing the absurdity. Who is teaching me? Teaching who? Lee Seo-jun. Thoth fell silent, staring at her, before reluctantly responding. I see. Then he exploded in a screech. What the hell, Irina? Do you have any idea what happens when a being of your level teaches a rookie student? The principal laughed it off. Oh, come on, there are always special cases. Thoth trembled with rage. There are no special cases, unless an observer takes full responsibility for the karmic backlash. Irina cut him off with a wave. The Great Sage cackled. Look at that birdbrain's face. Priceless. Suddenly, a hand landed on Seo-jun's shoulder. Thoth's eyes were now sparkling with greed as he looked at the protagonist. Do you intend to record this lecture? This level of talent? The sage rolled his eyes. What do you think? Irina intervened. I thought about that, but since he is still a student, there are limits to what his soul can handle. Thoth replied firmly. I will find a way. Seo-jun stammered, overwhelmed. No, wait, I just came here to listen to a lecture. The Great Sage watched the chaos with amusement. The academy is running smoothly today, isn't it? A mystical book appeared in Thoth's hand, the legendary Akashic Records. Runes floated into the air. Seo-jun asked. What is he doing? Irina explained. He is registering the technique I just showed you into the files of causality. Since you haven't reached transcendence yet, there are restrictions. Thoth opened the book, muttering incantations. Moments later, the book slammed shut, and a familiar digital bell rang in Seo-jun's ears. Thoth looked satisfied. Registration complete. The system now displays senses. Seo-jun turned to the principal. So does this mean I can use senses now? She shook her head. No. This just means you have the right to learn it. Seo-jun paused. A cold chill ran down his spine as he realized the trap. Irina continued. You have to learn it yourself, obviously. Seo-jun felt a piercing gaze that seemed to penetrate his very soul. Wait a minute. Irina smiled radiantly. We don't have much time. So, I'll teach you the concepts and theories, very quickly. Using your body, of course. Hearing that, Seo-jun broke out in a cold sweat. A moment later, he was coughing up a mouthful of blood, desperately dodging between trees. Damn it. Irina stood casually lecturing while he fought for his life. We need to shatter the concept of senses you currently believe in. Student Kim Seo-jun, you must go beyond simple sight and sound. Think about creating your own domain through your senses alone. By doing that, you will dominate the space within your own realm. Irina manipulated the space around Seo-jun with a gesture. Just like this. Seo-jun felt pure panic. He threw himself out of the distorted zone just in time. That was insane. The space itself twisted. If I had been a second slower, my body would have been crushed into paste. Irina waved her hand dismissively. If you experience it repeatedly, your body will grasp the feeling soon enough. Now try attacking me once. Seo-jun was slammed into the ground by an invisible force. He grit his teeth, encouraging himself. This is a skill from a grade X. It goes far beyond a SSS-rank skill in any leveling manhwa. Mastering this won't just improve my power output. It will benefit every technique I learn in the future. Seo-jun's eyes burned with determination. I will master this no matter what. He broke free from Irina's pressure control and flashed behind her. Irina smirked. You really are different from the normal students. Now I understand why the advisor and the great sage rate you so highly. She clenched her fist, and a sphere of distorted space flew straight at him. Seo-jun screamed in agony. Irina checked her imaginary watch. Hey, class has been going for a few hours. Let's take a break. Just kidding. Seo-jun lay sprawled on the dirt, feeling like his body had been put through a hydraulic press. But, for a split second, I think I felt a glimpse of Irina's senses. Wait, I'm dying here, and look at them. The great sage and mentor were playing around in the background. Suddenly, Seo-jun had a devilish idea. He called out, Great Sage, aren't you bored? Don't you want to do something interesting? The sage perked up immediately. Interesting. What is it? Seo-jun suggested. Why don't you try fighting the principal? The great sage turned his head away instantly. I refuse. Seo-jun froze at the immediate rejection. He was shocked. This battle junkie who lived for combat was refusing a fight. Seo-jun shouted. But you love fighting. It's your whole thing. I do not. The great sage muttered. I like fighting, sure. But I have no hobby of getting beaten to a pulp one-sidedly. One-sidedly? Seo-jun whispered. Is the principal really that strong? The sage scoffed. Strong doesn't even begin to cover it. Even if every transcendent being in the Ultimate Academy attacked her at once, I couldn't guarantee she would lose. Seo-jun's jaw dropped. What? Just how powerful is she? The great sage continued. Besides, I have never seen her use her full power. Mentor nodded in agreement. Come to think of it, neither have I. Seo-jun stared at them blankly. Then, when does she ever get serious? Suddenly, the great sage spoke up. But there is one person who might be able to face her. Seo-jun looked skeptical. Such a monster exists. The great sage laughed maniacally for a moment before pointing a finger. You. Seo-jun's eyes widened, his face turning ash gray. Me. Exactly. The sage replied. You possess the 3 dantians. That alone gives you the qualifications to stand against her. Mentor nodded slowly. The sage grinned. Plus your growth speed is absolute madness straight out of an awakening manhwa legend. One day you might just be the one to defeat Irina. Seo-jun couldn't believe his ears. Defeat the chairman me crush. That monstrosity? He couldn't help but scoff. Was the world truly this insane? Honestly, people call me a prodigy, but I'm just grinding like I always have. It doesn't feel special. Irina cut him off sharply. Calling it extraordinary is an understatement. Like I said, one day I will step down from this throne. Kim Seo-jun scratched his head in confusion. Wait, you actually said that? Mentor chimed in. Remember when you asked the principal about the triple dantian method? Irina continued, her voice serious. Precisely. Besides Kim Seo-jun, there was only one other existence who could rival me. Kim Seo-jun asked, Are you talking about the first Transcendental A? Shadow crossed Irina's face. She shook her head. No, not my master. How could I ever dare compare myself to him? Kim Seo-jun frowned. His curiosity piqued. I've always wondered, just what happened to the first Transcendental? A heavy silence fell before Irina spoke. I don't know. His causality records? They've vanished. Every trace of my master's existence has been erased from history. Kim Seo-jun gasped. Erased? Could it be? Irina nodded grimly. Yes. The observer wiped him out. Theoretically, I shouldn't even remember I had a master. Yet fragments of memory remain. It seems before the observer could completely annihilate his existence, master did something, she whispered. Or perhaps he erased himself. She turned to Kim Seo-jun, eyes burning with intensity. That is why I need you to uncover this secret. I have high hopes for you. Kim Seo-jun flushed, unused to such praise. All right, enough chatter. Let's get moving. The great sage let out a long, exaggerated yawn. Watching is boring. Mind if I jump in? Irina blinked in surprise. Seriously, Kim Seo-jun shouted. Hey, you said you hated fighting, the great sage shrugged. Only against that old hag. Beating you up is actually entertainment. Kim Seo-jun cried out in injustice. You only pick fights you can win easily, Taoist master. Have you no shame? The great sage twirled his Ruyi Jingu Bang. As long as I'm having fun, who cares? Kim Seo-jun panicked, summoning his spear. You lunatic. Meanwhile, at the Professional Hunter Association, the chairman held his head in despair. Is this for real? His subordinate nodded. Yes, I've confirmed it multiple times. It's the truth. Panic set in as the chairman roared. We need to find Hunter Kim Seo-jun immediately. This is a crisis. Back at the training ground, the legendary staff slammed into Kim Seo-jun, launching him like a ragdoll. The great sage grumbled. Boring. Put some back into it. Kim Seo-jun gasped for air, his body screaming. So this is the great sage heaven's equal with his causality limiters removed. The sage yawned again. I'm dying of boredom here. Take some responsibility, Kim Seo-jun raged. You damn crazy monkey, the great sage looked disappointed. What, giving up already? Kim Seo-jun yelled back. I'm obviously not your match. You're supposed to be honing my senses. How does using me as a punching bag help? The sage replied coldly. Just training forms is dull. Kim Seo-jun gritted his teeth, but a plan sparked in his mind. Fine, how about this? If I manage to touch a single strand of your hair, you have to fight the principal seriously. Kim Seo-jun's eyes gleamed with mischief. The great sage heaven's equal, getting thrashed by the principal. I don't even need the fur, just the show. He asked, is that a deal? Naturally. What do you say, old hag? Irina smiled sharply. Acceptable. Kim Seo-jun immediately dropped into a stance. I don't need to land a hit. I just need to graze his fur. You better keep your word, the great sage laughed boisterously. Of course, I may be a prankster, but I never lie. You know that. The question is, can you actually pull it off? Or are you just going to get beaten to a pulp before being dragged out? Provoked Kim Seo-jun launched himself at the sage. A streak of blue light tearing through the air. Prepare yourself to eat the principal's fist. The great sage effortlessly sidestepped the attack. Too slow. Kim Seo-jun skidded to a halt, scanning the area frantically. Where did he vanish to? Even with my senses pushed to the absolute limit, I can't track him. He squeezed his eyes shut. My opponent is a lunatic monkey and the strongest transcendental in existence. It's natural I can't keep up with his raw speed. If I can't chase him, I have to predict him. I have to be one step ahead. Irina's teachings echoed in his mind. True perception begins with recognizing the elements that construct the environment around your target. For an entity to exist, it occupies space. It is impossible to exist without impacting that space. The displacement of air, when breathing the microscopic tremors, when a foot touches the earth. These are the unavoidable limitations of physical existence. No matter how powerful, no one can transcend these laws. Therefore, even if the target is invisible to the eye, you can expose them through these ripples. The principal told me to expand my awareness and dominate the surroundings. He slowed his breathing, feeling every particle. He unfurled his consciousness like a net, claiming the space as his own territory, dragging the entire battlefield into his realm of perception. Kim Seo-jun felt a pang of frustration. His senses were still raw, but then a flicker. He could faintly sense the great sage's presence like a fragile thread floating within his grasp. His eyes snapped open. Kim Seo-jun lunged forward. The great sage was right there. Kim Seo-jun's gaze was steely focused, shocking the great sage. Even Irina watched with widened eyes. Kim Seo-jun felt it, the shift of weight on the sage's back foot, the subtle retreat of the other. He's stepping back. Kim Seo-jun deciphered the great sage's movement. I can finally see his speed, his trajectory. He gripped his spear with icy calm. I felt everything. The Ruyi Jingu Bang tore through the wind. Kim Seo-jun ducked under the lethal blow and shot forward like a bullet. The great sage's eyes widened in genuine surprise. The sage twisted away. What's this? You suddenly leveled up. Kim Seo-jun remained silent, focused only on sensing. The sage smirked. But you're still too green. In a flash, a blow connected, sending Kim Seo-jun crashing into the dirt. The great sage landed, peering into the dust cloud. Kim Seo-jun staggered to his feet, bloodied but unbowed. Again. One more round. The sage grinned. Your eyes. They've changed. Fine, as many as you want. Kim Seo-jun gritted his teeth. I was watching perfectly, yet I couldn't sense that final strike at all. I need to sharpen my senses even further. Kim Seo-jun launched himself at the great sage again. But just before impact, a crushing invisible pressure froze them both. Irina's voice cut through the air. That is enough training for today. The great sage scoffed buzzkill. I was just starting to have fun. Kim Seo-jun pleaded, wait, I can do a little more. Irina shut him down. No. Your condition is deteriorating. Kim Seo-jun, you are pushing yourself past the breaking point. Your body might hold, but your mental energy has hit its limit. Kim Seo-jun fell silent, staring at his trembling hands as he lowered his weapon. Irina nodded approvingly. You did well regardless. I didn't expect you to grasp the concept so quickly. You understand the theory. Now, you must make it your own. More importantly, someone is waiting for you. You should go. Kim Seo-jun blinked, confused. Waiting for me, I don't think. Suddenly his phone buzzed. A system window popped up. Atlas class progress plus 0.6, status 88%. Just another day in a leveling Manhwa. Atlas class integration at 89.4% plus 0.3. The system Manhwa interface continued to climb. 89.7%, 90.4% loaded. The final synchronization was nearly complete. Kim Seo-jun shrieked in absolute terror. Oh God, my body is catching fire again. The great sage only chuckled at the chaos. Doesn't matter who this kid is, his luck is terrifying. Desperate Kim Seo-jun turned to the silver-haired beauty. Headmistress Irina, please send me back right now. She blinked, feigning surprise. Didn't you just say you could endure a little longer? She tilted her head playfully. Besides, if we part ways now, who knows when destiny will align again? Do you really want to leave so abruptly? Kim Seo-jun screamed as the heat intensified. That is not important right now, Irina giggled, finding his panic adorable. Snap. With a simple flick of her fingers, Kim Seo-jun plunged into the infinite void. She waved at the disappearing figure. I hope the day of our reunion comes soon. As Kim Seo-jun vanished from the dimension, Irina's expression shifted. She smiled coldly at the presence manifesting behind her. I didn't expect you to come personally. Observer. The cosmic entity looked baffled. Irina, have you lost your mind? His voice boomed with authority. Your actions are a flagrant violation of the treaty. Have you forgotten the penalty for breaking the oath? Irina maintained her calm smile. Absolutely not. Her eyes glinted with mischief. Did you think I broke the contract? The observer retorted sharply. You manipulated causality without authorization. I never gave you permission to mentor that human. And yet you acted on your own whim. Irina played the innocent card perfectly. Huh, who did I teach? She shrugged elegantly. I have absolutely no idea what you're talking about. The observer looked ready to explode. Are you playing dumb with me? Irina replied smoothly. I am not pretending. I truly don't know. She stepped closer. I simply persuaded Mr. Kim Seo-jun very gently, and he voluntarily gave up his exemption tickets, exactly as our agreement stipulated. The observer roared in fury. Do you take me for a fool? Anyone with eyes can see. He traded those tickets for your lectures? Irina remained unshakable. Not at all. I am completely in the dark about such a transaction. She let out a chilling chuckle. On what evidence do you base these accusations? Did you see it with your own eyes? The observer trembled with suppressed rage. He bellowed, shaking the dimension. Fine, then I will verify the evidence myself. A massive tome materialized from thin air, the records of the tower. If a transaction occurred, it must be recorded here. The pages flipped furiously, searching for the truth. Suddenly, a terrifying aura of mana exploded around Irina. Her voice dropped to a glacial tone. You are forbidden from interfering with Academy affairs. Her eyes overflowed with killing intent. The oath clearly states that boundary. The observer froze. He slammed the book shut and made it vanish. You cannot use such cheap tricks forever. The entity narrowed his eyes. Is it because of that bastard? Whoever it is, this was a foolish decision. The heavier the burden of causality in this dimension, the looser the restraints on that bastard become. That is precisely why we stopped that human from using the exemption tickets. You know this better than anyone, don't you? Or do your arrogance lead you to believe he can withstand the true version? The very entity, even you had to banish because you couldn't control it. Irina crossed her arms, cutting him off. Let's just wait and see. The observer issued a final warning. Do not delude yourself, Irina. Even if they call you the third transcendent, you are merely a latecomer to absolute power. You cannot change the flow. Irina frowned, her patience wearing thin. I bet you said the exact same words to my master. But in the end, you couldn't handle him either. You had to erase him from existence just to survive. The observer turned away. Believe what you wish. But remember one thing. He looked back over his shoulder. You will regret today's choice. Meanwhile, back in the real world, this manhwa recap moment was heating up literally. Jimin was channeling her fire magic. Burn brighter. Hellfire. A vortex of flame materialized in the room. She muttered to herself. Is he not waking up yet? Do I need to roast him a little more? Kim Seo-jun's eyes snapped open, his brain lagging behind reality. Jimin prepared to cast Hellfire a second time. Kim Seo-jun panicked instantly. Stop right there. She scratched her head nonchalantly. Oh, you're alive. Kim Seo-jun screamed. What the hell were you trying to do? Jimin replied deadpan. I was cremating you. Suddenly, the door burst open. Hyun rushed in breathless. Lord Kim Seo-jun. She gasped for air. Why do you keep dying and coming back to life? The association chairman has been waiting for ages. Kim Seo-jun realized his predicament and shouted. Wait, hold on. He covered himself in embarrassment. Don't come any closer. Hyun's face turned beet red. Jimin finally noticed the problem. Kim Seo-jun was stark naked. Hyun stammered, covering her eyes. I didn't see anything, I swear, Kim Seo-jun barked. Get out now. Outside the meeting room, Hyun's face was still burning with heat. Kim Seo-jun entered fully clothed and professional. Apologies for the wait. Relieved voices filled the room. Captain, you're alive. Your recovery speed is legendary as always. The chairman bowed his head slightly. I apologize if I woke you from a deep slumber. Kim Seo-jun waved it off. Not at all. I just visited a place that felt like the afterlife. Don't worry about it. Anyway, what brings you here today, sir? The chairman went silent. He reached into his suit pocket and placed something on the table. The atmosphere instantly grew heavy. Two photographs lay on the table. One depicted a sinister black fog. The other showed a man held in captivity. Min-do shot up from his seat, trembling. Master, the chairman spoke gravely. These photos were sent anonymously to the association. We thought they were fakes, but analysis suggests they are authentic. Kim Seo-jun studied the photo intensely. A man stood with his back turned. His body was wrapped in white bandages, concealing horrific wounds. Kim Seo-jun noticed a detail others missed. A twisted entity lurking in the frame. He asked sharply, Are they demanding a ransom? The chairman shook his head. No money. However, there was a message. If this leaks to the world, the Saint of Darkness will be executed. Min-do looked like he had been struck by lightning. The chairman closed his eyes in defeat. I hate to say this, but it is likely a trap. Kim Seo-jun remained silent, but his mind raced. He's right. Sending these photos while trying to avoid attention. It proves they want to notify a specific person. They are calling out to me. Kim Seo-jun crushed the photo in his grip. He stood up, his aura shifting. Where is this? Min-do looked at him with teary eyes. Kim Seo-jun smiled, radiating confidence. Did you think I would ignore your master's plight? Don't worry. We will rescue him. Suddenly, voices erupted from the doorway. This time, we go together. The four veteran heroes appeared. No one here leaves a comrade behind. Kim Seo-jun raised a hand to stop them. No, please stay in Korea. His expression turned grim. This is just my theory, but the Truth Organization is likely involved. If the Dream Team and all high rankers leave, Korea will be left wide open. Please stay here and prepare for the worst-case scenario. The veterans looked at each other. Those bastards again. It would be dangerous if the main force leaves. The Saint Magician sighed. Understood. We will hold the fort. Kim Seo-jun nodded in gratitude. I leave home in your hands. He turned back to the chairman. Where were these photos taken? The chairman answered. The southernmost tip of Africa. The Republic of South Africa. The scene shifted to a dark remote location. A hand played with sparkling gemstones. A villainous laugh echoed. Just sitting here, the causality is stacking up beautifully. Truly magnificent. Outside, a brutal overseer was shouting at the locals. Move it faster. A terrified figure hid in the bushes, stifling a scream. Meanwhile, at Kimberley Airport in South Africa, Kim Seo-jun and the team stepped onto foreign soil. This leveling manhwa adventure was about to take a dark turn. Kim Seo-jun noticed Min-do's intense anxiety. Kim Seo-jun placed a steady hand on his shoulder. Don't worry, he's a survivor. Turning to the rest of the squad, his eyes narrowed. Time is a luxury we don't have. Split up, gather intel. Now, contact me the second you find a lead. Roger. Kim Seo-jun drew a mystical artifact from his inventory. No more delays. He infused it with mana. Find the Black Saint. Immediately, the artifact shot forward, but instead of locking on it, spun wildly in the air. Kim Seo-jun scratched his head, completely baffled. That's odd. Why can't it pinpoint his energy signature? Did the Truth Sect already make their move? Suddenly, A young voice cut through his thoughts. You're a pro hunter, right? You're here because of that. Kim Seo-jun spun around, surprised. He crouched down to eye level. Because of what exactly? Did something happen? The boy's expression darkened with pure loathing. Chash. I knew it. You're one of those truth sect fanatics. Kim Seo-jun blinked. Say what? Wait, no. The boy cut him off sharp. Save your breath. I know everything. The kid bolted. Kim Seo-jun reached out desperate. Hey, hold on a second. The commotion drew a crowd instantly. Who is he? A disciple of the truth sect. A believer. Their eyes lit up with fanaticism as they shoved piles of food into his arms. Please accept this humble offering. And this we only survived because of the sect. Kim Seo-jun panicked, his hands overflowing with gifts. Wait, you've got it all wrong. I'm not with them. He broke away, scanning the crowd for the boy. Where did that little guy go? Damn, that was close. Kim Seo-jun's mind raced. This isn't just faith. The truth sect has these people brainwashed deep. But that kid, the moment he thought I was a believer, his eyes filled with hatred. And he mentioned that incident. He definitely knows the truth behind this manhwa recap mystery. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air. Bam Kwabena was hurled against a rough wall. He coughed, glaring up at his attackers. I paid my debt, every single coin. Why are you still hunting me? The thugs sneered coldly. We told you, brat. That was just the interest. Their greedy eyes locked onto his worn basket. Are those medicinal herbs you're hiding? Looks valuable. Hand it over. Kwabena clutched the basket tight. No, I can't. The thug hoisted him up by his collar. You begging for another beating? That's enough, a deep voice commanded. The thug turned, sizing him up. Who the hell are you? Get lost before we school you. Kim Seo-jun smirked, his aura calm. Can't do that. I've got business with the kid. The thug dropped Kwabena with a thud. Business? Did you lend this rat money too? Not exactly. Kim Seo-jun scratched his head casually. I was just wondering how much trouble I should cause you guys right now. The thug's face twisted in rage. You mocking me? He swung a heavy fist. Kim Seo-jun caught the punch effortlessly. Crack. He twisted the arm back with terrifying precision. Judging by your face, you've taken a few lives, haven't you? The thug shrieked in agony. What are you waiting for? Help me, you idiots. Kwabena watched, stunned, frozen by the stranger's strength. Moments later, the dust settled. The thugs lay groaning in a heap. Kim Seo-jun crouched down. You okay, kid? That looked like a nasty hit. I'm fine. Kim Seo-jun glared at the unconscious trash. What kind of scum beats a child? The boy looked down. I borrowed money. Kim Seo-jun paused. Money? How much are we talking? 25,000 won. I paid it back, but they said it was just interest and demanded 250,000 more. Kim Seo-jun's brow twitched. 10 times the principal. Those predatory vultures. Kwabena dusted himself off. Anyway, thanks for saving me. You're really not with the truth sect, right? Definitely not, Kim Seo-jun replied instantly. I've got a question though. Why do you hate them so much? Everyone else treats them like saviors. The boy's expression hardened instantly. That's because they don't know the atrocities the sect committed in my homeland. Kim Seo-jun's instinct flared. This was the lead. Kid, tell me everything. Exactly what kind of evil are we dealing with? Kwabena fell silent, leading the way. The scene shifted to a rundown district. Kim Seo-jun noticed two foreign mercenaries gripping heavy weapons as they passed. Another man was calibrating a high-grade rifle. Kim Seo-jun whispered, this place is crawling with hunters. Was there a dungeon outbreak nearby? This feels like a classic leveling manhwa setup. Kwabena scoffed. No. They're rebels. They barged into our village, claiming it was the perfect hideout and just took over. As they walked away, a man named Kwak-ku stopped dead in his tracks. A chill ran down his spine. His subordinate blinked. Commander Kwak-ku, is something wrong? He shook his head, sweating. No. Impossible. That monster couldn't be here. Meanwhile, Kwabena opened a creaky door. It's not much, but please come in. Kim Seo-jun stepped inside, his eyes widening at the poverty. Kwabena rushed to a frail girl lying on a thin mat. I'm Home-yoon. Her trembling hand reached out. Brother? Your face. What happened? Kwabena forced a smile. Just tripped on the way back. Clumsy me. Yun squinted weakly. Really? Really? She looked past him. Who is our guest? He helped me out today, Kwabena explained warmly. I invited him in. Relieved, a gentle smile graced her pale lips. Thank you for looking after my brother. Don't mention it. Kim Seo-jun watched as Kwabena began furiously grinding the medicinal herbs with a mortar and pestle. No parents in sight. Are they surviving on their own? Kim Seo-jun wondered. Yun's voice broke his thoughts. Mister, are you a hunter? Yeah, a professional. Her eyes sparkled. Then, have you ever met the legendary hunter Kim Seo-jun? Kim Seo-jun coughed awkwardly. Well, I guess I have. The grinding noise stopped instantly. For real, Kwabena turned around starstruck. You've actually stood in the presence of the god of hunters. No wonder you're so strong. What's he like? Is he as handsome as his skills? Is he noble? Does a golden aura float behind him like a halo? Kim Seo-jun blinked overwhelmed. What? He's just a regular guy. Lies Kwabena, shouted lost in fantasy. Hunter Kim Seo-jun is definitely cooler than any awakening manhwa protagonist. Kim Seo-jun stared at the imaginary glistening version of himself in the kid's mind. Who on earth is that? He mentally screamed. I'm asking seriously, who is that sparkle man supposed to be? In reality, Kim Seo-jun just stood there looking plain. While Kwabena drooled over his hero, Yun whispered Hunter Kim Seo-jun is his absolute idol. Kim Seo-jun froze. Idol, she beamed with pride. My brother dreams of becoming a hunter just like him. He even has talent. He's a natural awakener. She looked at Kim Seo-jun with hope. My brother is amazing, isn't he? Kim Seo-jun's eyes widened. So that's it. I sensed his mana was different like a hidden gem in a system manhwa. Yun's expression fell. If he had proper training, he could be a top-tier hunter, but because of my illness. Kwabena rushed over, panic in his eyes. Yun, stop that, I'm saving up, remember, he grinned brightly. Just a little more, and I can enroll in the Hunter Academy. Really? Of course I'll become just like Kim Seo-jun and crush every villain in this world. I'll buy you the best food too. So, drink this and get better, okay? He handed her the medicine bowl with gentle hands. She smiled radiantly. Okay, brother. You stole from those thugs just to buy medicine for your sister, didn't you? Kwabena lowered his head and whispered yes. The truth is, I don't have the money to enter the academy. My little sister is critically ill. The boy looked up, his eyes burning with determination. But I will never give up. Did you know the legendary hunter Kim Seo-jun was dirt poor like me before his awakening? He couldn't even get into the Hunter Academy. But he never surrendered to his fate. He kept grinding and persisting against all odds. Now he stands at the apex of the world like the protagonist of a leveling manhwa. Pretty cool, right? Kim Seo-jun scratched his cheek awkwardly. Kwabena clenched his fists in excitement. One day I'm going to become a legend just like Hunter Kim Seo-jun. Kim Seo-jun fell silent for a moment, then he gently patted the boy's head. You will make it. I have no doubt. Kwabena's eyes went wide. Really? You think I have what it takes? Kim Seo-jun replied warmly. From what I can see, you've got more potential than Kim Seo-jun ever did. He grinned mischievously. And between you and me, that Kim Seo-jun guy isn't anything special in real life. His eyes turn into dollar signs whenever he sees money, and his personality is kind of trash. Kwabena exploded in anger. Who do you think you are to badmouth Hunter Kim Seo-jun like that? The boy shook his head furiously. I don't care how strong you are, you could never compare to Hunter Kim Seo-jun. Kim Seo-jun chuckled to himself. The kid finally dropped the formalities and called me big brother. A moment later, the boy bashfully held out his hand. Anyway, thank you for saving me and for telling me I could become a hunter. So let me properly introduce myself. My name is Kwabena. Kim Seo-jun opened his mouth to reply, but a siren shattered the peace. Emergency, emergency, the government forces have located us. Fear washed over Kwabena's face. The alarms screamed across the village. Everyone prepare for battle. Suddenly a void opened, and a six-armed obsidian monstrosity emerged from the shadows. It bared its jagged white teeth in a grotesque smile. Let's rewind the clock a few minutes. Two figures landed on a rooftop, gazing down at the unsuspecting village below. The man holding the photo Kim Seo-jun received asked, "Is that the place, the rat's nest, where the rebels are hiding?" Wilson rubbed his hands together like a sycophant. "Yes, my lord. That is the place," he continued. "I wouldn't normally bother a being of your stature with such trash, but Kwaku, the disaster hero, is guarding that village." Jin Cheon shrugged. "As long as I get that diamond reward, I don't care. I just have to wipe them all outright." Wilson nodded furiously, but a voice suddenly cut through the air. "There you are. I wondered where you had wandered off to." Jin Cheon blinked in surprise. "The assistant. Wait, you're the apostle of the punishment virtue, aren't you?" The old man spoke with a weary tone. "Everything is ready. His Holiness is looking for you." Jin Cheon scratched his head. "Is that so? Guess I have no choice." Wilson flinched. "Wait," the corrupt official screamed. You can't leave like this. This is a breach of our contract. Jin Cheon didn't even stop walking, simply waving his hand over his shoulder. Relax, relax. I'm not scamming you. One cannot cheat the laws of causality. I'll be back to finish the job later. Wilson grit his teeth in rage. If you leave now, I won't give you the diamond. Jin Cheon froze instantly. His voice dropped to absolute zero. Are you trying to steal my karma? Jin Cheon turned, unleashing a wave of suffocating killing intent. Do you have a death wish? Space itself twisted and warped around them. Wilson fell to his knees, terror in his eyes. Please, spare my life. The apostle intervened. Stay your hand. We still need the government's cooperation. Jin Cheon clicked his tongue in irritation. Humans are such a pain in the ass. He reluctantly released his grip on Wilson's fate. Fine. Since I am about to ascend to godhood, I shall show some benevolence today. The apostle sighed, watching Jin Cheon grin. It is all about saving face with you, isn't it? Jin Cheon tapped his chest. Wilson watched in horror as a pitch-black glob detached itself and fell. It morphed into a six-armed nightmare, drooling with hunger, the second authority of the 7 deadly sins. Greed, avaricia. Jin Cheon's voice echoed. He looked at the beast, clutching its diamonds. What is that? Still not enough for you? He pointed a finger toward the village below. The monster's gaze locked onto the target. See that village over there? It has everything you need to fill that empty void inside you. He laughed cruelly. The more painful, the better. Let them drown in the despair you crave so much. Kill them all, back in the present timeline. The beast grinned, eyes burning with insatiable gluttony. The village's elite warriors stepped forward to face the threat. They say the government found us. But what the hell is that thing? Is he attacking alone? Does he not know we are the elite of the elite? Hundreds of veteran soldiers stand ready here. Halt, identify yourself immediately. One warrior shouted a warning. Take one more step, and I won't just warn you. Suddenly, the soldier behind him was yanked into the air by an invisible force. The monster's hand crushed his windpipe instantly. It smirked, ending his life like it was nothing. Panic erupted among the ranks. You bastard! Attack! Everyone attack! The beast ripped a massive chunk of stone from the ground and slammed it down. The shockwave sent warriors flying, its arms elongated like rubber, snatching them out of midair. Kwaku leaped into the fray, white mana surging around his body. He locked onto the beast and roared. Everyone fall back. Get out of here. His blade slashed the creature, stalling it for a second. But disgusting tumors erupted from the wound. The monster snapped its head around in rage. It grabbed Kwaku's leg and slammed him into the earth. Kwaku coughed up a fountain of blood. The warriors froze in horror. Commander Kwaku. The beast raised its multiple fists for the killing blow. No. Kwaku grit his teeth, refusing to die. Suddenly, a flash of azure light tore through the battlefield. A bolt of blue lightning struck the beast's skull, falling star heaven spear. Lightning god-style fourth form. Kim Seo-jun looked down at the monster smoke rising from the impact. This disgusting aura. It feels exactly like the dark energy I felt back then. The beast turned bewildered. Kim Seo-jun scanned the area. So the source of the distortion is right here. Kim Seo-jun stood atop the roof, spear in hand, gazing down with cold eyes. Kwaku's eyes widened. I knew it. Hunter Kim Seo-jun. Why are you here? He replied calmly, I have my own circumstances. Their conversation was cut short by a grotesque shriek. The monster clawed the ground, its other hands twisting the air. It flashed a demonic grin at Kim Seo-jun. Kim Seo-jun clicked his tongue. Tss. Kwaku shouted up to him. You aren't the type to give straight answers, are you? Kim Seo-jun didn't reply. He just walked toward the beast. The monster launched a stretched-out arm to snatch him. Kim Seo-jun vanished. Blue sparks trailed behind him as he moved. He kicked off a building, rocketing toward the creature. The beast grinned, opening its hand to catch him. But midair, Kim Seo-jun realized the attack pattern. He drew his spear to deflect the blow. As metal clashed with claw, Kim Seo-jun analyzed the force. This thing is way stronger than the gluttony beast I fought before. It's not even in the same league. Is the power of sin within these twisted vessels growing stronger? I have a bad feeling about this. The scene shifts outside. He skidded to a halt, facing the monster's swinging limbs. Boom, debris exploded into the air, where the fist made impact. High above, Kim Seo-jun looked down with cold eyes. He cocked his spear back, muscles coiling like steel springs. The beast jerked its head up in surprise. Divine spear fusion. A beam of pure light blasted straight for its face. Kim Seo-jun landed softly, but a frown marred his face. It was completely ineffective. The monster grinned a nightmare of teeth before slamming its body down and launching itself at him. He watched it with deadly calm. Just like those other twisted abominations, this thing could only be killed by destroying its core. Kim Seo-jun took a step forward. It wasn't perfect yet, but he had no other choice. He activated his sensory skill. Kim Seo-jun gripped the shaft of his weapon tight. He couldn't control this space, barely even perceive the edges of it. But one thing was crystal clear, the holy spear Longinus in his hand. He could feel the triple-layered mana sealed deep within it. It was as if the weapon had become an extension of his very soul. This felt different from the fusion technique. The beast roared, closing the distance. Kim Seo-jun closed his eyes, surrendering to the flow. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open. Azure aura erupted around him like a storm. Elsewhere, the puppet master, controlling the beast, froze in its tracks. His subordinate noticed the shift and asked, "What's wrong?" The master gritted his teeth, his face twisting. Greed. Back on the battlefield. Kwaku gasped. It disappeared. The monster that an entire elite squad couldn't even scratch had vanished into thin air. Where the beast stood, only a wisp of black smoke remained. He looked toward the solitary figure. This was the pinnacle of humanity's strength. The strongest hunter, Kim Seo-jun. Kim Seo-jun calmly retracted his spear, letting out a heavy sigh. Damn it. I still don't know where that twisted freak warped to. He scratched his head, walking toward a pool of black sludge. Guess I'll just follow the traces. His eyes went wide as he spotted the loot. Diamonds. Kim Seo-jun picked one up, mesmerized. What is this? Behind him, Kwa Bena trembled. Hyung. The boy sounded terrified. What's wrong? Suddenly cheers erupted from the survivors. It's Hunter Kim Seo-jun, they screamed with joy. Hunter Kim Seo-jun came to save us, Kwa Bena froze. What did you say, Hunter? The boy slowly turned to look at Kim Seo-jun. Hey there. Kim Seo-jun pointed at his own face. The boy screamed in pure shock. Kim Seo-jun laughed awkwardly. Haha, yeah, surprise. Kwa Bena stood paralyzed, his brain unable to process reality. Kwaku bowed deeply, his voice trembling with gratitude. Thank you. I truly don't know how we can ever repay this debt. Kim Seo-jun waved his hands. No, you don't need to do that. He pointed toward the black puddle. But what do we do with this? When I killed it, this stuff just dropped. Kwaku nodded solemnly. Diamonds. Since you were the one who defeated the monster naturally, the loot belongs to you. Please take it all. Kim Seo-jun scratched his cheek. Are you sure that's okay? Kwaku smiled bitterly. We didn't do anything. Just being saved by you is a blessing enough. Kim Seo-jun grinned, his eyes sparkling. Well, if you insist, don't mind if I do. Kwaku watched wide-eyed as Kim Seo-jun happily shoveled diamonds into his inventory. Hunter Kim Seo-jun. I'd heard the rumors, but to see such power in person. Truly the protagonist of a leveling manhwa. He clenched his fist tight. If a man like him is on our side, then maybe, just maybe, there is still hope for this country. Kwaku stepped forward. You mentioned you had a special reason for coming this far. Kim Seo-jun turned around. That's right. Kwaku pressed on. May I ask what that business is? Kim Seo-jun replied, his voice serious. I'm here to find Seong, the hero of the great Korean calamity. He crossed his arms confidently. I'm here to recruit him as the leader of my dream team. Suddenly, Kim Seo-jun flinched. Aw, crap. I totally forgot about my other team members. Kwaku's eyes widened. Seong. Did you say Seong is here? Kwa Bena gasped the name, hitting him like a truck. Lord Seong. The two adults fell silent, staring at the boy. Kwaku sighed, berating himself. I can't believe this. I've been monitoring the truth cult, but since they seemed quiet, I was afraid my thinking was too narrow. I should have looked in the opposite direction. He placed a hand on his forehead, thinking before addressing Kim Seo-jun. My resistance forces are here to support you. Kim Seo-jun blinked in surprise. That's sudden. I mean, I'd appreciate the help, but... Kwaku cut in firmly. My help comes with a reason. We are fighting against a corrupt regime. Kwaku's eyes darkened. It is a disaster of our own making. That rotten government holds power thanks to the massive wealth from these diamonds. They've bought off professional hunters, mercenaries who only use their weapons for greed. His voice dripped with despair. We gathered hunters who couldn't be bought. We fought back, believing we had sparked a flame of hope in this land. But then, one day, an entity beyond our control slaughtered everyone. Kim Seo-jun muttered. An uncontrollably twisted entity. His mind flashed back to the monster he just fought. Kwaku clenched his fists until his knuckles turned white. Hearing your story, it seems the truth cult and the government are in bed together. If we help you, we'll eventually clash with the government anyway. In the end, our goals are the same. Kim Seo-jun paused processing the intel. Kwaku extended an offer. If you need manpower, my forces are at your disposal. We can start by searching for the Dark Saint. Will you accept our aid? He crossed his arms waiting. Behind him, the resistance fighters looked at Kim Seo-jun with bated breath. Kim Seo-jun thought to himself, unlike the US or UK, we can't rely on the government here. With Kwaku and the resistance, finding the Dark Saint will be a hell of a lot faster. He made his decision instantly. I'd be happy to have you on board. Kwaku beamed hope, returning to his eyes. Thank you. Truly, thank you. He turned to his men. I will alert every member across the country to search for the Dark Saint. It won't be easy to find him, but we will uncover a clue. We have to. Suddenly, Kwa Bena spoke up, his voice small but firm. The one called the Dark Saint. I think I know where he is. Kim Seo-jun looked at the kid stunned. You know his location, how? The boy trembled slightly. Well, you asked me why I didn't trust the Truth Cult, right? They claim to be a charity, but it's a lie. They kidnap people for experiments. Kim Seo-jun's expression hardened, a storm brewing in his eyes. The boy continued. Actually, I was almost one of them. I was locked up with others in this strange place, just waiting for the end. Kwa Bena hesitated, fighting back the trauma. But someone saved us. Thanks to him, a few of us escaped. Kim Seo-jun leaned in. Who was it? Who saved you? The boy looked up, a memory burning bright in his mind. Yes. He called himself the Dark Saint. The silhouette of a man flashed through the boy's memory. Kim Seo-jun asked, Can you show me the location? The boy replied, Finding it isn't the problem. Surviving the journey is. It's a place where even locals vanish without a trace. Kim Seo-jun dug into his pocket. If you don't mind, could you be my guide? He tossed a handful of monster cores to the kid. Loot from the earlier hunt. Is this enough for your trouble? The boy stared, eyes wide with shock. Kim Seo-jun frowned. Too cheap. The kid stammered, flustered. No, it's too much. Kim Seo-jun smirked. So what's your call? A fire of determination ignited in the boy's chest. Kwa Bena shouted, I'll do it. Count me in. Scene shift. Suddenly, Hyun smacked Kim Seo-jun hard on the back. Kim Seo-jun, why did you vanish without a word? Jimin chimed in, voice trembling. Brother, I thought you were dead. Kim Seo-jun scratched his head, laughing awkwardly. Just had some trash to take out. Hyun snapped, you still should have warned us. Kim Seo-jun jogged over to the kid. All right, the squad is assembled. Let's roll. Lead the way, Kwa Bena. Yes, sir. But anxiety shadowed the boy's face. Kim Seo-jun asked quietly. You despise the rebel forces, don't you? The boy sighed. Honestly, yes. Kim Seo-jun whispered, I don't know the full story, but Lord Kwaku fights to build a better world. Is that ambition so wrong? Kwa Bena muttered, that's their justice. I don't care about ideology or beliefs. I just want a peaceful life with my sister Yina. Hearing this, Kwaku and his men exchanged silent, heavy glances. Nothing good comes from the resistance. If they hadn't come here, that monster wouldn't have targeted us. The boy continued, you're the anomaly. Without you, this Manhwa recap would have ended in a massacre for me, Yina, and the village. I can't tell what's truly right or wrong anymore. In the end, it's just different people suffering in different hells. Kim Seo-jun smiled warmly at the kid. Listen, back in Korea, there's a legend called the Saint Healer. Her medical arts are divine. She could cure your sister. When this battle ends, come to Korea with us. I'll make the introduction. Kwa Bena's eyes welled up. Really? Kim Seo-jun nodded firmly. The boy broke down in tears. Thank you. Thank you so much. Kim Seo-jun ruffled Kwa Bena's hair roughly, then turned to the exit. Move out. Yes, scene shift. Shadows gathered elsewhere. The dark ritual was prepared. The Black Saint, suspended in the air, looked down in confusion. What madness are you planning? He glared at the figure opposite him. The Azure Emperor stood in silence. The Emperor gave a subtle nod to the floor below. No matter their numbers, they are merely insects. Humans are fragile creatures. No matter how strong they pretend to be, their wills are made of glass. Primal fear is the hammer that shatters them. A cultist asked eagerly, how shall we begin the symphony? Fear rots the human soul. Before their hungry gazes waiting to devour souls and mock life, a violet-haired woman drew her gun. Bang bang, she fired relentlessly into the crowd, while a robed figure clubbed a villager down. A woman raised her trembling hands. Why? What is the reason for this cruelty? Please spare us. Slash. A blade of magic cut her plea short, ending her instantly. The Black Saint roared. You lunatics! What kind of atrocity is this? Stop. I command you to halt. The white-haired apostle summoned a beam of pure light. Flash. It pierced straight through a civilian's chest. The man coughed blood and collapsed backward. The villagers fell one by one in absolute terror. What did we do wrong? Please have mercy. Beneath their blood, a massive magic circle began to glow. A voice echoed, "Ah, this fear." He smiled with twisted satisfaction. "This despair is exquisite. Let the true awakening Manhwa arc begin." Kim Seo-jun skidded to a halt. Before the team, a massive crater scarred the earth. Kwabena looked around nervously. Strange. There should be workers here. It's too quiet. Kwaku barked an order. Secure the perimeter immediately, but Kim Seo-jun's instinct screamed. Tension spiked in his gut. What is this presence? My sensory skills. Blocked. No, rejected. It's like crossing a high-tier barrier. Reminds me of the suppression I felt facing Irina. So this is Gungnir. We finally found the nest. Suddenly, a deafening explosion rocked the ground. Kim Seo-jun spun around toward the sound. A massive blast. Scene shift. Jinan stood amidst a sea of corpses, golden mana flowing from the dead, and transforming into his dark purple energy. He laughed maniacally drunk on the overwhelming power. The purple aura raged, growing more violent by the second. Suddenly, he froze. Jin Cheon coughed up a violent spray of blood, his body swaying. He gritted his teeth. The energies, they're crashing into each other. What the hell is happening? The Azure Emperor approached as the ritual concluded. Jinan fell to his knees. Why are the powers fighting like a glitch in a leveling manhwa? The Azure Emperor replied, cold. The newly awakened pride rejects the other forces. Pride believes it is perfect alone. Jin Cheon panicked internally. Such arrogant power. Truly top tier. Purge the wrath and envy from your vessel. They are useless now. Dead weight hindering your ascension. Jinan gasped through the pain. You mean, let pride consume everything? The Azure Emperor looked down with icy eyes. A god must be absolute. Jin Cheon smirked. A god, huh? Snap. The Emperor snapped his fingers, and the chaotic purple magic stabilized instantly. Jinan blinked, stunned. The pain. It's gone, the Emperor replied. Temporary. I sealed the pride within you. You can move now. Jinan felt a chill of suspicion. The pride I obtained rivals a god, yet he sealed it in a heartbeat. I suspected from the moment of summoning that he wasn't human but this. The Azure Emperor tossed a sword at his feet. Take it. Jinan gasped in disbelief. This is Excalibur, Instructor Arthur's ultimate weapon. The Emperor spoke. Whatever you think of me, even if you know what I am, it changes nothing. Focus on your deepest desire. Jin Cheon replied. Isn't it obvious I want that bastard dead? The sword in his hand flared with light as he pictured Kim Seo-jun's face. Back to Kim Seo-jun. He stood before a massive cave entrance. Found it. He grit his teeth in annoyance. Damn, it took too long to pinpoint through that interference. Hein and the squad caught up. Captain Kim Seo-jun, I'm going in immediately. Kwaku stepped forward. Wait, I'm coming with you. Kim Seo-jun nodded at him with grim determination. Agreed. If it is the great hero Kwaku. He turned to the squad. Have the others wait for orders outside. Can I trust you to escort Kwabena back to the village? A heavy hand rested on the boy's shoulder. Don't worry, the kid called out, voice trembling. Hyung. Kim Seo-jun smiled a mask of reassurance. It will be fine. I promised I'd take you to Korea, didn't I? I remember. Tears welled in the boy's eyes. Yes, you always keep your word. The kid turned back shouting, Hyung Yuna and I will wait for you at home. You have to come back alive. Kim Seo-jun waved until they were gone, then gave a sharp nod to his team. They stepped into the cavern where ominous purple smoke swirled like a nightmare from a manhwa recap. Let's move. The moment they entered, they saw pools of strange blood staining the dungeon floor. Kwaku frowned. Damn it. What kind of dark ritual were they conducting in here? Suddenly, Kim Seo-jun's eyes snapped open. A group of black-robed figures emerged from the shadows of the cave. Battle stations, Kim Seo-jun raised a hand instantly, halting the team behind him. The robed cultists marched relentlessly toward Kim Seo-jun. Weapons were drawn from their cloaks. Kim Seo-jun summoned his spear. The cultists activated a white suppression array screaming, block their entire mana flow now. Kim Seo-jun leveled his spear, the tip aiming straight for their hearts. Frozen Heaven Realm. Third form. Infinite Sky. A brilliant azure light erupted, tearing through the black robes. Screams of agony filled the air. Jimin's voice rang out next. Heavenly Hellfire. The white-haired disciple gritted his teeth against the searing heat of the combo attack. One of Kwaku's men roared. After all, the atrocities you've committed. You won't escape justice this time. A woman among the cultists sneered back. Filthy insects like you dare speak to us. Suddenly, a terrifying alien magic manifested effortlessly, blocking the attack from Kim Seo-jun's faction. The man locked eyes with him. I didn't expect to meet you in a situation like this. A variable completely outside my calculations. Kim Seo-jun watched him warily. The scene shifted to the forest outside, a man dragging a sword, eyes glowing with the red bloodlust of a demon. I will act exactly as I please. The village of greed was already erased. Was it Kozan village? Or something like that? Kim Seo-jun's body began to tremble involuntarily. I have never shaken before an enemy, not even against superior odds. Wrath, the eldritch aberration, even the great sage. I admitted they were terrifying, like the endgame bosses of a leveling manhwa. Principal Irina. Kim Seo-jun tried to mask his shivering. Is that the Azure Emperor? Everyone froze in absolute shock. The supreme voice, is it really him? The religion that ended the great calamity and became humanity's salvation? The Truth Sect. They have hundreds of millions of believers dominating the globe. And standing at the apex of that system, Manhwa hierarchy, is the Azure Emperor. The man spoke. This meeting was never fated. Therefore, the hand of the Black Saint must have intervened. Have chance and necessity merged to forge a new destiny. Regardless, your end will not be decided by me. He walked right past them. The black-robed cultists bowed their heads to the floor. Disgraceful. I should have prepared more thoroughly. But enough. This is a destiny I should not witness. A vortex manifested in his palm. The swirling energy began to envelop his disciples completely. The cultists began to vanish one by one. Jimin gasped. Mass teleportation impossible. That shouldn't exist. Kim Seo-jun instantly launched himself forward. He thrust his spear at the Azure Emperor. The Emperor blocked it coldly. Kim Seo-jun gritted his teeth, driving the spear deeper, but the Emperor silently raised a hand, creating a defensive vortex. The Emperor spoke calmly. Are you throwing yourself into the jaws of death? Kim Seo-jun snarled. Running away? After acting all high and mighty, he poured more power into the thrust. I never said I would let you leave easily. The spear glowed with an intense blue aura. The Azure Emperor flinched, genuinely surprised. Kim Seo-jun pressed the attack. The Emperor muttered, staring at him. As expected. You exceed my expectations. But you are still just a fool. His vortex began to swallow Kim Seo-jun's blue magic. The Emperor clenched his fist. Kim Seo-jun stood frozen. His aura was extinguished. The Azure Emperor raised his hand with cold indifference. Kim Seo-jun trembled, teeth clenched. Danger, my body. I can't move. Suddenly, he vanished. Kim Seo-jun reappeared instantly behind the enemy. He struck. The Azure Emperor's eyes widened. He overcame the suppression. He is weak. But did he just replicate that pressure technique? The Emperor interrogated him. Did Irina teach you that art? Even if you learned it, that isn't something easily used. Kim Seo-jun looked shocked. You know the principle. Just who the hell are you? The Emperor paused. So Irina never mentioned me. Kim Seo-jun ground his teeth in fury. He pointed his spear at the man. If she didn't tell me then, I'll force it out of your mouth. Kim Seo-jun blitzed behind him again. The Azure Emperor watched the incoming spear with surprise. Boom, a massive shockwave detonated. The Azure Emperor braced himself, resisting the knockback. He instantly summoned multiple swords of light. Kim Seo-jun looked troubled. He frantically parried the barrage of attacks. The Azure Emperor looked down at him coldly. I do not accept a destiny that is constantly twisted. Originally, I planned to use you as mere bait for this play. Then he grabbed the Black Saint and threw him. Kim Seo-jun froze at the sudden move. The Black Saint slammed into him, pinning him to the wall. Kim Seo-jun raged, get off me. Across the room, the cultists were preparing to warp. The vortex grew stronger, trapping Kim Seo-jun beneath the Black Saint. The rest of the team was helpless to intervene. The Azure Emperor turned his head, slightly whispering. The first transcendent of this martial world, your path has ultimately failed. But I will be different. Kim Seo-jun shook, forcing himself up. He raised his spear and leaped toward the enemy. You think I'll let you escape? Blue magic flared on his tip. The Emperor's voice echoed. Let us end things here. He clenched his fist. Debris exploded. The cave began to collapse. Outside, the team looked back in horror. The cave mouth had crumbled. Kwaku Dream Team, no time to stare. Move clear that rubble with your bare hands if you have to. Suddenly, a female voice cut through the panic. Hey, everyone outside, stand back. They stared as a spark ignited within the ruins. Whoosh! It erupted into a roaring inferno, blasting the rocks away. A hand reached out from the debris. Jin exhaled sharply. We almost died. Hun whimpered. If we were a second slower, I wouldn't have made it. The outside team rushed to Kwaku. He nodded. I'm fine. We need to move. Now. A girl supported Kim Seo-jun. She asked anxiously, "Are you all right?" Kim Seo-jun panted heavily. "I can still stand. I think." He looked around frantically. "Minju? Where is Amun?" Minju replied urgently, "Give me a status report on Amun. He clings to life, but his condition is critical." She steadied him gently. "Please do not push yourself too hard." Kim Seo-jun commanded, "Leave the cleanup to the association and return to the village immediately. Both you and Amun require urgent medical attention." Kim Seo-jun stared at him in silence, his expression unreadable. The scene shifts to Kwabena. The young boy told his escort, "I can make it from here on my own." He whistled a cheerful tune, his thoughts drifting fondly to his little sister. "Just imagine how happy Akina will be when she finds out I'm going to Korea with brother Kim Seo-jun. I have to run home and tell them right away." Huh. His blood ran cold as a wall of smoke and fire rose before his eyes. Tremors racked the boy's small body. What? How could this happen? Kwabena rushed inside, only to find his sister's motionless body on the floor. A desperate scream tore from his throat. Ikina tears blurred Kwabena's vision as he cradled her. "Ikina, I'm here now. Brother is here." He shook uncontrollably. "Brother Kim Seo-jun said I could go to Korea with him. Ikina, you can get treated there and become healthy again." Kwabena held out the sparkling gem with trembling hands. "Look, it's a diamond. I can give you everything you ever wanted and needed now." Tears carved paths through the dust on the boy's cheeks. "We were supposed to be happy. Why? Why did this happen?" Suddenly, a shadow fell over him. Wilson sneered as he spotted the boy. "What the hell? I thought we scrubbed this place clean." "We missed a rat." Wilson glared at the armed thug beside him, his voice dripping with venom. "Listen, do your job properly. This is a direct order from that person. If you mess this up, our heads will be the ones on the chopping block." Kwabena trembled, but not from fear, from pure, unadulterated rage. The boy's voice cracked. "You people, what did you do to Ikina?" Wilson scoffed. "So what? What are you going to do about it? Dispose of him. Now." The thug raised his weapon. "Don't take it personally, kid." Kwabena snatched up a jagged stone nearby. With a primal scream, he hurled it at the man's leg. The thug lost his balance and crashed to the ground. Kwabena pinned him down. "I will kill you." Wilson watched in disbelief, shouting orders. "You idiot. Finish the brat already." Kwabena smashed the rock, again and again, into the man's face. "Die. You killed my sister." The thug roared in pain and kicked the boy away. "You little piece of trash." He raised his weapon for the final strike. "Disappear." Kwabena looked up, watching death descend upon him. But suddenly, a voice cut through the air. "What do you think you are doing?" The thugs froze, stuttering. "We apologize, sir." Jinchan observed the scene with cold eyes. "I assumed that bastard might show up if we wiped out the entire village." His eyes locked onto Kwabena's hate-filled face. Jinchan smiled. "What an unexpected harvest." Wilson stepped forward. "Sir, the task you assigned is nearly complete." Jinchan interrupted, his voice icy. "You scumbags didn't just kill the villagers, you slaughtered innocent children too." Wilson froze. "Excuse me." In a flash of motion, Jinchan erased their existence. Jinchan approached Kwabena and extended a hand. Kwabena looked up at him. "Who is this man? Why did he save me?" He placed his small hand in Jinchan's. "Whatever. It doesn't matter anymore. He just killed the monsters who took Ikina." A sinister crimson aura began to swirl around the two of them. Jinchan licked his lips in satisfaction. Such magnificent fury. He stared into Kwabena's soul. "Are you angry at the strong? Do you feel the wrath, the envy towards those with power? The sins within me are cheering. They've found a resonance. This is the place for you. A perfect nest." The scene shifts to Kwaku's group, frozen in horror amidst the destruction. "This village, it has been completely destroyed." Kwaku barked orders. "Search for survivors. Move." A hand grabbed Kim Seo-jun's arm. He spoke coldly. "Please let go of me." The girl pleaded. "Where are you going? In your condition, there is nothing you can do." Kim Seo-jun hesitated, but then Hyun called out. "Wait." She placed a hand on Ikina's forehead. "This child is still alive." She turned to Kim Seo-jun. "Her soul has not yet departed." The scene cuts to a lavish mansion. Crash. A glass of expensive wine shattered against the floor. Damn it, Akudo Oppo was in a frenzy, smashing everything in sight. Why haven't those bastards from the Truth Sect contacted me yet? Did they eliminate the rebel army leader? Or not? His greed was insatiable, even after swallowing all those diamonds. His rage burned uncontrollably. Suddenly, Akudo Oppo collapsed to the floor, terror etched on his face. His lips trembled. "What the hell is that?" A man stood before him, dripping with sarcasm. Long time no see. Jinchan wore a smile full of malice and contempt. By the way, calling for your bodyguards won't do any good. I have already taken out the trash. Akudo Oppo scrambled backward in fear. What do you want, diamonds? If it's diamonds, I can give you as many as you want. Jinchan spread his arms wide, his voice frighteningly cheerful. Don't worry. I have no intention of making this hard for you. He stepped aside, pointing to the shadows behind him. It's just that. Someone is dying to meet you. A gaunt boy in a tank top stepped forward, radiating pure hatred. It was Kwabina. If it wasn't for you. If it wasn't for you, scumbags. Akudo Oppo's eyes bulged, sweat pouring down his face as he realized his fate. Kwabina advanced, his killing intent so heavy it suffocated the room. Equina wouldn't have died. Akudo Oppo retreated until his back hit the wall, his face drained of blood. Wait, if it is money, I can pay you anything, just stay back. Meanwhile, back at the ruins, Equina lay fighting for every breath, wrapped in a soft, glowing light. Hyun poured her spiritual energy into the girl's body. Kim Seo-jun paced anxiously, unable to stay still. What is the situation? Hyun shook her head helplessly. I have managed to bind her soul so it doesn't leave the vessel. But one day is my absolute limit. Kim Seo-jun crossed his arms, the gravity of the situation settling on his shoulders. What about the others? Aside from Equina, are there no survivors? Jimin stood nearby, eyes closed, sweat dripping from his brow. His voice was thick with despair. I searched everywhere but... Jimin cursed under his breath. Damn it all. Equina lay motionless. Normal magic and medicine were useless here. Kim Seo-jun's mind raced, exploring every possibility. If only I could attend the advanced lecture of the divine Dr. Hoada. The influence of a transcendent is limited to their direct disciples. It is a strict law of this system Manhwa world. With the assistance of Hoada, I could treat her with my own hands. But I cannot gamble with Akina's life like that. Kim Seo-jun calculated the odds. Just the flight time from Korea to South Africa takes 15 hours. He pulled out his phone to make a call. The only person who can save Equina now is the medical saint. Kwaku looked at him with worry. How is everything proceeding? As they stood discussing the girl's fate, Kim Seo-jun revealed his strategy. I have contacted the medical saint in Korea. He said he is coming immediately. Kwaku let out a breath of relief. Then we will send someone to retrieve him. Suddenly, a subordinate burst into the room, terror written all over his face. Captain Kwaku, Chairman Akudo Oppo, has been captured. Kwaku's eyes widened in disbelief. What did you just say? Urgency coloring his voice. Information is scarce, but reports from a Johannesburg guild member mention a massive disturbance. Akudo was dragged away, drenched in blood. Any leads on the culprit? His voice trembled with rising panic as he relayed the intel. Witnesses caught a glimpse of the attackers, but they were faces unknown to this world. All we know is, it was a man and a young boy. Kim Seo-jun's expression darkened. Can you pinpoint their exact coordinates? The informant hesitated, but the data was there. Suddenly, Do Woo stepped forward, his presence imposing. You're planning to head into that hellhole alone, aren't you? We're gearing up to join you. But Kim Seo-jun's cold refusal stunned them all. No, this time I move alone. Caden, ready for battle, clenched his fists in frustration. What the hell, Captain, is it because we're too weak? Do you think we'll just be dead weight dragging you down? Kim Seo-jun's gaze softened, deep thought, replacing his steely resolve. No, that's not it. You are all powerful warriors I trust with my life. Then why leave us behind? Caden demanded. The Black Saint limped forward, his voice heavy with grim realization. Because it is a trap. Supported by Jimin, his body a map of scars, the old man spoke. When I was captive, I overheard the truth sex vial scheme. They are using me as bait to draw you in. Even if their plan goes awry, the danger is absolute. This isn't a game, you will die. Yet Kim Seo-jun's resolve remained unshaken, like the protagonist of a legendary manhwa recap. I have a promise to keep. I go alone. The team fell silent, awed by his determination. Meanwhile, Kwaku slammed a finger onto the digital map. I've triangulated the signal. Based on the guild data, this is their stronghold, Johannesburg. Kim Seo-jun nodded, gratitude in his eyes. Thank you for the intel. Don't thank me, Kwaku replied bitterly. I talked big about helping, yet here I am. The Star Guild leader extended a hand. May fortune favor your blade. Their handshake sealed the pact. Do-woo, hiding his worry behind a scowl, spoke up. Kim Seo-jun, if you dare die on us, I'll never forgive you. Without looking back, Kim Seo-jun vanished into the distance, arriving at the target zone moments later. The streets were eerily silent, a ghost town. Before him lay a man face down in the dirt, life fading. So this is the chairman they dragged away. Suddenly, a chilling presence materialized behind him. Kim Seo-jun. It was Kwabena. Equina. She's dead. I feel no human warmth anymore. Murderous aura exploded from the boy's small frame. All I see now is twisted sin and monstrosity. I just want this world to burn. Kim Seo-jun's voice was gentle despite the tension. When I heard of a boy with the enemy, I prayed it wasn't you. The aura of an awakening Manhwa villain consumed the child. Kwabena. The boy's face was a mask of cold indifference. Get lost. I don't want to kill you, brother Kim Seo-jun. But Kim Seo-jun knew the source of this rage. Equina is still alive. Kwabena's eyes narrowed in disbelief. Liar Kim Seo-jun stepped forward, braving the killing intent. I know why you doubt me. Her condition was critical when you left. Kim Seo-jun's voice cut through the boy's darkness. But the medicine saint is flying in from Korea right now to save her. The chaos around Kwabena paused. Really? Suddenly, a voice dripped with sarcasm from above. You don't actually believe that fairy tale, do you? Kim Seo-jun looked up freezing. There stood Jin-chun, looking down on them like bugs. Hello, my little aberration. Long time no see. But come on, Kim Seo-jun. Isn't that lie a bit cruel? Even for a system Manhwa world. He turned his venom on the boy. Don't let these powerful hypocrites manipulate you again. You saw it with your own eyes. Your sister is a corpse. He's just spouting nonsense to control you like all the rest. Jin-chun targeted the boy's trauma with surgical precision. Kill him. Jin-chun's words were toxic daggers, shattering the boy's resolve. Make them pay. Return the pain they gifted you. Kim Seo-jun's aura flared a blazing inferno of rage. He couldn't listen to this anymore. Jin-chun lunged. How dare you interrupt my masterpiece? Kim Seo-jun met the charged steel clashing against steel in a symphony of destruction. Meanwhile, Kwabena clutched his head, drowning in the chaos Jin-chun created. Do you like it? Jin-chun laughed maniacally. I orchestrated this entire tragedy just for you. I planted the seeds of absolute envy and bottomless rage deep within that child's psyche. And yet, as you can see, the darkness hasn't fully consumed him. Yet, his pesky, innate goodness acts as a dam against the flood of madness. Jin-chun smirked, a devilish expression. But do you know the secret? There is a perfect trigger to shatter that mental dam in an instant. While trading blows with Kim Seo-jun, he whispered poison into Kwabena's mind. What are you hesitating for? His voice was a hypnotic command. Finish it. That trash on the ground doesn't deserve to breathe. The boy's eyes went blank. You're right. He's worthless. Mid-combat, the truth hit Kim Seo-jun like lightning. The trigger he mentioned. Surely not Kwabena. No. Jin-chun's voice boomed like a dark god. The ultimate sin is to steal a human life with your own hands. The moment you cross that line, your humanity dies and the true demon awakens. Like a puppet, Kwabena walked toward the fallen Akudo. Kwabena slammed his fist into the earth. The accumulated rage of a leveling Manhwa boss poured out, saturating the air with bloodlust. Feel the despair of losing everything you love. Kim Seo-jun roared, desperate to stop the inevitable tragedy. Stop it. Kim Seo-jun locked eyes with Kwabena, his voice desperate. If you stain your hands with blood and become a monster, have you thought about the agony Aiku would feel seeing you like this? A blast of aura from Jin-chun sent Kim Seo-jun flying. Utter trash, the villain scoffed. Yet even as Kim Seo-jun skidded across the broken earth, he refused to give up on the boy's fading humanity. Those hands weren't born to slaughter your own kind. Don't let the hands that once protected her be drenched in filth. But Jin-chun just wore that twisted, demonic grin. Sacrifice one life, and you buy peace for thousands. Do you have any idea how many corpses this bastard has piled up until now? The villain poured poison into the boy's ears, fueling a blaze of resentment. Kwabena collapsed, clutching his head as his mind began to fracture. Destroy him and thousands of innocents escape an unjust death. The boy wavered, his voice trembling. Seeing the hesitation, the monster pushed harder. You foolish child. Even at a moment like this, you hesitate. It seems your admiration for this insect runs deeper than I thought. Seizing the opening, Kim Seo-jun began to calculate his next move. But Jin-chun wasn't waiting. Crimson killing intent exploded as a fatal strike sent Kim Seo-jun crashing backward. Perhaps if he watches you be utterly annihilated, his little delusion will finally shatter. The ground erupted into debris under the weight of his blow. Kim Seo-jun barely deflected the attack, his heart racing. This opponent had ascended to a completely different realm. The pressure radiating from Jin-cheon was suffocating a true awakening Manhwa boss. He was no longer human. He was a catastrophe, given form. To survive, Kim Seo-jun had to transcend his limits. Divine Spear. Union Mind's enlightenment, Jin Chan's smile, dripped with pure disdain. Kim Seo-jun thrust his spear with desperate fury, but shock froze him in place. Jin Chan stood immovable, completely unfazed by the assault. That treacherous smirk remained plastered on his face. Did he not even bother to defend? It was as if he was saying resistance was futile. Jin Cheon retaliated with world-ending force. A vertical crimson scar tore through the heavens like a tactical nuke. Kim Seo-jun was left dazed, crumbling into the crater created by the blast. Cold sweat drenched Kim Seo-jun's face as doubt crept in. The villain raised his sword, high arrogance radiating from him. You are powerless to stop me. Jin Cheon's gaze was razor-sharp. Deep down, you know it's true, don't you? Dust settled over the invisible wounds of the battlefield as the monster marched toward Kwabena, every step a death knell. His voice dripped with a god complex. Humans are truly pathetic creatures. Even when they know it's impossible, they continue to thrash about in the depths of despair. Kwabena looked up, eyes wide and vacant. Seizing the moment, the villain drove the final nail into the boy's psyche. Do you see the result? It is futile. This is the true face of this cruel reality. The game was rigged from the very beginning. By whom, you ask? By the absolute power standing before you. With a villainous grin, Jin Chan cornered the boy's soul. Now, finish him. Killing him won't bring your sister back from the dead, but at least no one else will ever have to suffer the same tragedy she did. He offered the hilt to Kwabena. Trembling, the boy grasped the weapon with both hands. The pain she suffered. You can end it all right here. He leaned in his voice, a seductive whisper. That's right. This filthy world where all effort is meaningless. Wipe it all away. Kim Seo-jun finally snapped out of his daze, screaming, "Shut your mouth." Leaning on his spear like a crutch, he forced his broken body forward. Jin Cheon sneered. You still have the strength to crawl. But in his heart, Kim Seo-jun wavered. The monster wasn't lying. This world isn't the shining paradise we pretend it is. The thought clawed at him. Existing in such a wretched reality. Sometimes, you just want to let go of everything. Both his parents had died right before his eyes. Memories of his harsh youth flooded back. There are times when no amount of comfort can heal the soul. Mom. He remembered the backbreaking labor, giving everything he had, only to end up with nothing. Scraping pennies for the Hunter Academy while drowning in debt. Yet, Kim Seo-jun had chased that dream through the mud. It'll be okay. If I just work hard, the future will be bright. But then came the injuries. The nights he wanted to surrender, to fall and never get back up. The times he had to wear a mask and smile. I'm fine, Uncle Manchon. I can start over from zero. He remembered the boy's words. It's okay, Aiku. I will never give up. Suddenly, a realization struck Kim Seo-jun like a lightning bolt. Something he had missed all this time. Now he understood why Kwabena weighed so heavily on his heart. Looking at the boy was like looking in a mirror. When I look at you, I see the ghost of my past self. Jin Cheon scoffed, confident in his victory. What pathetic logic will you use to sway him this time? More self-deception. Some garbage about how even the darkness in our hearts is beautiful. I detest that kind of cheap philosophical preaching. No, Kim Seo-jun's voice cut through the air. It truly has value. Jin Cheon's eyes widened in genuine shock. What did you say? Even if a heart full of darkness isn't beautiful, it still drives us. It is that very pain that fuels our desperate hunger to survive and ascend. Suddenly, a blinding aura erupted. A brilliant light bathed the battlefield, illuminating the two warriors in stark contrast. Jin Cheon gritted his teeth, a flicker of anxiety crossing his face. What is this pressure thunder? He immediately corrected himself. No, it was Kim Seo-jun, his silhouette burning within that holy light, fist clenched with unwavering resolve. For the first time, the villain felt true uncertainty. The radiance swallowed Kim Seo-jun's form. Jin Cheon stared, eyes bulging, a single drop of cold sweat rolling down his cheek. What is that? Space itself tore apart. A dimensional fissure cracked open as Kim Seo-jun unleashed his technique. What kind of energy is this? A beam of pure destruction hammered down. Caught off guard, Jin Cheon ground his teeth, barely raising a defense. You little rat. Fine then. Let's settle this once and for all. Kim Seo-jun's mind raced. I can't rely on brute force. He analyzed the enemy's regeneration. The source of that twisted recovery is the magic within the frenzy heart. The mana inside seems infinite, but there's a limit to the vortex. In this system Manhwa world, there is no such thing as perfect immortality. That is where I strike. He unleashed a palm strike with mountain-crushing force, nearly overwhelming Kim Seo-jun's defense. but it was all for naught. His arrogance knew no bounds, as he proclaimed himself a god who had transcended all limits. Do you truly believe yourself to be an envoy of justice? Wake up from your delusion. You are nothing but a filthy, despicable human. Yet Kim Seo-jun struck back at the monster's very psyche with a provocation of his own. If you claim to be human, then show some humanity. Not everyone sells their soul to the devil of desire like you did. These words pierced the enemy's heart like a dagger. Kim Seo-jun continued his verbal assault. A twisted creature who only manifests corruption could never understand. It was time to bring this sick game to its final chapter. Jin Chan barked orders at Kwabena, his patience wearing thin. Hey brat, what are you doing? Stop wasting time and finish him off. The pressure on the boy was suffocating. He raised his blade trembling. Do it. Kill him. Kim Seo-jun screamed in panic, but Kwabena unleashed a strike filled with destructive energy. Where do you think you're going? Jin Chan roared, blocking the path. This is the climax of our show, so don't you dare interfere. Kwabena raised the knife high, his body moving on its own accord. Why go this far from me? We are total strangers. Why, I am just a kid you could have easily ignored. Internal conflict tore him apart. Is everything going to end with this single strike? Jin Chan's voice slithered into his ear, urging him to commit the sin. Just one swing. That is all it takes. You can do it, boy. From what I see, you have potential. I promise you this: when the dust settles, come to Korea with me. I will handle everything. Let's go. Kwabena's body shook violently. I hate this. I despise this fate. Why go to such lengths? Why fight a battle that seems so hopeless? I can't do it. Tears streamed down his face. Don't make me choose. As the boy faltered, Jin Chan launched a lethal strike at Kim Seo-jun. The villain rushed toward Kwabena, whispering poison to awaken the beast within. What are you doing? That man standing there is the one who murdered your little sister. Don't listen to his lies. The villain lost his composure as his plan crumbled. Fine. Let us pretend for a moment that she is still breathing. Even if she survived, the fact remains that he tried to slaughter her. That truth does not change. So, execute him now. Jin Chan pressed on. You have been gifted with power for this very moment, yet Kwabena remained frozen in fear. I. Jin Chan snapped. Enough of this weakness. Jin Chan grabbed the boy, forcing dark intent into his soul. Die. But in that split second, Kim Seo-jun launched a surprise attack from the shadows. Jin Chan was sent flying into the wall, shattering the masonry. Grimacing in pain, he looked up to see the boy collapsed in Kim Seo-jun's protective embrace. Queena. You said she is alive, right, Kim? Seo-jun nodded gently. She hangs by a thread, but once the Star Master arrives, she will be saved. Are you certain? Thank the heavens. But Kim Seo-jun's expression darkened. The forced activation of the sin attribute was tearing the boy apart. With tears in his eyes, Kwabena offered a guilt-ridden smile. I know I have no right to ask, but please, look after my sister for me. Queena is just sick. She has so much potential. He spoke his final words, as if his soul was drifting away. Kim Seo-jun clenched his jaw in agony. I was happy to meet you. You are not going to die today, kid. Kwabena's breathing grew shallow. Kim Seo-jun stood up, his heart heavy with resolve. Once the power of sin runs wild, it cannot be stopped. However, if that power is severed from the host, Jin Chan watched from afar, his confident smile wavering. Kim Seo-jun ground his teeth. Emotions surged like a tidal wave, threatening to cloud his mind. Usually, one must avoid being swallowed by such feelings. But this time, I will not hold back the fury boiling inside me. A mysterious force began to pull the dark energy from Kwabena's body. A siren's voice whispered to the darkness, Come to me, all you sins. I have a vessel far more suitable for you. Kim Seo-jun was deliberately drawing the corruption into himself. Pain racked his skull as a sinister aura enveloped him. Jin Chan stared in disbelief. What is he doing? I thought he had a plan. Is he absorbing the sin just to die in the brat's place? Utter foolishness. He has woefully underestimated the madness of that power. He fails to realize that once the madness consumes him, he will likely be the one to slaughter the very child he seeks to save. Kim Seo-jun gently patted Kwabena's head, though his smile now looked devoid of humanity. It is okay. Do not worry. Do you wish to go somewhere safe? Kwabena nodded weakly. Yes, please. Meanwhile, Jin Chan was losing his mind. Nothing was going according to his calculations. What in the world? How is he maintaining his sanity? Rage consumed the villain. I cannot sense the sin's power in his mana, yet he does not look like a man swallowed by madness. Impossible. Although dark forces swirled around Kim Seo-jun like a storm, He stood as immovable as a mountain. Jin-chan was baffled. Is he actually suppressing the madness of the sin? As Kim Seo-jun stepped closer, the self-proclaimed god felt the chill of fear. No, how can a mere human control the power of sin? His mental fortitude should have crumbled. Why? Because positive thinking isn't the only answer. Kim Seo-jun spoke with the authority of a true awakening manhwa protagonist. It is not just me. Anyone can do it. A monster like you would never understand. Pride, wrath, envy, gluttony, sloth, lust, greed. These are the roots of human sin, and we possess an ultimate mental barrier to keep them from devouring us. Kim Seo-jun centered his spirit. I used to think that equanimity meant silence, but now I realize I was wrong. True equanimity is not emptiness. The teachings of the Buddha speak of no mind and impermanence, but that does not mean a state completely void of stray thoughts. The equanimity spoke of by Shakyamuni, the state I have finally realized. It is not about erasing negative emotions, but mastering them completely. Kim Seo-jun had achieved enlightenment. It meant not being swayed by the storm, not liberation from the darkness, but remaining unshakable amidst the chaos. No human is perfect. Equanimity might be the ultimate mental system, but being ultimate does not mean being without flaws. Paradoxically, the lotus loved by the Buddha blooms from the foulest mire, a pristine beauty rising from the filth. They say the brightest hope always blooms from the deepest depths of despair. Jinan stared in disbelief. The impossible had just become reality. Sin itself isn't inherently evil. It is simply raw human emotion. It only becomes a crime when those dark impulses are unleashed upon the world through action. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead. Impossible. The power of the 7 deadly sins. Why can't I feel it anymore? Kim Seo-jun stood unwavering. As long as one isn't consumed by those emotions, they hold no power. His eyes burned with absolute resolve as he completely suppressed the 2 great sins. Jinan trembled his mind, reeling from the backlash. He ground his teeth in fury. Me terrified. His aura exploded outward as he prepared a dark, forbidden technique. I am a god, he roared. Dragon Slayer sword arts first form phantom blade. Invisible force ripped through the air as he screamed, die. Yet, amidst the chaos, Kim Seo-jun didn't move a single muscle. Satang analyzed the strike instantly. A perfect fusion of physical impact and magical amplification. An energy explosion where the margin of error was absolute zero. No. Satang scoffed at the absurdity. That's not a realm easily reached. It's not a technique mere mortals can trigger at will. Even transcendents succeed only once before failing. But what if the sync rate between those 2 forces was truly perfect? As Satang spoke, Jinan's blade entered the realm of infinite martial arts. A level beyond logic, where space and time twisted violently around the strike. The power unleashed was nothing short of miraculous. A sly grin formed on Satang's face. Even the word transcendent wasn't enough to describe this moment. Jinan's jaw dropped in shock as Kim Seo-jun unleashed his counterattack. Heavenly Moon Meteor Spear, 7th form 10,000 miles. The technique created a vortex, trying to swallow Kim Seo-jun whole. He gritted his teeth, forced back by the sheer pressure. Kim Seo-jun looked shaken. He had nearly been dragged into the boundary void. The technique the great sage taught me. It shouldn't be this devastating. Pitch black liquid dripped from his weapon. Is this because I absorbed the great sins? Have I finally reached the realm of discharge? Jinan's form twisted grotesquely, his face unrecognizable. You bastard. A web of corrupt purple and black light erupted from his body. The corruption infected every corner of the room. He was no longer human. Monstrous features contorted his face as razor-sharp claws burst from his hands. I'll show you the price of defying a god. Kim Seo-jun, having predicted this outburst, simply sighed. Your arrogance really knows no bounds. Kim Seo-jun dragged his blade across the ground, a terrifying crimson aura rising from his body like steam. Crimson clashed against violet, the red aura, ruthlessly suppressing the corruption. They collided in a storm of killing intent. Kim Seo-jun glanced at his blade with pride. I had my suspicions about this blade. It was a transcendent grade weapon. How the hell do you possess the true Excalibur? But Jinan wasn't to be underestimated. His weapon had evolved since their last duel. There's no longer a difference in gear quality between us. His eyes glowed. Now victory depended entirely on the wielder's mastery. Kim Seo-jun lashed out a strike so fast and sharp it felt like death itself. Jinan roared, his visage, now a black abyss of sharp teeth. I am a god. I stand above all creation. Every living thing must kneel and worship me. He charged blindly. Get away. Get that thing away from me. Kim Seo-jun watched him coldly. I've spent a long time thinking about how to permanently end you. His gaze sharpened like a blade. Physical destruction isn't enough. I need to erase your very existence. Kim Seo-jun vaulted over Jinan's head. The monster dodged and swung back, but a strange, ancient power began to envelop the area. What is this? Jinan shrieked as glowing green sprouts erupted from the void. Heavenly Moon Meteor Spear. 8th form Myriad Nature. Terror seized Jinan. He swung his sword wildly at nothing. Stay back, I said. Stay the hell back. Kim Seo-jun raised his blade high, summoning the end. Heavenly Moon Meteor Spear, 9th form Heaven and Earth Collapse. A cataclysmic force blasted toward Jinan. Jinan was hurled backward, broken beyond repair. Even as his face split apart, his mind clung to madness. I am a god. The world belongs at my feet. No one is above me. Why? Why? Kim Seo-jun loomed over him, his voice low and dangerous. I know exactly what you are. Kim Seo-jun plunged Excalibur into Jinan's chest. I'm just a small human. But the void. It has no beginning and no end. It is the undetectable source of all things. It appears empty, yet from that nothingness, Ki takes form. True emptiness is never truly empty. Heavenly Moon Meteor Spear, 3rd form Supreme Void, Jinan screamed as he was disintegrated by blinding light. All that remained at Kim Seo-jun's feet was a single crimson sphere. Kim Seo-jun turned away, exhaling sharply. Man, the great sage, the victorious fighting Buddha. Even with fighting in the name, he's still a Buddha at heart. He stumbled using his sword as a cane completely drained. Master Great Sage, just what kind of monster technique did you create? A frantic scream pierced the air. It was Kwabena. He sprinted toward Kim Seo-jun, who had finally collapsed onto the dirt. Kwabena fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face. But as his cries echoed, a familiar presence manifested nearby. The Observer. This entity had history with Kim Seo-jun. Yo, Observer. Kim Seo-jun called out weakly. You lurking around here again. Did you go on a business trip to another dimension? Kim Seo-jun scratched his head, grinning. There you are. I thought you ditched me. Honestly, the Observer sighed with deep exasperation. Why do I have to hide in the shadows just to see your annoying face again? How'd you get back? Kim Seo-jun laughed. Aren't you supposed to be watching everything? The Observer groaned. Can't you just act like a normal protagonist in a leveling manhwa for once? He pointed a trembling finger at Kim Seo-jun. You little bastard, I watched the whole thing, I saw it all, but it was so ridiculous I had to come ask if it was real. Is Seo-jun seriously this cunning? I swear he could have milked the guy for even more. The Observer scolded Seo-jun, though there was no real heat in it. You brat. Every time you see an opening, all you think about is fleecing me. Fleecing? What do you mean? It is just fair compensation for a valid agreement. People might get the wrong idea. Wrong idea, my foot. You literally just admitted you could have taken more. The Observer sighed, defeated, and waved his hand. Just take it and go. Here is one free pass. Now vanish. Seo-jun smirked, curiosity piqued. What is this? Giving it up so easily this time. It was like he knew what was coming next. If I do not, you will just roll around screaming until I do, won't you? Take it and get lost. It was a transcendental weapon, crafted by the great sage himself, formed from the 9 breaths and 3 transformations. Now that both the 9 breaths and 3 transformations are written into the laws of causality, you are banned from this realm. The Observer crossed his arms, his voice absolute. Farewell, brat. Meeting you was a curse. Let us never do this again. But Seo-jun shot back. Are you sure you want to kick me out so permanently? Seo-jun grinned mischievously. Because I have a feeling I will be dropping by this manhwa recap-worthy boundary space a few more times. The Observer froze. What did you just say? He tried to keep his cool. No, if I respond, I will fall into his trap. Seo-jun was playing 4D chess. Getting a free pass is great and all, but it is a hassle for you, right? Tell you what, I will give you a discount. A special promo just for you. This place is basically your house, isn't it? Visiting too often would be rude. Rude? Since when do you care about manners? The Observer scoffed, crossing his arms over his chest. Quit spouting nonsense. You know fully well you cannot return here. Is that so? Seo-jun feigned shock. Oh, you knew about that, he shrugged. Honestly, I thought the same thing. But the skill I picked up in this leveling manhwa arc is way stronger than I anticipated. Seo-jun kept rambling, ignoring whether the Observer understood or not. I am offering a negotiation here. If you do not want it, fine. I will not force you. I will just take a full-price ticket every single time I decide to visit. The observer narrowed his eyes. What skill are you talking about? That is a trade secret. Damn it. The entity was losing patience. So, how many more times can you enter? Seo-jun's grin widened. At least 8 more times. The observer gasped. What the actual hell? On that day, for the first time since the dawn of creation, the observer's will manifested as a curse word, and it was etched into history forever. The observer snapped, yelling at Seo-jun. Do not toy with me. What 8 times? If you are going to lie, at least make it sound plausible. Seo-jun licked his lips, thinking to himself. I knew he would not buy it easily. His mind flashed back to the time he was nearly trapped in the boundary dimension. He had been terrified back then. He almost got dragged into the void when using the 7th breath without completely fusing the mystery of collision. But if he could perfectly fuse the mystery of collision into the heavenly moon meteor spear, theoretically, he could shatter the laws of causality themselves. The problem was, it was not a guarantee. But Seo-jun's next words made the observer jump out of his skin. You know, I spent time at the Ultimate Academy, right? Seo-jun extended his hand and continued. I happened to catch a glimpse of what the headmaster did back then. She executed a technique that defies logic. How amazing was it? The observer listened intently, arms crossed. Seo-jun winked. But do not get me wrong, I was not spying or anything. The headmaster has no clue. Seo-jun said it confidently, but internally he knew words alone will not convince him. But there was only one reason the observer not banished him yet. Doubt. He was thinking, no way, it is impossible. But what if it is real? The observer was furious, but he was trapped in his own calculations. He had to think this through carefully. A technique learned from Irina. If that is true, forget 8 times. He might be able to return 100 times. Standing face to face, Seo-jun broke the silence. So shall we start the bidding at 5 passes? 6. The observer remained silent, deep in thought. Seeing the hesitation, Seo-jun pushed his luck. Actually, let us make it 8. The observer panicked and grabbed Seo-jun. 6. We settle on 6. Seo-jun smiled instantly. Deal. Fine. I am taking a loss here, but since you worked hard, I will accept 6. The observer rushed to record the agreement. I am writing this into the causality logs now. Just as the observer finished, Seo-jun chimed in cheerfully. Right, those 6 are for future visits. This current visit is a separate issue, obviously. So that makes 7 total. The observer scowled. I will record the causality exactly as you stated. With the deal struck, Seo-jun unleashed his power. He opened the Book of Light and glowing runes floated into the air. He handed the book to the observer. Is this approved? It resembles the Book of Thoth. The observer took it. It seems complete. I will verify the records written within. The observer lifted the book meticulously, reading every single page. He looked up. Is this the technique you claim to learn from? Irina Seo-jun put his hands on his hips, offended. Huh. Learned from the headmaster. No, I just peeked at her. And I never said the technique I peeked at is what got me into the boundary space. Seo-jun gave a thumbs up. The method I mentioned earlier. That was the heavenly moon meteor spear, fused with the mystery of collision. The observer stood there, book open. It does not matter. It is already recorded in the logs. Even if the collision is amplified to a phenomenal degree, mere power amplification cannot violate the laws of causality. Once the laws of causality are written, not even infinite power can turn back the clock. Hearing this absolute rule, Kim Seo-jun just scratched his head, looking clueless. So, you're saying it's a no-go? The observer paused for a moment, weighing the situation before dropping a bombshell on Kim Seo-jun. Well, under these circumstances, that free pass, I promised. Consider it null and void. Kim Seo-jun's eyes narrowed as he sensed the betrayal. He immediately fired back. Excuse me, what kind of nonsense is that? A promise made is a debt to be paid. The air crackled with tension as their voices rose. The observer roared, promise, don't make me laugh. This whole thing was a scam from the start. Kim Seo-jun wasn't having it, his arms flailing in righteous indignation. A scam? Kim Seo-jun scoffed, incredulous. This was a legitimate negotiation, fair and square. But the celestial being refused to back down, spitting out his own twisted logic. Negotiation. Don't be absurd. No law of causality in any dimension would accept such a ridiculous deal. It's fraud, plain and simple, so the contract is invalid. But Kim Seo-jun's sharp tongue was just getting warmed up. He unleashed a verbal barrage at the cosmic entity. Invalid, my foot. You explicitly agreed to hand over 6 tickets. You don't get to swallow your words just because you're losing. The observer trembled with suppressed rage, his divine patience wearing thin against this mortal. You insolent little brat. he growled before slamming the door on the request completely. I absolutely refuse to grant you a single thing. In response, Kim Seo-jun simply flopped onto the ground, going full deadbeat mode. Fine by me. Seeing this steam practically shot out of the observer's ears as he bellowed, by your own twisted logic, I only promised the tickets. I never once stated I would transport you back to your original dimension. Rot here for eternity, or forfeit the tickets. The choice is yours. Kim Seo-jun's jaw dropped, and he wailed like a banshee. You can't be serious. That's foul play. The observer ignored the tantrum, turning his cold back to the boy. Silence. My decision is final. Absolutely not. As Kim Seo-jun lay there, a seed of genuine anxiety began to sprout in his chest. This was actually getting dangerous. His mind raced. Should he try to manipulate the dimensional boundary again? Was there a way to brute force his own exit? Suddenly, a spark ignited in Kim Seo-jun's eyes. He let out a sharp gasp of realization. Seeing the boy go quiet, the observer smirked internally. Did he finally give up? But Kim Seo-jun sprang up like a coiled spring. A crackle of raw energy sizzled through the air. The observer whipped around only to see Kim Seo-jun with eyes closed, gathering arcs of blue lightning in his hands. Kim Seo-jun focused. It felt just like when the principal summoned him to the Ultimate Academy. It was that specific sensation, found in a high-tier awakening manhwa, right after unleashing the heaven and earth technique. He dug his hands into the empty air, feeling resistance, as if he were physically gripping the fabric of reality itself. His mind sharpened. This is it, he thought. If this is Class X, a power so overwhelming that even the laws of causality can't record it, then I can do this. It was like drilling a microscopic needle through the wall of the universe. He would slip through the fissures between dimensions. Kim Seo-jun gritted his teeth, physically tearing the spatial rift open. The observer watched in stunned silence, his jaw practically hitting the floor. Furrows appeared on the god's brow as panic set in. Wait, don't tell me you're Kim. Seo-jun glanced back over his shoulder, a cheeky grin plastered on his face. If you try to force summon me back, that counts as another free ticket. Got it. With that, Kim Seo-jun leaped into the void, escaping the pocket dimension. The observer was left alone, screaming into the empty air. You absolute little monster. The scene shifts back to reality. Young Kwabena was slumped on the ground, kneeling desperately beside Kim Seo-jun's unmoving body. Teardrops splashed onto the back of Kim Seo-jun's hand, like heavy rain. Big brother, please. Kwabena's voice trembled, his small frame shaking with grief. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Suddenly, a familiar voice cut through the sobbing. Sorry for what exactly? Kwabena, blinded by tears and hiccuping with grief, choked out. It's all my fault. Because of me. Kim Seo-jun cracked one eye open, staring at the kid. Seriously, what are you apologizing for? Kwabena yelped, nearly jumping out of his skin as he scrambled backward in pure terror. He pointed a trembling finger at the resurrected MC. Why? How are you still alive, Kim? Seo-jun sat up comfortably, crossing his legs, as if nothing had happened. Wow, rude. Did you actually want me to kick the bucket? No, that's not it, the boy cried, his face a mess of snot and tears. I really thought you were gone. I thought you died trying to save me. Hearing the guilt in the boy's voice, Kim Seo-jun let out a soft sigh, a gentle smile touching his lips. He stood up and dusted himself off, helping the weeping child to his feet. Come on, Kwabena. We need to check on Iquina. Meanwhile, panic had taken hold of Kim Seo-jun's teammates nearby. Minju looked at Kim Seo-jun with worry etched on her face. Will she be okay? Kim Seo-jun rubbed his chin thoughtfully, his demeanor calm. For now, all we can do is wait and trust. Just then, the rest of the group spotted them. Kim Seo-jun walked in with Kwabena, casually carrying the massive Akuto Apo carcass on his shoulder. Kim Seo-jun, they cried out in unison. He gave them a lazy wave. Suddenly, the tent flap lifted, and a dignified man stepped out. He paused, eyes widening at the sight of the giant monster corpse, before approaching the group. So you've returned. Kim Seo-jun dropped the heavy beast with a thud that shook the ground, nodding in acknowledgement. Medical Saint Kim Seo-jun addressed him, cutting to the chase. How is Ikina? The healer's expression turned grave. Her condition is critical. We are running out of time. Kwabena's face fell, the shadow of despair returning. Without a word, he rushed past them, heading straight for his little sister. The medical saint sighed, placing his hands on his hips as he looked at Kim Seo-jun. If you had been even a moment later, I couldn't have saved her. Inside the tent, a miracle was happening. Iquina sat up, rubbing her sleepy eyes. Big brother. The sound of her voice froze Kwabena in his tracks. He stared, unable to believe his eyes, as his entire body began to tremble with relief. In a heartbeat, he tackled her in a tearful embrace. Kim Seo-jun and the party watched from the entrance, a warm feeling spreading through their chests at the touching reunion. Sakyamuni once said that true success is measured by how often and how much one laughs. Watching the siblings reunited against all odds, Kim Seo-jun couldn't help but smile. However, he thought watching Kwabena wail his eyes out while hugging his sister, perhaps today the Buddha got it wrong. Tears were the true sign of victory here. The sky turned a brilliant shade of orange as the sun dipped below the hills, signaling the end of a long day. Scene shift. The medical saint examined the materials in his hand, perplexed. How on earth did you know I would need exactly this? Did a master instructor guide you? Kwabena scratched his cheek bashfully. No. I didn't have any money for lessons, so I just kind of figured it out. The saint's eyes lit up with pure delight. You grasped the principles of medicine without a mentor? Incredible. Watching from the side, Kim Seo-jun nodded to himself. With talent like that, Equina's future is secure. Satisfied, Kim Seo-jun turned on his heel. He pulled out his smartphone with one hand, the other tucked casually into his pocket, walking away from the commotion. He mentally checked off the tasks. The Akudo Oppo poison was with Kwabena, and the crisis was averted. It was a classic happy ending for a system Manhwa quest. He pondered whether to process the legendary Caliburn and the Heart of Frenzy right then and there. But suddenly, his screen blazed to life. Kim Seo-jun jumped back, startled. Since when did I become so popular? The holographic display pulsed with urgency. 20 unread system notifications. Kim Seo-jun tapped the screen, unleashing a tsunami of system alerts. Ding course, complete, absolute poison immunity, thermal resistance acquired, indestructible physique unlocked. Instructor Atlas has recognized your mastery, diamond body. Complete. Achievement, poison immunity, rank A. Achievement, temperature resilience, rank A. He had shattered every speed record for course completion. He was in a league of his own, moving at the speed of light. Instructor acknowledgement, Godspeed, rank S acquired. Mastery union with the Great Spear achieved. Instructor, the Great Sage Heaven's equal. Skill, Spear body unification, rank SS. Fully comprehended. Ultimate art, Heavenly Moon Meteor Spear, rank SS acquired. The system notifications were relentless. Kim Seo-jun stood there, jaw on the floor, rendered speechless by the sheer absurdity of his growth. But then the blue screen turned a menacing red. He squinted at the flashing warning. What the hell is this? System error? System error? Calculated values do not match student causality? The alerts kept coming, rewriting his very existence. Resetting causality. Reflecting transcendent stats. Skill evolution. S-rank deception has evolved into SS-rank absolute bluff. This was the peak of a system Manhwa twist. The system wasn't done screaming at him yet. The red warnings continued to flash like a siren. Error, causality origin not found. Error source is a non-existent course. Requesting mandatory unlock to justify causality. Error cannot assign logic to this causality. Critical warning. This domain is beyond the authority of the Ultimate Academy system. Error escalating to Customer Support Department of Causality. Just as the digital storm raged, his mentor materialized out of thin air, screaming at the top of his lungs. What on earth have you done? Kim Seo-jun, caught off guard, just let out a terrified shriek. The mentor was trembling with rage, ready to explode. Look at this mess. How did you overload the causality system? Kim Seo-jun, what did you break this time? Kim Seo-jun blinked, completely bewildered by the accusation. He scrambled up from the floor, dusting himself off. Break? I didn't break anything, I swear. But the mentor wasn't buying it. The entire academy is in total chaos because of you. The mentor stood with hands clasped behind his back, his expression radiating pure doom. Kim Seo-jun started sweating bullets. I mean, usually if something blows up here, it is my fault. So, yeah, probably me. He awkwardly scratched his head and handed his device over. But honestly, I just got bombarded with some super weird notifications. The mentor snatched the phone from his hand before he could finish. His eyes widened to the size of saucers as he scrolled. His jaw practically unhinged. The causality records? They don't match your student profile at all. Kim Seo-jun shrugged helplessly. Why are you asking me? I'm just the user. The mentor ignored him, eyes glued to the impossible data on the screen. Panic took over. What is the meaning of this? Kim Seo-jun sighed, his face deadpan. Seriously, teach. Why do you keep asking me? Cold sweat dripped down the mentor's face. I've never seen a bug like this. First, you pull off a transcendent graduation, and now this. It was like a plot twist in a broken manhwa recap. Kim Seo-jun went back to scratching his head. I really don't know what to tell you. The mentor leaned in, desperate. You must have done something. What triggered this situation? Kim Seo-jun held his ground, looking innocent. I told you I didn't do anything special. Liar. The mentor roared. Kim Seo-jun flinched, but decided to come clean. Okay, look. All I did was meet the observer and snag 7 pass tickets through a perfectly legal trade. But the old geezer was being stingy about sending me home, so I just kinda broke out of the boundary space myself. The mentor froze. He stared at Kim Seo-jun, his brain short-circuiting. There were no words for this level of insanity. So it is your fault, the mentor thought, rubbing his tired eyes. Suddenly, the system chimed again. Oh great, here comes another headache. Course list updated. Legacy of Sakyamuni 98%, completion plus 17.6% increase. Legacy of Lu Dongbin 98.4%, completion. Growth acceleration course 92.9%, plus 63%, surge. Sensory enhancement 77.7%, plus 77% surge. The numbers were skyrocketing. Completed A rank emission A rank. Regen, S rank killing arts. S rank divine power. S rank void shattering strike. S rank Rakshasa slash. And the list went on. Diamond body. Absolute immunity. Godspeed. It was the ultimate awakening Manhwa skill set. S rank meteor spear. SS rank spear body unification. The mentor lowered the phone, his face pale. Now, I understand why the universe is glitching out. He gasped for air. The Sakyamuni course is at 98%. You've practically mastered the supreme law. He rubbed his eyes vigorously, hoping it was a hallucination. But the numbers remained fixed. Kim Seo-jun stood there like a statue waiting for the verdict. This has to be a bug, the mentor muttered, frantically tapping the screen. Kim Seo-jun tilted his head. Wait, didn't you tell me that the laws of causality never make mistakes? Correct, the mentor replied automatically. Errors are impossible in the system. Kim Seo-jun smirked. Then, how do you explain? The mentor shrieked, cutting him off. But this monstrosity can only be explained as a system failure. He shoved the screen into Kim Seo-jun's face. Look at this Sakyamuni, at 98%. Does that make any sense to you? No. It's statistically impossible. The mentor's eyes were bloodshot veins popping on his forehead. He looked like he was about to suffer a chi deviation. He continued to rave at Kim Seo-jun. That course is legendary. It drives freshmen insane. Even transcendent beings fail to complete the Sakyamuni trials. It's the hardest content in this leveling Manhwa world. And yet, in barely a year, you hit 98%. He pressed his face inches from Kim Seo-jun's, his aura flaring. Even you have to admit this is utter nonsense, right, Kim Seo-jun? The pressure was immense. Kim Seo-jun felt like he was drowning in sweat. Kim Seo-jun stammered. I mean, it sounds crazy, sure. But I actually did do all that. The mentor recoiled, staring at him as if he were an alien specimen. Kim Seo-jun's mentor clenched his fist veins, popping with frustration. He raised his hand, aura flaring, ready to obliterate the device. I'm going to smash this glitchy piece of junk into oblivion. I should have crushed this piece of junk ages ago. I'll just buy you a new one right now. Stop using this broken trash. But as he reached out to smash the device, Kim Seo-jun's hand shot up to block him. Locking both hands around his mentor's wrists, he stopped the man from committing a crime against technology. Then Kim Seo-jun's calm voice cut through the air. Hold on. Take a breath, advisor. The mentor struggled against the iron grip like a trapped bird, but it was useless. He could only scream in helpless frustration. Let me go. Any device reporting false causality must be erased from this universe. After a fierce tug of war, the mentor finally broke free. He let out a manic laugh, rubbing his sore wrists, before winding up his arm in disbelief. How could this be real? It defies all logic. Kim Seo-jun opened his mouth to explain, but the words wouldn't come out. Rage still burning in his eyes, the mentor glared at Kim Seo-jun and roared. Spit it out. If you caused another catastrophe, confess right now. Kim Seo-jun casually slid his phone into his pocket, his expression unbothered. It's nothing that crazy. But the moment the mentor's eyes landed on Excalibur, his jaw hit the floor. Staring at the legendary blade in Kim Seo-jun's grip, he stammered, Isn't that the transcendent weapon Instructor Arthur values more than his own life? Why on earth do you have it, Kim Seo-jun? Kim Seo-jun shrugged nonchalantly. Its previous owner got wiped out, so I just sort of picked it up. The mentor stood there, brain short-circuiting. Wiped out. A terrifying image flashed in his mind. Kim Seo-jun, standing triumphantly over a corpse. Who erased him? Was it you, Kim Seo-jun? Yep. The protagonist admired the blade's gleam before adding, but it's useless to me. I want to sell Excalibur. Are cadets allowed to trade directly? Or is there an auction house? Hearing the casual inquiry, the mentor's face drained of all color. His soul seemed to leave his body as he collapsed backward in freefall. Advisor Lee Seo-jun called out. Seeing his mentor out, cold eyes squeezed shut, he tried to wake him. "Hey, advisor." Even unconscious, the man mumbled, "Odysseus, feigning madness to dodge the draft won't work on me." Realizing gentle nudges wouldn't work, Lee Seo-jun crouched down and bellowed, "Advisor." The ear-splitting shout jolted the man awake instantly. He sprang up like a spring, still dazed as he looked around wildly. What? What just happened? Lee Seo-jun, sitting calmly cross-legged on the floor, explained. "You passed out the second I asked if I could sell the holy sword." The mentor nodded slowly. "Ah, right. I fainted. That makes sense." A second later, reality kicked in. He grabbed Lee Seo-jun by the collar, screaming, "Don't mess with me. How could you do it? How could you murder Instructor Arthur?" Lee Seo-jun looked genuinely horrified by the accusation. "What are you talking about, kill Instructor Arthur? Why would I ever do that?" The mentor squinted suspiciously. "To loot Excalibur and fence it for points." Lee Seo-jun gasped, looking betrayed. "What kind of monster do you think I am?" Seeing his reaction, the mentor calmed down slightly. "Then explain it. Why is that sword in your hands?" Lee Seo-jun straightened up. "Remember that freshman from the other dimension I mentioned in the last Manhwa recap? He was the one holding it." The mentor's skepticism returned. "That's even more ridiculous. How could a rookie possess a transcendent weapon woven into history itself?" Lee Seo-jun scratched his cheek awkwardly. "Yeah, I know. It sounds crazy. I've got questions about that too, but first, I need some consulting on my course schedule." The mentor slumped to the ground, arms crossed in deep thought. Finally, he looked up. "Forget the course shop. We need to deal with Excalibur before anything else." He took the phone from Lee Seo-jun's hand, his expression serious. "There's no auction house in this system, Manhwa, but there is a marketplace. However, putting Excalibur up there, the transcendent beings would start a war to claim it." Lee Seo-jun blinked, realizing the gravity of the situation. "Oh, is that so?" The mentor stared him down with intensity. "Do you want me to list it right now?" Lee Seo-jun crossed his arms, his answer instant. "No." A mischievous grin spread across Lee Seo-jun's face. "First, let's go pay a visit to Instructor Arthur, the original owner." Scene transition. Lee Seo-jun stood before the legendary figure. "A pleasure. I am Pendragon, though you may call me Arthur. Have you come to learn the swordsmanship of the Round Table?" Lee Seo-jun ignored the offer, rummaging through his inventory. "No thanks. I'm here for something more important than sword skills." He pulled out a shining object, causing the great Arthur to yelp in shock. Eyes glued to the blade, Arthur stammered. "Why? Why do you have that?" Lee Seo-jun placed a hand on his hip, dominating the conversation. "That's my question, instructor. Why exactly did I find this in someone else's possession?" Arthur rubbed his chin, a dark realization dawning on him. Does this mean he was wiped out? Impossible. What happened to the karma he borrowed? Watching him, Lee Seo-jun realized something was definitely off. Just as I suspected. This was a classic twist for a leveling manhwa. Lee Seo-jun analyzed Arthur's unnatural reaction. There's no way a corrupted entity would just buy Excalibur directly. Even with enough karma, Arthur would never sell the very symbol of his legend. It's just like when I manipulated Loki to get Gungnir. Arthur was forced to hand it over. And the puppet master pulling the strings was none other than the Great Voice. Breaking the heavy silence, Lee Seo-jun spoke up. "I managed to retrieve it, but honestly, it's kind of useless to me." He lifted the holy sword, scratching his head casually. "It's not a bad weapon, don't get me wrong. But I'm a spear guy, so I'm planning to sell it." Arthur flinched. You would. That is." From the sidelines, the mentor watched the scene unfold, sweat beading on his forehead. Lee Seo-jun was smiling a warm, benevolent smile. The mentor shuddered. That smile is too pure. He's plotting something diabolical. Lee Seo-jun raised his hand toward Arthur. "However, I know this sword is your sole instructor." Lee Seo-jun's eyes formed innocent crescents. "Selling it to a stranger just feels wrong. My conscience couldn't take the guilt." Guilt. The mentor nearly choked. Since when does a monster like Lee Seo-jun feel human emotions? I thought his morality was ground to dust in this awakening manhwa world. Ignoring the internal screaming, Lee Seo-jun extended the hilt. "That is why I want to return Excalibur to you." Instructor Arthur stared, unable to believe his luck. "Truly." He leaned in close, a relieved smile breaking out. "In that case, I will gratefully accept." Lee Seo-jun casually hid the legendary blade behind his back. A sly grin spread across his face as he replied, "You bet." Resting the heavy blade on his shoulder, he shot Arthur a playful wink. But nothing in this world is free. Before I throw this onto the public auction block, I'll grant you exclusive first dibs. Call it a priority purchase right. Arthur's spirit visibly slumped at the mercenary tone, but he quickly steeled himself. Stroking his magnificent beard, the king regained his composure. Fine. Name your price. Kim Seo-jun scratched his head, feigning deep thought. Usually, the seller sets the opening bid, but... He raised a single finger, locking eyes with the king. Seeing the single-digit, Arthur jumped to conclusions. 10 trillion. Excellent. I'll transfer it immediately. Kim Seo-jun blinked, putting on an Oscar-worthy performance of confusion. 10 trillion. Excalibur is a divine artifact, worth far more than that. Arthur frowned, realizing his mistake. Right. I thought that sounded suspiciously cheap for a system manhwa item. The king raised the stakes. Very well. I will pay 100 trillion karma points from my personal dimension. Arthur clasped his hands behind his back, exhaling a heavy sigh. 100 trillion. An astronomical figure to mortals, yet manageable for a constellation like him. Kim Seo-jun nodded, his smile widening. That is a very impressive offer. Then, Kim Seo-jun dropped the bomb. His next words struck Arthur like a bolt of tribulation lightning. So, I guess you don't really want Excalibur back. The king froze, completely dumbfounded. Excuse me. Kim Seo-jun waved that single finger again. Let's be real here. Even in a public auction, the opening bid alone would start at 100 trillion. Trying to snag it for just 100 trillion, how stingy. Arthur panicked immediately, raising his limit. Fine. 1 quadrillion. That is the absolute limit of karma my dimension can sustain. Kim Seo-jun's expression remained flat. Watching from the sidelines, the mentor felt a cold sweat break out. No way. He couldn't possibly be. Arthur's lips were pressed into a thin, desperate line. Meanwhile, Kim Seo-jun just kept holding up that cursed finger, that solitary, unwavering digit. The mentor's face drained of color. Impossible. In that moment, he finally understood why Kim Seo-jun's scamming skill was rated SS rank in this awakening manhwa. It rivaled the legendary Heavenly Moon meteor technique in its destructiveness. Kim Seo-jun's face twisted into a mask of pure greed. 1 quintillion. The mentor fainted midair. Arthur stood petrified as soul, leaving his body. Flashback waves crashed rhythmically against the shore. A mentor stood beside a man named Oh dear, gazing out at the endless horizon. Oh dear, the mentor asked softly, is it finally time for you to depart? The man nodded solemnly. It is. I cannot defy my oath any longer. Advisor, my oldest friend, I have one final request before I go. Oh dear's mentor tilted his head. What do you need? Oh dear didn't look back, his voice trembling slightly. Please. Suddenly, Oh dear whipped around, making a ridiculous face while holding up a finger. Just lend me a quick 1 quintillion karma points, would ya? The memory hit the mentor like a truck, leaving him gasping in horror. Snap back to reality. He sat on the ground, dazed and confused. Where am I? Who am I? Arthur's booming voice cut through the confusion. Stop babbling nonsense. The mentor rubbed his throbbing temples, reality flooding back. Ah, that's right. Watching the scene unfold, the mentor thought Kim Seo-jun is pulling the exact same con. Arthur, meanwhile, was fuming. What kind of lunatic demands 1 quintillion karma points? Kim Seo-jun stood his ground, nonchalantly digging his pinky into his ear, completely unfazed by the king's wrath. He looked at Arthur with bored eyes. So, is that a no? Arthur practically screamed, his aura flaring. Of course, it's a no. Suit yourself. Kim Seo-jun immediately spun on his heel, preparing to leave. Guess we have no deal. Arthur clutched his head in panic, his dignity crumbling. Wait, don't go. Kim Seo-jun glanced over his shoulder, his voice dropping to a chilly whisper. Instructor Arthur, don't be a miser. Sure, 1 quintillion is a lot, but for the legendary Excalibur, it's a steal. He turned fully around, hands on his hips. Besides, considering my entire dimension nearly collapsed from the sheer pressure when you first handed me this sword. Honestly, I should be charging you double. I'm being incredibly generous here. Kim Seo-jun pouted like a disappointed child. You must have received a massive karma payout when you gave Excalibur away. You couldn't have spent it all already, right? Arthur flinched, looking away guiltily. Well, that is. Kim Seo-jun smirked internally. He knew perfectly well that amount was impossible. Even a transcendental being has limits within this leveling manhwa system. Kim Seo-jun's gaze softened into mock pity. So, why did I demand such an impossible figure? 1 quintillion. Arthur finally cracked. Isn't there anything else I can offer besides karma? Anything you want. The king began listing assets desperately. The round table swordsmanship, the knight's aura arts. I will teach you my ultimate techniques personally. Just, please lower the price. Hook, line, and sinker. Lee Seo-jun stroked his chin, pretending to weigh the offer. Well, if you put it that way, I'll give you a massive discount. But only if you answer one question truthfully. Arthur's face lit up with hope. Really done? Ask me anything. Immediately, Lee Seo-jun leaned and his expression darkening. Who was it, Arthur? Froze, his smile vanishing. Lee Seo-jun's eyes bored into the king's soul. The person you originally gave Excalibur to. Who are they? Who is the real owner? Arthur hadn't expected this specific question. His face twisted in conflict, a heavy silence hanging between them before he finally spoke. He looked down, his voice heavy. That is the one thing I cannot tell you. Lee Seo-jun narrowed his eyes, dissatisfied. Who is this mysterious figure? Someone so powerful that Arthur refuses to reveal their identity, even to save Excalibur. Is there a system restriction binding his tongue? Lee Seo-jun clicked his tongue in irritation and sighed. Then he delivered the final blow that would make the King of Knights scream. Well, if you can't pay, I have no choice. He shoved the holy sword into his mentor's hands. Advisor, put this up for global auction immediately. Arthur's face went pitch black. No, my Excalibur cannot fall into the hands of a stranger. Absolutely not. Arthur roared, unleashing his transcendental pressure. The sheer force of his voice created a shockwave that blasted toward Lee Seo-jun. But Lee Seo-jun didn't flinch. He turned, meeting the king's overwhelming aura, with a gaze as cold and sharp as the blade itself. Seo-jun instantly condensed his raw mana into a volatile sphere, lacing it with crackling bolts of lightning. Arthur, sensing the devastating pressure, frantically threw up his hands to conjure a shield. As the energy dissipated, Arthur stood there completely shell-shocked. His mind raced. Even with the causality contract in place, this level of power was absurd for a mere academy freshman. That monster. He didn't just block my magic. Did he actually absorb the impact and overwhelm it with his own aura? Seo-jun stood his ground, his eyes glowing with an intense magical light as he clenched his fist, letting a terrifying wave of power ripple outward. He looked at Arthur and said, well then, if fate allows, I'll see you around. Without wasting another second, he spun around and commanded, let's move, advisor. Arthur was left frozen in place, staring helplessly at the boys retreating back. Suddenly the king reached out and shouted, wait, just a moment. Hearing this, a sly, triumphant grin crept across Seo-jun's face. He spun back around instantly, switching his tone to one of annoyance. What now? Why do you keep calling me back? I'm a busy man, you know. Arthur clenched his fists, struggling to maintain his composure. I cannot speak of this openly. He lowered his hand, reaching for something hidden. Seo-jun's curiosity piqued, his eyes widening, as Arthur revealed a radiant golden goblet. Seo-jun immediately analyzed the item. That's an artifact, not just some kitchenware. He walked back toward Arthur, with his advisor rubbing his chin in confusion. What is that? Seo-jun asked. Arthur held the glowing chalice out and declared, this is the reward I received in exchange for lending out Excalibur. Seo-jun's jaw dropped in disbelief. You traded the legendary Excalibur for a fancy cup. But suddenly his gaze snapped downward. The dimensional bag at his waist was trembling violently. Seo-jun's mind raced. What the hell? The lance of Longinus inside his kibba's bag was reacting wildly. His spear was vibrating, emitting a low, resonant hum. He quickly pieced it together. Resonance. He looked at the glowing chalice in Arthur's hand. Don't tell me. Is that the Holy Grail? Arthur didn't speak, but his silence was confirmation enough. In this Manhwa recap, we see the ultimate artifact, the Holy Grail, the cup said to have held the blood of God. It made perfect sense why it resonated with the lance of Longinus, which was also stained with divine blood. Seo-jun stared intensely at the cup. But the Grail is different from the lance. That cup was actually used by God himself. Then that great voice regarding the system. Seo-jun started to mutter, but a sharp voice cut through his thoughts. No. Arthur still clutched the Grail tight. I thought so at first, but not anymore. Seo-jun's expression turned serious. Then why do they possess the Holy Grail? Arthur looks defeated, finally admitting the truth to Seo-jun. I honestly do not know. Seo-jun fell into deep thought. The great voice. Just who are you people? Meanwhile, the scene shifts to the lair of the Azure Emperor. He sat leaning on his hand, breaking the fourth wall. Asking questions like that. I assume you are watching us right now. Starting to feel the sweat running down your back yet? Inside a dark chamber, the Azure Emperor remained seated, while the observer stood nearby. The observer spoke up. I wonder what the first Transcendent would think. If he saw the pathetic state you are in, the Azure Emperor noticed the observer's frown, but replied nonchalantly, "Do you honestly think you can control a variable like him? His growth rate has shattered every known limit. It's a classic leveling manhwa scenario gone wrong. If this continues, neither you nor I will be able to put a leash on him." The observer listened to the Emperor's warning and bowed his head in silence. Finally, he asked with suspicion, "What is your ultimate goal here?" The Azure Emperor slowly rose from his throne, his presence filling the room. "My goal is to shatter the chains of causality binding this dimension." The observer stared in shock. "You intend to do it yourself? That's impossible." The Emperor walked forward with a calm swagger. "There is no other way to confront that monster now." Hearing this, the observer furrowed his brow and reached out. "And you think doing that will actually free us from the causality constraints?" The Azure Emperor shot back. "Since when did a mere mortal gain the power to interfere with the causality of an entire dimension?" He turned his eyes cold and sharp as daggers. "I can't just sit by and watch anymore. The variables have escalated far beyond our simulations." The observer nodded slowly. It was true. That boy had dominated the causality tied to Earth, bending the fate of the planet to his will, and it was all the work of a single person. The moment he thought about it, the image of Seo-jun flashed through the observer's mind. The Azure Emperor spoke again, his voice echoing. "Your interests and mine are completely opposite, but sometimes, even enemies must shake hands. A first-year student has already reached the realm of the Transcendence. In any awakening manhwa, this signals the endgame. If we let him be, neither of us will achieve our desires." He raised a hand, crushing the air in his grip. "There is only one being left who can stand against Kim Seo-jun, a true god who has ascended to the ranks of the Transcendent." His eyes burned with a terrifying ancient light as he roared, "Release the restraints on causality immediately." The scene shifts back to Seo-jun. The system provides details on Arthur's item, the Holy Grail, a divine artifact, granting the owner immense power, happiness, eternal youth, and infinite wealth. Seo-jun rubbed his chin, recalling the lore. According to the legends, King Arthur was obsessed with the quest for the Grail. He had wondered why Arthur would ever return Excalibur, but if the price was the Holy Grail, the trade made absolute logical sense. As for why the Great Voice had the Grail in the first place, Seo-jun decided to table that mystery for later. He looked at Arthur and nodded. "Understood." Arthur, confused by the sudden change in topic, held out his hands. "Wait, what about Excalibur?" Seo-jun casually picked his nose and delivered the blow. "The price is 100 quadrillion. Obviously, Arthur's face went pale. He stumbled, waving the cup frantically, as he tried to reason with a greedy protagonist. "There is no justice in this. You clearly said." Seo-jun cut him off instantly. "I said I'd give you a discount if you told me your true identity. I never said the price of the item itself was up for negotiation." Arthur looked like he was about to explode, with rage shaking from head to toe, but he clenched his fists and swallowed his pride. "This is ridiculous. This cheeky little brat." Watching Seo-jun stand there looking smug, Arthur could only admit the terrifying truth to himself. "To be honest, I'm terrified I would lose if we actually fought." Arthur closed his eyes, his chest heaving with a heavy defeated sigh. The bitter realization struck him. This power was a realm he could never hope to reach. The old master finally lifted his head, locking eyes with Kim Seo-jun in defeat. "If I hand over the Holy Grail, if I surrender this supreme artifact, what then?" Kim Seo-jun paused, genuinely surprised by the sudden capitulation. Sensing the shift, he immediately countered with a shark-like grin. "If you hand it over now, I'll grant you a generous 50% discount." Arthur crossed his arms, resigning himself to the absurdity. "Fine, I'll scramble to gather 5 trillion won." But Kim Seo-jun raised a hand, stopping him cold. "Excellent. So, including the Grail, the grand total comes to 5 trillion, plus another 5 trillion. Arthur blinked, his brain short-circuiting at the math. He immediately snapped back. "Hold on. You said 5 trillion. Where in the world did that extra 5 trillion come from at the end?" Kim Seo-jun replied, with the calmness of a corporate tyrant. "That is the private tutoring fee for the instructor. 5 trillion per hour. And naturally, the value-added tax is always borne by the consumer." Arthur stood frozen, his mouth agape. The sheer audacity left him completely speechless. Mentor, however, was used to this extortion. He patted the old man's shoulder sympathetically. "Instructor, this isn't your fault. Not even the observer or the principal can handle his logic." Defeated Arthur finally handed the Holy Grail over to Kim Seo-jun. "Gathering 5 trillion liquid cash will take time. It might be a while, so take the Grail first as collateral." Kim Seo-jun snatched the Grail from Arthur's grip, his eyes gleaming. "Deal." I'll accept this as a deposit. A greedy smirk spread across his face as he pushed his luck further. However, be warned, if the cash isn't here instantly, another private tutoring fee will be charged. And you realize that means another 5 trillion in tax will be added, right? Arthur trembled with a rage that could shake the heavens, but he was trapped. He could only grit his teeth and reply, "Understood." In a flash of light, Arthur vanished, fleeing the scene. Before disappearing completely, his voice echoed back. "I will prepare the karma and return." Kim Seo-jun checked his invisible watch, shouting after him, "You have exactly 31 minutes left. To think you'd abandon 257.3 billion just to escape." Mentor, clutching his sword, thought to himself, "If it were me, I wouldn't want to stay near this capitalist demon for another second either." With Arthur gone, Kim Seo-jun finally focused on the prize. He held the Holy Grail aloft, letting the sunlight dance across its surface. He stared at the shining cup, skepticism creeping in. "So, this is the legendary Holy Grail. It looks pretty distinct for a system Manhwa artifact. Should I just try pouring some water in and chugging it?" Action followed thought instantly. Kim Seo-jun grabbed a water bottle, cracked it open, and filled the ancient chalice. Without a second of hesitation, he raised the cup and downed the water in one go. His eyes snapped open wide. A surge of energy exploded through him. He slapped a hand to his forehead, ecstatic. "Are you kidding me? This thing isn't just a cup. It's a literal elixir production machine." Mentor saw the protagonist's dramatic reaction and panicked. "What is it that good? Hey, don't be stingy. Give me a sip, please." After the initial rush, Kim Seo-jun adopted a contemplative pose, hand on his hip. Flavor aside, if the engraving effect doesn't apply to products made by the Grail, his mind raced with the infinite glitches of this leveling Manhwa world. The usage is practically limitless. Beside him, Mentor was already chugging directly from the Grail. He downed the holy water like a man dying of thirst in a desert. Kim Seo-jun ignored him, his tactical mind spinning. "If I use this Grail during the cultivation of the Heart of Wrath?" Suddenly, Mentor doubled over, coughing violently. The hacking sound snapped Kim Seo-jun out of his power-up fantasies. Mentor flew over, clutching the now empty bottle. I need to go back for a bit. I think I should ask the principal what other lectures Kim Seo-jun needs to take here." Kim Seo-jun nodded, seeing an opportunity. "Understood. While you're chatting with the principal, can you ask Instructor Great Sage Heavens Equal a favor for me?" Kim Seo-jun flashed a thumbs up, his eyes burning with battle spirit. "Tell him I am fully prepared to settle everything with a direct one-on-one duel." Mentor said a quick goodbye and vanished into thin air. "I'm off." And just like that, Kim Seo-jun was left standing alone in the silence. He walked forward, organizing his thoughts. The Excalibur issue is resolved. It's time for me to start the real work. But then a silhouette caught his attention in the distance. A crowd had gathered, whispering and murmuring with intensity. Kim Seo-jun approached the commotion, frowning. "What is this? Why is everyone gathered here like a swarm of bees?" He stepped into the circle, his voice cutting through the noise. "What is going on here?" Min-do spotted him and awkwardly scratched his head. "Oh, Captain." Then Kim Seo-jun saw it. He froze his eyes, narrowing dangerously. A man was bound and kneeling on the ground, trembling like a leaf. It was Akudo Appo. The fallen tyrant looked up, locking eyes with the main character. A voice spoke from behind Kim Seo-jun, heavy with the weight of history. "We, the people of South Africa, we have survived through an endless nightmare of suffering." It was Kwaku. He stepped forward, flanked by two comrades, and addressed Kim Seo-jun with solemn gravity. "I have thought long and hard about this moment. In my heart, I want to tear him apart limb from limb right now. But it feels wrong to slaughter them meaninglessly like beasts. More accurately, we do not have the right to become monsters ourselves." Akudo Appo, kneeling in the dirt, flinched at those words. Hearing Kwaku's resolve, Kim Seo-jun made his decision. "I don't know the perfect answer, but I will take the lead." Kim Seo-jun stood tall, his presence dominating the scene. "Please gather journalists from every corner of the globe. Use my name. I will create a stage where the reality of South Africa is laid bare for the entire world to see. The brutality of Akudo Appo, the agony and sacrifice of the innocent, and the vile sins committed by the Truth Sect." Kwaku and the others stood frozen, stunned by the scale of Kim Seo-jun's plan. Kwaku recovered first, spreading his hands in disbelief. "Kim Seo-jun, are you serious? You intend to declare war on the Truth Sect? They aren't just a religious group. Doing that, it's like a single individual trying to fight the entire world." The Saintess and Kwabena looked on, fear evident in their eyes. This was a classic awakening Manhwa dilemma, one man against a global empire. Kim Seo-jun didn't blink. I know. But I also know that the Truth Sect is the source of this infinite pain. I plan to dismantle the Truth Sect brick by bloody brick. Will you help me? Kwaku stared at Kim Seo-jun, struck dumb by the unwavering fire in the young man's eyes. Kwaku looked at him, thoughts racing through his mind. A moment later, his expression hardened into steel. Very well. I will aid you. The two men behind him started to protest. Captain Kwaku, this is but. One of the subordinates clenched his fist, shouting desperately. Captain Kwaku knew what they were afraid of, and he cut them off with a roar. Long ago, the heroes of the Great Calamity fought for this world, but they could not fulfill their will completely. Listen to me. Our war is not over yet. But open your eyes and witness the carnage. Countless souls have been sacrificed on this altar of war. The lands of South Africa have been dyed crimson with blood, and a forest of tombstones continues to rise. Kwaku turned to his battered comrades, his voice cutting through the silence. Tell me, what have we been bleeding for? Why do we still grip these blades in our hands? We fight for the crushed and the broken, for our blood, our kin, and those we hold dear. We fight so our children might see a tomorrow that we may never know. So, tell me, who are those lying cold in the dirt right now? Kwaku's knuckles turned white as he clenched his fist, shaking with raw emotion. His resolve hardened like steel as he roared. The Battle of South Africa may have ended, but our war is far from over. Raise your heads, look destiny in the eye, and stand proud. For the families we failed to shield. For the innocent lives that slipped through our fingers. I am done running away. From this moment on, we are the shield of this land. We will crush anything that dares threaten our home. Do you hear me? The fight isn't done yet. His comrades exchanged glances, the weight of his words settling in the silence. Seeing no immediate roar of approval, Kwaku stiffened slightly and turned his gaze toward Kim Seo-jun. He marched straight up to the hunter, his expression grim and solemn. Kim Seo-jun, we will stand by your side. We fight with you. The scene shifts to the legislative heart of the nation, Cape Town. Inside the international airport, the atmosphere was electric. Kim Seo-jun, flanked by Kwaku, and the survivors stood before a sea of cameras. Flashbulbs erupted like a thunderstorm as reporters scrambled to capture this legendary moment in our Manhwa recap. The truth Kim Seo-jun was about to unleash would send shockwaves across the globe in real time. The internet instantly melted down as millions tuned in. Kim Seo-jun had just declared total war on the Truth Sect. An organization claiming to be humanity's savior was actually the ultimate threat. But the brainwashing ran deep. Hundreds of millions of believers rose up to defend the sect, swaying public opinion in the blink of an eye. Did you see the news? Is Kim Seo-jun insane or just arrogant? I used to look up to him, but this is a massive disappointment. However, a single voice cut through the chaos. Everything Hunter Kim Seo-jun said is the absolute truth. The Korean Professional Hunters Association stepped out of the shadows to stand with their hero. Korea's declaration broke the dam. Support flooded in from Italian Prime Minister Samuel Queen Aria of the UK, and even the US Hunter Bureau. Top rankers like Ibi Lucas and South Africa's own Kwaku joined the fray. Nations and legends alike. Everyone was staking their reputation on one man, Kim Seo-jun. Amidst the escalating global chaos, the Truth Sect finally broke their silence. The scene shifts as a notification lights up a smartphone screen. Breaking news. The Truth Sect has released an official decree. In this twisting, awakening Manhwa saga, we shall reveal the truth of the world through the Apostle Ritual. Kim Seo-jun stared at the screen, eyes narrowing. Apostle Ritual Kwaku watched him, his expression darkening with realization. Are you departing already? In the vast waiting hall, the two groups stood facing each other one last time. Yes, the canonization ceremony is only weeks away. I can't just sit here idle after declaring war. That is true. Kwaku frowned, unable to hide his anxiety. This ceremony. They are holding it in Korea, aren't they? A grand ritual to appoint a pure apostle right in your backyard. Instead of their headquarters in Greenland, they chose Seoul. They are clearly hunting you. Then Kwaku dropped a bombshell. I will be attending that ceremony as well. He offered a gentle smile and extended his massive hand. My strength may be insignificant compared to yours, but I will lend whatever power I have to your cause. Kim Seo-jun stood frozen for a moment, touched by the gesture. The people of South Africa never forget a debt. We owe you our lives. Kim Seo-jun smiled brightly, eyes closing with genuine relief. The two warriors clasped hands, a pact of steel and absolute trust forged in blood. That will be the greatest reinforcement I could ask for. Engines roared as the plane ascended, piercing through the white clouds. The scene cuts to the interior of a high-rise building. Inside, two elderly men were screaming with veins popping on their foreheads. Bien, Quay, this is absolutely absurd, you ungrateful little trash. The legendary healers took turns screaming, until Kim Seo-jun was practically showered in spit. Do you have any idea how much we suffered to refine that heart for you? And you just kick us out like that. You really are garbage. Kim Seo-jun scratched his head, laughing awkwardly. I didn't kick you out. It was a summoning force majeure. You were the only one who actually stayed behind to watch. Trying to diffuse the explosive tension, Kim Seo-jun casually started rummaging through his inventory. Oh, is that how it is? Well, not exactly. Suddenly, a blinding crimson light erupted from his palm. The fury on the three old masters' faces instantly vanished. I actually prepared a little apology gift. Their rage was instantly replaced by jaw-dropping shock as they stared at the legendary item. How in the world did you acquire that? Could you perhaps refine this for me one more time? Cheers erupted as the grumpy old men transformed into excited children. Of course, we start immediately, but Kim Seo-jun wasn't done. He pulled out a large flask and a white chalice. Wait, seniors, would you care for a drink first? They downed it in one gulp and froze. Their eyes bulged out of their sockets in sheer terror and delight. What? What in the heavens is this? Kim Seo-jun held up the glowing liquid, grinning like a devil. That is holy water, created from the Holy Grail itself. Now, what if we use this to refine the dragon heart in true system Manhwa fashion? Insane. That is completely insane. The three masters were shaking with fanatical alchemy lust. Give it here. This is a once-in-a-millennium opportunity. No, let me do it. You are truly our guiding light. Kim Seo-jun. Kim Seo-jun grabbed the door handle and slipped out, leaving the chaotic laboratory behind. First, we must analyze the molecular structure of the holy water. With those three alchemy otakus on the job, the result was guaranteed to be legendary. Suddenly, a sharp voice echoed down the hall. Do you know whose territory you are trespassing on? Kim Seo-jun peeked back inside. I'm just here to talk. We have no business with your faction. Kalia stood there, arms crossed, radiating arrogance and challenge. If you try to chase me away, you're going to regret it. Kalia Kim Seo-jun stepped forward, his expression filled with suspicion. What kind of game do you think you're playing, Hunter Kim Seo-jun? You arrived just in time. Kim Seo-jun turned away coldly, but she persisted, her voice desperate. I just want to talk to you for a moment. I have nothing to discuss. His eyes flashed with a lethal blue, murderous intent. You really should listen to me just this once. You're persistent, I'll give you that. Emerald aura exploded around Kim Seo-jun. The sheer pressure forced Kalia back in shock. We have no idea what the Truth Sect is plotting right now. I have no patience for meaningless conversation. His hair whipped wildly in the energy storm. Kim Seo-jun's voice was absolute zero. I told you there's nothing to discuss. Yet Kalia maintained her arrogant smirk, spitting out a threat. You'll live to regret this. She was the chosen successor destined to become the pure apostle. Her final warning echoed through the darkness, dripping with sarcasm. To treat me this way, right before the ordination ceremony, do you truly intend to become a sworn enemy of the entire Truth Sect? As expected, words are wasted on you. Her expression shattered as a fist materialized inches from her face. What? Kim Seo-jun launched himself into the air, bringing the hammer down on Kalia. The impact was catastrophic, shattering her absolute defense like glass and sending her flying. What kind of broken logic is this strength? Kim Seo-jun's eyes burned with killing intent. He unleashed a devastating kick. It didn't feel like blocking. It felt like the shield itself was crushing her bones. The strike connected white dust, billowed out, blasting rocks in every direction. Kalia stared up at the sky, her eyes rolling back in sheer shock. Massive boulders were tossed into the air like pebbles, tearing through the chaotic atmosphere. Kalia lay flattened amidst the choking dust, her entire body screaming in agony. Kim Seo-jun stood like a titan in the distance. She trembled violently, her eyes wide with terror and disbelief. Wait. With a gaze sharp enough to cut steel, he questioned her. Provoking me like this benefits no one, least of all, you. You think I wouldn't dare finish this? Kim Seo-jun stood immovable, a mountain that refused to bow. He ignored her desperate warnings about the consequences. The others won't stand for this, then let them come. Cold sweat drenched Kalia. She fought to control her shivering. This isn't the time for mindless aggression. A crimson killing aura enveloped Kim Seo-jun, his eyes glowing with a ghostly white light. I'm going to die. I'm actually going to die. Panic seized her heart. She tried to scream, but the sound died in her throat. Only broken, trembling gasps escaped. Finally, she forced the words out. The heart? of rage. Kim Seo-jun froze, staring at Kalia in confusion. What? A trembling hand revealed a brilliant red orb, pulsing with mystical light. I came to deliver this to you. Faced with this bizarre twist, Kim Seo-jun's expression turned to deep suspicion. What kind of game is this? Why give this to me? I don't know. They just ordered me to bring it here. Kim Seo-jun observed her in silence, weighing the truth. I swear, in the name of the truth, I really know nothing. She didn't seem to be lying. As she shakily handed him the orb, he wondered, is this an order from the Great Voice? Kim Seo-jun snatched the orb from Kalia's grasp. Clutching the burning red item, he looked down at her coldly. I'll see you at the ordination ceremony. Kim Seo-jun held the blazing sphere, while Kalia remained slumped on the ground in terror. Without looking back, his decisive footsteps echoed down the corridor. Alone in the silence, his mind raced. What are they plotting? In this leveling, Manhwa power is everything. They must know that if I get the Heart of Rage, I'll absorb it immediately. Did they tamper with the heart? Is it a trap? Kim Seo-jun's expression hardened into iron resolve. His gaze pierced the darkness ahead, sharp and cold. Whatever their calculations, I have no intention of sitting idly by. Thoughts bombarded his mind as he walked through the stillness. The Heart of Rage can be refined using the Holy Grail. I'll wring 5 quadrillion out of Arthur plus those 8 free slates. I will prepare for the worst-case scenario with everything I have. Kim Seo-jun marched, on carrying a grand ambition. Meanwhile, the Azure Emperor, his face veiled in shadow, received the report. Kalia has delivered the heart safely. Light flooded the colossal chamber, creating a blinding reflection. A command was issued. Understood. You are dismissed. Beyond the massive glass pane, the Emperor watched a small bird chirping in its nest, amidst lush greenery. He stared out into the world of blinding white light, nursing his own suspicions. Evil is simply evil. Faith is merely a decorative shell. Suddenly, a massive serpent struck, swallowing the nest whole. A scene of instant death and despair. No matter the justification, no matter how righteous, to those destined to die, it is all nothing but meaningless sophistry. The Azure Emperor spoke with chilling indifference. I am evil. Nothing more, nothing less. He pondered the coming destiny. 1 month remains until the apostle ordination. On that day, the accumulation of history will be judged. We shall see if the world meets its end, or finds its salvation. Or perhaps, his eyes narrowed with calculation, we will discover if the will of the first transcendent is truly absolute. Back in his domain, Kim Seo-jun's eyes shone with keen observation. He cradled the precious orb as blinding light erupted from within it. Bienque Paracelsus and Hua Tuo cheered in absolute ecstasy. Is that another berserker's heart? I knew it. Damn it, I knew it. The 3 legendary healers surrounded him, eyes sparkling like they'd found a gold mine. Are you raising dragons in your basement, or something? Did you just go out and hunt another one? Are there any bones or scraps left from the slaughter I heard? Spicy dragon stew is a delicacy. Make sure to simmer it with dragon's breath. There's no way I'm raising dragons. I just happened to pick up another one. While the others celebrated, Hua Tuo stepped forward. So that makes 2 hearts in total that need refining. The crimson spheres floated in the air, humming with mystical energy. If you absorb these, the berserker's heart originally split into 3, will finally be unified within you. A brilliant azure vortex swirled violently around Kim Seo-jun. Kim Seo-jun asked the critical question, how long will it take? Using that holy grail you gave us. If we have to work while siphoning miracles from it, I'm afraid it will take considerable time. Hua Tuo stroked his beard in deep thought. This isn't a process we can rush. Speaking of which, you aren't going to kick us out right before it's done this time, are you? Kim Seo-jun froze, cold sweat forming on his brow under their intense scrutiny. No, not this time. If we don't get to witness the genesis moment we strike. Oh, that reminds me. Do I even have enough funds to keep them hired until the elixir is complete? Facing the 3 expectant legends, Kim Seo-jun scratched his head and mentally checked his bank balance. This trio of medical otakus charges 1 trillion per hour. Just how much do I have left? Last time I checked, I only had 97 trillion. Wait a minute. Suddenly, his eyes widened in sheer disbelief, cold sweat trickling down his face as reality set in. A system interface materialized, scrolling through an endless string of digits. What is this? Is this system Manhwa glitching out? 1 quadrillion, 500 trillion, 500 billion. While Kim Seo-jun muttered to himself like a madman, the 3 elders behind him grew uneasy. I'm going crazy. What's wrong with him? I don't know, but his aura is terrifying. His eyes were glued to the screen, hands clutching his head in shock. How is this even possible? Even counting his existing funds, a staggering 1 quadrillion had just been transferred into his account. Even if I plundered the law of causality from that distorted entity last time, this makes no sense. Compared to the diamond output of South Africa, this wealth was simply delusional. He fell into deep thought, his face twisted with suspicion. No, there isn't a single organization on Earth capable of moving capital on a quadrillion scale. Standing alone in the darkness, illuminated only by the ghostly glow of his phone, he felt as if he had found the final piece of the puzzle. The Cult of Truth. The name flashed in his mind as he looked at the numbers. If it was the Cult of Truth, possessing a quadrillion and having the means to move it, that was entirely plausible. Kim Seo-jun's gaze sharpened, focusing with predatory intensity. Did I unknowingly usurp all the causality the Cult of Truth prepared to support that distorted entity? Phone in hand, he turned to Hua Tuo for an expert opinion. How long to process everything? We should estimate about a month. Kim Seo-jun stared ahead, a trace of worry on his face. Maybe 700 hours. 300 trillion. The three elders cackled with glee, unable to hide their shock. I can cover up to 1,100 hours. Oh my, you are being quite generous this time. The three of them turned to leave. So we can continue our research without worry. I'm counting on you all. He stood hands on hips in the center of the room, watching the ecstatic faces of the elders. Surely 1 quadrillion is enough. This holy grail is far more efficient than we anticipated. Kim Seo-jun forced a stiff smile at their comments. We should seriously consider other applications for it as well. No, that won't do. The research might take much longer than expected. He seemed to be trying to reassure himself against the escalating situation. Excellent. We have plenty of time anyway. Let's see. It should be fine, right? Suddenly, Mentor appeared out of thin air, startling Kim Seo-jun so badly his jaw dropped. Mr. Kim Seo-jun. The scene turned into pure chaos as the little creature zoomed around him, making him dizzy. Trouble, emergency. Emergency. Kim Seo-jun snatched Mentor out of the air, teeth gritted. Once calm, he looked at the small figure in his palm with concern. Are you okay? Don't worry about me. This is nothing, Mentor said, his voice trembling with anxiety. More importantly, Mr. Kim Seo-jun, the situation is catastrophic. The little one recalled the image of Irina, her face twisted in stern anger. What on earth do you think you are doing? You are speaking to an observer who is unbinding the causal constraints of a dimension. Do you have any idea of the consequences? Don't you realize that once he is released from those shackles, no entity in existence will be able to restrain him? The observer explained gravely. I didn't release the chains completely. Irina looked baffled by the explanation, her voice low and dangerous. What does that mean? It is true I attempted to loosen the causal bindings on him. However, no matter who I am interfering with, the primordial laws established at the dawn of creation is impossible. He continued. At best, I can only adjust them. So I merged the chaotic causal flow of another dimension with Earth's. I thought that would work. I believed I could release the chains while simultaneously installing a safety mechanism. The observer bowed his head slightly, but he knew what lay behind her shocked expression. Images of dimensional cubes collapsing like dominoes. All dimensions are organically linked. A rift was created the moment I adjusted the causal flow to merge the two dimensions. Could it be? He confirmed her worst fears. Yes. Threads of blue energy tangled together, forming a chaotic sphere of destruction. That bastard has bound the causality of all dimensions into a single knot. Irina's eyes grew heavy with thought, her brows furrowing in grave seriousness. It has come to this, so I must ask. She turned and demanded, why exactly did the master disappear? And you? Irina clutched her chest, her face pale with confusion. Why do you retain memories of the master without being erased? Back in reality, Kim Seo-jun sat on the floor looking up at Mentor, floating before him. So, you're saying that right now, not just Earth, but the causality of all dimensions is entangled. That is correct. Exactly that. Just as the little one was speaking, Seo-jun suddenly burst through the door, looking frantic. This means that basically the constraints between all dimensions have vanished. Just as director Kim Seo-jun realized the truth, the sky above the skyscrapers was swallowed by a colossal vortex of dark purple energy. Amidst the bustling city streets, Kim Seo-jun stood frozen, surrounded by the terrified murmurs of the crowd, staring at the anomaly. That's impossible. How could a gate like that appear? His face went rigid with tension, cold sweat forming on his brow, as he heard the grim news from Mentor on his shoulder. When phenomena from all dimensions intertwine, the movement of entities between those dimensions becomes limitless. Kim Seo-jun glanced at the little one with deep concern. Absolute chaos is inevitable. And we must even consider the possibility of total dimensional collapse as a reality. That is the director's assessment. He looked up at the sky, lost in grim contemplation. A gigantic gate eclipsed the heavens. The purple vortex continued to expand. Has the multi-dimensional merger already begun? A woman comforted her sobbing child in the street. Lee Seo-jun and his companions watched helplessly. If it has progressed this far, stopping it now is nearly hopeless. It's okay. Just like always, the hunters will save us. His eyes narrowed a mix of anxiety and steely resolve. No, it's not over yet. Lee Seo-jun stood motionless in the street, facing the ultimate question. If there were truly no other way, the great voice wouldn't have gone to the trouble of orchestrating such complex events. Is there truly no other path? Mentor's gaze shifted, his eyes turning ice-cold and deadly serious in an instant. A singular entity that exists outside the flow of destiny. A unique being capable of defying the unified laws of karma across all dimensions. That is the vastness of true fate. The guide trembled with anticipation. The principal said, if it's Lee Seo-jun, he can stop it. Suddenly, the sky above the city twisted into a nightmare, tearing open a black hole, ready to devour the world. Amidst the concrete jungle of high-rises, the deafening roar of impact echoed like thunder. Boom. Back in the office, Lee Seo-jun stood with arms crossed, his patience wearing thin. He snapped. Seriously, how long are you geezers going to argue about this? Easy there, youngster. Why the rush? You can't hurry a masterpiece. We need caution and preparation. And then, more preparation. Lee Seo-jun's face darkened as they shoved an empty glass at him. All this debating made our throats dry. Be a good lad and fetch us some more holy water. Again, staring at the bill collector holding a massive receipt, Lee Seo-jun scratched his head in embarrassment. You know the city officials actually came by to check if a main water pipe had burst. It's because of how much holy water you lot are guzzling. The bill is up 100-fold, though. I suppose having those holy water purifiers helps. The three masters clinked glasses, ignoring him. Lee Seo-jun threw his hands up in defeat. I'm begging you, please. The Truth Sex Apostle ritual is only 2 weeks away. All right, quit your whining. Helpless against their antics, he stared at his phone screen, anxiety gnawing at him as the deadline approached. Just as he thought his advisor would never show, a bright smile broke through the gloom. Student, Lee Seo-jun, I've finally arrived. You're actually here, Lee Seo-jun asked urgently. What about the request I sent? We need to discuss that, the guide chirped. But first, feast your eyes on this. A holographic window popped up. Skill Heavenly Moon Meteor Spear. Instructor, the Great Sage Heaven's Equal. It was the ultimate reward screen of a system Manhwa. If Dragon Tongue fails, activate Blue Dragon Secret Art. Instructor Divine Beast Blue Dragon. Alliance Skill Optimization Complete. Phenomenon Manipulation. Causality Collapse. Instructor Irina. Transcendental Enlightenment. Instructor Irina. Upon completion, you will receive Heavenly Moon Meteor Spear. Rank SSS Bronze Skin. Rank S Fiery Golden Eyes. Rank S Damage Reflection. Rank SS Dragon Tongue. Rank SS and Causality Collapse. Rank S. The guide grinned, watching him closely to see the shock set in. Well, what do you think? The golden glow of the screen reflected in Lee Seo-jun's widened eyes, leaving him completely stunned. This is insane. Lee Seo-jun's face lit up, his eyes sparkling with a mix of disbelief and overwhelming excitement. His hands trembled as he held the phone, scrolling through the legendary skill list. Absolutely crazy. Floating in the office, the guide spoke with confidence. Just as you predicted, Lee Seo-jun, the dimensional barriers and causality restrictions have vanished. That means no limits on your free pass tickets. The guide cheered. The impossible is now possible. 4S rank skills are nothing to scoff at. So what's the plan? Forget that I've seen crazy rewards before. Lee Seo-jun paused, his excitement cooling. However, there is a fatal flaw. He looked troubled. What's wrong? Is the observer playing tricks again? No, the guide interrupted, voice turning sharp. He pointed a finger to emphasize the real enemy. The problem is time. A cascade of system notifications flooded the screen, piling up like a mountain of unassigned homework. Exactly. We only have 2 weeks. There's no way to master 7 courses in that time. Lee Seo-jun rubbed his chin, calculating the impossible odds of this leveling Manhwa scenario. That's why I consulted the principal about this very issue. Suddenly, Lee Seo-jun's expression shifted to surprise. There is a way to extend your time. Extend time. The guide shook his head. Don't tell me it's time magic. No, time magic is impossible. That is an absolute law. governed by causality itself. Kim Seo-jun's expression hardened. Tampering with time directly is forbidden. So how do we cheat the system? Suddenly, a dimensional grid materialized behind the guide. By traveling to another dimension, the guide announced happily. He floated in circles, spinning with excitement, while Kim Seo-jun looked confused. Another dimension? The flow of time isn't the same across all worlds. Some places move faster, others move much slower. The guide smiled, holding out his hands to demonstrate the math to Kim Seo-jun. Think of it like a hyperbolic time chamber from a classic manhwa recap. 1 second on Earth could be 5 seconds there. 1 day equals 5 days. If you train on Earth, you get 1 day. But in that dimension, you get 5 days of effort. Kim Seo-jun began to calculate. That method would drastically increase his available grinding time. The guide winked playfully and shrugged. Usually crossing over like that is strictly forbidden or impossible. But with the causality of all dimensions merging, the door is open. It costs a massive amount of karma, but hey, you have those free passes, right? Kim Seo-jun rubbed the back of his neck, weighing the risks. A round trip will cost 2 tickets, but that's fine. Any deficit can be paid off because the causality cost for the Dragon Academy course is cheaper. The guide looked up at him with innocent eyes. And do you know what the principal said? The guide hovered in front of him. The Transcendent Academy is currently on lockdown. The chaotic causality flow is messing up not just Earth, but every connected dimension. The guide smiled encouragingly. The principal said, the only one who can fix this mess is you, Kim Seo-jun. The little mascot jumped in the air, arms wide. She also said she'll support you 100%, no matter what you choose. And of course, I'm with you too. Kim Seo-jun stood silent, processing the offer. He asked the final question. If I go to this other dimension, exactly how much time can I buy? The best ratio we can get is 20-1. The guide did the math. 2 weeks becomes 40 weeks. That gives you 10 months of training time. The small entity hovered before Kim Seo-jun, gesturing impatiently. That concludes the explanation. If you comprehend the stakes, we must depart immediately. Wait. Mentor tilted his head perplexed. Grant me a moment, will you? Above the city, a colossal vortex of energy swirled against the night sky, dominating the horizon like a harbinger of doom. Mizu lay in a deep slumber, her mouth slightly agape from sheer exhaustion. Suron and Hyun were equally comatose on the floor mats lost to the world. In the adjacent room, the children dreamed peacefully. But up on the terrace under the full moon, the air crackled with razor-sharp arcs of energy. A flurry of sword strikes slashed through the darkness. Radiant pink trails painted the night as Yoon moved with the grace of a dancing phantom. Her aura blazed like an inferno enveloping her form. Every ounce of her strength was poured into this moment. Her expression steely with resolve. With a thunderous crash, she drove her blade into the concrete, generating a shockwave of rose-colored energy. Seo-jun gasped for air, her face glistening with the sweat of her limits. Her knuckles turned white, gripping the hilt, but the blade trembled violently in her grasp. She had absolutely nothing left to give. Seo-jun collapsed onto the cold floor, staring into her trembling palm. Incredible, she whispered to the silence, awestruck by the power. Even after consuming the elixir Kim Seo-jun gave me. Even with this growth. Her fist clenched in frustration. It is still not enough to stand by his side. A long shadow stretched over her as footsteps approached. I need to train more. I have to. But her body refused to obey. She could not lift a single finger. She spun around, eyes wide with shock. Kim Seo-jun stood there, scratching his head with a sheepish smile. So-yun, I swear I wasn't trying to spy on you. Seo-yun turned and demanded. How long have you been watching for a bit? You should have sensed me. She slumped back against the railing, waiting for him to speak. Yoon forced herself up, cutting to the chase. Forget that. Why are you up here at this ungodly hour? She touched her neck, flustered and confused. Do you have something to tell me? Kim Seo-jun's voice remained calm. It looks like I have to go away for a while. He hesitated, before dropping the bomb. I likely won't return until the apostle ritual begins. Her eyes widened, the color draining from her face in sheer disbelief. What? The conversation rushed forward under the pale moonlight. When do you leave? Right now. Please explain everything to the others, Seo-jun. He offered a casual wave, turning to leave. I'm off. Sorry for interrupting your grind. Her eyes filled with a profound sorrow. They had survived hell together. Yet, in the vast darkness, his silhouette seemed to be drifting light years away. Why does it feel like with every level he gains, the distance between us grows? This was the cruel reality of a leveling manhwa. Her fist clenched in helpless frustration. I have this terrible feeling. that once this quest ends, I'll never see him again. Her heart screamed, "Please don't go." Unable to suppress it any longer, she screamed into the night, desperate to halt his march. "Please don't go, Kim Seo-jun." He glanced back, his gaze sharp and unwavering. He stopped looking back in confusion. "What's wrong, Yun?" Her voice trembled. I wish you would rely on us for once." He remained silent. "You are always the shield for everyone else, Kim Seo-jun. But you never let anyone protect you, simply because you are too powerful." It was a cruel truth. Seo-jun looked at him with eyes brimming with regret, biting her lip to keep the tears at bay. "I know I can't stop you. Just, please return safely." Kim Seo-jun's stoic expression melted, replaced by a smile as warm as the morning sun. Under the moonlight, amidst drifting white petals, he made his vow. "Of course, there is nowhere I could go that would make me leave you all behind." Back inside, Minter struggled to hold a cup with his tiny hands. Kim Seo-jun stepped into the room. "Are your affairs settled?" the guide asked. "Yes, I am ready to depart." A brilliant violet aura erupted beneath Kim Seo-jun's feet. "Then let us begin," Mentor declared. With eyes burning with resolve, Kim Seo-jun swore he would return, as a legend.